New family members, don't go. You've come at the perfect time. Let me describe the taste of eggplant to you. That cheeky look made everyone's mouths water. Come again? Destroy them. Hurry up. I'm tired. I'm going. I can't take it anymore. I can't buy dried scallops anymore. I'm going out to buy garlic eggplant. This is outrageous. The streamer is truly hateful. I'll wait until the streamer finishes eating before I come over. Hey streamer, tell me. It's not like I'm broke. How much is the purchase price for tomorrow? Cold chain air freight. Just name your price, and I'll transfer the money right away. Hey upstairs, rich guy, give me 50 to see my strength. I'm going to buy some eggplant. After using all the remaining ingredients, Su-chin packed up and left. After a busy day, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Back to the rented villa. Su-chin then collapsed onto the sofa to rest. One of the nannies went to tidy up the stall, while the other went to make juice for Nuonuo. Before having dinner, Butler Ding made a detour on his way back to buy a bunch of local snacks. Order things like Jinhua soup dumplings, crispy cakes, and shui suifun, a type of rice noodle soup, which is perfect for summer, locally known as long tao, as well as jizigua, a type of fried dough, rochunzi, a type of fried dough, and a bingyu tiao, a type of fried dough stick. Get one of each of them. Anyway, the owner has never tried any of these snacks. Since we're already here, it would be a shame not to try the local specialties. Whether it tastes good or not is another matter, but it's still quite interesting to try something new. Most importantly, Butler Ding, who was away from home, also missed the flavors of his hometown, so he decided to have some of them as a side dish. The group of people were enjoying their meal at the table. At the same time, Su-chin had no idea that he had single-handedly boosted sales of high-speed rail and short-haul air routes, a seemingly insignificant matter, because he sets up a stall in Hongdian. This generation of netizens also has very fast internet speeds. Many people who watched the live stream became even more interested in the food Su-chin made. I impulsively granted him leave. Anyway, there are several popular scenic spots around Hongdian. Even the shop owners are setting up stalls there. It's bound to be even more lively. Foodies have plenty of money. There are plenty of wealthy diners out there. For a time, tickets to train stations and airports were in high demand and had to be snapped up. A netizen who originally only had a slight interest opened the app to check how much the ticket price was. Then I saw the sold-out mode. As longtime diners, they won't give up until they reach the Yellow River. Now the only options are to take a bus or drive to catch up. Early the next morning, a large batch of ingredients arrived in the yard. Bundles of white vermicelli, bright green cucumbers topped with little yellow flowers, and prawns. Oh, so lively and energetic. Mr. Su, are you preparing a new dish today? Butler Ding grabbed a shrimp from the water tank. The transparent shrimp body gleamed with a faint bluish luster, and with a sudden flick of its tail, it splashed water all over him. He's gotten used to his boss changing the flavors so many times this week. Besides feeling sorry for his boss and wondering if he was tired, he was also concerned about whether he was hungry. I've already eaten 5 different garlic-flavored dishes in the last few days. The glass jar also contains pickled laba garlic and sweet and sour garlic. I reckon they'll be ready to be served to the boss after they've been pickled for a while. Thinking of this, Butler Ding was overjoyed and couldn't help but chuckle. This class was really enjoyable. Yes, today I plan to make garlic vermicelli shrimp and garlic cucumber. Su-chin nodded. I've been experimenting with new recipes for several days in a row, and I'm a bit tired. Last night, I lay in bed, not even wanting to play games. The moment my head hit the pillow, I fell asleep almost instantly. It's all the fault of this lousy system. It's so inhumane to require you to make more than 10 different dishes within a week. So, let's just be a little clever and make some simple dishes. Chapter 203. So, all that queuing was for nothing. Garlic cucumber is best eaten fresh after being mixed. If left for too long, the cucumber soaked in garlic and vinegar will become dull and mushy, greatly diminishing its flavor. Prepare extra minced garlic beforehand, and when you set up your stall, have Butler Ding smash the cucumbers. Simple and convenient. How fast it is to serve food like this. The cucumbers provided by the system are crooked and not straight at all. They are a completely natural variety grown without pesticides. It grows relatively long and is of uniform thickness. If it is thick at one end and thin at the other, The thicker end will likely have hard seeds already grown inside, which will make it taste bad. The rough, prickly surface of a cucumber indicates freshness. The harder and sharper the prickles, the better. If you gently pinch and rub it, and it feels prickly, then it's a very good cucumber. Su-chin took 2 sticks and instructed the ant to wash them, and then they would each take half. Suddenly, a series of cracking sounds rang out in the courtyard. It has a really strong cucumber flavor, and it's so juicy. Yes, the cucumbers I ate when I was a child tasted just like this. After finishing the cucumber, Su-chin prepared the ingredients for another dish. Garlic vermicelli shrimp is a dish that requires minimal technical skill. Even kitchen novices are guaranteed to make it perfectly every time, with a success rate of almost 100%. The authentic prawns delivered were farmed in seawater, and their markings consisted of dark rings. These shrimp have firm flesh and a sweet taste, much better than freshwater farmed shrimp. Then, place a layer of glass noodles under the shrimp. After steaming, the juices will soak the noodles until they are soft and juicy, making them salty, fresh, soft, and chewy. The satisfaction they bring is no less than that of the shrimp. It's both convenient and delicious. Su-chin scooped up a shrimp with his left hand. Insert a toothpick into the second segment of the shrimp's body and lift it up. This will make it easy to remove the entire shrimp vein. Then, I used scissors to cut open the shrimp's back. The movements were incredibly fast and precise. After the 2 women finished washing the cucumbers, they came over to Su-chin and watched for a while before taking the scissors from his hand and starting to process them. Butler Ding kept peeling garlic. An hour later, all the ingredients were ready. Su-chin took Nyanyo, Butler Ding, and Aunt Wu out. On the other side, I learned that the owner started setting up his stall at 8 or 9 o'clock every morning this week. Many wealthy and leisurely diners from the southern part of the city set off from home at 4 or 5 in the morning just to catch the first wave. Then many shop owners and stall owners on Wanxing Street found it very difficult to adapt. Why is the street so congested so early in the morning? We can't move at all. Diners traveling by plane also caught a good time. The person just got off the plane. They were stuck at the airport. They took a taxi to Hongdian as soon as they landed. If you really want to eat it, there's always a way. Then those regular customers who can't come to Hongdian because of work are in great pain. I thought everyone was broke, and that many people would be like me and wouldn't be able to eat the boss's garlic scallop stew. But it turns out I'm the only one broke. Why is everyone just leaving like that? Damn it. I'm still at work, and it's so painful to watch you guys go to the boss. I have the time, but I don't have the money. Even a simple trip is a considerable expense. Yeah, we can only watch this week. We don't know when the boss will come back to set up his stall. Honestly, when it comes to finding good food, it's fine if the vendor only sets up a stall in one city, as it doesn't require much money or time. At worst, buying a few to try is definitely not a problem. But if they go to other places, then really, most of the fans won't be able to afford to follow them. I could only watch helplessly as others ate the delicious food the boss made, my mouth watering. Then I'll order some takeout and fool myself. Su-chin hadn't arrived yet on Wanxing Street, but there were already dozens of people queuing up in front of his stall yesterday. People were chatting in small groups, and it was obvious they came from the south of the city. We rushed as fast as we could and finally made it. That's right. As soon as I saw the live stream, I immediately took leave and drove over at 3 o'clock. Hilarious. So many people in the group can't get in. They asked me to pack one up to take home. How is that possible? With so many people, it's no wonder the boss imposes a purchase limit. Several longtime diners from the southern part of the city gathered together, their smiles barely contained. Finally, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Su-chin arrived in his food truck. He's here. The boss is here. Someone shouted. In an instant, almost everyone on the street turned around, as if a robot had been remotely controlled. Even though Su-chin was mentally prepared, he once again realized the true power of the diners. I thought there were already enough people at the intersection, but I didn't expect that the real disaster area was inside. Did they all just arrive? Perhaps there are many more on the way? Just like yesterday, many live streamers were present, and some even brought their teams. Some members of the team were responsible for setting up the tripod, while others were responsible for touching up the female anchor's makeup. Soon, The female anchor appeared on camera, wearing black stockings and a bodycon skirt, with full makeup. The background was perfect for capturing a panoramic view of Suchin's food truck. Family members, I'm on Wansheng Street right now. That's right, the Wansheng Street in Hengdian. Look, that's the famous owner behind me. He's getting ready to set up his stall. We're going to try his dishes later. Please give me a like, everyone. There are so many people here, and I'm risking being trampled to come here and broadcast this live for you all. The female anchor shouted excitedly. The number of viewers in the live stream also surged. Now she broadcasts even more diligently. Not far away, there was another male anchor with a completely different style, shouting in a loud voice. Hey guys, double tap 666. The owner is right outside. I'm here today to do a food review for you all. The scene was chaotic. There were so many people that there were vendors everywhere. There were also many officers on duty inside maintaining order. Suchin saw that the spot where he had set up his stall yesterday was completely surrounded by people, and not even a person could squeeze in, let alone his food cart, which couldn't get in at all. So he had no choice but to quietly go to a corner nearby. Let's set up our stall like this. It's not far anyway, as long as it doesn't exceed the mission area. The next second, diner. Holy crap, the bosses pulled another crazy stunt. No wonder it turned left. I guess there were too many onlookers, and the owner couldn't squeeze in. So all this queuing was for nothing. We've gone from being at the back of the line to being at the front. Hurry up, hurry up. This is a golden opportunity. Why aren't we going? Suchin looked at the group of diners heading straight for him. Judging from their expressions, they must be regular customers. That single-minded focus on cooking was far too obvious. The area in front of the food cart was immediately crowded with people who jostled and pushed their way forward. The scene resembles baby birds in a nest, all with their mouths wide open, waiting for their mother to feed them. They all look so hungry, they'll starve to death if they don't get to eat. Chapter 2:0 For you have your clever schemes. I have my own ways to get over the wall. The crew of The Tragedy of Gixia is currently filming intensively. Fairy, your acting was pretty good, but you still need to work on your emotional expression. You need a little burst of tension here. Director Zhou was speaking eloquently when his cell phone suddenly rang. Have you bought the food? So fast. Director Zhou was overjoyed. However, he didn't think much of it. After all, you can't wait to eat. Everyone, please take a short break and have breakfast before we continue filming. As soon as he said that, a cloud of dust rose from the set, and it was instantly deserted. After these few days of intensive work from morning to night, all the extras have seen a significant improvement in their speed. They burst forth with astonishing power as they ran, thundering and roaring as they headed straight for the outer street. There are an unusually large number of people here. I was afraid that if I arrived late, I would be late for filming and would get scolded or even fired. If I got scolded but still didn't get any food, it would be even worse. Yesterday, an extra who rode a bicycle was so eager to get on and run that he was about to leave. As a result, the person in the car fell to the ground with one kick. The extra got up, glanced at the rear wheel locked by a large iron chain, and jumped up and down in anger. Which son of a bitch locked my car? Not far away, another extra waved the key in his hand. Haha, if I hadn't locked it, you would have run away long ago. There's nothing we can do, you're just too hated. Every minute you're gone, we're seething with hatred. Another extra standing on a mobility scooter was also grabbed by the two men. Let me go? It's too late. With a roar, he unleashed tremendous power, forcefully breaking free from the two men holding his arms. He dodged left and right, abruptly stopped, and turned around. He successfully knocked someone down in one go. He then slid sideways and broke through the encirclement. Ha ha ha, you two think you can stop me. I'm not exaggerating. If he keeps playing like this for a while, he'll definitely be a top-tier dribbling player. It would be a shame if he didn't go to the NBA. Call out. The man ran away while standing on the mobility scooter. One's own failure is terrible, but the success of others is even more distressing. The extras riding bicycles were heartbroken. On what grounds? Why should you get to eat the food made by the mask vendor first? After a few seconds of silence, he decided to save himself from this desperate situation. After looking around for a long time, I finally found a large pair of pliers at the site where the equipment was being set up. You have your clever strategies, and I have my own ways to get over the wall. If you lock my car, I'll break it. He gripped the lock with large pliers and began to clamp it forcefully. Damn, these people are inhuman. Using such a thick lock. The extra's face turned bright red. He shook his aching arm and continued to squeeze hard. Bang! With a crisp snap, he wiped his sweat and disdainfully ripped the padlock off, trying to stump me. Just as I was about to start writing, I took a closer look. His smile froze on his face, and he roared with wide eyes. What the hell? Locking the rear wheels is one thing. But who the hell removed the front wheels from my car? Fuck #%#at. Chaos is raging here, and things aren't peaceful there either. After the director yelled, "Cut," he rushed to the dressing room. But nobody's here. I didn't see any vegetables either. My initial high expectations have cooled down somewhat. He took out his phone again, read the message, and his pupils dilated in shock. He pounded his chest and stamped his feet in despair. How foolish. How incredibly foolish. Why are you in such a hurry? Don't you even read the message content? Now, to make matters worse, my assistant sent me some bad news. There are too many people in line, and I estimate it will take at least half an hour. There are also purchase restrictions. Each person can only buy one serving of each type of dish. Oh no, he just let the extras escape. Besides, one serving isn't nearly enough. Should I join the queue myself? An idea popped into the director's mind. Just then, my phone chimed again. Another message came in from my assistant. We have new dishes today, garlic vermicelli shrimp and garlic cucumber. The director's eyes lit up, and he made up his mind in a flash. We absolutely have to go. A few minutes later, one person was moving incredibly fast, overtaking one person after another with a single stride. The extras turned around and looked over. Holy crap! The director, old Deng, was wearing roller skates. The extras were dumbfounded and speechless. This person is truly a godlike figure. The director took the lead, skating incredibly fast on his roller skates, a backup plan he had made to buy food for his assistant. Back in the day, when he was young, he frequented various roller skating rinks, and his skills captivated young girls who would call him good brother. He's known as the roller skating prince. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the director felt a surge of pride and accelerated once more, his feet barely touching the ground and the wind whistling past his ears. When we arrived at the entrance of Wansheng Street, it was immediately packed with people. To everyone's disbelief, the director made a cool T-stop and successfully fell flat on his face. Ha ha ha! Producer Zhang, who arrived late, pointed at him and laughed so hard he almost fell over. Old Joe, save your breath. You still think you're young. What are you laughing at? You fucking come over here and help me up. The director looked disheveled, his face covered in dust, and he seemed to have twisted his waist, grimacing in pain. Haha, let me finish laughing first. Producer Zhang laughed as he pulled out his phone and snapped a picture of Director Zhou. In the end, it was the director himself who gritted his teeth, supported his back, and struggled to get up. He pointed at Producer Zhang and started yelling at him. You old bastard, delete the photos right now. I'm not deleting it. I'm going to enjoy the good life. After finishing his speech, Producer Zhang rode his electric scooter, cheerfully honking the horn and weaving haphazardly forward. The director was left standing there, stomping his feet in anger. Beep, beep, beep. Make way, make way. Oh no, it's too crowded. Even though I felt like I wasn't far from the team, even though they were right in front of me, it felt like we were separated by thousands of miles. It was so difficult to move that I couldn't move at all. At this time, the excited regulars finally got to see Su Chun. I was so happy. Seeing Su Chun take out the prawns that had already been deveined and display them, they exclaimed, "Wow!" in surprise, as if accompanied by background music. Wow! Wow! The shrimp the boss is selling isn't frozen, and they're quite big too. That's such a good deal. Oh, that's so fresh. One of them even seemed to twitch a couple of times. Oh wow. Even Su Chun couldn't figure it out. Even the most ordinary prawns were given a dazzling debut under the spotlight, creating a sense of ceremony. Even cucumbers, a simple and unremarkable vegetable, have ushered in their moment of glory. Everywhere you look, you hear a chorus of wah. As the awkward atmosphere intensified, Su Chun finally couldn't hold back any longer. So he had no choice but to raise his hand and press it down. No, no, no. Everyone should just be natural. Chapter 205. I am the top influencer in the fandom. Suchin gestured for them to keep a low profile, and the regular diners in line calmed down a bit. It's really not their fault. When the boss makes a move, even with ingredients, I inexplicably want to praise him. Suchin glanced at the long queue, and without daring to delay, quickly got to work. Just like yesterday, the rule was set. Each person is limited to one serving of steamed shrimp with garlic and cucumber with garlic sauce. The shrimp had already been deveined before leaving the house. The garlic is still a combination of golden and silver garlic. Smash the garlic cloves and mince them. Take half of the garlic and sauté it over low heat until it turns slightly yellow and a strong aroma of cooked garlic wafts out. Add chicken bouillon, cooking wine, and light soy sauce. These prawns are farmed in the sea and are naturally salty, so no additional salt was added. Add another spoonful of essential butter and a spoonful of cornstarch. When steaming, water vapor will be generated. Using cornstarch will coat the shrimp well, and the shrimp flavor will not be lost. After pouring it out, mix it with the other half of the raw minced garlic, and this classic sauce is ready. The glass noodles were soaked in warm water beforehand. But it wasn't soaked too soft. As long as it wasn't hard, it was ready to be plated. Otherwise, after steaming, the glass noodles will become soft and mushy after absorbing the broth, and may even stick together. Soak the glass noodles until soft, then arrange the shrimp that have been deveined on top of the noodles. Pour the prepared garlic sauce over the top. Turn the heat to high and start steaming. The steaming time depends on the size of the shrimp. If you steam them for too long, they will lose all their moisture and the texture will be poor. Shrimp like this only need to be steamed for 4 or 5 minutes. After being cooked, the dish is filled with a rich and mellow garlic aroma, along with the caramelized scent of stir-frying, the fresh aroma of fully cooked shrimp, and the subtle fragrance of evaporated spring water. The combination of various aromas made the diners in line a little restless. Boss, hurry, hurry, put it in my mouth. I can't wait any longer. Holy crap, this scent is so irresistible. Anyone who comes here will be completely mesmerized. It smells amazing. I can't control my drooling. The diners watched eagerly as Suchin packed the shrimp into boxes, sprinkled chopped scallions on their backs, heated a spoonful of oil, poured it over the scallions while it was still hot to release their aroma, and then handed the shrimp over. I carefully picked up a shrimp, afraid that the movement would shake off the garlic sauce. The minced garlic is soft, but its forceful attack on the mouth is undiminished. Every cell in the mouth can feel its endless fragrance, and after taking a bite, you greedily don't want to leave a single clove of garlic behind. Then thoroughly suck the shrimp body again. The juices from the shrimp heads, combined with the inherent freshness of the seafood and the savory flavor of the sauce and minced garlic, are deeply infused into the shrimp, creating a lingering aroma. With a slight bite, the slippery shrimp meat comes off easily. When chewing the shrimp meat, you can clearly feel its tenderness and smoothness, with a touch of elasticity and a sweet and fresh taste that is extremely flavorful. Even after they were all in their pockets, their stomachs kept rumbling with dissatisfaction, so they ate one after another until they were completely empty without even realizing it. Nuonuo, come and try Dad's steamed shrimp. Suchin had specially reserved a portion, and Butler Ding understood immediately. Without needing to be told, he quickly separated the shell and meat, piled them in a bowl, and then poured the excess garlic sauce on top. Wow, it smells so good, Dad. Nuonuo darted out from behind the food cart, drool already dripping from the corner of her mouth. Judging from her expression, you can tell she's really craving it. This shrimp is so delicious, so fragrant. It's incredibly tasty. This girl's vocabulary isn't rich enough. She really can't think of a way to describe the taste of steamed shrimp with garlic. So I could only use the word invincible, which often appears in cartoons, to express my shock. The little girl ate with great relish. If you don't feel satisfied eating with just one hand, you can use both hands at the same time, holding a few peeled shrimp tails in each hand, covered with garlic sauce. Then he stuffed it into his mouth, his little mouth wide open. I wonder where they learned such an extravagant way of eating. But I must say, just looking at it gives you a sense of ultimate pleasure. Boss, you're truly amazing. Everything you make tastes delicious. This steamed shrimp is absolutely incredible. One serving isn't enough at all. It would be great if there were no purchase limit. The quality of this shrimp is really good. Where do you get your stock from, boss? The diners also gave it rave reviews, enjoying their meal standing up. Some people were curious about where Su Chun bought the prawns. Su Chun smiled faintly at this. This is through a friend's special channels. It's not something ordinary people can buy, and it's currently only available to me. The ingredients provided by the system also have proof of origin, and he is not afraid of others checking. Upon hearing this, everyone responded with an "oh," and continued eating their meals. Such high-quality ingredients, combined with the owner's superb cooking skills, and it's only priced this way. For this reason alone, the boss deserves to be enshrined in the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Boss, is it convenient to take a photo together? After finishing his meal, a diner stood up awkwardly and approached Su Chun tentatively, asking a question. Su Chun. Su Chun was quite taken aback when an older brother, who was even older than him, suddenly acted like a shy little girl. Hesitantly, he nodded. Then I saw the older brother standing excitedly next to Su Chun, just like he'd met a superstar. I didn't think the boss was that tall before, but when the diner stood next to Su Chun, he was actually half a head shorter. Su Chun smiled in agreement. This was the first time he had ever experienced setting up a stall and being asked for photos by fans, and he found it quite novel. Passers-by who saw this scene all thought Su Chun was some celebrity they didn't know. They huddled together and whispered among themselves. I was wondering why there were so many people gathered here. Turns out it's a celebrity. Even though this young man is wearing a mask, you can still tell he's very handsome. Should we take a picture together and get an autograph? My phone isn't working properly. It's an old-fashioned phone that can't take pictures. It's good to take a look. If you eat at a roadside stall in Hengjian and bump into a celebrity, you can tell someone about it when you get back. More and more people flocked to it. Su Chun was truly embarrassed. Who could stand that? He was so embarrassed that his abs were split into 8 pieces. However, regardless of his inner thoughts, he maintained a very calm expression on the surface. A perfectly balanced gentleness, accompanied by a smile, conveys politeness while maintaining a certain distance, making it ideal for projecting a business image. It seems like everyone has misunderstood. I'm not in the entertainment industry. If you really want to count, I'd say I'm at most half an internet celebrity. At that moment, a diner in the queue immediately jumped out and shouted loudly. Yes, this boss isn't from the entertainment industry. He's from the fan circle. Haha. Yeah, this time it's really a fan circle. In the eyes of us foodies, the boss is a top influencer in the fan circle, okay? Chapter 206. What a great example of protecting negative reviews. Su Chun steamed shrimp, while Butler Ding smashed cucumbers on the side. Cut off the ends of the cucumber and then cut it in half lengthwise. Use the corner of the knife to scrape off the soft seeds from the cucumber. This cucumber is tender, so a quick scrape will remove all the seeds, leaving a groove. The so-called smashed cucumber emphasizes the action of smashing. The irregular shape and more gaps in the photograph make it more flavorful. Place the cucumber cut side down on the cutting board and smash it with the flat side of a knife. It will crumble instantly. Su Chun lightly salted the smashed cucumber pieces. Turn it over several times during the process. After a while, drain the water that comes out during the cooking process, then add minced garlic, chopped chili peppers, and oyster sauce. The cucumbers have been pickled with salt, so they still have a slightly salty taste. You can add a little bit of light soy sauce. For cold vegetable and fruit dishes, avoid making the color too dark, and there's no need to add dark soy sauce. Use Zhenjiang vinegar instead of rice vinegar, as the flavor will be too strong. If diners can handle spicy food, add some bright red chili peppers as a garnish. Not only does it look nice, it also brings out the natural sweetness of the cucumber. There's also sesame oil. Too much sesame oil is also not advisable, otherwise the strong aroma will clash with the garlic flavor. After all, the purpose of adding sesame oil is to neutralize some of the strong flavor of garlic, but not to overpower its boldness. Garlic cucumber. Garlic is the star ingredient. Hey there, you guys who were just here, the garlic cucumber is ready. The diners accepted their meals, thanked the staff, and found a nearby open space to eat while standing. Don't let the unassuming appearance of this garlic cucumber fool you. It has managed to make a name for itself amidst the competition of various dishes, thanks to its refreshing flavor. Even now, the temperature in the south in August is still quite high, generally remaining in the 30s Celsius range. It's arguably the hottest time of summer. A bowl of chilled cucumber salad is so refreshing. The crisp cucumber crunched and crunched between my teeth as I chewed it. The oily aroma, the spicy sensation, and the slight coolness all rushed straight down my throat. The moment you swallow it, your taste buds are awakened. If you were to take a sip of strong liquor at this moment and savor all the flavors, it would truly be a supreme pleasure. The second batch of steamed shrimp was ready, and the queue began to move. Several passers-by were shocked to see a large crowd queuing up in front of Su Chen's stall. Curious, I came over to join in the fun. Why is this stall so popular? There are so many people lining up so early in the morning. Is it tasty? Upon hearing this, the diners in line glanced at him silently, without saying a word. Instead, he pondered it to himself for a while. Should I answer honestly? Or keep quiet? Maybe I should just give an ambiguous answer. After all, if you recommend it to one more person, there will be one more person vying for the food. While he was still thinking, a young man next to him immediately spoke up. I don't know, maybe it tastes good? Anyway, I always buy it to feed my dog, ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, the people accompanying him in the front and back rows widened their eyes slightly, looking at the companion who had spoken in shock. A dog? Do you even have a dog at home? And you have the nerve to say you'd buy one to feed your dog? The only thing that's even remotely related to dogs is probably you. You silly dog. The diners who were talking were completely oblivious to their companion's stares. His expression was very calm. At this moment, many other diners also looked around curiously and quickly figured out the flavor. Damn, this kid has such thick eyebrows and big eyes, yet he's this kind of person. He just spouts nonsense without thinking, talking utterly in a serious tone. Even Lao Lu would have to admit his admiration. Even the legendary comrades from the Strategic Deception Bureau would have to look up to him. Despite the complaints in their hearts, at this point, everyone naturally understood each other. They nodded in unison to indicate that it was true. Yes, hurry up and leave. We're all paid shills by the boss. Let me tell you secretly, it's not tasty at all. Don't ask anymore. It's awful, really awful. The people queuing here are just curious to know just how bad it is. Yes, it's all a gimmick, you know. They're all paid trolls, not a single real customer. The people in line no longer felt any psychological burden. The astute passerby nodded knowingly. So many people say that, it must be fine. They don't know them, so they wouldn't lie to themselves, would they? Thinking it over, he thanked them and left to find food at other stalls. Seeing that they had managed to dissuade one person from grabbing food, the other diners in line understood. He believed it. He believed it. When someone else came to inquire, under the leadership of the big brother, they all said they were hired by the boss and that the food was not good. In this way, they persuaded several people to leave. The people in the whole group started looking at them strangely. You guys be careful, if the boss finds out, you'll get a beating. That's incredibly immoral. Who came up with such a great idea? They really go to great lengths to find the perfect food. If they had been aware of this back then, there wouldn't be so many people fighting over food now. The passers-by who were persuaded to leave were kindly advised by others who were curious about the stall with the queue. I just came from there. I found out that the people queuing up are all hired by the boss. Have you ever seen anyone queuing up with their own stool? They must be professional queuers. I wonder how much they charge per day. Curious onlookers looked ahead and exclaimed, "Wow, it really is." People's hearts have changed so much. There are tricks everywhere. These days, there are all sorts of fakes out there. They take advantage of people buying food, choosing places with long queues and good business, and trying to cheat their way in. That's right. Many people subconsciously believe that restaurants with long queues and good business must be delicious. This led to the emergence of professions where people pay others to queue. Luckily, I asked one more question, otherwise I would have definitely been fooled. My eyes really have seen through too much. The passers-by who were persuaded to leave were very grateful to those who had helped them queue. If they were heartless and didn't tell the truth, he would definitely have been fooled. However, the garlic smells quite good. It must be because it smells good but doesn't taste good that they hired people to pretend the business is good to lure passersby like him into being deceived. That's right. Two strangers exchanged a few words and then left to find other food. The old diner who overheard the conversation silently revealed a smile that said, he left without a trace, concealing his merits and fame. Real business battles are just that ordinary. Su Chun, who was busy steaming shrimp, had no idea that his customers were so mean. Although the diners in line knew this, they remained silent out of conscience for the sake of their own food, offering only a vague smile when asked. Those without conscience can join in and shamelessly deceive passersby. Strive to defeat all potential enemies. What a brilliant example of protecting negative reviews. Unbelievable. Chapter 207. In front of Su Chen's stall. A group of college student extras looked anxious. Oh no, lunch break is in half an hour, and there are still more than a dozen people ahead of me. What should I do? Maybe I should just quit being an extra and focus on eating. Once the first person stood up and spoke out, the other college students in line followed suit. That's true, we're almost at the front of the line. It would be such a waste to give up now. I'm not doing it anymore. Then I won't do it either. Count me in. These people came as a group to travel and experience the life of an extra, hoping to maybe even get on TV. However, this is ultimately just an illusion. Nothing is more satisfying than the food you actually eat. At that moment, the director had just finished enjoying a plate of steamed shrimp with garlic. He was looking around, wondering why his assistant, who had gone to buy lemonade, hadn't returned yet. Suddenly, he noticed many menacing gazes fixed on him and was immediately startled. What's wrong with you all? Director, we're quitting. Huh? What? Why aren't you doing it? Producer Zhang, still munching on a cucumber, asked first. You have to understand, the scenes we're filming this afternoon are huge, and if so many people left, it would be a disaster. Director and producer, you've already started eating, but we still have to wait. It'll definitely cause delays. Rather than being fired, it's more dignified to resign first. Yes, we absolutely have to have this. Director, just for this? Hey, the crew prepared meals for you guys, and so many people are eating. Why can't you bring yourselves to eat? You students just haven't experienced enough. To be honest, this food is already pretty good. The director patiently and earnestly offered his advice. Students should endure more hardship so that they can have better development in the future. No one can rise above others without enduring hardship. College student, we're quitting anyway. We can endure any hardship, except for the hardship of eating. That's right. As long as you're willing to endure hardship, there's no end to the hardships. You are what you eat, so we must eat well. That's right, we're still growing. The director looked into their clear and determined eyes and snorted coldly. You can't just quit like that. You have to take responsibility, don't you understand? Having been in the entertainment industry for so many years, he naturally exudes a somewhat intimidating aura. These stern words immediately alarmed many students. Head bowed, he frantically picked at his fingers. Oh well, never mind. This is the age when I can eat a lot. When I was in my teens and 20s, I could eat even more than they could. While Director Zhou's attention was entirely focused on the group of students, Producer Zhang seized the opportunity and quietly devoured the director's remaining box of garlic shrimp in one go. Only then did he feel much better and begin to smooth things over. The director was completely oblivious to the fact that his house had been burgled and was still rambling on and on. Producer Zhang rubbed his stomach. Old Zhou, all right. If we really want to kick people out, now's not the time. We're short on extras, the props department is short-staffed, and the set is short on handymen. These words were spoken. That makes perfect sense. He'd only intimidated the college students. The director's show of power had already been over, so he simply waved his hand. All right, you guys line up now. Make sure you eat quickly so you don't take too long. Upon hearing this, the university students cheered. That's great. Director Zhou is awesome. The producer is awesome. In an instant, a joyful atmosphere filled the air. The next moment, another violent coughing fit followed. Cough, cough, cough. Puff. No way, damn it, where's my shrimp? Upon seeing the empty lunchbox, the director was visibly furious and completely lost his composure. Old Zhang, you old bastard, you tricked me. Is there no law anymore? This is my stuff. Producer Zhang casually wiped the drool off his face. He smiled slightly at the director, whose face was ashen, and began to feign helplessness. Hee hee, Lao Zhou, we've already eaten, so feel free to do whatever you want with me. Or I can have another serving this afternoon, and we can settle the bill together. What constitutes top-tier sarcasm? That's it. Director, you've gone too far. Half an hour passed. The number of people in the queue showed no signs of decreasing. Of all the food stalls on the entire street, Su Chin's stall had the best business. The surrounding stall owners were incredibly envious. Goodness, they've only been setting up their stall for a few days, and the two old guys they hired are already so busy they don't even have time to catch their breath. Despite their envy, the stall owners also benefited somewhat. Besides rice and porridge, some people want something sweet after eating vegetables, so they might buy a cup of milk tea or eat cold noodles. This is perfectly normal. What does it mean to boost the surrounding economy on one's own? If heaven had not given birth to Su Chun, the world of street vendors would have been plunged into eternal darkness. As soon as Su Chun opened the steamer, more than 10 servings of garlic shrimp were quickly devoured. Most people don't live to see the day they leave. He squatted down and started eating, holding the takeout box in his hand. Suddenly, several dark, yellowish-brown things entered my field of vision. Several stray dogs arrived, panting with their tongues lolling out and tails wagging incessantly. Woof woof. Quickly put the shrimp heads you don't want into my mouth. I have wandered for half my life, never encountering a wise ruler. If you do not abandon me now, I am willing to become your servant. The diners made eye contact with the dogs and silently tossed them a glance. Dog. Several dogs suddenly jumped up and bit the shrimp's head, their eyes widening as they ate. Stray dogs aren't very particular. They eat whatever they can get, and when resources are scarce, they can even produce and consume their own food. Being able to eat such delicious shrimp heads is a real treat. I wish each shrimp had 3 heads. I must say, these dogs are incredibly clever. Presumably due to their long-term experience of living outdoors and surviving in the wild, they even know that the sharp part of the shrimp's head can easily puncture its esophagus, so they don't eat it. Woof woof. Whoever feeds me is my mother. Brothers, let's get those invincible whirlwind wheels rolling. This is no different from eating at a buffet, but you don't have to spend any money. They squatted directly in front of the diners, their eyes shining like light bulbs. Each one tilts its head in a cute, innocent way, its puppy dog eyes staring at you with pleading eyes. Who could resist? Unless they're blind. Let's do it. The dogs are incredibly agile. They deftly snatch up the shrimp heads, put them in their mouths, and chew away. Crunch crunch. It's a good source of calcium. After being fed, the dogs wagged their tails more enthusiastically. It kept calling out and circling around, as if it wanted to put on a show for the diners right there. Some local diners, tired from eating, looked up to rest and happened to see this scene, which made them laugh uncontrollably. I casually filmed a short video and posted it online, also throwing the leftover shrimp heads at it. 10 minutes later, after finishing his garlic vermicelli shrimp, he patted his belly and realized he hadn't had enough. Or, let's go buy another one. But seeing the long queue in front of the owner's stall, he gave up the idea. Anyway, I don't live far away, so I'll have plenty of opportunities to eat here in the future. Chapter 208. Wang Bin, who lives far away in the south of the city, immediately collapsed on the sofa after getting home from get off work and started watching videos about his boss. He had actually wanted to go for a long time, but his idiot boss refused to grant him leave. I really don't understand. Taking leave doesn't mean I'll lose pay, so why are they being so nosy? I've already said it's a personal matter and I can't disclose the details, yet they keep asking and asking. Do you really expect him to say it's because of his stutter? As Wang Bin swiped his index finger up a few times, he saw a scene of a bunch of stray dogs eating shrimp heads in front of the stall owner. He quickly turned his head to look at Buchai beside him. The husky, which was wagging its tail and watching videos with him just a moment ago, now has its tail drooping. With his large eyes, he looked at Su Chun cooking in the video, then at the shrimp head. At first, she was incredulous. Then, watching the dogs eating so happily, her eyes were filled with sadness, and large, glistening tears rolled down her cheeks. It's always been the case that we only see the new dog laughing, and never hear the old dog crying. It cried so sadly, sobbing incessantly, that Wang Bin couldn't bear to look at it. Okay, we won't take it apart. We won't look at it anymore. Dad's off tomorrow, so I'll take you to the boss's place first thing in the morning. You can eat your fill there. I'll even get you shrimp tails, not just shrimp heads. Wang Bin raised his husky with great care and attention, and this was the first time he had ever seen the husky so heartbroken. I used to get into fights outside and never cried when I came home after losing. Now, seeing other dogs getting to eat the food the owner made first, it cries so sadly. Seeing that Wang Bin had actually turned off the live stream, the husky became unhappy and barked at Wang Bin. After howling for a while, it started another bout of husky-like convulsions, almost developing Yu syndrome. Wang Bin, I cry when I see you, and I cry when I don't see you. Tell me, what do you want? What do you want? It's better not to keep this dog. He's really become the boss's lapdog. The next day, at 4 in the morning, Wang Bin turned off the alarm clock, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and groggily went to the doghouse. The next second, without disassembling one of the ejection mechanisms, the dog's head slammed into the cage door with a bang. Wang Bin, son, don't get excited. Don't damage the silly dog's brain. Soon, the man and his dog drove to Hengdian. Song Fei went on a business trip to Sichuan province recently, so I couldn't come along. It would be a real shame to miss this trip. Woof woof. The husky probably knew they were going to find Su Chun, because it sat obediently in the back seat, its tail wagging. He would occasionally give Wang Bin a response. It was a rare moment of harmony between the father and son. Some dogs get carsick, but if you don't remove the car parts, they don't have any adverse reactions at all. When you're almost at your destination, they'll lean against the car window and look around. Once you get out of the car, they're full of energy and jumping around. Indeed, good food brings harmony to all things. On the other side, Su Chun and Butler Ding were still checking the ingredients in the yard. Yesterday, when we were closing up shop, a few customers mentioned that they wanted to eat oysters. Since today is the last day anyway, let's spoil them this once. Inside the box, oysters and prawns each made up half the space. The pickled garlic and sweet and sour garlic that I made before were also taken out of the refrigerator. One type of garlic is salty, and the other is sweet. They can be used as an appetizer before eating hot pot. It's also great with porridge. That adds up to exactly 10 kinds of food. There are still 254 tasks left in the system. At yesterday's pace, half a day should be enough. Su Chun prepared 500 portions of ingredients. The group worked together to process the shrimp, clean the oyster shells, and fry them open. It was already past 8 o'clock. It's time to set up a stall. On the other side, Wanqing Street. After Wang Bin arrived with Bu Chai, he quickly went to the familiar empty seat in the video. By this time, quite a few people were already waiting. Several regular diners greeted the familiar man and dog as soon as they saw them. Hey, our husky, it looks thinner than I've seen it in a few days. Hey, you guys don't know. If I hadn't watched the video yesterday, I would have seen the dog here eat a shrimp head and cry so sadly. I bet it cried a lot of tears and got dehydrated, so it looks thin. When talking about his dog, Wang Bin couldn't help but bring up this topic. As the owner, his current status in the Undismantle Heart organization is probably not as high as that of the boss. Is that for real? What if the boss comes and we end up fighting over the shrimp heads with those dogs? Yes, don't underestimate these small rural dogs. They're all experts at fighting for food. If we don't dismantle them, we might not be able to beat them. It can't be that bad. There are so many shrimp heads. Wang Bin said uncertainly. Not necessarily. Country dogs are very protective of their food and have a strong sense of territory. If it doesn't have a tampered body, it's probably an outsider. Indeed, in our village, any new dog that comes to the village gets beaten. They either beat it into submission or injure it so much that it's afraid to go out. If it goes out, it gets beaten again, and if it resists, it gets ganged up on. Wang Bin. That's serious. If a fight really breaks out, should he, as the father, help or not? They each had one dog, and there was a whole pack of dogs. Wouldn't it be incredibly embarrassing to lose? Imagine being ridden and bitten by a bunch of little mutts. Just thinking about it is thrilling. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Su Chun drove his food truck to Wanqing Street. Compared to yesterday's chaos, today is much more orderly. It wasn't just the officers on duty who helped maintain order. Many diners also spontaneously did so. And so, he smoothly stopped at the spot where he had set up his stall yesterday. Woof woof. As soon as Su Chen got out of the car, Era stared at him with its big, teary eyes. She followed him everywhere, which made Su Chen's heart soften. The diners in line were all charmed by its cuteness. What a big dog clinging to a woman. This performance was perfect. I recommend adding it to the Beijing Film Academy's teaching materials. Pets' emotions are always so intense and pure. Su Chen fed them a shrimp, and they wagged their tails at him nonstop. Good puppy, when the chicken soup is ready, I'll give you some chicken meat. Of course, the chicken soup was made for Nuonuo to drink. It's just because the dog looks so pitiful. Sigh, he's always so soft-hearted, so soft-hearted. Su Chen gently comforted the husky. The atmosphere between the person and the dog was warm and harmonious. The stray dogs that had appeared out of nowhere were unusually agitated. It kept pacing anxiously in circles, baring its teeth and growling threateningly at the husky. Woof woof woof. What are we talking about? Can I join in? Woof woof woof. Furthermore, the land must not be kept. Woof woof. Brothers, hurry up and smash its head. The dogs were interacting in a human-like manner. This prompted many diners to recall the dogs' conversations. Just when they thought a war between the dogs was about to break out. To everyone's surprise, Buchai started whimpering very weakly, as if she were afraid, and shrank back to Su Chen's food cart, curling up in fear. Its cries were pitiful, as if it were seeking Su Chen's protection. Looking at it like that, who wouldn't say it's a dog so weak it can't even take care of itself? Chapter 209. The dog can be affectionate. The diner's soul can float away. Several stray dogs were still barking wildly. The husky, Deli Deli, whines and whimpers, displaying its own masterful tea-talking skills. Wang Bin, who was queuing in line, twitched the corner of his mouth violently. This is actually going to be a performance? Ugh, I can't even look at him. This silly dog laughs hysterically when it's destroying the house at home, but starts whining when it's fighting outside. They only dare to bully their own kind. Shameful, utterly shameful. Uft. The husky's antics made the other diners burst into laughter. Many of his regular customers still looked at Wang Bin with strange eyes. It is said that dogs resemble their owners. Such a green tea dog, could it be that Wang Bin is also a in private? Wang Bin noticed the diners' gazes and seemed to hear their inner thoughts. His reputation was damaged, and he broke down completely. Listen to my excuses. No, listen to my explanation. This really isn't me. It has nothing to do with me. I don't know why it changed like this. The diners looked on with amusement. Guess whether we believe it or not. After laughing, they started playing the peacemaker, saying, "Dogs, you'll all have food soon. Don't fight. Let's get along peacefully." Regardless, it's not good to hear so many dogs barking in the street. Someone held up a finger and shushed them. Whether it was because it was intimidated by everyone or because it actually understood, it gradually stopped yelling. The husky then stuck out its tongue and let out a weak woof. Hee, the dog knows how to be affectionate, and the diner's soul is floating. Let's learn together. Haha. Seeing this, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle twice, and then began to get to work. There were even more diners today than yesterday. Purchase restrictions are a certainty. Garlic oysters and garlic vermicelli shrimp, laba garlic and sweet and sour garlic. You can only choose one of these two options. Su Chen topped each oyster with the fragrant garlic sauce, and then placed them in a 220°C oven to bake for 10 minutes. The oven door slammed shut with a loud bang. The rich aroma of garlic and the fresh scent of seafood are perfectly locked inside. Even if the fragrance wafts out from the gaps, it will be very subtle. Keep a low profile and remain unassuming. Having deliberately finished work early, the director, standing in the front row, seemed to transform into Pavlov's dog, whose salivation was triggered by his master gently ringing a bell. Even though I couldn't smell anything yet, just seeing that it was being grilled made me feel like ants were crawling all over my body. Before we could even finish craving it, the garlic vermicelli shrimp was already seasoned and put into the steamer. The mouth was brimming with saliva, and I didn't know where to let it flow first. The two main dishes are already in the pot, and as for the appetizer, pickled garlic is very simple. They scooped it directly from the glass jar and packed it into boxes. Each small box cost 8 yuan, and the quantity was limited, so everyone stared at it eagerly. The pickled garlic of Laba Festival turns a vibrant emerald green, a color so beautiful that the contrast alone is pleasing to the eye. Suchin picked up a clove of Laba garlic, waved it at everyone, and introduced it with a smile. Look at this Laba garlic. It's pickled just right. Not only is the color beautiful, but the taste is also superb. It's fragrant and crisp. Look at this sweet and sour garlic. Don't strive for pure white. A slightly yellow color is the best. Butler Ding picked up the conversation at the opportune moment, casually picking up a piece of sweet and sour garlic and tossing it into his mouth. Sweet and sour garlic is sweet, while Laba garlic is sweet and sour, with a slightly stronger sourness. They each have their own merits and taste good with everything. Crunch, crunch. This stuff is so appetizing. It's incredibly crisp, tender, and refreshing. Actually, whether I eat or not doesn't matter. The most important thing is to love my work. His friendly and attentive service is very appealing to diners. The boss would probably love it even more. Great. I was wondering if I'd be able to eat the boss's cooking next week, but I didn't expect there to be pickled garlic. Now I'm all set for the next few days. Give me some sweet and sour garlic. Regular customers were still very interested in the new dishes that were introduced today. Pickled garlic is great. It can be stored for a long time and is good with dumplings, noodles, porridge, or hot pot. Are you sure we can hold on to it? I bet you absolutely can't wait. Every time we buy something, we've already shown it off before it even gets home. Diners who knew each other chatted while waiting in line, creating a lively atmosphere. A few minutes later, boss, give me an order of garlic oysters. The freshly cooked garlic oysters were so incredibly flavorful that they completely overpowered the aroma of the prawns. The seasoned diner, faced with a choice, opted for oysters without hesitation. I had shrimp yesterday, and I also had grilled oysters at the cemetery before. I haven't had enough yet, and now I just want to relive those moments. The oysters were plump and large, and the meat was really tender. Gently skewer the brightly colored meat and put it in your mouth. First, you taste a slightly salty flavor, and then it touches your tongue, where it is soft and tender with a slight chewiness. Soon, your mouth will be filled with juice, a sweet and fresh flavor mixed with a faint metallic aroma, making it incredibly satisfying to chew. Compared to shrimp, the most distinctive feature of oysters is their freshness, an allure that tantalizes the taste buds from the core, leading from attraction to addiction, truly a gift from the sea. Until the slippery oyster meat slid down the esophagus and into the stomach, the esophagus and stomach were also conquered by this ultimate deliciousness. Diners even made sure to savor the garlic sauce clinging to the oyster shells, picking them up and sucking it all up clean. On the other side, hee, quick, run, quick. The assistant followed behind, panting. Fairy sister, hee, pull me up. Hee, give me a hand. No. Lu Tianxian refused without hesitation and continued to forge ahead. Even before leaving the film set, she had said countless times that everyone was too busy queuing to see her, but her assistant just wouldn't listen. They insisted on dressing her in sunglasses, a hat, and a wig, making her go through all sorts of trouble. He also disguised himself. They were already a step behind when they started, and now they were definitely at the very back of the pack. I wonder if I can still snag one. The celestial being was angry. The assistant was also frustrated. Just yesterday, an artist from the same agency was recognized by fans, causing the restaurant to be crowded with unrelated people and unable to operate normally. The artist was also criticized online. Therefore, they must cover themselves up thoroughly when they go out now. Hee. Maybe I should take my shoes off. These heels are too high. I can't run fast at all. Hee. Assistant. What I'm saying is it really okay for you to put your fair feet directly on the ground and have intimate contact with the dusty ground? No. Please, sis, have some self-respect. She still feels lingering fear when she thinks about it. The last time, their ruthless behavior damaged their reputation, so they spent a lot of effort hiring online trolls to control the comments. There are paparazzi everywhere in Hengdian. If I get photographed again, I might get labeled a country bumpkin again. I get scolded too. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Chapter 2, 10 Attention. A group of people are trying to scam you. Regular customers who have already purchased the food gather with friends for their weekly meals, sitting around the table, eating and chatting. When talking about the funny things that happened on the way here, some diners couldn't help but burst into laughter. The person standing opposite him was sprayed directly and almost fainted from the stench, foaming at the mouth. Then, instinctively, I covered my nose. Damn, my breath tastes a bit off. By the way, haven't you guys noticed that the boss has been making mostly garlic-flavored dishes this week? Now that you mention it, it's true. People really love garlic these days. Some people eat garlic with their fried dough sticks in the morning, and they also drink garlic with their coffee. TSK, the taste is definitely different. Exactly. After eating a lot, it stops smelling bad and only has a strong fragrance. The husky wagged its tail and circled around them, but couldn't catch a single shrimp head. Little did it know, these regular diners would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. The shrimp heads are meant to be saved for making porridge. Not far away, the chicken soup was ready. Butler Ding specially brought out Noonyuo's special little stool from the food cart so that she could sit near the stall and eat. The little girl held the bowl, squinted her big, watery eyes, and happily took a sip of soup. The chicken soup was delicious and had a rich aroma. Upon smelling the aroma, the husky promptly moved to another location. It came running over, its innocent, watery dog eyes fixed on Noonyuo's bowl. Wah! The little girl looked up, and her eyes lit up instantly. Hey, isn't this older brother? Where's your uncle? She had played with a husky when she and her dad sold desserts at Creek Rock Mountain. We've shaken hands and petted each other's heads, so we're still pretty familiar. Upon seeing this, Wang Bin and the group immediately facepalmed. Good news, the boss's precious daughter remembered it. The bad news is that the dog is the one who remembers, while you yourself have become the dog's appendage. Awoo. The husky responded cheerfully. The little girl's voice is so sweet and innocent. She's completely harmless. Brother, are you hungry? Have some meat. Noonyuo was in a good mood. She picked up a piece of meat and a sweet smile appeared on her soft little face. We've been waiting for this moment. The husky's target was the chicken on the ground. It tentatively licked it. In an instant, I saw what it meant to eat a divine delicacy from a dog. The dog's eyes were so bright, they were shooting lasers. Woof woof. Shrimp heads are delicious, but it prefers chicken. Noonyuo was undoubtedly the most beautiful girl in the room today. Not only the husky, but also several stray dogs were completely captivated by her. That's chicken. After eating so many shrimp heads, it's time to change things up. The dogs abandoned the diners and came straight here. Noonyuo. The little girl pouted, looking a bit intimidated. My dad once said that if you encounter a strange dog outside, you should stay away to avoid being bitten. The older brother has a different identity. It's his good friend, the dog. The husky chewed on the chicken, proudly raising its head, looking extremely pleased with itself. It's different from all these dogs. It has a beautiful little sister to dote on, which none of them have. For a time, even the stray dogs were incredibly envious. This rich kid, whoever he came from, is something else. Surprisingly, she easily won the heart of a wealthy young man. We're all just dogs. Who doesn't want to climb the social ladder? The stray dog sat in a row on the ground in front of Noonyuo, looking at the chicken she was holding, whimpering pitifully. But begging for food failed. Unfortunately, her looks are indeed slightly less appealing. If we can't compete on this track, we'll outsmart them. One of the stray dogs collapsed without warning. Its limbs were outstretched, its body stiff, and it remained motionless. Noonyuo was stunned. In a moment of shock, the piece of chicken he was holding with his chopsticks fell to the ground and rolled around. He turned to look at Su Chun, who was busy working in the food cart. Dad, the big black dog is dead. It's lying on the ground, not moving at all. Su Chun glanced at it, then gestured towards his child with his lip. Look, there's that piece of chicken. By the time the little girl turned around, the big black dog had already disappeared. Oh, the next second, a row of dogs collapsed to the ground in unison, right before their eyes. Su Chun couldn't help but twitch his lips. Yoho. A local group of people staged accidents to extort money. Are you scared, girl? By 12:30, Su Chun had already completed his task. All the extra ingredients they brought were sold out. This caused the diners who had made the long journey to finally arrive to break down in their guard. "Boss, is that all?" I burst into tears. This time I really wanted to cry. I finally found it, and now it's gone again. Oh my God, what a miserable life I'm living. From hope to joy to despair, many diners donned masks of pain. Meanwhile, a few clueless diners were still smacking their lips while holding their food containers. How presumptuous of me. Hey, stop looking. But I just can't take my eyes off it. Someone finally couldn't hold back anymore, and tears of sorrow were about to flow from their mouth. Is it delicious? The older brother, holding the lunchbox, naturally stepped forward to offer words of comfort. Chewing. Actually, it doesn't taste good. Chewing. Bitter, chewing, and sour. Chewing don't taste good. Chewing. For those who couldn't get any. I can't stay here any longer. Boss, please love us one more time. Are you still selling today? They sold out this morning, but they were still available in the afternoon. It's still possible to have some modest expectations. It's gone. As soon as Su Chun uttered those two words, the large group of diners cried even louder, their emotions reaching a fever pitch. Boss, please don't. My child came all morning, but got stuck in traffic and didn't get a single bite. He's worse off than a stray dog. How about you sell me the garlic sauce? An old customer immediately spoke up. The garlic is sold out, but there's still some pickling liquid left in the glass jar. The aroma was so strong that anyone with a nose could smell it. Its presence was quite noticeable. Su Chun. He looked up at the diner. He seemed somewhat familiar. You've bought soup broth before, haven't you? The regular customer, with a keen eye, nodded. It's me, boss. You still remember me? I took it home that day and mixed it with rice. I ate 2 big bowls of it. Several diners nearby lit up and quickly spoke up. Boss, give us some soup too. We came all the way from the south of the city. Yes, pack one for each of us, so the boss doesn't have to waste all that sauce. Listen to that reason. How thoughtful. Su Chun was surrounded by a group of diners, and his legs were almost being hugged by them. He sighed and rubbed his forehead in exasperation. He probably won't be able to leave until all these glass jars are completely emptied today. Okay, I'll pack it up for you. As soon as he finished speaking, the diners who had been faking their tears all day suddenly jumped up and prepared to line up for their dipping sauce. The regular customers who asked for the soup first immediately became unhappy when they saw so many cakes being divided up. He rushed to the front of the line. Boss, I'm the first one. Could you give me an extra spoonful? Chapter 211, Do you want the water in the steamer too? The diners were able to control their emotions perfectly, but Su Chun was truly devastated. Good heavens, are they all actors? Even Sichuan opera face-changing isn't as fast as yours. Su Chun took out a disposable takeout box and filled a bowl for each of the diners who were still in line. He continued until he picked up the glass jar and poured out all the sauce. The remaining diners, unwilling to give up, stood on tiptoe and focused their attention on the pot next to them. Boss, what's in that pot? Can I take it to go? Su Chun. That's water from the steamer. You need to pour it out. These diners really don't miss out on anything edible. It's just that I have bad teeth. Otherwise these people would have eaten my pot and even chewed up and swallowed the cutting board. A few minutes later, the diners watched Su Chun drive away in his food truck and then dispersed. When it comes to begging for food, everyone is in cahoots. When it comes to fighting over food, everyone becomes an enemy. This relationship isn't suitable for close personal contact, lest you feel bad if you don't inform your boss if you run into them someday. One should be flexible in life. Su Chun submitted the task when he closed up shop. When I got back to the rented villa, this week's mission rewards had already been credited to my account. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a week of setting up a stall. Reward: 1 lottery draw, a certain musical instrument with maxed out skill level. Su Chun raised an eyebrow in surprise. In addition to providing him with material things like money, houses, cars, and fishing spots, the system has actually started to pay attention to his spiritual needs. That's interesting. To be honest, he really knew nothing about musical instruments. When I first entered university, I was a little envious when I saw someone sit on the playground with a guitar and attract a lot of female fans. After all, people always harbor a sliver of fantasy about things they don't know how to do. Who doesn't dream of playing a musical instrument? If I win a piano, guitar, violin, or something similar. I can teach Nuonyuo myself. How wonderful. An excited heart, trembling hands. Su Chen subconsciously prepared to draw a prize, but then paused. Life needs a sense of ritual. To prevent my hands from smelling bad, I had to go to the bathroom to wash them before I started using the stylist. The large spinning wheel with special effects spun rapidly until he mentally commanded it to stop, at which point it slowly came to rest on a square. A suona, a traditional Chinese wind instrument, made a dazzling entrance, its light almost blinding Su Chen. The lottery is complete. The suona skill has been fully upgraded and fused. The complete collection of suona sheet music has been distributed. A timeless, elegant suona, specially crafted from small leaf sandalwood, has been placed in the system inventory. Su Chen. This luck is unbelievable. It's not that I think the suona is bad, but isn't the sound of this suona, reaching the heavens, the earth, and the ears of ordinary people, a bit too high profile? Anyway, the current situation is somewhat different from what he imagined. But Su Chen was still very happy to have the maxed-out skill of the suona, the king of musical instruments. This skill, no matter how you look at it, is much better than the courage the system gave me before. Thinking about it, Su Chen went back to the RV and secretly took out the suona. His aunt packed his suitcase, so it makes more sense to take this extra item out of the box. Sure enough, as soon as Su Chen returned to the living room, he was met with intense gazes from Butler Ding and the others. Oh my sir, you can do this too. It's really rare to see young people like you interested in the suona these days. Yes, it's been a long time since I've heard it. I thought it would be lost to the younger generation. I never expected that you would know it, sir. Sir, please show us your skills. Everyone's teasing made Su Chen blush. Since we've already been put in this position, let's give it a try. Some people say the suona is a rogue instrument, and he'll take this opportunity to see just how rogue it is. Let's play Anha Bridge. Su Chen placed his hands on the wood and exclaimed, "Wow, the feel of this wood is amazing." He warmed the reed before playing it, and was immediately struck by the ancient melody, which was both powerful and gentle. Well, of all musical instruments, the suona reigns supreme. It's either for ascending to heaven or for weddings. The sound of the Anha Bridge echoed. Even the passing dogs felt a pang of regret. It truly exuded a strong sense of destiny, making it extraordinary. Butler Ding and the two aunties weren't very familiar with the song, but they were still silently moved by it. If 100 Birds Paying Homage to the Phoenix is a classic among classics, then this should be considered a modern classic. It gave me goosebumps. It felt like I was on the bridge of helplessness. But no matter what, at least the things passed down from our ancestors have been preserved. Even after the music ended, applause still erupted. Nuonyuo clung to Su Chen's leg, clamoring to play with the new toy. Okay, Dad will teach you. After all, they are just kids. Their interests come and go quickly. After blowing for only a few times and making a few noises, the little girl pouted and ran away. Su Chen smiled as he put away the suona and began to think about his plans for this afternoon and tomorrow. The tasks for next week haven't been updated yet, so I can have some fun in Hengdian. He was still very curious about everything here. Just as he took out his phone to make some plans, he saw Butler Ding looking at him with a smile and asking a question. Sir, are you planning to rest this afternoon, or go out for a stroll? Oh, that makes sense. I almost forgot about Butler Ding, a local. I'm not that tired. Let's go to a nearby scenic spot together this afternoon. Yes, sir. While Butler Ding was busy making travel plans, Su Chen comfortably leaned back on the sofa and played on his phone. This scroll revealed topics related to a fight between a director and producer and Lu Yifei's eating habits. There are also videos of him setting up a stall on Wanxing Street and food reviews from some bloggers. Surprisingly, they're all quite popular. Fortunately, he finished his stall this week before the huge explosion of popularity. Otherwise, it's unimaginable how busy he would have been with the massive influx of customers and his fans. I just don't know where I'll be setting up my stall next week. If we were still in Hengdian, we might be able to explore the surrounding area as well. Before long, Butler Ding had efficiently made the arrangements. The group then set off. Both aunties were very excited. Although it was officially a business trip, it was really no different from a vacation. The first place we visited was the Ming and Qing Palace Garden, a 1:1 replica of the Forbidden City. Upon arrival, princesses were everywhere. Without Nuonyuo even having to ask, Su Chun made arrangements for the little girl. The scenery is magnificent. Every shot is a masterpiece. There are also Qing Dynasty palace dramas and 8 banners horse battles to watch. At night, head to the nearby Guangzhou Street and Hong Kong Street to immerse yourself in the atmosphere of 1980s Hong Kong style. The fireworks were incredibly romantic. In just half a day, the little girl went completely wild, refusing to leave no matter what. She even fell asleep halfway through the trip, and Su Chun silently carried her back. Sunday arrived. Another round of sightseeing, including the Qing Ming Scroll, Qing Palace, Dream Bund, and Dream Valley, which were loved by both adults and children. It's just that the place is ridiculously big. If it weren't for the availability of electric scooters, their fast-paced, special forces-like lifestyle would have exhausted them. Chapter 2 12 Young Man plus White Headscarf equals a dream of returning to northern Shaanxi. Once midnight is over, this week's tasks are refreshed immediately. Su Chun was still half asleep. Hearing the system notification in his mind startled him, and he curiously clicked on the mission details. This week's task: sell 100 servings of spicy snacks every day, with no fewer than 5 different types. Street vending location: beside the stage in Shuimin Village, Tuchuo Town. Vending hours: Monday to Friday, 1300 hours. Price not limited. Special requirements for this stall: in order to promote folk music, please wear the costumes provided by the system while setting up the stall, and you must play a piece every 20 minutes. What is that? I'm busy making delicious food. I don't have time to play music. So, the music is, I'm crazy about cooking? No wonder the lousy system sent me a musical instrument yesterday. It turns out it was all planned in advance, and it was going to give me a huge one. Oh, it's all because of this damn luck. If I had drawn a flute, xiao, halusi, or morincourt, wouldn't that have helped promote folk music? Given the current situation, it's to the point where just looking at it would cause an explosion. But this task was indeed a bit mysterious, so Su Chun decided to take a closer look. First of all, the mission location is within Zhejiang Province, in a village in Taizhou. It takes about 2 hours to drive there, so it shouldn't be a problem. The system didn't specify a price. This person sells both food and performing arts. With their maxed-out Suona skills and top-notch cooking skills, what price should they charge? There's another question. Why does the system have to set up a stall next to the stage? While the opera troupe was performing inside, he was playing music outside. What's going on here? Are they going to cause trouble or steal business from others? They've gone mad. They've gone mad. If a single glance could kill a system, this damn system would have died countless times already. Ding. The complete guide to making spicy snacks has been distributed. Clothing has been sent to your system inventory. Su Chun first briefly reviewed the knowledge points flooding into his mind. Things like cold-served beef, spicy dried tofu, small gluten, vegetarian meat, spicy strips, etc. There are so many categories. The selection is very strong. As for the clothes, Su Chun naturally took them out while they were still fresh. Well, I'd be happy to accept anything, even a suit or a tuxedo. They gave me a sleeveless vest made of coarse cloth, paired with black baggy pants, and even a red silk belt. The most outrageous thing is that there was even a headscarf. As is widely known, young man plus white headscarf equals Shaanxi singer. Young man plus floral headscarf equals West Coast singer. Let's put aside everything else for now and just talk about this white sheepskin towel. It seems like most authentic Shaanxi old men under 70 or 80 years old don't wear it anymore. Wearing that outfit on the street, people would laugh at you. Despite his initial disdain, Su Chun's curiosity ultimately prevailed. Once the top is on, a headscarf is pulled over the head and tied at both ends. The next moment, looking at himself in the phone camera, Su Chun couldn't help but laugh. Well, to be honest, this outfit really does look a bit like that farmer from the popular card game, Happy Landlords. It feels like I'm back in northern Shaanxi. In any case, in his memory, the elements of a single-layered jacket, muscles, and a headscarf are the classic image of a man from northern Shaanxi. It must be said, but this skill must not be lost. Once you get used to it, it even has a bit of that Chinese trendy vibe. Moreover, This attire wasn't entirely without its drawbacks. In the past, headscarves were worn in northern Shanxi due to the frequent sandstorms, serving as a way to protect against dust and sand. Now, when he's working at his stall and sweating, he can take the items down to wipe his sweat. What a simple and honest working-class person. If it weren't for the fact that it was the middle of the night, Su Chun would have really wanted to sing a song. The red lilies are in full bloom. A few hours later, at 6:30, as soon as the alarm clock rang, Su Chun promptly dragged the entire family out of bed. I need to set up my stall at 1 p.m. He is currently still in Hengdian and hasn't found a place to stay yet. He doesn't know if there will be any delays on the way or if he will make it in time. The key is still cooking. Those spicy snacks don't just appear out of thin air. Time is of the essence. After packing their luggage and completing the villa lease termination procedures, a motorhome and a food truck sped off towards Tuchuo town. Fortunately, the road was clear and the car was moving fast, so we arrived at 9 o'clock. The RV was too big to drive around in the village, so I just parked it near the village. Butler Ding told everyone to rest for a while he himself went to arrange accommodations without stopping for a moment. There are no luxury villas in Shuimin village, but simple and spacious rural courtyards are easy to find. The boss can afford the rent, and the villagers are happy to pay it. Soon, Butler Ding found a place to stay. This place is very close to the stall location required by the boss. It only takes 5 minutes to drive there. After arriving at their accommodation, the group unloaded their luggage from the car. Having never stayed in such a charming, traditional courtyard before, Su Chun found it quite novel. The courtyard has 2 floors with gray tile roofs and paved stones scattered on the ground. Several red lanterns hang in the courtyard. The kitchen, bedroom, and bathroom are all very nice, furnished with Chinese-style furniture, and the overall style is very harmonious. Look outwards. It is surrounded by lush vegetation, and there is a small stream a little further away. In addition, he was the only family living nearby, so the environment was quiet and peaceful, and the air was much fresher than in the city. It can be described as a dream village, a great place to escape the summer heat. While Butler Ding and the others were busy cleaning up the kitchen, Nuonyuo was looking at the small insects on the ground in the yard. Su Chun also withdrew his gaze and began working on the system tasks. Since we're making spicy snacks, we have to include a cold beef dish. Please bring some beef, scallions, ginger, chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, and other seasonings, as well as special spices. Also, please select the cooking oil. I took a short break. All the ingredients I ordered have been delivered. Su Chun took the list, glanced at it from top to bottom, and after confirming that there were no problems, he instructed the butler to bring people to deliver all the ingredients to the kitchen. Boil water in a pot. Put the cleaned beef in, bring it to a boil over high heat to remove the blood, then reduce to medium heat and continue cooking. During this time, Butler Ding also took a break from her housework to slice ginger, cut scallions into sections, and shred dried chili peppers, then plated them for Su Chun to prepare. However, the dried chili threads need to be soaked in hot water for a while, otherwise they will easily burn. Next, pour out the water from the pot and boil water again. Add the blanched beef, scallions, ginger slices, and more than a dozen spices such as cinnamon, star anise, angelica root, and cardamom. As the spices were being cooked and braised, the room was soon filled with their aroma. While sweeping the floor and wiping the furniture, the nanny seemed somewhat lost in thought as they smelled the odor. Once the beef was braised until tender and flavorful, Su Chun turned off the heat, took it out, and let it cool. To be honest, he was also attracted by the aroma. Since I got linked to the system, I've often been amazed by the aroma of the food I make. First of all, the top quality ingredients specially supplied by the system are one thing, and secondly, the superb culinary skills are no joke. Anyone would be confused by that. The key point is that delicious food can truly bring happiness. Chapter 213 Selling both skills and artistry. After the braised beef has cooled down for a while, Su Chun took the knife and cut the beef along the grain. Soon, the beef was cut into strips of uniform thickness. Each piece is infused with the rich aroma of the braising liquid and the firm texture of the beef itself. Heat oil in a wok. When the oil is about 70% hot, pour the beef strips into the pot. Sizzle. When the hot oil comes into contact with the beef strips, the surface of the beef strips quickly tightens under the high temperature and turns a dark brown color. 5 minutes later, Su Chun added Sichuan peppercorns and dried chili threads that had already been drained and stir-fried them together. The aroma is becoming increasingly rich. Sprinkling some chili powder makes the finished product more vibrant in color, brightening the hue and adding a touch of spiciness. Just before it's done, MSG, sugar, and salt are added and quickly stir-fried together. Finally, the cold-served beef was ready. Of course, you can also add some sesame seeds and cumin powder. Su Chun decided to save this for later so that customers could add it according to their own taste. We need to sell 100 servings a day, so one pot isn't enough. Butler Ding, take some more beef out of the box and blanch it. I'm making a lot today. Upon hearing this, Butler Ding nodded and quickly went to get to work. She also casually reminded the nanny to cook some rice and look after Nuonyuo, making sure the child didn't go hungry. Wait until 12:30 noon. Even though the remaining cold-served beef wasn't ready yet, Su Chun moved it all onto the food cart, ready to set up his stall. In fact, he wasn't even sure if he could sell 100 copies a day. We can only give it a try first. Even if they sell out, we still have all the ingredients, so it's convenient to cook on the spot. Mr. Su, how about we go and help you this week? As Butler Ding carried the beef, along with chopped chili peppers, seasonings, spices, and other ingredients onto the food cart, he asked with concern, looking at the quantity. After all, cold-served beef needs to be braised, sliced, stir-fried, and packaged. There are quite a few things to do, and it's quite tiring for one person. There wasn't time to say more. Su Chun casually shoveled a few mouthfuls of rice into his mouth and drank some soup, saying as he spoke, "It's okay. I still need to tidy up the house. I'll take Nuonyuo to the stall first. Anyway, it's close by. I'll call you if I get too busy later." Seeing that Su Chun had made up his mind, Butler Ding said nothing more. I was just about to see him and Nuonyuo off. Unexpectedly, Su Chun had barely stepped out when he turned back. Back in the room, he changed into the outfit specified by the system, tied a white sheepskin towel around his head, and held the suona in his hand. What kind of design is this? Vest, black pants, red ribbon, headscarf. This is the style that young people are all wearing these days. As soon as Su Chun appeared in the courtyard, he met Butler Ding's stunned gaze. Haha, I just want to go out and play the suona and change into something appropriate for the occasion. Su Chun chuckled awkwardly and offered an explanation. Dressed up in such finery, and then taking out a suona, a traditional Chinese wind instrument, it began to play its distinctive tune. This feels like it's no longer just a simple street stall, but performance art. I wonder what Butler Ding will think when he hears this. Butler Ding hadn't said a word yet. Nuonyuo spoke up first. "Daddy, are you playing a dress-up game?" Haha, this made both adults laugh. Butler Ding knew he was too old to keep up with the times, so as long as the boss was having fun, that was all that mattered. Inspired by the little girl, Su Chun thought this could also be interpreted as a cosplay. However, as fun as it is, you still need to be thick-skinned enough to do it. If he's this uncomfortable even in front of acquaintances, how will he be able to set up his stall when he goes out? After seeing the father and daughter off, when Butler Ding returned to the house, she saw the housekeepers still cleaning up the kitchen. She went over to help and couldn't help but sigh. "Sir, you are so diligent. You have been busy all morning at the beginning of the new week. You haven't even had a proper meal before you rushed off to set up your stall. They won't even let us help. Sigh, it's so hard for us." In Butler Ding's opinion, Su Chun is so young, so rich, and so capable. He could easily live a more relaxed life. But he still sets up a stall to do business every week. Although business is good, it's also really hard work. The aunties nodded in agreement after hearing this. They've only ever seen one person in their entire lives who is as rich as their boss and still does such hard work. People at different levels have different ideas. It's normal that we can't understand his feelings because he has his own thoughts and pursuits. Aunt Wu could understand a little. Just like pursuing a dream, all the efforts are made willingly by the individual. How can outsiders empathize? Su Chun drove the food truck and soon arrived at the performance venue of the opera troupe. He didn't dare to go directly towards the stage. "The main problem is that I have to play the suona according to the system's requirements in a while. If I accidentally disturb the opera troupe and get chased and beaten up, that would be a big problem. So, Su Chun wisely found a spot to stop, a little far from the stage, but not outside the area specified by the system. While packing his things, Su Chun was also thinking about how much to sell them for. Although he was not short of money, he did not want to do business at a loss, so he decided to sell the beef strips by weight. Let's set it at 88 yuan per jean. This price is indeed not low for a roadside stall in a village. However, what he sells is genuine, 100% real yellow beef, and this time he is selling both his skills and his art. Anyway, Su Chun personally felt it was quite worthwhile. The things are almost packed up. He laid out cumin powder, chili powder, gloves, packaging bags, and other items on the table, and then took out a small whiteboard to write down the prices. Cold served beef, 88 yuan per jean, plus a suona, Chinese double reed instrument, performance every 20 minutes. All preparations are complete. Su Chun breathed a sigh of relief. Before he could begin studying his newly acquired suona skills, he had to think for a while about what piece he should play. The suona has a high-pitched, bright tone with strong penetrating power, and is generally suitable for expressing a lively and jubilant atmosphere, as well as a magnificent and grand scene. To boast about how the road to heaven is wide and broad. Is it Hero's Song or Blue Lotus? Sigh, never mind, I'll just have to improvise later. It wasn't until the stall officially opened that Su Chun realized this. Why can't I hear any opera singing at all? Driven by curiosity, he led Nuonyuo by the hand and jogged all the way to the theater entrance, then looked up at the sign. Oh wow, today there are shows at 3 p.m., 5 p.m., and 7 p.m., but no show at 1 p.m. It's not time for the performance yet. No wonder the stage is empty right now. It was midday, and there were very few people passing by. Occasionally, two elderly women would stroll by, staring intently at Su Chun's unique appearance. Then his lips twitched down, and he started babbling in a dialect that he couldn't understand. Su Chun reflexively touched the mask on his face. Luckily, he had the foresight to put on a mask when he got off the bus. Chapter 214, Why put on this show if you're not selling your own goods? Su Chun not only wore a mask himself, but also covered Nuonyuo up completely. There's no way around it. With such a unique stall setup, it's no wonder passers-by are drawn to it. Look, those two old ladies not far away. They finished their chatter and didn't go home. He ran straight to the big tree where the village intelligence station was located to chat with the organization. It was midday, and there weren't many people chatting in the CBD at this hour, but the meeting was still in full swing. A few of the older women spotted the two of them from afar and started shouting at the top of their lungs. Feng Jiao, come here quickly. We were just talking about you two. How did it go selling vegetables in town this morning? As soon as Gao Fengjiao and her companion approached, someone immediately grabbed a handful of melon seeds and handed them over, casually asking. Gao Fengjiao received the food, but instead of eating it, she cleared her throat as if she had something important to say. Sold out. That's not important. Let me tell you, when we first came here, we met a young stranger selling food. Upon hearing this, the villagers, who had expected to hear some juicy gossip, all rolled their eyes in annoyance. TCH, I thought you were going to say something. There are plenty of people buying food. What's so strange about that? The old girlfriends, who are all close friends, immediately complained upon hearing this. Listen up, the key point is that he's a young man from Shaanxi, wearing a white shirt and black pants, with a white headscarf wrapped around his head, a red belt around his waist, and a little girl with him. Gao Fengjiao and her companion scanned the villagers present with expressions that said, "You all don't understand." Wow, that's really unusual. Why would a young man dress like that? Oh, is that so? What kind of food does he sell? Well, we didn't go over to take a look. I wouldn't buy any food anyway. Eating some sunflower seeds is fine. Several elderly women chatted and ate sunflower seeds in a mix of dialects, with the shells sticking to their lips, but they didn't bother to wipe them off. However, they are now completely holding back. Anyone who knew someone in the village would be ruined if they walked in front of them. When there are many people at the intelligence station, even the village dogs will consciously take a detour. While things were bustling and lively on this side, Su Chun's side remained deserted and quiet. There were still an hour or two before the performance, and there were very few people on the road. Nuonuo first stayed with Su-chun for a while to watch over the stall. Later, feeling a bit bored, I went to the rest area behind the dining car to draw. The cub couldn't keep her mouth shut. Cold beef was too spicy for her. Su-chun had no choice but to prepare milk and biscuits to treat his son. Of course, the old father was very touched. As expected, Nuonuo gave the first bite of the cookie to herself. Speaking of which, maybe I should buy some other flavors of snacks next time. I'm getting tired of eating the same few over and over again. During the summer vacation, many young people who return to their villages go to see plays to relive their childhood memories. It's not time yet, but we can have some snacks first. After all, when we were kids, we watched plays mainly for the food. We had to order everything: tea, eggs, fried snacks, shrimp soup, wontons, and so on. A group of young people walked towards the food stalls, but unexpectedly noticed Su-chun's stall halfway there. Wow, this boss is something else, dressing up so elaborately to set up his stall. They were absolutely fascinated. The group immediately walked up to Su-chun's stall. Now I can look at it much more carefully. I also saw the prices marked on the whiteboard on the table. Cold-served beef costs 88 yuan per jin, 500 G. Seeing that a customer had come in, Su-chun immediately removed the protective cover from the beef and displayed it generously. By the way, is this price expensive? He originally wanted to order a higher price, but he was afraid that no one would buy it, and he would be the only one embarrassed by the crowd. Would you like some? This cold-served beef is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, spicy and flavorful. It's really satisfying to eat. To be honest, the young people were indeed intrigued by this introduction. When I was a child, we were poor and didn't have the means to eat beef jerky. In short, sometimes people just want to make up for the regrets of their childhood. Then weigh it for me. Me too, I'll have some. 2 out of 5 people want it. That's enough. Su-chun quickly agreed and tore off a plastic bag hanging nearby. I grabbed some beef jerky and put it on the scale to weigh it. Is 25 okay? Su-chun's hand was still accurate, rounding it up to a whole number. Okay. The boy nodded and took out his phone to scan the QR code to pay. This beef is meant to be eaten hot or cold, although the aroma was less intense compared to when it was fresh out of the pan. But you can still smell that special cool fragrance when you hold it in your hand. It's very fresh. We also have cumin powder and sesame seeds here. Would you like some? Su-chun pointed to the condiments. Boys would naturally want it. Spicy beef with a bright red color, sprinkled with fragrant white sesame seeds and cumin powder, is what makes it so appealing and appetizing. A bag of juicy, reddish beef was packed up. Su-chun thoughtfully placed disposable gloves and napkins on the scales before continuing to weigh the other young man. After getting the snacks, the boy didn't rush to eat them. Instead, he asked Su-chun the question that had been on his mind. Actually, he had wanted to ask this for a long time. I just didn't buy anything from them, so I felt a little awkward about barging up and asking. Now it's different. The customer is king. Boss, you're dressed in a very Northwest style, but you don't sell lamb offal soup, donkey intestines, liver soup, pig's head meat, fried dough twists, or lamb noodles. Why are you selling this Sichuan-style beef jerky? The boy rattled off a long string of words in one breath. He truly didn't understand. The boss's outfit is so down-to-earth, so full of local charm, and even a little bit rustic yet sophisticated. If you're not selling your own products, why bother with all this? Upon hearing this, Su-chun was stunned for a moment. Haha, you've misunderstood. I'm not from northern Shaanxi. As he finished speaking, he saw that time was running out. Su-chun prepared to pull the suona out from under the table. But as soon as he reached out his hand, he hesitated for a moment. He seemed to be thinking about something. He then pulled his hand back. The young man didn't think much of what he was doing. Su-chun fumbled around for a moment, then took out a pair of sunglasses and put them on. Upon seeing this situation, some people nodded slightly, thinking that Su-chun's outfit was very cool. Some people say that men from northern Shaanxi don't wear sunglasses. If they have to wear glasses, they prefer the round lenses that their great-grandfathers wore, which have a more distinctive style. Little did they know, Su-chun hadn't finished his tinkering yet. Then he took out another face mask. After taking the mask out, he first cut a hole in it before putting it on his face, replacing his previous mask. This looks really weird. A young man couldn't hold back any longer. Boss, what are you doing? Su-chun did not answer him. After doing all that, he reached out, and a musical instrument appeared in his hand. Oh, the Suona. Chapter 215. You've been listening to music all this time. Hurry up and eat some meat. The young men immediately noticed that Su Chun had taken out a Suona, a traditional Chinese wind instrument. I vaguely understood something, but I was still completely confused. Oh, no wonder they cut a hole in the mask, otherwise how would it blow air? The next second, someone suddenly pointed at Su Chun, finally understanding the crux of the matter. Hey wait, bro, what are you thinking? Why did you suddenly pull out a Suona? What exactly are we supposed to do? Then, amidst the bewildered gazes of the crowd, Su Chun pointed to the small whiteboard. The young men then noticed the small print below the price. An additional Suona, a traditional Chinese wind instrument, performance every 20 minutes. Guys. Have street vendors evolved to this extent these days? If it were a real performance, would the violin be the worst or the piano the worst? Selling beef strips with a Suona, a traditional Chinese wind instrument. Is this what they call high class? I have no idea what kind of brain cells the boss has to come up with such a trick to attract customers. Alright, now it's time for me to play. After saying that, Su Chun instantly brought the Suona to his lips. The hole in the mask is the perfect size. Fortunately, he was quick-witted, which allowed him to both boast and salvage some of his image. Otherwise, the scene is too beautiful and too abstract for him to bear looking at. With his body wrapped up so securely, Su Chun felt relieved and spontaneously composed a poem, 100 Birds Paying Homage to the Phoenix. Flute. He began his performance, and a long cry, like the cry of a phoenix, came from the Suona. The cries seemed to contain endless sorrow. Wow, you really came. Brother, don't get so upset. I'm about to cry. The young men looked at each other, then instinctively emitted a series of sharp explosions to interrupt Su Chun's spellcasting. But interruption failed. No, it wasn't a complete failure. At least for now, the style of the Suona has changed drastically. It seems like what just happened was a short introduction. Tits, orioles, thrushes, the calls of various birds appeared one after another, drip drip drip. Hey, what's this tune? It sounds kind of familiar. Holy crap, this tune. It sounds like a coffin-carrying song. Are we leaving? Or do we want to lie down and listen here? Listen to your ass. My God. Let's go, don't send us guys away. At this moment, Su Chun did indeed change his initial idea and decided to play a festive version. First, use tonguing to lightly blow out a long note, breaking the silence of the forest. Then, the flock of birds awoke. They sang joyfully to each other, creating a scene of flourishing life and fragrant flowers. Su Chun played the flute lightly and lively, full of joy. The young people who had originally planned to leave, even those with no artistic talent, can almost feel a scene of birds vying for spring's favor through the sound of the Suona. It must be admitted that Su Chun's Suona playing was truly beautiful. It's so pleasant and comfortable. If that's the case, then why bother leaving? The tune is so cheerful, it's definitely not a song meant to be given away. We guys might as well stay here and soak up the good luck, hoping to find a partner this year. The Suona plays a lively and joyous cadenza with rapid double tonguing. The villagers who were taking a nap nearby suddenly opened their eyes and woke up from their dreams. Su Chun's top-notch playing skills are no joke, coupled with the powerful influence of the divine song, 100 Birds Paying Homage to the Phoenix. The destructive power it would cause would be absolutely at the level of a nuclear bomb. Not to mention, the Suona is used for everything in the village. From 80-year-old elders to 3-year-old children. Who doesn't know it? Who doesn't understand it? Its popularity is quite high. In a short time, the house closest to Su Chun's food truck, a dazed boy propped his head up with his hand, seemingly lost in thought. Suona? As soon as the Suona horn sounds and a white cloth is laid out, relatives and friends wait for the dishes to be served. Our village's banquets are top-notch, even by national standards. He loves everything from scallion oil lobster, steamed crab, garlic abalone, and grouper. The boy wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, nudged the half-asleep adult beside him, and then wiped the glistening liquid on his body. Wake up, isn't it? Grandpa next door? Shouldn't we be having a feast soon? The kid hadn't even finished muttering that. The next moment, Smack! A loud, sharp punch landed squarely on his face. It was his father's insight that allowed him to grasp the essence of Su Chin's words so quickly. What nonsense are you spouting, you silly boy? Can't you tell this tune is so cheerful? Be careful, your Aunt Lee might come rushing over with a broom and give you a good spanking. The child was stunned by the sudden slap, clutching his cheek with a wronged expression. But, Dad, where did this tune come from? Could it be that the opera troupe sang it ahead of time? The boy still wouldn't give up. If we can't finish the meal, let's go see a play instead. If his father didn't buy him snacks, the opera troupe would give him candy. What? The man's spirits lifted. To be fair, it's quite possible that the Suona player couldn't keep up with the music. It seems I was impatient with slapping him, and I even made the brat tremble with rage. Let's go take a look right away. Meanwhile, Su Chun was having a great time playing music by the food truck. I thought it would be very embarrassing to be in public like this. With sunglasses and a mask on, it's not too bad. And sure enough, there were 5 unfamiliar young men showing their support, occasionally saying things like, "Awesome glass," or "That's an overstatement." When they were really enjoying themselves, their bodies swayed to the rhythm of the Suona. The emotional value provided was so abundant that Su Chun felt incredibly happy listening to it. This is much more fulfilling than bragging to Butler Ding and his group of acquaintances. When the song ended, Su Chun was still immersed in the melody, maintaining the posture of holding his chest high and his head tilted back. The group applauded in amazement. Wow! Wow! That's amazing! Wow! Play one more song. Play one more song. Amidst the constant praise, Su Chun almost lost himself. But it was only a temporary loss. That's enough bragging. Come back later if you want to hear more. Su Chun put down the Suona. Since the system stipulates that I play a tune every 20 minutes, why should I rush to work overtime? Hey, I was really enjoying the music, what a pity. Oh right, boss, how much was my order again? I was so focused on the music that I forgot to scan the code. 28 yuan. After hearing Su Chun announce the price, the boy quickly scanned the code to pay. The boy who got the cold beef first also turned his attention back to the bag in his hand. The beef strips in the bag, originally dark red, became a much more vibrant red after being soaked in the strong chili oil, with white sesame seeds and yellow chili flakes clearly visible on them. The addition of vibrant red chili threads adds depth and makes it look incredibly appetizing. The boy swallowed hard, feeling a little impatient. Chapter 216, What about the trust between us, father and son? The boy quickly untied the knot on the plastic bag. Pick up a strip of beef, put it in your mouth, and tear it apart. The beef itself has a strong flavor, but the combination of chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, and various spices completely suppresses the gamey smell. It has a rich, deep flavor when you eat it, and it's very flavorful from the outside in. The more you chew, the more fragrant it becomes. Moreover, this cold-served beef is made from beef tenderloin, which is tender yet dry, chewy but not tough, with a firm yet slightly savory texture. By the end, my tongue felt both numb and spicy. Wow, that's awesome. The boy narrowed his eyes slightly, chewing and nodding incessantly, his face full of ecstasy. In no time at all, a piece of beef jerky was gone. Sha! Damn! Let me tell you, not only is the boss a superb Suona player, but his beef is also an absolutely top-notch snack. Actually, this flavor doesn't need beef at all. Using duck or pork would be cheaper, and you could even cut strips from a shoe sole, and it would taste just as good. Upon hearing this, another boy standing next to him. His eyes were glued to the bag, his mouth watering. He was shouting at the top of his lungs. Damn, is it really that delicious? My goodness, you're exaggerating so much. Are you out of your mind? Give me one right now. I'll just have one. Forehead. Hearing this, the person holding the beef was in a dilemma. This guy's request is really hard to refuse. We're childhood friends from the same village, practically growing up together. He just wants a beef jerky, and you won't even give him that? Is that fair? But the problem is, each strip of beef is quite substantial. It's almost a shame to give it away. He hesitated for a moment, then reached into his bag and rummaged around for a while, forcing a smile onto his face. Okay, here, try this one. It's the same. As he spoke, he flicked his finger lightly. A bright red chili pepper thread slowly landed on the boy's palm. The boy froze, his smile frozen on his lips before he could even wipe it away. Immediately afterwards, his face turned sour. I never imagined that the adult world could be so realistic. What the hell do you mean by this? I just want to try a piece of your beef jerky, and you're being so stingy. Uft, uft, uft. One after another, suppressed laughter rose and fell. Why do I suddenly feel a little smug? The others grinned slyly, having long disliked the freeloader. From childhood to adulthood, this guy has never been one to freeload. Even when he asks for a bite of instant noodles, he slurps it all down in one go, making sure to drink every last drop of broth. He's quite ruthless. Now's the perfect opportunity to annoy him. The guy who was trying to freeload was both angry and anxious, his face turning bright red. Nobody is allowed to laugh. Everyone was laughing, and no one noticed that his nose had started to twitch involuntarily. Its mouth opened automatically, and saliva was about to overflow. When the chili threads were brought close to his face, he pounced on them with his mouth. Shao. These chili peppers are Qixing peppers from Zhejiang, with thin skin, thick flesh, and a spicy, fragrant, and sweet flavor. Although it's very popular, it's only intimidating to look at. Its main appeal is its aroma, and since it's been soaked in water, it's not really spicy at all and tastes delicious. Strangely, even though there was no meat, it still had a meaty aroma. This chili pepper has a refreshing spiciness that coats your taste buds, making it hard to stop eating once you start. The freeloader swallowed his food, quickly reached out, and shouted without any regard for his image. Give me another one. Go to hell, go buy it yourself. Everyone has moments when they crave pork, so the three boys who hadn't bought any left all asked Su Chun to weigh out the beef jerky. The guy who was just there to freeload even asked for 50 yuan. Although it might be a bit more radical than before, what can he do when he chews on chili peppers and his appetite is whetted? The tricks I used to freeload meals and drinks are no longer working. Young people should never compromise their appetite, no matter what. Holy crap, this tastes amazing. These young men were in the prime of their lives, and when they tasted the beef strips, they were so excited that they were almost frantic. People in rural areas love to join in the fun. When they see a group of fellow villagers gathered together, they naturally feel that there is something interesting to see. As a result, more and more people gathered here. The father and son, who had just gone to the stage only to find it empty, rushed over as soon as they saw there was something interesting to see. Dad, look. It's delicious. Su Chin arrived at a good time, just in time to start setting up his stall at 1 o'clock. Eating in the countryside is quite different from eating in the city. In the hot summer, we had to start working early. We ate breakfast around 6 a.m., lunch at 11 a.m., and dinner at 5 p.m. It's 1:30 now. Everyone had digested their food a bit and was starting to crave something sweet. The child dragged his father to the stall. Old Yang, can you buy me some? Look, these older brothers have all bought some, and they're enjoying them so much. Although they would resort to violence at the slightest disagreement, the father and son still had a very good relationship. Not only do they get along well, but they also share a deep friendship, having fooled the ladies of the house together. Seeing that old Yang was hesitant, his son pulled out all the stops. If you don't buy it for me, I'll tell Mom that I remember the back of your wedding photo with Mom at home. The child's mouth was covered before he could finish speaking. Old Yang was extremely panicked, fearing that his son might say something shocking or outrageous. What man doesn't secretly keep some money hidden away? He secretly saved up money on weekdays, and occasionally took it out to have some fun with his buddies, like having barbecue and drinking a few drinks, so he wouldn't be too strapped for cash. I never expected that this time it would be a betrayal from my son. Not only did they discover it, they even dared to use it to threaten him. Stop talking, stop talking. What about the trust between us, father and son? Child, ugh. To shut his unfilial son up, old Yang had no choice but to buy some cold beef from Su Chen's stall. And in his mind, he was quickly calculating where he could hide his secret stash of money more safely when he got back. This scene amused Su Chen, and he quickly packed 20 yuan for them. As soon as his son took the plastic bag, old Yang put his arm around his shoulder and started complaining about being poor. My dear son, I've squeezed all of your secret stash of money dry today. When we go out to see a show later, you can drag your mother out to pay, okay? In this village, every household comes out to watch the opera, and they all bring food with them. They always buy some for themselves. It's almost become a habit. He just couldn't afford to spend any more money. He didn't even have enough for his own expenses. Child. Dad, let me think about it. You. Just as the big fight was about to end, the father and son ran away in a panic. The villagers who had overheard their conversation burst into laughter. Chapter 2:17. Oh dear, you're laughing too soon. The crew of the tragedy of Gaixia. Director Zhou has been inquiring about the situation these past 2 days. Seeing that Su Chan kept firing and moving to different locations, he felt somewhat relieved. He's a director, so he can be considered an artist, by some extent. I can understand Su Chan, a young man who is both capable and highly individualistic. I felt that Su Chen's actions could be considered a kind of performance art. Perhaps he has some plans or goals, such as aspiring to set up a stall and travel all over the country. However, on the other hand, superficial relief does not necessarily mean true letting go. After eating the leftover pickled garlic, his temper has noticeably worsened recently. The main reason is that he wants to eat when he is under a lot of pressure while filming, and Su Chen's delicious food can relieve his anxiety. This is why he transforms into a roaring demon when he's working. Without Su Chen, the atmosphere on set returned to its usual dullness. It was drizzling. Sadness spread like a plague around everyone. Come on, everyone get ready. Let's take advantage of this momentum and start filming. The overall tone of the drama, The Tragedy of Gaixia, is tragic and desolate. This atmosphere is just right. As soon as the director gave the shout, everyone sprang to attention and quickly took their positions. This is all trained. Even if you're doing that in the toilet, you have to snap it off and get out to stand in position. The extras were all heartbroken, staring at the drizzling rain in the sky, silently calling out. Pain, so much pain. The superficial sadness is mixed with the genuine emotion of losing delicious food, and then combined with the lifelessness of a working person going to work, making the emotions as rich as can be. Without any warning, tears welled up in my eyes. Seeing that the atmosphere was right, the director adjusted the positioning and started filming. Everyone was in the right mood, cooperated perfectly, and completed the task in one go. In the end, it only took one retake before it was approved. This is something that rarely happens on set, except for the few days when the director was busy eating at roadside stalls. After all, he has high standards, and it's possible for a single scene to be res-hot hundreds of times. So when they shouted cut, everyone was shocked. Actors don't get scolded, and staff don't have to do repetitive tasks, which means they can finish work earlier. Only, if even the most basic desire of cattle and horses cannot be satisfied, then what's there to look forward to after work? Over there, in the home of a villager in Shuimin village, Old Yang and his son ate one after another. After eating for a while, the little boy suddenly remembered his mother, paused, looked at his father, and said, Old Yang, should we save some of these beef strips for Mom too? Old Yang was happily chewing his food when he glanced at his son and then at the little bit of cold beef left in his hand. Of course, maybe you should eat less. This stuff is spicy, and your little stomach can't handle it if you eat too much. Son, I admit I was being nosy. There are only a few strips of beef for 20 yuan. He hesitated before buying it, but now he's eating it with more gusto than anyone else, showing off most of the bag of meat to Lao Deng. Soon, the father and son, each with their own thoughts, tacitly devoured the beef strips. But that's not enough. It doesn't even fill the gaps between my teeth. We'll have to ask the housekeeper to pay for some more later. After sending his son away, Old Yang took out his secret stash of money from behind the photo frame and began to look around the bedroom. Ugh, I feel unsafe everywhere. A short while later, the woman returned from her parents' home in a flurry of activity. As soon as she entered the room, she shoved the man hard with her elbow. Old Yang, guess what I saw? A vendor selling cold-served beef has come out, and good heavens, it's 88 yuan a pound. My goodness, so many people are buying it at that price. They must be out of their minds. Old Yang. His whole body tensed up instantly. My mood went from ecstatic at the first mention of beef jerky to plummeting to rock bottom in just a few seconds. Can you tell the shrew that you bought some too, and didn't leave her a single bite? That's definitely not possible. Just thinking about my wife's unreasonable and nagging nature sends chills down my spine. So, Old Yang had no choice but to bite the bullet and pretend nothing had happened when he asked his wife and father-in-law about their situation. The woman spoke a long string of words without realizing it. Finally, she lightly leaned close to Old Yang's ear. By the way, as soon as I got back, my son started telling me how delicious the beef jerky was. Where does it come from? Oh no. Alarm bells rang in Old Yang's mind. Oops, the water in the kitchen seems to be boiling, oh my god. Honey, let go. The woman twisted his ear, her eyes dangerous. Speak. That tiger woman. She almost twisted his ears off. Old Yang realized he could no longer hide it, so he reluctantly had to tell the truth. It's from the store you mentioned. The woman gasped upon hearing this. How much money do you earn in a day? You buy him such expensive beef jerky. You're really generous. The woman was so angry that she paced around the room. He kept muttering to himself. Old Yang explained with a wronged expression. It's all because your son kept asking for it, so I had no choice but to buy 20 yuan's worth. Besides, the taste is actually pretty good. Well enough? The woman's voice suddenly rose 8 octaves. No matter how delicious it is, we can't buy it. It's fine to buy a few dollars worth of fried snacks normally, but with our business like this, even if we take our woven bamboo baskets to town, nobody will want them. You spendthrift man. And your son, he's a little spendthrift too. The woman slapped Old Yang hard twice, and Old Yang took the blows. It doesn't hurt anyway. At this moment, the boy watching the show through the crack in the door looked smug. Hee, Old Yang, let's see if you still dare to beat me up. Someone else will take care of you. As the saying goes, every cause has an effect. The father's retribution is the mother's. This family is essentially a closed loop. Even as the opera troupe was about to start their performance, the woman was still lamenting the cost of the beef jerky. The little boy then belatedly realized what was happening. Oh dear, you laughed too soon. It was satisfying for Dad to get scolded, but now the consequence is that he can't eat beef jerky either. Just thinking about that taste makes his mouth water. Then, seizing the opportunity, he quickly ran to his mother after she had finished scolding him. Who cares about anything else? I'll just start acting cute first. Beautiful mom, it's getting late. Let's go see a show. It's just, could I buy some beef jerky to eat while watching? Just this once, okay? Beautiful mom. After this, you'll never eat it again. My mom likes people to call her beautiful. She says no one calls her that outside anymore, so she asks him and his dad to call her that at home. However, the father and son usually don't call out to each other. They will only call out when they need something from someone. Woman, is it really that delicious? To be honest, she was also a little curious. Chapter 2:18 Annie Nyo from the community is really having a hard time. As the performance time approached, many elderly people had already sat on the benches in front of the stage to reserve their seats. The people of Shuimin village truly love watching operas. They have a huge number of opera fans. If a national-level actor comes, the village elders will sleep there a day in advance to reserve a spot. The food stalls on both sides of the street were bustling with activity. There were young couples buying snacks on dates, and families bustling about buying snacks to go to the theater. People were coming and going. Suchin's cold-served beef is also selling well. Today's task volume has reached 35/100. Gossipy people can be found everywhere. Suddenly, a young man selling beef strips appeared, and everyone was very curious, surrounding Su Chun and asking him questions. Then people found out about Su Chun. Su Chun. Seeing Su Chin's surprised expression, an older woman explained with a smile. You're the city guy who rented the house with trees and a yard on all 4 sides at the other end of the village, right? Su Chin thought back for a moment and realized that the courtyard he was currently living in did indeed seem to be at the other end of the village, and there were indeed quite a few trees, so he nodded in confusion. Auntie, do you know me? He immediately put what he had learned to use, and followed the locals' example by calling her Annie. Hey, the village is so small, news spreads like wildfire. And you're dressed so smartly, it can't be anyone else but you. The aunt didn't know how to describe this outfit. After struggling for a while, she finally came up with a word that she thought was very fitting. Now Su Chin understood. No wonder people say there are no secrets in the countryside. When a stranger arrives, and everyone is short on entertainment, they'll definitely start gossiping. Oh, now that you mention it, I know. There's a car parked on the wasteland to the right of our village entrance. It looks really impressive. Is it yours too? Oh, how much will that cost? Will it be 400,000? Su-chun. It is indeed his RV, but he really doesn't want to flaunt his wealth. To be honest, when I first came to the village, the feeling of wanting to warmly welcome customers, which I didn't know at all, completely disappeared. Now, it has been replaced by the awkward feeling of being gossiped about to one's face. They practically shook out the color of his underwear. Even with sunglasses, a mask, and a headscarf covering him completely, Su-chun still felt like he was running naked, with no disguise left. Wait, it's 25 yuan. The aunt paid the money and carried the beef strips without leaving. Instead, he was very outgoing and offered Su-chun some warm and kind guidance. Young man, in my opinion, your outfit is missing something. Why don't you wear a pair of loafers? Hey, I knew something was off. Besides this, it's missing a big pipe. I've seen it like that on TV. Hey, what you're saying are minor matters. You still need to wear a waist drum on your waist. Playing it will not only attract more attention, but it will also be very festive. The key point is that it's festive. That makes sense, but can a young man play the swana, beat the waist drum, and sell beef strips all at the same time? He wouldn't be able to handle it all. That's really going to be tough. Let's not put the young man through that. Why don't you sing one of your famous local storytelling songs for the Andes? You know, there's a line that goes something like, Yellow Wind Ridge, 800 li away. Su-chun. These middle-aged women seem really tough. He couldn't even keep up with the conversation. Selling cold-served beef isn't tiring at all. You just weigh it, tie the bag, and that's it. But dealing with their questions is really not easy. Fortunately, though, even if I don't reply at all, they can still chat happily on their own. Boss, weigh out 20 yuan's worth for me, with cumin powder and sesame seeds. Su-chun heard the sound and turned his head to look. Isn't that the same father and son from before? And there's a middle-aged woman following behind them. They brought their families along. They really support his business. Okay, Su-chun readily agreed. The woman still felt a pang of regret. If she hadn't seen everyone in the village buying them for 20 yuan each, she really would have preferred to buy only 10 yuan's worth. However, one cannot lose face in public. It would be disrespectful to one's fellow villagers. A bag of cold-served beef looked delicious as I carried it in my hand. Tempted, the woman put on gloves, picked up a beef jerky, and put it in her mouth. Beef strips, you better be delicious, or you'll be letting my family down. In an instant, the pungent smell of chili peppers shot straight to her head, almost making her sneeze. This flavor was too spicy for her. However, as you chew, a unique aroma emerges from the spicy flavor. This is mainly because there are 3 steps to eating cold beef. First, it is braised, then it is fried, and finally, it is seasoned after cooking. Every step affects the texture of the beef. When braised properly, the beef brisket will be fragrant, with the aroma of braising tightly wrapped in every fiber. When fried properly, the meat becomes firm, locking in the juices to become crispy and delicious, thus acquiring a unique dry aroma. The final seasoning stage is where the owner's skills are truly tested. He must ensure the seasoning ratio is just right, so that each strip of beef is evenly coated with the seasoning powder. Old Yang stared nervously at his wife, who was frowning from the spiciness. The child, who was standing nearby, eagerly asked, "Mom, how did it go?" Delicious." The woman didn't know how to describe the taste. All I could feel was that the fragrant jerky was infused with the numbing spiciness and salty aroma, and each chew unlocked a new thrill, with the stimulation layer upon layer, making it so enjoyable that I couldn't stop until I reached my peak. As the last bite of beef was swallowed, the lingering aroma remained in the mouth for a long time. Before the tip of the tongue could even react, it was still drooling. For her, it was an unprecedented new experience that shattered her established mindset of more than 30 years. "It's delicious." The woman emphasized it again, then licked her swollen lips. Old Yang chuckled. "You should have said you liked it earlier. You scared us half to death. We almost thought we were going to get scolded again." That's right, that's right. The 2 children, one big and one small, started teasing her, and the woman looked around awkwardly, her face flushed with embarrassment. It's one thing for her to make a fuss at home, but if the villagers see her outside, they'll have no idea how domineering she is and how much she'll cause misunderstandings. Fortunately, I haven't seen anyone paying attention to them. The woman then whispered a rebuke to the father and son. What? Have I been putting a lot of pressure on you guys? Old Yang, whose ears are still aching. Son, whose house is constantly banging like firecrackers all day long, crackling and popping. After a brief silence, the family of three silently lowered their heads and finished their beef jerky. The woman looked at the pile of chili threads in the plastic bag. A few fingers, like a hen plucking insects from the ground, moved back and forth a few times, still somewhat dazed. Just like that, it's gone. It feels like being young and experiencing first love, only to suddenly be heartbroken. It's painful, so painful. I'm not satisfied at all. I want to keep eating. Chapter 219, You'll Be a Grandfather. The show was scheduled to start at 3 p.m., and as the time drew closer, the benches were almost full. It's so lively, just like when I was a kid. Back then, when there were plays at the ancestral hall, every household would bring their own stools, and there were lots of food stalls around. Kids would want to eat everything they saw. That's right. All those big theaters and song and dance performances outside can't compare to the atmosphere of an open-air theater like this in our hometown. Haha. Yeah, that's too formal. I'm embarrassed to eat beef strips. The young people who bought cold beef from Su Chin's stall earlier had already finished the beef before the show even started. I had no choice but to buy another batch, waiting for the show to start. I must say, this cold-served beef snack is quite unique, and it can practically be considered the top-tier Weilong, a popular Chinese snack brand. This little snack is perfect for binge-watching TV shows and movies. The Yang family, too, didn't get enough to eat. He paid at Su Chin's stall in a daze, grabbed a bag of beef strips, and ran to the front of the stage to find a seat. The woman said she would eat later, but as soon as she sat down, she opened the bag and put the beef into her mouth. The moment her tongue touched it, her cheeks flushed red, revealing an expression of wanting to eat but also trying to hold back. It looks like this beef jerky is going to hit you. Sigh. I love to eat, even though it's a vegetable. Old Yang is quite perceptive. After all, it's rare for the tigress to be so generous today. If she's unhappy after the show, she might get scolded for stepping into the house with her left foot first. So he took 10 yuan from his wife's pocket and ran quickly to a nearby convenience store to buy a drink. When I returned, I had a bottle of rock sugar pear soup and peach oolong tea in my hand, both of which were extremely sweet. Here, honey, have a sip, it'll cool you down. The man unscrewed the bottle cap and instinctively held it to his wife's lips. Gulp, gulp. The son, who was watching from the side, also got a little thirsty. Old Yang, Dad, I want some spicy food too. Serves you right. I told you so. It's spicy, you should eat less. You can't eat snacks like this. While opening another bottle of beverage, Lao Yang asked his wife to rate which one was better at relieving the spiciness, and gave her a perfunctory reply. Son, the world may isolate me, let them ridicule me. I will only remain silent. I understand what truly makes someone superfluous in this family. They weren't the only ones who bought cold-served beef at the theater. There are also people who eat while waiting. The cold-served beef looks reddish-brown, with the aroma of braising, chili, and Sichuan peppercorns fully infused into it. The first taste is a rich aroma, followed by a stimulating spiciness that makes you tremble slightly, and finally, a lingering numbing sensation that fills your mouth. Every bite is the ultimate satisfaction for your taste buds. With each chew, the dormant sense of taste slowly awakens, and the young man eats with great relish, completely absorbed in the meal. When you're really enjoying yourself, your tongue is trembling, your brain is singing, and every cell in your body is jumping with excitement. Awesome. He let out a sigh that seemed to spring from the depths of his soul, and his whole being was completely relaxed. Wow, bro, you're eating so deliciously. The audience members who were watching the show together immediately broke down in laughter. The boy who was sucking his fingers suddenly realized something, and his cheeks turned red. He seemed to have entered a state of complete solitude just now, and the way he ate the beef jerky was a bit lewd. It's so delicious. The boy took another one out of the bag, but when he looked up, he was almost startled by the longing in the other person's eyes. Why are you staring at me like that? I feel really embarrassed. Hey bro, where did you buy this beef? I'd like to buy some to try. Seeing the brownish-red beef strips adorned with white sesame seeds, and smelling the rich, spicy aroma, The audience member couldn't help but speak up again. Everyone's here to watch the show, and seeing others enjoying their food so much while he has nothing. His mouth must be lonely too. It's right outside on a white food truck by the roadside. The owner is dressed in a rather Shaoxi style. The man checked the time. There were still 5 minutes before the start of the event, and running back and forth should be enough to make it. Without caring about where she was sitting, she got up and walked out. The girl in the back seat who heard the news was also itching to try it out. The grandfather next to him quickly took something out of his pocket and handed it over. Little girl, I know you have a sweet tooth. Here you go. Girl, I thought Grandpa was taking out money. Who knows? I wanted to eat beef, and Grandpa was so happy that he gave me a handful of sunflower seeds, which I don't like. Criticism is criticism. She understood that this was just her grandfather's subconscious reaction. The older generation, unless they were really starving, would resolutely avoid spending money on food outside. Even the sunflower seeds in his hand were picked from the sunflowers he grew at home and roasted by himself. The main focus is on self-sufficiency. The girl reluctantly accepted it. Sunflower seeds do smell quite good when you eat them regularly. But compared to the rich, spicy cold-served beef, it's no wonder she was being sarcastic. All the melon seeds in the room were just garbage. She crunched a few sunflower seeds, but still wanted to eat beef. So she said to her grandfather, Grandpa, I'm a little thirsty from eating sunflower seeds. I'll go buy some water. Please wait here for me. The girl had just finished speaking and was about to get up when her grandfather grabbed her arm. Daughter, I brought some water. Here you go. A stainless steel water cup was handed over. The girl had just lifted her buttocks, but she immediately sat back down. Why did you bring water too? My grandpa will always be my grandpa. Did this predict my prediction? A perfectly good excuse just fell apart like that. Grandpa, I'll drink later. It's a bit hot with so many people around. I want to go back and get an umbrella. Here, a palm leaf fan. Girl. Good heavens, when did Grandpa start carrying so much stuff on his back? She casually fanned herself with the palm leaf fan a couple of times, but then she couldn't contain herself any longer. It's really not her fault. The people eating cold beef were right in front of her. It was impossible not to see them. Even if you turn your head away from looking, you can still smell it and hear the smacking sound. What does it mean for one's will to crumble? What does it mean for one to stubbornly persevere to the point of failure? That's it. Not to mention, peers are prone to following trends. If 1 or 2 people rush out to buy it, it means that many others are bound to follow suit. She was no exception. Sir, I'm going to the restroom so I don't have to go there when the show starts. After saying that, the girl tentatively stood up. She thought to herself that this time her kind grandfather would finally have no excuse to stop her. Call. Very well, Grandpa didn't say anything after all. The girl, now free, got up and quickly walked out of the crowd. She heard it all. The beef jerky was bought from a white food truck outside. Walk outside the venue and pass by the food stalls on both sides of the nearby road. Fortunately, Su Chun was the only one selling cold-served beef at that stall, so it was easy to find. There were still a few customers standing in front of the stall making purchases. She quickly followed. Chapter 220. This scene was quite interesting. Boss, give me 25 yuan's worth of cold-served beef. While waiting for her food, the girl kept glancing at the time, and when she saw that the show was about to start, she became a little anxious. After the scale was finished, she quickly paid and ran back with the bag in her hand. Her kind grandfather had reserved a seat for her and was waving at her. Come on, it's about to start. Just then, the prelude began. There were noticeably fewer people patronizing the food stalls along the roadside. Most people gathered around the stage, and those who couldn't get a good spot stood at the back to watch. The opera troupe was a completely new and exciting thing for Nuonyuo. She had been standing by the food cart, constantly looking around, her desire to join in the fun practically written all over her face. Suchin saw this and was secretly pleased, so he simply called Steward Ding over. Let him take the kids to the theater. He can also help me out a bit while he's at it. It was quite a surprise to see a young, unfamiliar girl suddenly appear in the audience. Not to mention, it's an adorable little dumpling, perfectly shaped like a porcelain doll. Fair and delicate skin, clear and bright eyes, and a chubby and adorable face. She also has a pair of charming dimples that appear from time to time, which are very endearing. When the opera started, the little dumpling's eyes widened and stared at the stage without blinking. She's a quiet and reserved little theater enthusiast. Over there, the sound of opera singing drifted out. The most beautiful scenery in Suzhou is in Shantung, and peach blossoms are in full bloom in Tohuo. Even from a distance, Su Chun could hear it clearly. The uncle at the small shop not far away immediately stood on a stool and craned his neck to look when he heard the opera singing. Su Chun listened to the opera and found it quite interesting. Seeing that no customers were buying beef, he stood on a high step to take a look. And you know what? The view from a higher vantage point is definitely better. He had already taken a physique-enhancing drug, and his eyesight was already better than before, so he was enjoying his vision even more now. The play performed is The Jade Dragonfly. As a traditional repertoire revue opera, it is still very popular with audiences. The play begins. Audience members who bought the cold-served beef put on gloves and started eating. The aroma of cold-served beef wafted from each bag, and the combined fragrance attracted even more people. This caused some of the elderly people watching the play to lose their focus. Where's that smell coming from? What are we eating? Cold beef. The young woman next to him, who was enjoying her meal, gasped and replied, "Holding the spicy beef strips in your hand, the texture is as firm as eating dried beef, but it's also more tender. It's braised to perfection, incredibly fragrant and flavorful, with a dry, crispy exterior. The touch of sugar in the recipe achieves a delicate balance against the spiciness and saltiness. The more you eat, the more noticeable the sweetness becomes, and there's also a lingering sweetness. It's so addictive, you just can't stop eating it." The old man was so tempted that he kept swallowing his saliva, but the play on stage was in full swing, and he couldn't go out to buy it at that moment. Besides, beef is chewy, so it's mostly about the flavor. If you have bad teeth, you shouldn't even think about it. The old man kept mentally preparing himself. "I'm almost hypnotized myself." But the young woman next to him kept making smacking noises while chewing beef, accompanied by the sounds of her sniffling, slurping, swallowing, and drinking milk tea as she ate the spicy food. It was so noisy that he couldn't concentrate. The aroma wafted around his nose, and the old man felt as if he had been punched into a piece of beef, his whole body marinated in the flavor. How much is it? Can you sell me some? I'll buy some after I finish watching the show." The old man held back for a long time, but finally couldn't resist and started talking to the girl next to him again. At his age, this was the first time he'd ever asked a younger person for food, and he was actually a little embarrassed to do so. Fortunately, he was a farmer, and his face was tanned from being exposed to the wind and sun all day. So even if he blushed and became flustered, it wasn't so easy to tell. Unexpectedly, the girl was very generous and took a piece of beef from the bag and handed it to the old man. "Sir, here, please have a taste." "Elder." "That's great." The next second, the old man shakily picked up a piece of bright red beef jerky, covered in chili peppers with his hands, and put it into his mouth. For a moment, his mind went blank. The old man's eyes gleamed as he chewed. He had never eaten such fresh and spicy beef in his life. The flavor was so overwhelming that it captured both his stomach and his heart. Moreover, the chewy texture I had imagined did not materialize. Su Chun cut the jerky along the grain, so it didn't take much effort at all. With a gentle bite, it was dry, fragrant, and delicate. After finishing a piece of beef, the old man's gaze involuntarily lingered on the cold beef. He moved closer. He practically put his face right up to the girl's bag. Slurp. The old man suddenly realized what was happening, and with a quick turn of his head, he withdrew his probing hand instantly. Even the glistening saliva at the corners of his mouth was sucked back into his mouth. Why? It's so embarrassing that an old man like him has become so greedy. Where did you buy this? I'll go buy some. The old man's attention was completely drawn to the cold-served beef in front of him, and he didn't even notice how far the opera on stage was going. I bought it from a stall run by a young man dressed in Shangxi clothing, right there. The young woman described in detail to the old man where Su Chun's stall was located. The old man nodded and placed his fan, which he carried with him, on the stool to reserve a spot. There were too many people there, and if he didn't reserve a seat, he was afraid there wouldn't be any left when he came back. Seeing this, the girl very naturally and familiarly offered to help the old man find a spot. telling him not to worry. How can you watch a play without eating something? The old man nodded and quickly walked out of the crowd. As he walked, he realized he wasn't the only one leaving the audience seats. Are they all going to buy beef? The elderly man was not very sure. But after squeezing out of the crowd, they found that everyone had the same goal and was heading towards the intersection. I could tell from their eyes that they were all drawn here by the cold-served beef. Then Su Chun discovered that once the show started, his business actually got better and better. He has to jump down the steps to do business every now and then. Just as a customer leaves, and he stands up for a little over a minute, another customer comes, and he has to jump down again. He kept going back and forth, making him look like a monkey. The uncle at the nearby convenience store was giving him strange looks. Kid, you're pretty good at having fun. Very energetic. Oh, this is the taste. It's so delicious that I can't even concentrate on watching the show. The old man had searched all the way here, and was overjoyed by the aroma emanating from Su Chen's stall. Young man, weigh some for me quickly. Before anyone even got close, they opened their mouths to smell the aroma. Chapter 2:21. Where did that commotion come from? Who's causing trouble? Su Chen looked at the few remaining red chili threads on the plate and apologized. I'm sorry, we're out of cold beef. Oh. The old man was startled and quickened his pace. Upon closer inspection, the stainless steel plate was indeed only covered in bright red stains. Oh dear, I've come at an inopportune time. The old man slapped his thigh in regret, feeling utterly remorseful. Ugh, why couldn't you have come sooner? What were you agonizing over? This startled Su Chun, who quickly tried to explain. Sir, please don't get agitated. We're out of stock, but there's still some beef simmering in the pot. Once it's tender, we'll stir-fry it. Why don't you come back later? Elder. As long as there's something to eat, that's good enough. As Su Chun lifted the lid, the aroma of the braised meat inside was so strong that it swirled continuously in the air. How could he possibly settle down and go elsewhere? Since the play has already been delayed, a little more time won't make a difference. No, I'll wait here. Time passed second by second. So the girl next door who had agreed to save a seat for the elderly man was puzzled. What's going on? I looked left and right, but couldn't find anyone. The wind howls. The E River is cold. The old man bought beef, never to return. I hope I'm not lost. Little did she know, the old man was beaming with pride, his eyes greedily fixed on the braised beef that Su Chun had just scooped out. The beef is served in large chunks, each slice with clear marbling, and is braised to perfection, resulting in a fresh and flavorful dish. Good heavens, the old man's eyes were wide open, brighter than a 1,000-watt incandescent light bulb. The waiting time felt incredibly long. They watched eagerly as Su Chun cut the strips and started stir-frying. His craving was bubbling inside him, so intense that he almost wanted to devour himself. All right, sir, how much do you want? 20 no? 30 yuan, I guess. At 88 yuan a pound, 20 yuan can only buy less than 3 ounces, which is hardly enough to eat. The old man took out 30 yuan from his pocket and put it on the chopping board. Can you handle spicy food? We have chili powder, cumin powder, and white sesame seeds here. Feel free to add them. Some customers complained that it was too spicy, while others thought it wasn't spicy enough. So this time, Su Chun deliberately added less chili before taking it out of the pot, and also put an extra jar of chili powder on the cutting board. I have hemorrhoids, so please put less chili in. The old man licked his lips, speaking with a drooling expression. After receiving the packaged plastic bag, he didn't care about anything else and hurriedly grabbed a beef strip and stuffed it into his mouth. The next second, the old man decisively reached for the chili powder jar and began sprinkling it all over the bag. Looking at the bright red beef strips, I peeked inside and felt my head buzzing from the fumes, as if my skull was about to fly off. He took a bite and was satisfied. That's it. It's both fragrant and spicy. The combination of the two makes it truly delicious. Su Chun. Now I finally know how the old man got his hemorrhoids. The old man, carrying the bag, hurried back home with a brisk pace. Before I bought it, I was eagerly and desperately wanting to get my hands on it. Now that he has it, the sound of opera singing keeps lingering in his ears, and the old man's passion for opera has been rekindled, making him a little anxious. Back and forth like this, I don't know how many exciting plot points I missed. When the old man returned to his seat, the girl next to him was still eating and wondering why he had been gone for so long. Both of them came to see the play alone. The cold-served beef made the show even more interesting. It wasn't just the two of them. Looking up, after the opera had been performed for a while, the audience below, while not everyone was holding a cold beef jerky, could be seen everywhere. The air was filled with a rich aroma. The two performers on stage were singing professionally when their eyes inadvertently glanced at the audience below. I saw a group of audience members watching the play while munching on something, and it looked so delicious. Wait, why are all the viewers eating beef strips? I've never seen anything like this before. The more people eat it, the more concentrated the aroma becomes. The audience got hungry just watching it. Then, those who couldn't resist did exactly the same thing as the people in front of them. They inquired where the beef was bought, went to buy a serving, and ate it while watching the video. When there are too many people like this, the aroma wafted so irresistibly that it reached the stage, making the actors quite envious. Damn it! Is the audience watching us perform, or are we watching the audience perform a mukbang? Smelling the delicious food but not being able to eat it, and having to sing opera lyrics, how agonizing. Which actor could withstand such a test? Suchin sold out another batch. Seeing that the time was up, he quickly put on the mask with holes in it. Then, he pulled out something from his waist that would make anyone who heard about it immediately lie down. Given that the opera troupe next to us was performing with great enthusiasm. Before he started playing, Suchin closed his eyes, as if he had made up his mind. Sorry for disturbing everyone's enjoyment of the opera, please don't take offense. It's all the fault of this inhuman system. He promised to adjust his breathing, keep the volume down, and just play a short, gentle tune. Being unfamiliar with the place and its people, he was afraid of incurring public wrath. Soon, a melodious Swona sound came from the Swona. In an instant, everyone's attention was drawn to it. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe it as attracting worldwide attention. Holy crap! What are they trying to do? Some unsuspecting people in the audience were completely stunned. It felt like my skull had been pierced through. Once the Swona starts playing, the other instruments sound like complete amateurs. What's the point of watching a show now? This moment. It's not just them. Even on one side of the stage, there were many musicians, eru players, drummers, eru players, flute players. They were all dumbfounded. My goodness. What's all this noise? Is it a rival seeking revenge? I didn't hear anything about anyone coming to cause trouble before the concert started. No. Those few rivals, those low-level amateur groups, aren't even this good. An old man sat there blankly, not knowing where to begin playing his eru, his mind racing. The others exchanged glances, their expressions full of inquiry. The two performers on stage were the first to react. As a professionally trained opera actor, one must remain calm even if the sky falls. The two quickly got into position and continued to pour out their hearts to each other, their feelings intertwined. Both the cavity and the movements were handled with great ease. His on-the-spot reaction was excellent. Inspired by them, others quickly forgot about the incident. They started clapping on stage again, raising the melodious opera tune. Meanwhile, Suchin's Swona playing continued unabated. The sound was sobbing and somewhat ethereal, like a wisp of emotion drifting from the horizon. The Swona, which should have been the most outstanding instrument, did not feel out of place at this moment. The melody, surprisingly, perfectly matched the mood of the play on stage. Chapter 222, I was born with smiling lips. The Swona can play both joy and sorrow. When it plays joy, it brings even more joy, and when it plays sorrow, it brings even more sorrow. As soon as Suchin played his Swona piece, Longing Across Time, the melody perfectly matched the mood of the play. After understanding this level, the actress on stage had tears in her eyes. Her voice grew increasingly sorrowful, and her performance became even more moving. The male actor, following the music, added a touch of tenderness to his already affectionate performance. Wonderful sound, wonderful sound. This is a match made in heaven. This kept the audience members below the stage very busy. Listening to the performance on stage, I couldn't help but chase after the distant sound of the Swona horn, all while chewing on a beef jerky. At this point, it has become art. In the audience seats, Many people couldn't help but whisper among themselves and begin discussing the soul-stirring sound of the Swana. Nuonuo sat there, feeling incredibly happy. She proudly straightened her back and said to Butler Ding in a clear voice, "Grandpa Butler, that wonderful Swana music was played by my dad." Butler Ding sat nearby, unable to suppress a laugh. He already knew how capable his boss was. He immediately gave a thumbs up, deliberately dragging out the sound. "It's really fantastic." Even Grandpa was completely engrossed in listening. More and more voices of praise grew around her, and the little girl heard them clearly, straightening her back by half a centimeter. "Hee hee, I also think my dad is awesome. It's the best. No arguments allowed." Haha. A girl sitting in the next seat was infected by Nuonuo's innocent charm and started laughing along with her. As the song reached its most exciting moments, the audience became particularly enthusiastic. Some people threw money, and some people gave tips. Several bundles of towering sugarcane were passed in rows to the front of the stage, symbolizing continuous advancement. 1, 2, 3, let's go. Hey, half a pig only weighs 2 or 300 pounds. You have to carry it up there. Wait, someone brought a child up here with pork in their mouth too? Cheers erupted one after another, and the lively scene attracted a large crowd of onlookers. The seats in front of the stage were all full, with many people bringing their own plastic stools to watch the show. Every available space around the house was packed with people. It was precisely because this opera troupe was famous and all the performers were top-notch that it attracted a large number of opera fans. These days, there aren't many people watching plays anymore. Most opera troupes don't have this kind of prestige. An auntie calmly walked onto the stage with a small bag on her back and a handful of pink banknotes in her hand. He raised his hand and stuffed a bunch of stuffing stuff into the hat of the young man playing the male lead. A red hat means you're guaranteed to be famous. The ornaments inserted into the actors' heads are called head gifts, and the money inside is the actor's own. If it were placed on the stage, the entire opera troupe would split it equally. The young man's eyes visibly lit up. But the singing continued, and he could only bow his head slightly to express his gratitude. Honestly, he doesn't smile because he's being paid. He just has naturally smiling lips. My aunt was just happy and didn't care about the small amount of money at all. He turned around and walked over to the actress standing to the side, then stuffed a few more red bills into her hand. This scene was practically like the top female fan was handing out money on the spot. The audience below erupted in cheers and applause. Good, 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 good. Wow, oh my God, this is amazing. The top female influencer on the offline leaderboard gave me a direct tip. No way, I can't do this. I definitely can't sing in that crying tone. Wow, they're amazing. How did they manage to hold back their laughter? I wish I could become the crooked mouth god of war. Wow, you sing so well. It's not easy for opera performers to be simple and honest inheritors of traditions, and the villagers' voluntary donations are the greatest respect and affirmation they can receive. They sang with even more passion. The girl who made up 3 excuses to buy cold-served beef is now standing on stage giving tips. Nearby spectators gave her a thumbs up, praising her for her excellent work. Her grandfather was sitting in the audience. He was cracking sunflower seeds with a nonchalant expression. We usually skimp on our food and clothing, but when it comes to giving tips, we're happy and proud. This is my granddaughter. His tone and expression were quite ordinary. The girl burst out laughing the moment she heard this as soon as she stepped off the stage. Hey, my grandpa really got away with it this time. Several viewers gave him tips in a row. After Lao Yang excitedly finished giving the tip, he inadvertently dropped the cold-served beef he was holding onto the stage. Before Lao Yang could even come to his senses, the young man next to him smelled the familiar fragrance and was overjoyed. Oh my goodness, isn't this the meat strips that the audience below is eating? It smells so good. Why isn't the beef jerky considered a tip? It's amazing. Knowing that the actors would be tempted by the smell, we sent it over. It has to be you, brother, who understands me. The young man dressed as a young scholar quickly ran away and turned around to grab a bag of cold beef, stuffing it into his wide sleeve. It's fortunate that the sleeves are large, otherwise, it would be impossible to pull off this trick of hiding a secret in the sleeve. As a professional, I've become quite experienced at receiving gifts. I can handle them without affecting my performance, and I still manage to keep every single tip. At this moment, the smile on my face was truly genuine. He also didn't forget to thank the audience for their donations during the performance. After stepping off the stage, Old Yang returned to his family and sat down contentedly to continue watching the play. Wife, son, didn't I look incredibly handsome when I gave you that tip? This show was really enjoyable to watch. After giving the tip, he felt that the cash he had taken from his wife's pocket was a little too little. Mother and son. No one paid him any attention, and Old Yang, feeling awkward, began praising the play with undiminished enthusiasm. This performance was truly excellent. From the costume to the singing style, from the movements to the dialogue, every aspect was handled perfectly. Actually, Lao Yang also wanted to say that the actress on stage was full of charm, with a graceful and agile figure, and every smile and frown was captivating. Of course, he would only say that as a thought. He wouldn't dare say it aloud. The son nodded in agreement, took a few sips of rock sugar pear soup, and then immediately thought about the cold beef that he hadn't finished eating. Old Yang, where's the beef? I want more. Old Yang hurriedly reached out to give it to his son, but his hands were empty. Where's my meat? Oh no, it was on the table with the money. Son. His beef was so fragrant and delicious. Do you want to hear what you're saying? The son's expression immediately showed utter shock. He stared blankly at his father. Giving money is one thing. Even the cold beef was given away. Old Yang glanced awkwardly at his son. He had given the money in a moment of impulse, and in his excitement, he had just given away whatever he had on hand, throwing it all onto the stage. At the same time, he was greeted by his wife's extremely resentful gaze. Hey, after the show's over, I'll snatch some back for you guys, I'll buy some more. Seeing that his unfilial son and wife looked completely distraught, Old Yang immediately made a promise. Chapter 2:23 Who Threw the Stone? Old Yang regrets it. He was so engrossed in slipping money that he put the plastic bag containing the cold beef on the table without noticing. Money can be given as a reward, but he still needs to eat beef strips while watching the show. That's a huge loss. Looking at Old Yang's small eyes, which he was trying to open wide, his son sighed helplessly. Why don't you watch the show first? Give me some money, and I'll go buy some more. The woman nodded. Look at this entire audience. How many people are eating cold beef? She hasn't had enough yet. The beef was given away as a reward by her useless husband. What a disappointment. But she couldn't get angry in front of so many people. The boy took the money and hurriedly ran outside. This beef is so delicious. The rich, red sauce coats the tender beef strips, making them soft yet firm, chewy yet not tough, and dry yet not tough. They're perfectly cooked at about 80% dryness, and the more you chew, the more flavorful and fragrant they become. The meat, in its thin strands, creates an irresistible, tantalizing sensation as it intertwines and pulls between the lips and teeth, a truly delightful way to pass the time. The boy quickly ran to Su Chen's stall. Looking at the empty cutting board and the boss standing on the steps watching the show, he was overwhelmed with grief. That's all. Oh my God, my heart aches so much here. How can such delicious cold-served beef be gone? The show isn't over yet. Boss, are you not selling it anymore? Once you've got your appetite hooked on these snacks, the feeling of not being able to eat enough is just too painful. Tears of sadness welled up and streamed down his face. Yes, that's all. When Su Chan heard the guest call him this time, he didn't jump down the steps, but turned around and replied. Today is his first day setting up his stall, and he hasn't prepared much. The beef was delicious, and with so many people coming to watch the show, everyone bought a little, and the task was completed quickly. I was planning to close the food cart and go inside to find Nuonyuo and Butler Ding, but seeing the crowded place inside, and my outfit standing out so much, I realized that I was a bit too conspicuous. I gave up on the idea and just stood there enjoying the spacious view. Okay, so do you usually set up your stall here? The boy, still not satisfied, pressed on for more information. I've been here for the past few days. Su Chen had never listened to opera before, but after listening to it today, he found himself quite engrossed. Actually, setting up a stall here is quite good. Not only is business easy, but you can also enjoy the opera. The actors are really good at singing. I used to not understand why the older generation liked listening to opera. In retrospect, he was too young to appreciate the charm of traditional opera. Think about the famous actors of the past who received generous tips from fans. They couldn't have done it without some real talent. However, he left in a hurry today and didn't bring any cash or anything valuable to give as a tip. He'll come back tomorrow. He needs to exchange some cash to bring with him. Seeing his boss watching the show with such fascination, the boy felt a little helpless. Fortunately, there will be more food to eat in the future. This opera troupe is supposed to perform here for 3 days. He'll be back tomorrow, and then he'll definitely eat his fill. The boy walked dejectedly toward the stage with his head down, and as he walked, he was still absent-minded and tripped over a stone block by the roadside. When he returned to his seat, his parents saw that he had come back empty-handed and looked dejected, and asked him a question in surprise. "What's wrong? Where are the beef strips? Didn't you get any?" "They're sold out. I'll have to go buy them tomorrow. It's all old Yang's fault." Just as old Yang was about to say something to ease the resentment in his son and daughter-in-law's eyes, he heard cheers from the audience nearby. He immediately turned his head to look at the center of the stage. "Wow, that's wonderful. You sang so well." As it turns out, he can distract himself. At least his wife turned her head away and started clapping. As for his son, he was uninterested and started scrolling through his phone. Watching a play is similar to watching a movie, both lasting around 2 hours. It usually consists of 6 shows over 3 days, 1 in the morning and 1 in the evening. However, after the village collective paid for the performance, some wealthy villagers spent a fortune to add more scenes, which is why the performance lasted until 7 p.m. After the curtain fell on The Jade Dragonfly, the performance caused another sensation at the venue. Good. This performance was excellent. The lyrics and melody are so captivating. The more you listen, the better you enjoy it. Damn it, the male lead is such a jerk. How could he flirt with a nun? Hey, I'm different. My values follow my looks. This guy's young man look is just too handsome. What? This is so unfair. The real culprit is the arranged marriage, the parents' decision. He rebelled against societal norms, yet he's labeled a scumbag. How unjust. Young people who don't usually watch plays were moved by the emotions of the characters in the performance. While spouting off his opinions, he was also happily munching on beef strips. Okay. The audience in the front row were so engrossed that they threw the cash they had prepared directly onto the stage. The audience in the back rows weren't to be outdone, shouting "Milk, please," and "Huazi, please." Oh my God, I'm getting emotional, but I didn't bring anything with me. What should I do? Can I ask them to hang a QR code for payment around their necks? The young man sitting in the second row searched his entire body but couldn't find anything suitable, so he simply started yelling at the stage. Isn't this kind of tipping more interesting than those tips in live streaming rooms? What talent do you need for live streaming? Just chatter, wiggle your hips, and show off your looks. That's the real skill. The young man became more and more excited as he looked at it. He simply took something off his wrist and threw it onto the stage. The next second, a cry of pain rang out. Hey, who threw that rock? It hit me on the head. That's so mean. Huh? It's a big gold nugget. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Who was that benefactor just now? I misjudged them. Thank you, thank you. After the show ended, the villagers in the audience chatted with each other. During this 10-minute break, everyone can stretch their legs and wait for the next scene. They not only talked about opera, but also about the fragrances they smelled while watching it. Those audience members who had enjoyed the performance went straight to where Su Chen was. This is the first time I've ever encountered such delicious beef strips. Everyone who comes here thinks of buying more. When the group arrived at the location, they found that the spot where Su Chen had set up his stall was now empty. The main problem is that Nuonyuo is still young and couldn't sit still for more than a few hours. The moment the opera ended, she grabbed Butler Ding's hand and left. Su Chen then took the opportunity to pack up his stall. To be honest, it was quite tiring to travel from Hongdian to Shuimin village in Tuchuo town that day and sell more than 100 servings of cold-served beef. Let's go back and have a good meal and rest first, and watch the show tomorrow. Huh? Where's the stall selling cold beef over there? I remember this as the location. Unable to find Su Chenren, the diners turned their attention to the nearby convenience stores and inquired about him. Old Su, is the beef jerky vendor closing up shop yet? Chapter 224. You want to eat it all by yourself? Give it to me. Someone asked where the cold-served beef stall was. The shopkeeper, who hadn't paid any special attention to the area, shook his head blankly. I was so busy watching the play that I didn't have time to look at anything else. Once the show is over, their own business will come, and they won't have time to attend to anything else. Of course, if the young man played the Swono on time, he might be able to keep an eye on him. Strangely enough, I don't know how it happened, but the young man stopped bragging later. The uncle's expression was unclear. These persistent diners waited for a while, but Suchin's food cart still didn't appear, so they left dejectedly. During the 10-minute halftime break, you can't go without eating. They decided to grab a bite at another food stall before heading to the next show. Meanwhile, things got lively backstage after the actors returned. Everyone else was happily counting their red banknotes one by one. Only the actor who found the beef was so excited that his hands trembled, and he hurriedly pulled a bag of cold beef from his sleeve. A rich, dry aroma filled the backstage area. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. Huh? What's going on? Why is the fragrance getting stronger and stronger? It's true. Just now on stage, watching the audience below eating so much made me so hungry that I almost drooled while singing the lyrics. I don't know what they're eating. It's a bit far away so I can't see, but the smell is really tempting. Why does this scent also appear in the backstage area? Has anyone bought it? Listening to everyone's discussion, the young actor happily untied the bag of beef. No, it was a viewer who sent me beef strips. As soon as he said this, a group of actors who were removing their makeup swarmed over. Everyone has been inhaling the fragrance for 2 hours, and now that the real thing is right in front of us, shouldn't everyone who sees it get a share? Hurry up and hand it over, or else. Hey, this is a personal donation. It's mine. How dare you steal it? As soon as the bag was opened, these people grabbed the disposable gloves without saying a word. The actor immediately became anxious. Hey, still trying to eat it all by yourself? Give it to me. What do you mean yours and mine? We're just worried you'll gain weight, so we're helping you out. Exactly. If you get fat, you won't be handsome anymore. We're all doing this for your own good. You're a male lead, and you have to switch to falsetto all the time. Your voice is so precious. Can you handle eating cold beef? What if you ruin your voice? The actor looked speechless. Good grief, I'll just quietly watch you guys make things up. Keep making things up. This bag of cold-served beef was bought by the Yang family at great expense. It's quite a large quantity. The presentation speaks for itself. Plump and firm strips of reddish-brown meat, coated with bright red chili powder, glistened under the backstage lights. Combined with the aroma, it was like a delicious treat beckoning to a group of people. The bag's already open. If you don't get your hands on it now, you're practically kicking your drug addiction. Oh, it's delicious. The first actress to try it hadn't even removed her makeup yet. As soon as she put a piece of beef in her mouth, she was overwhelmed by the wonderful taste, spicy with a hint of fragrance, and numbing with a touch of spiciness. The shredded meat is both chewy and delicious. The beef fibers break slowly in your mouth, releasing a rich meaty aroma. As you chew, you can also feel the tiny chili seeds and sesame seeds dancing in your mouth. It's so delicious, it's incredibly satisfying. Sis, you're really fast. The actor was taken aback. This is just like the guys in the boys' dorm. Money, wallets, and phones. You can leave them lying around with cobwebs and nobody's touching them. But cigarettes and food, if you turn your head, they're gone. He was trying to protect his food while he was talking. Unexpectedly, my colleague started with 0 frames. Well, he stopped talking. He quickly put on gloves, picked up a few beef strips, and stuffed them into his mouth. A group of people frantically grabbed at the food, as if it were a famine, fighting tooth and nail. Everyone here is a traditional opera actor, with solid basic skills and precise techniques. Amidst the pushing and shoving and the nimble maneuvering, one can easily grab a handful of beef strips. Perhaps it's because I never eat spicy food normally. The actresses were very sensitive to their reactions. A blush crept onto her face, beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, and her lips became swollen and bright red from the spiciness. After eating the meat strips, I felt sweating all over, and my whole body felt refreshed, like I had been in a sauna. I casually wiped the sweat from my temples and left my hand covered in rubbed foundation. However, this cold-served beef is absolutely delicious. Even if their lips are swollen from the spiciness and they're sweating buckets, they still want to eat it. Stop fighting over it. This handful is full of chili peppers. Slow down, slow down. Eating too much is bad for your throat. That's too much. That's too much. The young man was almost in tears. This was a special reward from the audience. Ladies, you guys are really something. He declared that this is blatant workplace bullying. Before the young man could even break down again, the actors had already devoured the cold-served beef in one go. You've already finished eating? Where did you buy this? I didn't get enough. I don't know. Why don't we just ask the audience? By now, the shows outside should have already started. Then ask if anyone in the troupe knows. Does the troupe leader know? I don't know, but it tastes so good. I guess I bought it from the food street outside the stage. I saw a lot of food stalls outside. Hurry up, take off your makeup and go out to see what's going on. The group of opera actors who had just tasted the flavor were extremely uncomfortable. I was already craving the aroma of beef during the performance. It's not easy to get donations from viewers, but if so many people share one share, it's not enough. An appetite is like a wild boar that has broken free of its gates. You can't stop it. The actor covered his face and silently shed tears. The cold-served beef was clearly a tip from him. I should have known better than to take it out. As I was removing my makeup, a clown appeared in the mirror. Certainly. When they finished cleaning up and came out, Su Chun was nowhere to be found on the ground. Su Chun was having dinner with everyone at the long table in the courtyard. The surrounding branches swayed, creating a picturesque scene. We have beef at home. As for vegetables, Steward Ding originally planned to buy some from a nearby farmer. To his surprise, the woman pulled him directly into the vegetable garden. Take it, it's free. You can even bring a sack to fill it up. The local seasonal vegetables include loofah, bottle gourd, winter melon, and green beans. I eat it every day, I'm sick of it. They were practically a summer nightmare, and the F4 were a must-have on every family's dinner table. Before leaving, the old lady welcomed Butler Ding to come again tomorrow, saying it was better than the vegetables rotting in the field. Su Chun thought the taste was pretty good. Stir-frying the gourd until it's translucent and soft is very tender, and the loofah is also very sweet. As for the green beans, who says they're old? These green beans are fantastic. Chapter 225. The next day, we need to come up with something new. The system requires that 100 servings of spicy snacks be sold every day, with no fewer than 5 different types. It's just a matter of changing it once a day. Yesterday, some elderly people complained that beef was too expensive and couldn't bear to eat it. Let's make something vegetarian today, so let's make some small gluten balls. Gluten is essentially made by repeatedly washing the starch in wheat to remove some sugars, dextrins, and other substances, leaving behind a dough with excellent stickiness and elasticity. This stuff is delicious. It's a grain, and its texture is similar to meat. It's much cheaper than beef, so it should be more affordable for most people. Early in the morning, the high-gluten flour and some other ingredients that Su Chun ordered on the system panel were delivered. Actually, there's an easier way to make gluten than washing flour. Simply knead it with Vital Gluten. However, that thing lacked a natural wheat aroma and a rich texture. Su Chun disliked any additional chemical extraction or processing involved. He pursued a natural and traditional food production philosophy. Before long, everyone in the house, young and old, got up. Nuonuo wore a fresh and cute green puff-sleeve dress today. After finishing breakfast, she picked up a banana leaf from the corner of the courtyard, placed it on the slightly prickly grass, and began to play with the stones with great interest. Sometimes they fold them into long strips, and sometimes they arrange them into a heart shape on the ground. She plays by herself and enjoys it very much, without needing any adult supervision. Su Chun was worried that the little dumpling would get hot playing outside, so he tied her hair into 2 cute little pigtails. Then, he went back to the kitchen to start making gluten. Pour the flour into a large bowl and knead it into a dough with warm water. The process of kneading dough actually allows the proteins in the flour to bind together more tightly, forming a fascia or network structure that is more elastic. If you don't knead it properly, some small protein molecules might be lost with the water when you wash it later, and you'll end up washing nothing but a pot of mushy batter. To make the dough more elastic, add some salt to the water, and after kneading the dough, let it rest for a while. Once the dough is kneaded, prepare a basin of clean water, put the dough in, and start washing it. Place the dough in water and knead it in one direction, being careful not to disrupt its structure. It was during this repeated kneading process. The starch turned into a suspension, and the clear water turned into white soup. After washing to a certain concentration, change the water in a basin. Don't throw away the starch water left over. You can use it to make cold noodles. This usually needs to be kneaded 3 times until the water from washing is basically clear, then the gluten is considered ready. Nuonuo was playing with pebbles in the yard, while Su-chun and Butler Ding were playing with dough balls in the kitchen. Everyone does their own thing, no one bothers anyone else, and everyone's having a good time. At this moment, Aunt Wu came over with a fruit platter, placed it on the coffee table, and smiled kindly. Everyone, take a break and have some fruit. I'm coming right away. Nuonuo, who responded the most enthusiastically, lifted her bottom and ran to the coffee table, picked up a piece of pear, and began to eat it with a look of enjoyment. The other 4 ate 2 or 3 pieces each, and then watched the little dumpling happily eat. I want to eat yellow peaches. The next moment, 4 small yellow peaches were brought to her lips. The little dumpling accepted them all with a smile. Thank you. That way, she won't need to take it. Awu X4. As soon as I finished the last piece, 4 more small yellow peaches were immediately served. Nuonuo opened her mouth wide, squinted her eyes, and ate it. But her smile quickly faded. She blinked her almond-shaped eyes pitifully, making indistinct syllables, completely afraid to open her mouth. Mach? Oh my God, I feel like an alpaca in a zoo. As soon as it opened its mouth, countless carrots were thrown in from all directions, forcing it to stop spitting out its own saliva. Su-chun smiled and stopped the feeding. Okay, overeating is bad. Don't eat any more snacks before lunch. As soon as the sound fell, the little girl sat up with a jolt. No, this can't be done. The girl has 3 stomachs in her belly, 1 for food, 1 for fruit, and 1 for snacks and drinks. Seeing Nuonuo slumped on the sofa with her pregnant belly, looking all wronged, everyone laughed rather unkindly. Sweetie, digest your food before you play. Daddy has to go to the kitchen to get busy. Su-chun reached out and gently patted her round little belly, offering her thoughtful words of advice. Belch. The only response he received was a burp. Su-chun returned to the kitchen, where the most eye-catching thing was the gluten on the cutting board. Today's gluten is an elastic, pale yellow clump. Cut the gluten into long strips, hold a small piece with chopsticks, stretch the gluten and roll it up little by little into a spiral shape. Then pull it down from the bottom up. The texture of this gluten is so bouncy and chewy, it's really relaxing. Once cooked, skewer them and make decorative cuts. When you set up your stall, you can put it in a deep fryer or bake it on a baking tray. It's quite convenient to make. Grandpa, are we going to see the play again today? After lunch, the girl noticed that her grandfather wasn't packing his things with the same anticipation he had yesterday, which she found rather strange. Her grandfather is a big fan of traditional opera. Now that he's old, he likes to go out and listen to operas and take walks whenever he has free time. I was so engrossed in watching it yesterday, so there's no way I wouldn't go today. Besides, today's program has been moved up. It starts at 1:30. Performances like the water sleeve dance in the Red-Clad Lament, the new version of the Butterfly Lovers, the 18 farewell scenes, and Xianglin's wife, Asking Heaven, are all wonderful. There's not a sound at all right now. My little girl, how can you not go? The old man glanced at the girl, his eyes clearly indicating that the question was unnecessary. Then why don't you clean it up? The girl was a little confused by her grandfather's actions. Since you're going, why aren't you packing your things? You're about to leave. Yesterday, I brought sunflower seeds, teacups, palm leaf fans, and everything else I needed. Hee, the beef strips you bought yesterday smelled pretty good, so let's eat something you young people like today. And that milk tea too, let's buy some. I'm rich, it's on me. Girl, is this still the same grandpa who would resolutely avoid spending money if he could avoid it? Of course, she knew her grandfather was rich. Speaking of which, Grandpa was lucky to live in a good era. He used to ring the school bell for the village primary school, and later the school was merged into a public school. Grandpa naturally became a public servant, and his pension is quite substantial. TSK, TSK, TSK. Now I know that food for young people tastes good. Before, when she bought some hamburgers and fried chicken and brought them back, the old man said they were junk food, had no nutrition, and forbade her to eat them, and so on. That Swana player owner is still the best. With just one move, he changed the old man's stubborn mindset. All right, let's go then. I wonder if the boss has arrived yet. The girl was thinking about the beef strips Su Chun had made, so she called her grandfather and prepared to go over. Chapter 226. With that nouveau riche attitude, have some decency. It's not even 1 o'clock yet. Old Yang's son was already eagerly awaiting it. His home was close to where Su Chun set up his stall, so he could simply sit down at the door and keep an eye on him at all times. A few minutes later, a few people approached from a distance. They made no attempt to be tidy, plopping down on the stones and staring intently at the main road. The boy glanced at it and asked uncertainly, "Gentlemen, are you also here waiting for beef strips?" The elderly people all nodded. The little boy wasn't surprised at all. His family had enjoyed their meal the day before, and it was normal for his grandfathers to like it. Just as I was about to turn my head away, I heard an old man say something. "Oh, your grandma who is really fierce. Yesterday when I was watching the play, I just got a little greedy and didn't leave her enough, and now she's kicking me out of the house and making me buy cold beef." As soon as he finished speaking, the elderly man next to him felt the same way and quickly chimed in. "I'm even worse off. I didn't get any at all, so my wife saw other people eating while watching the show and gave me a good scolding. Hey, I'm the same way." Only old Master Wang spoke with a smile. "Ahem, I'm different. Yesterday, before the show started, I bought 25 yuan worth of food for my wife. She ate while watching the show, and when she was happy, she gave me 100 yuan as pocket money. I'm so happy. I have to do my best today too." Upon hearing this, the other old men glared at him angrily. On what grounds? Everyone else was kicked out, so why are you the only one leaving with a reward? Old Wang looks honest and simple. You wouldn't get a word out of him even if you hit him with a stick, but he's very good at pleasing old women. He's so hateful. With many people involved, there's less to worry about when things are going well. Even if we're just sitting here waiting for a stall, it's good to have a lot of people around, as we can chat a bit. But for some reason, Grandpa Wang felt isolated. Ever since he mentioned being awarded, no one has paid attention to him or responded to his words. After being met with cold shoulders several times, old Master Wang finally understood. Well, it's all because I'm too outstanding. It's okay. Only outstanding people are envied. After figuring it out, he straightened his back and muttered something casually to himself. Hey, I suddenly have an extra 100 yuan. What should I do with it? I'll buy some more cold beef. While my teeth are still strong enough, I should eat as much as I can. Others. Pooh. With your slovenly nouveau riche attitude, have some decency. 5 minutes passed, and there was still no sign of Su Chen's food cart. On the contrary, some old-timers who were wandering around the village saw them sitting and waiting and came over. The play won't start for a while, so let's wait together. We'll buy them anyway. In the countryside, people naturally flock to wherever there are many people. Not to mention that there was a grand opera performance going on, so the place was naturally packed with people. Soon, the old man who had finished feeding the chickens, the old woman with her baby, and the little boy who was knee-high all gathered around. Even the village dogs were circling around here, barking occasionally. Finally, at 12:58, a white food truck came from afar. "Make way." Seeing a group of people blocking the road, Su Chun immediately slowed down his car. Everyone obediently gave up their seats and greeted each other warmly. It has to be the cleverness of the Yang family's son. As soon as Su Chen's food cart stopped, the boy couldn't contain himself and flew over like a little bird. Boss, you're finally here. Yesterday, my silly dad gave a whole bag of beef jerky to the actor as a tip. He was really craving it all night, and then for half a day. The person is about to die." The boy's chubby body wiggled back and forth, somewhat like a little bear. "I want half a pound of cold beef today." The little bear jumped around and almost knocked over Su Chun, who had just gotten out of the car. "It's not beef today." Huh. The boy's disappointment was palpable. "What is that?" He touched his stomach, which was still empty. At noon, his mother made bitter melon, which he hated the most. Bitter melon is naturally ugly, with grooves and bumps, and the boy deliberately fed it all to the dog. "It's gluten, 5 yuan apiece, and it has to be fried and grilled fresh," Su Chin continued. The boy quickly jumped up to cheer. "I like gluten too." The villagers nearby started talking about it when they heard that the goods being sold had changed. Ah, I haven't even had the cold-served beef yet, so this is the change. Gluten is good, gluten is softer and has a more elastic texture. That's right, the cold-served beef that the boss makes is so delicious. This one should be just as good. And the best part is it's cheap. Only 5 yuan a stick, and such a big bunch. Su Chin smiled, but didn't say anything, and quickly put the gluten into the fryer to fry. While waiting, I didn't play on my phone, but instead started making the dipping sauce. When eating gluten, the main thing is to enjoy the seasoning. Take a large bowl, put in some chili powder, peanut powder, spice powder, white sesame seeds, and other seasoning powders, and then add some hot oil. To enhance the aroma, Su Chin added some chicken fat to the cooking oil and fried the scallions, ginger, garlic, onions, and star anise until fragrant. Drain the fried food, pour the oil into the seasoning powder, and stir well. The fried gluten hasn't been coated with sauce yet. The aroma of the dipping sauce, a blend of oily and savory flavors, immediately caught the villagers' noses, swirled freely in their stomachs, and then captivated their souls. Many elderly people, inhaling the fragrance, have turned into Methriya Buddhas, their smiles so radiant and tempting. Gurgle, gurgle. The sounds of swallowing rose and fell. It smells so good. I'll have one. Give me one. The villagers, who had been hesitant, no longer hesitated. Buy it, it's 5 yuan a stick. Who do you think you are? At the same time, the actors in the drama troupe also began to put on makeup. The show was scheduled to start at 1:30. Before the performance, everyone was still thinking about the cold-served beef they hadn't had much of the day before, so they asked the troupe leader to buy some. Troupe leader. Goodness gracious, is this how you boss people around? I'm supposed to be your boss. Go, troupe leader, you're the best. Yes, please, 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 just this once, considering how hard we've worked to perform. Boss, remember to make it less spicy. After all, I have to perform an opera, so I can't eat anything too spicy. It didn't matter much if they tried it yesterday, but since they were eating freely, they definitely had to choose the non-spicy option. So, while the actors were getting their makeup done backstage, the troupe leader was urged on repeatedly and pushed out to find some cold beef. Outside the theater, there were food stalls lining both sides of the road. Walking through the hustle and bustle, the troupe leader muttered to himself as he searched for a stall. Oh dear, how did I end up with this bunch of ancestors? I didn't manage to buy any yesterday after the show ended, so I'll have to go buy some before the show starts today. They absolutely have to eat this one thing. Nothing else tastes good. Is it really that serious? Chapter 2:27. Grilled gluten coiled around a wooden stick, brushed with sauce. The subtle aroma of grains, mixed with various chili powders, cumin powder, and so on. Oh my, it smells so wonderful. As soon as it was ready to be sold, the first customer couldn't wait to place an order. Gluten is a relatively quick ingredient to prepare. One pot can fry a lot, and even if everyone wants a lot, it's not a problem to sell to 3 to 5 people at once. Before long, the opera troupe leader, who had been searching all along, smelled the spicy aroma in the air and curiously went over. There's no cold beef today, but this gluten is really something else. The spice flavor may be subtle, but its impact is astonishing. It burst through the air and grabbed the olfactory nerve in the brain. In no time, the gluttonous band obeyed and immediately began to attack their hearts. He's got some skills. No wonder his group of actors have their eyes on him. Buy them for those living fathers. What else can you do? A few minutes later, the first 20 minutes were up. Su Chin put on a mask and sunglasses, and promptly put the suona to his mouth, holding the reed in his mouth. Beep, beep, beep. Everyone was dumbfounded once again. It's not that they disliked the suona. The villagers who came yesterday knew this was going to happen, so they're immune to it now. But what tune is being played? When things are done in the village, they don't make a fuss about this. Is that the little conch shell blowing its horn? The seagulls are flying around like crazy when they hear it. Is it that little conch shell? The troupe leader stood at the back, watching Su Chin with great interest. Wow, so you were the guy who disrupted yesterday. No, the one who supported their opera troupe. That's quite interesting. You know what? Even though it's a children's song, and not as soul-stirring as yesterday's tune, it's still quite festive. As it gets better, it's simply an auditory feast. Even the dogs lying asleep by the roadside perked up their ears, listening intently. Many of the young people in line held up their phones. A minute later, before everyone had even had their fill of the music, the Swana music abruptly stopped. Suchin put down the Swana, scooped the gluten from the oil pan, and brushed it with dipping sauce. "Hello, how many would you like?" The movements were so fluid and seamless, executed in one go. Just like an afterthought, he's definitely a Swana player without any emotion. 3. As soon as the gluten was cooked, the waiting customers quickly paid and were eager to dig in. The gluten has a chewy yet crispy outer layer, and it's fried perfectly. If you look closely, you can see several tiny pores evenly distributed on the surface. This loose structure allows the sauce to seep into the gluten, giving it a softer texture while maintaining its elasticity. You pop it into your mouth and crunch it down. The texture is relatively firm, and it has a chewy, springy feel. The combination of spiciness and aroma is delicious. The diners let out long, satisfied sighs and squinted their eyes, looking extremely pleased. Finally, the troop leader has arrived. "Boss, can you make the gluten noodles without chili?" "Can." The troop leader mentally counted the number of people in the troop, then waved his hand and asked for 50 sticks. As a result, half of Suchin's entire inventory was sold out. "Okay, it will take about 10 minutes to bake." Suchin fried the food as he sold it, and he did it quite skillfully. With the play about to begin, the troop leader hurried back, carrying 2 large bags of gluten. Back in the theater, the performance had already begun. The troop leader stood by the curtain backstage, holding the curtain with one hand and carrying 2 large bags of gluten in the other. He wanted to concentrate on watching the actor's performance on stage, but the bag of gluten was right there in his hand, and the aroma kept wafting into his nose, especially when he saw the audience below eating. The aroma that filled the air was so strong that he couldn't resist and picked up a piece of gluten to eat. And then it just spiraled out of control. This tastes really good. The soft and chewy gluten outer layer is fried until it is crispy and fragrant. One bite, delicious. This stuff loses its flavor when it gets cold. It's better to put it in his mouth. Since I bought a lot, eating 1 or 2 won't hurt. At the same time, the audience members below the stage enjoyed their food while watching the performance. The show was great, and the gluten was delicious. It was a double treat. The actors on stage are really having a hard time. As they sang, they quietly moved to the side. Oh no, whose opera troupe is being attacked from both sides. The actors could smell the fragrance wherever they went. They ran all over the stage, from front to back and left to right, and there wasn't a single spot where they couldn't smell it. The saliva in their mouths was uncontrollable, constantly secreting, and they had to secretly swallow it every now and then. This play is truly difficult to perform. This is the ultimate way to kill someone by destroying their spirit. I'm afraid that if I open my mouth, my saliva will start flowing out first. I don't know if the troop leader bought them any. It's so annoying. The beef smelled good yesterday, but why does this gluten smell so good too? I wonder if any viewers will send them any gifts today. She was so hungry but couldn't eat it, and the pitiful crying of the female lead sounded especially genuine. Great! Mr. Yuan's performance as Xianglin's wife was so good, I cried. Her fate was so tragic. Classic, so captivating. It was so heartbreaking to hear that I ate gluten, and tears streamed down my face onto the skewers. The audience watched with reluctance, yet ate with gusto. If they don't eat something to distract themselves, they'll probably cry even harder. Offstage, Suchin blew the Swana again. A deep, slow, and penetrating voice. The sound slowly emanated from the Swana bowl. It spreads outwards from the food truck as the center. Beep, 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 beep. The somber atmosphere reached its climax as Xianglin's wife collapsed and died in the snow. The audience members were already struggling to contain themselves, and now they couldn't hold back any longer. They all burst into tears. Wah! Wah! Reward them handsomely. Soon, as the actors took their bows, the top 2 donors, the big brothers and aunties, all took their places. Their heads were soon covered in cash, which eventually fell off. Looking at the audience members who went on stage to give tips, the money and gifts in their hands were not enough to excite the actors and throw them off balance. Immersed in the characters' emotions, unable to extricate myself. Until I saw Lao Yang come on stage carrying a bag of roasted gluten. The aroma, so close at hand, roused the actors to their feet. "It's you again, brother. You've brought us grilled gluten again, and it looks like quite a lot." They kept thanking him while subtly moving closer to the man. "I hope to win this tip." Old Yang thought they had come to ask for a reward, so he happily stuffed 10 yuan into each of their hands. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, he carried the gluten off the stage. He stepped down just like that. Old Yang even tossed the gluten in his hand before leaving. Thankfully, it didn't fall off the stage this time. A group of actors. "You just stepped down from the stage so gracefully?" Chapter 228. How come I also received a reward? Old Yang turned around and left. He waved his sleeve and took his bag of roasted gluten with him. The actors, who were taking their final bows and receiving their awards, were all overcome with emotion. "Hey bro, if you're not going to tip me, why are you shaking that bag like that? Tell me, who taught you to fish like that? Are you kidding me? Are you trying to fool me?" Wah! The actress playing Xianglin's wife, standing in the center, was already emotionally overwhelmed and hadn't yet recovered from her grief. At this moment, she took the opportunity to kneel down on the ground in sorrow and began to cry. "Why are you torturing me like this?" No. The audience members below the stage. Oh my, this actress played the role so well. She still holds back all her emotions. Absolutely. It's so tragic, so incredibly tragic. I cried buckets of emotion. Oh my, why are the other actors crying too? Look at how moving they are. You really have to see it live. It's very immersive, like you're witnessing the story firsthand. It's much more impactful than watching it on TV. The constant praise was enough to prove how well the performance was put on. After the successful conclusion of the event, the village's nouveau riche followed the directions of his henchmen and headed towards Su Chen's stall. He thoroughly enjoyed the performance, and he rewarded all the actors. The young man outside who played the Suona horn had provided excellent accompaniment, so he deserved a reward too. Anyway, he has plenty of money. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to get the drama troupe to add more scenes, all by herself. As they approached their destination, a long line of people was already waiting in front of Su Chen's stall. The wealthy man whispered a few words in his henchman's cheek. The follower's expression faltered for a moment. Then he calmly walked towards Su Chen. He casually pulled a thick wad of banknotes from his bag and slapped it onto Su Chen's food cart. "Boss, this is a tip from my grandfather because he thinks you play the Suona well." After saying that, the henchman turned and left gracefully, facing everyone's gaze. Su Chen. "Hey, come back quickly. I'm not, hey. This? No. It's one thing for the actors on stage to receive tips, but why is he getting a share too? He's just a slacker. He only brags to get the missions done." The diners in line were also a bit confused. Holy crap, what did I just see? Our village's richest guy has become Suona Bro's biggest fanboy. Am I the only one curious about how many there are in this stack? That's too extravagant. I should get a Suona and play it tomorrow. It's much better than going to work. Come on, if you're exaggerating, the village's crops will be reduced by 50%. The assistant successfully completed his mission and planned to leave with the wealthy man. Little did anyone expect that the wealthy man had no intention of leaving. He stood by the roadside, watching Su Chen fry gluten. The young man looked quite young, but his technique was skillful and he acted decisively. Everyone in line had a smile on their face, and when the fried gluten came out of the fryer, their smiles stretched so wide they almost reached the back of their heads. The wealthy man was infected by this emotion. The aroma that wafts towards me makes me happier and happier. Overjoyed, he pointed to Su Chen's stall and said, "Let's go. Let's grab something to eat." The assistant looked troubled. "This is a roadside stall. It's not really suitable for you to eat here. What if you get sick?" The wealthy man waved his hand. "Have you forgotten that I'm also from the countryside? Everyone else can eat it, so why can't I?" Then, a well-dressed, white-haired but meticulous and charismatic old man walked over there, accompanied by a young man who looked like a secretary. As soon as the old man arrived, the young people in the group started to make a fuss. "Damn, Uncle Zhao is here. Did he think the tips he gave earlier weren't enough? Here he comes, here he comes. I see that the top-ranked gentleman still retains his charm. I wonder if Uncle Bang is short of grandsons. After all, We're from the same hometown. I've been a grandson for 20 years, so I'm experienced. I have 25 years of experience. The wealthy man appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was incredibly excited. What does that mean? What does still charming mean? Isn't that a description for women? Lacking grandsons? No, I have plenty of grandsons, and one little rascal is particularly annoying. The wealthy man's eyes lit up slightly as he watched the sizzling gluten in the oil. He wanted some too. After hearing the instructions, the attendant turned around and lined up to buy the items. Sorry, we're sold out. Everything in the pot has been sold. While busy with his work, Suchin also took the time to explain to the old man. I finally got into the mood to eat something for young people, and then this just happened. Before he could even sigh in despair, someone had already locked onto him. There's no other reason than that these grandchildren are too eager to improve. Grandpa is so rich, isn't this the perfect opportunity? A young man chuckled and said to the two of them, I bought 5 fried gluten sticks. I'll share half with you, do you want some? And me, I can give you 2. Oh, business opportunities are coming to us. The wealthy man's eyes lit up, and he waved his hand. I'll take them all. We won't let anyone lose out. The money has to be doubled. The young man's smile froze upon hearing this. Uncle Zhao is so clear about something that costs only a few dollars. He's deliberately trying to distance himself from us. It's too difficult to climb high branches. After Su Chun finished grilling, the big spender took the gluten. The gluten is crispy on the surface and coated with a bright red, oily dipping sauce. The spicy aroma was almost overwhelming my face. He took a small bite, and wow, it was bouncy and chewy. It has a chewy exterior and a soft interior, with a tender gluten core that is quite delicious. It's even better when mixed with a spicy dipping sauce. Every bite is the ultimate indulgence for your taste buds. The big spender was completely engrossed in the food, not even noticing the sauce smeared on his face. He felt particularly comfortable after eating a piece of gluten. This sense of satisfaction has been absent for a long time. As I get older, I've traveled all over the world and tasted a lot of delicious food, both domestically and internationally. My threshold for food has been raised higher and higher, and now nothing tastes quite the same. I no longer feel the joy and anticipation of eating a bowl of rice mixed with lard, as I did when I was young. Now, this gluten has allowed him to rediscover the original purpose of food. The servants were also eating with their mouths full of oil. This is the advantage of working alongside a rich man. Even though you're his lackey, the salary is high and the benefits are plentiful. Especially for a top-tier lackey like him, following his master around to freeload and enjoy life. He's more than satisfied. The follower was secretly grinning foolishly. After the two finished eating, the tycoon glanced at his henchman, who immediately understood. As usual, he placed a wad of cash on Su Chin's food cart and left coldly. Rich people may be just that simple and unpretentious. Su Chin called out a few times, but no one responded, so he quietly put the money away. The diners looked on with envy. Damn it, I won't tell you who's envious. It's me. And me too. Aye. You guys say. You know what? The robbery has been going on for over 3 years. Ahem. No. I mean, what do you guys think of my looks? What are you doing? You're trying to seduce the top dog? You've got really weird tastes. No. My target is the Swana player. Chapter 229. A fight has broken out. Running away is the best option. Backstage at the theater. The actors, after finishing their performances, headed straight backstage. Then, unexpectedly, they discovered that the class leader was secretly enjoying his meal. It's impossible to hide the truth anyway. A string of gluten was gently pulled by the teeth, and in the blink of an eye, a third of it was swished into the mouth. The group of actors' eyes widened in surprise, and they let out a sharp, explosive sound. What are you doing, teacher? Holy crap. Teacher, you actually stole food behind our backs. What kind of boor behavior is this? My God, this is the smell. When I was performing, I almost sprayed saliva all over the audience's faces. It was so hard for me to hold it in. Master, how much did you buy? Do you have any left? A group of people, they didn't even care about their costumes and makeup. One by one, they rushed straight to the table where the gluten was placed, making the troop leader's heart pound with fear. Wow, I bought a lot. Don't rush. There's no need to fight over them. As the troop leader spoke, he also protected the handful of gluten in his hand. The credibility of this statement is practically zero. It's easy for the troop leader to talk when he's not in our shoes. We've only smelled the aroma. We haven't even tasted it yet. Nonsense. It's clearly because sitting doesn't hurt your back. It smells so good. Oh my God. I'll try a skewer first. I love gluten. A group of people hurriedly opened the large bag containing gluten and started showing it off without saying a word. Once they started eating, the backstage dressing room, which had been incredibly noisy just moments before, fell completely silent. All that remained were the sounds of smacking and chewing. Cold roasted gluten, though lacking the exuberant, steaming heat of freshly fried gluten, has gained a more composed and understated quality. With one bite, the outer skin is no longer crispy, but becomes slightly soft, with a wonderful elasticity that stretches between your teeth and a unique spicy flavor that spreads in your mouth. The more you savor it, the more you can appreciate its lingering flavor. When your mind starts to wander, you can no longer concentrate on savoring the moment. Hey, this isn't fair at all. You guys eat way too fast. I can't keep up at all. How about we all stop and split it equally? Upon hearing this, the group not only continued their actions, but also grabbed at an even faster pace. If you've already robbed someone, only a fool would agree to split it equally. Why should they split the gluten they earned through their own skill? The person who was speaking was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. What a terrible thing. The buying frenzy is insane. As the old saying goes, too much talk leads to mistakes. When faced with absolutely delicious food, saying one more word means eating one less bite. It's still more reliable to rely on military suppression and simply start looting. Oh, to be honest, I shouldn't fight over it anymore. It's fine to split it equally. Holy crap, who took a bite out of my gluten? What an animal. Don't push, don't step on me. I want the ones that fell on the ground too. Those actors who couldn't get roles crowded together in the crowd, cursing angrily. But it was all for naught. Those who were ruthless in their grabbing didn't even bother to acknowledge them. Seeing that the dog's brain was about to be smashed out, the troop leader quickly clenched his dough and quietly moved towards the door. That's insane. Luckily, they didn't wait for the curtain to end before starting to eat. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to get a bite. At this moment, someone noticed the troop leader, thought of something, and squeezed out while protecting the gluten. Master, are we leaving after tomorrow's performance? Can't we perform for a few more days? Upon hearing this, the group of actors who were happily scrambling for the food suddenly remembered this and turned to look at their troop leader. The class leader was so frightened that he silently glanced at his own gluten. The client only booked for 3 days, and that's how it was advertised. You want to change it? The troop leader felt that this was not a good idea. But the actor's next words immediately changed people's minds, making them hesitate. We've only just tasted it. If we leave, won't we miss out on the deliciousness? That makes sense. Let me think about it. Our stage revenue has been high these past 2 days, so if we perform for 2 more days, even if we only put on 1 show each day, it won't be a loss. Right, master? The troop leader thought it made sense, but performing here for 5 days meant that the rest of the schedule would have to be changed. So I couldn't make up my mind right away and wanted to think about it some more. The current scenario is not suitable for discussion. A group of people were still fighting, and he didn't dare to interfere at all. He could only run away as fast as he could, and protecting his gluten was the most important thing. With the troop leader gone, the actors suddenly became even more eager to compete for the role. Some people have more gluten, some have less. If I'm not satisfied with just finishing my own food, I'll snatch it from someone else and stuff it into my mouth if I see they still have some left. A major battle is imminent. The troop leader stood outside, listening to the roars and screams coming from backstage, and sighed softly. Looks like I bought too little. If he had known it would taste this good, he would have bought all the gluten. The actors wouldn't actually fight. Hey, be careful when you grab the tickets. Don't waste time. The new version of the Butterfly Lovers, the 18 farewell scene starts in half an hour. Why? These troublesome ancestors have really worried him a lot. Su Chen has completed the mission. After packing up his stall, he drove the food cart to an open space in the village and parked it there. Then, together with Butler Ding, who had just brought Nuonyuo over, the 2 adults and the little one went to the theater to watch a play. Of course, he also brought his own money, along with the 2 stacks of cash that the rich man's henchman had dumped on the food cart. After the play concluded successfully, Su-chan went on stage to give each actor a reward. The money I earned from setting up a stall all day wasn't even as much as the tips I gave out after watching a play. But he was very satisfied with what he saw. It was like watching a really good movie. I couldn't calm down for a long time. Moreover, the feeling of giving tips is quite satisfying, giving a sense of accomplishment in supporting traditional drama. Before leaving, Nuonyuo insisted on buying some snacks. Su-chan naturally agreed. I randomly walked into a small shop. What we're saying is, the more you look at the original score, the more outrageous it becomes. How come there are nutritional yarns and 6 nuclear bombs in the village? Su-chan frowned slightly, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. He took the little girl's hand and walked outside, pinching her soft cheeks. Honey, let's go to town to buy some, or Daddy can make you some potato chips, okay? Nuonyuo's eyes lit up, and she clapped her hands excitedly. Okay, let's go home. Dad's cooking is the best. Su-chan nodded. Actually, he made potato chips not only because his little girl loved them, but also because he had his own reasons. Tomorrow, I'll be selling some crispy potato chips at my stall. That would be a great snack. The process is simple. Slice, soak, blanch, fry, and finally sprinkle with seasoning powder. It's convenient and delicious. However, generally speaking, 1 pound of potatoes can yield about 3 ounces of potato chips. If the chips are sliced thinly, the moisture will be removed more thoroughly during frying, and the total weight of the chips will be close to 4 ounces. Su-chan did the calculations. The system requires 100 servings per day. If each serving of potato chips is calculated at half a pound, then 125 to 167 pounds of potatoes would be needed. Forget slicing it. It would take forever to peel it. We should install a fully automatic potato chip cutter. Chapter 230 Kid, who gave you permission to steal it like that? After dinner, the ingredients and tools delivered by the system arrived. Apart from some common seasonings, the ingredients used are old potatoes with high starch content. These potatoes are quite special. They come from the potato capital, a region with high altitude, abundant sunshine, and a large temperature difference between day and night. Not only are the potatoes regular in shape and have shallow eyes, but they also have smooth skin, high starch content, and a dry matter content of up to 25%. With such high-end ingredients, the potato chips will taste better and have a better color. Su-chan peeled a few potatoes and used a fully automatic machine to slice them. Soak the sliced potatoes in clean water, rinse them to remove excess starch, and continue rinsing until the water becomes clear. This treatment makes it less likely to burn when frying, and it also makes the food extra crispy. Next, boil water in a pot. Add potato slices and a little salt. When the potato slices become translucent but still retain a certain firmness, remove them and drain the water. Pour oil into a cold pan and turn the heat to high. Test the oil temperature with chopsticks. If bubbles appear around the chopsticks, the oil is ready. Pour the drained potato slices into the oil and fry for a while. Then, use a strainer to push them around. Once the potato slices start to turn yellow, stir them more often. When they are fried until golden brown, crispy and crunchy, take them out quickly. The steps are quite simple. Potato chips, potato chips. Nuonyuo thrashed about with her chubby arms, like a puppy that had fallen into water, her bright eyes excitedly watching the sizzling potato chips in the pot. It'll be ready soon, don't worry. Su-chan instructed the ant to bring the potato chips to the table. Nuonyuo was the first to try the potato chips. These thin chips, even though they only had salt, still had the original flavor of the potato. They were crispy and fragrant. The little girl had oil on her hands and was licking her fingers with her tongue. She couldn't stop eating because it was so delicious. I'm addicted to a whole bunch of potato chips. Butler Ding, you should also try some. Su-chan took a bite and invited everyone to join in. A large plate of potato chips was quickly finished, but Nuonyuo still felt it wasn't enough. But Su-chan spoke up. Potato chips should not be eaten in large quantities, as fried foods are prone to causing internal heat. The little girl couldn't go against her father's wishes. There was nothing I could do but slurp the last potato chip for ages, until it was all soft and mushy, before reluctantly swallowing it. Burp, I'll eat it tomorrow. As dawn broke, Nuon Yuo listened to the birds chirping outside and opened her eyes contentedly after a good night's sleep. Then he ran to the next room. Dad, I want potato chips. Su Chun, whose brain hadn't even started working yet, turned his head away expressionlessly after being forcibly woken up. It met the little dumpling's silly, happy face perfectly. My little ancestor, you really are my ancestor. Su Chun rubbed his temples and sighed. With that foodie nature, he could easily beat 99.9% of kids in the country. After getting up and eating breakfast, while Butler Ding and the others were processing potatoes, Su Chun was in the kitchen fiddling with seasoning powder. I have chili powder on hand, but I still need to make a salt and pepper powder. The flavor profile of salt and pepper powder is quite simple, but its aroma deserves special mention. Put Sichuan peppercorns and salt into a wok in a 2-to-1 ratio, without oil, and stir-fry over low heat until the whole house is filled with the aroma of Sichuan peppercorns and the salt grains turn slightly yellow. Then grind them into Sichuan peppercorn salt powder using a blender. In the yard, 100 or 200 pounds of potatoes were all dumped on the ground. With a slicing machine, you can just peel it. After 2 hours, the two aunties were already sore from back pain and secretly glanced at Butler Ding next to them. The old man was perfectly fine and even said he'd take 2 more big bags of potatoes if he wanted. TSK, he's really old, but still going strong. A bit too much of a show-off. It was a few minutes before 1 p.m. The villagers were incredibly excited as the food truck drew closer. Many people even started swallowing their saliva, just when everyone was eagerly anticipating it. A black luxury car suddenly appeared out of nowhere and blocked Su Chen's path at a distance of more than 10 meters. The car stopped. The people inside the car quickly unbuckled their seatbelts. To be honest, he didn't want to resort to such a desperate measure. I just didn't expect everyone to be staking out the spot so early. Before I came, the old man had told me to buy more to take back with me. With so many people, is there even a chance for me? I'll get a lot of flack when I get back. Compared to being scolded, being criticized by the villagers is nothing. As soon as he got off the bus, his assistant subconsciously glanced at the group of elderly men and women. What happened? The elderly woman with failing eyesight asked anxiously. Hey, isn't that the young man who works with Uncle Zhao in the village? Oh no, look at his shifty eyes, he's definitely going to steal our food. What? The elderly people were immediately unhappy. They had been waiting for a long time and had even lined up, only to have their turn snatched away. They couldn't stand it. Look at my short temper. Everyone move aside. This young man has no manners. An old man immediately got up and rushed over there. Once the old man took the lead, several other people rushed over as well. Little did the henchmen in front know that that one glance had already given him away. They even believed they were far ahead and certain of victory. After running a few steps, he was shocked to find that the old man who had suddenly appeared from behind had overtaken him. Good heavens, this old man is over 70 years old. How could he run so fast? Grandpa Ma, you're too old for that. Don't try to take it from me, a young man. You'll hurt your back. You little brat. You have no sense of martial ethics. Everyone's in line. You're not behaving yourself. Your Grandpa Ma may be skinny, but I'm strong and capable. I can drink half a gin of Beiju with every meal, carry manure up the mountain, and catch fish in the river. No problem for me. Running is nothing to me. Get out of my way. After saying that, he sped up and rode off in a cloud of dust, waving to Su Chun. Boss, what are you selling today? I want it first. I don't have any dietary restrictions. Su Chun had just gotten out of the car and was still confused about what was going on. Suddenly, I heard shouts coming from afar. I turned my head and saw a group of elderly men and women running towards the stall. The leader was actually an elderly man with white hair. He waved as he ran, as happy as a child, which made Su Chen's eyelids twitch, and he quickly shouted loudly. Grandpa, slow down, don't fall. Boss, don't worry about me. Hurry up and grill the gluten. Grandfather. Boss. Grandfather. The noise from the crowd behind them was too loud, and neither of them could hear what the other was shouting. The follower was nearby and heard them shouting at each other. For some reason, a picture of them running towards each other popped into his mind, and even the background music started playing automatically. You are the wind, I am the sand, entwined together until the ends of the earth. If the other person going there wasn't an old man. Thinking of this, the follower shuddered. It was terrifying, and he even slowed his pace. In the end, the old man was the first to reach his destination. Chapter 231. No. If you eat everything, what am I supposed to eat? The old man, far ahead, looked at Su Chun without batting an eye. Young man, hurry up, grill me 10 skewers of gluten, to go. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man looked at the catching up followers, his hands supporting his knees as he panted, and shook his head and clicked his tongue twice. Sigh, so young and already so weak. What will happen when you get old? Attendant. Sir, I'm not faking it, okay? I'm just a little out of breath, that's all. The main force caught up at this time. Boss, are you still selling gluten today? Give me 10 skewers. Are you still selling the cold-served beef from the day before yesterday? That one is even tastier. Boss. The voices of the diners rose and fell. Su Chin was dumbfounded. Nothing like that. We're selling potato chips today. Upon hearing that new food items had been brought in, everyone was very enthusiastic. Potato chips are great. They're crispy and fragrant, perfect for eating while watching a movie. How much is it per pound? Give me one. Yes, boss, I want to weigh some too. Many people quickly pushed their way to the front. Grandpa Ma, who was at the very front of the line, was immediately unhappy. What's the rush? I was the first one here, so the boss should definitely sell to me first. The village wasn't big, and everyone knew each other, so they didn't hold back at all. Stop arguing. I want the most. Boss, pack it for me first. Even the lackeys were unwilling. Without delay, he quickly pulled out a large wad of cash from his bag and rewarded Su Chun. Boss, this is what my father specifically requested. He didn't get enough to eat yesterday, so he's taking it all today. Before Su Chun could speak, the villagers broke down. Huh? You can buy it like this. You bought it all? Can Master Zhao really eat that much? No. Boss, please don't sell it to him. We don't agree. Stop talking nonsense. Everyone hurry up and get this bastard away. In an instant, cries of condemnation arose from all sides. Someone almost lost control of their raised foot and kicked out. No matter how powerful the henchmen are, they can't withstand more and more righteous flying kicks. However, he was prepared for this. Without even blinking, he pulled out a wad of banknotes and gave 2 bills to everyone present. Everyone. No. The money's in hand? Just like that, the money's in hand. It's okay to skip a day's food. We can eat it again tomorrow. Isn't this money too easy to make? They stared in shock at the 200 yuan that had suddenly appeared in their hands, overjoyed with delight. Seeing everyone's reactions, the henchman remained completely calm and collected. It's not my money, so I don't feel bad giving it away. It was thanks to the wealthy man who gave him a certain degree of control that he was able to handle things so skillfully. The henchman smiled and turned to Su Chun, saying, Boss, the whole house. Seeing that no one else had any objections, Su Chun immediately handed over the goods to him. To be honest, he was very happy too. They set up their stall and then packed up immediately, so there was no need to play the Swana anymore. It was absolutely fantastic. Not far away, the class leader, who arrived late, stared in shock at the young man who had brought a car full of potato chips. And there were villagers happily holding red banknotes. In an instant, he felt as if he had suffered 10,000 points of damage. Everything is gone. What does that even mean? He's going to fight this person who's trying to steal his food. The troop leader was so excited that he couldn't speak for a long time, and he almost ground his back teeth to powder. If he had known things would turn out this way, he would have bought up the whole truckload of gluten yesterday. At least this way you can eat your fill and feel better. I regret it. I really regret it. The troop leader immediately performed a dramatic chest-pounding and stomping gesture. When the actors made the suggestion last night, he was still hesitant, feeling that changing his schedule for the sake of some food was too much trouble and not a good idea. But when it's his turn to go hungry, he can't say that. Hesitate? What are you hesitating about? We must add 2 more performances. He must be in first place tomorrow, and he will not compromise his principles for a mere pittance. But, to ensure that things go perfectly, careful planning is still necessary. In an instant, the troop leader's mind raced with ideas, his eyes darting around as he hatched various schemes. After the villagers left one by one, he quietly found Su Chun. Hello, boss. I'm the head of the Phoenix Drama Troupe. Our actors really love the snacks you make, and we're planning to perform for a couple more days. Do you think it would be possible to set up a stall a little closer to the theater? That way, it would be more convenient for everyone to buy snacks. Su Chun was stunned. That's okay too. Anyway, I won't lose anything, and I can watch a few more shows in front of me, so why not? Upon hearing Su Chen's agreement, the troupe leader was overjoyed, and his face immediately lit up with a smile. Then, could we change our stall opening hours? Oh, no. I have to set up my stall at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The troupe leader was visibly disappointed upon receiving a negative answer. This is about the food supply for the entire troupe of actors. We have to think of a way, or at least try our best. Soon, the troupe leader glanced around, and, seeing that no one was nearby, quietly approached Su Chun and said something. Oh, right, boss, I forgot to remind you. There are 2 big stone blocks ahead on this road, so your car can't get in. Tomorrow you'll have to take the road behind. Su Chun didn't usually pay attention to this, but seeing how enthusiastic the class leader was, he nodded without thinking much about it. When the troupe leader saw that Su Chun was so easy to talk to, his heart was filled with excitement and his hands were trembling. That's great. Tomorrow I'll have the actors perform their best pieces. Boss, you absolutely have to come. The two exchanged a smile and then took their leave. Backstage, the troupe leader took a sip of tea in a good mood. Nobody knows about the encore yet. He tricked the owner into setting up his stall in front of the theater and even deliberately walked down the back alley so that he could buy all the food when the owner arrived. How wonderful, how wonderful. Even if the audience arrives when the show starts and there's a queue, since they've already bought their tickets, there's no need for them to rush to buy them. Look how good this idea is. Even the troupe leader admired himself. He had come up with this idea so quickly. After the performance, a group of actors gradually returned backstage. They moved with light steps, and when they reached a place out of sight of the audience, they ran faster than the next one. When everyone finally squeezed into the backstage area and saw the empty tables, they were all momentarily bewildered. You look at me, I look at you. They all stared at the troupe leader with extremely hostile eyes. Why are you all staring at me? They've all been bought up. I was too late and couldn't get any. The actors? How can you be so self-righteous when you didn't even buy it? Don't interrupt me. Let me finish. How could I possibly leave empty-handed? The troupe leader coughed twice, regaining control of the conversation. That is, the group of actors were utterly shocked after listening to their troupe leader's explanation. They were all stunned, staring blankly at the troupe leader. It was as if they were meeting their troupe leader for the first time. Chapter 232, I only made these dumplings because I was jealous of you. Is this our class teacher? Why has his IQ suddenly taken over? It doesn't seem like it. Could it be that the troupe leader has been instructed by some treacherous person? I can hardly believe it. I think I've been possessed. No matter who you are, please be respectful to the troupe leader. The troupe leader, overhearing their discussion, widened his eyes in disbelief. What did this mean? Look down on him. He's very smart, okay? The troupe leader, seeing that everyone was astonished by his actions, gave a proud snort. The actors' lips twitched as they watched him become arrogant. As people get older, they become unreasonable. All right, master, then it's settled then. Since the troupe leader has resolved the matter, they may not be able to eat today, but they can eat tomorrow. It's even possible to buy everything. Just thinking about it is wonderful. Spread the word that because the audience is so enthusiastic, our troupe will extend our performance for 2 more days and add extra shows. After the troupe leader finished speaking, he seemed to remember something and added a word of caution. No need for too much publicity, just give a notification. Whether the audience sees it or not is entirely up to fate. You know what I mean. The actors understood immediately. I'm worried that if the publicity is done well, people will come over. It would be bad if it affected their ability to buy snacks. Don't worry, troupe leader. Okay, you can remove your makeup now. Su Chun went home early today and, having nothing else to do, prepared for setting up his stall tomorrow. The cold-served beef was very well received, but the system required 5 different snacks, so he switched to cold-served rabbit meat. The preparation process is similar, the difference being that rabbit meat is more tender and takes less time to cook than beef. The next day, after several hours of work, Su Chun drove the food truck, following the troop leader's kind instructions. Drive onto the street behind. Before even arriving at their destination, Su Chun saw the empty streets and sensed something was amiss. Could it be that everyone has already entered the venue? What he didn't know was that the troop leader had been waiting by the theater with his men since around 12 noon. Seeing so few passers-by, I was incredibly excited. Haha, I didn't have a choice before, but now I want them all. It seems this ambush targeting the boss was very successful. Boss, you're here. What delicious treats are you selling today? Su Chun parked the food cart next to the stage. Seeing the troop leader with his men, he greeted them with a fawning smile. He chuckled helplessly, a bad feeling creeping over him. They sell cold-served rabbit meat. Hee, rabbit meat is great. Our actors are all preparing. Although we were notified of the performance, it's a bit late, so I guess not many people know about it. I'm really sorry for affecting your business, boss. But we have a large troupe. Boss, can you book the whole place? After finishing his long speech, the troop leader stared at Su Chun with expectant eyes. I hope you can understand my good intentions. I only made these dumplings because you're jealous. Su Chun. The true intentions were revealed when the true colors were finally shown. Whether or not it's included depends on the situation. As he spoke, he glanced to the side. Several passers-by were rushing over from a short distance away. Huh. No, someone's coming. The troop leader's expression cracked, and he was inwardly shocked. When the group arrived at their destination, all of them were panting heavily. The class leader glanced at Su Chun, who was tidying up the cutting board. He glanced at the other diners and quietly pulled them aside. The cooperation was reached in just a few words. They decided to share all the cold-served rabbit meat that the boss had brought. Su Chun arranged the cold-served rabbit meat and waited until the theater was empty. I knew this was probably a performance the troop leader decided on the spur of the moment, so he could enjoy some delicious food. The main force hadn't caught up with the news yet and hadn't arrived. Old Ginger is spicier. This troop leader was willing to go to any lengths for food. I can't imagine if the villagers find out about this operation and whether the troop leader will still be able to buy it in the future. There weren't many people in the place at the moment, so Su Chun naturally packed up the food for the diners according to their needs. A dozen or so people divided up the entire truckload of rabbit meat. The troop leader, carrying the rabbit meat as if it were a precious treasure, was flushed with excitement and shyly invited Su Chun to watch the show. They said they specially arranged a play for the boss. The other diners who had bought rabbit meat and were still there also had their eyes light up. They want to see the shows that the bosses like to watch. Then the group of people took their seats. The stage was empty. It wasn't time for the performance yet, and there were only a few people in the audience. The notification was sent out at noon, and many people haven't seen it yet. So not many people came. Only passers-by who saw the sign at the theater entrance indicating that the performance was still going on did realize that the troupe hadn't left and would be performing for another 2 days. The play begins. People in the neighborhood who didn't know there was a performance now know. Gradually, more and more audience members were drawn in by the sound of the opera singing. In less than 20 minutes, the audience seats were full. When Su Chun sold cold rabbit meat, he deliberately saved some for himself. Then I smelled the aroma of rabbit meat in the air and remembered that he had brought some with him. They quickly took it out and ate it together with the belated butler Ding. After taking a bite, Su Chun understood why so many theatergoers would buy snacks. Oh my God, it definitely tastes better. Cold-served rabbit meat has a firm and chewy texture, and the spicy flavor blends with the natural freshness of the rabbit meat, making it more and more delicious and addictive the more you chew. With both mental and physical well-being combined, I became even more focused on the performances in the stands. The word happy is not enough to describe it. On another street, a large number of villagers gathered at the old spot, some even arriving several hours in advance to queue. But after waiting and waiting, Su Chun still hadn't appeared. They sensed something was wrong. After making inquiries from various sources, it was finally discovered that the owner's food truck was parked right next to the stage, and he had already set up a stall there. What a human tragedy. The diners, who had been waiting anxiously, finally broke down in their guard. I was initially quite happy to learn that the opera troupe had added extra performances, extending the run for 2 more days. But no sooner had he praised the opera troupe than he was betrayed by them. In order to buy all the food, They secretly lured the owner to the edge of the stage. They even deliberately avoided the previous road. How gloomy. This infuriated the villagers. Good, very good. The ship of friendship capsizes so easily. The young man who was speaking took off his baseball cap and threw it on the ground angrily, his face turning ashen with rage. I never expected the opera troupe to do this. They just sent out the notices for the extra performances. Who would be paying attention to the stage? The villagers who found out the cause and effect sighed helplessly. Well, that's great. I didn't get to eat yesterday, but I still got 200 yuan. I got absolutely nothing today. The world is a dangerous place, and people's hearts are unpredictable. Several diners who couldn't accept it hugged each other and almost cried out in pain. I'm so heartbroken. I can't take this anymore. Those who offend my rabbit meat, no matter how far away, will be punished. Chapter 233. What a clever way to shift the blame. The thought of the boss's entire truckload of cold-served rabbit meat being bought up by the opera troupe is truly unbearable. The diners were filled with resentment. One of the young men stared at the actors on stage, his eyes flashing with a ruthless, murderous light. He looked around, and his eyes landed on a large watermelon at the fruit stand next to him. Soon, he walked into the theater carrying 2 heavy watermelons. Those diners who, like the young people, were disappointed by what they found, were still a bit confused by this. So they couldn't find any cold rabbit meat, so they ate this instead? Goodness, one watermelon looks like it weighs over 10 pounds. It's so heavy, and you still bought 2. More than 10 minutes later. Good. Great, you sang so well. As everyone watched with great interest, audience members began to go on stage to give tips. The young man who bought the watermelon somehow got hold of a rope net, put it around the watermelon, and excitedly strode onto the stage. This was very eye-catching among the viewers who gave tips. Not only the audience, but even the actors on stage had their pupils shrink slightly when they saw this. Not good. Why isn't the big watermelon on the table? This kid seems to have ill intentions. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the young man made eye contact with a young actor on stage and walked straight over to him. The actor was so startled that he took a small step back, but couldn't dodge it. Even with prior warning, the weight of those 2 large watermelons caused the actor's neck to bend, and he ended up wishing the audience an early Happy New Year. Good heavens! Who understands? Sometimes, the love of the audience can be quite heavy. The diners below the stage were also stunned. Good heavens, really good heavens. Could this person have come to give the opera troupe a special tip because they couldn't buy cold-served rabbit meat after queuing for hours? The diners, who had almost forgotten why they came there, snapped out of their reverie as if waking from a dream, from the stage drama. If the opera troupe hadn't cheated, everyone wouldn't have ended up leaving empty-handed. It's definitely worth a little revenge. After a while, a person came up on stage with a bag of rice to give a tip. The actors. What's going on? What's happening today? Sending watermelons is one thing, but why are they sending rice too? The actors were practically in tears. When they stepped off the stage, they were the ones who had to carry all those gifts. In these open-air theaters, the audience is right below the stage. When the performance gets really exciting, all sorts of gifts can be thrown onto the stage. They just hung watermelons on them. I've never seen anyone carrying rice like that before. Before the actors could even prepare themselves, another audience member arrived carrying 2 boxes of pure milk. There are a few more cases of bottled water to go. Basically, whatever is important, that's what you tip. Gradually, the stage was piled high with gifts from the tips. The actors' eyes looked like they were about to cry, but had no tears left. What a bunch of idiots. I heard gold is quite heavy, could you? Sigh, let's be realistic. Hopefully, when the performance ends, the troupe leader can send someone up on stage to help. Meanwhile, the diners watched the performance quietly with smiles on their faces. After all that, I definitely feel much better. They didn't do anything. What's wrong with giving the performers some gifts? A small gift carries great meaning. So I'll give a more substantial gift to show that my feelings are even stronger, right? The diners were extremely resentful when they couldn't get the owner's cold-served rabbit meat. If this show weren't so good, their tips are not just these. When this kind of tipping becomes the norm on stage, those who offered money, cigarettes, and alcohol were now confused. What's going on? Is this kind of tipping suddenly becoming popular? Or do the actors simply enjoy these tips? An elderly man, completely bewildered, stared at the scene, feeling utterly aged. Oh no, I've become a conservative and can't keep up with society. He looked at the 50 yuan in his hand, hesitating whether he should do what the others did and offer some food and drinks on stage. Does giving money directly seem less thoughtful? Shortly afterward, the actors took their final bows in front of the audience. Some carried watermelons, some carried rice, and some carried bottled water. Someone somehow managed to send several large bags of sweet potatoes onto the stage, which nearly killed them. They struggled to get off the stage, each carrying something on their body, shoulder, and in their hands. With this one performance, the troupe won't have to worry about making a living for half a month. The actors were exhausted. Which actor would have to work half their life to get on stage? Once backstage, I felt like my body wasn't my own anymore. None of the opera actors could have imagined that one day they would experience the life of a porter. What's wrong with these audience members today? It's one thing for them to bring food and drinks, but they're even bringing rice, salad oil, and cabbage onto people. Something is definitely not right. I noticed that the audience members who brought gifts on stage today seemed to have gritted their teeth. What? A single sentence awakened me from my reverie. The moment those words were spoken, the inexplicable sense of incongruity became immediately clear. These donations seem harmless. They are simply expressions of love from the audience. But why are you gritting your teeth? What anger is raging inside you? Hey, do you guys think they found out about the troupe leader's tricking of the boss? The troupe leader, who had just walked backstage. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I already made an agreement with those diners to keep this a secret. The actors who heard this. No, class leader, how come your IQ fluctuates so much? Keep it a secret before you buy it. But what's the point of keeping it a secret after you've already bought it? Master, please tell us in detail what exactly happened. The troupe leader stroked his stubble, went through the process in his mind, and only began to review the proceedings after confirming everything was in order. After hearing what had happened, the actors silently facepalmed. Some people removed their makeup and infiltrated the enemy ranks to investigate thoroughly. After all, it's a pretty bad thing, and everyone's been talking about it with great interest. When the actor returned backstage and recounted the information he had gathered, the troupe leader was furious. Damn it, what do you mean I bought it all? I clearly split it equally with those other diners. Is this some kind of rumor they spread to deliberately slander me? They promised to keep it a secret. How could they do this? Let your fellow Taoists die rather than you? What a clever way to shift the blame. I take the fall while they reap the benefits. Why should they? No, I have to clarify. That's not true at all. The troupe leader was so angry when he saw this information that he almost collapsed. If the actors next to him hadn't stopped him, he would have gone out to confront those people who were distorting the truth and give them a proper talking to. Hey, troupe leader, look how anxious you are. If we can eat the boss's delicious food every day, being pranked a little is nothing. Besides, the villagers are all good people. They even spend money to buy us food and drinks. It's just a little tiring. I can handle it. This actor is so carefree. He's holding a durian that someone gave him, and he's already started peeling it. Chapter 234. It's cracked. I'm fucking cracked. The opera actor chuckled. Oh my god, this is a huge durian. It smells a bit bad, and it was a little difficult to pick it up, but it tastes delicious when you eat it. It's so big, it must be expensive, right? I wonder which rich guy in the village spent so much money to tip them just to vent his emotions. Seriously, he cried his eyes out. You bet. I was really touched. They even shared a piece of durian with me. Honestly, the owner's cooking skills are really good. Whether it's beef, rabbit meat, or gluten, everything is so delicious. It's so satisfying to eat. I'm a fan of the owner now. Not only is his cooking delicious and his skills great, but he's also very generous. When he gives us tips, the way he gives money away is so cool. The actor next to him nodded in agreement. The amount of money spent is so much that most people couldn't afford it. When receiving the money, the male actor felt his heart race and experienced the feeling of being in love again, something he hadn't felt in a long time. I almost yelled at the boss. Please shower me with RMB. I can take it. If you ask me, I'd rather receive delicious food from the boss than send money. Stop babbling and think of a way for the troupe to explain. If this happens again tomorrow, I'm afraid my frail shoulders won't be able to handle it. Taishi is dead. When I was gathering information just now, several old men asked me if the opera troupe had gone bankrupt and was short of food, and if they wanted to donate some to us. Seeing that the troupe leader was about to lose his temper again, the actors quickly changed the subject and pulled him back. Master, now that everyone knows the boss will be setting up a stall by the stage, won't there be even more people coming tomorrow? The troupe leader was reminded. I was just about to ask the boss if I could talk to him about changing seats when I realized he had already left and I couldn't find him. I was immediately at a loss. A silence fell over the backstage area. Everyone started to think about it. How about we go queue up tomorrow, buy the tickets, and then perform? No, that would be ruining our own reputation. Then why don't we just change the performance time? The actor who said this was immediately slapped on the head by his colleague next to him. Still changing it back and forth. Isn't this just playing with the audience? But this concerns the food supply for everyone in our opera troupe. No wonder everyone is in such a mess. After experiencing the ultimate deliciousness, who could bear the pain of having delicious food right in front of them, but not being able to eat it? The next day, the diners lined up and waited by the theater, without knowing which route Suchin would take. They also dispatched extra people, splitting them into two groups to block the streets. Everyone would rather go through the trouble than leave empty-handed. I thought about it all night, but couldn't come up with a way to buy a lot of troupe leaders. They could only bring the people from the opera troupe who didn't need to prepare for a performance to queue up at the place where Suchin had set up his stall yesterday. Make sure you wear your mask properly so no one recognizes you. Life is really tough. If I still can't eat the delicious food made by the boss, I really don't want to live anymore. Seeing the queue that had already started forming at only 11 a.m., the troupe leader gained a clearer understanding of the diner's frenzy. The misunderstanding between the opera troupe and the villagers has not yet been cleared up. What if they are beaten by the villagers who misunderstand them? So he had the staff who stayed at the theater write a clarification notice and put it outside the stage along with the performance schedule to prevent people from believing the rumors and affecting the reputation of their troupe. When Suchin arrived at his stall around 1 o'clock, before the food truck even arrived, the tail end of the queue was already in sight. Why is the street already blocked? Boss. Diners who were scouting out the roadside looked up and spotted the familiar food truck. Suchin sat in the car, smiled and nodded, said goodbye, and continued driving forward. This exclamation attracted the attention of the diners in line. They're not afraid of queuing. They're just afraid of not being able to wait for the boss. Upon seeing Suchin, she felt relieved and even had the mood to chat. Luckily, we got here today, unlike yesterday when everyone went home empty-handed. Yeah, I wonder what they'll be selling today. I'm so excited. I haven't had any for 2 days in a row. I'll definitely buy more this time. The moment Suchin arrived, the team came alive. Everyone chatted enthusiastically as they moved forward with the main group. Suchin remembered that it was Friday and the week was a weekend, so he reminded the first customer when they placed their order. Today we're selling wolf-tooth potatoes, 3 yuan a bowl. If there are many people, each person is limited to 1 bowl. Once we're sold out, that's it. So you don't need to come and wait for me anymore. Suchin said as he packed the food. The diners, who had been all smiles just moments before, immediately changed their expressions upon hearing these words. First, she doubted that she was hallucinating. Then she wondered if her boss was joking. And finally, she looked at Suchin with questioning eyes to confirm the matter. Suchin understood what the diner meant from his eyes and nodded seriously. It's not for sale anymore. To ease the diner's mood, Suchin even added an interjection in a serious tone. But the diners were not comforted. They tried to force a smile but couldn't manage it for a long time, as if they were having a spasm. It just cracked open. This news was a huge blow to him. Boss, we can accept the purchase limit, but why aren't you selling them anymore? We all love them. Suchin smiled helplessly. I set up a stall as a hobby. I change locations every week. This week is the weekend. Everyone. In a short while, the news that today was the last day for the stall had spread to all the diners present. No one wanted to believe it. They almost burst into tears on the spot. Not only was it the last day, but there were also purchase restrictions. They're all from the countryside, and they have huge appetites. 1 bowl is just enough for them to taste, not nearly enough. As customers finished buying the wolf-tooth potatoes, a large crowd gathered at the scene, reluctant to leave, and began to eat them immediately. The essence of wolf-tooth potatoes is that they are crisp, but not raw. Each one is golden and wavy, crispy with a hint of sweetness, and the sweetness is wrapped in a spicy and salty flavor. You can't stop eating them one after another. The diners still in line felt their teeth itching and kept swallowing their saliva. Logically speaking, they shouldn't care about potatoes at all. But it turns out that as long as it smells good enough, you'll crave anything, even after lunch. Some diners who had just finished enjoying their meal were about to make another purchase when they saw a commotion at the front of the line. Faintly, one could hear the sorrowful gasps of the crowd. Huh? That's all. What kind of luck is this? Why did it all disappear when it was my turn? Oh my God, I was so hungry for it, and it's all gone. No, boss, are they really all gone? After a period of commotion, even if the diners were reluctant to leave, Suchin packed up and left. So those who couldn't buy any could only look to the diners around them who had. Hunting time. Fire. Hey bro, don't run away. Let's have some fun, you'll get paid. If you know what's good for you, spare some for me. Don't force me to kneel down. Chapter 235, Who Says We Old Folks Don't Understand Trends. There were too many people at the scene today, so Suchin didn't go to watch the show after the event closed. If all the diners go there, it will be crowded, and something bad might happen. Besides, the play was already halfway through, so he wouldn't enjoy watching it at that point. Even halfway through the journey, Suchin still couldn't quite believe it. Those regular customers didn't come this week. It's rare to not have to be chased by them, and to be honest, I'm actually a little unaccustomed to it. Meanwhile, the regular diners in the southern part of the city. These past few days, I've spent several hours each day searching every street and all the areas around my home, both on my way to and from get off work and during my breaks. After compiling the regional statistics, we know that the owner no longer sets up a stall in the local area. Everyone suspected that the boss was still setting up a stall in Hongdian this week, but not many people would go to Hongdian to look for someone based on a mere guess. Only those who are rich and have no job have the opportunity to go. Most people are either in school or working, just trying to make a living. It's simply unrealistic for them to travel across cities to find someone. Moreover, Hongdian is neither too big nor too small. Finding a boss on your own is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Therefore, some regular customers went to local live streaming rooms, showering the streamers with gifts and directing them to find the restaurant owner near Hongdian. They even created a map to help the streamer find people on the front lines. Some diners, having nothing better to do, even changed their Douyin location to Hongdian and started watching videos of Hongdian, hoping to find some clues. Since they didn't know where Suchin would set up his stall, they could only resort to this haphazard, unpredictable method. 5 days have almost passed, and we still haven't found a boss, which has left everyone feeling rather dejected. They work hard to earn money and live a good life. Isn't it all because they want to make their lives better? Being able to eat delicious food cooked by the boss is the best life. There's just no hope for life anymore. On the other side, today, the diners who came to see the show not only got to buy wolf-tooth potatoes, but also enjoyed a wonderful opera performance. The tips given during the curtain call were much more normal. No one deliberately carried heavy objects onto the stage. Before the actors could even celebrate, they noticed something strange. It's a double win today. Those people don't bring these things on stage to give as tips. On the contrary, some elderly men and women, some with white hair, carried a bucket of sesame oil onto the stage. Hee hee, let's see who says we old folks don't understand trends now. The actors, who thought they had escaped a disaster, were so frightened that they rushed up to catch them. Then they carried a huge pile of stuff off the stage again. There was rice grown by the elderly themselves, as well as sesame oil pressed by themselves, vegetables grown by themselves, and so on. These are all authentic local specialties, a token of the audience's appreciation. The actors experienced both pain and joy. Backstage, everyone put their things down. I felt a little lost. Why are so many older viewers bringing food and drinks today? Everyone looked at each other, completely baffled. At this moment, the troupe leader, who had just walked over, stroked his chin wisely and said, "Could it be that we're just following the trend?" Once the troupe leader arrived, none of the actors cared about the gifts anymore. One by one, They stared intently at the troop leader and the wolf-tooth potato in his hand. They even ignored what he said. Under the watchful eyes of all the actors, the troop leader, suppressing his reluctance, placed many bowls of wolf-tooth potatoes on the table. He didn't dare eat much, fearing that if he came back empty-handed, his actors would devour him alive. Today is the last day the owner sets up his stall. There are a lot of people here. Luckily we arrived early, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to buy any. There's a limit of 1 serving per person, so everyone should eat sparingly. In order to buy more wolf-tooth potatoes, everyone in the drama troupe who wasn't busy was taken by the troop leader to queue up. Otherwise, he would have returned empty-handed again today. As for why some bowls weren't full, it's because I couldn't resist tasting each bowl for them on the way. Before anyone could grab the wolf-tooth potatoes after they were placed on the table, news broke that today was the owner's last day at the stall. Suddenly, I felt dizzy and lightheaded. What? You're not selling it anymore. The actors were shocked, but quickly realized what was happening and began scrambling for the food. The scene was briefly out of control. After everyone finished eating all the wolf-tooth potatoes, they laughed again when they thought back on it. Hee hee, we've only been performing for 5 days, and the owner has been setting up a stall for 5 days. Now that we can't eat, no one else can either. These words immediately enlivened the atmosphere backstage. Yes, nobody's having an easy time. Happiness is determined by comparison. Suchin returned home. Upon hearing the sound, Nuonyuo immediately slid off the sofa and ran happily towards the gate. Dad, I have something good for you. Oh, Suchin was curious. A brown cicada began to chirp piercingly on my hand. At that moment, he became a man whose voice reverberated throughout the world. Dad, I specially made this for you. It can accompany you when you play the suona. These words caused Suchin to catch his breath. Forehead. My dear daughter, you're so thoughtful. Thank you so much. Daddy doesn't need accompaniment. Daddy's played too much already. He doesn't want to play anymore. After much persuasion and explanation, Nuonyuo was a little disappointed and ultimately gave up. Okay, I'll keep this little gadget for myself. The little girl stretched out her delicate white hand and kidnapped the cicada from Suchin's hand. The cicada, startled, fluttered its thin, transparent wings and struggled frantically. The insect's entire body exudes a strong will to survive. Suchin's eyelids twitched as he watched. Perhaps it's because I've been playing more tunes these past few days, which has improved my musicality. At that moment, he inexplicably felt that a certain piece of music was particularly fitting for the occasion. I can't fly out of this colorful world no matter what I do. The next second, he slapped his forehead. The task is all done. Why bother with any music? Even that awesome suona is locked up in the RV to gather dust. After setting down the suona, Suchin played with Nuonyuo in the yard for a while before remembering the mission reward. So I quickly went to the bathroom and washed my hands. He's really scared of receiving awards now. He doesn't need to burn incense and take a bath, but at least he needs some kind of ceremony. To avoid drawing some strange item like a suona, a traditional Chinese wind instrument. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing a week's worth of street vending tasks. Reward, language proficiency skill, including Chinese, English, French, Russian. Suchin's eyes lit up when he saw the reward. Excellent. You washed your hands very well just now. This reward is very useful. It's highly valuable. You can go anywhere in the world without fear, and you can even personally tutor Nuonyuo in her studies. This will save on tutoring fees. After fusing the skills, Suchin leisurely lay on the sofa and played on his phone. The next 2 days are his weekend, so he needs to think about where to go. Chapter 236. I knew it. You'd cause trouble. Saturday. In the early hours of the morning, all was quiet. With a ding, the system sound instantly blared. Suchin was startled awake in his sleep. System task? What's going on? It's only a weekday. Why is it so early? Could there be some kind of bug in the system? With a feeling of unease, he opened the system to take a look. Ding. Next week's stall task. Go to Happy Valley in the South City and provide noodles for brave diners. Stall hours. Monday to Friday. 12 to 1600 hours. Hey, I'm setting up a stall in the south of the city this week. He hadn't been back to his room for 2 weeks, and he felt like he was on a business trip. I'm even starting to miss home. Suchin suddenly felt that the system wasn't so stupid after all. Ding. Special requirements for setting up a stall. The host needs to complete different tasks to unlock the corresponding recipes. Customers also need to complete the corresponding tasks before they can place an order. Friendly reminder. The relevant procedures for the catering area of Nanxing Happy Valley have been completed for the host. One kitchen helper can be brought. What the heck? What tricks is Brother Tongzi playing on me this time? Su Chen sat up and leaned against the headboard to carefully read the detailed introduction. The roller coaster with consecutive loops, the ultimate experience. Unlocks the recipe, beef noodles. Deadly giant swing, Thor's hammer unlocks the recipe, shredded chicken noodles. Thrilling haunted house adventure, Party of the Dead, unlocks recipe, seafood noodles. The carousel unlocks the recipe, original soup noodles. At first glance, there are many activities and a wide variety of menus. In general, the higher the difficulty, the more exciting the project, and the more abundant the ingredients. For family-friendly activities like carousels and teacups, the original soup noodles are the best. After reading the system's introduction, Su Chun remained silent for several minutes. No, buddy. Is this reasonable? Wait, that's not right. By the way, it seems that the system rewarded me with a 50% increase in courage after I set up a stall in the cemetery. Holy crap, I thought it was useless, but it turns out it was waiting for me here. They're getting more and more complicated now. They don't even include recipes anymore. Are you polite? This broken system is seriously flawed. As soon as I started cursing, the system got annoyed and started buzzing like a little girl throwing a tantrum. This left Su Chun with no choice but to accept his defeat. I wonder if our regular customers will still come to eat here after they find out about these conditions. Oh well, let it be. There's no limit to the number of times. So if it doesn't work out, I'll just finish the time limit first. Su Chun simply gave up and continued to sleep soundly with his head covered. After checking out of the hotel in the morning, the 3 adults and 1 child set off on their journey home in 2 cars. Shuimen Village. A dozen or so elderly men and women watched the 2 cars drive away in silence. The opera troupe finished their performance, and the delicious food left them behind. They're all gone. Even the village dogs let out mournful howls. Woof! Howl! Su Chen looked at the rearview mirror with a dark expression. No, how could he read reluctance in the dog's eyes? Sigh. It seems I've been too tired lately. The wealthy man's house not far away. Mr. Zhao, with his gray hair but impeccable attire, was sitting at the dining table. On the table were roasted gluten, cold rabbit meat, and wolf-tooth potatoes, all prepared by the family's chef. I used to think the chef's skills were pretty good, but now that I've eaten even better food, I can find a whole bunch of flaws. The gluten was too dry and not chewy at all, as if it had been overcooked. The rabbit meat wasn't fragrant enough, and it wasn't flavorful enough. The wolf-tooth potatoes were soft and mushy, with only the edges having a crispy texture, and they had a strong seasoning flavor. Overall, it's neither bad nor good. The wealthy man ate a little and then stopped eating, but instead ate quite a lot of potato chips. After he left, the nanny began clearing the table. The old man doesn't seem to have much of an appetite today. Looking at the almost untouched plates, it's easy to draw a conclusion. The chef was a bit anxious. He earned a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan and was specifically responsible for the old man's diet and health. If Master Zhao doesn't like his cooking, then this good job might have to be given to someone else. These were all dishes that Master Zhao specifically requested. Logically, it should taste good, so why did I only eat a little bit? I'll try it. The chef picked up a piece of wolf-tooth potato and put it in his mouth. It was powdery, fragrant, and spicy. No problem at all. I tried some other things too. It's delicious, you should try it. The chef didn't notice anything wrong with the food, so he let the nanny taste it too. The nanny didn't find anything wrong with the food. It tastes even better than what you buy outside. Neither of them could detect anything wrong with the taste at first, so they could only assume that the old man simply didn't like the flavor. Not in a hurry, Su Chun and his companions did not travel quickly on their return journey. We set off early in the morning and didn't return to Yuhu Jinyuan until after 3 p.m. As soon as I got back, the old man from the villa next door and his grandson rushed over to greet me. Oh dear, why have you been away from home for so long? I've been missing you. Then she looked at Nuonyuo and said with heartache, Hey, Nuonyuo has lost weight. Look at her little face, there's no flesh on it. The old man pulled Nuonuo along and examined her carefully. This made Suchin laugh helplessly. There's a kind of thinness that others perceive as you being thin. He also felt that the girl had gotten quite heavy, and he couldn't even lift her up. The old man ignored her and, after chatting for a bit, quickly took Nuonuo to his home to drink chicken soup. He also invited Suchin to come and help him recover his health. Suchin smiled and agreed, thinking he would bring some gifts over later. After moving all the luggage, Suchin decided to give Butler Ding and the other two a day off. After all, they've been away from Nansheng for so many days, and they all have families. It's time for them to go back and see their loved ones. To everyone's surprise, the three stewards refused to leave. By middle age, the children at home are all grown up and no longer need care. This villa has been unoccupied for 2 weeks, and dust has settled everywhere, on the sofa, the floor, and the curtains. How can anyone live here? Cleaning must be done now. Even though Suchin tried to stop them, they were determined to give the villa a thorough cleaning, inside and out. Sunday, Suchin got up early and ate breakfast at a leisurely pace. After playing a game, I received a call from Wang Song, the manager of the fishing pond. Good morning, boss. I'd like to give you a briefing on the recent operations at the fishing grounds. After reporting his work, Wang Song learned that Suchin had returned, so he immediately asked the boss to come to the fishing spot for an inspection and to cast a few lines while he was at it. The new fishing rods were all in good condition. Suchin nodded in agreement. It just so happens that Nuonuo, this little fishing enthusiast, hasn't been fishing for a long time. So he hung up the phone and took the little girl to the fishing spot. The father and daughter were lucky. They caught a few fish and grilled them right there at the fishing pond restaurant. Having had a fairly good time, Suchin began preparing for the afternoon's activities. We should go to Happy Valley first. This time, the dog system requires users to experience the project before unlocking the recipes. I definitely need to prepare the broth and some ingredients in advance so I can set up my stall tomorrow. Come on, Nuonuo, Daddy will take you to play somewhere else. Chapter 237, An Unexpected Surprise. Upon arriving at their destination, Suchin parked the car and took Nuonuo's little hand in his. From afar, you can see the huge gate of Happy Valley and balloons and ribbons floating everywhere. It was a weekend, and there were still quite a lot of people. Suchin turned on his phone. The system was quite thoughtful, giving him and Nuonuo a quarterly pass. You can log in by downloading a dedicated app and verifying your identity. The app has detailed maps and navigation features. After completing a project, you can also receive an exclusive stamp badge. The little girl has always performed consistently well. As soon as I entered the venue, I followed the navigation and found the location of the series of roller coasters. You're too young to play. As soon as he finished speaking, the little dumpling beside him spoke with absolute certainty. But I'm over 5 years old. I'm not a little kid anymore. Is that so? Suchin raised an eyebrow and pointed to the giraffe's height measurement sign. See? Anyone who is 1.4 meters tall or taller can play. Before his finger could even touch her, the little girl had already run off proudly. A short while later, he walked back as if nothing had happened. Dad, I can jump about 1.4 or 1.5 meters high, but that girl said it doesn't count. Nuonuo pouted and plopped down on the stool with a rather carefree attitude. Fine. Dad, you go play by yourself. I'll sit quietly in the waiting area and wait for you. Suchin gave a wry smile. Can we say he didn't want to experience it at all? This roller coaster keeps flipping and turning. It's high speed and weightless. It's really thrilling. It's totally a washing machine. He really wouldn't want to play if it weren't for unlocking the beef noodle recipe. Just as he was considering his options, several staff members wearing red vests came over and asked him if he needed any help. Now everything's fine. I have no more worries. Suchin gave Nuonuo a few instructions before walking towards the end of the line. This is a giant dragon made of steel, with trains rumbling and tumbling on the tracks. Screams echoed from the sky. Soon, Suchin saw a group of people getting off the train that had just come to a stop, their steps unsteady. One young man was even more direct, opening his mouth and letting out a sound. You? Damn it. Are we just paying money to suffer? The staff nearby were already used to it, and with quick reflexes, they kicked over a trash can, preventing any spitting from landing on the ground. The line was very long. and Su Chun was starting to feel overwhelmed. You should know that waiting is actually the most agonizing thing, especially when you hear the screams of the tourists and see the train tumbling and rolling on the tracks. It was pure torture. Even though his courage had increased by 50%, he was still a little uneasy. With their turn approaching, the staff had already begun making arrangements. Song Fei quickly dialed Wang Bin's number. Are you done yet? It'll be our turn soon. Did you fall into the pit? Baby, don't rush me. Everyone has to go to the bathroom sometimes. There's nothing I can do about it. Wang Bin on the other end of the phone also sounded somewhat helpless. I've heard that couples who go on dates and do exciting activities can improve their relationship. Little did he know that his nervousness would cause him to have diarrhea. That's really embarrassing. Ugh, why do you men poop so much when you go out? It's like men poop as early as 18. Stop talking. You don't want me on top either. There was a subtle pause on the other end of the phone. Song Fei couldn't help but imagine the scene of Wang Bin rushing off the tracks, and immediately felt a chill. If that were to happen, the other person would probably have to move to another planet. Helpless, Song Fei hung up the phone. Just then, I saw a roller coaster staff calling the tourists behind them to enter the platform. The previous roller coaster has already smoothly pulled into the station. The tourists, still unsteady on their feet, looked like they'd lost their souls as they got off the roller coaster. Upon learning that Song Fei was traveling alone, the staff member said, "There are only 2 seats left. If you are traveling alone, you will need to sit next to another tourist." All right. Song Fei followed the staff directly to the back of the car and sat down. She glanced at Su Chun and thought he looked familiar. She looked at him again, and her eyes widened in surprise. Holy crap, the boss. A phrase from a national treasure suddenly came to mind. Su Chun turned his head in confusion, and when he saw that it was Song Fei, he immediately remembered her. Isn't that the husky owner's girlfriend? I've eaten at his stall several times before. Last time I was in Hengdian, I only saw the husky and its dad. Hello. Su Chun also greeted him. Song Fei was overjoyed to confirm that it really was him. Holy crap. I need to calm down. If Song Fei hadn't saved her phone before coming up, she really wanted to text her boyfriend right away. I'm sure that poop-loving king must have snapped his fingers, and it came right out. Boss, I never expected to run into you here. My partner and I are your loyal customers. Song Fei was still howling. These sounds undoubtedly attracted the attention of those around them. But she didn't care at all, laughing so hard her eyes almost popped out of her face. I usually call others boss in the group and ask for a position, but I never expected that the tables would turn and I would run into the boss before next Monday. Boss, where will you be setting up your stall next week? Song Fei asked directly. Su Chun smiled faintly and brushed off the question. Song Fei also expressed her understanding. Regular customers know that the owner only opens the restaurant weekly as a hobby, because he doesn't want to feel like he's being forced to go to work. Therefore, they also have a good sense of propriety. It's a form of mutual respect. Although she didn't get any information out of him, Song Fei had a premonition, based on her woman's intuition, that the boss's appearance at Happy Valley must be related to the business location next week. At least they shouldn't be heading to other cities. Ding ding ding. A moment later, the roller coaster started smoothly and slowly drove towards a higher point in front of it. Su Chun looked up and saw the orbit rising higher and higher, making the crowd on the ground appear smaller and smaller. A slight sense of tension quietly crept into his heart. Before he could fully adjust, the train suddenly accelerated without warning, plunging down like an arrow. The wind whistled in his ears, and his body suddenly felt weightless, as if he was about to be thrown out of the car. Wow, that's so exciting. It's so much fun. Song Fei screamed in alarm next to Su Chun. Su Chun had his eyes closed, feeling his heart pounding between his head and his feet. It flipped over several times, stretching as long as a century. Finally, Su Chun felt the train slow down. His heart returned to his chest and pounded violently, giving him a feeling of having narrowly escaped death. It seems like a 50% increase in courage doesn't have any particularly powerful effects. I can't believe I feel fear. I don't know if it's because I'm too timid, or if it's because I can easily overcome the psychological fear when watching horror movies, but I'm more afraid of the intense physical stimulation of riding a roller coaster. Soon, the roller coaster stopped. Song Fei was still excited, chattering. Wow. Boss, I felt you seemed a little scared when you got in the car, but it seems I was wrong. You didn't even wobble when you got out of the car. Su Chun. It seems he sets his expectations too high for himself. Chapter 238. Excuse me, could I have another bowl? Wang Bin emerged from the restroom at Happy Valley and strode toward the series of roller coasters. Without not paying attention, they bumped into tourists who had just gotten off the roller coaster. Oh, I'm so sorry. Just as he turned his head, their gazes instantly fixed on Su Chun. Hey boss, what are you doing here? Fei, you too. Wang Bin was so excited that his hands were shaking like he had Parkinson's disease, and his eyes were wide open. I just rode a roller coaster and ran into my boss. I haven't had a chance to message you yet. Song Fei explained with an innocent look on her face. The incident happened suddenly, and she hadn't expected it to be such a coincidence. Su Chun greeted Wang Bin and then headed straight to the waiting area to find Nuonyuo. Today, this little girl is wearing a cream-colored sun hat and a red water bottle slung across her shoulder. She looks so soft and cute that you can spot her at a glance. After thanking the staff, Su Chun took Nuonyuo's hand and got up. Dad, look. I just took a picture of you. Su Chun squinted his eyes and magnified them with his fingers. Only then did I see myself sitting at the back of the car, my hairline blown off, and my facial features stiff on the small screen of the phone watch. How was it? Did you get a good shot? Su Chun. It's not pretty at all. Everyone's sitting on this thing. How can anyone's photo look good? They'll all be unrecognizable. But Nuonyuo didn't care, and kept giggling as she walked. Dad, let's go play on that big disc that flies up into the sky. No, that's something I can play, but you can't. With that small frame, it could probably be launched straight from its seat in a flash. Nuonyuo let out an "oh" and obediently followed Su Chun toward the children's area. Behind them, Wang Bin and Song Fei, the young couple, were still following closely, unwilling to let Su Chun out of their sight. But as more and more people came and went, the figures of the father and daughter were gradually hidden by the crowd. We've arrived at the spinning cups area. The two of them went in and played there many times. Nuonyuo's small stature is perfect for these children's facilities, but for Su Chun, who has long arms and legs, it is inevitably a bit cramped. His long legs, which had been bent for so long, were a little numb, so he moved and tried to get up. Ouch! It's even more numb now. At this moment, they noticed that their usually quick and efficient father had not yet gotten down from his teacup. Nuonyuo, who was all packed and ready to go to the next stop, stopped in her tracks. That little expression held a hint of emotion. It's like seeing your strict, self-disciplined, and unambitious old father finally lying on the ground crying and demanding to buy you a toy. Okay, Dad, you still want to play? Then let's do 3 more laps. What? For laps? Then let's do 6 more laps. Nuonyuo thought that Su Chun's silence meant he was unhappy. She happily kept increasing the amount, being incredibly generous, since it was rare for her father to be so willful. Dad, are you really not going to play? I already said I'd play with you. She clicked her tongue. 2 more laps would be fine too. Su Chun, do I want to play? Or do you want to play? The little dumpling's little scheme was written all over her face, and she quickly changed her tune. Then, Dad, will you play with me? Su Chun rubbed his legs, looking at her calmly, completely unmoved by her act. Kid, we've had enough of this place. Let's go somewhere else. I got home at 6:30 p.m. Nuonyuo played too wildly this time, and was so tired that she collapsed on the sofa with her little bottom sticking up and not moving at all. Anyway, we ate and played all the way through Happy Valley, so we're not hungry now. Su Chun then simply opened the system panel and began selecting ingredients for his stall tomorrow. The moment he stepped off the roller coaster, the recipe for beef noodles was successfully unlocked. We did a lot of parent-child activities today, and also managed to try the original flavor noodle soup. In the time it takes Su Chun to play 1 game, the ingredients and seasonings have arrived. The beef used is brisket, which is the soft muscle from the belly and near the ribs, with a small amount of connective tissue and marbling. When the water in the pot reaches about 40 degrees Celsius, add the beef, sprinkle in various herbs and spices, and cover the pot with the lid. Because of its tender texture, The sauce easily penetrates into the crevices between the meat pieces, creating a variety of textures. The meat is stewed, but we still need to make the dough. As the old saying goes, 7 parts kneading the dough, 3 parts pulling the noodles. The process of kneading dough involves 3 applications of water and 1 application of ash, 3 resting periods, and 3 kneadings, among other things. Using high-gluten flour, as always, Su Chen placed the dough on the work surface and applied even pressure with both hands, like a Tai Chi push-hands exercise. Knead, pinch, stroke, throw, hit. The dough gradually became smooth and elastic in his hands, making a duong-duong sound. Have to. The dough is ready, let it rest. Next, we need to make the soup base. The system provides the shin bones and spine from the 3rd to the 10th segment of the cow. These bone segments contain the most abundant bone marrow and collagen. The resulting broth will also be more flavorful. The next day, Butler Ding, you've come at the perfect time. The noodles in the pot are almost cooked. Let's serve them and eat together. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a surge of warmth in their hearts. It's really embarrassing, considering they're our employers, and I'm making them breakfast so early in the morning. The group was moved to tears. I happened to be hungry, so without much formality, I served the beef noodles directly to the table. Stirring the noodle soup, the refreshing aroma of large chunks of beef mixed with green vegetables wafts out invisibly. Butler Ding's face was flushed as he greedily stared at the beef in the bowl, his tongue swirling in his mouth, saliva constantly oozing out, almost rendering him speechless. Wow, it smells so good. Everyone eagerly picked up their beef. Good heavens, the braised beef is so tender and chewy, with tendons still attached. It was stewed by Su Chen for several hours last night, and has completely absorbed the savory flavor of the broth. Before the first piece of meat was even finished chewing, the chopsticks had already brought the second piece to their mouths. I had just put the second piece in my mouth when my chopsticks reached for it again. After eating a few pieces of meat, I would then pick up a piece of green vegetable to cleanse my palate. With a gentle tap of the upper and lower teeth, the firm and tender veins of the leaf stem snapped instantly. Countless plump and dense plant sap bubbles burst open at the same time, filling the mouth with a pool of sweet juice that seeps into the teeth and cheeks. But the noodles were just as good. When you slurp it up, it bounces right up to your nose. When you grind it between your teeth, the wheat flavor stands out amidst the strong soy sauce aroma. It's so delicious. Watching them wolf down their food, Su Chen was momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to worry about them burning themselves or choking. Don't rush, eat slowly. This is just the most basic beef noodles. If you want something spicy, there's chili oil, chopped green onions, and cilantro in the kitchen. Oh, and scoop some more beef out of the pot. This little bit of meat isn't enough to eat. Su Chen waved his hand and scooped a spoonful into each person's bowl. The plump chunks of beef were piled up like a small mountain, almost overflowing. Boss, that's enough. No need to add any more. Chapter 239, Sharing Happiness is Worse Than Enjoying It Alone. In an air-conditioned room, a small clump of silkworm pouches arched up under the quilt and wiggled lazily. Soon, a soft but messy little ball of fluff emerged from under the blanket, clutching a little bunny. Nuo stretched lazily with her eyes half closed and licked her lips sleepily. Huh? What's that smell? It smells so good. Tap, tap, tap. Ran to the restaurant on the first floor. I saw the adults sitting around the dining table, holding soup bowls bigger than their faces and gulping them down. Humph, why are you sneaking food? You didn't even call me. Seeing the little dumpling put her hands on her hips, she exuded a resentful aura. Butler Ding was the first to get up and serve Nuo a bowl of beef noodles, and then added some to his own bowl as well. Thank you, Grandpa Butler. Butler Ding picked up a mouthful of noodles and replied hesitantly, You're welcome. This is what I should eat. The next second, the two Annies chuckled. Butler Ding then suddenly realized what was happening. Okay, this foul mouth. His mind was completely absorbed by the delicious food. He probably couldn't even tell what he was saying anymore. 1150, Happy Valley in Nanxing. The dining area is located in the center of Happy Valley, at the intersection of various popular amusement rides. Following the information provided by the system, Su Chun led Butler Ding through the employee entrance to the park and arrived at a not-too-large open space. Aunt Wu led Nuon Yuo into the park from the main gate. Over here, Song Fei and Wang Bin took a day off and waited at the entrance of Happy Valley early in the morning. The purpose was to personally verify my conjecture. Although the possibility is slim, what if it is? Anyway, judging from the boss's ambiguous expression yesterday, Song Fei felt that something must have happened. They waited for several hours and were about to give up. Suddenly, I saw that familiar little girl passing by the ticket gate, and I was completely stunned. Holy crap, what did I tell you? There's definitely more to this than meets the eye. Keep up, keep up. The radiant young couple immediately perked up. I followed Nuon Yuo and the others inside. Now, everything in the food cart is set out. 2 pots were placed on the stove and simmered slowly over a low flame. On the cutting board were ingredients, chili oil, chopped green onions, and cilantro. Su Chun and Butler Ding each sat on a folding stool, waiting for the diners to arrive. With nothing to do, Su Chun was just about to take out his phone to play around. Then I heard a soft, childlike voice. Dad, I forgot my water bottle. As soon as the water glass was handed out, 2 screaming, chicken-like sounds came from the side. Boss! Haha, boss, I'm here. The heartfelt calls left Su Chun completely stunned. Okay, it's you two again. What a coincidence. Although I had a feeling yesterday that regular customers might notice. But I didn't expect that they would arrive right after I arrived. Seeing Su Chin's bewildered expression, Wang Bin raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Boss, I knew you'd be here. This location is easy to find. However, he immediately chickened out after his provocation and added something else. Boss, I was just joking. Please don't take it to heart. Please forgive me. Joking aside, Wang Bin was mainly worried that Su Chun might suddenly become competitive and set up a stall 1,000 miles away next week. Then they would really be hard to find. The agony of not finding any good food last week is still fresh in my mind. Su Chun smiled at Wang Bin and Song Fei. Now that you're here, let me state my requirements. We are only accepting customers who have completed certain rides this week. For example, experiencing a series of roller coasters can unlock beef noodles. Song Fei was initially surprised, but then showed an expression of admiration. Offering such conditions for ordering food is truly befitting of a boss. He's so capricious and doesn't seem to care how many customers he might lose as a result. As for myself, Song Fei was quite confident. She was never afraid of these things. She only felt her heart racing, and the feeling of weightlessness was very exciting. But this time, someone is really in for a lot of trouble. Thinking about it, Song Fei revealed a mischievous smile, turned her head slightly, and looked at Wang Bin, whose face had turned pale in an instant. At this point, Wang Bin was truly on the verge of a breakdown. You won't know until you try, and you'll be surprised when you do. After riding the roller coaster yesterday, his legs were so weak he could barely walk, which made his girlfriend laugh for a long time. But why is there this additional condition, even though I finally found a boss today? Why do we have to ride a roller coaster just to eat noodles? What a terrible thing to do. Boss, are you a devil? If you don't want to experience the series of roller coasters, you can come tomorrow to experience the deadly pendulum ride, and there will be corresponding food available. Su Chun wiped his forehead and provided different options according to the system's requirements. Wang Bin was stunned, and his face fell even more. Su Chun added, if that doesn't work, we can go on a thrilling haunted house adventure tomorrow. Song Fei, who had been laughing heartily, suddenly stopped laughing upon hearing this, letting out an unpleasant jie sound. She was most afraid of these ghostly and strange things. What are you quacking about? Are you a duck or something? The smile doesn't disappear, it just moves to someone else's face. Wang Bin burst into laughter. I don't like roller coasters because I can't stand the intense stimulation and the feeling of weightlessness, not because I'm timid. As for haunted houses, they're all fake. They're practically hand-to-hand combat. What man would be afraid of that? Even watching 8D horror movies is no problem for me. Boss, you're awesome. Thank you for creating everyone equally. Only then could he win back his girlfriend's favor. Seeing that the two were crying and laughing intermittently, their mental state seemed very unstable. Su Chun was also a little flustered. He really didn't want to make things difficult for everyone. If you don't want to eat something so fancy, you can unlock the original soup noodles by riding the carousel. In a few exchanges, the two of them figured it out. Today, the first day, we only have beef noodles and original soup noodles available. Other flavors will be available tomorrow. What else can they say at this moment? It's a two-way street, one willing to give and the other willing to receive. A series of roller coasters go. However, there's one more thing to do before we rush in. He took out his phone, quickly snapped a picture of Su Chun, and prepared to post it in the group to claim the reward. That's a whole 1,000 yuan. Just thinking about it makes me incredibly happy. Moreover, sharing happiness is worse than enjoying it alone. I refuse to believe he's the only one afraid of roller coasters. At this moment, a group of seasoned foodies in the group were already itching for food and were experiencing food withdrawal symptoms. I miss the garlic vermicelli shrimp and oysters that the boss makes. I haven't seen him for a week and I don't know where he is or how he's doing. The boss raised my food threshold. I can't even swallow a bite of the place I used to eat at. The devout woman wishes to have a balanced diet of meat and vegetables for the rest of her life, only asking for news that her boss will be setting up a stall this week. You're not sincere at all. Chapter 240. The current trend is to lure people in and then kill them. As news began to circulate about inquiries about the boss, Wang Bin popped up. Cheers, friends. The handsome guy here has made a dazzling entrance. Damn it. Where did this lunatic come from? Kick him. Late-stage Chinibu. Hopeless, just waiting to die. Forget about you. Your husky is really handsome. The group members' mouths were still vicious. Wang Bin didn't care. He knew how vicious these people were right now, and how pathetic they would be later. I advise you to be polite to me. I'm currently the only one who knows about the boss setting up a stall. No sooner had the message been sent than Song Fei, who had been spying on the screen, slapped Wang Bin on the back. Am I not human? Hee hee, baby. I'm showing off. Don't ruin it for me, okay? Wang Bin said irritably. Wang Bin's words immediately caused an uproar in the group chat. Holy crap, is this for real? If it's true, that's a record-breaking achievement. And it's only Monday noon. Damn, I personally think you're the most handsome man ever. Now hand over the boss's information. Thank God. Brother, can I have your address? Sure enough, as soon as the group members heard that Wang Bin had news about Su Chin's business dealings, their attitudes all changed completely. The people who had just been criticizing Wang Bin quickly retracted their messages, pretending nothing had happened. Wang Bin. Okay, I won't keep you in suspense any longer. The boss is right here at Happy Valley in Nanching. Group members who want to come can head out now. Wang Bin. When you arrive, buy your tickets and come straight in. I'll meet you at the entrance. It will only take half an hour at most, so come quickly. I'm so sorry to have troubled you to pick me up. I didn't expect this guy to be so kind. Isn't that too much trouble? Just share the boss's location directly. The regular customers in the group chat were somewhat moved. They had initially thought it was just a case of someone having a delusional phase, but they hadn't expected it to be so warm-hearted. Wang Bin. Everyone, let's gather at the entrance first. There's something we need to discuss in person. Oh, and please, no elderly people or pregnant women, please don't come. What situations prevent us from chatting in the group? Why can't the elderly and pregnant women eat it? Yeah, I'm so anxious. Tell me. Wang Bin, you'll find out when you get here, don't ask. Wow, you're so shameless, luring people in to kill them. Song Fei exclaimed in surprise. He was facing Wang Bin, who had a smirking expression on his face. Oh, I'm really worried you'll get beaten to death later. The group has already begun to mobilize. Anyone near the science park? We can carpool. Those looking for a ride-sharing service in Yuding community, please contact me immediately. The group was full of diverse individuals, each displaying their unique talents. Seeing this, Wang Bin stopped queuing and prepared to share the hardships and joys with the regular customers in the group. He posted his location in the group chat, took a photo, and told those who were coming to gather at the entrance. As a result, less than 5 minutes after I posted the photos, someone had already arrived. A young diner, after confirming Wang Bin's identity, excitedly said, "What a coincidence. I happened to be here with my classmates today, and then I saw you posting a message in the group chat." Wang Bin was also surprised to find that some of his group members were playing there. It'll be quite a while. Why don't you go play first and come back later? The young diner immediately shook his head, a relieved look on his face, and said, "It's okay. I'll wait here. My classmates insist on going on that roller coaster, but I don't even want to look at it anymore. It's so scary." "It's only because you sent the message that I was able to find an excuse to sneak out and avoid it." The young diner chuckled and said, "Oh right, you just said in the group chat that you had something to say in person. What is it? Tell me first." Upon hearing this, Wang Bin's expression turned somewhat strange. For a moment, I didn't know whether to say the other person was lucky or unlucky. "Then promise not to say it in the group chat right now," Wang Bin said. Yes, I promise." The young diner looked on with curiosity. The more mysterious Wang Bin was, the more it piqued his curiosity. "Yes, so you can unlock the beef noodles made by the boss himself by experiencing a series of roller coasters." After Wang Bin finished speaking, he took a step back without making a sound. Upon hearing this, the young diner's smile vanished instantly, and he stared at Wang Bin in disbelief. "Are you kidding me?" Young diners couldn't imagine that such a thing could actually happen. He was certain that no restaurant or chef in the world would dare to ask a customer to ride a roller coaster before providing the corresponding food. That's just utter nonsense. "If I'm lying to you, may I never eat a meal cooked by the boss in my entire life." Wang Bin swore an oath. "Holy crap, help. No," a young diner cried out in despair. Using the prospect of never eating the boss's cooking as a condition for making a vow is arguably the ultimate vow. He believed Wang Bin's words instantly. "Just when I was feeling relieved to have escaped my classmates' invitations, I suddenly bumped into my boss." The young diners thought this was absolutely amazing, like they were playing a game. "Where's the boss? I promise I won't kill him." The young diner weakly vented his frustration, but could only accept his fate. Actually, if you think about it carefully, the whole ride of the roller coaster is only 2.5 minutes long. As long as you keep your eyes closed the whole time, you can get through it by gritting your teeth. Compared to the time spent making the beef noodles by the owner himself, it felt worthwhile. At this point, the young diner understood why Wang Bin hadn't allowed it to be said in the group chat. "Brother, you really are a bit naughty." A young diner sighed. Wang Bin suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He could ignore the teasing from his girlfriend. But now outsiders also feel that he seems to have handled this matter somewhat unfairly. Or should we just say it in the group chat? Just then, the young diner said, "But I really like the bad one. Your idea is brilliant." Wang Bin. It was confirmed that the young diner was not being sarcastic. The two looked at each other and chuckled, giving off a feeling of being in cahoots. After some time, diners began to find Wang Bin at the door one after another. Each diner reacts differently to the condition of unlocking the beef noodles with a roller coaster ride. Some, like Wang Bin and the young diners, were a little intimidated. Some even showed amused expressions, not afraid at all. However, everyone exchanged knowing, sly smiles at Wang Bin's request not to post the conditions in the group chat for the time being. Half an hour later, Wang Bin led a group of people to queue up for the roller coaster. It was a weekday, Monday, so there weren't many people coming to play. When it was their turn, Wang Bin gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, rushed onto the train, sat down, closed his eyes, and began to play dead. For the boss. Charge. As a result, others followed suit. For the boss. For beef noodles. Beef noodles, here I come. Some people shouted as they rushed onto the train. The staff member in charge of arranging for people to board the bus suddenly got hungry. "These people are crazy. If you're going to ride a roller coaster, just ride a roller coaster. Why are you asking for beef noodles?" Chapter 241 Boss, why can I only buy one? After riding the roller coaster, the regular diners headed straight for Su Chin's food truck. At the entrance to the food court, a restaurant owner had just lit a cigarette when he saw a group of people walking towards him from afar. "What's going on today? Why are there so many people?" The boss was shocked. He quickly extinguished the cigarette, threw it in the trash can, and turned back to the restaurant. The restaurant staff were still leisurely cleaning. After all, judging from the usual situation, Mondays are usually around 1 or 2 p.m., so it won't be too busy. "Everyone, hurry up. We expect quite a few customers to arrive soon." Although the owner didn't understand what was going on, he figured that with so many people coming together, there must be some customers who came from his shop. After saying that, he went to the door again, ready to temporarily act as a greeter. However, this group arrived quickly and left in a hurry. They hurried past this place and headed straight for the depths. The restaurant owner was left standing there, bewildered in the wind. No, is it really true that only one person isn't coming? Not a single person even glanced at it. This is weird. The boss watched the group of people walk away, muttered something, then suddenly paused, feeling a pang of heartache. Damn it, I just ordered a cigarette. The waiters who were preparing to greet the guests were also dumbfounded. However, seeing the boss's gloomy face, they all lowered their heads and wiped the table again and again. Su Chun, on the other hand, was extremely relaxed. The purchase requirements were clearly written on the whiteboard hanging on the food cart. A tourist came over, glanced at him and butler Ding, gave them a strange look, and then left. Su Chun hasn't opened for business yet. However, there's no rush, since the system hasn't specified the number. Just treat it as completing a time-limited task. Boss, I've finally found you. Wah. Boss, where did you go last week? We've been looking for you everywhere. Boss, we've missed you so much. We've been waiting for you for so long, and we're so glad you've finally come. Su Chun watched as a group of regular diners rushed over, and a standard smile appeared on his face. Indeed, it's best not to make promises you can't keep. I was so bored just now, and now I have some work to do. I went to another city to set up a stall last week, so it's normal that people can't find me. Now that everyone's here this week, do you all know the requirements? Those who haven't ridden the roller coaster can't order today. After speaking, Su Chun tapped the whiteboard. I know. Wang Bin, who was at the front of the line, immediately opened the Happy Valley app on his phone and showed the electronic stamp he had obtained after completing the series of roller coasters. Looking at the stamp, he couldn't help but feel proud again. Boss, I think you're underestimating us. Taking a small roller coaster will definitely be no problem. I can handle it with ease. Behind them, someone muttered something. You have the nerve to say that? Your legs were shaking the fastest back then, and you even let out a dolphin-like high note. Ha 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 ha. Hilarious. Do you think everyone's deaf and blind? Wang Bin's face fell. Damn it. I forgot there was a bunch of jealous friends following behind me, and they were all quick to sabotage me. Boss, I rode the roller coaster and was the first one here. Quickly, give me a bowl of beef noodles. Seeing that Su Chun couldn't help but laugh out loud, Wang Bin couldn't hold back any longer and immediately changed the subject. Self-service ordering is available this time, and the price of a bowl of beef noodles is 28 yuan. Scan the QR code over there to access the ordering system, and pick up your food using the pickup code. More specific information can be found in the ordering system. Su Chun quickly explained a few words and at the same time activated the self-service ordering function on his mobile phone. Actually, what Su Chun was most satisfied with this time was the newly added self-service ordering function of the system. Customers place their orders via mobile phone, and Su Chun simply prepares the meals according to the order of the tickets. Furthermore, the ordering system can directly verify the completed stamps of amusement rides through authorization settings, eliminating the need for Su Chun to check each one individually. It can be said that it saves a lot of trouble. As soon as he finished speaking, the diners swarmed to scan the QR code on the food cart. Less than 2 seconds later, the ticket machine started beeping and dispensing tickets. Excuse me, please make way, please line up. Su Chun was both amused and exasperated. These people were so anxious that they even blocked himself from entering the area. If you don't let the cook in, are you trying to eat the table? Huh? Boss, why is the maximum order only one item? Suddenly a diner asked. Nonsense, it's definitely to prevent people from taking advantage of loopholes. Otherwise, if someone orders 10 or 8 portions and then shares them with others who didn't finish, wouldn't that be unfair? One diner immediately offered a reasonable explanation. Damn, if the boss does this, we'll lose a lot of revenue. What a joke. Do you think the boss is short of revenue? He should be grateful to even get a table. Otherwise, with so many people queuing up, how long would it take to get a table without restrictions? Su Chun. So, he didn't say a word, but the diners explained everything through their questions and answers. It is truly remarkable that a great scholar has come to explain the classics to me. However, this was indeed Su Chun's idea, and it must be said that most diners could understand it. After all, Su Chun's place has always been a seller's market where supply is less than demand. We can only strive to cater to as many diners as possible, rather than simply satisfying the large demands of a few. Several people in the crowd suddenly looked grim. They originally thought they could find someone to place the order for them this time, just like before. As a result, this restriction was essentially a free gift. Of course, if you're shameless enough, you can simply wait under the roller coaster, wait for a visitor to finish, use their account, and then come back to order food. That being said, in reality, it all depends on individual fate. Here, Suchin pried open the clamps on the large pot. In an instant, a rich aroma wafted into the air, dominating the minds of the diners. Suchin prepared a lot of handmade noodles. Butler Ding deftly tossed clumps of noodles into the beef bone broth to soften them, then scooped them out and placed them in a noodle bowl. The pressure cooker was also opened, and the tender beef soaking in the red oil had completely absorbed the salty and savory flavor of the soup. It's soft, fluffy, tender, and fragrant. Su Chun took the bowl of noodles and scooped a large spoonful of beef onto the noodles. With his extensive culinary experience, his hands are like scales and his eyes like rulers. Adding beef bowl by bowl is quite precise. The diners waiting outside were all extremely surprised by Su Chin's performance. Wow, I admire the boss's skills more than anyone else. I just counted, and there are 10 pieces of beef in every bowl of beef noodles. The boss must have been a counter in his past life. The key is that the meat chunks are huge, and it's only 28 yuan a bowl. The skill and the portion size are amazing. I'm so happy. I feel so bad for the owner. That's why we cherish our boss so much. If you were outside, and someone told me I had to ride a roller coaster to order food, I'd spit in their face. Ha ha ha. It's kind of cute that the genius chef has a little bit of a quirky sense of humor. Chapter 242 Friendly Reminder. You have not yet unlocked it. Time passed second by second. The rich aroma of beef noodles filled the air. Wang Bin, sitting at the very front, stared intently at his bowl, feeling as if each second was an eternity and couldn't wait to eat. Soon, Su Chin's heavenly voice rang in their ears. Please take your food in the order of your pickup number. Be careful not to burn yourself. Please help yourselves with your chopsticks. The cilantro, scallions, and chili oil are on the side. Add them yourselves. A batch of beef noodles was ready quickly, and Su Chun arranged them on the cutting board so that customers could take them themselves. Song Fei quickly waved her phone, which showed that the order number was 1. Upon hearing Su Chin mention self-service ordering, she quickly scanned the QR code and placed her order, thus securing the first spot. Fei, let's eat together. Wang Bin slid in with a flattering smile. His hand speed and internet speed are not good. In just a few dozen seconds, he has already been number 35 in the queue and will have to wait a while before he can eat. No, you can wait here. Song Fei quickly protected her beef noodles. In the bowl, the soup was a deep reddish brown, with tempting chili oil floating on top. Golden noodles and greens are faintly visible in the soup, and cilantro and scallions are sprinkled on top of the chili oil. This bowl is very precious. How can they not be afraid of being robbed? Without hesitation, Song Fei turned her head and picked up a piece of beef brisket. The beef brisket is tender and juicy with both meat and tendons, and it's not sticky at all. With each bite, the juices are squeezed out of the meat, and the flavor is exceptionally well balanced. Take another bite of noodles, and they are so chewy. Each strand has a unique aroma. There's no need to follow table manners when eating noodles. Slurping them down is the best way to show respect to your partner. After a few bites, Song Fei felt every taste bud and every pore on her body rejoice. Gulp. Wang Bin was heartbroken. Looking at the beef noodles in his girlfriend's hand, he was so hungry that he felt like he could swallow a whole cow. My dearest, most adorable baby, please give me a sip of soup, please. He was self-aware enough to settle for second best and only got a little soup. Song Fei couldn't stand Wang Bin's tone, especially in front of everyone, where everyone was watching. I could only roll my eyes helplessly. Okay, you can only have one sip. Wang Bin immediately took it with a smile, brought his mouth close to the rim of the bowl, and took a small sip of soup. The rich broth glides down your throat, and the delicious, mellow flavor spreads from your mouth all the way down, instantly filling your entire body. Huh. He couldn't help but squint his eyes, his face full of rapture. It tastes so good, baby. Wang Bin exclaimed in admiration. He wanted to use more adjectives to describe the taste, but in the end, all he could think of was how delicious it was. Then, another big bite. Seeing Wang Bin's greedy look, Song Fei was both annoyed and amused, and reached out to snatch the bowl back. I knew you wouldn't have enough. We agreed you'd only have one sip. Go away and wait until your noodles are ready before you eat. Wang Bin, we are lovers whose love is stronger than gold. Let's leave aside the farce of the young couple for now. Every customer who received the beef noodles was completely won over. The sounds of them slurping and sucking could be heard incessantly. It looks delicious and smells wonderful, that's all. Even their voices are so alluring now. This left the other waiting customers with no choice but to stare longingly at Su Chun, hoping their noodles would be ready so they could eat them as soon as possible. Now, at the end of the road, a person peered cautiously into the direction. It was the restaurant owner who had just accidentally lost Huazi. After all, a group of people passed by their shop and headed straight there with a clear purpose, which made him very curious. With nothing to do at the shop, I decided to come and take a look. Upon looking at it, they were immediately stunned. This place used to be empty, so when did a food truck suddenly appear? And why are there so many people queuing up? The restaurant owner was completely baffled. But instinctively envious of the diners in line, I quietly approached a few people chatting in front of me. Ugh, it's all this crappy phone's fault. I didn't get to the front of the line. I'm so hungry, I'm starving. Yes, I didn't even have lunch. Upon hearing this, the restaurant owner naturally picked up the conversation. Why don't you guys go to those restaurants near the entrance of the food court? You don't have to wait in line, and the food is pretty good too. Several regular diners glanced at the restaurant owner with surprise. I immediately knew this person was definitely not from the group and had never eaten at the boss's restaurant. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't have said something as ridiculous as suggesting eating somewhere else. You're not one of those restaurant guys from the area outside trying to get customers, are you? A certain diner had a keen eye. Although his intentions were seen through, the restaurant owner wasn't embarrassed at all. Making money is all about making money, so there's no need to be ashamed. Businesses inevitably face competition. He was simply asking the customers in line, which wasn't illegal. We're all out having fun, so if we finish eating early, we can play a little longer, right? The restaurant owner chuckled. Then you're mistaken. The diner shook his head, too lazy to explain. I advise you not to waste your energy. Every single person in line is going to follow you. The restaurant owner didn't believe it. So he turned around and asked a few other diners chatting nearby, and got the same answer. That's really strange. When did diners become so patient, preferring to wait rather than go somewhere else? He felt his thoughts were somewhat disordered. After all, people who come to Happy Valley are definitely not focused on eating. Many people even bring their own bread and instant noodles to save money and time, so they can quickly finish their meals and enjoy more activities. It's fair to say that diners at amusement parks have the least patience while waiting for their food. But these people in line are so stubborn. The restaurant owner thought about it for a while, but got too lazy to bring any more people, so he simply went to the food truck to see what was going on. As soon as he got close, he smelled the rich aroma in the air and saw customers who had bought beef noodles eating them nonstop. Wow, this beef noodle soup smells amazing. The restaurant owner was inexplicably surprised. He was a discerning person. He could tell from the aroma in the air that this chef was definitely no ordinary person. No wonder these people are willing to wait in line for so long. How about I try a bowl of beef noodles? He was a little embarrassed, but fortunately no one around him knew him. So, after hesitating for 3 seconds, I pretended to be a diner and walked straight to the food cart. Following the example of the diners next to me who were ordering food, I took out my phone, scanned the QR code, and entered the ordering page. However, before they could even see the menu clearly, a prompt suddenly popped up on the page. No ride completion stamp detected. Food ordering is currently unavailable. Friendly reminder. Dear diners, you can unlock the beef noodle soup after completing the roller coaster ride. Have a great time. The restaurant owner's vision went black. Holy crap! Ordering a bowl of beef noodles requires completing a roller coaster ride. What kind of nonsense is this? Chapter 243. Oh no, we were too happy. After completing the series of roller coasters, will you unlock beef noodles? The notification that popped up on my phone is absolutely ridiculous. The restaurant owner was so stunned that he stood there for several seconds before asking Su Chen for confirmation. After receiving a positive reply, he was completely dumbfounded. This is truly the first time in history that I've seen such a bizarre ordering request. Isn't this just driving the customers away? Wrong. The restaurant owner suddenly realized that there was a hidden secret behind this. Linking amusement park attractions to food, requiring customers to experience the attractions before ordering. What a brilliant marketing strategy. If you were to launch several signature dishes in your own restaurant, you could also set them up so that diners could only unlock them after experiencing a certain activity. It will definitely attract a lot of people to come and try it. Indeed, there is something to learn in every aspect of life. The restaurant owner stared at Su Chen with admiration, never expecting that this young man would be such a marketing genius. Look how many people are queuing here. Good. That was an awesome idea, but now it's mine. The restaurant owner smiled smugly and immediately turned to leave. He couldn't wait to go back and plan this carefully. The next step is to make our restaurant a popular spot in Happy Valley. No one paid attention to the restaurant owner's arrival and departure. Su Chen never imagined that, due to the limitations imposed by the system, he would be regarded as an excellent idea by someone. Several large bowls of noodles were cooked, topped with large chunks of beef brisket, steaming hot, and pushed towards the serving area. This batch of beef noodles is ready. Please take your food in order. Wang Bin finally got his own bowl of beef noodles, and he ate it with such happiness and joy. Every time Wang Bin eats a meal prepared by his boss, he prays that time will pass more slowly so that he can eat more slowly. But happy times are always short-lived. After slurping it down a few times, Wang Bin finished the last sip of soup, wiping his mouth with a look of regret on his face. Many regular customers come in groups. Now that they've finished eating, they're chatting while waiting for their companions who haven't had a chance to eat yet. By the way, what reasons did everyone use to ask for leave at noon today? Someone in the crowd casually asked a question. After all, I had just found out that the owner only sets up his stall from 12 to 4 this week. Although there is a lunch break, it's simply not enough time to make the round trip, plus the time spent queuing for food and doing projects. This means that these office workers will have to be more willing to take time off this week. What else can I do? I told them my tooth hurts and I need to go to the hospital. A customer immediately chimed in. Just like me, I also said I needed to go to the hospital. Hee, I told you I have a parent-teacher meeting for my child this afternoon. When it comes to reasons for taking leave, many people start pooling their resources and discussing which reasons are better to use. As one of the women listened, she suddenly said, "Your reasons for taking leave are so boring, they're not original at all." Upon hearing this, everyone looked at her with great interest. So how did you invite her? Haha. I was playing on my phone during lunch break, and it smashed my hyaluronic acid in my nose. Huh. That works too. What's the big deal? The beautiful woman chuckled. The reason I took leave last time was that my cat needed to be bred. The time before last, my neighbor's house was burgled, and they called the police, so they needed me to assist with the investigation, and I had to take a day off. The time before last was... Everyone. Good heavens. This actually works? Really? You can see my leave cancellation record if you don't believe me. The woman panicked and took out her phone to find her leave request records on the company's intranet. The people around looked over, and their eyes widened. It must be tough on your boss. He could have just not come, but he had to deal with such a bizarre reason as yours. Well, they want to learn, but they don't dare to. Soon. After finishing the last batch of beef noodles, Su Chen shook his shoulders and stretched. It seems like a lot of regular customers have come, but actually they just gathered together. It wasn't as busy as I had expected. After all, Mondays are quite powerful, and not everyone can get leave smoothly. Wang Bin and Song Fei had been waiting for quite some time. Their jobs are the kind where they're busy when there's business and idle when there isn't, so they're not too afraid to take time off now. As soon as they saw that Su Chen had finished his work, they immediately went to greet him. What's up? Su Chen looked at them with a puzzled expression. It's nothing major. I just wanted to ask what dishes correspond to the deadly swing and the haunted house. Wang Bin recalled for a moment and asked. Chicken noodles and seafood noodles. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Wang Bin immediately yielded. My mind is filled with images of glistening, plump shrimp, chewy squid rings, tender clam meat, and shredded chicken. Since we've already ridden the series of roller coasters, experiencing the giant pendulum ride again isn't out of the question. Haunted houses are a piece of cake. After all, no one can resist the temptation of the boss's new culinary flavors. After inquiring about such good news, I naturally had to share it with my fellow group members. I opened the group chat, and there was a lively conversation going on. The conversation naturally revolved around beef noodles. Let me tell you, riding a roller coaster once and getting to eat the owner's beef noodles is definitely worth it. It's so delicious. If I could eat it every day, I'd ride a roller coaster every day. Wah, I'm so envious of people who can't get time off. Friends, don't hesitate. Weekday tickets to Happy Valley are very cheap. Actually, the series of roller coasters isn't that scary. Once you're on it, it's not so bad. That's right. It's not scary at all. What's scary is the first time. Wangbin quickly glanced through the records and thought these people were really filthy. Yesterday, he saw very few people who weren't afraid. As they boarded the train, their expressions were as if they were bravely going to their deaths. Now, in the group chat, they're all acting like special forces soldiers, fearless and capable of anything, from mountains to seas. Let me expose your hypocrisy. Wangbin felt like he was the embodiment of justice at that moment, and typed rapidly in the group chat. Breaking news. The boss is launching new dishes tomorrow: chicken noodles and seafood noodles. These words immediately caused an uproar in the group chat. Wow, that's great. They have new products tomorrow. I definitely have to try them. Dude, your information network is amazing. Who's your boss? The people are truly happy today. Upon learning that new products would be available tomorrow, those in the group who would receive them were naturally overjoyed. However, Wangbin chuckled mischievously and continued typing. Oh right, I forgot to mention, you have to complete the deadly pendulum ride before you can order the shredded chicken noodles. And you have to complete the haunted house ride for the seafood noodles. The group chat was silent for a few seconds before messages popped up. Oh no, I was too happy too soon. Pa, did you forget? You did it on purpose. I'm going to beat you to death. At Wangbin. I don't believe you. You must be lying to me. Chapter 244. One sentence from the boss, and I calmly faced death for him. I'm not lying. If you don't believe me, come and verify it yourselves tomorrow. After sending that message in the group, Wangbin immediately turned off his phone. I felt refreshed and invigorated, and the giant swing didn't seem so scary anymore. Indeed, places like Happy Valley are more fun when you play together with others. Have some decency. Be careful, or the people in the group will beat you up tomorrow. Song Fei couldn't bear to look. Why would you hit me? It wasn't my request, it was the boss's. Wangbin felt that his girlfriend's words made no sense. If we're talking about who stirred up hatred, the source was the boss. I was just a messenger at best. Haven't you watched TV dramas? Those arrogant eunuchs who relied on favor all ended up being beheaded. Although everyone knows that the emperor is the root cause, it is the eunuchs who are used to quell public opinion. Song Fei said. Wangbin stared at Song Fei in disbelief, pointing at himself. I'm a eunuch? Don't scream tonight. Song Fei. You stupid man. Can't you even grasp the important points? In an instant, Song Fei's face turned bright red, as if it were on fire. Without hesitation, she reached out and covered Wangbin's mouth. I know you're anxious, but don't rush. I'm just giving an example. An example, you know? I'm not saying you're actually a eunuch. The next day, at 10 a.m., Su Chun and Butler Ding carried the ingredients sent by the system into the kitchen one trip after another. We closed yesterday afternoon. After experiencing the deadly pendulum ride and the thrilling haunted house adventure, Su Chun unlocked the recipes for chicken noodle soup and seafood noodle soup. As usual, the first step is to prepare the ingredients and process them. All three dishes use the same type of flour, so the process is the same as before: mixing, kneading, and resting the dough. To make beef noodles, you need to make the broth, braise the beef brisket, and wash all the vegetables and other ingredients. The soup base was left over from yesterday, so I just added some pork bones and simmered it again, and added some spices to the beef brisket and braised it again. It's not a big deal. However, Su Chun didn't prepare a large quantity this time, because he guessed that most diners would choose to try the new flavors today. After finishing the beef noodles, We'll prepare the toppings for the chicken noodles and seafood noodles. Su Chun instructed Steward Ding to clean several free-range chickens and simmer them into a rich broth. Then I started to prepare the shredded chicken myself. Wash the chicken breast, slice it thinly, and then cut it into thin strips. Put the chicken in a bowl, add some salt, cooking wine and cornstarch, then mix it well by hand and let it marinate for a while. This will remove the fishy smell and make the meat more tender. Once prepared, refrigerate it and stir-fry it when ready to serve. As for seafood noodles, shrimp, clams, squid, crab, sea cucumber, abalone, razor clams. Su Chun loved every single ingredient. In addition to setting up a stall, he also spent extra money to buy more seafood, preparing to have a seafood feast later. Even someone who sets up a stall every day needs to nourish their body. Wash the shrimp, remove the heads and shells, and remove the shrimp veins. The meat from the abalone, oysters, and other seafood is removed. If you put these in the soup, it will be incredibly delicious. It's quite troublesome to process so much fresh seafood. Fortunately, Butler Ding and two Andys helped out. Seafood noodles can't just have seafood, they also need some vegetables. Cut the vegetables into sections, soak the shiitake mushrooms, and then slice them. Peel and slice the carrots, and mince the scallions, ginger, and garlic. Once all the ingredients are prepared, you can start stir-frying the seafood. Su Chun first turned on the heat and poured in the oil, then threw the shrimp heads into the pot and stir-fried them. Press down on the shrimp heads with a spatula. The bluish shrimp heads quickly turn bright red under the high temperature of stir-frying, and the rich aroma of fresh shrimp spreads throughout the kitchen. Looking at the oil in the pot, it was also dyed a golden, creamy color by the shrimp paste, and the entire bottom of the pot was filled with fine foam. Then Su Chun took out the shrimp heads that had been fried until crispy, and added some crab roe to the pan and continued to stir-fry, making the oil at the bottom of the pan even more fragrant. The aroma of shrimp and crab blends together so well that it's so enticing that you can't help but inhale deeply. Then, sea cucumber, abalone, razor clams, and shrimp are added to the pan and stir-fried at the appropriate time. Once the aroma is released, pour in the stock. Add some light soy sauce, oyster sauce, salt, and white pepper powder. Bring to a boil over high heat, then reduce to low heat and simmer. At 11:30, the cue for the deadly pendulum ride began. A giant, ice-blue pendulum ride soars into the clouds. Along the way, Wangbin thought he had prepared himself mentally, but standing here, he still felt apprehensive. Thanks to his notification in the group, many people rushed over here as soon as they got off work at noon. Most people in the group know Wangbin. The main thing is that this kid is incredibly lucky. He's a born winner, having won prize money several times. The fact that Wangbin and his partner were there in line proves that he wasn't lying in the group. So they joined the queue behind the two. Sigh, I must have done a lot of evil in my past life, so I'm chasing after my boss begging for food in this life. Some diners were queuing up, but they were still talking and sighing. I would gladly die for my boss if he said the word. Someone casually chimed in. You guys are spouting rhymes all the time. Are you preparing for graduate school entrance exams? While queuing, the group members chatted and made snide remarks about Su Chun. Soon, please take your seats in an orderly manner and wait for the equipment to start operating. After waiting for a while, it was finally Wangbin and his group's turn. As the safety railing of the giant swing descended, it gripped everyone tightly. The giant pendulum finally began to swing slowly. At first, they didn't think much of it, but then the entire circular motion began to swing higher and higher, almost reaching 270 degrees. Ah! The tourists couldn't help but start screaming in midair. May Amitabha Buddha, Guanyin Bodhisattva, Buddha, God of Wealth, God, Doraemon, Crayon Shinchan, Conan. Wangbin and Song Fei sat together, and Wangbin was muttering incantations, praying to all the gods and Buddhas in the sky. But the more he prayed, the stranger it became. I have no problem with you mentioning Doraemon, but Conan is unnecessary. Song Fei's voice came from the side. Tui, Conan, get lost. Wangbin suddenly snapped out of his daze, realizing that he had uttered an extremely terrifying name, and immediately spat out 3 times. The next second, The circular cockpit began to perform a frantic 360 degrees rotation and revolution. The whole world started spinning, and everyone's brains were practically being shaken to their core. However, the speed of the giant pendulum does not seem to be slowing down. On the contrary, it seems to be getting faster and faster. The wind whistled in my ears. At this moment, Wang Bin was pale and completely terrified. His eyes were wide open and bloodshot. He opened his mouth, and a blood-curdling scream rang out. How did he feel? It's just that the person flies ahead, and the soul chases after them. It disappeared in a flash, leaving me completely bewildered, like, where am I? Chapter 245. You already have a way to go bankrupt. Finally, the giant pendulum stopped spinning. With a click, the cockpit was successfully secured, and the equipment issued a voice prompt. Congratulations on successfully experiencing Thor's hammer. Welcome back next time, and please give us a 5-star review. After saying this, the safety barrier slowly rose. However, I can't give it a 5-star review. Supported by Song Fei, Wang Bin, pale-faced, took 2 steps forward and opened his mouth. Luckily, I threw it all up in the trash can. Song Fei, on the other hand, was perfectly fine, squatting down next to Wang Bin and patting his back. Are you alright? I'm fine, I feel much better. Wang Bin rinsed his mouth with the mineral water that Song Fei handed him. He grinned, a faint look of death on his face. Fei, my stomach is completely empty now, so let's skip the haunted house and go eat noodles at the boss's place. Song Fei. In an instant, she felt a mouthful of blood rush to her head. Seriously? Even after all this, you seem pretty happy. So you were deliberately making room for your stomach just now. There were quite a few diners like Wang Bin at the scene. It was lunchtime, and everyone was still hungry. If we went to the haunted house now, we didn't know when we would get to eat. So the group of people walked towards the restaurant area without prior arrangement. You can order now. At noon, Su Qin opened the ordering system. In front of the food cart, diners were chatting casually just a moment ago. The next second, he took out his phone at lightning speed and started scanning the code. You're so stupid. I'm so smart. I saved the order QR code yesterday. Huh, you think you're so smart. You might as well just live here. You found out. Actually, I want to move into the boss's house. Damn it. You might as well just marry the boss. Huh, that's a great idea. Is it really okay? I wouldn't mind being the male mommy for the boss's little dumpling. Over here, Su Chun saw the ticket machine beeping frantically, spitting out meal tickets one after another at a time. I didn't pay attention to what the diners were talking about. As he expected, the first batch of orders today were all for shredded chicken noodles. This saves us a lot of trouble. No need to fiddle with several stoves. Butler Ding stood by the stove, putting handfuls of noodles into the pot. The water in the pot was boiling hot, bubbling and churning. Cook the noodles until they are about 70 to 80% done. When they're almost done, take them out, rinse them with cold water, and then put them into clean white bowls. This removes the stickiness from the surface of the noodles, making them smoother and more chewy. Meanwhile, Su Chun was showing off his skills at another stove. He quickly heated oil in a wok, sautéed ginger and minced garlic until fragrant, then added the marinated shredded chicken, sprinkled in seasonings, and stir-fried it rapidly. After turning off the heat, Su Chun casually spread the stir-fried shredded chicken into a row of disposable bowls, with not a single piece spilling out. He scooped up the broth from the pot and casually poured it into the bowl, pouring it directly onto the surface without spilling a single drop. Indeed, people who can cook are different. The whole process was smooth and graceful, a feast for the eyes and a source of endless admiration. All right, the first 10 people, please take your food in order, Su Chen's voice rang out. Upon hearing this, the diners at the front of the line clutched their wildly beating hearts in excitement. We finally got to eat. After all that trouble, we finally got to eat. The next group of diners, though hungry, were full of energy. It was because that magical fragrance was nourishing their souls, filling them with hope and anticipation. Not far away, the restaurant owner is a decisive and incredibly efficient person. After getting marketing inspiration from Su Chun yesterday, he immediately gathered the chefs and decided to launch a new limited edition dish. He runs a burger shop in the Happy Valley food court, so this new product is also a burger. Whether by coincidence or not, the restaurant owner's new burger also uses carefully selected large pieces of beef. Combined with fresh bacon, rich cheese, and crisp pickles, this creates a 3-layered juicy beef burger. As for the conditions, visitors must experience the Royal Carousel in the park. The Royal Carousel is a magnificent carousel decorated with gold and flashing lights. Riders sit on horses of various shapes and sizes and spin around a few times to cheerful music. It can be said to be suitable for most groups, especially children who frequently visit the store. Customers can simply show photos of their trip to order food at the counter. To this end, the restaurant owner specially made a huge poster and placed it at the entrance of the store, which featured the promotional introduction of the new product. As lunchtime approached, the hamburger shop gradually filled up with customers. A short while later, a young mother led her little daughter into the store. "Hello, ma'am. What kind of burger would you like to order?" The waitress asked with a smile. "I'll have that deluxe thick beef burger that's advertised on the poster outside your store. My daughter keeps asking for it." The young mother was in a hurry to order food, thinking that she could finish eating quickly so she could take her daughter to play a few more games. "Madam, for this new product you've ordered, we need to show you a photo after your Royal Carousel experience before we can place your order," the waitress patiently explained. "Huh? What?" The young mother looked bewildered, then became somewhat displeased. "Why are you making such a fuss over ordering a burger? Honey, how about we get a different one?" "No, I want to eat this." The little girl pouted, and her eyes reddened. Helpless, the young mother said again, "Miss, could you please make an exception? My daughter is still young and a little scared of the carousel. I can't just leave her here alone to go play by herself and then come back to order food." "I'm so sorry, ma'am. It's the store's policy. Would you like to try some other burger flavors?" The waitress couldn't do anything about it. The owner seems to have lost his mind, suddenly coming up with dishes like this and demanding that customers provide photos. At the time, some people advised the boss that it was inappropriate to do so. Even the most novice or clueless person knows that when you open a business, there's no way you would make it harder or restrict customers from ordering food. But the boss was like a demon, refusing to listen to anyone. Instead, he argued vehemently that others were doing the same thing and their businesses were booming, with customers scrambling to get in, so he could do it too. The young mother was rejected twice in a row and completely lost her temper, shouting angrily, "Are you crazy? This store is so weird. It's such a hassle for the kid to eat a burger. I'm not eating here." After saying that, he grabbed his daughter and stormed off. The waitress looked annoyed. She's just a lowly worker. What can she do? She's desperate too. Chapter 246, A Little Noodle Soup. Father-son relationship heats up instantly. "Woohoo, my noodles are here. You guys wait a bit. I'm going to start eating now." Wang Bin was the first to scan the code and was among the first to pick up his bowl of noodles, revealing a silly smile. The bowl of noodles had plenty of shredded chicken, but he had a big mouth and ate most of it in one bite. He suddenly felt a thunderstorm happening inside his mouth. After being stir-fried, the moisture in the shredded chicken has evaporated, the chicken fibers have become relatively firm, the surface has a slightly crispy texture, and then the tender chicken inside comes out. Each strand of shredded chicken is coated with aroma, and it has a slightly oily texture, so it doesn't feel dry at all. Instead, it becomes more and more fragrant the more you chew it. Then I picked up another noodle with my chopsticks and put it in my mouth. The handmade noodles are incredibly chewy and bursting with the aroma of wheat and eggs, making you want to devour them all in one go. Eating noodles is all about enjoying the broth and slurping it up as you eat. That's how you experience the joy of a full-carb diet. Wang Bin didn't mind the heat. He picked up the bowl and slurped up a mouthful of noodle soup. Wow, so fresh and delicious. After taking that bite, he immediately straightened up and let out a sigh of admiration from the depths of his soul. The seemingly clear noodle soup, with its flavors of chicken oil and broth, is anything but bland. The delicious flavor rushes straight to the throat and flows down the esophagus. But the lingering taste in my mouth continued to stimulate my taste buds. "Awesome. How does it taste?" a customer in line asked curiously. However, Wang Bin had no intention of answering. He just kept putting noodles into his mouth. Song Fei, who was standing next to her, was the same. Silence speaks louder than words. The way this young couple ate so voraciously proves that this bowl of shredded chicken noodles is anything but ordinary. Holy crap, I can't wait. I really want to eat it soon. Wah, me too. Not far away, a father and son, who had just finished riding the giant swing, came to the food area to find something to eat. Anyway, it's just a meal, so let's finish eating quickly and then go play some games. The father and son walked along. For some reason, there seemed to be a fresh and delicious smell in the air, making everyone's stomachs rumble. Wow, son, smell this. This fragrance seems unusual. Shall we go take a look? The man's voice was filled with barely suppressed excitement. It's just SOSO. Didn't you say you wanted to grab something to eat? Just buy a hamburger. Why bother with all this trouble? The boy couldn't help but swallow, but he couldn't shake off his stubborn nature. Hey, I don't know where you got your stubbornness from. The man paid no attention and stubbornly pulled his son towards Su Chun, following the scent. When we arrived, there were quite a few people queuing up. Without hesitation, he started scanning the QR code to order food. There are 2 types of noodles on the page, but only the shredded chicken noodles are available for selection. Huh, why can't I order? The man tried a few times to see if he could choose beef noodles, but he just couldn't. Each time, a prompt appears saying that you need to experience the series of roller coasters first. Yes, that's how it is. A helpful diner nearby explained the reason to the man as briefly as possible. The man's eyes widened as he listened, his gaze fixed on Su Chun, who was busy at work. No, is this really reasonable? This is too bizarre. The boy standing to the side seemed indifferent to everything around him. But actually, I was listening intently, and after the diner finished speaking, I couldn't help but chuckle. Ha ha ha, you have to experience the activities before you can order food? You adults are so easy to fool. The man quickly rolled his eyes at him. Go away, don't talk nonsense. Although he scolded his son, to be honest, the terms of the meal were a bit outrageous, and the man still had some doubts. Hearing the constant slurping sounds and smelling so delicious, I hesitated for a moment. The man decided to eat a bowl of chicken noodles first, and then he could criticize it later. When it's their turn, the father and son were drooling so much that it was almost unbearable. One bite of the noodles reveals their chewy, refreshing texture, smooth consistency, and excellent elasticity. The slightly charred shredded chicken, mixed with the aroma of oil, lingers on the tongue and leaves a pleasant aftertaste in the throat. The taste of this shredded chicken noodle soup is indescribable. It's so delicious. The man was captivated. After finishing his slurp, he couldn't wait to express his opinion, and then looked at the boy. Son, how is it? Does it taste good? The boy nodded repeatedly, unable to speak, and just kept eating. Hee, as long as it tastes good. 13 or 14 years old is the age when one's appetite is at its peak. For them, going all out means eating a bowl of noodles is just a matter of 2 or 3 bites. The boy took 1 bite, 2 bites, and by the 5th bite, the noodles were completely gone. After picking up the bowl, he gulped down the noodle soup. The boy paused for 2 seconds, thinking, wait, when have I ever eaten noodles so cleanly? I knew you wouldn't have enough to eat, so I saved some for you. The man handed the last bit of his noodle soup to his son. The boy looked at his father and suddenly felt a little guilty. This chicken noodle soup is so delicious, and Dad still remembered to save some for me. If I had a son in the future, I definitely wouldn't be willing to do that. Seriously, he cried his eyes out. Despite his thoughts, the boy couldn't resist his craving and silently took the soup and drank it. While eating, he suddenly choked up. Dad, I'll never help Mom search for the cigarettes you've hidden again. The man looked pleased and smiled. Very good, very good. No matter how delicious this shredded chicken noodle soup is, it can't compare to the warming of the father-son relationship. It's enough that my son has gained some insight from this. After finishing the meal, the man originally planned to leave with his son. But then they discovered that several diners who had finished their noodles were not leaving, but instead huddled together chatting, as if they were waiting for something. He was quite curious, so he leaned over and asked, "What are you waiting for here?" "We're planning to invite a few more people to go to the haunted house together," Wang Bin said with a smile. Naturally, some people were happy with the ordering conditions given by Su Chun, while others were disappointed. The roller coasters and pendulum rides I've ridden before only lasted 2 or 3 minutes. However, Exploring a haunted house is not something that can be done in a short time. Song Fei, for example, didn't want to accept reality. She felt she would definitely be scared to tears in the haunted house. We decided to go together so that we wouldn't be so scared. A haunted house. Seeing the man's puzzled expression, Wang Bin began to explain. You don't know yet, do you? The roller coaster, the pendulum ride, and the haunted house correspond to beef noodles, shredded chicken noodles, and seafood noodles, respectively. We still have seafood noodles left to eat. Oh. The man was a bit dumbfounded. He thought that 2 types of noodles, corresponding to 2 projects, were the limit. I didn't expect there to be more. Haha. Who knows? The boss might release other items later. Let's eat all these until we're tired of them first. As Wang Bin spoke, a hint of anticipation filled his heart. After all, Happy Valley has so many entertainment options. He's willing to try anything for food. Chapter 247. Holy crap. Who locked the door just now? No. Buddy, I just don't understand. Do you guys really have absolutely no objections to the boss doing this? The man simply couldn't understand it. He admitted that the shredded chicken noodles were really delicious, but he didn't think they deserved such rave reviews from customers. Opinions? What opinions could we possibly have? The boss didn't force us, right? Wang Bin chuckled. Hilarious. He's a regular foodie who chases after graves and even goes to Hengdian just for a bite to eat. If we're talking about cravings, his dog Sun is the real craving, but unfortunately, dogs aren't allowed in Happy Valley. They can only stay at home in a cage, crying behind bars. That's the most pitiful thing. What's there to mind, bro? You don't understand because you've only eaten the boss's cooking once. The worst thing is when you've tasted the boss's cooking, but then you want to eat it again, but can't. In comparison, as long as you spend a little time and muster a little courage, you can taste the food that the boss has carefully prepared, which is already perfect. The diners next to him nodded in agreement, completely agreeing with what Wang Bin said. The man finally understood. So, it's a case of one party willing to hit and the other willing to be hit. It's truly remarkable that a chef can rise to the position of a boss. The man asked many more questions about Su Chun. Finally, I paid the group fee and joined the group chat, becoming a proud member of the search team. The boy listened intently, his eyes shining, feeling that the boss was like some kind of urban legend, a mysterious man. I wish I could become someone like the boss someday. The boy couldn't help but feel excited, thinking that Su Chun had a kind of heroic, magical quality about him. Then after you graduate, you can learn to be a chef. The man didn't look down on his son at all. On the contrary, he made a serious suggestion. If you really have talent, I can even pay for you to open a shop. Then I'll open a shop where customers have to complete a skydive before they can order food. The boy immediately shared his brilliant idea. Then I guarantee your shop will be closed down in 3 days. Yeah, they might even get beaten to death by the diners. A group of diners nearby burst into laughter and couldn't help but tease them. The boy's whimsical ideas were just impromptu remarks, and no one took them seriously. The man couldn't help but chuckle twice. Son, you've got it backwards. People come to eat here not because of the owner's bizarre ordering conditions, but because the food is delicious. And it has to be extremely delicious. So delicious that people can overlook all other conditions. Oh, the boy seemed to understand but not quite, finding it all quite amusing. He thought for a moment, a conflicted expression on his face. I want to ride a series of roller coasters. No one knows a son better than his father. The man could tell at a glance that his son wanted to try beef noodles because the chicken noodles were so delicious. Okay, then I'll go with you to play, and we can try it out. The father and son left happily for the time being. Not far away, Nuonyuo came running over. The nanny was running alongside her. Dad, I want to go to the haunted house. After playing for so long, the little girl has tried everything, including the seaplane, the musical spaceship, and the crawling toys. She was walking down the street when she saw a couple. The young woman looked pale, and the young man was patiently comforting her. From their conversation, Nuonyuo heard the words, haunted house. The little girl couldn't help but feel curious, and also a little doubtful. She's never seen a scary ghost before. It must be so much fun. But the nanny didn't dare to go, so Nuonyuo had no choice but to come back to her father. Seeing that Su Chun was busy making chicken noodle soup, he didn't react at all. Nuonyuo stood in front of the food cart. wiggling her little body and pouting. Daddy, I want to go, please. No, Dad wants to set up a stall. Su Chin refused again. The little girl's gaze immediately turned to Butler Ding and the nanny. Steward Ding was appointed to a critical mission. After scooping the noodles out of the pot, I took Noonyuo's hand. Let's go, Grandpa Butler will go with you. In this way, a group of people headed together toward the location of the undead party. A moment later, they arrived at their destination, a somewhat desolate and dilapidated building that came into view. The entrance to the haunted house. Ding, the housekeeper, Noonyuo, Wang Bin, Song Fei, and other diners formed a group of 10 to be the first team to enter the haunted house. The haunted house is designed like a hospital and consists of 4 areas. Song Fei stared at the dark entrance, feeling completely numb, and clung tightly to Wang Bin's arm. My dear, if there is a next life, I will still love you, sob sob. You're exaggerating. You're confessing your love in a haunted house. Give me a kiss, and I'll carry you in. Wang Bin said, both amused and exasperated. Get out. There are children here. Don't be afraid, sister. Noonyuo will go in and check for you first. The little dumpling volunteered, sticking out its tummy, and excitedly dragged Butler Ding into the haunted house. The others looked at each other in bewilderment, and then followed. No matter what, you can't be more timid than a child. The staff explained the procedure before we entered the haunted house. Actually, the whole process is very simple. You just need to pass through the 4 areas in sequence to get out. It's not the kind of haunted house that involves puzzles. Before me was a dimly lit corridor with mottled bloodstains and strange symbols on the walls, and 2 closed rooms with signs reading Outpatient Clinic and Archives Room. At the end of the corridor was an iron gate. Clearly, following the procedure, passing through the iron gate leads to the next area. Noonyuo wasn't afraid at all. She looked around and touched things, showing a curious little face. She quickly darted out about 10 meters. Butler Ding wasn't as scared as he'd imagined. Because he had to stay by the little dumpling's side at all times and couldn't let her leave his side for even a moment, he naturally didn't have the extra mind to pay attention to the surrounding movements. The other diners quickly followed. Little Noonyuo, slow down and wait for us. Song Fei was terrified, looking left and right, afraid that something might suddenly jump out. Let me tell you, when we pass that clinic later, something is definitely going to jump out, Wang Bin said, pointing to the building ahead. After all, the entire corridor is clearly visible, and the only places where people can hide are these 2 rooms. Inside the outpatient clinic, the staff member dressed as the monster doctor stood at the door. A voice came through the headset. Attention, tourists are approaching the designated location. The door will be opened and the person killed in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. The monster doctor silently counted to 3, then suddenly yanked the door open. The door wouldn't budge. Holy crap. Wait, who locked the door during the shift change? The monster doctor yelled into his headset. Don't you know this door can't be closed completely? The tourists have already passed. Never mind. I'll find someone to open the door for you. A silent voice came through the headset. Chapter 248 is the end. At the entrance, those passing by the clinic clearly heard the sounds coming from behind the door. Wait, this door can't be opened. Song Fei was initially terrified, but upon hearing the voices behind the door, she immediately became happy. The group continued walking forward, and next they would pass the archives. This house may also be hiding something scary, so everyone is still very cautious. Just as I approached the archives, the door suddenly opened. Oh my god! Butler Ding, holding Noonyuo's hand, had his eyelids twitching so hard, he almost jumped out of his skin. Turning around, I saw an old-fashioned tape recorder covered in blood in the archives room. Snap! The tape recorder was turned on automatically even though no one was controlling it. Congratulations on your fortune. Congratulations on your wonderful day. Exhilarating and cheerful music emanated from the radio. Noonyuo, Butler Ding, Song Fei, Wang Bin, other diners. The expressions on the faces of the people were extremely complicated. This was an old-fashioned tape recorder that looked like it was about to play some kind of scary music or sound. But what's with the Gong Shi Fa Kai thing? It's not even Chinese New Year yet, and that man's already back at work? No, do all haunted houses scare people this way now? Song Fei felt it was absurd. In the clinic next door, Some very vulgar curses came through the monster doctor's headset. %UN %hashtag. Who the hell changed my music? Where are the props? Where did the props go? Nuo and the others passed through the iron gate and arrived at a room that resembled a hospital ward. There were 7 or 8 hospital beds scattered around the room, each covered by a curtain, so the condition of the patients could not be seen. After experiencing 2 blunders in a row, everyone relaxed. At the end of the ward was a double door. Underneath a hospital bed, a staff member wearing a blood-stained hood peered through a gap in the curtain, watching several footsteps approach. His job was to suddenly reach out from under the bed and grab the customer's ankle when the tourist approached the bed, in order to startle them. Nuo, be careful, something might pull open the curtain and jump out. Wangbin cautiously observed the hospital beds, trying to figure out which one might be the scary one. Just then, he suddenly saw a cockroach quickly crawl past him. Damn it, there's a cockroach. How disgusting. Wangbin got goosebumps all over. He found these kinds of insects disgusting. Without hesitation, he stepped on it, ready to send the cockroach to its doom. Just as I stepped down, a pale hand suddenly reached out from under the bed. Ah! 2 screams rang out at the same time. The sound came from Wangbin, who was startled by the hand that suddenly reached out from under the bed. But at the same time, a scream came from under the bed, because Wangbin had stepped on his hand. Song Fei's scream was about to come out, but upon seeing this scene, she swallowed it back down. Honey, you stepped on someone's hand. Apologize now. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Wangbin suddenly realized what he had done and apologized instinctively. It's okay, you guys continue. Hiss. A muffled sound came from under the bed. No, buddy, is your hand okay? I really didn't mean to. Wangbin felt he was truly being framed and killed, but just then, a helping hand reached out to him. He's not dead. He's really not dead. He just feels a little numb. The staff member's voice sounded slightly depressed. He just couldn't understand how it could be such a coincidence. How about I leave you my phone number? You can contact me if anything happens. Wangbin felt really bad about it. It's okay, we can report it as a work injury, the staff member replied. You guys get pretty good treatment, Wangbin remarked. Let's go, stop talking. Song Fei couldn't stand it anymore. They were talking about work benefits, and the scary atmosphere disappeared completely. The group pushed open the double doors and entered the next area. This is the setup of an operating room. The moment everyone entered, they saw a doctor wearing a mask and a blood-stained coat on the operating table, sliding a scalpel back and forth over the bloody corpse on the table. They saw everyone push the door open and come in. The doctor in the blood-red coat raised his head and spoke in a somber, cold voice, accompanied by a background sound of cutting flesh and bone. You guys, are you here for surgery too? Hiccup. A loud burp escaped from under the mask. The corpse on the operating table suddenly couldn't hold back anymore. It turned out to be a staff member in disguise. I was so confused. I told you not to drink so much Coke. I'm sorry, I just couldn't help it. The corpse lay on the bed, trembling like a leaf. Even though it tried to cover its mouth with its hand, laughter still escaped through its fingers. I'm sorry. I know I'll be fine, but I just couldn't help it. Originally, this should have been a scene of a doctor and a corpse chasing tourists, but it's clearly impossible to complete that scene now. The little dumpling giggled when it saw this. Even the usually serious butler Ding couldn't help but chuckle. I found your haunted house to be quite interesting. Whether it's scary or not is another matter, but it's genuinely hilarious. Yeah, it's not scary at all, Song Fei whispered in agreement. As everyone reflected on their past experiences, they found it increasingly interesting. So they slowly made their way to the last area, which was decorated like a morgue. Under the cold light, a pale-faced corpse crawled out of the cabinet and looked at Nuo and the others who pushed the door open and entered. Wangbin wasn't afraid at all. Looking at the staff members dressed as corpses, I suddenly felt an urge to say something lewd. My dear minister, what other surprises await me? After he finished speaking, a look of expectation appeared on his face. Hey, stop acting crazy here. Song Fei was a little nervous, afraid that the other party would suddenly lose their temper. I'm really sorry everyone. Because of our mistake at work, you were unable to fully experience this project. The corpse sighed, a pale sadness in its eyes, as if the month's bonus was already a distant dream. You can get out through this door? Wang Bin blinked, feeling a little disappointed. He had been hoping there would be something fun in the last area. As a result, the staff at the haunted house actually crawled out of the morgue to apologize to them. Emerging from the morgue area, you enter a bright and sunny park. You can also see tourists queuing up behind you over there. That's it. We beat the game? That was too easy. Song Fei blinked, feeling like she was dreaming. Despite having mentally prepared myself before entering, the whole process turned out to be completely unexpected. However, what happened in the haunted house is not important. What matters is being able to eat seafood noodles. Chapter 249 Seafood Noodles, naturally starting with the word fresh. Diners quickly pulled out their phones to check if there was an electronic stamp on the Happy Valley app. Thankfully, there's a stamp, so those little farces don't affect the fact that we can pass through customs. Before everyone could leave, they saw several strangely dressed haunted house staff members also come out from the back door. A monster doctor locked behind a door, a monster patient whose hand was stepped on. There was also a man wearing large headphones. I'm really sorry. The man with the headphones clasped his hands together, apologized repeatedly, and wore a strange expression on his face. I really don't understand how so many strange things could have happened. We have re-examined all the project areas, and you can experience them again. Upon hearing this, Song Fei immediately chuckled. Just kidding, let's not talk about reliving the experience. The man with the headphones said nothing more. After everyone had walked away, he immediately turned around and started to get angry. I don't care what just happened or what your reasons were. You must give it your all from now on to ensure a great customer experience. This kind of thing must never happen again, otherwise this month's bonus. The man with the headphones looked serious. I promise it won't happen again. We will definitely provide our next customers with an unforgettable experience. A group of staff members, dressed in various terrifying makeup looks, repeatedly assured that they would do their utmost to uphold the dignity of the haunted house. Here, Nuonyuo went into the haunted house and found it too boring, so she asked Butler Ding to take her to ride the mine train. Wang Bin and his friends returned to the dining car with smiles on their faces and began to vividly recount the farce that had just happened in the haunted house. Some of the previously apprehensive regulars laughed after hearing this. Hey, if you put it that way, this haunted house seems pretty funny. It doesn't sound scary at all. I was hesitant at first, but what you said makes me eager to try it out. As people started ordering food, the ticket machine began to hum frantically. Both beef noodles and shredded chicken noodles cost 28 yuan. However, the seafood noodles are a little more expensive, costing 40 yuan a bowl. When it comes to seafood noodles, the noodles are the main ingredient, and the seafood as a topping is just an added bonus. The noodles should be thin and translucent and soft and tender after cooking, making them the perfect match for seafood. If the noodles are too chewy, they will overshadow the main dish. Su Chun casually tossed the noodles into the pot, letting them intertwine and stretch out. Soon the noodles became slightly translucent, and an enticing aroma of wheat wafted out. Once the noodles were cooked, Su Chun scooped them out, rinsed them in cold water, drained them, and put them into disposable bowls. Next, it's time to add seafood. When I lifted the lid, the pot was still bubbling inside. Since it's seafood noodles, the word fresh naturally comes to mind. In addition, all the seafood Su Chun used was fresh and of the highest quality. Even if it was just boiled in plain water, it would be so fresh it would make your eyebrows fall off. Moreover, this broth is made with shrimp paste and crab roe as a base, as well as 8 or 9 kinds of seafood such as clams and sea cucumbers, and the soup has turned milky white. The moment you open the lid, the unique freshness of seafood fills your nostrils. Its aroma is truly unparalleled. Su Chun stuck the spoon in and scooped up a large spoonful. The cooked shrimp had a beautiful color, a vibrant orange red with a hint of bright red. The abalone was a soft, plump, and juicy yellow, large and incredibly flavorful. The squid pieces were shrunken and whitish, looking exceptionally tender and crisp. Naturally, we should have a little of every kind of seafood. Su Chun didn't tremble at all, and he didn't hold back at all when it came to the amount, piling it full onto the bowl. The seafood noodles are ready. The first 10 people can pick them up. When the bowls of delicious seafood noodles were placed on the counter, the diners were so impressed that they almost fell over in front of the food cart. Hey everyone, don't crowd, take it one at a time. This soup is so hot and steaming. It would be terrible if it got on you and burned you. Don't worry, boss. The diners wiped the drool from their mouths with gratitude, picked up their noodles, and went to their tables to eat. Huff, huff. Everyone blew on the seafood symbolically a couple of times, and then took the lead in eating it. The shrimp were incredibly bouncy and had a satisfying crunch. The abalone, soaked in the broth, looked incredibly tempting, and one bite sent shivers down your spine with its freshness. Although the squid tentacles aren't very thick, their chewy texture is much better than that of shrimp, making them quite satisfying to chew. Add some fresh clams and tender oysters that you can slurp up in one bite. It's absolutely delicious, so good it leaves you speechless. The diners present kept eating as soon as they started. After slurping down the noodles in a few bites, pick up the bowl and let the rich broth melt on your tongue. This way of eating is so blissful it makes you want to hum with delight. It's so delicious, boss. It's really delicious. By the way, such a luxurious seafood noodle dish only costs 40 yuan. I wonder if the owner is losing money. Maybe so, after all, these are all real seafood, and the fresh taste is absolutely amazing. Inside the hamburger shop, the restaurant owner frowned and glanced at the sales data in the back office. The limited edition new product that he had high hopes for only sold less than 10 units. That shouldn't be the case. He had just secretly gone to Su Chin's food truck to take a look. There were even more people in line than yesterday, which made him extremely envious. If others can do it this way, why can't he? After much thought, the restaurant owner concluded that the problem likely wasn't with the marketing strategy. It must have been the employee in charge of taking orders and serving customers who didn't explain things properly. So, with a sullen face, he walked to the restaurant counter. There weren't many customers in the store at the moment. The restaurant owner clapped his hands and called over several employees who were in charge of serving and taking orders. I am very dissatisfied with your work attitude. He started off like a seasoned PUA master, belittling and criticizing his employees right from the start. I pay you wages, not so you can slack off here. Did you even properly explain our promotion to our customers? You all need to reflect on this carefully. Why is it that other shops can thrive while ours is completely ignored? The employees looked at each other in bewilderment. The young lady in charge of taking orders at the counter looked frustrated. Boss, we really didn't slack off. We introduced the new products to every customer who came in. Then why isn't anyone ordering it? The restaurant owner asked, looking incredulous. Because people find it troublesome. Not everyone wants to ride the royal carousel. The waitress tried to reason with them. Customers who come to Happy Valley want to save as much time as possible during meals and enjoy as many rides as possible. If you want to buy new products, unless you've just ridden the royal carousel and taken photos, who would want to go through such a complicated process? Chapter 250, Are you deliberately trying to sabotage them? The restaurant owner remained stubbornly unyielding. You say customers find it troublesome, then why aren't other customers afraid of the hassle? They're all customers who come to eat. What's the difference? Don't ask what the company can give you. Think about what you have done for the company. The waitress was silent for a moment, but the worker's anger finally erupted. I've put up with you for so long. Are you out of your mind? Or can't you understand human language? It's just a cheap hamburger, not some fancy delicacy. And ordering it is limited, plus you have to ride the royal carousel. If someone comes in and wants a hamburger, just sell it to them. The restaurant owner was stunned. I never imagined that I, who have always been so high and mighty, would be scolded like this by a little girl. For a moment, I was stunned and couldn't come to my senses. Several employees nearby secretly gave him a thumbs up in their hearts, indicating their agreement. Some even quietly took out their phones and started recording. The waitress knew her job was over, so she decided to give up. Do you know how much humiliation I've suffered? If you keep acting on a whim every day, this lousy restaurant is doomed to fail sooner or later. Whatever, I'm not putting up with this anymore. After saying that, the waitress took off her apron and threw it to the ground with an air of authority. You. The restaurant owner was furious and said fiercely, if you don't want to do it, plenty of others will. You're fired. The young woman snorted coldly and turned to leave. The restaurant owner took a deep breath and turned to find someone else to take orders. However, upon seeing this, the other employees all avoided the boss's gaze. This made the restaurant owner even angrier, but he didn't dare to provoke the other employees anymore. He has already fired the softest and most easily manipulated employee. If 2 more troublemakers leave, the restaurant will be completely short-staffed, and it will be difficult to recruit temporary staff. I'll personally take the orders. The restaurant owner took the opportunity to criticize his employees, deciding to set an example himself first. He tied on his apron and stood behind the order counter. Just then, a couple walked into the store and started looking at the menu on the counter. It's time for him to shine. The restaurant owner put on a smile and spoke. Would you like to try our limited edition new product, the Triple Juicy Thick Beef Burger? Wow, a 3-layer beef patty. Having your mouth stuffed full by a cow, that must feel amazing. The boy was somewhat tempted and turned to the girl, saying, Honey, what do you think? Sure, it looks really exciting. The girl nodded. Then 1 is fine, the boy ordered. Here's the thing. To order the limited edition new products, you have to complete a challenge and ride the royal carousel. Seeing the young couple's affectionate display, the restaurant owner decided to encourage them. I wonder if this handsome guy would be willing to take a ride on the royal carousel to get this beautiful lady a delicious meal, and also to show his sincerity. After saying that, he wore a confident smile on his face. You little brat, I'll get you. When it comes to anything related to love, guys in love are easier to tame than dogs. Otherwise, who would buy those roses that cost 9.9 yuan a stem by the roadside? The boy paused for 2 seconds, somewhat incredulous. Boss, can't I just place an order? I get dizzy playing royal spinning horse. Sorry, this is a condition for ordering the limited edition new product. After refusing her, the restaurant owner had a sudden inspiration and turned his attention to the girl. How about you go on a trip in place of your boyfriend, beautiful lady? The restaurant owner thought he had said something quite clever. Since they are a couple, going on a trip for each other not only gives them a sense of commitment, but also lets them discover delicious food. Wouldn't that generate the most buzz and make it incredibly fun? Upon hearing this, the girl silently rolled her eyes. She's starving, and she still has to queue up to play that game? Who can stand that? I don't want to. The boy was also unhappy. They kept asking if this person was willing, and then if that person was willing. It feels like they're here to cause trouble. Their main goal is to break up couples one by one. They're deliberately trying to ruin things for them, aren't they? Give me a definite answer as to whether or not I can order it. The boy was already hungry, and being provoked made him even more irritable. The restaurant owner was taken aback. Holy crap, how come things are developing in a completely different way than I expected? He initially thought it best to just let the customers order. But then he noticed that several employees he had just reprimanded were glancing in his direction from time to time, as if they were watching a commotion. Besides, I just said I would set an example for them. If I were to agree to place an order right away, wouldn't I be slapping myself in the face? We still recommend that customers take a ride on the royal carousel first before placing an order. Damn it, I'm speechless. Chun Chun is crazy. Why make such a fuss over eating a hamburger? You should have said you couldn't order it earlier. You're just wasting my time. I would have finished eating by now if we had gone to another restaurant. The boy yelled out 2 angry sentences. Then he felt that his words were a bit too harsh, so he softened his tone. I'm sorry, I wasn't talking about you. You're just a waiter, so you probably have no choice in the matter. I think your restaurant owner is incredibly clever to come up with such restrictions. Restaurant owner? No, who are you calling a jerk? Damn, this art style is off. However, this matter is not over yet. At night, a video of a working stiff worker angrily rebuking his idiot boss appeared online. The video shows what happened at the hamburger shop that afternoon. The video uploader described the incident in detail and also released the few words the young woman said to her boss. Just in time for the evening rush hour, the busy working class clicked on the video and quickly found it relatable. Damn, this is just right. That line, if you don't do it, plenty of others will, sounds exactly like my damn boss. What's called a monthly salary is actually compensation for emotional distress, for swallowing one's anger, for working late nights, for performing together, for being on time, for not retaliating when insulted, and for being humiliated. This young lady is amazing. She said what I've always wanted to say to the boss. I'm quitting this damn job. That heartless bastard boss is driving me crazy. I'm quitting too. This boss is a weirdo. I've never seen anyone use this method to restrict customers' orders before. The thought that such a person can open a shop and make money makes me feel uncomfortable all over. The video's popularity soared, attracting hundreds of comments. Meanwhile, someone in Su Chen's customer group forwarded the video. Wait, this boss gives me a really strong sense of déjà vu. This burger joint seems to be located in Happy Valley. I've passed by it several times before. Case solved. This guy must have seen what was happening over there, and that's why he imitated it. Hilarious. This guy is a complete idiot. He doesn't understand the difference between primary and secondary things at all. Congratulations, he's not far from closing down. Haha. I wonder how the boss will react. Will he say, "Those who learn from me will live, those who imitate me will die"? Chapter 251. In all honesty, I'm truly wronged. Wednesday. It's almost time to open for business again. Su Chen had prepared the ingredients needed for today in advance. Beef noodles, shredded chicken noodles, and seafood noodles all have different preparation methods and processing techniques. It takes a lot of time to clean, braise, and simmer. After a flurry of activity, Su Chen and his housekeeper and nanny finally arrived at the Happy Valley dining area. At this time, some regular customers who had already taken leave were already waiting around. But as they slowly gathered around, Su Chen noticed that the way they were looking at him was a little strange. Wang Bin moved even closer to Su Chen, with a mysterious and unpredictable expression on his face. Boss, do you know what? You've taken down a burger joint. Su Chen was completely bewildered upon hearing this, having no idea what had happened. A burger joint? What burger joint? He hasn't eaten a hamburger recently, and hasn't been to any restaurants. Where does this saying come from? Wang Bin admired Su Chen's bewildered expression for several seconds before finally recounting what had happened online the day before, completely satisfied. However, regarding this matter, Su Chen had absolutely no idea and couldn't understand it. What business owner would copy their own ordering restrictions? What were they thinking? What did you mean by take it all down? How's that burger joint doing now? Su Chen asked curiously. Wang Bin chuckled. On our way here, we passed that burger shop, and there was a sign on it saying it was closed for rectification. Some people in the group who know people inside Happy Valley said that this video has had a very bad impact. Amusement parks are supposed to be places for people to play, relax, and have fun. We absolutely cannot allow a restaurant that causes resentment among office workers to exist. Another diner nearby couldn't help but chime in. Actually, this boss brought it on himself. If he had just been imitating you, he wouldn't have gotten into any trouble. At most, people would have thought he was weird. But what he said was just too infuriating. Which working man wouldn't feel sympathy after hearing that? The diners chatted amongst themselves, and Su Chen finally understood the whole story. Ugh, why did I have to learn this instead of something else? Dude, you still need to practice. The group wasn't done complaining about the burger shop owner yet. When the topic of going to work comes up, everyone seems to be living a miserable life of exploitation, and their conversations often overlap. They immediately started talking. Sigh, the only thing that can soothe all the resentment I've accumulated at work is the delicious food my boss makes. One of the diners suddenly said, Boss, promise me. I won't retire, and you shouldn't retire either, okay? I used to think that the workdays went by too slowly, but now I wish the workdays were longer, otherwise I can't find my boss at all on the weekend. After eating the boss's meal, I was able to work overtime for 10 hours straight. The boss praised me as having the divinely chosen body of a bull or horse. As the diners talked, they started to get a little frivolous. Su Chen was both amused and exasperated. I glanced at the time. It was exactly 12 o'clock, so I quickly opened the ordering system. They were afraid that these people would say something even more outrageous. Let's start ordering. On the stove, pots were bubbling away, and the aroma of the broth was already quite rich. Butler Ding cooked the noodles, and Su Chen added the seasonings. Apart from the original soup noodles, which weren't very popular, the other 3 noodle dishes received a fairly even number of orders. Both beef noodles and seafood noodles are quite convenient. You can simply scoop them up with a spoon and pour them over the noodles, with pieces of ingredients laid out on top. The shredded chicken needs to be stir-fried. When the oil in the wok is heated, the light yellow shredded chicken is added to the wok with a sizzling sound. As a result, the air was filled with a variety of rich and mellow aromas. The diners, who had been chatting away, suddenly seemed to have been bewitched and eagerly gathered in front of the food truck. Turn off the heat and remove from the pot. Soon, Su Chin transferred the disposable bowl to the cutting board. Diners began to collect their own bowls of noodles according to the order numbers they had placed. Hee hee, I'm so lucky today. Those who were first in line were all beaming with joy. As soon as you get your noodles, eat them first as a sign of respect, and then offer your seat to the person behind you while you eat. It's all about satisfying your cravings. This braised beef has a reddish-brown color and a tender texture. The moment you bite into it, the aroma of meat fills the air with a savory, slightly spicy flavor. The perfect braising brings out the tenderness of the beef to its fullest, without any dryness or toughness. Seafood noodles are also a must-try. Whose seafood noodles are served with whole abalone and prawns, and large, plump oysters that look incredibly tender. So fresh. Each one has a different texture. The crab meat is tender and sweet. The sea cucumber is soft and chewy with a slight chewiness, and the squid is crunchy and has a bouncy texture. Those who like shredded chicken are in for a treat. A bowl of steaming, fragrant chicken noodle soup, with a broth made from chicken meat and bones simmered for a long time, has tender and smooth chicken shreds. The unique original flavor is simply satisfying and so delicious that you'll want to stretch your legs. No matter what aspect they are talking about, they can list dozens of merits in one breath with their eyes closed. The continuous praise and the diner's expressions of delight aroused great curiosity among the tourists who came to the food area. The aroma of the noodles was so enticing, I naturally wanted to eat them. However, the tourists soon left, rushing towards the amusement park rides. Why? The world has changed. Now you have to complete a task to get a bowl of noodles. They deserved it for being so greedy. Wang Bin, who had just finished enjoying his beef noodles, was pulled aside and criticized by a group of bored diners waiting for their food. Damn it, you're so unfair. You said the haunted house wasn't scary at all. You just wanted to lower our guard and make us laugh at you, didn't you? Some diners looked at Wang Bin with disdain. Huh? What the heck? It's really not scary at all. It's actually hilarious. I'm dying of laughter. Where's the scary part? Wang Bin looked completely innocent. He recalled his experience again and realized that he really didn't find it too scary. On the contrary, he was laughing his head off. Bullshit, what's not scary about it? One of the diner's expressions changed slightly, revealing a lingering sense of unease. Goodness, those people are incredibly dedicated, especially the doctor in the operating room. He looked at me like I was his enemy. Yes, and the one that was hiding in the ward suddenly jumped out, scaring me so much I almost peed myself. Damn it. Anyway, I've figured it out. You're a sly devil. Several diners expressed their deep contempt for Wang Bin's behavior. Oh, I didn't say it wasn't scary. It just wasn't scary the time I went in. If you don't believe me, go ask the boss's daughter. That little girl wasn't scared at all. I swear to God. Wang Bin said he was truly wronged. Chapter 252. Old Deng, please stop showing off. Afternoon. On the road in the food court area, a grandfather and grandson were strolling leisurely. Grandpa Lu looked around. Then his eyes lit up, and he pointed to the end of the path. Let's go with that one. It looks pretty lively. Hang Hang looked in the direction his grandfather pointed, and saw a bustling scene in front of a food truck. The grandfather and grandson rushed over. Boss, how do I order? Do you have a menu? Grandpa Lu asked. Su Chin's hands continued moving. Then he paused for a moment. Wow, it's already past 3 o'clock, and quite a few new customers have arrived. However, many of them are working-class families, with grandparents bringing their grandchildren out to play. They give up as soon as they hear that there are other options. Scan the QR code to order food. Su Chun pointed to the QR code and said dutifully, all noodle dishes at this stall can only be ordered after experiencing the corresponding amusement park ride. You can see the details on the ordering interface. Can I only order food after experiencing the activities? Grandpa Lu was stunned. He never expected that this unassuming food cart would have such rules. He immediately became interested and quickly took out his phone to scan the QR code. Sure enough, The ordering interface listed the corresponding items for each type of noodle dish. Roller coasters, pendulum rides, haunted houses, and carousels. Ironically, he couldn't handle even one of them. The first 3 activities were too exciting. After all, he's getting older. He's not a young man in his early 20s anymore. If this isn't handled properly, he'll be dead. As for the carousel, that's not suitable for him. Just looking at it makes him dizzy. Grandpa Lou smelled the aroma wafting in the air, swallowed hard, and suppressed the overwhelming excitement he felt for the delicious food. Well, dear grandson, those rides involve spinning your head down in circles. Grandpa can't handle that. Let's go. Let's eat somewhere else. Hong Hong's lips trembled, and his voice trembled with tears. No, Grandpa. Everyone else is eating here. I want some too. I want beef noodles. I watched as the people in front of me held their bowls of noodles and ate them with gusto. To be honest, even Grandpa Lou was finding it hard to keep up. He looked at his grandson, and a plan came to mind. My dear grandson, go and beg that boss a little. Show him the same confidence you have at home. Hong Hong's eyes darted around. His little mouth smacked, and drool dripped down his throat, which he couldn't suck back up. My dear grandson, whether we get to eat beef noodles today depends entirely on you. You must make the Lou family proud. Grandpa Lou has no morals left. He's willing to use his grandson's card for a bowl of beef noodles. The boss doesn't look very old. He must be a soft-hearted person. Encouraged by his grandfather, Hang Hang put his hands on his hips, revealing a small tiger tooth, and charged towards Su Chun in his most obedient and clingy state. Wow, I'll win over this older brother. For beef noodles. With a thud, the chubby boy landed hard on the food cart. Fortunately, the food cart remained stable and didn't move at all. Su Chun glanced back, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said, Little friend, slow down. Brother. Hang Hang immediately started to wriggle around, using a sweet voice to frantically beg for attention. Brother, I'm hungry. I want beef noodles. Can you make one for Hang Hang? Hong Hong's stomach is growling. The chubby boy blinked his eyes and attacked Su Chun's heart with his sweetest voice. Su Chun, if it weren't for Nuon Yuo's constant coquettishness, which had made me immune to it, I probably would have been defeated here this time. Su Chun sighed and rubbed his forehead, his mouth slightly open, about to speak. Suddenly, several tiny children rushed over and started frantically whining around the food cart. Brother, I want some too. I want some too. They all came out with their grandparents, and their grandparents had seen everything Hang Hang did. Shameless. Using such tricks, who doesn't have kids? Rush. Get them. Su Chun was so excited by the shouting that he was almost hallucinating. These aren't children at all. They're clearly a bunch of little yellow chicks, chirping and begging for food. I approached my brother first. Hang Hang, taking advantage of his large size, pushed them all away. Kids, all of you go back home. Su Chun looked utterly dejected. Everyone should follow the rules. If you want to eat something, go queue up for that ride. If you're not into thrill rides, go on the carousel and you can unlock the original soup noodles. Yes, hurry up and get the child away. They're disturbing the boss's business. The diners nearby witnessed the farce and their sense of justice suddenly arose. The elderly people had no choice but to come over and take the child away. Su Chun breathed a sigh of relief and sped up the process of scalding the dough. The diners were so overwhelmed by the sight that bowls of noodles were placed on the cutting board before they could even react. Too fast. Hang Hang watched helplessly as someone else took away the beef noodles he had been longing for, and he couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears. When the other children saw Hang Hang start crying, they also opened their mouths wide and cried out. In an instant, this place was transformed into a kindergarten. Oh dear, my darling, please don't cry. Grandma's heart aches for you. Sweetie, Grandpa will take you to eat something else. No, I want beef noodles. The children started rolling around on the ground, and the dust they kicked up scared the others so much that they grabbed their noodles and ran away. A few minutes later, Boss, give me a bowl of noodles. An old man was dressed in all red, looking very flashy. He had a full head of long, silvery white hair and a gray beard. Holding his grandson's hand, he smiled at Su Chun. He just saw a lot of people carrying noodles out of here. The taste must be pretty good. You'd better hurry up and leave, buddy. This kind of noodle is hard to buy. You have to play some games before you can eat it. Grandpa Lou was already annoyed by his grandson's crying, but seeing that this person of the same age was also with his grandson, he kindly offered a gentle reminder. What? After figuring out the situation, the silver-haired old man scanned the code with one hand. Oh, there's one that can be unlocked. I'll take this beef noodle soup. Grandchildren. Grandparents. My goodness, this guy next door, who's the same age as me, is amazing. In an instant, everyone turned their attention to the silver-haired old man. Wait, bro. I just heard you talking about beef noodles. Are you playing some kind of superhuman fetish? Hey, I was just messing around. I didn't touch or hold anything the whole time. I was busy playing with the beads. Upon hearing this, the grandfather's present went from shock to surprise, and from surprise to resentment. Shioa? The silver-haired old man smiled modestly. I was about to order 2 bowls of beef noodles when I found out I couldn't. Oh no, what's going on? I played 4 rounds in a row, but I can only buy 1 ticket. It's really strange that they require customers to experience certain activities before ordering food, but they also have to limit the number of people who can buy them. After receiving an affirmative answer from Su-chun, the silver-haired old man didn't seem to mind, waved his hand, and smiled. All right, 1 serving is fine. It's just right for the 2 of us. If we eat too much, it might affect our chances of jumping off the building later. Everyone. The question is, what is the ultimate level of showing off? Damn, that's an invisible show-off. That old man. Chapter 253, 60 years old, is the perfect age to take risks. It's a roller coaster and a drop tower. Are all older people this awesome now? No way. Or was it some young person pretending? Some elderly people didn't quite believe it, so they went closer to take a closer look and found that it really did seem to be an old man. The condition of the skin on those exposed arms doesn't lie. Seeing that everyone seemed skeptical, without saying a word, the silver-haired old man defeated all doubts with his strength. He didn't exert much effort. His body was as light as a monkey, and he did a backflip on the spot. Bang! Everyone present stared wide-eyed, seeing every detail clearly. My God! Brother, you're awesome. There's a cow yelping. The socially awkward grandpa cursed inwardly. But what they had in common was that they were all genuinely shocked by this older brother. Brother, are you a retired athlete? Or did you train before? An old man present hesitated for a long time before finally blurting out this sentence. Those around them listened intently to what was said. The silver-haired old man smiled calmly upon hearing this and casually waved his hand. It's only been 2.5 years. Everyone, Hang, standing to the side, nudged his grandfather with a look of exasperation. Grandpa, look at other grandpas, and then look at you. You should flip to one that I want to see. Grandpa, hurry up. Grandpa Lou lowered his head, seemingly lost in thought. Back in the day, he was the kind of person who could stand on someone else's air conditioner outdoor unit all night. He's not an old man with liver disease, heart bypass, or completely black lungs now. But stepping on your right foot with your left foot and taking off from the spot is just ridiculous. Grandson, I don't think you want beef noodles. If you want a banquet, just say so. At the same time, she also gave the silver-haired old man a resentful look. We're practically half buried already. Can you please not play around like this? If you're so awesome, what am I? Grandpa, aren't you a man? Dad said a real man is brave. Grandpa Lou. My dear grandson, when you get home I'll have your dad make you a whipped meat dish. Seeing that things were starting to escalate into a competition, the silver-haired old man curled his lip. Actually, he just happened to be there with his grandson to buy a bowl of beef noodles. He had no intention of causing any trouble. Just then, the beef noodles were ready. The reddish-brown beef stewed until it was incredibly fragrant, the steam carrying the aroma slapping haphazardly onto people's faces. The smell of the fumes made the silver-haired old man's appetite soar. This noodle dish was just right for his taste. It was rich in soy sauce flavor, glistening with oil, and bursting with the aroma of meat. The meat chunks are generous and not at all stingy. At first glance, they appear large and bold, but upon closer inspection, the few green vegetables are vibrant and lush. The dish combines meat and vegetables with a warm and comforting touch. The silver-haired old man held a bowl of noodles, making people tremble and their appetite surge. But he didn't linger. He picked up the noodles, took his grandson's hand, and turned to leave. After all, smacking his lips in front of a group of old friends who couldn't even afford to eat wasn't his usual style. The silver-haired old man made his show off, and then slipped away. But remember, even the climax has its afterglow. Faced with such delicious and tempting beef, who could remain calm, composed, and free from desires? Anyway, the grandsons were making even more noise at Su Chen's stall. They rolled around on the ground, getting as dirty as monkeys. "Grandpa, you have no skills whatsoever. You can't do a backflip, and you're too scared to ride roller coasters. What use are you to me?" That's really asking for a beating. Grandpa Lu was so angry that his face turned red, and he raised his hand and smacked the monkey's buttocks twice. Don't even mention backflips. Even monkeys can somersault on clouds, but they still got pinned down by a big fighter. Useless, understand? Let's go. Wah, no, I won't. Why does someone else's grandson get to eat beef noodles? I should have become someone else's grandson. Grandpa Lu was amused by his grandson's antics, and a surge of pride welled up inside him. Sure, 60 is the age to take risks. Today I'll teach my grandson. What does it mean to be as sharp as ever? What does it mean to leave home for half a lifetime, and when you return, your grandfather is still your grandfather? You little brat, stop crying. Come on, let's go ride the roller coaster, and we absolutely have to eat these noodles today. The grandfather and grandson walked outside in a loud and boisterous manner, which made the elderly people around them feel a little uneasy. Hey, you'd better think this through. Can you really handle it? Sai, this is what they mean by a man is a boy until he dies, and a boy wants to show off until he dies. This old man couldn't resist being goaded. My dear grandson, don't imitate that young man. We're not eating beef noodles, okay? The next day, Dad, I want to stay home by myself today. After lunch, Noonyuo suddenly said, "Oh, little girl, don't you want to go set up a stall with Daddy anymore?" Su Chen asked, somewhat puzzled. He wondered if his daughter was unhappy. But after careful recollection, I realized that this was not the case. The little girl has been very happy since she set up a stall at Happy Valley this week. Even when asleep, her fair and tender little face is adorned with a beautiful smile. That shouldn't be the case. No, I really want to set up a stall with my dad, but today I want to stay home and paint. The little girl's eyes darted around. A tiny secret was brewing within her. Oh well. Su Chen left 2 nannies at home to take care of her, and prepared to leave with Butler Ding. Then Daddy's off? Su Chen patted Nuonyuo's head. Okay, Dad, be careful on the road. I'll call you. Nuonyuo gave Su Chen a little kiss on the cheek, and then waved her little hand. This way. Su Chen hasn't arrived yet. Several regular customers were already waiting at their usual spot. Sai, I've taken 4 days off in a row. It's getting harder and harder to take leave these days. My boss said my cat has been sick for a long time, so we might as well get a new cat. Stop complaining. It's already Thursday. Who knows how many more days we can eat like this? Let's cherish it. Exactly. While we can still play and eat, we should eat more noodles so we won't regret it. Hey, what's with those dark circles under your eyes? It would have been better if he hadn't mentioned it, because as soon as he did, someone immediately looked at Wang Bin with a resentful gaze. Ugh, it's from that haunted house. I felt like ghosts were chasing me the moment I closed my eyes. I couldn't sleep all night. I desperately need the owner's seafood noodles to recharge, sob. It's almost midnight. The boss should be here soon. There were many benches in the dining area, and everyone was sitting there, chatting casually. Su Chen's food cart slowly approached, and the diners who had been waiting for a while swarmed around it. The boss is here. This place, which was originally the quietest spot in the food court, has become the liveliest place because of Su Chen's presence. Wow, boss, they actually have spicy chicken noodles today. The boss really spoils his fans. He releases new flavors whenever he suggests them. I want to eat both beef noodles and spicy chicken noodles. Anyone want to share with me? By the way, what kind of project do you need to do to eat spicy chicken noodles? Chapter 254. This is too provocative. What else could this be but masochism? Yesterday, many diners were clamoring for something spicy. For example, spicy chicken noodles. Faced with these relentless demands, Su Chen eventually gave in to everyone's requests. After all, Both seafood noodles and shredded chicken noodles are indeed light and refreshing. However, some diners simply prefer spicy food. As for the spicy chicken noodles, the system also has a corresponding item, which is the drop tower. After Su Chun announced the news, one of the diners suddenly chuckled. This level of difficulty is a piece of cake for us. Come to think of it, it's actually quite interesting. Completing tasks and unlocking rewards is like playing a game. Huh? If you're saying the boss is the main character, then we're just NPCs. Can NPCs issue quests? Then I'm going to issue a task. I want my boss to cook for me at my house for 30 years. Wake up. Even if you're an NPC, you're just an insignificant passerby. Damn it, don't expose how tough life is. Many diners complained a bit, but then immediately rushed to the drop tower to check it out. The remaining regular customers went into the ordering system in advance and competed to be quick at noon. You can order now. A few minutes later, Su Chun shouted. Everyone was engrossed in their phones. Cheers erupted intermittently as Su Chun, amidst the frantic creaking of the ticket machine, began preparing the meal. There are specific techniques for cooking hand-pulled noodles. When the water boils, add the noodles and gently stir them a few times with chopsticks to prevent them from clumping together. Then cook them over high heat until a film forms on the surface of the noodles. Noodles cooked this way won't become sticky or clump together, and will have a perfect texture, soft yet firm. After being rinsed in cold water, it can be served with beef brisket, seafood, or shredded chicken. Just one bite, and all your fatigue and worries will vanish without a trace. The unparalleled deliciousness will resonate deep within your stomach. This is what perfection is. Spicy chicken noodles. Here I come, ready to take on the mini drop tower. Soon after, the same group of regular customers returned. In order to get a taste of the boss's noodles, they even paid extra to use the fast lane, saving them the time of queuing. The round trip didn't cause much delay. The default spicy flavor of the spicy chicken noodles is medium. The noodles come with a poached egg, ham, and vegetables. If you prefer your noodles soft-boiled, you can request a soft-boiled egg. With Su Chun's thoughtful prompting, the ticket machine spit out a number of tickets. The noodles for the sizzling chicken noodle soup are freshly cooked and cook very quickly. After cooking, rinse the noodles with cold water, then scoop out a large spoonful of bright red sauce from the iron bucket next to it and mix it with the noodles. Heat a frying pan, pour in oil, and drop 3 eggs into the pan at the same time, while Su Chun tosses the eggshells aside intact. Many young diners were stunned. These people can't even crack an egg with one hand. The boss cracks 3 eggs at once, which requires a lot of finger length and dexterity. Su Chun simply smiled faintly at this. Look at the top 3 receipts. They contain the customer's notes and requests. Goodness, all 3 of them want soft-boiled eggs. Regular soft-boiled eggs are not fully cooked and may contain salmonella, posing a risk when consumed. Fortunately, all the eggs he sells are sterile and safe to eat raw, so everyone can eat them with peace of mind. Su Chun timed the cooking process precisely to ensure the egg yolks were cooked just right 5 seconds earlier, and they would be runny, 5 seconds later, and they would be fully cooked. When served, it is round and plump and symmetrical from left to right. Next, add some more oil to the pan and fry the ham slices that Butler Ding has cut until the surface is slightly browned. Place 2 blanched greens on top, and the sizzling chicken noodles are ready. Those whose numbers have been called, come and pick up your food. More than a dozen people came running over excitedly. This spicy chicken noodle soup is so eye-catchingly red, and the hot sauce, with its wet spiciness, has soaked into every noodle. It looks so delicious and appetizing. It's simply irresistible. Some diners couldn't wait any longer. When the spicy chicken noodles were lifted up, the red sauce coated them and slid down, the noodles bouncing in midair with his movements. Put it in your mouth. Wow. The texture of the spicy chicken noodles was just right, full of chewiness. I almost choked on it after slurping it up. Take another bite, and the diner instantly felt a burning sensation in their throat, and tears streamed down their face. How is it? Can you eat it? Is it too spicy? Su Chun glanced at the diner's reaction, and his alarm bells went off. He had originally intended to use less chili, but now it seems he might need to adjust the recipe. At this moment, the diner, who was almost dying from the spiciness, had lips swollen like sausages. Wow, not spicy at all. This is the perfect feel, so satisfying. After saying that, fearing that people wouldn't believe him, he went to the condiment area and added some chili sauce and chili powder. Suchin remained silent. If appetite is the deepest form of sexual desire, then double spicy ramen is a form of SM. This is outrageous. What else could this be but masochism? Even though it was so spicy I could barely speak, this feeling was still amazing. Wow, this is spicy enough. It's delicious. Suchun. As long as you're happy. Immediately afterwards, other diners who had started eating also made a series of sharp popping noises. Boss, your spicy chicken noodles are way too spicy. I almost saw my own milk. Suchin's face darkened. No, are you praising me or insulting me? Of course I'm complimenting you. I've only seen my great-aunt in photos, and I really want to meet her. Suchun. The diners today are all incredibly cheeky. Diners were completely absorbed in the incredibly spicy noodles. I almost forgot about the soft-boiled egg on top. In the center of the glistening, oily turkey noodles, a round, fried egg gently exudes an enticing aroma. With a gentle pinch, the yolk breaks slightly, and the golden egg liquid slowly flows out. As soon as it was put into his mouth, another scream erupted. Wow, I found my dream egg. As for the egg liquid that has flowed into the bowl, stir it with chopsticks to mix it thoroughly. The noodles will absorb the smoothness of the egg liquid, giving them an extra silky and rich texture. As it approached 1 o'clock, even more diners arrived. Many diners made the same choice and opted for the new items. Boss, my family never eats spicy food, but I have to try your spicy chicken noodles. Xiongsu's face was resolute, filled with the courage of facing death without fear. Since arriving, the word he's heard most often is spicy, very spicy, and so satisfyingly spicy. So I rode the drop tower and came over. Looking at these customers who don't eat spicy food but are still willing to try it, Suchin only wants to say one thing. Don't try it. But is more important. He looked at the other person with a complicated expression. How about we forget about it and do something else or eat something else? We can't let it go. Xiongsu clenched his fists. The spicy chicken noodles looked so tempting, and he really wanted to eat them. Besides, since the project has already been done, there's no reason not to eat it. Chapter 255, Could this be a genetic mutation? Bro, no offense, but you just said your family never eats spicy food, so you should probably give up on this spicy chicken noodle soup. That's right. We should live within our means and not force ourselves to eat more than we can handle, a customer advised. Xiongsu ignored the advice. I want to eat. I really want to eat. That's all for now, bro. Good luck. What's the point of trying to persuade them? You can't reason with a damned ghost. Put aside your desire to help others and respect their fate. Xiongsu scanned the QR code to place an order and carefully noted that it was mildly spicy. For so many years, I've only ever seen the ingredients in their natural state, and I'm a poor soul who almost never eats spicy food. For some reason, I was particularly interested in the boss's new spicy chicken noodles this time. Especially after smelling the spicy aroma of chili peppers and seeing the diner's ferocious eating habits, I wanted to eat even more. I really don't know what evil spirit has possessed me. Xiongsu himself also found it quite strange. Even after receiving the spicy chicken noodles, I still had some doubts. He held the bowl in one hand and chopsticks in the other, and took a slurp. The fine chili sauce, coating the noodles, enters the mouth, the spiciness like a spark, instantly igniting the taste buds. Xiongsu's ears rang, and his expression went blank. Suchun and the other diners were watching his reaction. He was stunned. A kind young lady quickly handed over some sweet water, saying, "Quick, have a couple of sips to cool down." Unexpectedly, Xiongsu pushed him away without showing any appreciation, tears welling up in his eyes. "No, I can still eat." "Forget it, you can't even handle mild spice." "No, I really think I can eat a lot." After taking his third bite, Xiongsu felt he was getting better and better. The spiciness seems to be decreasing. This mild spiciness is really not spicy at all, so delicious, so satisfying. His expression was no longer blank, and he ate faster. Others thought this was suicidal. Suchin shook his head helplessly and appealed to everyone again. Those of you who can't handle spicy food, don't try it. This guy is a bad example. The negative examples are being devoured. And then I suddenly realized that the bland diet I ate before I turned 18 wasn't really food. Boiled vegetables, bland meats without a trace of chili, and even strongly flavored foods like scallions, ginger, garlic, and onions are rarely found in my home. His family members are extreme vegetarians. He had always thought there was no problem. But this time, I really got hooked. Delicious. I never knew chili peppers could taste so good. I love this flavor. I want to add some more chili myself. Xiongsu's eyes gleamed as he looked at the chili sauce and chili powder in the condiment area. Su Chun and the other customers were dumbfounded. No, didn't you say your family never eats spicy food? Yes, you weren't like this just now. That's too fast. I suggest you take it easy, or your stomach might not be able to handle it. After everyone's kind persuasion, Xiongsu's hand trembled as he put in the chili sauce. Okay, I'll put in less. It's all right, at least it's not a lethal dose. It won't kill you from the spiciness. That's what everyone was thinking. Anyway, the boss and everyone else are here. If this young man can't take it anymore, they'll take him to the hospital immediately. After Xiongsu added chili, he first got a runny nose from the spiciness, but after drinking a few mouthfuls of water, he got used to it and finished the spicy chicken noodles in big mouthfuls. His cheeks were flushed, his eyes were shining brighter and brighter, and he was getting excited. Delicious, so delicious. Your spicy chicken noodles have opened up a whole new world for me. From this day forward, I will never eat food without chili again. I want spicy food. Xiongsu was so excited that he danced around. Su Chun. You didn't get brain damage from the spiciness, did you? This is very worrying. Other customers shared the same concerns, and as fellow customers of the same owner, they still felt a sense of kinship. Brother, look at this number. Someone held up 3 fingers and asked Xiongsu. Xiongsu, do you think I'm drunk? Xiongsu was speechless. I'm fine. I'm just too happy. As Xiongsu spoke, he inexplicably felt aggrieved, feeling wrong that he hadn't tasted spicy food for so many years. God knows how many delicious foods he missed out on. I'm very clear-headed now. I think the boss's spicy chicken noodles ignited the spicy food gene in my genes. This spiciness is so delicious, so wonderful. I feel like my life has been lit up. Xiongsu looked excited. If you can talk so much, then it seems there's really no problem. Su Chun let out a sigh of relief. Seriously, it's unbelievable that a business owner has to worry about the mental state of his customers. Why don't we bring your parents over to try it tomorrow? Someone suggested with a grin. No. My parents have hardly eaten spicy food in recent years. When we eat out, we only choose Cantonese and Jiangsu cuisine, so they definitely can't handle it. Huh? That's really strange. You can actually handle so much spicy food. Someone muttered. Could it be a genetic mutation? You weren't adopted, were you? Ha ha ha. Wang Bin immediately understood and started joking. Everyone was taken aback, then looked at Wang Bin with surprise and seriousness in their eyes. Song Fei immediately gave Wang Bin a large bag. Wang Bin immediately chickened out. I'm sorry, I was just joking. No, I think what Era's dad said makes sense. A diner next to me suddenly spoke up. If someone who never eats spicy food accepts it so quickly on their first try, you might really need to consider the issue of family genetics. The crowd started chattering, which stunned Xiongsu for a moment, and then he fell into deep thought. He spoke after a long silence. Thinking about it, I don't seem to look much like my parents. Once, my aunt even joked that I was picked up from a trash can, and my parents scolded her for it. The customers looked at each other in bewilderment. No way, eating spicy noodles can actually lead to a story? If there's really more to this young man's background than meets the eye, then wouldn't the owner's spicy chicken noodles have inadvertently revealed the truth? But is the truth good or bad? The diner from before shared the same concern, softening his tone. We're just speculating, there's no factual basis for it. What matters most is that your parents love you. Xiongsu nodded emphatically, his mind filled with even more worries. In his memory, many little stories seemed to be opened up by this spicy chicken noodle dish, and the stories suddenly connected. For example, he has fair skin, while his parents have darker skin. For example, he is allergic to peanuts, but his parents can eat peanuts without any problems. For example, many similar little stories, different from those of his parents. gradually became clear in his memory. Thinking about it, Xiongsa covered his face. No way, no way. He couldn't have really been picked up from a trash can, could he? He needs to go back and ask his parents for clarification. Xiongsa ran away with mixed feelings. Su Chun and the group of customers were left with complicated expressions. Are we overthinking this? Wangbin looked worried. Could something really happen because of the boss's spicy chicken noodles and his few words? I think with these kinds of things, it's better to be safe than sorry. Chapter 256. This moment is filled with unparalleled happiness. Nuonyuo was very well behaved at home today. I drew for a while, then went to watch TV. Around 3 o'clock, the little dumpling scrambled up from the sofa. She looked around and sweetly called out to the nearest nanny. Aunt Wu was busy at work when she heard the sound. She immediately turned around, squatted down, and asked softly, "Nuonyuo, what do you want to see me about?" The little dumpling blinked its crystal-clear eyes and whispered something. It's Dad's birthday today, and I want to bake him a cake myself. Auntie, could you help me for a little while?" The thought of cake made Nuonyuo's whole face light up. Her pink lips were turned up high. I was so happy. Aunt Wu heard this. Of course, I agreed immediately. This little girl is so young, yet she already knows how to give her dad a surprise. She's so sensible. What little angel has such a delicate and insightful heart? Aunt Wu immediately put down the tea set she was tidying up, then gently take the little dumpling's hand. Small and soft. They walked together toward the kitchen. Nuonyuo is not tall enough, so she stands on a low stool, which is just the right height for her to operate. To avoid making a mistake, she even used her tablet to search for it, just like she would normally search for cartoons. How do I make a cake? Nuonyuo leaned closer to the screen and asked the voice assistant a question. Little master, here are a few cake recipes for you. Soon. Cake flour, eggs, milk, mixing bowl, whisk. All sorts of things were piled up on the table. Before starting, Nuonyuo bowed slightly to Aunt Wu. Auntie, thank you for your trouble. No trouble at all. No trouble at all. Not trouble at all. Aunt Wu was in her 40s, slightly plump, with a round and kind face. Looking at her adorable appearance, her heart melted completely. Why talk about whether it's troublesome or not? The boss treats them so well, and they often get to eat top-notch food. They're so grateful. After a brief conversation, the two began making the cake. Nuonyuo, this is a small sieve. Now we'll pour the flour into it. Then gently, very gently, shake the little sieve. The flour will fall down through the small holes from above. Aunt Wu provided very careful assistance. Nuonyuo was also very serious, her delicate face showing a calm and focused expression. At such a young age, he has shown remarkable composure. More than half an hour later, the cake is now mostly finished and has been poured into a large mold. Gently shake to release the air bubbles, then put it in the oven. Phew, I'm so tired. Nuonyuo wiped the sweat from her forehead. At this moment, she increasingly understood how hard her father had worked. I was already extremely tired after doing just a little bit of work. Dad must be even more tired, having to cook so much food in the kitchen every day to sell at the stall. Wow. I will definitely take good care of my dad in the future and make him the happiest dad in the world. The little dumpling made a silent vow in its heart. Take the cake out of the oven when it has been baked to a golden brown color. The whole kitchen was filled with a sweet aroma. Nuonyuo took a deep breath, and drool dripped from her little mouth. The pink little tongue couldn't help but lick its lips. But she didn't steal a single bite. Instead, she resisted the tempting aroma and began to squeeze out the cream. Her fair face was slightly lowered, and although her hands were small, she was able to hold a piping tip and squeeze out pretty little flowers. Soon, Nuonyuo looked at the fruits of her labor. She let out a long breath, her small chest heaving heavily, finally feeling relieved. Wow, Nuonyuo is amazing. Aunt Wu promptly offered her compliments. The little dumpling smiled with great pride. The kitchen was filled with happy laughter, which rang out like the tinkling of bells. That's all for today. Su Chun checked the time. It was already 4:10. It's time to close up shop. Okay, Mr. Su, I'll tidy up the room. Butler Ding nodded, took a rag, wiped the tables and chairs outside, folded them up, and put them into the storage space of the dining cart. New customers who came in could only leave disappointed when they found they couldn't buy noodles. Before leaving, Su-chun made a video call to Nuonyuo. Nuonyuo, are you hungry? What do you want to eat later? Dad will make it for you when we get home. Su-chun looked at Nuonyuo sitting obediently on the sofa. Although he was a little puzzled as to why his daughter had changed her clothes, he didn't think too much about it. Dad, I want to eat seafood noodles. Nuonyuo waved to Su-chun with a grin. The cake was already on the table, sealed in a cardboard box. The auntie just helped her take a bath, and she washed off all the flour that had gotten on her body. She also cleaned the kitchen. No problem. Dad will make it for you when he gets back. After finishing his sentence, Su-chun hung up the phone and headed home. More than half an hour later. Nuonyuo, I'm back. To his surprise, Nuonyuo did not come out to greet him. Neither of the two women reacted. Su-chun glanced at Butler Ding beside him, who also looked completely bewildered. With no other option, he had to use facial recognition to enter the room. As soon as the door opened, there was a loud bang. Countless colorful ribbons fell from the sky, completely enveloping Su-chun. To be honest, Su-chun was startled because he was completely unprepared. Immediately afterwards, Nuonyuo shouted loudly, "Happy birthday, Daddy!" The little girl was holding 2 firework tubes. These firework tubes were bought by 2 aunties on short notice, just to surprise them. "Happy birthday, Mr. Su." The aunties came forward one after another. At this moment, Nuonyuo, with her little legs, picked up a bunch of sunflowers from the coffee table and handed them to Su-chun. "This? How did you know it was my birthday?" Su-chun realized what was happening, his eyes filled with disbelief. At that moment, he was overwhelmed with immense joy. Seeing Nuonyuo standing there with the sunflower in her hand, he felt as if his heart had been struck hard by a sledgehammer. To be honest, Su-chun had completely forgotten that today was his birthday. He hasn't celebrated his birthday in a long time. At this time last year, he was still working overtime to pay for Nuonyuo's tuition. Almost no one remembers his birthday. "I've seen my dad's ID card, and that's how I found out." Nuonyuo had an expression that said, "Praise me." After saying that, she pulled Su-chun to the dining table and pointed to the covered cardboard box. "Dad, I've prepared something good for you too. Open it and take a look." She blinked, looked up at Su-chun, her eyes full of anticipation. Su-chun lifted it up to take a look. "It's a cream cake." Nuonyuo, you made this?" He was so dumbfounded that he was stammering in shock. Chapter 257. It's that guy from yesterday. The little butter flowers on the cake weren't quite asymmetrical. They were crooked and twisted, but they looked kind of adorably silly. It was hard for Su-chun not to suspect that it was made by his daughter. Sure enough, Nuonyuo nodded. She made this cake herself. Although it doesn't look very pretty, she put in the effort. Aunt Wu, who was standing nearby, handed over her phone at just the right moment and showed it to Su-chun. It's a video. There are shots of Nuonyuo standing on a small stool, busy in the kitchen, shots of her covered in flour, and shots of her decorating with icing paper. From the beginning of production to the end, only a small section was not recorded. Aunt Wu wanted Su-chun to see her sincerity, which is why she recorded it. This is of absolutely extraordinary significance. After watching the video, Su-chun looked at his daughter. In the end, his eyes reddened, and he hugged Nuonyuo tightly, his voice choked with emotion. "Nuonyuo, Daddy loves you." It is said that men do not easily shed tears. Su-chun has always been exceptionally strong. No matter how hard or tiring it was, he never shed a single tear. But now, the tears just won't stop. This is not cowardice, but a father whose softest spot in his heart has been deeply touched. People without children can hardly understand this state of mind. Su-chun now only had one feeling. His life had been worthwhile. "Dad, I love you too. Today is your birthday, so be happy." Nuonyuo used her chubby little hands to wipe away Su-chun's tears, and then gently kissed his face. "Yes, Dad is just so happy." When night falls outside, the nanny put the candles on the cake and then put the birthday hat on Su-chun's head. "Happy birthday." As the candles were lit, the birthday song echoed throughout the living room. "Dad, make a wish." Urged on by Nuonyuo, Su-chun closed his eyes. "I hope my baby Nuonyuo will have a peaceful and smooth life without any worries. I hope she grows up happily." Su-chun made a wish for a full half minute. silently repeating it in his heart. Of course, most of his wishes were related to Nuonyuo. Neither of them was about themselves. Suchin really didn't have any extra pursuits for himself. Cooking every day, running a stall, and watching Nuonyuo grow up, that's already pretty good. When he gets old and his daughter is married and settled, he'll travel the world. That will be enough for him in this lifetime. After making a wish, Suchin opened his eyes and blew out the candles with Nuonyuo, then turned on the light. "Dad, what did you wish for?" Nuonyuo couldn't contain her curiosity and asked. "Wishes won't come true if you say them out loud. You'll see later." Suchin smiled. "Then I won't ask anymore." Nuonyuo reached out and smeared some cake, then unexpectedly smeared it on Suchin's face. "Wow, little girl, you actually ambushed me." Suchan was stunned for a moment, then immediately retaliated by smearing a little bit of cake on his daughter's face. The father and daughter played around for a while. Butler Ding and the nannies watched with smiles in their eyes. Life is peaceful and serene. Everything is so precious. When it was time to eat the cake, everyone got a slice. Butler Ding smiled broadly. "Before even taking a bite, my heart felt as sweet as if honey had been spilled. To be honest, who would get this kind of treatment if they were working for someone else's family? The boss and his daughter treated them like friends and family. Feeling moved is always with me." "Is it good, Dad? How does it taste?" Nuonyuo licked the light-colored cream from her lips, waiting for her father's evaluation. Suchin smiled. To be honest, he couldn't comment on the taste of the cream cake in his hand, because love is infinite and cannot be defined in any way. But this was definitely the best cake Suchin had ever eaten in his life. Even the system's so-called god-level culinary skills pale in comparison to it. It's so delicious. The glutinous rice is amazing. Friday. In front of Suchin's food cart, diners enthusiastically surrounded him, each holding a bowl of spicy chicken noodles. Slurp, chew chew. Do you guys think that young man from yesterday was actually his parents' biological son? Who knows? I don't think so. I don't think so either. I think I've seen a similar news story somewhere, about a young man who accidentally discovered a new world after eating spicy food, only to find out that he had been trafficked. Wow, no way. Could it be that we've unwittingly become witnesses to the truth? I knew I had to take the day off to eat this spicy chicken noodle soup today, not only because it's delicious, but more importantly, because I want to know the truth. If he was really abducted, we have to help him find his biological parents. That's right. We're all old acquaintances, so I should help out with this. I have a relative who's a policeman, so he can offer some assistance. What a coincidence. I also have a relative who is a policeman. Hey, my cousin is a reporter. No, is my whole family just ordinary people? Brother, my family is just an ordinary person. We're brothers in the same restaurant, so I'll do my part if I can. Okay, bro, I feel comforted. If this gets out of hand, I'll be the first to pick up my keyboard and share it. Everyone was full of enthusiasm, and a sense of mission to become a messenger of justice arose spontaneously within them. Everyone eagerly awaited the return of the young man from yesterday. Just when everyone was getting disheartened, a desolate figure in the food court finally caught their attention. Ah, it's that guy from yesterday. Xiongsu looked sad as he slowly walked over from the roadside. She rushed over, past the concerned diners, threw herself onto the food cart, and burst into tears. Boss, I'm suffering so much. Wow. Suchin was stunned. Everyone around was stunned. It seemed she really was abducted. What a pitiful child. For so many years, she didn't even know who her biological parents were. If she hadn't eaten this spicy chicken noodle soup, she probably would never have known the truth. Sigh. Suchin looked at him with pity. Don't cry. Do you want your spicy chicken noodles mild, medium, or extra spicy today? I'll do whatever you want. Xiongsu raised his misty eyes. Really? Boss? Really? Suchin answered with certainty. You're already in such a miserable state. How could I not be satisfied with your demands? Would I even be human? Wah, boss, you're so kind. I want to try the super spicy one. Xiongsu then spoke up again, somewhat embarrassed. Boss, can I have 2 bowls today? Suchin was taken aback, glanced at the customers behind him, and looked quite troubled. To be honest, it's not difficult for him to sell 2 bowls to one person. But I'm afraid other diners won't agree. How about this? You ask the other customers and see if they have any objections. Chapter 258. Wow, that's a really fast change of heart. No objections. A nearby diner responded loudly. Eat. It's only 2 bowls. Even if you were riding on my head and eating noodles today, I'd put up with it. Oh. Xiongsu paused for a moment and looked at the other person's head. I'm not that arrogant. Dude, just eat it. None of us will say anything, right? Everyone nodded in agreement. Suchin saw this. Naturally, I had no objections. After Xiongsu scanned the QR code to place an order, he handed over a bowl of extra spicy fire chicken noodles. Today's spicy chicken noodles are more than just chewy noodles mixed with a special sauce. It has also been carefully improved, sprinkled with sesame seaweed, and a smooth mayonnaise made from salted egg yolks. In this way, the taste is sweet at first, then fragrant, and finally spicy. It's a magical spiciness that makes you forget everything else and fall madly in love with. Xiongsu's eyes were full of love for food, and his mouth was slightly open, his saliva flowing like a tidal wave. It smells so good. As the noodles entered my mouth, the bright red sauce landed on my tongue, and a burst of spiciness, like a whirlwind, rushed to my head. Xiongsu finally understood what it meant to have an intracranial orgasm. This level of spiciness is so incredibly satisfying and impactful. It's delicious. I love to eat it. Xiongsu wolfed down his food, eating voraciously until his mouth was covered in sauce, his face was flushed, and beads of sweat dripped down his face. Brother, take it easy. Others couldn't stand it anymore. This guy's reaction to eating super spicy food for the first time was terrifying. I have milk here. I have some sweet juice here. Burp. Xiongsu let out a burp. Thank you so much. You guys are so kind. This time he did not refuse. He took the milk and sweetened water directly and drank them down. The feeling of explosion in my mouth finally subsided a bit, turning into a burning sensation. Continue pouring. It was just a spark. Xiongsu licked his lips with satisfaction, still able to taste a hint of extreme spiciness. The terrifying flavor tugged at his soul, giving him a feeling of his brain being blown apart. So happy. I'm so happy. It seems like all my worries have disappeared. Wah, my butt doesn't hurt so much anymore after being kicked by his dad. Xiongsu rubbed his buttocks, and remembering the way his father pulled out 7 wolf cigarettes, he felt sad again. Xiongsu's expression was under everyone's scrutiny. Finally, someone couldn't hold back any longer. Brother, don't be sad. With the internet so advanced now, you'll definitely be able to find your biological parents. Yes, the boss has so many fans. When the time comes, everyone will promote you, and your story will attract attention. Huh? What are you talking about? What biological parents? Xiongsu scratched his head in confusion. Was he beaten senseless by his father? Why can't he understand what everyone is saying? You, Wang Bin, standing to the side, frowned. Did you ask? Was it picked up from the trash can? Xiongsu's face fell, his eyes filled with grievance. I wish I had been picked up from a trash can. What kind of biological parents would treat their son like this? I'm speechless. Xiongsu spoke angrily. Can you believe it? It turns out that it's not that my family doesn't put chili peppers in their cooking, but rather that whenever I'm around, they cook bland food. The reason given is that I'm allergic to chili peppers. Good heavens, that happened when I was very young. I'm 18 now, and they still won't take me for further tests. I'm not allergic to chili peppers at all now. I asked them if I was adopted, and my dad beat me up, saying I was a brat who had a death wish, and that I was better off being adopted. He even insulted me, saying I wasn't as smart as the family dog. Wah, is this really that hurtful? I was so heartbroken I couldn't sleep all night. Do you know what? My dog is mentally challenged. My dad actually said that to me, and my mom didn't even comfort me, but said I was right to be disciplined. They don't love me at all. You guys are the best. As soon as I arrived, you all put in a good word for me with the boss, and he even made me super spicy chicken noodles. I'm so happy. Seeing you guys makes my world brighten up. What? Damn it. Your day has finally dawned. What about ours? Everyone was stunned, their expressions a uniform blank. Wang Bin. So, you're the biological son? Of course I'm their biological child. Xiongsu exclaimed excitedly. My dad threw my birth certificate in my face, along with a photo of the three of us from the year I was born. Wow, I never knew my parents were so fair-skinned back then. No wonder I'm so fair-skinned. Hey. Xiongsu continued to chuckle foolishly. After hearing what everyone said yesterday, I was really worried. After all, it would be too dramatic if my parents, who have loved me for 18 years, suddenly became strangers with no blood relation to me. Luckily, they didn't. I was just overthinking it. I came home without telling them yesterday and saw them eating kebabs, the kind that are covered in chili peppers. They know I ate spicy noodles and was fine, and they said that they can finally put chili peppers in their cooking at home. They are so envious. So they were all trying to accommodate my eating habits before. I feel a little embarrassed. Xiongsu's smile grew wider and wider. Others, they felt like they were being played, but not completely. I feel like I'm overthinking it, but it's also quite reasonable. In short, I have mixed feelings. So, you were so upset just now because your dad called you less smart than a dog? A witty diner asked helplessly. Yeah, actually, it's not that. It's just that my dad has never hit me since I was a kid. Xiongsu said weakly. That's right. If my own son suddenly ran home and questioned my origins, I'd have to pull out 7 wolves and let him have a taste. Another customer gritted his teeth, his expression complicated. It goes without saying how explosive the situation was. Hee, I agree. The others chimed in agreement. Xiongsu looked horrified. You're all too violent. Let's go. I was worried all night, but it turned out to be a false alarm. I was all set to become a keyboard warrior, and then this happened. Yes, I almost contacted my relative. The customers who finished their noodles, not having finished their melon, decided to go their separate ways. Over here, Xiongsu gave Su Chun a bright smile. Boss, I just finished 1 bowl. Could you make me the extra spicy chicken noodles? Before Su Chun could speak, a large number of diners became anxious. Hey, no way. There's a limit of 1 per customer. You already ate 1, so you can't buy any more. How can the feelings between people change so quickly? Xiongsu looked at everyone with confusion. They just let him sit on their heads to eat, and they even took care of him, giving him milk and sweet drinks. Xiongsu looked at Su Chun with starry eyes, trying to act cute. He just wanted to buy an extra serving of spicy chicken noodles to take home for his parents to try. His parents love spicy food. Child, Su Chun said earnestly, times have changed, and the situation can change in an instant. Just a moment ago, you were seen as a pitiful child, but now you are seen as a competitor. Do you understand? All right. Xiongsu sighed. Chapter 259, this is practically forcing people to commit crimes. Several regular customers held on to Xiongsu tightly, preventing him from buying a second bowl of spicy chicken noodles. There's no other way. The situation doesn't allow it. Xiongsu had no choice but to ride a roller coaster to get a bowl of beef noodles. This flavor is a little spicy, which his parents like. Once all these batches of noodles were ready to be served, Su Chun was finally able to steal a moment from his busy schedule, stretch, and take a break. Boss, will you be open tomorrow? Wang Bin sauntered over, staring at Su Chun with anticipation. We will be closed tomorrow. When Wang Bin asked, Su Chun added, please tell everyone this as well, so they don't make a wasted trip tomorrow. Although he had expected it, Wang Bin was still disheartened. And the day after tomorrow? Wang Bin, knowing full well the answer, insisted on asking again. Anyway, asking one more question won't hurt you. What if the boss has a brain fart this week? We won't be open the day after tomorrow either. Today is the last day of business this week, Su Chun said helplessly. Boss, you've gotten lazy, Wang Bin said with great distress. At first you were open until Sunday, but now it's only until Friday. Haha, I'm just strictly adhering to the 2-day weekend rule, Su Chun said seriously. Boss, don't rub salt into our wounds. Exactly. We strongly urge bosses to experience the benefits of the 996 work schedule and contribute to society. A nearby diner was full of complaints, clearly suffering from the effects of the 996 work schedule. No, the boss has to work 007 to benefit society. Hey, what good does it do you to drive your boss to suicide? I don't know what the boss is like, but the thought of not having anything to eat tomorrow makes me want to die. As for Su Chun, after hearing the diner's increasingly outrageous remarks, he wisely chose to turn around and look after the stove. The main message is an attitude of "it's none of my business." There's no way around it. If we wanted to completely satisfy these loyal customers, we'd probably have to work ourselves to death. Meanwhile, Xiongsu returned home. His father was watching TV with his legs crossed. When he saw his son come back, he smirked and spoke with a hint of mockery. "Oh, the adopted son's back? Xiongsu. Dad, you're my real dad, okay? This isn't over yet." The family's mentally challenged dog slowly got up from the sofa. A tiny glint flickered in its usually dull and dazed eyes as it headed straight for Xiongsu. It then stopped at his feet and began to burrow its mouth into the plastic bag he was carrying. "Laifu, stop causing trouble." After giving a low reprimand, Xiongsu placed the beef noodles on the coffee table in a conciliatory manner. "Dad, I bought you and Mom some really delicious beef noodles. It's from the place I ate it yesterday. It was so good." The moment the bag was opened, his dad was slapped hard across the face by a smell of meat, and his head was buzzing for a full minute afterward. The adopted son brought back this beef noodle soup. It's something special. Seeing Laifu beside him wagging its tail happily, drool dripping all over the ground, he then quickly gave the order. "Go and fetch Laifu's bowl." Xiongsu nodded. "I brought a large ceramic bowl, and also brought an extra bowl filled with warm water." His father picked up a piece of beef, rinsed it several times with warm water, and put it in Laifu's bowl. Laifu excitedly stepped forward, bit into the beef brisket, and swallowed it in one gulp. "I cooked another piece and ate it." "Dad, that's enough, that's enough. Just let Laifu have a taste." His dad glared at him and said, "I already told you. You have to call him Uncle Dog." "Xiongsu, if anyone calls their dog Uncle Dog, can't I just call him Laifu? Have you forgotten how Laifu rescued you when you were almost kidnapped by human traffickers? It's because of that Laifu became a mentally challenged dog. When we found him, his brain had been cracked open by the traffickers." At this point, Father Bear's eyes darkened, and he stroked Laifu's head with pity. "Here, you can still see the scars from that time. His good fortune is great." "Xiongsu, Uncle Dog, please eat slowly and have more." Laifu glanced at him. "I'm dying. I can't believe I saw love in a dog's eyes." Looking again, Laifu's eyes were blank again. Well, he must be hallucinating. Papa Bear continued to feed Uncle Dog by rinsing a few more pieces of beef in water and then putting a lot of noodles in Uncle Dog's bowl. He then took a bite of the remaining beef noodles. Just one bite. His eyes widened in surprise, and he quickly stuffed the beef noodles into Xiongsu's hand. "Quick, take it to your mom." The next second, clatter, Xiongsu was suddenly slashed by Laifu's claw. What's going on? He clearly remembered that Uncle Dog treated him very well. Now, for the sake of a bowl of noodles, I've unwittingly slapped myself. Xiongsu held the noodles in one hand and covered his face with the other, looking utterly incredulous. "Mom, Laifu slapped me." A middle-aged woman came out of the kitchen and reached out to take the beef noodles. "Go away, don't talk nonsense. How could Laifu possibly slap you? It's the friendliest dog." "Bullshit. He wasn't looking so innocent just now." The dog, Laifu, silently walked over, picked up the apron from the wall, and went to its owner. When Xiongsu's mother saw it, she was instantly amused. "Our Laifu is the most capable. Are you hungry? Come on, have some noodles." "Woof woof." Laifu responded excitedly, circling around the woman. Xiongsu became increasingly speechless and alarmed as he looked at the film. Oh no, this silly dog seems to be getting smarter and smarter. It's about to take his place in this house. Luckily, he didn't have a dog. Otherwise, he would have really suspected that Laifu was actually born to his parents. Sunday arrived in the blink of an eye. It was just past midnight. The text appeared in front of Su Chun, who was still playing the game. Ding, this week's tasks have been refreshed. He immediately perked up. Last week's mission reward was unremarkable, 5 million. I wonder what the tasks are this week. It's best if things don't get any more bizarre. Ding. Location of the stall, Snack Street behind the South City Art Academy. Business hours, Monday to Friday, 19 to 2200 hours. Special requirements for this stall. For every customer who makes you regret their purchase, you will gain regret points. Once you accumulate enough regret points, you can unlock a new recipe. The currently unlocked recipe for free is vegetable buns. The more regret points you accumulate at checkout, the richer the rewards. Host, please strive to make diners regret their decision, yet be unable to resist. Holy crap, are you a devil? Su Chen's eyes widened. He had heard of this school. Dance was the school's flagship program. It is conceivable that the students at this school must be the kind of students who have relatively strict requirements regarding their physique and body shape. Eating late-night snacks is a heinous crime no matter how you look at it. Who's the kind person who sells steamed buns in this place in the middle of the night? Su Chen muttered to himself, a bad feeling creeping over him. The most outrageous thing is that the system actually requires some kind of regret value to unlock new recipes. Regretful, unable to stop. This is practically forcing people to commit crimes. Brother Tongzi is really getting more and more outrageous with his tricks. You're really something. Su Chen shook his head helplessly. Since the mission had already been issued, he had no choice but to accept it. Fortunately, it's only for 5 days. No matter how much the girls eat, they can exercise more afterward, and they should be able to go home soon. Lost in thought, Su Chen soon drifted off to sleep. Chapter 260. Young man, is this your first time here? Monday, 8 a.m. After Su Chen finished breakfast, the ingredients ordered by the system arrived. If you're selling breakfast steamed buns, you need to knead the dough, let it ferment, and prepare the filling the night before. To make steamed buns taste better, you have to ensure they are fresh. It's best to wrap them in the morning. After wrapping, let them undergo a short second fermentation before steaming. Therefore, people who make handmade buns often have to get up at 3 or 4 a.m. to make them, so they can catch the morning rush hour at 6 or 7 a.m. If you want to be lazy, you can pack it the night before and refrigerate it. However, there are some subtle differences between refrigerated and fresh steamed buns. During refrigeration, the buns will lose some moisture, causing the surface to dry out. The next day, when steaming, the buns need to be steamed for a longer time than usual to ensure they are fully cooked. Many steamed bun vendors don't pay attention to these details. However, for professional chefs, this is all a lot of knowledge. Nowadays, many breakfast stalls offer a wide variety of products. A small shop can even sell more than a dozen different kinds of refined noodle dishes. Needless to say, these are all pre-made products. There's no need to argue about the taste. They're all categorized as vital sign maintenance meals. The vegetable pack that Su Chen unlocked contained quite a few flavors. He plans to make a filling of cabbage and a filling of vermicelli and tofu. After checking the quality of the delivered ingredients, he nodded in satisfaction. Anything produced by our system is guaranteed to be of high quality. Then came a busy day. Night gradually spread across the sky. As it approached 7 p.m., Su Chen finally arrived at the place that was open this week. The road directly opposite the back gate of the school was extremely lively at this moment, filled with all kinds of stalls. The hard-working vendors actually arrive here as early as 5 or 6 o'clock to reserve a spot and start their business. Therefore, Su Chen, who arrived at this moment, naturally could not occupy a good geographical position. After driving the food truck quite a distance, Su Chen finally found a suitable spot and stopped there without hesitation. Along the way, Su Chen discovered that although this back gate snack street was called a snack street, in reality, most of the stalls sold small jewelry, screen protectors, socks, handicrafts, and the like. The few food stalls available were mostly selling things like fruit salad, low-sugar lemon tea, dry yogurt, and vegetable salad. As for the common roadside stalls selling fried food, barbecue, and braised food, Su Chen didn't see a single one. It's no wonder it's an art college. Even the food street behind the school offers such healthy options. The situation is not good. Su Chen shrugged, not caring at all. He could just slack off anyway. After parking the food cart, put the pre-packaged buns into the steamer. He then grabbed a stool, sat down, and started scrolling through his phone. Next to it was a small stall selling bracelets, run by a middle-aged woman. The older sister glanced at his food cart, then at Su Chen, a strange look on her face, but didn't say anything more. Time flew by, and more than 10 minutes had passed in the blink of an eye. Su Chen was still scrolling through his phone, and no one was paying attention to the food cart. Meanwhile, the lady selling bracelets next door opened for business. Two girls who came together spent a long time picking and choosing at the stall, and each of them picked out 2 bracelets. Before leaving, the 2 girls glanced at the steamed bun cart next to them. then covered their mouths and chuckled softly before whispering to each other as they departed. With income coming in, the woman selling the bracelets seemed very happy and replenished the bracelets she had just sold at her stall. Then he turned his gaze to Su-chan, and this time he couldn't help but speak up. "Young man, stop playing on your phone." Su-chan looked up at his eldest sister in surprise. "You've chosen the wrong place. You shouldn't be setting up your stall here." The older woman pointed to the art academy and laughed. "Haven't you been here before?" "Yes, this is my first time here." Su-chan nodded in acknowledgement. "I knew it." The eldest sister gave a knowing look. "You should come to sell steamed buns in the morning. Even if you sell them at night, you can go 2 blocks further ahead. There are residential buildings, a park, and a shopping mall there. It's better than here." The girls at this school, who study dance, modeling, and acting, have incredibly strict requirements regarding their figures. I heard that the school teachers often make them step on the scale to check their weight, so they won't go out for a late-night snack. "Didn't you see there aren't many food stalls on this street?" The eldest sister offered earnest advice. "Yes, that's true." Su-chan confirmed his older sister's statement. "I can tell you're inexperienced just by looking at you at such a young age. You can't do business like that. You have to analyze the market and look at the environment. You can't just be glued to your phone playing games." The older sister had a knowing look on her face. You know so much, big sister." Su-chan smiled and replied. After all, they meant well and pointed out the places to go. They had no malicious intent. The older sister nodded in satisfaction, thinking that although the young man seemed a bit lazy, he was still quite obedient. Immediately, the older woman turned her attention back to her stall. 10 minutes later, the older sister glanced at Su-chan, who was still playing on his phone, and was speechless. So all that was said was for nothing. "It's our own business." The eldest sister shook her head, deciding not to say anything more. What's that smell?" As time passed, Su-chan's steamed buns gradually cooked. The aroma of the flour and filling is so rich that it can be described as wafting for miles. It caused passers-by to stop in their tracks. The first reaction of everyone when they smelled the aroma was, "Where's the smell of steamed buns coming from at night? Shouldn't the aroma of steamed buns be present early in the morning? Why would it appear here at this particular time? It feels so out of place so late at night. Hey, there are steamed buns." A young couple smelled the fragrance and immediately came over. Fangja was pleasantly surprised. He had been starving for quite some time. "I was supposed to have a date with my girlfriend today, and after watching a movie, we were going to have dinner. We were all seated in the restaurant when my girlfriend received a message from her roommate saying that she would be having dance class tomorrow and the teacher would likely be checking her weight. Now I'm really in trouble. Forget about eating. I can't even drink too much water for fear of getting bloated tomorrow." Fangja felt it wouldn't be fun to eat alone, so he decided to take his girlfriend back first and then grab something to eat near the school gate. "Boss, what flavors of steamed buns do you have, and how much do they cost?" "They have cabbage filling and tofu and vermicelli filling, 5 yuan each." "These vegetarian buns are so expensive." Fangja hesitated. He was also the kind of person who couldn't live without meat, and vegetarian buns were really not his cup of tea. Moreover, the price is a bit expensive. Normally, it would be at most 2 yuan each. But thinking of the food stalls on the street near his girlfriend's school, he sighed. "You can't expect to fill your stomach with fruit salad or vegetable salad. You might as well eat steamed buns. I can just buy 2 starch sausages on my way back. Then let's have one of each." Chapter 261. I'll just have a small taste. Fangja quickly scanned the code to pay. Just then, another middle-aged man who was strolling outside came to Su-chan's stall after smelling the aroma. "Boss, your steamed buns." "Holy crap, you're charging 5 yuan for these steamed buns." The diner was stunned when he saw the contents of the whiteboard next to him. He asked again and received an affirmative answer. What kind of family circumstances allow someone to afford a 5 yuan steamed bun? And this is just a vegetable bun. Let's buy a few and try them. Okay, pack me 2, one of each flavor. Smelling the fragrance, the man reluctantly made the purchase. Su-chan chuckled and nodded. Watching the steam rising from the steamer, he estimated the time and took the top basket down as soon as it was ready. Steaming white mist and the aroma of steamed buns suddenly spread, the rich fragrance spreading through the air. Fangja and the young man were immediately drawn in, staring at them without blinking. The steamed buns in the steamer were all the same size and shape, like works of art copied and pasted together. They were all exquisite and looked more like semi-finished products made by machine than handmade buns. But upon closer inspection, the buns don't have a rigid shape, which only shows that the person who made them has excellent skills. It looks so tempting that you can't help but want to take a bite. Fangzhe took a deep breath. The aroma is amazing. These buns must be amazing. No wonder they dared to sell it at that price. He turned to his girlfriend and said, "It smells so good. Do you want to have a couple?" Lin Yin was drawn in by the alluring aroma, and upon hearing her boyfriend's question, her nostrils twitched slightly, and a hint of wavering appeared in her eyes. "These steamed buns smell so good. I really want to try one. But the dance teacher is going to check my weight tomorrow. No, I have to hold back." After hesitating for a long time, she gently shook her head. Suchin took a pair of clips, put 2 steamed buns in them, and handed them to Fangzhe. Fangzhe took it, but was immediately burned by the heat and grabbed the bag, no longer daring to hold it in his hand. They also gained an understanding of the temperature of freshly steamed buns. But I couldn't resist taking a bite. These spicy tofu buns have thin skins and generous fillings. During the steaming process, the chili oil seeps out from the tofu, and the bright red chili oil permeates the folds of the bun's surface, emitting a delicate spicy aroma that contrasts sharply with the white and tender bun skin, making it clearly visible even at night. The allure of freshly steamed buns is undeniable. Anyone who sees them can't resist taking a bite, and at that moment, who cares if they're hot? Fangzhe took a bite and tasted the filling inside the steaming hot bun. He opened his mouth and exhaled several times before daring to put it in his mouth. The bright red tofu is soaked in the red sauce and oil and sprinkled with scallions. With each bite, the spicy sauce and the wheat flavor of the bun complement each other perfectly and spread throughout your mouth. The scalding hot texture and spicy flavor made her unable to stop, and she immediately took another big bite of the bun, filling her entire mouth. The soft and fluffy dough wraps around the spicy and delicious tofu, and one bite is truly satisfying, making it impossible to stop eating. The older man next to him also took the steamed buns that Su Chen handed him. After tasting them, his eyes lit up. He looked at Su Chen excitedly, pointed at the steamed buns in the steamer, and said loudly, "Boss, give me 10 more. Delicious, so delicious." Fangzhe mumbled between bites, his face full of satisfaction. As Fangzhe wolfed down his tofu and vermicelli bun, he took a deep breath and turned to look at his girlfriend. "It's so delicious. Are you sure you don't want a bite?" Fangzhe ate heartily while speaking indistinctly to Lin Yin. He was completely absorbed in every bite of the steamed bun, unable to stop. Seeing her boyfriend enjoying his food so much, Lin Yin's own cravings were completely whetted. Just one bite shouldn't have any effect, right? If all else fails, I can just do another set of planks later. Finally, she couldn't help but say, "Give me the cabbage filling. I just want to try a tiny bite, just a tiny bite." Fangzhe chuckled and handed over the steamed bun. Lin Yin blew on it a few times and then carefully took a bite. Instantly, her eyes widened. The taste of the bun far exceeded her expectations, with a rich and distinct texture. The first thing that touches your taste buds is the thin yet resilient dough, with a pure wheat aroma and just the right amount of chewiness. With each chew, you can feel the delicate texture of the flour. Then, the refreshing juice of the cabbage filling swept over her, and the unique sweetness of fresh cabbage instantly conquered her taste buds. "Is it good?" Fangzhe asked with concern. "Delicious. It's so delicious." Lin Yin was on the verge of a breakdown, feeling her mental defenses crumbling rapidly. After taking that bite of the steamed bun, she felt as if her stomach was roaring. "Boss, I want 2 tofu and vermicelli buns." Lin Yin gritted her teeth and stomped her foot. At that moment, she had only one thought, to fucking check her weight. Now, she only wants to satisfy her own appetite. "Boss, I'd like another tofu and vermicelli dish, and another cabbage filling." After finishing his steamed bun, Fangzhe also spoke up. Su Chen responded with a smile. "Okay, almost done." Soon, the two of them placed the steamed buns in front of Lin Yin and Fangzhe. Without further hesitation, Lin Yin picked up the steamed bun and began to eat. At first, She tried to control her speed, thinking she would stop when she felt a little full. But the deliciousness of the steamed buns made her gradually lose her senses, and she couldn't stop eating them, one bite after another. She couldn't remember the last time she ate food with chili oil. In no time, Lin had finished both steamed buns. The lingering flavors of tofu and vermicelli still lingered in her mouth and throat, and a satisfied smile graced her face. However, her smile gradually disappeared before long. With his appetite satisfied, reason regained its dominance. "You're going to die? You're going to die?" Lin panicked a little. These buns are quite large. She ate 3 in one go. People who frequently try to lose weight know the effects of eating a lot of carbohydrates the night before. Eating so many carbohydrates tonight is enough to predict that tomorrow's scale will definitely show a number that will make her want to die. Most importantly, you have to face the cold and ruthless gaze of that extinction master and be criticized in front of the whole class. "It's all your fault. You're going to kill me." Lin angrily slapped her boyfriend's arm. "Although I know I'm being a bit unreasonable, I can't find a better way to vent my frustration right now. You can't really blame the steamed bun shop owner, since it was his own choice to eat it. Oh well, you've already eaten, don't think about it too much. Otherwise, you can try to ask for leave tomorrow." Fangze offered some words of comfort. "You make it sound so easy, but it's not that easy to take time off." Lin sighed deeply, preparing herself for her tragic fate tomorrow. Chapter 262, I advise you not to eat it. At the same time, a line of text flashed before Su Chen's eyes. Regret value from diners +1. Having overheard the conversation between the couple in front of him, Su Chen could naturally tell who provided the regret points. He was very happy to have made a profit right after opening. "System, how many regret points are needed to unlock the next recipe?" Su Chen asked himself the question. The words quickly appeared before my eyes. "Meat bun 1/5. So, for more people need to regret it?" Su Chen nodded to himself, feeling that it didn't seem too difficult. Fangze took out his phone and sent a message in the dormitory group chat. "Damn, I was shopping with my girlfriend, and we found an amazing steamed bun stall near her school. Anyone want some?" "A steamed bun shop this late? So what if you have a girlfriend? Damn it, bring me one too." "Brother, I'll have one too, then I won't have to go downstairs." "I'll have one too, with meat." "There are only vegetarian buns, tofu and vermicelli buns, and cabbage buns. Eat them if you want, or get lost." "Give me 2 tofu and vermicelli dumplings, and 1 cabbage dumpling. Love you, Zji." "Stop yelling, eat. Transfer the money, it's 5 yuan each." Soon, Fangze received money transfers from his other 3 roommates. Fangze chuckled and quickly collected the payment. Meanwhile, Lin also received a message from her roommate. "Xiaoyin, when you come back later, could you bring me some food? Anything is fine. I'm rushing to finish my homework." Lin Yin's roommates are not all dance majors. The person who messaged her is a vocal music major, so naturally, she doesn't have the worry of controlling her weight and can eat late-night snacks without restraint. "Want some steamed buns?" "Okay, I'll transfer the money to you." "You're so kind, Xiaoyin. How many do you want?" 3. Soon, Lin also received a transfer from her roommate. As a result, Su Chen immediately received an order for a total of 13 steamed buns. Soon, the two left with the steamed buns. Before leaving, Fangze was quite happy. He thought that he would definitely be a regular customer of such a delicious steamed bun stall. "It's also great that I can come here often to see my girlfriend." Lin parted ways with her boyfriend at the school gate and headed straight to her dormitory carrying steamed buns. My roommates are all inside the dormitory. Their dormitory is a 6-person room with bunk beds and desks underneath, which is quite spacious. Including herself, there are 5 girls in the dance department and 1 girl in the vocal music department. "Oh, you finished your sweet time together?" As soon as I entered, a girl made a teasing remark. Lin greeted her, and then a short-haired girl with a bit of baby fat rushed over. "Wah, Xiaoyin, you're finally back. I'm starving. Where's Baozi?" The chubby-cheeked girl is the one from the vocal music department. "Here you go, you starving ghost." Lin handed the bun to the other person. Seeing the chubby-cheeked girl accept the steamed bun, the other girls from the dance department started to speak up. "I'm so envious of you vocal music majors. You don't have to control your weight or check your weight. I'm so hungry. I didn't eat dinner, I just drank a glass of water. I'm a little better off. I only dare to eat one apple. When this was brought up, several girls complained bitterly, expressing envy, jealousy, and resentment towards those who dared to eat steamed buns as a late-night snack. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yin's face instantly turned dejected. Xiaoyin, what's with that expression? Did you have a fight with your boyfriend? A girl noticed that Lin Yin's expression was off and immediately asked her a question with concern. Lin Yin shook her head and spoke with a pained expression. I'm doomed tomorrow. I just ate 3 steamed buns. Ah, are you crazy? How dare you? Didn't I tell you that Abbess Miju will be checking your weight tomorrow during class? Several dance students looked at Lin Yin with shocked expressions. Wah, the steamed buns are so delicious, I couldn't resist. Lin Yin covered her face, feeling that she would pass away peacefully tomorrow. Even if it's delicious, you can only have a couple of bites. You can't eat this much. Some girls couldn't help but shake their heads, expressing their sympathy for Lin Yin. But it's too late to say anything now. The chubby-cheeked girl looked at the steamed bun in her hand, feeling a little embarrassed. Should I eat on the balcony? So you guys don't break the rule too. No need. I can handle it. I can't help it. Just think of Abbess Miju's face. It's okay, you can eat it. I don't like steamed buns either. Several girls said they didn't mind. After all, suppressing one's appetite is a basic skill for dance majors. Then I'll start eating. The chubby-cheeked girl picked up the steamed bun and took a bite. Instantly, the aroma of the steamed buns, as if a seal had been broken, flowed through the dormitory air accompanied by wisps of steam. Originally, the 4 remaining dance major girls in the dorm were doing various things. Some were looking at their phones, some were using their computers, some were combing their hair, and some were clipping their nails. The moment the fragrance spread, it was as if a spell had been cast on them, and everyone froze for a moment. Wait a minute, this steamed bun smells a little too good. Help! Why do I suddenly feel so hungry? Is that the smell of steamed buns? The girls' expressions instantly soured, as the aroma of red oil tofu wafting through the air kept wafting into their nostrils. Oh my god, this is so delicious. After swallowing a bite of the steamed bun, the chubby-cheeked girl let out a high-pitched exclamation of praise. Then he looked at the others with surprise. These steamed buns are the best I've ever eaten in my life. Xiaoyin, how did you find this steamed bun place? Send me the location later. I could eat here for 3 years straight. Now I understand why you broke your vow. Who wouldn't break their vow after eating these steamed buns? It's right there in the food street behind our back gate. Turn right and walk about 100 meters. It must be a new stall. I've never seen it before. Lin Yin immediately told her the location. Stop talking, I'm going crazy. Some girls covered their ears, trying hard to suppress their appetite. The chubby-cheeked girl stuck out her tongue and hesitated for a moment before speaking. Why don't you all just try a bite? Fight poison with poison. There are still 2 left. I can give one to you. Sometimes you only feel the urge to eat something when you can't have it. Once you have it in your mouth, you don't want it anymore. And since everyone only eats a bite, it shouldn't have any impact on weight, right? When the 4 girls heard this, they felt that this was some kind of twisted logic and heresy, and that there was no such thing as fighting poison with poison. However, the last statement is indeed reasonable. Eating only 1 bite won't have any effect. Then I'll just have a small bite. A girl sneaked over. Once there's a first person, there will be a second. Seeing this, Lin Yin couldn't bear it after all, so she reminded them, I advise you not to eat it. A small sip won't hurt. The girl swallowed. The chubby-cheeked girl was very generous. She even broke the bun in half, so that everyone could have some. So, the 4 girls took turns picking up a small piece of steamed bun and putting it in their mouths. Chapter 263. Damn it, everyone's fallen. Fong Zhe scanned a shared bike and quickly rode back to school. Fortunately, it wasn't too far away, so the journey didn't take too long. I went straight to my dorm. Push open the door. My children, your father has returned. Fong Zhe shouted. Damn it, are you asking for it? Stop talking nonsense. Where are my steamed buns? I'm starving. Hey Zhe, you only take your girlfriend out for steamed buns? You're such a cheapskate. Fong Zhe rolled his eyes. What do you know? These steamed buns are much tastier than a fancy meal. You'll see once you try them. TCH, you're praising a steamed bun to the skies, like you've never eaten one before. Exactly. If I weren't too lazy to go downstairs, I wouldn't even glance at the steamed buns. The boys in the dormitory laughed and joked as they accepted their respective steamed buns. Fangze didn't explain, but smiled slightly. As soon as the plastic bag was opened, the aroma quickly filled the air. Their previously nonchalant expressions instantly changed, and they stared in surprise at the steamed buns in the lunchbox. Look at the presentation, smell the aroma. These buns are something else. Fangze whistled to himself. Stand at attention, young man. A moment later, a series of wailing and howling came from room 308 of the boys' dormitory. Holy crap, these steamed buns are fucking delicious. Brother Zay, Godfather, where did you buy these steamed buns? Tell me the address quickly. This bag should only exist in heaven. I sincerely apologize to Baozi. I was speaking too loudly just now. The boys who ate the steamed buns were instantly captivated. The vegetarian buns, which looked bland and tasteless, tasted surprisingly delicious. Fangze wore a matter-of-fact smile. If it wasn't tasty, would he have specifically mentioned it in the group chat? And he even made his girlfriend break her vow. On the other hand, as for my girlfriend, tomorrow should be fine, right? If you really gain weight because you ate a late-night snack and get scolded by your teacher, I still need to go there tomorrow to comfort her. I mainly miss my girlfriend, not because I want to eat steamed buns. Just then, from room 307 across the street. Just now, in a crucial team fight, 308's sudden howling caused the bottom lane AD to use a reverse ultimate, successfully destroying the base. He was even mocked in the public chat by the opposing jungler who had fed terribly, who called him a disciple. What's going on? Ah Chong slammed his hand on the table in anger. What's wrong with this 308? It's so noisy so late at night. Ayoung also looked annoyed. Let's go ask them what they want. Ahui stood up abruptly. The three of them stormed off toward room 308. The door to room 308 was ajar, and before they could even knock, a rich aroma wafted out from under the door. The three of them were stunned for a moment, and their anger was somewhat diluted by the aroma. Pushing open the door, the scene inside dormitory 308 came into view. Several boys were happily eating steamed buns, each holding one. When the boys saw the three people from the opposite dormitories suddenly barge in, they were taken aback at first, and then looked puzzled. What's wrong with you guys? One of the boys in room 308 asked first. It's all because you guys were howling like pigs being slaughtered that Ahui unleashed a reverse attack. As Ayoung spoke, his gaze involuntarily drifted to the steamed buns on the table. This looks delicious. Upon hearing this, the boys in dormitory 308 suddenly realized what was going on, but decided not to take the blame. If you're going to cook, then practice more. Don't blame our dorm for it. Yeah, that guy Ahui. Last time in a team fight, he flashed right up to the enemy warrior's face. Did I say anything? I got stuck. Ahui refused to admit that he was a noob. Hey guys, these steamed buns look pretty good. Perfect timing, I haven't eaten yet. Ayoung chuckled and picked up a steamed bun from the table. Yeah, I pressed the wrong button because I hadn't eaten. Ahui also stepped forward with a grin. The boys in room 308 immediately understood. It turned out that the hungry wolves from room 307 had come to beg for food. Damn it, go eat by yourselves if you're hungry. Don't even think about taking mine. Get out of here. Have you no shame? You can have my life, but I won't give you any steamed buns. After some laughter and commotion, room 307 still managed to snag a few items. Ah Chong couldn't wait to tear open the plastic bag and stuff the bun into his mouth. Instantly, the delicious taste of the bun blossomed brilliantly on his tongue. Holy crap, this bun is delicious. Ah Chong exclaimed, his eyes wide open. Seeing this, Ayoung and Ahui quickly took a bite each. They were both amazed by the deliciousness. Where did you buy these steamed buns? We want some too. Ahui swallowed the bun in his mouth and asked eagerly. In order to save the remaining steamed buns, the boys in dormitory 308 sold Fangze without hesitation. Ask Brother Zay, he brought it back for us. Brother Zay, tell me quickly, where is this steamed bun stall? Achong immediately approached Fangze and asked with a fawning expression. Fangze shrugged helplessly. Fine, I can't refuse you guys. This steamed bun stall is on the food street behind my girlfriend's school. Brother Zay, Godfather, take us there. Ayong grabbed Fong Zay's arm and pulled him outside. These steamed buns are so delicious. I wanted to eat more after just one bite. Damn, I just got back. Fong Zay wasn't really keen on going out. Oh, you took us there once, and next time we'll go by ourselves. Brother Zay, are you a brother? If you're a brother, take us there. After much persuasion, the three people in room 307 finally got Fong Zay to agree. So the four of them quickly left the school gate. Each scanned a shared bicycle at the entrance, and led by Fong Zay, headed straight for the food street. This is the girls' dormitory. Don't come any closer, Lin Yin said nervously, backing away. Before her stood four roommates, who were eyeing her menacingly, gradually closing in. Tell me, what are your intentions in bringing back such delicious steamed buns? One of the girls said. That wasn't for you guys either, Lin Yin whispered. But we got to eat it. I'm so hungry. The girls all wore expressions of grief and indignation. They now regretted not heeding Lin Yin's warning, and each took a small bite of the steamed bun. Everyone was hungry because they were going to have their weight checked in class tomorrow, so they barely ate anything tonight. Well, the deliciousness of the steamed buns instantly whetted everyone's appetite. Now, two images simultaneously surfaced in the minds of all four of them. On one side was Abbess Miju's cold and ruthless face. On one hand, there's the imagined blissful moment of devouring a steamed bun. Why is this world so cruel? Actually, even Abbess Miju might not check my weight tomorrow. A girl spoke, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Right, they might not even investigate. That's true. Abbess Miju only checks weight frequently, but that doesn't mean she does it every time she teaches a class. The girls chatted amongst themselves, their tone gradually becoming more confident. Chapter 264, What a wonderful pair of diners. What does it mean that a weight check may not always be necessary? Lin Yin was completely speechless. In her view, her roommates were clearly in a state where their appetite had suppressed their rationality. In order to be able to eat steamed buns, he has actually started to brainwash himself, betting on the possibility that Abbess Miju won't check his weight tomorrow. No, you guys, don't you want to listen to what you're saying? Lin Yin tried to bring her roommates back to their senses. Where's the steamed bun stall? Some people simply ignored the questions and went straight to the point. Xiaoying, can you take us there? Okay. Hurry up and finish eating and come back quickly. The girls talked, and, without asking Lin Yin's opinion, quickly tidied up and dragged Lin Yin out of the dormitory. On the other side, Fong Zay and his group of four rode shared bicycles, speeding towards the snack street in the gentle breeze. Ayong, riding his bike, grinned and said, Brother Zay, isn't your girlfriend from this girl's college? Aren't you going to invite her out to eat with us? The other people in room 307 were unaware that Fong Zay had just gone on a date with his girlfriend Lin Yin that afternoon. Upon hearing Ayong's words, Fong Zay's heart stirred slightly. Since we're already here, we might as well call Xiaoying down and the two of us can chat for a while. But upon further reflection, Fong Zay dismissed the idea. After all, eating several steamed buns for a late-night snack was undoubtedly a sin for her as a dance student. Because of his girlfriend, Fong Zay frequently came into contact with the dance department's circle, and through this exposure, he gained a considerable understanding of the dance profession. Every female dance student who dreams of performing on stage has strict requirements for her body management. On stage, they yearn to present their most perfect side and become graceful and agile dancers in the eyes of the audience. A middle-aged woman walked over to Su Chen's food cart. The middle-aged woman stood in front of the food cart, looking it over with a critical eye several times, then hesitated for a moment before walking over. Boss, are these steamed buns clean? Are they frozen wholesale? Su Chen was taken aback. It was the first time he had encountered a customer who asked about hygiene before even asking about the taste or price. Don't worry, it's all handmade. All the kitchen utensils are disinfected before each opening, and the ingredients are washed many times. Su Chen answered with a smile, and he could guarantee it with his own hands. He always pays close attention to the hygiene of ingredients and kitchen utensils, and would never allow diners to eat anything unhygienic. After carefully examining the area on tiptoe, the middle-aged woman's face showed a satisfied expression, and the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. Give me 2 steamed buns then. I've walked around, and your stall looks the cleanest. Okay, We have cabbage buns and tofu and vermicelli buns, 5 yuan each. Su Chun gave his usual introduction. Perfect timing. We should have something vegetarian for dinner, one of each, please. As the steamer was lifted, steam billowed out like a tidal wave, and the middle-aged woman felt as if she were intoxicated by the aroma. She took the steamed bun and examined it carefully. These 2 steamed buns are big and round, white, and steaming hot. Even if you're not hungry, just looking at them makes you want to eat one to satisfy your craving. Moreover, it's very soft to hold, and it bounces back when you squeeze it, which gives you an idea of its soft texture. Boss, your skills are pretty good. The appearance and quality look decent. The location for this stall wasn't chosen very well. The middle-aged woman said a few words casually and then slowly walked away. Su Chun couldn't help but take a second look. Because this middle-aged woman walked with an upright posture, and her every move seemed to have a unique charm. Thinking of the girls' college next door, Su Chun secretly guessed that this person might be a dance teacher. Does this dance teacher offer herself a regret value? This is actually what Su Chun is concerned about. But upon careful reflection, this middle-aged woman did not seem to struggle with the decision of whether to eat or not, unlike the girl before her. From this perspective, it's highly likely that there won't be any regrets. Is there no way to unlock the recipe today? Su Chun looked down at the time. There's only half an hour left before closing time, and my regret level is still a pitiful 1 point. Forget it, let it be. Su Chun shook his head helplessly, no longer dwelling on it. At this time, Lin Yin, who was near the steamed bun stall, suddenly stopped, rubbed her eyes, and looked ahead with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? Her roommate asked with concern. I just saw someone who looks a lot like Abbas Miju, Lin Yin said, frowning. No way, don't scare me. The girls were quite frightened and hurriedly looked in the direction Lin Yin pointed, but they couldn't find the figure they remembered. Maybe I'm seeing things. Lin Yin was also a little unsure. She only glanced at it briefly, and by then the figure had already disappeared. My goodness, I'm scared to death, even if I didn't starve. Several girls complained with lingering fear, but they didn't stop walking and headed straight for the steamed bun stall. Boss, I'm here again. Lin Yin greeted them warmly from afar. Su Chun looked up and immediately recognized the girl as the one who had recently given him 1 point of regret. What a kind customer. Not only did he eat there himself, but he also brought people with him. I wonder if these girls will contribute to my regret points. Hello, welcome, welcome. Su Chun nodded with a smile. What a young steamed bun shop owner. What a clean food cart. Several female students from the dance department were gathered around the food cart. In their imagination, the person who could make such delicious buns must be an experienced master chef. But the owner of the steamed bun stall in front of me looked very young and even a little handsome. Besides, this steamed bun stall is incredibly clean. The stainless steel countertop was spotless, so clean that you could even see your reflection clearly in it, completely free of the oil stains and food scraps commonly found at other roadside stalls. I want a cabbage bun and a tofu and vermicelli bun. Me too. The 4 girls scanned the QR code to transfer the money, and then walked to the side to wait. We're here. Boss, I'm back again. Fong Zhe shouted, and the 4 of them rode shared bicycles and stopped directly in front of the steamed bun stall. I'm starving. I'm starving. I want to eat steamed buns. A Yang's voice came before he could even stand up straight. Boss, 3 tofu and vermicelli buns. Ahui also shouted along. Okay. Su Chun readily agreed, and habitually looked up at the guest. Upon seeing this, he was immediately stunned. Isn't this guy the boyfriend of that girl from earlier? This couple actually brought their group in separate groups. That's incredibly kind of them. Chapter 265. This will drag mother down with us. Lin Yin was chatting and laughing with her roommates nearby. Hearing the familiar voice suddenly, he was instantly stunned. She subconsciously turned her head and saw Fong Zhe's figure. Fong Zhe also noticed Lin Yin at this moment. The two looked at each other. Almost simultaneously, they blurted out, "What are you doing here?" A moment later, the two groups naturally came together. Fong Zhe leaned closer to his girlfriend and whispered something in her ear. "Isn't what you're doing a bit unfair?" As he spoke, he subtly pointed to Lin Yin's roommates, his expression somewhat subtle. In his subconscious, "I thought my girlfriend didn't want to bear the guilt of eating steamed buns alone, so she deliberately dragged her roommates into it. What are you thinking? Do you think I'm that kind of person? Lin Ying rolled her eyes in annoyance and explained to Feng Zhe what had just happened in the dormitory. I've tried to persuade them several times, but they insist on eating it, and there's nothing I can do about it. That's true. These buns are so delicious. Who could resist eating them after just one bite? Feng Zhe nodded in agreement, admitting that he had also been dragged along. Su Chen's hands were quite fast when packing the buns. He has a good memory. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to tell who's who when so many guests come at once. Girls who had been craving food all day simply couldn't resist the temptation of freshly steamed buns. He took the bun from Su Chen, picked one up, and without caring that it was hot, immediately took a big bite. The fragrant and tender vegetable buns, with a bite taken out of them, shot straight into their mouths, burning them so badly they grimaced and unconsciously started stomping their feet, clearly indicating they were quite burned. Ah Yong and his two companions couldn't help but marvel at how the girls were eating so heartily. In their original understanding, girls in the dance department were all elegant and refined girls who always paid attention to their image. But now it seems that when it comes to delicious food, one doesn't care about appearances at all. After finishing the few steamed buns, the girls straightened the plastic bags in their hands, as if waking from a dream, and let out a collective wail. Oh no, I really ate a few big, fat steamed buns for a midnight snack. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Xiaoyin, why didn't you stop me? The girls, as if they had found the culprit, all turned their gazes to Lin Ying. There was reproach in his eyes, but even more so, regret and helplessness. How can I stop you? I can't exactly tie you up with a rope. Lin Ying rolled her eyes in annoyance, spread her hands, and looked helpless. Thinking back to how those guys acted in the dorm, she felt both annoyed and amused. As she spoke, Lin Ying clicked her tongue twice, deliberately drawing out her words. What a blunder. I really should have filmed you guys in that brainwashing state in the dorm just now. Xin Yulan returned home carrying a steamed bun. As soon as she entered the room, she gently placed the steamed buns on the dining table and then called out to a bedroom. Cici, come out quickly. I brought you 2 steamed buns. Here I am. The bedroom door opened with a click, and the girl rushed out of the bedroom, heading straight for the dining table. Xin Yulan feigned anger and glared at her daughter. Eating midnight snacks so late at night. Who else but you will gain weight, if not you? The girl, however, didn't seem to care and just smiled. Oh, Mom, don't hold me to the standards of your students. I'm not like those dance students you teach, who have to maintain their figures all the time. I study design, not dancing. Besides, I have to draw later. How can I have the energy to work if I don't eat well? Xin Yulan shook her head helplessly. As a professor in the dance department, I place great importance on body management and a healthy lifestyle. However, my daughter has never had any interest in dance since she was a child, and when she grew up, she chose a design major that had nothing to do with dance. These days, staying up late, working overtime, and eating late-night snacks have become the norm in my daughter's life. She herself has maintained a light and healthy diet for many years, along with regular exercise and rest, and shows no signs of the affluence often seen in ordinary women. The girl opened the plastic bag, and without distinguishing between different ones, randomly picked a chubby Lucky bag to eat. After taking one bite, she suddenly opened her eyes wide. Holy crap! Mom, where did you buy these steamed buns? They're so delicious. The girl could no longer contain her excitement. After swallowing a bite of the steamed bun, I felt as if my whole body had been illuminated. No matter how delicious it is, you're not allowed to swear. Xin Yulan immediately reprimanded sternly. However, seeing how satisfied her daughter was with the steamed buns, the corners of her mouth still unconsciously turned up, revealing a hint of a relieved smile. It's on the street behind the school. I walked around, and that was the only stall that looked clean and hygienic. Huh? There are steamed bun vendors on the street near your school? Aren't you afraid of going bankrupt? The girl asked, her face full of surprise. She frequented that street and knew exactly what it was like there. Of course, that's not the point. Mom, please bring me 2. No, 3 steamed buns every time you come back from now on. I could eat these buns forever. My daughter insisted. Eat it every day? No way. Steamed buns are fine to eat occasionally, but there's no reason to eat so much staple food every night. If you were my student, I'd make you run 3 kilometers every single day. Shin Yulan frowned and decisively rejected her daughter's request. Mom, you can't be so heartless. The girl was getting anxious. Although she could find time to buy it herself, she was busy with work and her off-get-off-work hours were very irregular. She couldn't keep it a secret every time, so it was inconvenient in many ways. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and her face immediately lit up with a fawning smile. Mom, have you tried this steamed bun? Would you like a bite? Trying to please me? No way. I'm not eating steamed buns at night. Shin Yulan immediately saw through her daughter's little scheme. Oh, just one bite, just one bite. This vegetable bun is so fresh and tender. I won't eat it. Mommy, dear mommy, please have a bite, the girl pleaded, trying to please her. After much pleading and cajoling, Shin Yulan finally gave in and reluctantly agreed to eat a small bite. Let me tell you, even if I eat them, I won't bring you steamed buns every day. Shin Yulan took the steamed bun, giving her daughter a heads up beforehand. Okay, you eat first. The girl nodded hurriedly. Shin Yulan shook her head helplessly and took a small bite. Huh, this dough is so soft, fluffy, and bouncy. She hadn't eaten steamed buns in so long that her memory of the texture of the bun skin was still that it was very dry, crumbly, and choking. The more she chewed, the more confused she became. The more she tasted, the more shocked she became. The outer skin is not only soft, but also has an extremely rich wheat aroma, so rich that you might suspect it contains artificial flavoring. But it's clearly not that cheap artificial flavor. It's so natural. Just for the dough alone, this bun deserves full marks. Chapter 266 The Little Sparrow Transforms into a Big-Mouthed Pelican. As for the vegetable filling inside the bun, Shin Yulan originally intended to swallow it whole. But once you start swirling your tongue around, you become addicted and can't stop. The green vegetables tasted sweet and refreshing. It's made with the freshest vegetables. How is it? Delicious, isn't it? The daughter stared intently at her mother's slightly widened eyes and asked impatiently. Shin Yulan did not respond immediately. Instead, it subconsciously transformed from a little sparrow into a big-mouthed pelican and took a big bite. I am once again immersed in this indescribable sense of satisfaction. These steamed buns are really good. Shin Yulan ultimately couldn't maintain her stubbornness in front of her daughter. The taste of these steamed buns truly shattered her stereotype that steamed buns were boring. Then tomorrow. The girl rubbed her hands together expectantly. Oh, you're such a glutton. Shin Yulan shook her head helplessly and decided to grant her daughter's request. After all, the steamed buns were so delicious that even she was tempted. On the other side, regret value +4. As Su Chun watched the girls walk away, he felt a pang of emotion. What an excellent diner. Despite regretting eating the steamed buns late at night, I still came without hesitation. May the god of steamed buns bless them so they never get fat, if such a thing even exists. System, can I unlock the fresh meat bun now? Recipe unlocked. Ingredients unlocked. Su Chun immediately noticed the recipe that appeared in his mind. That way, we can add new flavors of steamed buns tomorrow. At 10 p.m. sharp, he promptly packed up his stall and went home. At 10:30 p.m., the entrance to Yuhu Jinyuan was quiet and peaceful. The newly arrived night shift security guard was on duty at the gate, diligently guarding his post and keeping an eye on the road ahead. Just then, a food truck sped up from the end of the road. The security guard immediately became alert. Where did this food truck come from in the middle of the night? Without hesitation, he stepped forward, gestured for the food cart to stop, and prepared to stop it. Beside them, another slightly older security guard spoke up first. Don't stop him. This is the owner, Mr. Su's car. Owner? The security guard looked shocked. The owners of these villas are all wealthy and powerful, so why would they drive a food truck back in the middle of the night? The old security guard noticed Xiao Qi's confusion and explained with a smile. This Mr. Su likes to set up a stall outside. You're new here, so you might not know. The main thing is that Mr. Su hasn't been setting up his stall at night lately, so I forgot to tell you beforehand. Although he received an explanation, the security guard was still somewhat dumbfounded. The quirks of the wealthy are truly eye-opening. As the food truck pulled up at the gate, the two men called out in unison, "Welcome home, Mr. Su." The food truck didn't drive directly inside. Instead, It stopped in front of the security booth. Looking at them, Suchin suddenly remembered that there were still some steamed buns left over from today. The taste of steamed buns changes after being left overnight. The dough not only loses its chewiness, but also easily turns yellow, and the filling becomes dry and tough. As a chef with aspirations, he couldn't possibly continue selling tomorrow. He would definitely have to make a new batch. Instead of throwing things away and wasting them, it's better to do something good. Want some late-night snacks? I still have quite a few steamed buns left over from today. Su Chun pointed to the food cart. The older security guard's face lit up with surprise. He had smelled the fragrance more than once before. How could I refuse such a good thing that's been delivered right to my door? Isn't this too much trouble for you, Mr. Su? The older security guard said quickly. Suchin smiled and said, No trouble at all, just wait. He drove the food truck into the residential area and found a spot near the entrance where it wouldn't get in the way. I packed the steamed buns up and handed them over. This is enough, whether you eat it or not. You can share it with your colleagues. The security guard quickly replied. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Su. Su Chun waved his hand. You're welcome. Everyone works hard. After saying that, he drove the food truck away. They brought the steamed buns back to the security booth, and the two of them couldn't wait to take them out and enjoy them. They took a bite, then paused, and began to eat voraciously. These steamed buns are absolutely delicious. I wish I could eat Mr. Su's steamed buns every time I work the night shift. Being a security guard is fucking wonderful. The next day, in the morning, Nanxing Art Academy. Abbas Miju's class is at 8 o'clock in the morning. Lin Yin and her roommates rushed to the classroom at 7:40. No one dared to be late for Abbas Miju's class. Inside the dance studio, all the girls had changed into form-fitting practice clothes. The girls gathered in twos and threes, chatting casually, but the conversation always revolved around the upcoming classes, especially the weight check. Do you think I've gained weight recently? I ate an egg this morning. Oh dear, I didn't dare to eat last night. I think I've gained 3 pounds since last time. I'm going to die. Lin Yin and her roommates listened quietly to their classmates' discussion, feeling as if they could hardly breathe. They huddled in the corner of the dance studio like thieves. Is anyone weighing themselves this morning? I didn't dare. Me too. In fact, Lin Yin and her classmates had a weighing scale in their dormitory, which is almost standard equipment in dance students' dormitories. Normally, the scale is their tool for closely monitoring their figure, but this morning not a single person dared to step on it to weigh themselves. Now we can only pray that Abbas Miju forgets about checking her weight. Time ticked by, and the hands mercilessly pointed to 8 o'clock. With a creak, Shin Yulan pushed open the door to the dance studio. The previously lively atmosphere instantly fell silent, and everyone lined up in an orderly fashion. Shin Yulan walked to the front of the line with her upright posture, her gaze slowly sweeping over each student. Lin Yin stood in line, her heart suddenly racing. She frantically chanted in her mind, Don't weigh yourself. Don't weigh yourself. However, the next second, Shin Yulan's voice came through. Before class, let's weigh ourselves so I can see if you've been slacking off these past few days. Lin Yin's expression froze instantly, and her heart, which had been hanging in suspense, died instantly. Beside him, several roommates also immediately showed expressions of we're doomed. They all knew that after eating those big steamed buns last night, their weight would inevitably experience a devastating short-term spike today. What awaits them next is inevitably facing the wrath of Abbas Miju and physical training. A moment later, the dance studio was divided into 2 distinct scenes. Under Professor Shin Yulan's guidance, some of the girls began to do stretching exercises in an orderly manner. The other group was ordered by Shin Yulan to lie on the ground and start doing planks. Lin Yin and the others naturally belonged to the plank exercise category, without any doubt. Chapter 267. If you want something delicious, you have to put your heart and soul into it. The more enjoyable I felt eating steamed buns last night, the sadder I am now. True to her usual style, the plank exercise was just the beginning. Who knows what kind of even more rigorous physical training awaits them. Lying on the ground, the girls began to complain quietly. I should have drunk less milk tea these past few days, a girl said, looking dejected. You can argue with that. I had hot pot for lunch yesterday, and it wasn't until the afternoon that someone told me I had to have my weight checked today. The other girl also looked annoyed and kept shaking her head. I'm even worse off. I was still half asleep this morning and completely forgot about checking my weight. I even ate a bowl of noodles for breakfast. A girl had a speechless expression. At this moment, a girl who was on good terms with Lin Yin asked curiously, Xiaoyin, this should be the first time you've failed your weight check, right? What happened? Have you been going out for fancy meals with your boyfriend lately? Lin Yin's expression twisted slightly. She had indeed gone on a date with her boyfriend. But during the date, she stubbornly resisted eating. Ironically, just before parting ways, they bumped into that steamed bun stall. Oh, stop talking about it. I just couldn't resist last night and ate several steamed buns. It wasn't just me. Everyone in my dorm ate steamed buns. Lin Yin said with a sad expression. The other roommates nodded in agreement, looking helpless. Huh? Steamed buns. You guys are actually willing to break your vows for steamed buns. Several girls looked surprised when they heard this answer. It's really hard to understand what kind of steamed bun it is. You guys don't know? Those steamed buns are absolutely delicious. Lin Yin's roommate said excitedly, her eyes sparkling as she recalled the taste of the steamed buns. Yes, I've never had such delicious steamed buns before. The taste is amazing. Another roommate chimed in, and as they talked, they even felt their stomachs start growling again. Really? Is it that exaggerated? Which shop's steamed buns are they from? The other girls were intrigued and kept asking questions. It's on the food street behind our school. There's a food cart selling steamed buns. It looks like it's new. Lin Yin replied. You wouldn't believe it. Xiaoyin's boyfriend even brought some people to eat there later. My roommates chimed in with their own comments. The girls exchanged glances, their eyes filled with intense curiosity. Still in the mood for casual conversation? Just then, Professor Shen Yulan's voice suddenly rang out from above everyone's heads, instantly extinguishing their heated discussion. Lin Yin and the others were so frightened that they immediately shut up. I quickly straightened my body, not daring to breathe, for fear of angering the professor again. Get up and warm up first, Shen Yulan said calmly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin and the others quickly stood up from the ground, their faces beaming with joy. Is Abbess Miju going to let them off so easily this time? However, their joy was short-lived. Immediately afterwards, Professor Shen Yulan's serious voice rang out again. After class, stay in the classroom and I will supervise your physical training. No one is allowed to leave. No. Teacher Shen, I was wrong. Upon hearing this news, the faces of the group of girls instantly changed. However, Shen Yulan remained unmoved. At noon, the ingredients Su Chun ordered through the system arrived. Not just vegetables, but also tofu and glass noodles. Among the delivered meat were specially packaged pork foreleg and pork belly. The meat from the foreleg is tender and juicy, with a perfect ratio of fat to lean meat, 30% fat, 70% lean, making the filling for steamed buns smooth and not greasy. Pork belly has a good balance of fat and lean meat, with distinct layers and rich in oil, which makes the filling of the buns juicier. Su Chun decided to make 2 different kinds of fresh meat buns, mix them together and steam them, so that customers could experience the joy of opening a blind box. He tied on an apron, picked up 2 cleavers, and prepared to start chopping the filling. Hand-chopped minced meat has uneven particle size, resulting in a richer texture and flavor. When chewed carefully, the fibrous texture of the meat can be clearly felt. Moreover, hand-chopping the filling does not excessively damage the cell structure of the meat, retaining more meat juice and making it more delicious. Because of the high speed of the machine, the minced meat will be ground into a soft and mushy paste, and a lot of meat juice will be lost, resulting in the minced meat becoming dry. Of course, there are now machines that can adjust the size of the minced meat particles to retain the meat pieces. But the machine is too rigid. If you ask it to retain meat chunks, it will only contain meat chunks. It is undeniable that machines are more efficient and can save people a lot of time. Some delicious things just need time to come to fruition. Just like fruits that ripen naturally in the sun are more plump and sweet than those that are ripened quickly with ripening agents. The machine grinds fillings incredibly fast. The seasonings hadn't had time to fully penetrate the meat before it was already minced. The process of hand-chopping filling is relatively slow, allowing the meat to be in contact with air for a longer time, which which allows it to blend better with the seasonings and result in a richer flavor. With a swift movement, Su Chun wielded his knife, sending pink bits of meat flying across the cutting board. Use scallions and ginger to remove the fishy smell and add seasonings to lock in freshness. Add them in small amounts several times so that the meat filling is fully infused while it is being chopped. After demonstrating, Su Chun handed the knife to Butler Ding. Chop it the way I just did, and remember to add the seasonings one by one when you've chopped it to a certain extent. Don't think it's too much trouble to just dump it all in at once. If we cheat the food will cheat us. If you want something delicious, you have to put in the effort. Butler Ding dared not be negligent and nodded solemnly. As an old man with boundless strength, he had plenty of power and skill. Mr. Su, don't worry. While someone chopped the filling, Su Chun kneaded the dough. There are specific techniques for wrapping and pleating the dough after kneading it. You need to hold the dough with your left hand and put the filling in with your right hand. When pinching the dough, first use your right index finger and thumb to pinch the dough together. Then use your left index finger to push the dough to the right index finger to create a pleat. Once you've finished pinching all the pleats and sealed the opening tightly, gently twist the bun, and it's done. After several hours of hard work, everything was finally ready, and we were just waiting to set up our stall at 7 o'clock. The first batch of steamed buns was slowly chewed and tasted by 4 adults at a speed of 0.25x. Sitting cross-legged at the table, Nuon Yuo pouted and blew air into her mouth, eating with great gusto. I ate 2 meat buns. Everyone stopped them from eating. Nuon Yuo sighed, ran back to her room, and jumped onto the big princess bed. He pulled the tablet out from under the covers, tapped the screen with his chubby little hand, and opened the browser. Voice input. How many meat buns can a 5.5-year-old eat in one meal? A mechanical female voice spoke clearly and distinctly, suggesting 1 or 2 suggestions. Nuon Yuo did not hear a satisfactory answer. She rested her chin on her hand and thought about it seriously for a while. Then she went downstairs and ran to the kitchen door. Chapter 268, You brought a whole regiment with you? Grandpa Butler, the internet says that a 5.5-year-old can eat 2 steamed buns in one meal, but I am 5 years and 20 days old. She's a big kid now. She can eat 3. Nuon Yuo stood with her hands on her hips, speaking with righteous indignation. Butler Ding, with his back to the kitchen doorway, trembled as he wiped the table. Luckily, the boss is rich. Otherwise, with a girl's appetite, a family without considerable wealth really couldn't afford to raise her. Nuon Yuo ate half a steamed bun as she wished. He let out a satisfied burp and sauntered over to Su Chen's side. At this moment, Su Chun was engrossed in operating his phone and had no idea that a little dumpling had appeared next to him. Long, slender fingers swiped incessantly across the phone screen, accompanied by bursts of kill announcements. Nuon Yuo became even more curious. A pair of chubby little hands gripped the sofa, and she stood on tiptoe to look. Su Chun found it somewhat amusing and, taking advantage of the cool-down period after death, reached out and picked up the little dumpling. I also pinched her chubby cheeks. Does Nuon Yuo want to play? I want to. Nuon Yuo cheered, raising her hand. Su Chun held Nuon Yuo in his arms, picked up his phone, and began to teach the little girl how to play. Nuon Yuo looked serious, and her chubby cheeks trembled with nervousness. Soon after, a powerful move instantly killed the enemy. Wow! Nunu's little mouth opened into an O shape, and she looked at Su Chun with starry eyes full of admiration. Daddy is so amazing. Su Chen's lips curled up. Great. That's right. We should start teaching kids to play video games from a young age. As night fell, Nuon Yuo was being looked after by her nanny at home. Su Chun then slowly drove the food truck out of the residential area. When he arrived at the gate, 2 security guards greeted him warmly. Mr. Su, have a safe journey. They were filled with anticipation and couldn't help but ponder it. Will I be able to eat Mr. Su's delicious steamed buns tonight? Su Chun smiled and nodded to them before driving away. Arrived at the snack street. The place remains exactly the same as it was yesterday. Su Chun easily found the spot where he had set up his stall yesterday and parked the food cart steadily. Beside her was the same woman who sold bracelets. The older sister looked surprised when she saw him appear. Yesterday, she heard all the diner's comments about the steamed buns. The diners savored the steamed buns, praising them highly. Especially those girls, they looked like art students. They actually dared to devour several large steamed buns late at night. I've only seen this older sister a few times in all the time she's been running her stall here. Not to mention the aroma of wheat wafting from the steamed buns. The older sister knew that this young man, though young, had exceptional skills. In her opinion, with such good skills, she could just ride a couple of blocks ahead where there is a lot of foot traffic and plenty of customers, and her business could at least multiply several times over. Didn't you move your stall to a different location? The eldest sister couldn't help but ask. Yes, this place is quite nice, quiet, Su Chun said with a smile. Eldest sister. Taken aback by Su Chen's answer, she was momentarily speechless. Everyone sets up a stall to make more money. They just want to be surrounded by people, have a lively atmosphere, and have a prosperous business. They're giving up prime locations where they could make a lot of money, and then they say they just want some peace and quiet. The eldest sister couldn't keep up with Su Chen's train of thought. After pondering for a long time, she decided to give up. Su Chen took out a small whiteboard and wrote today's menu on it. Cabbage buns and vermicelli tofu buns are 5 yuan each. Fresh meat buns are 10 yuan each. He then moved out a stool, sat down, and started scrolling through his phone, waiting for customers to come in. It was just past 7 o'clock. Then came a series of screeching sounds from bicycle brakes, one after another. Su Chen looked up. There were at least a dozen shared bicycles parked nearby. The one leading the group was the familiar boy from yesterday. What a high-quality, major client. You've brought a whole regiment with you. Before Su Chen could be too surprised, Fang Zhe jumped out of the car and rushed over. Boss, where do you operate in the morning? Speaking of this morning, the boys in dorms 308 and 307, who had eaten steamed buns the night before, naturally couldn't forget them. Since they had no classes in the morning, they hit it off and agreed to go eat steamed buns together again. Logically speaking, these kinds of food stalls usually operate normally during mealtimes, so everyone set off happily without giving it much thought. Along the way, they encountered several other students who were also preparing to leave the school to find food. When these students heard that the 2 dorm rooms were going to go out for steamed buns together, they were filled with strong curiosity and decided to join in the fun. However, a group of people arrived at the food street with great excitement, searched around and around, but could not find any trace of it. In the end, I could only grab a quick bite before rushing back to school. At this moment, Su Chun was slightly taken aback when faced with Fang Zhe's question. I'm sorry, my business hours are from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. I'm not open at other times. Seriously, boss. These steamed buns are so delicious. Why aren't you open for business this morning? Fang Zhe looked distressed. That's right. How can I survive the day if I don't get steamed buns for breakfast? The boys in dorms 308 and 307 let out a wail. The other boys who came along just for the fun of it all. Seeing such a strong reaction from this group of people, I felt that their behavior was really a bit exaggerated. One of the boys curled his lip and made a disdainful remark. Don't embarrass yourselves, okay? Who forces a business owner to operate? Another boy chimed in. Exactly. You can eat steamed buns occasionally, but why eat them every day? Upon hearing this, the students in dorm rooms 308 and 307 were not happy. They kindly brought these boys to eat steamed buns, but they still complained about them. Someone immediately retorted, what do you know? I could eat 3 meals a day with these steamed buns. You'd better keep your arrogant attitude. Seeing that the boys were making a fuss, Su Chen was a bit overwhelmed and hurriedly spoke up. Would you like to order? We have a new flavor of steamed buns today. Yes, let's eat first. The boys from both dorm rooms realized what was most important right now, and then they all looked at the whiteboard and started ordering food. To be honest, meat buns are 10 yuan each, and vegetarian buns are 5 yuan each. According to local prices, that is indeed a bit expensive. However, Su Chen's fillings were substantial, and the buns had multiple layers, each about the size of a fist. Given his skillful cooking, it was definitely worth it. The boys who came over to join in the fun, though they had some doubts, still bought some things under the influence of the atmosphere. After all, we are all classmates, and this is the age when we are most sensitive and most concerned about saving face. It's just steamed buns. Why act like you can't afford them? That's so embarrassing. Soon, Su Chun received a total of 14 orders for steamed buns, half vegetarian and half meat buns. When the time was right, he lifted the lid of the steamer and packed the meat buns first. The rest were the vegetarian buns. Chapter 269, This is Forbidden. Fong Zhe eagerly accepted the 4 large meat buns that were meant for him. He simply tossed the meat bun into his mouth, his upper and lower teeth lightly touching. In an instant, a savory bomb exploded in my mouth, and the meat juices splattered everywhere. The juicy meat buns, brimming with oil, immediately caught everyone's attention. Everyone couldn't help but swallow hard. It smells so good. People eating steamed buns shared the same sentiment. With each bite, the pork flavor is perfectly preserved, and the seasonings mask any slight gamey taste amidst the salty and savory flavor. Every bite is so fresh that your tongue will tremble. It's oily, fragrant, and chewy. The production process takes several hours and is no joke. That's the result of using chopsticks to thoroughly stir the minced meat, vigorously stirring in one direction to fully mix the seasonings and minced meat. How much effort did they put in? Butler Ding broke 3 pairs of chopsticks all by himself. The minced meat, after being thoroughly mixed, seemed to bite. Chopsticks inserted into it would get bitten. Even if you let go directly, the chopsticks will still be sticking straight up an hour later. How could it not taste good? Brother Zay, can I have one? I'll help you rank up. A boy nearby immediately came over, trying to make a deal with him with a fawning expression. Get lost. Don't even think about it. Fong Zhe turned his head and saw the other classmates who hadn't eaten yet. They were all staring at his buns like hungry wolves. Without saying a word, he took a bite of the second meat bun. The next second, he started whimpering, his body trembling uncontrollably, making sounds that were hardly presentable. Cough, cough. He didn't want it to happen, but the meat bun started it. On the snack street, Xiang Tian stood in front of a vegetable salad cart, her eyes wandering among the various salads. A while ago, she took leave from school to go home and run some errands. The elderly people in the family hadn't seen her for a long time and thought she was as thin as a stick. I cook her elaborate meals every day, like braised pork hock, stewed pork belly, roast chicken. Xiang Tian couldn't bear to refuse the old man's concern, and in just a few days, she unknowingly gained several pounds. After returning to school, Xiang Tian specifically found a gym near the school to prepare for weight loss. The coach is very professional and strict, requiring trainees to keep detailed records of their 3 meals a day and send them to him promptly. Today is the first day of her diet, and Xiang Tian just did an hour of cardio at the gym. Although she was starving, she decided to follow her coach's advice. A light, low-sodium vegetarian salad, paired with a small amount of carbohydrates, is my dinner. Lettuce, provides dietary fiber, cherry tomatoes, rich in vitamins, and cucumbers. Xiang Tian stood in front of the vegetable salad cart, muttering softly to herself. Holding tongs, she casually picked through the ingredients. As the steamed buns released their aroma, a whiff of fragrance drifted into her nostrils on a gentle breeze, stimulating her olfactory senses. It smells so good. Xiang Tian paused, holding the clip, when she felt a rumbling sound in her stomach. She instinctively looked toward the source of the fragrance. Not far away, a large group of boys were gathered in front of a food truck. It's absurd no matter how you look at it. It's not morning. Why are so many people buying steamed buns? During her 3 years of schooling, she lost count of how many times she had visited this food street, although there were occasionally similar food stalls there. But because business is bad, they usually move out within 2 days. This was truly the first time she had ever seen a stall doing such good business here. The aroma wafted through the air, and Xiang Tian's hand holding the clips began to tremble slightly. The lettuce, cucumbers, and tomatoes in front of her, though fresh and healthy, suddenly seemed bland and tasteless to her at that moment. Especially after exercising not long ago, she felt every cell in her body was protesting, craving a steaming hot bun. Little girl, do you want more? The woman selling vegetable salad stared at Xiang Tian with a strange look in her eyes, her gaze full of doubt. In her opinion, it was just a matter of choosing a few vegetables. Why was this girl dawdling and hesitating for so long? Want? Xiang Tian hesitated for a moment, then managed to squeeze out a single word. She was actually still struggling internally. I was thinking of just sticking to my diet and eating this salad as planned. But then, they could vaguely hear an excited roar coming from the other side of the stall. Boss, your steamed buns are amazing. How can they be so delicious? The voice was filled with undisguised admiration, which gave a hard kick to Xiang Tiantian's already shaky willpower. In an instant, she felt as if the taut string in her mind snapped with a snap. The word, want, that was already on the tip of his tongue suddenly took a different turn. Maybe we should just forget about it. Xiang Tiantian put down the clip, apologized, and then walked straight towards Su Chen. At that moment, she had only one thought in her mind. Even if I get fat and die today, I'm going to eat a steamed bun. In the dormitory, Lin Yin and the others lay sprawled on the bed, each of them rubbing their legs, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Today's dance class was extremely intense. It lasted for the entire period. After class, Abbess Miju tormented them even more. First, they did round after round of high knees, then a series of burpees. By the end, everyone's legs were shaking like leaves as they walked, swaying back and forth. The chubby-cheeked girl glanced at her roommate with a look full of sympathy. Ugh, your dance major is really terrifying. Luckily, I studied vocal music. By the way, you've all been lying around all afternoon. Aren't you going to have dinner? You probably won't be getting your weight checked tomorrow, right? A girl whimpered weakly. What's there to eat? I can barely even go downstairs now. Another girl chimed in. Yeah, let's not eat anymore. Consider it paying back yesterday's debt. The chubby-faced girl shrugged. If you guys aren't going to eat, I'll go get some steamed buns. Xiaoyin, that stall is in the snack street near the back gate, right? Yeah, don't eat it. Remember this, from now on, this is a taboo in our dorm. That's right, our lifelong enemy. Several girls lay on the bed making angry noises, like cats whose tails had been stepped on. The chubby-cheeked girl was both amused and exasperated. Then I'll eat out and come back later. Just then, Lin Yin's phone, which was placed to the side, suddenly rang. She glanced at the screen casually and saw that it was a call from her boyfriend, Fang Zhe. So I casually tapped the answer button and accidentally pressed the speakerphone button next to it. She was about to quickly turn off the speaker. But then they heard Fang Zhe shouting excitedly on the other end of the phone. Baby, come quick to the steamed bun stand. The owner just got some new pork buns. They're so due. Chapter 270. The best way to deal with fear is to confront it directly. The phone was playing so loudly that the entire dormitory could hear it clearly. Keep your voice down. Lin Yin blushed and hurriedly reached out to turn off the speaker. However, the sudden commotion still caught the attention of several roommates. Their eyes lit up instantly, and they all looked over. What? The steamed bun stall has new stuff. Fresh meat? What's going on? Seeing this, Lin Yin hesitated for a moment, then turned on the speakerphone. Fang Zhe was still typing on the phone. Let me tell you, these pork buns are absolutely delicious. It has a perfect balance of lean and fatty meat, a delicate and savory flavor, and an amazing texture. I've never had such delicious steamed buns in my life. Just one more sip of the meat juice, and let me tell you, it's absolutely divine. Fang Zhe kept talking. There was also a noisy holy crap from his companions in the background. In an instant, the image of waiting in front of the stall last night subconsciously surfaced in Lin Yin's mind. The aroma of steamed buns seems to have permeated my memory and entered my reality. She felt her appetite welling up from the bottom of her heart. Glug glug, glug glug. Lin Yin was taken aback. She initially thought it was her stomach growling, but then realized it wasn't. Looking up, I realized that several of my roommates had gotten up from their beds at some point. She quickly tied her hair up and found clothes to change into, her movements swift and efficient. Judging from their posture, they've clearly decided to go out for a meal. What happened to being lifelong rivals? They were just swearing they would boycott, but now they're all getting impatient. Seeing that Lin Yin was still in a daze, someone urged, Xiaoyin, hurry up. Aren't you hungry? Seeing this, Lin Yin simply gave up resisting. The best way to deal with fear is to confront it directly. I was initially worried that it might be inappropriate to eat alone. Now that everyone's going, it looks like we can eat to our heart's content. A moment later, the 6 girls headed straight for the snack street at the back gate. This way, Xiang Tiantian walked towards Su Chen's stall, and the aroma of the steamed buns became stronger with each step she took closer. A group of boys stood there, chewing heartily, their mouths never idle. This is so delicious. I wish our cafeteria could be this good someday. Are you dreaming? Boss, are you really not open for business in the morning? That's right, boss. Can you please be open all day, morning, noon, and night? I promise I'll come to eat here every day. Yeah, I still prefer how you guys were when you were so unruly. The boys who had just thought their classmates' behavior was exaggerated now firmly chose to stand on the side of urging the stall owner to do more business. Xiang Tiantian listened curiously for a few minutes, then looked towards the food cart. Just then, the steamed buns came out of the steamer. She glanced at the whiteboard and made her decision instantly. Boss, I'd like 1 cabbage bun and 1 tofu and vermicelli bun. Okay, Suchin responded and quickly grabbed a plastic bag to pack it. Xiang Tiantian took the bun and couldn't wait to take a bite. It's filled with cabbage, so fresh and tender. The filling is generous, with a rich, vibrant green color that looks fresh and juicy. It doesn't have much juice when you bite into it, but you can taste the moisture from the greens when you chew it. It's refreshing, simple, yet exquisitely delicious. Before you know it, the buns are gone in just a few bites. Xiang Tiantian completely forgot about her previous weight loss plan. They turned their attention to the remaining steamed bun. Tofu and vermicelli buns are easy to spot because the spicy aroma and bright red sauce have permeated the dough, giving the white dough a tie-dye-like red coat that makes them instantly noticeable. The first sensation upon tasting it is spiciness. The fragrant and spicy sauce spreads across the tongue, followed by chewing on the tofu and glass noodles. The tofu is smooth and absorbs the broth perfectly, and when combined with the soft and chewy glass noodles, it's both appetizing and delicious. Every bite is a great pleasure for the taste buds. Before she had finished the bun in her hand, Xiang Tiantian immediately looked up and asked for another large meat bun. After finishing the 3 large steamed buns, she savored the taste for a moment. Immediately, a sense of regret welled up in my heart. I feel that my willpower is somewhat too weak. To my dismay, I failed on the very first day of the weight loss camp. Just then, the phone rang, breaking Xiang Tiantian's reverie. It turned out to be a message from a coach at the weight loss camp. Sweetie, remember to take a photo of your dinner and send it to me. Xiang Tiantian's expression instantly became very subtle, and she felt conflicted. To be honest, I feel really embarrassed. Lying feels like deceiving yourself. After much hesitation, she decided to tell the truth. Xiang Tiantian's fingers flew across the screen, typing out a line of text. I stumbled upon some delicious food at the food street, but I couldn't beat it no matter how hard I tried. I'll try again tomorrow. The coach replied as soon as the message was sent. Coach. Seeing the question mark sent by the coach, Xiang Tiantian guiltily turned off her phone. I secretly resolved that I must eat according to the coach's requirements tomorrow. Regret value +1. Su Chun looked up at the notification that suddenly appeared in front of him. The group of diners in front of me, especially the male college students, were wolfing down their food, looking like they wanted to eat a bun in one bite. They didn't seem like they would regret it at all. Only the girl next to him looked conflicted. Xiang Tiantian put down her phone and inadvertently looked up, only to meet Su Chen's gaze. This awkward moment stemmed from my contact between strangers. The two looked at each other and smiled. Su Chen broke the ice by asking a casual question. How is it? Is it all right? It's delicious. Xiang Tiantian nodded vigorously. No matter how conflicted she was about dieting, the steamed buns were undeniably delicious, and she ate them with great satisfaction. As long as it's delicious, you're welcome to come again. It was just a polite phrase commonly used in business, and Su Chen didn't think much of it when he said it. I'll try. Xiang Tiantian's answer was vague. This polite remark struck a nerve, making her feel guilty again. Should we come again? I'm so conflicted. Xiang Tiantian lowered her head and hurriedly slipped away, afraid that if she stayed even a second longer, she would be unable to resist agreeing. Su Chun watched the girl leave with some odd feeling, sensing a strange undercurrent of illicit activity about her. Over here, Lin Yin and the others headed straight for the dining car with a clear objective. Just thinking about eating meat buns makes my legs and back stop hurting. It's amazing. Upon arriving at the stall, the enticing aroma made them even more eager to get there. "Boss, 2 pork buns, please." Linene didn't hesitate and placed the order directly. After all, her boyfriend had been praising the meat buns to the skies on the phone, so the choice was obvious. In that short time, Fangze was completely dumbfounded. He knew that his girlfriend and her roommates had been subjected to physical training by that extinction master at noon today because they were overweight. I was really excited when I made that phone call. I was so eager to share this with my girlfriend that I couldn't resist making the call. Unexpectedly, my girlfriend brought her entire dorm room. Chapter 271, I dare not open my eyes, hoping it's just my imagination. If you eat like this every day, what will you do for your next weight check? Fangze scratched his head. I want my girlfriend to enjoy the food, but I'm also worried that it might affect her weight management. Linene was equally conflicted upon hearing this. She knew very well that if she ate every night, she would inevitably lose control of her weight. The next time I face the Extinction Master's weight check, it will definitely be another nightmare. However, the aroma of these buns is just too tempting. After much deliberation, Linene decided to give up entirely. Oh well, never mind all that. Let's eat first. Soon, Linene and the others each received a steaming hot bun. I opened the plastic bag and bent down to take a bite of the hot bun. The dough is incredibly soft and fluffy, and the meat filling is delicious. Every bite is bursting with meat and juice. This meat has both lean and fatty parts, and the aroma of oil and fat fills your mouth. The texture is not dry like pure lean meat. On the contrary, it is very delicate and oily. In addition to the meat, there is also the aroma of scallions, which prevents the meat filling from being too greasy, leaving only a mellow and fragrant taste in your mouth. Linene took a bite and was utterly amazed. She looked down at the large meat bun in her hand. She took a small bite out of the round, plump meat bun, revealing the meat filling inside through the opening. If you squeezed it slightly, you could also see a layer of clear meat juice at the bottom of the bun. There were tiny specks of oil on the surface of the broth, but the broth was very clear and didn't feel oily at all. On the contrary, it only whetted people's appetites. Ugh, ugh. Linene couldn't help but let out a satisfied sigh. At this moment, all thoughts of weight management and the Extinction Master were thrown to the winds. Compared to delicious food, everything else seems so insignificant. It would be such a shame to miss it. The roommates also showed happy and content expressions. One of the girls ate heartily and spoke indistinctly. Honestly, if I could eat such delicious buns every day, I would be willing to be punished by Abyss Miju. That's what I mean. Abyss Miju doesn't weigh people every time. Anyway, she got away with it once, so consider it a bonus. Another girl chimed in, stuffing a steamed bun into her mouth as she finished speaking. Just then, a voice suddenly came from behind. Oh really? That sound. Linene and the others were extremely familiar with each other. So much so that the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end in an instant. No way. A sense of foreboding arose in the hearts of the group of people. Stiff as a puppet, he slowly turned his head. Holy crap, holy crap. I dared not open my eyes, hoping it was just my imagination. Sure enough, it was right behind them. Extinction Master, Shen Yulan stood there quietly, a half-smile on her face. Oh, so that's the nickname you guys gave me behind my back. Linene and the others panicked instantly. Everyone was in a flurry of activity, hurriedly greeting each other in unison. Teacher Shun. Hello, Teacher Shun. I was put through a round of physical training this morning because I was overweight. As a result, he was caught by Abyss Miju again that night and made to eat steamed buns as a midnight snack on the street. What kind of situation is this? Who can I complain to? The two girls who had just spoken were now standing there, stunned, their minds blank. What a coincidence. They were talking so enthusiastically when the person in question overheard everything right behind them. The thought of possibly being made difficult by the teacher in class from now on. The girls started to panic. Teacher Shin, please let us explain. Looking at the expressions on the girls' faces, Shin Yulan couldn't help but feel like laughing. As for giving herself a nickname, Shin Yulan didn't really care about it at all. Having taught for so many years, she knows that her teaching style may be too strict for some students, to the point that it sometimes seems unreasonable. So much so that she gets a similar nickname every year, and she's long been used to it. All right, this isn't class time, so I can't control you guys. Shin Yulan waved her hand and said in a calm tone. After saying that, she walked straight to the food cart, and her eyes fell on the menu on the whiteboard. Boss, 1 meat bun and 1 tofu and vermicelli bun. Su Chun had a deep impression of this customer. Yesterday, he had secretly guessed whether the customer was a teacher at an art academy. Judging from how the girls addressed her, I was right after all. That's so true to me, so clever. Su Chun felt a surge of joy. He remained expressionless, grabbed a plastic bag, and started packing the buns. Lin Yin and the others stood there, unsure whether to leave or not. Keep eating, but something doesn't seem quite right. For a moment, he was so embarrassed that he didn't know what to do and could only stand there blankly. Shin Yulan sensed something and turned to look at her students. He frowned slightly, softening his usual serious tone. Don't waste food. You all eat yours. These steamed buns are really good. Ah. Upon hearing this, the girls looked at each other. Suddenly, I feel that Abbess Miju isn't as cold and heartless as they imagined. Lin Yin even dared to point to Su Chen's stall. Teacher Shin, do you also like this steamed bun shop? To be honest, Lin Yin really couldn't believe that Shin Yulan would come to a roadside stall to eat steamed buns so late at night, mainly because their temperaments were completely incompatible. Yes, I saw that this steamed bun stall was clean and tidy yesterday, so I thought I'd get one for my daughter. After trying it, I found that it really tastes good. Shin Yulan had a faint smile on her face. They even went so far as to ask, how did you feel after eating these buns? Delicious. Really delicious. This is the best steamed bun I've ever eaten in my life. I never expected that there would be such delicious steamed buns at our school's food street. Lin Yin praised him generously. Then eat quickly, and hurry back to school after you finish eating. Lin Yin and the others saw that Shin Yulan really didn't intend to pursue or blame them. My heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down, and I could focus on eating the steamed buns in my hand. After finishing their meal, the group faced another dilemma. They couldn't just leave like that. Although Shin Yulan seems amiable now, if she were to settle scores later and use them as examples in the next class, we'd be doomed. After exchanging glances, the group decided to take the initiative to admit their mistake, hoping to salvage some of their image. Teacher Shun, we shouldn't have eaten late-night snacks. We will definitely control our diet more strictly from now on. The girls were filled with regret. If they had known that Teacher Shun would also come to buy steamed buns, they definitely wouldn't have come. Su Chun, who was making steamed buns, suddenly saw words constantly appearing in front of him. Regret value +1. Regret value +1. Regret value +1. Chapter 272, You Little Rascal. You've even learned to answer first. A series of regret points were credited to Su Chen's account, and he almost burst out laughing. Just how strict is this teacher, Mr. Shun, that he terrifies these students? I thought that since these girls came again today, I wouldn't regret it, but things took an unexpected turn. It just goes to show that human joys and sorrows are not shared. I'm reaping a lot here, while the girls on the other side are suffering. Shin Yulan remained calm, only offering a faint smile. I am strict with you only because I hope you can maintain good physical condition and professional competence. It doesn't mean that I want you to diet or refuse to enjoy delicious food. Look, even I can't resist having an extra meal tonight when I come across such delicious steamed buns. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin couldn't hold back any longer. You mean we can still come and eat steamed buns? Then how do we control our weight? Of course, it's about increasing your exercise. Shin Yulan thought for a moment. All right then, as your teacher, I should set an example. Starting tomorrow, let's go for a morning run together. Shin Yulan took the steamed bun from Su Chun and added a sentence. See you at the playground at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, don't be late. She paused deliberately, emphasizing her words. I imagine you wouldn't want to be dragged out for special training again for your next weight check, would you? All right, let's go back to school. After saying that, Shin Yulan shook the steamed bun in her hand and turned to leave. Lin Yin and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. Are we really going for a morning run with Teacher Shin tomorrow? Do you dare not go? Wah, I can't sleep in anymore. Be content. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Although I was forced to add a morning run. But thinking about it carefully, it seems like I can feel more at ease eating steamed buns in the future. Only the chubby-cheeked girl looked slightly smug at this moment. Hee hee, it's a good thing I'm not in your dance department. Upon hearing this, Lin Ying and the others immediately surrounded them, their faces bearing a certain evil expression. You're dreaming. As a good roommate. Of course we should all be together. That's right. Vocal music majors also have to perform on stage, so how can they not pay attention to their image? Don't worry, we'll wake you up when we get up. The chubby-cheeked girl, seeing her roommates eyeing her menacingly, immediately sensed something was terribly wrong. The smile vanished instantly, replaced by a look of terror. With regret points continuously being added to his account, Su Chen checked and found that he currently had a total of 6 regret points. The source of this regret is the diner with a strong sense of cheating and the girls who were just caught by the teacher. System, how many regret points are needed to unlock the next recipe? 3 delicacies bun, 0/5. Rose red bean bun, 0/5. Char siu bun, 0/5. The host can freely allocate regret points to unlock recipes. Which type of steamed bun should I unlock first? Considering the diversity of flavors, Su Chen finally decided that he should unlock the char siu bao first. In an instant, all sorts of details about making char siu bao flooded into Su Chen's mind. With business hours about to end, there were no customers left at the steamed bun stall. Su Chen didn't waste a second and quickly began packing up the stall. In the darkness, the security guard stood at the gate, his gaze fixed on the end of the road. It was almost 10 o'clock. The security guard couldn't help but think of the steamed buns from last night. I wonder if Mr. Su will still be so kind as to treat them to a meal today. Actually, when I think about it carefully, I don't really care whether or not I hire a security guard. The main reason is that the steamed buns taste so good. Even if I have to pay for them myself, even if they are a bit expensive, it's still great to be able to eat them. Glug glug. The security guard's stomach rumbled. He had already eaten dinner, but the thought of Mr. Su's steamed buns made him realize. Just then, a car headlight appeared at the end of the road. The security guard immediately perked up. It must be Mr. Su returning. Sure enough, the familiar food cart came into view, and he couldn't help but swallow. Just like last night, Su Chen drove the food truck slowly to the gate. Under the expectant gaze of the security guard, Su Chen opened his mouth to speak. I want to eat. Eat. Before Su Chen could finish speaking, he heard the security guard answer him with great enthusiasm. Su Chen glanced at him with amusement. You little rascal, you've even learned to answer first. There are still some steamed buns left over from today. After all, there was no frenzy of buying from regular customers, and the location of the stall was also quite unreasonable. It's inevitable that some products won't sell out. Brother, cover for me after get off work. I'll go get you guys some steamed buns. After saying a few words, the security guard immediately slipped out of his post, a happy smile on his face, and strode towards the food truck. That brat. The older security guard muttered to himself, his heart instantly filled with anticipation. The security guard in front of the food cart had a satisfied smile on his face. It's amazing how I felt while working the night shift as a security guard. Mr. Su, I'll pay you how much it costs. I feel bad for always taking advantage of you. The security guard snapped out of his daze, glanced at the small whiteboard on the food cart where prices were displayed, and immediately spoke up. No need. It was left over anyway. It would be a waste if we couldn't finish it. Su Chen waved his hand and replied casually. The security guard had some doubts. With Mr. Su's cooking skills, how could there still be leftover ingredients? That's so unscientific. At this moment, in a villa in Yuhu Jinyuan, an old man with an impatient look on his face pushed open the door and walked out. It's so annoying. They control everything. They won't let me eat this or drink that. I have absolutely no freedom. The old man's name was Xia Tongliang. I've been having a really unpleasant time lately. A while ago, I had a minor health problem and stayed in the hospital for a few days. I thought it would all be over after I was discharged from the hospital. But who would have thought that his children were worried about his health and paid special attention to his daily life, even hiring professional therapists and nutritionists to live at home and take charge of arranging his 3 meals a day. Xia Tongliang understood that his children were doing it for his own good. However, dietary habits formed over many years are not so easy to change. I used to be able to eat whatever I wanted, without any restrictions. But now, the food on our tables every day is supposedly nutritionally balanced and healthy, but it tastes bland and tasteless. Xia Tongliang found every bite tasteless, saying, "Eating the same thing every day is so bland it's like my mouth is going to burst." I was planning to have a couple of drinks today, but I kept getting nagged about it. From the dangers of drinking alcohol to various precautions for the elderly, a whole host of reasons were explained. Xia Tongliang was so tired of hearing it that his ears were practically calloused. In the end, he had no choice but to give up, not only failing to get to drink, but also feeling very angry. At this moment, all he wanted was to go out for a walk and get some fresh air. Chapter 273. I've swallowed my pride and successfully freeloaded. In a villa, Xia Xiu went to the balcony to answer a phone call, and when she returned to the living room, she couldn't find her father. "Where's my dad?" She frowned slightly and asked the nanny beside her. "Well, the old man said he's going out for a walk." The nanny pointed outside. "What? It's already 10:30. What kind of walk is this?" Xia Xiu sighed and shook her head helplessly. "Although I was a little worried, I didn't say I wanted to bring the old man back immediately. Let him relax. It's better than him constantly nagging about drinking at home." The doctor repeatedly emphasized and stressed that the old man must quit drinking. Because of this, the conversation between the father and daughter just now had a bit of an unpleasantness. Thinking about how the old man hadn't eaten much at dinner the previous night, Xia Xiu felt a bit of a headache. Actually, judging from the medical examination report, the old man's health is relatively good for his age. But as children, we can't help but worry more. The old man is getting on in years, and his bodily functions are gradually declining. His digestive ability and metabolism are also getting worse year by year. It's always good to take preventative measures and maintain good health in advance. Thinking this, Xia Xiu suddenly felt a chill. Could it be that the old man had secretly slipped out to eat? But she quickly dismissed the idea. There were no restaurants in Yuhu Jinyuan, so where would she find an opportunity to sneak a bite? The old man probably just went for a walk. Thinking about it this way, she felt a little soft-hearted. She thought she might as well ask the chef to make some of the old man's favorite dishes tomorrow, and let him indulge himself once in a while. On the other side, after storming out of his house, Xia Tongliang walked silently along the tree-lined path in the neighborhood for a while. The pent-up frustration in my heart gradually dissipated, and my emotions slowly calmed down. But since we've already agreed to go for a walk, it's not appropriate to go back right away. Xia Tongliang thought for a moment, then simply walked to a bench by the roadside, plopped down, and took out his phone to watch some short dramas. As soon as I took out my phone, I was suddenly greeted by a strong fragrance wafting from somewhere. I didn't eat much tonight, and then I walked a few more steps. It smells so good. Isn't this just tempting people to commit a crime? Xia Tongliang hesitated for 2 seconds, but ultimately could not resist the temptation and subconsciously began to search for the source of the fragrance. There are only so many residents in Yuhu Jinyuan, and they're all neighbors. If you go over and take a look, the owner might even invite you in for a meal. Anyway, he doesn't want to go back to eating those health-conscious dishes. Xia Tongliang followed the scent and found its source from afar. Good heavens, there's a steamed bun stall in this villa area? He almost thought he was hallucinating from hunger. I've been a long-time resident of Yuhu Jinyuan for a while now, and I've never seen a stall like this in a villa area before. Everyone here is rich and powerful, and every family has a nanny and a cook. Who would eat at a roadside stall? Moreover, the community's property management has always been strict. How could they possibly allow a steamed bun stall to operate here? Although somewhat puzzled, Xia Tongliang found it amusing. Why worry so much? Isn't this perfect? I can eat steamed buns without even leaving the neighborhood. Since the daughter didn't know she had secretly eaten something, she naturally stopped nagging. Moreover, you don't have to be shameless and actually go to other people's houses to freeload meals, which is a wonderful thing no matter how you look at it. Xia Tongliang walked quickly to the food cart. I glanced at the freshly heated buns in the steamer and felt even hungrier. So he asked impatiently, "Boss, how much is one of these buns?" "Give me 3. Su Chun, who was packing the food, was taken aback. He hadn't expected to run into a customer asking about the price here. The problem is, he had already promised to give the remaining buns to the security guard, So this is a bit of a dilemma. I'm sorry, sir, I'm not open for business right now. I've already given out all the buns. Why don't you ask the security guard? Suchin said. What do you mean by not open for business? You're clearly setting up a stall here to sell steamed buns. Xia Tongliang looked completely bewildered. The security guard had just noticed that the old man was walking from inside the residential area and guessed that he must be a resident. Seeing this, he hurriedly stepped forward to help Suchin explain. Hello, sir. Mr. Su is actually a resident of our community. These steamed buns were leftovers from his street stall, so he thought he'd bring them back for us to eat. Oh. Xia Tongliang was stunned, wondering if he was getting old and experiencing auditory hallucinations. Are street vendors now able to afford apartments in Yuhu Jinyuan? You too, are you kidding me? Xia Tongliang paused for 2 seconds, looking at the two of them suspiciously. I'm not kidding you, sir. When have you ever seen a steamed bun vendor in our neighborhood? If you weren't a resident, our security department wouldn't let you in. The security guard offered an explanation that left him both amused and exasperated. That makes some sense, but Xia Tongliang still didn't quite understand. But that doesn't matter. All he wants to do right now is eat a few steamed buns. Whether Su Chun is a homeowner or not is none of his business. Can't I even pay for it? Look at me. I'm so old. I didn't eat much tonight, and I'm starving right now. Xia Tongliang touched his stomach, looking miserable. This wasn't something I was faking. Just thinking about all the bland, watery food I've been eating these past few days. He felt that he was really pitiful. If I can't satisfy my cravings tonight, then I'll be even more miserable. Mr. Su, please give the old man 3 buns. We can't have all the benefits. The security guard was easy to talk to. Security guards always have to maintain good relationships with the residents. Suchin nodded and handed 3 of the freshly packed buns to Xia Tongliang. He then handed the rest to the security guard. Now all the ingredients are used up and nothing is wasted. Oh, thank you. You're such kind young people. Xia Tongliang thanked him repeatedly, eagerly took the steamed buns, and his happiness was visibly evident. Upon opening the plastic bag, a wave of heat carrying a rich aroma wafted out. He took a deep breath, his face full of ecstasy, and hurriedly put the steamed bun into his mouth. One bite, and Xia Tongliang felt a sharp pain on his tongue, almost biting it off. He closed his eyes slightly, chewed slowly, and then spoke indistinctly. This meat bun, it's delicious. It's just the way I like it. The security guard smiled and nodded in agreement. Yes, Mr. Su's steamed buns are truly exceptional. After a brief exchange, he picked up the packed buns and returned to the security room. Suchin tidied up the food cart, said goodbye to the old man, and left. Xia Tongliang continued to eat the steamed buns heartily, and in a few bites, he finished off all 3 large buns. He wiped his mouth with his hand, satisfied, and slowly walked home. Chapter 274, Did We Stir Up Trouble? As he neared home, Xia Tongliang suddenly felt a little guilty. So he quietly opened the door, intending to sneak back into his room. However, Xia Xiu was sitting in the living room waiting for her father to come home. Seeing the old man enter, she got up to greet him with a concerned expression. Dad, I've been thinking about it. Tomorrow I'll ask the chef to make some of your favorite dishes. It's okay to indulge yourself once in a while. Xia Tongliang. Normally, he would be happy, but right now he just wanted to get away as quickly as possible. Oh, I know you mean well. Let's talk about this tomorrow. I'm sleepy. Xia Xiu frowned as she noticed the old man's somewhat unusual behavior. He immediately sensed something was wrong. His eyes widened, and he demanded, Dad, what were you doing? Xia Tongliang's heart skipped a beat, but he forced himself to remain calm and said, Just taking a walk. What else could we be doing? Xia Xiu wasn't buying it. She stepped forward and sniffed the air. Dad, you must have gone out to eat behind my back. And you didn't drink, did you? Although she couldn't smell any alcohol, Xia Xiu felt that since they had eaten, they probably had some alcohol too. Seeing that he couldn't hide it any longer, Xia Tongliang could only sigh. I just came across a steamed bun stall in my neighborhood and couldn't resist eating 3. A steamed bun stall. Xia Xiu. I don't believe you for a second. Dad, stop talking nonsense. How could there be a steamed bun stall in Yuhu Jinyuan? Listen to it for yourself. Do you believe it or not? I'm not kidding you. It's right at the entrance of the community. A resident from our community hadn't sold all his buns at his stall, so he kindly gave me a portion. Those buns smelled so good, I couldn't resist. Uffed. This is getting more and more outrageous. Xiaxi's tone was sarcastic, as she tried hard to suppress the anger in her heart. Dad, I'm 43 this year. Even if you're making up a lie, you should at least consider my age. Xia Tongliang stamped his feet anxiously. Why won't you believe me, kid? Call the security office now. They can testify for me. Xiaxiyu hesitated for a moment. To be honest, the old man's expression was so real that it made her uncertain. Let them fight. Maybe we can even expose this old child's true colors. She took out her phone and dialed the security office. After the call was connected, she first introduced herself as a homeowner. Only then did they ask the old man if it was true that he had just eaten steamed buns at the entrance of the community, and most importantly, whether he had been drinking alcohol. The person who answered the phone happened to be the security guard. Hearing someone confirm it, Xiaxiyu was stunned, not expecting that what her father said was actually true. After hanging up the phone, Xiaxiyu still felt that the matter was extremely absurd. In Yuhu Jinyuan, there are actually homeowners selling steamed buns at a stall, and my father even happened to run into one and ate some. Who would believe that? But the facts were right in front of her, leaving her no choice but to believe them. However, since the old man didn't drink alcohol, eating something else wasn't a big deal. The father and daughter chatted for a while. Xiaxiyu glanced at her watch. It was already 11 o'clock. Dad, it's getting late. I need to go to sleep. There's an early meeting at school tomorrow. You should get some rest too. The next day, 7 o'clock in the morning, Lin Yin and her roommates arrived at the school playground on time, just as they had agreed with Shun Yulan the night before. The chubby-cheeked girl looked sleepy and clearly hadn't woken up yet. Seriously, running so early in the morning just for a few steamed buns. I'm so sleepy. Even so, her roommates dragged her to the playground. There are quite a few people who go for a morning run. Shin Yulan had been waiting for a long time. When she saw them arrive, she waved and ran off. On the playground, two of Lin Yin's classmates were also doing their daily morning run. As they ran, they looked up and realized that the group running ahead of them was a rather strange one, consisting of Professor Shin Yulan, Lin Yin, and others. The two exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with doubt, and then jogged closer to Lin Yin and her group. What's going on with you guys? Why are you all going for a morning run with, cough cough, Teacher Shin? Is it still because of yesterday's weight gain? Lin Yin sighed, and briefly explained the cause and effect. Upon hearing this, the two female students immediately showed expressions of great surprise. Huh? Just for a few steamed buns. Just how delicious are these steamed buns that they're worth all this effort? As time went by, the news quickly spread throughout the class. At noon, in the school cafeteria, many students gathered around Lin Yin, asking her about the steamed bun stall. Where is that steamed bun stall? Is it really that delicious? What time do you set up your stall? We'd like to join in the fun tonight. At a table not far away, Xiaxiyu had her meal, which she had just gotten from the window, laid out in front of her. As the vice president of the art college, Xiaxiyu has always maintained the habit of eating in the cafeteria when she doesn't have social engagements. To some extent, this was not only her oversight of the quality of the food in the school cafeteria, but also a silent warning. Xiaxiyu was about to pick up her chopsticks when she heard the sound of a group of students discussing something not far away. She frowned slightly. Steamed stuffed bun? Why are there steamed buns again? Just then, she saw Shun Yulan walk this way after getting her food, so she raised her hand to greet her. Professor Shun, over here. Shin Yulan turned her head upon hearing the voice and saw that it was Vice Principal Xiaxiyu. She quickened her pace and walked towards them. Xiaxiyu thought this was a good opportunity to ask about the situation. Since the students were so enthusiastic about the steamed buns outside the school, she was worried that the students might be dissatisfied with the school cafeteria. As a professor who teaches classes on the front line, Shin Yulan spends a lot of time with students on weekdays and is quite familiar with their preferences and activities. Asking her would be a good idea. Shin Yulan walked over, pulled out a chair, sat down, and greeted her with a smile. Principal Xia. Xiaxiyu nodded. His gaze fell upon the group of students still enthusiastically discussing steamed buns, and he frowned slightly. Professor Shun, listen to these students talking about the steamed buns outside the school. I was wondering if there's something wrong with the food in our school cafeteria that's making the students unhappy? You have a lot of contact with the students, so I wanted to ask you about it. Shin Yulan followed Xia Siyu's gaze and saw the girls chatting about steamed buns. She immediately understood. She chuckled softly and explained. Principal Xia, it's like this. A new steamed bun stall has opened in the food street behind the school, and the buns are indeed very delicious. Even I went there for 2 days in a row. Xia Siyu. No way. She knew that Professor Shin Yulan was always particular about her diet and had high requirements for the quality and health of food. Unexpectedly, even she was a loyal customer of that steamed bun stall. To be honest, Xia Siyu was starting to have an existential crisis. My father-in-law sneaked out in the middle of the night to steal some steamed buns. Students at the school cafeteria are chatting about steamed buns. Even Professor Shun has eaten it twice now. These successive events related to steamed buns completely baffled her. Chapter 275. Vanished into thin air again? Are steamed buns really that delicious? Xia Siyu couldn't help but raise her hand and rub her temples. It's not that the steamed buns are delicious. It's that the steamed bun stall makes them delicious. Shin Yulan corrected her. No matter how delicious it is, it's still just a steamed bun, Xia Siyu said. How about this, Principal Xia? Since you're so eager to know the answer, why don't you come with me tonight to try it? The simpler the task, the more it reveals the skill level. I believe you will change your mind then. Seeing this, Shin Yulan made a suggestion. Okay, that's fine. Xia Siyu nodded, and even had some ideas. If this steamed bun stall is really that popular and loved by students. Instead, we might try inviting this restaurant owner to set up a separate stall in the school cafeteria. After all, compared to setting up a stall in the wind and sun, having a stable business location in the school cafeteria definitely provides a more secure income. I believe that the boss had no reason to refuse. Furthermore, the situation at food stalls outside the school is complicated, with inconsistent quality of ingredients and questionable hygiene. If a student gets a stomachache from eating food from an off-campus food stall, it will be very difficult to trace the person responsible. Thinking about this, Xia Siyu felt that going to that steamed bun stall was imperative. The ingredients Su Chun ordered arrived, and he began preparing the steamed buns he would sell at his stall that evening. There are pork buns, vegetable buns, and barbecued pork buns. It's still about kneading the dough and preparing the filling. Cut the pork into pieces, crack a few eggs into the filling, pour in scallion and ginger water, and mix well. Then add a large spoonful of lard, salt, light soy sauce, oyster sauce, and finally add a little sesame oil for flavor. After the seasoning was finished, it was time for Butler Ding to take charge. Hold the bowl with one hand and use chopsticks in the other to stir in the same direction until the meat filling becomes sticky. Cabbage filling is much easier. Unlike meat filling, it doesn't require a lot of effort to mix and develop its elasticity. Just chop it up and mix it evenly with the seasonings. Su Chin focused his efforts on preparing the char siu bao, barbecued pork buns, for today's food preparation. Good char siu bao must be made with sourdough starter, and the dough should be soft, fine-textured, white, and have a faint alkaline aroma. The sauce is also crucial to success. It needs to be very salty and sweet, with a wide range of flavors. It's made by mixing oyster sauce, flour, water, cooking oil, and light soy sauce, resulting in a shiny, glossy sauce that's aptly named glassy sauce. In addition, the char siu cubes should be made with half pork belly char siu and half pork shoulder char siu, a method known in the industry as 50-50 balance, which will result in a richer texture and a more intense aroma. Once all the fillings were prepared, the long process of wrapping the buns began. First, knead the dough repeatedly to release the air. Then, cut the dough into small pieces and roll them out into dumpling wrappers that are thicker in the middle and thinner at the edges. All that's left is to wrap them. Under Su Chin's top-notch skills, each char siu bao was shaped like a big-bellied birdcage, plump and eye-catching. I can't even imagine how delicious it will be once the top cracks slightly after steaming, revealing the char siu filling inside. Needless to say, once the char siu bao had fermented, Su Chun was the first to steam a batch. The villa next door. An inflatable swimming pool was filled with water and placed in the gazebo in the front yard, filled with red and white striped koi. Nuo and the little boy were sitting nearby, fishing. It's true that the old man next door spoils the kid. I only heard Nuonuo mention that she hadn't gone fishing in a long time, so I had someone arrange it for her. Meanwhile, Butler Ding was delivering char siu buns to the neighbor's house as instructed by Su Chun. Seeing those koi fish carelessly placed in the inflatable pool, I felt so heartbroken. This is ridiculous. Such a delicate fish is actually used for kids to hang up and play with. This isn't fish, this is money. Wow, Grandpa Butler, you've brought some delicious food. Smelling the aroma of char siu bao, Nuonuo stared wide-eyed at Caxelin, put down her fishing rod, and pounced over. At the same time, they didn't forget to promote a sense of ownership and invited the little boy to eat with them. Slow down. Be careful not to burn yourself. Butler Ding made sure to let the food cool down before handing it over to the children. Hiss. The two children held open char siu buns, their mouths agape like ducks, eating with tears welling up in their eyes, wishing they could swallow them whole. They ate until their bellies were completely full before letting go. Burp ha, let's continue fishing to digest before we eat again. 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The regular customers, who had been searching all day, couldn't find any trace of the owner, who seemed to have vanished into thin air, and they all shed pitiful tears. In the group of diners. What's going on? We have so many people now, we've practically searched the entire southern part of the city, but we haven't heard a single word. Could it be that the boss went to Hengdian to set up a stall again this week? They probably haven't found him yet. Judging from the way those attention-seeking live streamers in Hengdian behave, if they find the boss, they'll definitely make a big fuss about it. Yes, my friend in Hengdian said that diners there are also organizing to look for the owner, but there is still no news. There's been no word online so far. I guess no one has been able to find the boss. Okay, let's search again tonight. If we still can't find them in the south of the city, we'll focus on the provinces outside the city. Based on the regular diner's understanding of Su Chun, the locations where he sets up his stall are usually not very normal. Whenever there are a lot of people, they will choose a place where no one can find them the following week. Or close-up shop early. If there are too many customers in one city, they will move to another city to set up their stall. Although regular customers were reluctant to admit it, based on the location and time of the stall, they concluded that this was indeed the case. The thought that no one might be able to find the place where the boss set up his stall this week made everyone very sad. How am I supposed to live without the delicious food my boss makes? After dinner, Su Chun tidied up and drove his food truck to the snack street. As he was walking at his leisurely pace, a group of boys had already gathered at the same spot where he had set up his stall yesterday. Fong Zhe's steamed bun army received another round of reinforcements. Not far away, shared bicycles were parked together in a dense crowd. A rough count revealed as many as 20 of them. Yesterday, a group of people ate steamed buns. Needless to say, those in 308 and 307 were amazing. A few who originally came just to join the fun were blown away. I went back to school and bragged to everyone I met that I found a super delicious steamed bun stall, which attracted several more people to come and join the fun today. At this moment, the group of boys gathered together to wait for Su Chun, and the topic naturally turned to the game. You didn't see that game this afternoon. I used a smooth little combo, and the other team just went to their knees. If it weren't for my good control and coordination, you would have been completely dominated by the other side. That damn jungler ganked me 3 times in 5 minutes. If I run into him again, I'll smash his head in. An elderly man was taking a leisurely stroll along the roadside. When he suddenly saw this large group of noisy young people on the street, he immediately felt that something was wrong. Things like kill, rubbed into the ground, smashed to pieces. What's with all this talk of fighting and killing? Chapter 276 Salad vs. Steamed Buns. The old man used to be a local police officer, but he has long since retired. At that moment, the 4 words, gang fight, instinctively flashed through my mind. This is outrageous. The old man was startled and stopped in his tracks. She strode up to the boys and sternly reprimanded them. What kind of behavior is this? Young people making such a racket. You're so young, and you're already thinking about fighting all the time. Fighting is a very bad thing. It not only hurts others, but it also ruins your own future. As he spoke, the old man took out his basic mobile phone and pretended to call the police. Boys. They were stunned. looked at each other, and then didn't know whether to laugh or cry. A boy wearing glasses reacted quickly and stepped forward to explain. Hey sir, we were talking about games, the kind of mobile multiplayer games. We were just talking about the in-game controls. Now it was the old man's turn to feel awkward. He scratched his head. His expression softened a bit, and then, somewhat puzzled, he found a way to save face. Then, what are you doing standing here? Another boy pointed to the empty space next to them. Grandpa, we're waiting for a steamed bun stall to open. Just as the old man was about to ask a few more questions, Su Chun drove up in his food truck. Fong Zhe and a few other sharp-eyed boys immediately started shouting excitedly. The steamed buns are here. Queue up quickly. I feel like I'm about to faint from hunger. Will there be any new flavors of steamed buns today? A group of people shouted excitedly and rushed towards the food truck. Everyone, be careful. Be careful. Wait until I've brought the food cart to a complete stop. Seeing this, Su Chun hurriedly called out a couple of times, fearing that someone might accidentally get scratched or bumped by the food cart. Good heavens, judging from the situation today, he almost thought he had been found by his regular customers again. But upon closer inspection, they were all young men, and there were no familiar faces among the regular diners. This group is a bit unhelpful. They haven't even noticed them yet. So you're really waiting to eat steamed buns? The old man muttered something under his breath, then looked the steamed bun stall up and down with great interest. He lives nearby and often takes walks in the surrounding areas. I honestly don't recall having such a popular steamed bun stall around here. The old man couldn't help but think of his mischievous son back home. For the past month, he's been constantly talking about the stall owner, running around looking for him all the time, like he's possessed. He hasn't been able to sit down and have a proper meal in days. If these buns are really as delicious as they say, it would be good to take some back for that kid to try. The old man pondered to himself. With that thought in mind, she joined the boys in queuing up. Su Chun parked the food cart. Once everything was ready, I picked up the small whiteboard from the side and quickly wrote something on it. Char siu bao, barbecued pork bun, 10 yuan each. After finishing writing, he hung the whiteboard in a prominent position in front of the food cart, glanced at the time, and it was exactly 7 o'clock. All right, we can start ordering now, Su Chun said. Wow, a new flavor today? Great, I want the char siu bao. Fong Zhe stared intently at the whiteboard, his eyes shining, and immediately chose the new product without hesitation. Others also started ordering food, and a variety of voices rose and fell. Jim. Xiang Tiantian stepped off the treadmill, panting, ending her aerobic exercise for the day. Her legs felt a little weak, but she still forced herself to start doing stretching exercises. The female coach walked over with a smile on her face. Sweetie, you did well in training today. Don't forget to take a picture of your dinner tonight and send it to me. Remember to pay attention to a balanced diet. Xiang Tiantian was a little embarrassed, but nodded repeatedly in agreement. Okay, coach, I got it. After leaving the gym, she headed towards the food street. I planned to head straight to that familiar vegetable salad stand and buy a low-calorie salad for dinner, strictly adhering to my weight loss plan. However, the moment she stepped into the food street, the taste of the steamed buns she had eaten before kept replaying in her mind, every detail crystal clear. Thinking about these things, her throat moved involuntarily, and saliva began to flow continuously. Or perhaps we should take a look. The thought popped into Xiang Tiantian's mind, and her feet gradually became uncontrollable, involuntarily moving towards Su Chun's food cart. Just take a look, just one look. Absolutely do not eat it. You must resist the urge. Xiang Tiantian kept repeating it to herself. She soon arrived near the food truck. From a distance, one could see a long line of people in front of the stall. Business is booming. Xiang Tiantian sighed silently, preparing to rely on her great willpower to guide her legs to the vegetable salad stall. Just then, the aroma of steamed buns wafted out with the steam. The aroma was different from yesterday's. It seemed even more alluring, like a sharp sword that instantly shattered the psychological defenses she had painstakingly built up along the way. It smells so good. I really want to eat it. The fresh and fragrant aroma was like an invisible hand pulling Xiang Tiantian along. When she came to her senses, she found herself standing in front of the steamed bun stall. Su Chun had just finished processing the orders from the boys when he looked up at Xiang Tiantian and immediately remembered this customer who seemed to have a strong stealing instinct. "Hello, what would you like to eat?" Su Chun asked politely. Xiang Tiantian stood in front of the steamed bun stall, feeling incredibly conflicted. She felt a tug-of-war between reason and appetite in her mind. On one hand, there's the weight loss plan that I've already promised my coach to strictly adhere to. On the other side was the steamed bun stall in front of her, exuding a deadly allure, like the whisper of a devil, constantly tempting her appetite. My feet felt like they were nailed to the ground. No matter how much I screamed in my mind, "Get out of here!" my legs wouldn't obey me, and I couldn't take a single step. Fine beads of sweat even appeared on his forehead due to tension and anxiety. Just then, several boys nearby exclaimed in admiration, "Holy crap, this is delicious. How can you sell such a top-quality open-faced char siu bao at a roadside stall? This should be exhibited in a museum." That's right, it would be best to display it inside my stomach, or you can put it in a temple to worship it. My stomach is a very good place. No wonder everyone was surprised. These char siu bao were meticulously crafted by Su Chun, from the flavor of the filling and the softness of the dough to the length of steaming time. The burst opening reveals a glossy, dark red filling, emitting a fragrant aroma. With each bite, the fluffy, soft, and perfectly smooth texture leaves a lingering fragrance on the lips and teeth. The distinct pieces of char siu, each about the size of a fingernail, carry the smoky aroma of grilling and are like a gift, constantly bringing surprises to the tip of the tongue. The dough for the steamed buns was really well risen. It didn't stick to my teeth at all and melted in my mouth. It's so delicious it makes me want to cry. Chapter 277 Coach, this steamed bun is cursed. Just then, someone came by to buy steamed buns. The moment the steamer was lifted, white mist rushed out like a ferocious beast unleashed from its cage. The plump char siu buns inside opened naturally at the top, like a lotus flower just beginning to bloom, which is very tempting. The aroma of meat, a blend of sweet and savory, mingles with the wheat fragrance of the dough, intertwined with the fresh, woody scent emanating from the steamer, bursting forth in an instant. This completely shattered Xiang Tiantian's last line of psychological defense. She felt as if a mouth had suddenly grown out of her stomach and made a sound. "Boss, I'd like a char siu bao." Are you all right?" Seeing that Xiang Tiantian's complexion was not good and her brows were furrowed, Su Chun couldn't help but ask her a question. "It's not good at all." Xiang Tiantian roared angrily in her heart, then pointed to the steamer. With a defiant, "I'm fine, one more piece of fresh meat and one more piece of green vegetables." After saying those words, Xiang Tiantian felt a strange sense of relief. Su Chun nodded. "Okay, that'll be 25 yuan in total." Xiang Tiantian took out her phone to pay, and then glanced at her chat with the coach, wondering how she should face him later. But as soon as I smelled the increasingly strong aroma of steamed buns in the air, I thought, why bother with all that? Screw body fat percentage, she could eat a whole cow raw right now. Soon, 3 steaming hot buns were in Xiang Tiantian's hands. The char siu bao in his hand was the most eye-catching. He looks like a smiling comedian, always smiling, which is very endearing. Even before tasting it, you can see the glistening, translucent sauce inside through the gaps in the filling. The stimulation made her salivate constantly, and she just wanted to eat to her heart's content. "Take a bite." Xiang Tiantian's pupils dilated instantly, causing her to squint slightly in shock. The dough has fine, even pores inside, a soft and elastic texture, and a sweet and delicious flavor. It's truly wonderful. As for the filling, if it's too lean, it will be dry. If it's too fatty, it will be greasy and the flavor will overpower the aroma of the dough. This pasta is rich in fat and meat, with a great texture. The sauce seeps into the pasta and blends perfectly in your mouth, making it incredibly delicious, moist, and flavorful. All the previous worries and frustrations were temporarily forgotten, all thanks to the happiness brought by this char siu bao. Xiang Tiantian ate heartily, not wanting to stop at all. When I came to my senses, the empty plastic bag in my hand was tap dancing in the night wind. Oh no, I couldn't resist again. Xiang Tiantian was a little overwhelmed. Who signed up for a weight loss camp, and ended up eating steamed buns for 2 nights in a row. If the weight loss camp had a pillar of shame, she would definitely be nailed to the very top, becoming a negative example for everyone. But now that I've already eaten it, Xiang Tiantian sighed and opened her chat with the coach. Wah, I'm so sorry. Soon, the coach sent a message. What's wrong, sweetie? Is something the problem? Xiang Tiantian wiped her greasy mouth. He typed quickly. Coach, I encountered delicious steamed buns again at the food street, but failed again despite my best efforts. This time, Xiang Tiantian didn't even dare to say, let's fight again tomorrow. On the coach's side, the message, typing, flashed at the top of the dialog box for 5 minutes, followed by a series of ellipses. Xiang Tiantian felt extremely guilty. I'm sorry, coach, I didn't mean to, but this steamed bun really does have a curse effect. Believe me, no one can resist eating these steamed buns after trying them. Coach, really? I don't believe it. Xiang Tiantian's face flushed bright red as she looked at the string of ellipses and the coach's words. Her fingers flew across the screen. Coach, I'm serious. Why don't you try it yourself and you'll see why I couldn't resist. After sending the message, Xiang Tiantian felt a little regretful. There's no logic in someone trying to lose weight dragging their coach into committing a crime. Surprisingly, the coach agreed readily. Okay, send me the address. I want to see just how amazing these steamed buns are. Xiang Tiantian. I was stunned for a moment, completely not expecting the coach to be serious. She stared at her phone screen, momentarily at a loss. After a long while, I suddenly realized what was happening and sent the location of the steamed bun stall to the coach. Here, Su Chen happily gained +1 point of regret. So he couldn't help but glance at Xiang Tiantian again, thinking to himself what a good diner. In the girls' dormitory, Lin Yin received a message from Fong Zhe that the steamed bun stall had added a new flavor today. This guy? He visits the steamed bun stall more often than he visits his girlfriend. Lin Yin couldn't help but complain and then notified her other roommates. The roommates, who were originally procrastinating, heard this news. He instantly perked up and quickly got to work. In less than 5 minutes, everyone was dressed and ready to go. Lin Yin then sent messages to each of the classmates who had inquired about the steamed bun stall in the cafeteria at noon that day, arranging to meet at the back gate of the school. A moment later, near the steamed bun stall, a sharp-eyed boy in room 308 noticed Lin Yin leading a group of girls, and his expression suddenly became somewhat subtle. He nudged Fong Zhe next to him with his elbow and teased him. Brother Zhe, if I hadn't tasted these buns myself, I would definitely suspect that you two are shills hired by this bun stall. Fong Zhe was stunned for a moment, and after thinking about it carefully, he realized that he couldn't refute it at all. I was just about to raise my hand to say hello. To his surprise, Lin Yin's gaze bypassed him and went straight to the front of the food truck. Boss, I'd like 2 char siu bao. Oh wow, it seems that Brother Zhe's status in his girlfriend's heart is not as high as a steamed bun. That makes sense. How can your partner smell as good as a steamed bun? Several boys teased him with smiles. Lin Yin and her roommates have been doing this for 3 days in a row, so they naturally didn't hesitate to place their order. However, the girls who followed out of curiosity were still somewhat hesitant. Oh dear, eating steamed buns so late at night. I'm sure I'll gain weight, right? Yeah, just thinking about it makes me feel so guilty. The girls discussed it and finally decided to buy one of each type of bun and share them. This way you can taste the flavor without eating too much. Half a bun is definitely not enough, so you'd better be prepared, or you might not be able to resist later. Lin Yin, having been through it all, kindly offered this advice. Oh dear, how could that be? Don't underestimate my self-control. I have a small appetite, so half a steamed bun is enough for me. It's just to try it out. How could I actually eat that much? Several girls shook their heads and decisively rejected Lin Yin's suggestion. Seeing this, Lin Yin decided not to continue trying to persuade her. 3 steamed buns in hand. Those who can handle spicy food chose the tofu and vermicelli bun, while those who can't eat spicy food opted for the vegetarian bun, meat bun, or char siu bun. The girls who were originally sharing the steamed buns initially pushed each other around, showing great restraint, until one of the girls broke off a small piece, put it in her mouth, and slowly chewed it. Things have changed. Chapter 278, Looking for the Boss? All you ever think about is looking for the boss. The girl broke off a small piece of tofu and vermicelli packet and put it in her mouth. The instant you enter, the chewy vermicelli, smooth tofu, and soft, springy noodles blended perfectly in her mouth, and the spicy flavor instantly won over the girl's taste buds. Her eyes widened instantly, and she mumbled something indistinctly. Wow, this char siu bao is so delicious. Seeing this, the other girls couldn't suppress their curiosity and started breaking the buns apart. The 3 steamed buns were divided up immediately. A girl looked at the clean plastic bag, somewhat bewildered. I feel like I haven't even had 2 bites. How come it's all gone? The girl who ordered with her immediately gave her a speechless look. You haven't even eaten a few bites? And you've already broken off the most pieces, okay? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The 2 argued for a few moments. Then, their gazes quickly shifted from hesitation to determination. After exchanging a glance, they turned around simultaneously and strode towards the food cart. Boss, 1 more of each kind of steamed bun, please. Me too. Coincidentally, the people who had just joined the group all fulfilled Lin Yin's earlier words. This time, no one mentioned sharing. It's more enjoyable to enjoy such delicious buns all by yourself. I knew it, TSK. Lin Yin ate her steamed bun with an expression of self-righteousness on her face. Self-control is utterly useless in the face of steamed buns. If self-control were effective, she wouldn't have been tormented by Professor Shen simply because she was overweight. Soon, they received new steamed buns and couldn't wait to enjoy them. After devouring the steamed buns in a whirlwind, several girls touched their bellies, their faces showing a mixture of satisfaction and regret. Oh my God, I ate 3.5 steamed buns for dinner. Someone help me. I should have listened to Lin Yin. These buns are so delicious. I've eaten so many now, I don't even dare to weigh myself tomorrow. After the meal, during the calming period, the girls suddenly couldn't sit still. Then you guys can come for a morning run tomorrow morning too. Xin Yulan and Xia Siyu happened to walk over here. Hearing the complaints, he looked again and recognized them all as his students. That makes things easier. You're not regretting it, are you? Come for a morning run tomorrow. Several girls were terrified when they heard Professor Shen's voice. Then it dawned on me that Abbess Miju was also there to eat steamed buns. Lin Yin was not surprised by her appearance, but she was somewhat shocked to see Xia Siyu next to her. What's going on? Why is even Principal Xia here? Xia Siyu's gaze swept over the lunchboxes in the girl's hands, and she couldn't help but frown. As dance students, they actually came out to eat steamed buns late at night, and they ate so many of them. What if this goes on for a long time? Considering it was off campus, Xia Siyu ultimately held back and didn't say anything. Go home early after you finish eating. With the principal speaking, the girls dared not say anything more and quickly made their escape. It's not their fault. The steamed buns are really delicious. Xin Yulan made an excuse for her students, then headed straight for the dining car. She glanced at the whiteboard and decisively chose the new flavor. Boss, 3 char siu buns. Here, Su Chen once again gained 6 points of regret. With the 1 point he just gained and the 1 point he had left over from yesterday, he now has a total of 8 regret points. Which should I unlock first, the 3 delicacies bun or the rose red bean bun? Su Chen hadn't decided yet, so he put it aside and focused on the order in front of him. Principal Xia, what kind of steamed buns would you like? My treat. Xin Yulan turned her head and asked, do you have any recommended flavors? Xia Siyu asked the question while glancing at the food cart. Although the food cart wasn't big, it was very well organized, and the cutting boards were wiped clean without a trace of grease. It was clear that the owner was a person who valued hygiene, which reassured her somewhat. Upon hearing this, Xin Yulan gave a helpless smile. Principal Xia, this has stumped me, because everything is delicious. Please order whatever you like, you won't go wrong. Xia Siyu frowned slightly and thought for a moment. Then I'll have a vegetable bun, something light. All right, please wait a moment. After Su Chen finished speaking, he quickly turned around and started packing the buns. As soon as the steamer was opened, an enticing aroma filled the air. It smells really good. As Xia Siyu smelled the aroma in the air, she began to understand why the students and Professor Shen spoke so highly of this steamed bun shop. She suddenly remembered that the housekeeper at home had said at noon that the old man had only eaten a little bit of food again. Xia Siyu thought that if the old man craved steamed buns again at night, at least he wouldn't have to sneak out to eat them at 10 p.m. The hygiene of the steamed bun stall in front of her did look pretty good. As for the owner who sets up a stall in the community, although the specific situation is unclear, it is unlikely to be as hygienic as this stall. Boss, give me 3 more steamed buns, one of each flavor, Xia Siyu said decisively. Not long after, the two took the packed buns and parted ways, each going home. On the other side, an elderly man, who used to be a local policeman, stepped into his home carrying steamed buns. Looking up, he saw his son, Guojia, standing in the entryway, looking ready to go out. Where are you going this time, you little rascal? Guojia answered without looking up while checking his phone's battery. Dad, I'm going out for a bit. I'll see if I can find the boss. Looking for the boss? All you ever think about is looking for the boss. The old man was a little annoyed. Look at you, running around everywhere just to make a living. Last time you even went to Hengdian. As he spoke, he waved the steamed bun in his hand, his expression softening somewhat. I just bought these buns. You can finish them first before you go. It won't delay your business. As he spoke, the old man placed the plastic bag on the table beside him. Guojia glanced at the steamed buns on the table, but didn't seem to care. He has already made plans with 2 other people in the group to go street hunting together tonight. All the group members have arrived. There's no time to eat steamed buns now. Being late is not good. Guojia checked the time and said, Dad, I made an appointment with some people, and they're all waiting for me. I'll eat these buns when I get back. After saying that, without waiting for her father to speak again, she hurriedly pushed open the door and disappeared into the stairwell. The old man snorted in dissatisfaction at the stairwell. If that brat had put the same effort into finding a girlfriend as he did into finding this so-called boss, he might be holding his grandson by now. Guojia hurried to the nearby small garden and spotted 2 figures from afar. I've arrived, let's go. We've been waiting for you, hurry up. Hurry up, hurry up. I'm dreaming about the boss right now. The 3 of them didn't stand on ceremony. After saying that, they each scanned a shared bicycle and started riding along the road. Chapter 279, What's Wrong with Me in the Middle of the Night. 3 young people, like 3 hungry hyenas, rode shared bicycles through the neon lights. We passed through the commercial street and then through the residential area. They would take a second look at any food stalls they came across on the road, afraid of missing out. Especially places with queues, you absolutely can't miss them. However, despite searching all the way, they could not find any trace of Su Chun. As he rode along, Guojia scratched his head in frustration and let out a long sigh. Please God, show me where the boss is setting up his stall this week. If we still can't find it today, how about the 3 of us go to a temple and pray tomorrow? Aren't we being a bit too superstitious? Stop talking nonsense. Are you going or not? Go. The 3 of them rode their bikes and chatted as they went. Before I knew it, I had arrived at a relatively secluded street. The street wasn't very big, and most of the shops closed early. Only a few street lights emitted a dim yellow light, making it look extremely deserted. Just as they were preparing to leave for the next area to search, Guojia suddenly braked and pointed to a dark corner ahead. Look, isn't there a stall over there? The other 2 looked in the direction he pointed and could vaguely see the outline of a white food cart. The 3 of them immediately perked up and hurriedly rode their bikes over. The closer they got, the faster their hearts beat. However, when they finally arrived at the stall, they found that it was an older woman selling roasted sweet potatoes. Depend on. Is it really necessary to use such a fancy food cart to sell sweet potatoes? It's a complete misleading tactic. Hey handsome guys, want to have some roasted sweet potatoes? They're so fragrant and sweet. The older woman waved and asked enthusiastically, will eating this sweet potato summon a dragon? If not, will it summon the boss? A member of a group was so obsessed with finding someone that he couldn't help but say something. TCH, don't embarrass yourself. She's an old lady selling sweet potatoes, not a little match girl. Guojia rolled his eyes. With their expectations dashed, the 3 lost interest in continuing their street sweeping. After checking the time, they decided to head back home. Today's street sweeping operation has failed. When Guojia got home, he slumped down on the sofa in a dejected manner. The steamed buns remained quietly on the table. He glanced at it, but had no appetite. so he ignored it. Bored, I took out my phone, swiped the screen, and opened the foodie group. The group chat kept buzzing with messages. It was clear that the three of them weren't the only ones out there searching for the boss today. Guojia casually flipped through the chat history. I searched from the east side of the city to the west side. My legs were almost broken, but I didn't even see a hair of the boss. Me too. I've been scrolling through Douyin for 2 hours and haven't found anything. Does anyone have any new ideas? Let's brainstorm together. Just then, Guojia suddenly sniffed, feeling a faint fragrance quietly enter his nose. Where is that fragrance coming from? He sprang up from the sofa with a swift movement, sniffed twice, and began searching for the source of the smell. Having failed to find the owner, he was extremely depressed and had no appetite at all. But somehow, after smelling this aroma, my appetite was whetted. Guojia looked left and right, and finally his gaze fell on the steamed buns on the table that he had ignored. Damn, could it be this thing? He ran his fingers through his hair, a thought creeping into his mind. The moment the plastic bag was torn open, a burst of salty, sweet, and savory flavors assaulted my face. Guojia couldn't help but swallow hard. The char siu buns his father brought back today looked pretty good. Even though it's been cooled for so long, the aroma hasn't diminished at all. In fact, it's become even more appetizing. He reached out and grabbed a steamed bun, then strode into the kitchen. The microwave had only been running for 2 seconds when the whole kitchen smelled amazing. Wow, this aroma. Guojia suddenly jolted awake, and an idea flashed through his mind uncontrollably. Could this be something the boss did? With this question in mind, Guojia eagerly took the steamed buns out of the microwave. The steam, carrying the aroma, rises up, making it look incredibly appetizing. The moment the scalding hot filling burst in his mouth, his pupils dilated in shock. Take another bite, and your skull will take off. Guojia felt he had almost found the answer. In his mind, such an exquisite flavor on a steamed bun could only be achieved by the owner. No one else could possibly do it. It's a fact that's generally accepted in the group. The owner's greatest strength lies in his ability to transform ordinary food into something with an irresistible flavor. Guojia didn't even dare to eat too fast, trying hard to control his overwhelming appetite, savoring each bite of the bun. The more he ate, the more convinced he became that his guess was correct. If this steamed bun wasn't made by the boss, he'd do a handstand and do something crazy. He quickly devoured all the steamed buns. Guojia wiped his mouth and then headed straight for his father's bedroom without hesitation. He hurriedly pushed open the bedroom door and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Dad!" The old man was comfortably lying in bed, enjoying watching suggestive videos for middle-aged and elderly people, when he was so startled that he almost dropped his phone on his face. "You little brat, are you asking for trouble?" He jumped up, grabbed the slippers from beside the bed, and was about to start hitting them when he yelled, "What's wrong with you in the middle of the night?" At this moment, Guojia's mind was completely focused on the steamed buns and the shopkeeper, and he paid no attention to his father's scolding. He dodged the slipper attack and hurriedly asked the question that concerned him most. "Dad, did you buy this steamed bun from a handsome stall owner wearing a black mask? Did you?" The old man was still angry and retorted irritably, "How the hell should I know? I was just buying a steamed bun. Who cares if someone is handsome or if their mask is black?" After saying this, the old man seemed to suddenly remember something. He frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and then looked his son up and down with an extremely strange gaze. He said earnestly, "Son, I think your behavior lately has been very abnormal. Come with me to the temple tomorrow to pray. I know a master who can take a good look at you and make sure you haven't offended anything unclean." Upon hearing this, Guojia was both amused and exasperated. "Dad, I'm not possessed. What are you thinking?" The old man snorted coldly. "I think that boss has put some kind of evil spell on you. He's been haunting me all day long." Guojia, knowing that there was no point in dwelling on this topic any longer, I quickly said a few nice words to cheer up the old man. It took a lot of effort to calm the old man down. Guojia then hurriedly pulled out his phone, quickly swiping his finger across the screen to find Su Chin's photo in the group chat. "Dad, take a closer look. Is that the stall owner?" Chapter 280. It's a shame not to use this lucky bloodline for card draws. The old man used to be a beat cop when he was young. so he has a knack for remembering people. He squinted, carefully examined the photo his son handed him, and then nodded with great certainty. That's right, it's this person. I remember what he looks like. I even chatted with him for a bit when I bought steamed buns today. Upon hearing this, Guojia was overjoyed. I wish I could laugh out loud 3 times to express my excitement at this moment. But he still managed to hold back. If I really dared to shout that out so brazenly today, my dad probably really can tie him up and hire a master to exorcise the evil spirits for him first thing tomorrow morning. At this moment, the old man's curiosity was also completely piqued. Looking puzzled, she asked, "Is this young man the boss you've been looking for every day? Are his steamed buns really that delicious? That they could be so infatuated with you?" Guojia nodded repeatedly. It was only then that he suddenly realized that his father had only bought 1 steamed bun, and his father hadn't eaten any of them. Thinking of this, Guojia felt a warm current well up in his heart and was deeply moved. "Dad, you're so good to me. You thought of me first when you made such delicious steamed buns." To everyone's surprise, the old man looked unconcerned and curled his lip in disdain. "Come on, it's only because I found you someone that you're making such a fuss. Judging from your attitude towards this so-called boss, I bet you wish you could recognize him as your father." Guojia, that sounds a bit sarcastic. He immediately lost his composure and shouted that he was innocent. "Dad, you can't wrong me like that. I just like his cooking." But upon closer reflection, a thought involuntarily flashed through his mind. It seems, if I could really become the boss's son, would I be able to eat the boss's cooking every day? The moment the thought crossed Guojia's mind, he was startled and shook his head vigorously. "Damn it! Stop it! Damn it, I'm so spineless. I actually had such thoughts just for a bite to eat. You're a complete scoundrel." Afterwards, Guojia began to carefully inquire with his father about the location of Su Qin's stall and the specific time he encountered Su Qin setting up his stall that day. After getting all the information, Guojia returned to his bedroom satisfied. As soon as he entered the room, he couldn't wait to dive into bed. He covered his head with the blanket and laughed so hard the bed shook. He never expected that the boss that everyone was searching high and low for would be bumped into by his own old man so easily. It's a shame not to use this lucky bloodline for gacha pulls. If those bastards in the group knew, they'd probably be so envious they wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. After laughing enough, Guojia excitedly picked up his phone and opened the group chat for diners. A series of unread messages popped up in the group chat, but the atmosphere was still one of widespread lamentation. "Ugh, I've been to 3 different districts today, my legs are about to give out, and I still haven't even seen the boss. When am I finally going to get to eat his food?" "Me too. I feel like I've searched the whole city, but the boss seems to have vanished into thin air. I'm so hungry for him. I can't live like this anymore. I just want to eat the food my boss makes. Why is it so hard to find out? God, please give me some food. I'd trade my roommate's 10 years of single life for a meal from the boss." Guojia looked at it for a while, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up. With a sense of superiority, he typed a line of text. "Friends, my dad went for a walk today and brought me back a batch of steamed buns. And guess what? They were actually steamed buns sold by the shop owner. Ha ha ha." After posting, I slapped my thigh. Damn, I was so busy eating that I completely forgot to take pictures. There's no way to post pictures in the group to provoke these beasts. This attempt to show off is missing a trump card. But then I thought, we've been starving for days. Who would care about taking pictures? It's already quite ethical of them not to lick the bag through. Guojia's message had just been sent out. The group chat exploded instantly, with messages flooding the screen like snowflakes. Holy crap. Really? You're not kidding, are you? By the way, where did your dad meet the boss? Is the boss selling steamed buns this week? Brother, dear brother, Dad, tell me where we are right now. Dad, hurry. Give me the coordinates. Guojia originally wanted to keep everyone in suspense. But then I realized that several people in the group knew where he lived. If you piss someone off, don't rush over and punch yourself. The location is the snack street behind the South City Art Academy. This week, they are selling steamed buns. My father saw it and said there were vegetable buns, pork buns, and barbecued pork buns. I must say, the char siu bao is really delicious. As expected of the boss, he never disappoints. Guojia proudly showed off in the group, waiting for someone to ask him for more specific feedback. However, after he finished speaking, the group suddenly fell silent, and no one spoke for several minutes. Guojia found it strange. Just then, my phone suddenly buzzed, and the caller ID showed it was a friend from a group chat I had just been sweeping the streets with. As soon as he answered the phone, a near-hysterical roar came from the other end. "You deserve to die. Why is it that everyone else is searching for someone, but you get a steamed bun made by the boss as soon as you get home? Yeah, I'm going crazy. Why didn't you call me when you were eating it so I could have a taste too? We can't be friends anymore." On the phone, the group members started going crazy, launching into a tirade of abuse against Guojia. Guojia held his phone, but didn't dare to say anything back. After all, if it were me in this situation, I'd probably curse the other person's ancestors to the point of filth. Once the other party had finished their tirade, Guojia quickly seized the opportunity to ask, "Why is no one talking in the group chat all of a sudden?" A member of the group snorted in annoyance. "Nonsense. Everyone's taken taxis to the boss's place. Everyone's racing against time, afraid of missing out if they're late. Who has time to chat in the group chat? Are you coming or not? Give me a straight answer. Stop dawdling." Guojia originally thought that since he had already eaten the boss's steamed buns, he wouldn't join in the fun. But then I thought, once this message is sent out, the boss's office will probably be overwhelmed with orders every day. If you arrive even a little late, you'll be missing out on the best food. Moreover, the steamed buns made by the owner still taste great even when they're cold. I might as well buy another one. If I can't buy it tomorrow, at least I'll have this one as a backup, so I won't be left without anything to eat. Thinking of this, Guojia immediately changed his mind and said into the phone, "Go. I'm coming out now. Wait for me a moment." After hanging up the phone, Guojia quickly changed his clothes, grabbed his keys, and hurriedly left the house. In the darkness of night, countless taxis, private cars, and shared bicycles are rushing from every corner of the city towards the same destination. Chapter 281. I won't listen. I won't listen. It's like a tortoise chanting scriptures. Xia Xiyu stepped into the house and tossed 2 portions of steamed buns onto the kitchen counter. "Aunt Wang, make sure it's thoroughly heated before serving." I walked into the study in my high heels, and there the old man was slumped in a rosewood recliner. Xia Xiyu leaned against the door frame with her arms crossed. "Dad, didn't you say you wanted steamed buns for lunch? The chef made them fresh. Why did you only eat 2 bites? Boring." The old man scrolled through his phone without even lifting his eyelids. "It's nowhere near as good as the steamed buns from last night." Xia Xiyu's temples throbbed upon hearing this. Ever since the old lady left, this stubborn old man has become increasingly difficult to please. "Well, I also brought back some steamed buns today. Why don't you try some? Maybe you'll like them." The old man had no desire to eat the steamed buns his daughter brought back. He just wanted to sneak off to the entrance of the residential area again tonight. So he simply waved his hand dismissively. "I've already eaten dinner, and I'm feeling really full right now, so don't worry about me." How could Xia Xiyu not see through the old man's plan? We definitely can't let Dad eat those steamed buns from who knows where again. Her high heels clicked as she approached. "Dad, the steamed buns I brought back are really delicious, and the stall was very clean and hygienic. You should try them first." The old man remained unmoved. "I'm not hungry, you eat it yourself." Finally, Xia Xiyu had no choice but to unleash her ultimate move. "Dad, you don't have to eat it, but you're not allowed to sneak out to eat those buns with questionable hygiene and ingredients tonight. I'll stay at the gate tonight and leave after you've gone to sleep." The old man immediately covered his ears and muttered something under his breath. "I won't listen. I won't listen. You're just a turtle chanting scriptures." Xia Xiyu. Her expression changed, and she almost couldn't help but roll her eyes. This 70-year-old kid's jokes are absolutely devastating. "I'm a turtle, and you are?" Of course, she only dared to think these complaints in her mind. Left with no other choice, Xia Xiyu could only make a promise to the old man. "Dad, try it first. If it's still not to your liking, I'll go with you to the entrance of the community to buy some steamed buns tonight." Hearing this, the old man reluctantly agreed. By this time, the nanny had already heated up the steamed buns. Under the restaurant's chandelier, for steaming, plump white buns lay on a celadon plate. The old man's nostrils twitched. Suddenly startled, he pushed his reading glasses up to the top of his head with a whoosh. This taste. It smells exactly the same as what he smelled at the entrance of the community last night. The old man's expression suddenly became somewhat subtle. Where did you buy these steamed buns? There are a lot of students at the snack street behind the school who have been giving this steamed bun a very high rating lately, so I thought I'd bring it back for you to try. The old man nodded. He grabbed one of the buns and started eating it. It was a meat bun. As I bit into the dough, golden, oily meat juice dripped down between my fingers. The old man's Adam's apple bobbed wildly, accompanied by the clicking sound of his dentures colliding. This is now 100% confirmed. It's the same meat bun I had at the entrance of my neighborhood yesterday. You can't go wrong with it. Watching her father eat like a starving ghost, Xiaoxiu pulled out a wet wipe from the table and wiped the grease off his hands. Then, the tips of her high heels touched the ground triumphantly. It seems the steamed buns I chose were indeed quite good. While watching the old man's mukbang video, she picked up the vegetable bun she had bought for herself from the plate. One bite, and your pupils dilate instantly. Holy crap! Is this the quality of a roadside stall? This is beyond my imagination. After finishing the meal in one go, Xiaoxiu said with a hint of excitement. These steamed buns are really delicious. No wonder those brats are willing to risk gaining 10 pounds just to have a serving of these buns as a midnight snack. Right? I think it's delicious too. The old man sucked the oil off his fingers and nodded in agreement. Now that I've tasted the steamed buns, I've decided to find some time in the next couple of days to talk to the steamed bun stall owner about opening a separate stall in the school cafeteria. Under the school's supervision, students can not only enjoy delicious food, but also have their hygiene and other aspects guaranteed. The more Xiaoxiu thought about it, the better she felt the idea was. Dad, what do you think? The old man swallowed the bun in his mouth and suddenly showed an expression as if he were constipated. He hesitated for a moment and said, Girl, this matter is probably going to fall through. Xiaoxiu didn't believe it. How could that be? The steamed bun stall has the support of a school and a steady stream of customers. Isn't that better than being exposed to the wind and sun? What if the steamed bun stall owner isn't short of money? The old man pointed to the steamed buns. These are the same steamed buns I ate last night. The steamed bun vendor at the food stall behind the school is most likely a resident of our community. Xiaoxiu was stunned when she heard this, her eyes widening in disbelief. Dad, you're not mistaken, are you? This is too much of a coincidence. The old man also felt that this was too coincidental to be true. But the facts speak for themselves. This familiar taste is definitely not wrong. You can't trust anything else, but you have to trust my tongue. I would never be wrong about how delicious these buns are. That's true. These steamed buns are so delicious that Xiaoxiu felt that even she wouldn't have made a mistake. She was stunned for a long time before she could process the news. Who would have thought that the popular steamed bun vendor at the school's back gate would be a resident of their own neighborhood? This is too much of a coincidence. Xiaoxiu muttered to herself, then realized what was happening. Since they are residents of our community, it should be easier to communicate with them. Maybe they would prefer to eat in the school cafeteria. The old man shook his head. Actually, in the afternoon, he took a stroll around the property management office out of boredom and actually got quite a bit of information about this homeowner. You're oversimplifying things. I've looked into it, and this business owner doesn't seem to want to be subject to too many restrictions. He just likes to set up a small stall wherever he pleases. Everyone has different pursuits. Maybe they just enjoy the carefree life of setting up a stall. Besides, we don't know exactly what they're thinking. If we rush into a conversation, we might just get a cold shoulder. Xiaoxiu frowned slightly, feeling somewhat unwilling, but also unwilling to give up easily. I still want to give it a try. Even if I get rejected, there's nothing to lose. The old man shook his head helplessly. All right, go ahead and try if you want, but don't get your hopes up too high. In front of the dining car, Suchin finally had some free time. After all, his main customers are relatively fixed. I glanced at the time. It was only 9:30. I still had half an hour before I could pack up. This period of time is neither long nor short. Perfect timing. He could use this time to consider which flavor of steamed bun to try. I hesitated for a moment. I've chosen you. Without hesitation, Su Chun immediately used 5 regret points to unlock the rose bean bun. I haven't fully digested the information about how to make the new flavored steamed buns in my mind yet. Just then, from afar, heartfelt calls drifted over. Boss. Chapter 282 Testing Poison on Oneself. Boss. The howl, with its twists and turns, sounded particularly abrupt and clear amidst the noisy environment of the food street. Suchin shuddered and looked up in astonishment. Then I saw a taxi screeching to a stop, and a person hurriedly got out and ran and jumped towards us. Goodness! That voice, that passion. Needless to say, there would be no other choice besides the regular customers. He had just casually wondered if his regular customers would find him when he first opened for business, and they actually did. How exactly was it found? Suchin was filled with doubt. He racked his brains for a moment, but couldn't figure out where the information had been leaked from. Without time to think, he hurriedly squeezed through the gap in the steamer and checked the number of buns remaining in the steamers. Looks like there won't be any steamed buns left today. The security guard in the community will be forced to lose weight tonight. Then, several more regular customers rushed to the food cart, running and jumping. Their faces were flushed and they were panting, but their eyes were shining. That momentum made Suchin afraid that the other party wouldn't be able to stop and would plunge headfirst into the steamer. Oh my God! Boss, I've finally found you. Wah, boss, you have no heart. I missed you so much. I'm so glad you didn't run off to another province this time. The group was yelling and shouting while sending messages nonstop. Come on, boss, look at the camera. Someone immediately opened the camera, took a photo with Suchin, and then posted it in the group chat. The message has been confirmed. It's the boss himself, located at the back gate of Nanjing University of the Arts. Come quickly. Then, the group looked at the whiteboard. Boss, 2 of each of the 3 types of steamed buns, please. Me too. Suchin rubbed his temples helplessly. Each person is limited to 2, so we have to consider the other diners. He had no choice. If he let those who arrived first order without limit, someone might dare to buy all the remaining buns. Only 2? That's barely enough to fill a tooth gap. No way. I want to eat my fill. Do you believe I'll lie here and stage an accident? Yeah, boss, have pity on my insatiable appetite. Several regular diners started acting up, trying all sorts of tricks to get Suchin to agree so they could have a proper meal. But Suchin dared not agree and waved his hands repeatedly. However, it was only a few words that were spoken. All I heard was a series of screeching brakes behind me. Turning my head, I saw several taxis and ride-hailing vehicles parked nearby. As the car door opened, figures quickly got out and ran towards Suchin. Boss, I've missed you so much. Boss, I'm here. Upon seeing this, the first few diners who arrived immediately stopped causing trouble. They exchanged a glance, understood each other perfectly, and quickly placed their orders and paid. Boss, 2 meat buns. Quick, someone's about to kill us. The moment the steamer was lifted, white steam carrying the aroma exploded out. Regular customers eagerly accepted the steamed buns, their faces full of anticipation. The moment the steamed buns entered their mouths, a look of satisfaction instantly spread across everyone's faces. Wow, it feels just like before, it's so delicious. Damn, this is exactly the taste. The owner's cooking skills are absolutely amazing. Wah, I feel like I've been saved. Everyone ate while praising the food, and occasionally took out their phones to take pictures and post them in the group chat. At the gym, Xiang Tiantian's female trainer, Xing, packed up her things and prepared to leave work. Just as I reached the door, a voice called out from the side. Sister Xing, wait a minute. Xing stopped and turned around, only to see her colleague Xiao Shi running over and blocking her way. Sister Xing, you promised to celebrate my birthday. You're not planning to run away, are you? I almost forgot. Xing slapped his forehead, only then remembering what he had promised that morning. I haven't forgotten. I have to go to the nearby food street first to buy a serving of steamed buns. Hearing this, the coaches who were also preparing to celebrate Xiao Shi's birthday were a little surprised. One of the coaches couldn't help but ask, since you're going to eat anyway, why bother buying steamed buns? They'll just fill you up. Xing smiled helplessly and explained the reason to everyone in detail. There was a student in the weight loss camp I was in charge of. I felt that as a coach, I couldn't just verbally demand self-discipline from the students. I had to conduct market research with practical actions to see just how magical this bun was that it made her break her resolve twice. When the coaches found out, they were both amused and exasperated. Ah Xing, you're so dedicated. You even went to test the poison yourself for your students. Don't get yourself involved, haha. Everyone made a few jokes. At this point, Ah Xing checked the map again and found that the location of the snack street was on the way to the restaurant they wanted to go. Since we're going that way, let's go buy some steamed buns and see what they're like. The proposal was unanimously approved. So, a group of coaches dressed in sportswear set off. The group of people quickly arrived at the spot where Xiang Tiantian was sharing. Ah Xing didn't even need to look for it. As soon as he arrived, he saw a food truck with a long queue. There's only this one steamed bun stall around, so it must be the right one. The air was filled with the rich aroma of steamed buns. Sister Xing, these steamed buns really do smell delicious. Xiaoxi sniffed hard, swallowed, and seemed to be getting a little hungry. There are so many people. Why don't you go to the restaurant first, and I'll go over after I've bought my food. Ah Xing glanced at the queue and estimated that it would be a long time before it was his turn. She felt that she couldn't let her own affairs interfere with everyone's birthday celebration for Xiaoxi. Okay, let's go to the restaurant and order some food. You can buy a few extra, so we can try them too. Ah Xing nodded, quickly walked to the end of the line, and started queuing. I had only been standing there for a short while when I felt something was wrong behind me, so I turned around to look. Within just a few minutes, I discovered that more than a dozen more people had appeared behind me. This steamed bun stall is doing really good business. Ah Xing was a little shocked. This street was not far from the gym, and because it was next to the art college, she often bought salads from this place. Logically speaking, it should be difficult for a steamed bun stall to do business here so late at night. After all, girls tend to pay more attention to their figure and usually keep their distance from this. Upon closer inspection, Ah Xing realized that the people queuing up didn't seem to be art students. Judging from their clothing, some were wearing suits, some were wearing t-shirts. In fact, from the conversations in the group, it seemed that quite a few people had come from very far away. Just then, I suddenly saw the owner of the steamed bun stall come out from behind the food cart. Su Chen walked straight to the spot behind him and gestured. I'm sorry, the number of steamed buns is limited. If you are behind this lady in line, please don't wait. Come back tomorrow. Chapter 283. Look how anxious you are, kid. Those behind you in line don't need to line up? Ah Xing was taken aback at first, then felt a secret sense of satisfaction. That's incredibly lucky. If they had arrived even a minute later, they probably wouldn't have even been able to touch the bun skin. Immediately afterwards, she heard a series of ghostly wails erupt behind her. Holy crap! I traveled halfway across the southern part of the city just for this? Boss, you're killing me by breaking my spirit. I don't believe it. The boss must be hiding something else in the steamer. Boss, are the steamed buns made to order? We can wait. Ah Xing got goosebumps all over. Are these people crazy? It's just a steamed bun. Why are they making such a fuss like it's $1 billion? Just as I was thinking this, someone gently poked my shoulder. She turned around and saw a very handsome boy staring at her longingly. Purple Tisk. The boy clasped his hands together, blinked his puppy dog eyes, and asked, Can I ask you something? Look, could you switch seats with me? I'll pay 3 times the price. As he spoke, the boy took out his phone, pretending to transfer money. Normally, Ah Xing might have softened his heart. But today she came with the mission of testing the poison on herself, so she could only shake her head apologetically. Damn it, I knew no one would give up the boss's steamed buns. The boy looked utterly dejected, took a deep breath of the aroma of steamed buns wafting through the air, and walked away, turning back to look at them every few steps. As the line moved forward little by little, Ah Xing's heart pounded with anxiety. When it was finally her turn, before he could speak, he heard Su Chen say something apologetically. There are only 2 vegetable buns left now. Ah Xing was stunned for a moment. I was originally thinking about whether to have a meat bun or a char siu bun, but it seems I have no choice now. But it's okay. Since everyone in line says these buns are delicious, even if they're just vegetarian, they must taste just as good. After paying, Ah Xing took the packaged buns and quickly headed to the restaurant. The restaurant where Xiaoxi celebrated her birthday was a popular hot pot restaurant. When Ah Xing arrived, The dishes were all laid out on the table, and the broth in the pot was bubbling happily. Sorry to keep you waiting, the steamed bun stall is doing really well. Xing walked quickly toward the dining table, apologizing repeatedly. It's all right, Sister Xing. The dishes have just been served. You've come at the perfect time. Xiaoxi waved her hand, her eyes immediately falling on the bun that Xing was holding. Just now at the steamed bun stall, Xiaoxi thought the steamed buns smelled really good. If she hadn't been treating everyone to a birthday party today, she would have really wanted to just squat by the roadside and eat steamed buns. Come on, before we eat hot pot, everyone, try this bun. I've been waiting in line for ages. Someone else wanted to buy it for 3 times the price, but I didn't agree. Xing finds this story hilarious and can't help but share it with everyone. What? Is that so? I wasn't really interested at first, but now that you mention it, I guess I have to give it a try. Someone chimed in, and others joined in the commotion, suddenly becoming quite interested. Xing placed the steamed buns on the table and tore open the plastic bag. In that instant, the aroma of the steamed buns spread out with a whoosh. Even the bubbling hot pot of spicy beef tallow in front of them was overwhelmed by the aroma of the steamed buns. The aroma wafted into everyone's nostrils, causing them to involuntarily swallow. Wow, this bun is something else. It can't even mask the hot pot smell. Xiaoxi exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. Stop talking, try it now. Some people couldn't wait any longer and started urging us on. Everyone reached out and broke off a piece of steamed bun and put it in their mouths. The next moment, the expression on his face changed from initial curiosity to shock. Unexpectedly, these ordinary vegetable buns were so delicious, with fragrant fillings, thin skin, and crisp, tender vegetables. Just then, the 2 young ladies at the next table suddenly looked up and twitched their noses like little dogs. Then, following the direction of the aroma, my gaze fell upon Xing's table. The 2 stared longingly at the steamed buns for a while. Finally, unable to resist any longer, one of the young ladies with a ponytail stood up and shyly jogged over to ask, "These steamed buns smell amazing. Where did you buy them?" Xing told them the location of the steamed bun stall, then added, "But the stall had already closed for the day. When I bought some, they were the last 2. Upon hearing this, the young woman's face immediately fell, and she had no choice but to return to her seat in disappointment and continue eating her hot pot. But his eyes kept glancing this way, completely captivated. The steamed buns on the table were devoured in no time amidst the scramble of the crowd. Everyone smacked their lips, savoring the unparalleled deliciousness of the vegetable buns. At that moment, the coaches suddenly understood why that student in the weight loss camp had such weak willpower. These steamed buns are so delicious. It's no wonder that students who are on a diet would love them. Even professional coaches who maintain their figures and strictly control their diets year-round find it hard to resist such delicious food. It's simply unbearable. If Xing hadn't just said these were the last 2, they probably would have gone back and bought a few more to satisfy their cravings. And now, after eating such delicious steamed buns, the steaming hot pot in front of me suddenly didn't seem so appealing anymore. The delicate aroma of the vegetable buns overshadowed even the heavy oil and spiciness. Meanwhile, Su Chen packed up his stall and went home. Thanks to the incredible appetite of our regular customers, all the steamed buns were sold out. At the entrance of Yuhu Jinyuan residential community, a young security guard stood at the gate, glancing at the end of the road every now and then, his heart filled with anticipation. Based on past experience, Mr. Su should be back in a while. As the security guard waited patiently, he savored the taste of the steamed buns in his mind, and his lips unconsciously became a little moist. Not long after, I suddenly caught a glimpse of 2 car headlights coming from the end of the road. He snapped to attention, his back straight, full of energy. Based on his vivid impressions from the past few days, the security guard immediately recognized that it was the light from Mr. Su's food truck. "Hey, Mr. Su seems to have come back a little early today." He muttered something under his breath. But soon, I felt happy. I can eat steamed buns early tonight. That's great. Thinking of this, the security guard's Adam's apple bobbed up and down faster, almost as fast as the second hand ticking. He even unbuttoned the top button of his uniform, afraid that he would choke on the buns when he wolfed them down. Today, Su Chun drove the food cart steadily to the gate before he could even finish speaking. Then the security guard excitedly shouted again, "Eat." Su Chun, look how anxious you are, kid. Sorry, all the steamed buns are sold out today. Chapter 284 Old Thief, stop right there. That's all. Holy crap, that's ruthless. Upon hearing this, the security guard's smile vanished instantly, and he froze on the spot. No wonder Mr. Su came home earlier than usual today. It turns out his business was booming and all the steamed buns were sold out. The security guard was extremely frustrated. He had a feeling that tonight would be exceptionally long. I'll be going now. I'll treat you to a meal another time. Su Chun waved his hand. The food truck sped off into the depths of the residential area and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The young security guard was left alone at the gate, heartbroken. At this moment, the slightly older security guard in the guard booth noticed the commotion outside and slowly strolled out, toothpick in his mouth. He first glanced at the security guard's dejected appearance, and then subconsciously looked in the direction Su Chun had left. Curious, she asked, "What happened? Was that Mr. Su? Didn't he sell steamed buns today?" The security guard sighed helplessly. Mr. Su's business is booming today. All the steamed buns are sold out, not a single one left. Upon hearing this, the old security guard was instantly devastated. Well, now the world has gained another security guard whose heart is broken because he can't get a steamed bun. Seeing the old security guard's distressed expression, the younger security guard felt inexplicably better. Why? Tonight is destined to be a heartbreaking night for the security guards of Yuhu Jinyuan. This is not an isolated incident. Around 10 p.m., Mr. Xia Tongliang was sitting on the sofa, staring at the time, becoming increasingly restless. Although I have already enjoyed the 3 different flavors of steamed buns that my daughter brought back, but a long time has passed, and it's all been digested. At this moment, the old man felt his saliva flowing like a floodgate opening, and he couldn't stop it. This means we have to fight another battle. Just then, Xiaoxiu got up and went to the bathroom. The old man's eyes lit up. The opportunity is too good to pass up. Make a quick getaway. He tiptoed up from the sofa and quietly slipped towards the front door. I carefully pushed open the door to my home. A cool evening breeze blew by, and the old man was full of energy. He walked briskly along the road. When I arrived at the entrance of the residential area, I didn't see the steamed bun stall I had been longing for. It was completely empty there, not a single hair in sight. Could it be that he hasn't returned yet? The old man was thinking to himself, feeling a little anxious. He would occasionally turn his head to look back, as if afraid that his daughter would catch up with him and take him back. After much hesitation, the old man gritted his teeth and simply hid in the green belt. Using the dense trees to hide themselves completely, they kept their eyes fixed on the outside, hoping that the steamed bun stall would appear soon. The security guard at the gate was stretching and yawning. Out of the corner of my eye, I suddenly noticed something moving in a dark corner near the gate of the residential area. He immediately became vigilant, staring intently at the area, not daring to relax his vigilance in the slightest. Sure enough, after careful observation, there really was a figure hiding there, and it was in an area not illuminated by the streetlights. The figure was acting suspiciously, and one could vaguely see that this person was looking around, behaving very suspiciously. He didn't seem like a normal resident at all. Oh no, could we have been robbed? The thought flashed through the young security guard's mind instantly, and without the slightest hesitation, he decisively took out his walkie-talkie. Attention, attention! There are unidentified individuals in the green belt on the right side of the entrance to the community. Their behavior is suspicious, and they have been staying there for more than 3 minutes. We suspect they may be thieves. As soon as he finished speaking, a commotion broke out, and several security guards rushed out from the guard posts. Everyone carried flashlights and rubber batons, hurrying towards the direction the security guard had indicated. The old man was hiding in the green belt, staring at the direction behind him, completely unaware of the commotion around him. Several security guards crept up silently. Who's there? Don't move. Stop. Hands behind your head. With a series of stern rebukes, several flashlights shone brightly, their intense beams illuminating the once dark area as if it were daytime. The old man was so frightened he almost jumped up and turned his head in astonishment. The young security guard walked at the front, his face serious. What are you doing? Grandpa Xia. The words he was about to ask the other person were abruptly cut off. The security guard was stunned when he saw the person in front of him. It was clearly the old man from yesterday. Cough, cough, cough. Are you trying to scare me to death? The old man patted his chest and said irritably, Luckily, my heart is strong enough. Otherwise I would have been scared to death by these kids. No, what are you doing hiding here? I thought there was a thief. I'm so sorry. The young security guard scratched his head awkwardly and told the other guards to put away their flashlights and rubber batons. I'm just bored. The old man's eyes darted around as he spoke haltingly. He was too embarrassed to admit that he had secretly run away to eat steamed buns because his family was strict with him. It was just too shameful. After saying that, the old man coughed lightly, trying to cover up his guilty conscience. Then, as if it were a casual remark, he asked a question. Hey, where's that young man from yesterday? He's the one who sells steamed buns in our villa area. The moment the security guard heard the word baozi, steamed bun, his previously calmed mood instantly soured again. He then sighed and said, Mr. Su went home a long time ago. Business was good today. All the steamed buns were sold out. Oh no, they're sold out. The old man glared at him, and his mood immediately soured. I was looking forward to having an extra meal tonight, but it was all for nothing. All right. The old man shook his hand in disappointment and walked back dejectedly. He had only taken a couple of steps when Xia Xiu hurried over from the front. Upon seeing the old man, his brows immediately furrowed. Dad, why are you out in the middle of the night again? Why didn't you tell me? I just came out for a walk. I'll be right back. The old man said listlessly. Taking a walk? You didn't sneak off to eat steamed buns, did you? Xia Xiu looked incredulous. The old man had never had the habit of going out for a walk late at night before. You're overthinking it. Do you think I'm that kind of person? Yesterday was just a coincidence. The old man stubbornly refused to admit it, since he hadn't actually eaten any steamed buns anyway. Xia Xiu took 2 steps forward, got closer to the old man, and sniffed carefully. There was indeed no smell of steamed buns, so she was slightly relieved and stopped asking questions. Then, as if she had suddenly remembered something. By the way, when I first came here, I think I saw people shouting and shining flashlights at the gate. Has something happened? Upon hearing this, the old man recalled the embarrassing moment when he was surrounded and mistaken for a thief, and suddenly felt a little guilty. I don't know, maybe it's for catching mice. Huh? What kind of mouse are you catching in the middle of the night? Xia Xiu looked puzzled, but didn't delve any deeper, as long as it wasn't the old man sneaking out to do something bad. Chapter 285 Learning to be an Independent Adult. Thursday, 7 a.m. Shen Yulan's morning running group has grown even larger. All the girls who were showing off their 3.5 steamed buns last night were in the group. The abbess Miju has spoken. No one can afford to disobey. After her morning run, Lin Yin and her roommates headed to the cafeteria for breakfast. I finally managed to buy some porridge and found an empty seat to sit down. My chubby roommate was looking down at her phone when she suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Wow, someone posted a picture of a steamed bun stall on our school's confession wall. Lin Yin and the others were stunned for a moment, then put down their chopsticks and quickly took out their phones to find the school's confession wall. Sure enough, among that pile of miscellaneous information, I spotted this one. The text reads, Great news. Great news. A new must-eat item has been added to the list of food stalls at the back gate of Nanxing Art Academy. According to my own observation, Professor Shen Yulan and Principal Xia have both patronized this stall. People even ride their bikes from several blocks away just to eat here. Apparently, this steamed bun stall is open from 7 p.m., so everyone should give it a try if they have the chance. Lin Yin's roommate suddenly became excited. Hey, I think I took a picture of steamed buns yesterday. I'll post it and make everyone drool. Wait a minute. Lin Yin raised her hand to interrupt her roommate's spellcasting, her face serious. I think you should probably skip it. If this steamed bun stall really becomes popular all over the school, won't we have to wait in a really long line every time we go? That's true, but I think even if we don't say anything, this steamed bun stall will become popular sooner or later. Even Principal Xia went to eat there. Another roommate said, That's true. Gold shines wherever it is. Linine thought about it and realized that it made perfect sense. These steamed buns are so delicious. It would be strange if they didn't become popular. It's just a matter of time. Around 8 o'clock, the old man next door invited Su Chun and Nuonyuo to play in his orchard. Su Chun asked Butler Ding to accompany Nuonyuo to prepare the steamed buns for the stall. After leisurely enjoying breakfast, the ordered ingredients arrived on time. With the addition of rose-flavored red bean buns as a new product, Su Chun plans to soak the red beans first. The key to making delicious rose-flavored red bean buns is the red bean paste, which must be made perfectly. The red beans produced by the system come from the black soil of northeast China. They are bright red in color, plump and round, with smooth and shiny skin, and have a bean-like smell, which shows that they are very fresh and good quality red beans. After a closer look, there were no impurities, so Su Chun simply poured it into the water to wash it clean and let it soak. The roses were also fresh petals from the flower fields in Yunnan. Just smelling the fragrance, wow, it was incredibly rich and fragrant. So Su Chun instructed the two nannies to cut the roses into small pieces and set them aside for later use. After lunch, he poured the soaked red beans into the pot in batches, using 1 part red beans to 3 parts water, and then started cooking. After cooking, there will still be a little water left in the pot, but the beans will be very soft and tender and can be easily mashed into a smooth and fragrant paste with a gentle touch of your fingers. Pour the hot red beans through a strainer to remove excess water, then let them cool naturally. Once the red beans have cooled, put 2/3 of them into a blender and grind them. After that, heat the pot, then pour in the remaining 1/3 of the mixture along with the crushed red beans. The red bean paste will have a grainy texture, which will make it taste better. Su Chun stood in front of the stove, constantly stirring the red beans in the pot over a low flame. Stir-fry evenly from left to right, then flip it over and press it down. After stir-frying for more than 10 minutes, the kitchen was filled with the aroma of red beans. Add white sugar and crushed rose petals to the red bean paste, stir evenly, and continue to stir-fry. Adding sugar will soften the red bean paste, so it needs to be stir-fried for another minute or 2. It then transforms into a sweet and rich fragrance. Su Chun took a bite and felt it wasn't sweet enough, so he added some more maltose. This maltose not only makes the red bean paste stickier, but also makes it easier to shape when wrapping. Just as they were preparing to make the dough for the steamed buns, Nuonyuo and Butler Ding returned. The little one had a lot of fun today, and even brought back a whole bag of fruit. Plums, peaches, grapes, they have everything. When Butler Ding saw Nuonyuo carrying such a big, full backpack, he couldn't help but want to carry it for her. Only, the little girl wouldn't allow it. She treasured the bag of fruit she had picked. "Daddy, have a plum." The little girl took a plum out of her bag, wiped it on the corner of her clothes, and handed it to Su Chun. Su Chun took a bite. However, the next second, his facial muscles froze. The intense sour taste surged through my mouth, stimulating my taste buds. "Oh my God, why are these plums so sour?" Su Chun swallowed it without changing his expression. Below, Nuonyuo tilted her head up and looked at him expectantly. "Daddy, is it sweet?" Without blushing, Su Chun coaxed. It's very sweet." Then the little dumpling, who had happily snatched the other half, was jolted by the sourness. Her little face contorted, and she shuddered as if she had been electrocuted. So sour. So sour. Only then did Su Chun leisurely add 2 words. "Yeah, right. Nuonyuo." She looked at him with a pout. "Wah, the adults are so cunning. They even speak in riddles. Ouch, so sour." Su Chun, standing to the side, laughed rather unkindly. "While the child is still young, you can still tease them. Once they get older, they won't be so easily fooled." After playing with the little girl for a while, Su Chun went back into the kitchen. With Butler Ding helping to knead the dough, it wasn't too tiring. Once the dough has risen, roll out a small piece of dough into a thin wrapper, scoop a spoonful of carefully prepared filling into it, and then pinch the opening tightly. The finished rose-shaped red bean buns are round and plump. At first glance, they don't really look like buns, but more like steamed buns, without any pleats. The wrapped red bean buns were neatly arranged in the steamer. After finishing the new products, Su Chun started making vegetable buns and meat buns as usual. After dinner, I checked the time and realized it was almost time to go out and set up my stall. He moved the prepared steamer and other items onto the food cart one by one and began to greet Nuonuo. Su-chun felt quite uneasy leaving the little girl at home for several nights in a row. Let's see if she's willing to go out and set up a stall with me now. Nuonuo held a cup of milk tea in her hand, watching TV while pouting and sucking on the pearls. The little feet dangling by the sofa were swaying happily. I'm not going. Dad is an adult now. He should do things on his own and not always need someone to accompany him. He needs to learn to be an independent adult. Su-chun. What happened? Su-chun, a woman deeply resentful of her father and an absolute doting father, frowned in deep thought. The bitterness in my heart couldn't be suppressed and overflowed. My little darling is so young. Does she already not need her old father anymore? Could it be that he's holding a grudge because I tricked her into eating sour plums this afternoon? Chapter 286, Save My Dog's Life. You really won't help Dad set up the stall? Su-chun propped himself up on the sofa with one hand, casting a shadow over the small, chubby little bundle. No, Dad's blocking the TV. Su-chun chuckled softly, but didn't insist. However, before leaving, he still bent down and gave the little dumpling's chubby cheek a big kiss. The soft, white flesh was kissed so deeply it sank in. Only then did he drive the food truck out of the house. Then, he was stuck in traffic. This is a one-way street. Although it was a bit congested a few days ago, it was still okay. But today, for some reason, it's exceptionally congested. One car and one electric vehicle after another were packed together, making it impossible to move. Su-chun's food cart was stuck in the traffic jam and couldn't move. I hope we won't go over time today. Su-chun frowned, feeling a bit of a headache. There's nothing we can do now but pray that the roads will be cleared soon. In the taxi next to the food truck, Jean Lingling was trapped in the cramped space, extremely agitated. She is prone to mild motion sickness and occasionally feels a little uncomfortable when traveling by car, even during smooth rides. Today, the taxi was stuck in traffic, stopping and starting, and every jolt made her stomach churn. The taxi lurched forward a couple more times with difficulty, instantly triggering Jean Lingling's stomach discomfort. She felt a strong wave of nausea, as if something was rising in her throat. Fortunately, I was so busy rushing to meet the filming schedule at noon today that I didn't eat much, otherwise I would have definitely thrown up in the taxi. Thinking of this, Jean Lingling couldn't help but secretly rejoice at her foresight. Just as I was feeling relieved, I suddenly felt dizzy and weak all over. She was startled and immediately realized that she was experiencing hypoglycemia. As a model, Jean Lingling has to strictly diet to control her weight in order to meet various shooting requirements. Low blood sugar is a side effect of dieting and can also be considered an occupational hazard for models. Taking advantage of the fact that her low blood sugar had just started and she was still relatively conscious, she hurriedly reached into her bag to find some spare snacks. Various odds and ends were scattered everywhere: lipsticks, powder compacts, cell phones. One by one, items were taken out and thrown on the seat, but there was still no sign of snacks. Upon further reflection, Jean Lingling suddenly remembered that she hadn't had time to eat lunch and had casually eaten the spare snacks in her bag. Now, she was completely panicked. I felt my strength gradually disappearing and my vision began to blur. Jean Lingling hurriedly asked the driver for help, her voice trembling. Driver, do you have anything sweet in your car? I'm having a hypoglycemic episode. Upon hearing the call for help, the driver panicked and immediately began searching around the driver's seat. There were plenty of cigarettes and betel nuts, but no sweets. The streets were completely blocked by congested vehicles. Even if you call 120 for emergency medical assistance, the ambulance simply cannot get through given the severe traffic congestion. On both sides of the street are high residential walls, and there isn't even a convenience store in sight, let alone any emergency suites available. Just then, the driver suddenly noticed that there was a food truck right next to him. He quickly pressed the button, rolled down the window, and shouted loudly towards the food truck. Hey bro, do you have any candy in your car? The girl in the back seat is having a hypoglycemic attack. Su-chun was sitting on the food cart, looking worried, when he heard the shouts and instinctively turned his head to look. My gaze fell on the rear window of the taxi, which slowly rolled down, revealing a pale-faced girl. Yes, Suchin didn't dare to delay for a moment. It seems like Nuonyuo hasn't finished eating the candy she left in the car. Without thinking twice, Suchun grabbed a handful of candy, got out of the car, walked to the taxi, and handed it inside. Jean Lingling subconsciously reached out and took it, tore open the packaging, and stuffed the candy into her mouth. "Hey bro, you're just in time." The taxi driver breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the passenger had eaten the candy, and casually started chatting with Suchun. "Hey bro, where are you setting up your stall?" "Oh, I sell steamed buns near the South City Art Academy." "How's business?" "Not bad." After eating the candy, Jean Lingling felt her dizziness lessen considerably, and her limbs gradually regained some strength. She leaned back in her seat, calmed herself down, and was stunned when she heard the conversation between the driver and Suchun. "Nanxing Art Academy, isn't that my school?" Jean Lingling felt it was a bit unbelievable. She is a senior majoring in modeling and is currently interning at a well-known modeling agency. To save on rent, they chose to continue living in the school dormitory. After regaining her composure, Jean Lingling wanted to thank him in person and also asked for more details about the specific location of the stall. However, just as she was about to speak, the vehicles in the previously stagnant lane began to slowly accelerate. The food cart moved forward nimbly and quickly outpaced the taxi. Jean Lingling watched helplessly as the food truck drove further and further away, and the words that were on the tip of her tongue could only be swallowed back, and she had no choice but to give up. However, she realized that the other party had set up a stall near her school, so she decided to go and thank them in person later. Thinking of this, Jean Lingling quickly took out her phone, found her best friend's chat box, and told her what had just happened. A short while later, a message notification sounded. Over there, her best friend quickly sent 3 exclamation marks, followed by a message popping up. "Is the boss handsome?" Upon seeing this sentence, Jean Lingling couldn't help but roll her eyes. But thinking back on that food truck owner, he was actually quite handsome. So she replied, "Quite proper." The message had barely been sent when another message popped up from my best friend. "Wow, you're not going to repay me with your body. This is a life-saving favor. In a novel, you'd have to have at least 3 children together." Jean Lingling was both annoyed and amused. Get lost. Don't you even know if she's married or not? Then, she changed the subject. "Do you know there's a white food truck near our school? I just found out that the owner has a stall on campus." My best friend exclaimed in surprise. "What? What a coincidence. 5 children or more." Jean Lingling was so angry that her teeth itched. This best friend was good in every way, except that her mouth was too sharp. "Stop reading those indecent novels. I'm a human being, not a sow. Get to the point." My best friend messaged me. "Okay, I'm just kidding. Apparently, there really is a new steamed bun stall near our school. I saw it on the confession wall this afternoon. I heard even Principal Xia has eaten there. By the way, why are you asking about this? Do you actually have feelings for someone?" Jean Lingling replied, "What are you thinking? They saved me, so of course I have to go and support them. Wait for me at the back door later, and we'll go together." "Okay, see you later, I'll get ready." Chapter 287, He'd Never Be a Traitor. There were only 2 minutes left until 7 o'clock. A large crowd had already gathered at the spot where Suchin usually set up his stall. "Why isn't the boss here yet? Are you sure you're not mistaken about the location?" A young man was anxiously grinding his cigarette butt, and even the wrinkles on the back of his neck looked like guangongs, and he was sweating profusely. The middle-aged woman next to her, who was carrying a basket, was also very anxious and immediately took out her Buddhist prayer beads and started to play with them. "Amit Ba Buddha, you must come." Everyone gathered together, eagerly anticipating what was to come. After receiving news of Suchun setting up his stall last night, only a lucky few who arrived early managed to get to eat the steamed buns. Then, someone posted the bad news in the group that the steamed buns were sold out, and many people ended up empty-handed. So today, the regular customers naturally arrived early and waited here, afraid of missing out again. Here, with a clanging and banging sound, Fangze led his massive army of shared bicycles and stormed in. Holy crap, how come there are so many people? When this guy arrived at the place, he was immediately dumbfounded. For the past few days, he had been among the first to arrive here with his group, enjoying the privilege of having the entire venue to himself. He never expected to see such a scene tonight. It was deserted yesterday, with no one in line. The other male college students looked at each other in disbelief. Soon, a few male college students with social anxiety disorder infiltrated the chat circles of the regular diners. At the same time, the security guard from Yuhu Jinyuan also rushed to the snack street. He was heartbroken all night because he didn't get to eat steamed buns yesterday. In the middle of the night, I suddenly realized that since Mr. Su's business was getting better and better, it was probably unlikely that I would be able to get free steamed buns at night again. After much thought, the security guard went home and slept all day after finishing his night shift. I took a day off as soon as I woke up and rushed to the food street in a hurry, following the directions I had asked for beforehand. Although Mr. Su was not seen at the moment, the security guard was certain that he had found the right place when he saw so many people gathered in one place, chatting enthusiastically about steamed buns and the boss. At exactly 7 o'clock, the air suddenly became quiet. No one knows who started it, but the crowd began to stir like boiling porridge. Oh no, the boss is going to stand us up. Is he not going to set up shop at all tonight? No, I took a day off specifically to come here. Damn it, I don't want to hear you say such things. The regular diners were visibly flustered. The boss will definitely come. He's probably just delayed on the way. The security guard suddenly jumped out and couldn't help but reply. Before he arrived, he asked his colleague who was on duty at the gate today and learned that Mr. Su had driven the food truck out at 6:20. How can you be so sure? Do you have the boss's contact information? Upon hearing this, dozens of eerie green eyes locked onto the security guard. The security guard couldn't help but shrink back. Being stared at by so many people was really a bit scary. He cleared his throat and explained, slightly nervously. I'm a security guard in Mr. Su's residential complex. My colleague said he had already driven his food truck out a long time ago. The group of regular diners immediately perked up. A young man in a floral shirt suddenly appeared in front of the security guard, shoving his phone's QR code right up to his nose. Hey bro, want to scan my WeChat QR code? From now on, just give me a call when the boss leaves, and I'll give you plenty of red envelopes. This idea is absolutely brilliant. Even if you know which neighborhood the owner lives in, no one can possibly stand guard at the entrance of the neighborhood 24 hours a day, just waiting for people to set up their stalls. As long as the owner continues to operate his stall in the city, a security guard is on standby inside to keep him informed. They know the time the stall will open in advance, so they can just wait at the intersection where the stall is located and catch the person without any problem. The security guard was taken aback, clearly not expecting anyone to make such a request. He then shook his head violently, his attitude very firm. Are you kidding me? This is a breach of the homeowner's privacy. If this kind of thing is discovered, his job as a security guard will be completely over. Moreover, Mr. Su is so kind that he even treated me to a late-night snack. If I were to betray someone over something like this, I would be utterly inhuman, and my conscience wouldn't allow it. No, if you want to know, ask Mr. Su yourselves. The security guard stood with his arms crossed, looking like he wouldn't listen to reason. Even though I explicitly refused, some gossipy diners still wouldn't give up and kept asking. What kind of person is the boss in the neighborhood? What does he like to do in his spare time? The security guard was in a dilemma. He didn't want to expose the residents' privacy, but he also felt it was inappropriate to offend the diners. After frowning and thinking for a while, he finally decided to only talk about some unimportant things. Mr. Su is a really nice person. A few days ago, when business wasn't good, he would give the leftover buns to us security guards on duty every day after closing up shop. Before he could finish speaking, the crowd erupted. The diners, who had initially just asked out of curiosity, felt their hearts shattered. Business is bad. Damn, if I had found this place sooner, I could have fed the whole food truck to the boss. Are security guards in a boss's neighborhood really that lucky? Are you hiring? I'm in awe. I want to be a security guard too. The diners felt as sour as if they had eaten a lemon and wished they could take the place of the security guard. Suddenly, a headlight cleaved through the crowd, and the food truck roared in. Before he could even catch his breath, Suchin saw that his stall was surrounded by a huge crowd. Goodness, this is going to be intense today. Suchin muttered to himself. Thankfully, he was somewhat mentally prepared. Today is Thursday, just hang in there for one more day, and I can get a good rest. He consoled himself, thinking of it as paying back the debt he incurred from slacking off a few days ago. Shouts rose and fell, and the previously chaotic crowd quickly formed ranks. Suchin quickly parked the food cart. I'm so sorry for the late arrival, everyone. We can order now, but there's still a limit of 2 steamed buns per person. It's okay, as long as I can eat it today. I'm the happiest girl. The girl at the front of the line, wearing a Lolita dress, jumped up excitedly. Getting first place is such a good omen. I'm going to buy a lottery ticket later. After she finished speaking, her gaze fell on the small whiteboard next to her. After seeing what was written on it, her excitement grew even stronger. Is the rose red bean bun a new flavor today? I didn't see it in the photos in the group yesterday. The girl asked curiously, her eyes full of surprise. That's right, a new flavor. Suchin nodded with a smile. Then I'll take this one. I love sweets. The girl excitedly took out her phone and transferred 10 yuan. Soon, the other diners also started ordering food. I want a rose-flavored red bean bun too. It sounds so good for beauty and health. What kind of man eats sweet buns? Boss, give me 2 meat buns. Chapter 288, Boosting Sales and Building Good Fortune. Suchin deftly turned on the stove and began steaming buns. As steam billowed from the steamer, he watched until the time was right. Then, wearing gloves, he picked up a stack of steamers, revealing the buns at the bottom. In an instant, the steaming white mist, carrying the aroma of steamed buns, suddenly dispersed with a whoosh, and the rich fragrance instantly filled the air, wafting straight into people's noses. Wow, it smells so good. The girl at the top of the line swallowed hard. She took the 2 rose-shaped red bean buns that Suchin handed her, hissing and gasping as they were scalded by the heat. After realizing the temperature of the freshly steamed buns, the girl didn't rush to eat them. Instead, I picked up the plastic bag and admired the round appearance of the buns for a while. These buns are really too cute. Like a stress-relieving toy, the bun skin is soft and fluffy when you gently squeeze it, and it bounces back when you let go. The girl took a bite with great anticipation, and sure enough, the texture and feel were exactly the same, very soft. The dough was just the right thickness, neither too thin nor too thick, and it evenly wrapped around a generous amount of rose bean paste filling. The filling was very hot, and she subconsciously squeezed it out because of the heat. A large amount of red bean paste flowed out quickly, carrying a strong rose fragrance. It dripped onto my hand, and I was immediately startled by the heat, almost jumping up. The girl opened her mouth and breathed heavily, trying to cool herself down quickly. Once you can chew it, the delicious flavor of the rose red bean bun explodes in your mouth. The red bean paste has a distinct, grainy texture, and the unique petal-like texture spreads layer by layer in the mouth. At the same time, it is filled with sweetness and smoothness, making sweet people unable to help but show a happy smile. This sweetness isn't the cloying, overly sweet kind. Paired with the mild but soft dough, every bite is incredibly satisfying. The girl couldn't resist and finished the bun in just a few bites. With her promoting it on the spot, people quickly succumbed to the temptation. Among them was the man who had just complained that he didn't like sweet buns, but very honestly changed his mind and immediately ordered a rose red bean bun. This way, Jean Lingling got out of the taxi and thanked the driver again. She even gave the driver a 20 yuan red envelope and a 5-star review. Girl, remember to bring some candy next time. If you faint from low blood sugar in my car again, I'll have to charge you a scare fee. The driver chuckled and made a joke before driving away. At the back gate of the school, her best friend waited for a few minutes and saw Jean Lingling get out of the car, so she walked over quickly. After the two met, "Let's hurry up and go thank the steamed bun stall owner," Jean Lingling said. Her best friend nodded, then asked, "How are you planning to thank me?" Jean Lingling said earnestly, "Of course, I can't just say a few words about being saved. I have to buy him 2 baskets of steamed buns." Upon hearing this, her best friend suddenly slammed on the brakes and grabbed Jean Lingling, looking distressed. "Normally it wouldn't matter, but I have a posture class tomorrow. The teacher specifically checks my weight during class. You want me to eat steamed buns at this crucial moment? You might as well just order me a coffin. Do you think I wanted this?" Jean Lingling pulled back the corner of her clothes and rolled her eyes. "Me too. I have a model audition tomorrow, and I don't dare to eat any late-night snacks because I'm afraid my face will be swollen the next day and affect my performance." But if I just say thank you, it feels like I'm not being sincere enough. The two girls stood under the streetlight, looking at each other, and fell silent for a moment. Got it. Jean Lingling suddenly snapped her fingers. I remember you said someone recommended this bun on the confession wall, saying it's a must-try, and that a lot of people must come specifically to buy it. How about this? We buy them and then give them to the students in line. This way, we can boost the boss's sales and also build up good karma. After thinking for a moment, her best friend thought the idea was feasible, so she nodded in agreement. Okay, let's do it this way. After reaching an agreement, the two began looking for steamed bun stalls along the food street. They only knew that the food truck was white, but they didn't know its exact location. I thought it would take a long time to find it. Unexpectedly, after walking only a short distance, I saw a large crowd gathered in a place ahead. A long queue formed, with a steamed bun stall at the front of the line. Jean Lingling glanced at it, and immediately confirmed that this was the steamed bun stall owner she was looking for. Found it. It's the one over there. Following the direction Jean Lingling was pointing, her best friend looked and was so shocked that her jaw almost dislocated. How come this steamed bun stall is doing so well? The line is longer than my life. Are you sure the owner needs your support? Jean Lingling really didn't expect that the steamed bun stall would be so popular. She had initially thought that setting up a steamed bun stall near her school wouldn't do very well. This made her wonder to herself, could this be a case of good people being rewarded? Despite this, Jean Lingling remained firm in her stance. You should still thank them. It has nothing to do with whether the owner's business is good or not. Who doesn't want to sell more when they set up a stall? You still have to show your appreciation. Jean Lingling spoke with righteous indignation. After all, I almost died on the street before, so even if the king of hell comes today, I have to repay this favor first. Fine, looks like I'm destined not to go to bed early. My best friend shrugged helplessly. Although she complained a little, she still followed Jean Lingling to the back of the line without hesitation and obediently started queuing. Xiang Tian returned to the snack street. Thinking back to yesterday, she didn't know whether Coach Xing had actually tried it or not. During the weight loss camp class this morning, Coach Xing showed no sign of anything amiss and didn't mention the matter at all. Xiang Tian was too embarrassed to ask. After breaking her vows for the past 2 days, Xiang Tian has become more open-minded. Since things have already come to this, instead of living in constant fear and regret, I might as well just have a bad time and eat something nice. At worst, I can just add more aerobic exercise later and try to burn off the calories. With this in mind, Xiang Tian arrived at that familiar spot. But the sight before her eyes stunned her. There was a long queue at the steamed bun stall. What happened? There weren't this many people when I came yesterday. How did it suddenly become like this today? Xiang Tian usually hates waiting in line, but after hesitating for a moment, she decided to join the queue anyway. So she slowly walked towards the end of the line. As they walked, Xiang Tian suddenly caught a glimpse of several familiar heads in the group out of the corner of her eye. At first she thought she was seeing things, but upon closer inspection, she couldn't help but blurt it out. Coach Xing, Coach Xiao Xian. Her eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. At this moment, the team includes not only 2 coaches whose names she knows. There were also several other trainers whose names I couldn't recall, but who I often saw at the gym and whose faces were somewhat familiar. Good evening, sweetie. When Coach A Xing saw Xiang Tian, he was taken aback at first, and then a hint of guilt appeared on his face. Chapter 289 Girl, if you want to reminisce, move aside. Coach A Xing's ears were burning. Just yesterday, he was determined to set an example for the trainees through his actions. As a result, I've become a regular customer of the steamed bun stall today. It wasn't just her. The other coaches also succumbed to the temptation and moved towards the steamer in unison. In the end, the buns we had yesterday were only enough for each person to have a tiny bite. It wasn't nearly enough. Xiang Tian froze for a few seconds. Seeing the coach's somewhat embarrassed expression, he suddenly burst out laughing. It turns out it wasn't that I lacked willpower, but that even the fitness instructors couldn't resist the aroma of these steamed buns. Thinking about it this way, she felt much more at ease and began to take it all for granted. Coaches, you can continue chatting. I'll go line up now. Xiang Tian smiled and flicked her bangs. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he walked briskly to the back of the line. It's our turn. Jean Lingling and her best friend waited, and finally, it was their turn. What kind of filling do you want? Su Chun held the plastic bag and casually offered a word of greeting. Boss, I came here specifically to thank you. If it weren't for you, I'd probably be lying in the hospital right now. Jean Lingling hurriedly explained her purpose. After listening, Su Chen took a closer look and recognized her as the girl who had suffered from low blood sugar during the traffic jam. He was stunned for a moment. Could it be that the other party actually chased after me all this way to express their gratitude? That's way too exaggerated. Jean Lingling seemed to sense Su Chen's confusion and began to explain further. She overheard Su Chen chatting with the driver and learned that he was setting up a stall near the South City Art Academy. And since she happened to be a student there, she came over. Su Chen suddenly realized that it was quite a coincidence. Don't worry about it. Anyone would help in that situation if they could. Jean Lingling was very serious, and her gratitude was extremely genuine. Boss, this may be a small thing for you, but it means a lot to me. If it weren't for that handful of candy, I might still be on an 4 drip right now. So I have to express my gratitude. An older customer in the back row overheard their conversation and chuckled. Great job, boss. You do a good deed anonymously. Thumbs up. Some elderly men, eager to eat their steamed buns, started urging them to hurry up. Young lady, if you want to reminisce, move over to the side. I'm getting old, and my stomach can't wait any longer. Sensing the impending uprising behind her, Jean Lingling clasped her hands together, feeling deeply apologetic. I'm sorry. I'll buy it right away. Since we're going to express our feelings, we should definitely buy more steamed buns. She glanced up at the price list on the whiteboard and said, Boss, 10 of each. Oh, no, you can't buy any more. There's a limit of 2 per person. Before Su Chun could even speak, a regular customer behind him reminded him. They even have purchase limits? Jean Lingling hadn't expected this situation, so she had no choice but to hold up her payment code and order the 4 most expensive meat buns with her best friend. Su Chun responded. Lift the steamer lid, and a head pops out from the white mist. He handed the prepared buns to the 2 girls. Smell. Smell. Fragrant. The aroma of the flour and filling mixture was so rich that it filled every inch of the surrounding air. These steamed buns smell amazing. No wonder the business is so booming. The 2 took the steamed buns, walked to the side, and stared blankly at the steaming buns in their hands. Everything was planned perfectly. I plan to randomly pick 2 classmates who come to buy steamed buns on my way back to school and give them to them. This way, you can express your gratitude to your boss without worrying that eating it will affect your plans for the next day. But at this moment, the aroma emanating from the steamed buns made the 2 of them very tempted, and they began to waver about sending the buns. Jean Lingling hadn't eaten much all day, and her stomach kept rumbling as she faced the steamed buns in front of her. An appetite can be very torturous. Jean Lingling felt her willpower crumbling little by little, and she found it really hard to refuse. Finally, she couldn't hold back anymore. Reach out and randomly grab a bun from the plastic bag. I kept encouraging myself. I only take a small bite, just to taste it, and then I stop. I definitely don't eat more. Oh, Blanche. It's a meat bun. Each bite of this bun is bursting with oil, savory, and fragrant. Jean Lingling's unintentional exclamation upon tasting it made her speech a little unclear. It's so oily and delicious, and not greasy at all. After taking a bite, Jean Lingling gave herself an ultimatum. I really can't eat anymore. But it was as if its mouth had a mind of its own, and it couldn't stop biting into the bun again. Seeing Jean Lingling enjoying her steamed buns more and more, her best friend next to her couldn't help but gulp down. Since she ate it, I'll just have a small bite too. I promise I'll only have 1 bite. Oh woo. The thin outer skin is fragrant and soft. The moment the skin splits between your teeth, the scalding juice splashes onto your tongue. The aroma of scallions mingled with the fragrance of meat, hitting her right in the head. It was so hot that she gasped for breath, but couldn't bear to let go. Her cheeks puffed out as she swallowed the savory broth, managing to swallow every last drop. The more you chew the minced meat, the better it becomes. The fat melts into a fragrant oil, and the lean meat is not dry at all. After a steaming process, it becomes even more juicy and flavorful. So how exactly is this minced meat processed? This pig must be soaking in hot springs and getting spa massages every day. The two originally only intended to have a small taste, but once their teeth hit the bun skin, they completely lost control. They had long since forgotten all their previous concerns, such as weight and auditions. After finishing their steamed buns, the two wiped their greasy lips under the streetlights. They exchanged a glance, and then it was as if they had just woken up from a dream. They both saw regret in each other's eyes. My best friend looked dejected. I'm doomed. I'm definitely going to fail my weight check in my figure class tomorrow. Jean Lingling also looked miserable. My audition tomorrow is very important. It's with a really famous photographer. If my face or body is swollen tomorrow because of this late-night snack, and I don't look good on camera, I don't know if I'll ever have another chance to get an audition of this level again. Regret value +1. Regret value +1. Two eye-catching prompts floated past Su Chen's eyes like ghosts. He was taken aback. Subconsciously, I started looking around, trying to figure out where this regret value came from. However, Su Chen soon realized that things were different now. Business used to be slow at this time of day, with hardly any customers around. Whenever regret occurs, the source can always be easily found. But now, the area around the food truck is bustling with activity, filled with diners, each holding a steaming bun and enjoying their meal. Everyone's face was filled with satisfaction. Their expressions were so blissful, there wasn't a trace of regret on their faces. Su Chen's gaze swept back and forth across the crowd. They couldn't find out who provided those 2 regret points. Chapter 290. What kind of robot boyfriend is this? Boss, what are you looking for? I'll help you find it. An elderly diner in front of the food cart was starving. His stomach was growling incessantly. Seeing Su Chen looking around anxiously, she couldn't help but speak up and offered to help. Su Chen then came to his senses and realized that his actions were somewhat abrupt. He laughed awkwardly. It's nothing. I'll pack you some steamed buns right away. As he spoke, he lifted the lid of the steamer, reached out and grabbed 2 plump buns, handing them over. At the same time, he was thinking about it in his mind. With what was left before, plus the 2 regret points from before, it's just enough to unlock the last flavor of the 3 delicacies bun. However, it's a busy time right now, and there's a long line of customers waiting behind us. Su Chen had no choice but to put the idea aside for the time being and think about it again when he had time. Wah, woof woof, woof woof woof. A dog barked, and Wang Bin and Song Fei arrived with their husky. It's been so long since we last saw it, but the husky is still incredibly popular. As soon as it appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of all the queuing diners. As usual, the husky hopped and skipped to the front of the line, smacking its lips and drool dripping down its face. If you don't take it apart, the boss doesn't have any extra ingredients for you today. Do you have any money? Do you use Alipay or WeChat? They were all old acquaintances, and everyone chimed in with jokes. Woof! The husky tilted its head and thought for a while, then understood what the human meant. It then proudly raised its paw and showed off the fruit watch on its leg. Good heavens! This guy actually got fooled by a dog. Holy crap, look! A $74.99 watch is wearing its claws like that. Many diners were instantly taken aback. A guy in a plaid shirt almost dropped his phone. The top-of-the-line watch he'd been dreaming of buying on installment for 12 months was currently tied to his dog's leg, gleaming softly in the warm light of the street lamp. Anyone would be devastated in this situation. Haha, it just likes to freeload and eat and drink without being taken care of. How can it always freeload off the boss? If it wants to eat, let it pay for its own food. Besides, this isn't some high-end item. It's a digital watch I got on Pinduoduo for 230 yuan with free shipping. Wang Bin smiled. After explaining, he nudged Song Fei with his elbow, and the two hurriedly ran to the back of the line to join the queue. Phew. Thankfully, it wasn't some big brand, which made the diners feel better. An elderly diner, engrossed in a steamed bun, couldn't resist teasing the husky. Chew, chew, chew. I won't open it. What flavor do you want? We have fresh meat, cabbage, and red bean paste. Okay, I'll say it again. If you want it, just bark. Fresh meat. Woof woof. Ha ha. Everyone laughed. It really knows how to choose. Boss, This gentleman dog wants 2 meat-filled ones. As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of laughter erupted from the group. Suchin also laughed and pointed to the husky's watch. Pay up. Scan the code. Ha ha. Another burst of laughter followed. 2 hours later, Lin Yin and her roommates finally finished their theoretical assignments. A sense of relief and ease immediately filled the dormitory room. At that moment, someone said something. Want to go get some steamed buns? The suggestion was met with immediate approval from everyone. The girls dragged their tired bodies to the food street, but when they arrived at the familiar spot, they were stunned. The steamed bun stall, which should have been filled with the white steam of steaming buns, had vanished without a trace. The girls looked at each other, their eyes filled with confusion. Huh? Where did my huge steamed bun stand go? They looked at each other, trying to find answers in each other's eyes, but in the end it was all in vain. Someone had a sudden inspiration and reminded Lin Yin. Xiaoyin, your boyfriend comes every day, right? He might know what's going on. You should call him and ask him. Oh right. Quickly ask your devoted boyfriend. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin immediately took out her phone from her bag. The moment the call connected, game sound effects mixed with the sound of keyboards banged out. Honey, what's up? I'm in the middle of a team battle. Lin Yin, without bothering with pleasantries, hurriedly asked. Is the steamed bun stand closed today? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone before Fong Zhe's voice came through. The steamed bun stall was doing exceptionally well today. When I went there last night, the line was incredibly long. If I'm not here right now, what if the owner has sold out of steamed buns and gone home? Lin Yin turned on speakerphone, and Fong Zhe's words were clearly heard by everyone. Upon hearing this news, the girls felt like the sky had fallen. After working hard for several hours to finish my homework, my only thought was to be able to come here and have a steamed bun after completing the task. But now, all we can do is live on air. Lin Yin immediately went berserk. Her fingernails nearly dug into her phone case. Fong Zhe, you son of a bitch. Why didn't you call me beforehand? If I had known this would happen, I would have bought steamed buns before doing my homework. The person on the other end of the phone sounded completely innocent. Didn't you say you wanted to focus on your homework and not let me bother you? Lin Yin was speechless. She opened her mouth, wanting to refute. But then she remembered that she had indeed said those words, and now, realizing she was in the wrong, she could only remain silent. Straight man. Ugh, what a lousy straight man. After a few seconds of silence, Lin Yin angrily hung up the phone. So all guys are command-driven beings. What kind of robot boyfriend is this? Ugh, I really want to grab that jerk and beat him up. I wonder how delicious his steamed buns were today. The next day, as dawn broke, Jean Lingling and her best friend groggily got out of bed to wash up. Shortly after, a gasp came from inside the bathroom. Jean Lingling stared at herself in the mirror, feeling utterly devastated. My face was indeed more swollen than yesterday, and my once clearly defined jawline was now a bit blurry. I told myself last night that I would only eat a small bite, but I couldn't control myself. Now look what's happened. I have such an important model audition to attend today. How am I going to look good on camera with this swollen face? My best friend's situation isn't much better. She habitually stepped onto the scale, her eyes fixed on the numbers. As the pointer moved, the final number it landed on almost made her faint, causing her to let out a sharp scream. Outrageous. How could prices have gone up so much? I only ate 2 meat buns, not a whole pig. Thinking about what might happen in the figure class later, my best friend really wants to die. What should I do? If I had known this would happen, I should have resisted the temptation last night. It's all because those buns smelled too good. The two of them finished washing up with long faces, changed their clothes, and left the dormitory. As soon as Jean Lingling stepped out of the school gate, the first thing she did was find a coffee shop and order a large iced Americano with extra espresso. Iced Americano helps reduce water retention, which is common knowledge in the modeling industry. Jean Lingling tilted her head back and gulped down several mouthfuls. The bitter taste spread in her mouth, but she didn't care at all. She just hoped the caffeine would take effect quickly. Then, she hailed a taxi, got in, and gave them the address of today's audition. Chapter 291. Close your eyes and activate retrospective mode. Jean Lingling pushed open the door of the photography studio, then paused in her tracks. The waiting room was packed with people, all of them with long legs, slim waists, and exquisite makeup. The aroma of Americano coffee filled the air, and dozens of models each held a cup, sipping it gracefully. This is a cutthroat world, and Jean Lingling knows it all too well. What's more, the person in charge today is a well-known bigwig in the industry. As a newcomer, she didn't even have any familiar faces, so she could only shrink into a corner and secretly observe her surroundings. The senior print models in the middle were chatting happily, sharing or rather showing off their audition experiences. The sound was neither too loud nor too soft, and Jean Lingling unconsciously pricked up her ears to listen carefully. 3 days before the audition, I only ate boiled vegetables. I didn't even dare to drink too much water for fear of swelling. I go to the gym for 2 hours every day. By the way, I have a super professional yoga instructor as a friend. Want me to introduce you? Jean Lingling gripped the strong Americano in her hand so tightly that her knuckles turned white. In comparison, I ate 2 steamed buns without any restraint last night, which was really unprofessional. Not to mention, with so many seniors present, she really had no advantage whatsoever. Soon, the staff member pushed open the door and read out the first name. The audition has begun. The model who was called immediately stood up, took a deep breath, and walked towards the audition room. Jean Lingling and the models present had no idea what the audition theme was. After all, this photographer, who is quite famous in the industry, has a unique style and is said to value the model's spontaneous talent. As a newcomer with limited experience, Jean Lingling could only try her best to recall the modeling techniques she had learned and constantly imagine various possible audition themes in her mind to make herself fully prepared. Soon, the models filed in and came out one after another. Some people looked relaxed, while others looked worried. However, when asked about the audition content, they couldn't give specific details due to the photographer's requirements, only offering vague hints. This audition is related to eating. Jean Lingling frowned slightly. Eat? Are you shooting a food commercial? Is it a gesture, an emotion, or a specific food that one wants to eat? As time went by, the audition process became faster and faster. Initially, the veteran models had the opportunity to audition individually, but now they have been changed from individuals to groups of 5. Jean Lingling. She stood up abruptly, her heart pounding like a drum, and walked towards the audition room with the other 4 people. Inside the room, a bearded photographer leaned lazily back in a chair, his long hair casually tied up. His critical gaze lingered on Jean Lingling for less than a second before shifting away. It took a little longer to look at the others. The photographer slightly raised his chin. The theme of this audition is very simple. I have a high-end food ad, and I need you to show a state of enjoying food. The sample is currently under wraps, so we ask everyone to immerse themselves in the food without any props. After speaking, he raised his hand and glanced at his watch. You have 30 seconds to prepare. Jean Lingling was taken aback, not expecting that she had actually guessed correctly. However, this does not mean that she has an advantage. Anyone can act out the state of enjoying delicious food. Everyone deserves a good meal. So if it's just a simple performance, and you're not a professional performer with any formal training, you probably won't catch the photographer's eye at all. The key is to truly immerse yourself in the food and genuinely express enjoyment and satisfaction. Thinking of this, Jean Lingling instinctively recalled the meat buns she had eaten last night. All right, now, begin your auditions. The photographer's voice broke the silence. Jean Lingling didn't have time to think too much and tried hard to recall her state when she ate the steamed buns last night. She closed her eyes slightly, trying to hypnotize herself. At this moment, she returned to the food street. She saw the steamed bun vendor lift the lid of the steamer, steam billowing out and a fragrant aroma wafting through the air. Then, I happily took the hot bun and took a big bite. The juicy and fragrant meat filling burst in my mouth. Jean Lingling was completely immersed in the culinary world she had created, eating one bite after another, unable to stop. She narrowed her eyes slightly, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously turned up. I don't know how much time has passed, but it could also be a very short time. Okay, stop now. Perform for a little longer. I'm getting hungry. The photographer's slightly helpless voice pulled her back to reality. Jean Lingling suddenly snapped out of her daze and realized that everyone in the room was staring at her. The short-haired model next to him burst out laughing. "Sister, what delicious food did you eat? It makes me so hungry. And wipe your drool." Jean Lingling. She subconsciously wiped her mouth and immediately felt a wet sensation. "Holy crap, this is so embarrassing. I'm going to die." Jean Lingling's face flushed red instantly. "I felt so ashamed that I dug a castle out of my toes." When someone auditioned for a role, they were so drooling with envy. "All right, you can all go out now. The audition results will be announced after everyone's auditions are over." The photographer waved his hand. The staff immediately understood, quickly stepped forward to open the door, and gestured for them to leave. After all, there were other models waiting in line, and time was tight, so the audition process had to proceed in a compact and orderly manner. No sooner had they left than the assistant's teasing voice rang out in the photography studio. "Teacher Xiao, I think there's absolutely no need for further auditions. This girl's performance is amazing. It's completely natural. It's the first time I've ever watched someone perform, and it made me so hungry." As he spoke, he exaggeratedly rubbed his stomach, which made several staff members around him laugh as well. The photographer's eyes were also full of surprise and appreciation. He nodded slightly, agreeing. "Your opinion is the same as mine. This girl's appearance may not be as advantageous as other models, and she is not the most outstanding among this group of models, but her expressiveness is, at least in the context of my theme, simply impeccable. But the process still has to be completed. They've come all this way. We can't just not give them a chance." Over here, in the waiting room, the models gradually relaxed and began to talk about their performances during the audition. Jean Lingling's drooling incident quickly spread, and everyone's attention turned to her. She felt like she was being pricked by needles, and her face turned bright red with embarrassment. "I want to escape this planet. I really want to escape, but I can't. To be honest, the fact that I drooled will definitely become an indelible black mark on my modeling career." Just then, a senior model walked through the crowd and stood in front of Jean Lingling. He looked her up and down, then gave her a meaningful smile. "Lucky girl, congratulations." Chapter 292. It's all because Qin Shi Huang didn't unify the three delicacies buns. Huh. Jean Lingling was stunned, completely unable to understand why the other party was congratulating her. "You just made such a huge fool of yourself. What kind of congratulations are you talking about? Is he mocking himself?" Before she could think further, the last group of models finished their auditions. The photographer followed behind them. He walked in and quickly scanned the crowd. Then he announced directly, "The audition is over. Jean Lingling has passed the audition. Everyone else can go home now." All eyes were once again focused on Jean Lingling. Jean Lingling herself stood there blankly. "Huh? Me?" Jean Lingling stretched out her finger and pointed to herself in a flustered manner, unable to believe her ears for a moment. "That's right, it's you. No doubt about it." The photographer was in a good mood and unusually said a few more words. "A very spiritual presentation and performance. Be sure to maintain this strength." He told her to come and sign the contract the next day, then turned and left. Amidst a chorus of congratulations, Jean Lingling, feeling dizzy, added the contact information of many people. She only gradually came to her senses after getting into a taxi. "I took out my phone and texted my best friend to tell her about my day. Not long after the message was sent, my best friend immediately responded with 3 exclamation marks. "You're so lucky. I was punished with physical exertion this morning. I felt like I was going to die." Then came another message. "So, your audition turned out to be a blessing in disguise." Even through the screen, Jean Lingling could feel her best friend's inner turmoil. Actually, her best friend wasn't jealous of Jean Lingling's successful audition. Only thinking about how the two of them couldn't resist eating steamed buns last night, and how she was punished terribly in her physical education class this morning because of her weight, she felt a pang of sadness. Jean Lingling, however, took an unexpected turn and succeeded in the audition, a stark contrast in treatment. "I'm afraid my sisters will suffer, and I'm also afraid they'll drive Land Rovers." Human nature is a complicated thing. When good things happen, people are in high spirits. After comforting her best friend for a couple of minutes, Jean Lingling invited her to have some steamed buns. "Shall we go get some steamed buns tonight?" Speaking of which, I really owe my successful interview today to those steamed buns. If I hadn't eaten those 2 buns last night, I wouldn't have performed as well during the audition. My best friend's reply popped up quickly. Big sister, don't you think I'm miserable enough? If I'm still overweight next time, the posture teacher will hang me from the rafters and whip me. Seeing this, Jean Lingling could only regretfully type a reply. Then I'll have to go by myself. Since the photographer was very satisfied with her performance during today's audition and even specifically told her to maintain it, she should definitely eat more steamed buns to get a feel for it. Moreover, since the theme of this shoot is related to food, a slightly fuller face might actually accentuate the feeling of happiness, which might better meet the requirements of the shoot. Anyway, the photographer didn't point out the problem of my face being puffy during the audition. If they didn't mention this, then it's considered true. Just as Jean Lingling was happily about to turn off her phone, another message came from her best friend. No, I want to go to Beizai too. What? Aren't you afraid of getting slapped? Jean Lingling couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. Anyway, there are no physical education classes these 2 days. I'll just eat one last time. It was followed by several gritting teeth emojis. In the kitchen, Su-chun was in a good mood as he tidied up the ingredients that had been delivered today. The thought of being able to relax and be a couch potato for 2 days on Saturday and Sunday makes me smile more hard than an AK. Speaking of these 3 delicacy buns, different ingredients from all over the world, different cooking methods. In the north, the 3 delicacy buns are sturdy and plump, like honest, burly northern men. The skin is made of thick, fluffy leavened dough, and when you bite into it, it's soft and fluffy, with the aroma of wheat filling your nose. The filling consists of shrimp, pork, and chives, forming a perfect triangle. When you arrive in the water towns of Jiangnan, the 3 delicacies bun is like a gentle and refined young lady. The dough is as thin as paper, almost transparent, allowing glimpses of the pink filling inside. The 3 delicacies here are meticulously prepared. Fresh bamboo shoots are a must when they are in season, diced into small, crisp pieces. They are paired with small river shrimp, small in size, but bursting with concentrated flavor. There are also tender eggs, scrambled together and mixed with the first 2 ingredients, with a touch of minced meat simmered in broth for added aroma. Further along the coastal city, the 3 delicacy buns have changed their appearance again. The fisherman's cooking emphasizes the freshest seafood. The skin carries the ruggedness of the seaside, slightly thick, yet chewy. The filling features finely sliced crab meat, its rich, savory flavor overwhelming. Large scallop pieces are tender yet chewy, making a satisfying crunch when you bite into them. Finally, a sprinkle of dried and rehydrated seaweed adds a touch of salty ocean flavor and a unique algae umami taste. Not to mention the other regional variations of the 3 delicacies bun. It can be stuffed with fresh meat, quail eggs, and ham sausage, or shrimp, wood ear mushrooms, and corn kernels. You name it, it has it. Ultimately, Sangxian is a name based on custom and local customs, and it encapsulates the flavors of life for the locals. Take a bite and you'll taste the flavors of everyday life, and savor the essence of mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas. If we're really going to be pedantic, then we can blame Qin Shi Huang for not standardizing the 3 delicacies bun back then. Wait, that's not right. You've got the wrong person. Steamed buns were probably invented by Zhuge Liang. Su-chun brainstormed for a while, then opened the ingredients. This time, he made the northern-style 3 delicacy steamed buns. The chives provided by the system are freshly harvested from the foot of the mountain, the first tender shoots, with mud still attached to the roots. After washing it several times, the chives glistened with moisture, and the leaves were as crisp as jade. Once it's chopped up on the cutting board, the aroma is absolutely irresistible, so incredibly fresh. The shrimp sent by the system are also freshly caught live shrimp from the sea. 2 aunties were busy peeling shrimp on the side. With a pinch of your fingernail, the transparent shrimp meat pops up effortlessly. Su-chun took some shrimp meat, lightly pounded it a few times with the back of a knife, and then mixed it with minced pork hind leg meat. This meat was pork shoulder with a 3:7 fat to lean ratio. The fat moistened the filling, while the lean meat added fragrance. When the 2 are mixed together, they look gorgeous. Butler Ding wasn't idle either. He stood in front of the big pot and fried the local eggs until they were golden brown and crumbly, mixing them with crispy fried pork cracklings. The aroma was so enticing that it made one's throat tingle. After the minced meat is mixed, the peppercorn water needs to be stirred in 3 separate batches. With a flick of his wrist, Su Chun caused the meat filling in the porcelain bowl to simmer and absorb the flavors. Minced scallions and ginger remove the fishy smell, oyster sauce enhances the flavor, and a spoonful of sesame oil locks in the juices. The most amazing thing is the secret recipe chicken jelly, which turns into a packet of fresh soup after being steamed. One bite, and you'll be so delicious it'll make your tongue melt. The 4 of them worked for a while. The filling is finally ready. Now it's time to make the dough. The dough had been fermenting overnight. Mix the old dough with freshly ground wheat flour and knead until it reaches a smooth, elastic consistency. When rolling out the dough, make the center thicker and the edges thinner to hold the filling without breaking the bottom. When it was time to pleat the dough, Su Chin's movements were so fast it was dizzying. The 18 pleats are as even as fan ribs, and a shrimp protrudes from the closure, making one's mouth water. Da-da-da. Footsteps approached. Wow, Daddy, you're making bags again. I'm hungry, time for dinner. Uncle, I'm hungry, time for some food. As soon as Nyanyo's soft begging voice rang out, the little boy next door also started calling out. Chapter 293 Playing Around, Fooling Around. The 2 little devils were craving the 3 delicacy buns, and Su Chin naturally obliged. Okay, I'll give it to you to eat as soon as it's steamed. After the dough for steamed buns is prepared, arrange them neatly in the steamer, let them rise for 10 minutes, and then turn on the heat. The steaming process has begun, and the aroma is gradually wafting out. Nyanyo was short, and smelling the aroma, she tried to stand on tiptoe while leaning on the counter, but Su Chun pressed her head down with a slap. The buns aren't ready yet. Use high heat to steam them, then simmer them over low heat, and then let them sit for 3 minutes after turning off the heat. You can't rush it at all. Nuonuo. What's with all this talk of literary and martial arts? Ding Ding doesn't understand. All she wants to eat right now is steamed buns. The little girl snorted. Resting his chin on the table, his chubby, soft body curled up in a pitiful way, he inhaled the aroma intently. Seeing that her heartless father remained unmoved. So they simply moved the little boy from next door out. Dad, can you hurry up? Look, even Hao Hao can't stand it anymore. Hao Hao was stunned, a little confused. Nonsense, he does manage his facial expressions. Su Chin's lips twitched. Girl, they're not as greedy as you. A few minutes later, the fragrant 3-ingredient buns are finally ready. But Su Chin only took a small taste before getting back to making meat buns and char siu buns. Let's make these 3 things today. If we also prepared vegetable buns and tofu and vermicelli buns, it would probably exhaust us. 5 o'clock at the school gate. Fong Zhe stepped onto a shared bicycle and summoned the Beizai army to gather at the school gate. Holy crap, Zheji! Someone rushed over, scanned the QR code on the shared bike, and suddenly realized that the timing seemed a bit off. Are you sure there's a mistake? The owner doesn't open his stall until 7. Go again at 7 o'clock. How long do you want to wait before you can eat? Fong Zhe took out a cigarette, but didn't light it, feeling a pang of sadness in his heart. Thinking back to a few days ago, the steamed bun stall was empty, and hardly anyone knew about it. People didn't have to wait at all if they wanted to eat steamed buns. But now, everything has changed. That line is way too long. If you're even a little late, you'll have to wait ages. Fong Zhe's feelings at this moment were actually quite complicated. On the one hand, they were pleased with their own discerning eye. The treasure trove of a steamed bun stall they had stumbled upon had indeed become a thriving business. On the other hand, I feel a little sad that my treasured possessions have now become so common. After calming himself down, Fong Zhe glanced at his roommate, Han Han, out of the corner of his eye. Wow, that's unusual. This kid has been listless ever since he ate steamed buns last night, and he hasn't been in much spirits. Normally, they would have rushed over, put their arms around each other, and started telling jokes. What? You got rejected after confessing your feelings? Fong Zhe felt it was necessary to pay attention to his roommate's mental state. She got off her bicycle and kicked him with the tip of her shoe. Henin glanced at Fong Zhe, then looked around at the others, hesitated for a moment, and then sighed deeply. If it were just because you were rejected after confessing your feelings, never mind, you shouldn't ask. It's better for both of us. Fang Zhe was taken aback. If it's someone's private matter, then it would be impolite to keep asking. But the implication behind this guy's words seems to have something to do with me? That's interesting. Just say what you have to say, or shut up. Why are you beating around the bush? As Fang Zhe spoke, he grabbed Han Nin by the neck and began to interrogate him, half jokingly and half seriously. Han Nin rolled his eyes, forcefully slapped Fang Zhe's arm away, and said irritably, "Since you insist on asking, don't blame me." Han Nin sighed with a melancholy expression. The owner of the steamed bun stall may be moving to a different location in the next couple of days. Upon hearing this, Fang Zhe's expression changed drastically. Playing around is one thing, joking around is another, but you fucking joke about this? In his heart, the steamed bun stall is no longer just a place to satisfy one's appetite. It's more like a source of hope. What will he do if the boss really leaves? He shrugged helplessly. Why would I lie to you? You know my personality. I'm very outgoing and friendly with people. Yesterday, so many people suddenly came to the steamed bun stall, and I was just curious, so I started chatting with some of them. It turns out that the owner of this steamed bun stall wasn't actually selling steamed buns properly at all. What is that? What does it mean if it's not a legitimate business selling steamed buns? Can't you sell steamed buns in a shady way? The others in the steamed bun army were also drawn in by Han Nin's words and looked at him curiously. Well, it's complicated to explain. The owner of this steamed bun stall changes locations every week, and he sells different things every week. The group of people who came yesterday are all regular customers of the boss. Those foodies are used to chasing stars like they're chasing celebrities, carrying navigation apps all over the city to catch people, and they even chase them all the way to Hengdian. Upon hearing this, the steamed bun army erupted in a chorus of "ha." At first glance, it sounds like a choir. They would never have imagined that such a secret was hidden behind this steamed bun stall. And it's very likely that we won't be able to eat it anymore in a couple of days. The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat heavy. One of the boys suddenly realized, we can get the owner's contact information and ask him when he sets up his stall. Han Nin shook his head helplessly. If only it were that simple. According to the information I have, this stall owner sets up his stall at will, is extremely capricious, and never plays by the rules. Moreover, he never gives anyone his contact information, and he refuses to answer to anyone who asks for it. Whether you can run into him at his stall depends entirely on luck and fate. Fang Zhe was completely stunned, looking utterly incredulous. How can there be such a capricious boss? Why can't we just sell steamed buns properly? Seeing everyone's silence, Han Nin shrugged. See? I told you not to ask. You'd just get upset if you did. Although Han Nin spoke with great conviction, Fang Zhe and the others still harbored some skepticism. After all, how can you do business so casually? No fixed stall, no contact information, just relying on chance to set up a stall. This completely overturned their understanding. I can't figure it out no matter how hard I try. Without delay, the group immediately headed towards the food street. The bells of shared bicycles jingled as they rolled along the asphalt road. A moment later, they arrived at the old place. Fang Zhe originally thought he was early enough. After all, everyone was gathered at 5 o'clock, and they rushed here as quickly as possible. Why are there still so many people here? After parking their car, they quickly headed towards the crowd. To be honest, Fang Zhe was still thinking about what Han Nin had just said, and he still had a sliver of hope in his heart. I want to find someone else to verify the authenticity of this matter. Those who wait here so early for the steamed bun stall owner must be regular customers. Fang Zhe carefully observed the crowd and chose someone who seemed to be quite talkative. Excuse me, are you a regular customer of the steamed bun stall? Guo Jiao was playing on his phone when he heard Fang Zhe's question, and he subconsciously answered, Yes, that's me. Chapter 294 Who told them to hit my weak spot? He's definitely a regular customer. Fang Zhe was secretly pleased with himself. Then, after quickly organizing his thoughts, he asked, I wanted to ask about this boss. Fang Zhe recounted all the information he had just heard from Han Nin about the owner's habits when setting up a stall. Finally, he looked at Guo Jia with expectant eyes, hoping to receive good news. It couldn't be more true. The boss has always been like this. Guo Jia confirmed this with absolute certainty. Anyway, He was already used to Su Chin's way of doing things and was no longer surprised. So what if they're a bit willful? It's because they've got someone who's got their Achilles heel. If you want to eat something, you still have to search the world for it. In a short time, Fong Zhe's lingering hope was completely dashed. 6 o'clock. Lin Ying just finished class. The students in the classroom walked out chatting and laughing. She took out her silent phone, and her hand trembled as she unlocked the screen. My boyfriend has several missed calls, and they're glaringly red. The last message he sent was 5 minutes ago. Answer the phone, and things will go wrong. Oh no, something happened? Lin Yin's heart tightened, and some unpleasant images flashed through her mind. Various possible scenarios raced through her mind. So she quickly called back. As soon as the call connected, Fong Zhe's aggrieved and frustrated voice came through. Baby, I feel really bad. I feel so sad. These words startled Lin Ying, and she immediately tensed up. She began to try to recall if she had done anything excessive that day. However, her schedule was packed with classes all day, and she barely exchanged more than 10 sentences with Fong Zhe, which were just simple daily greetings. Could it be because I hung up the phone in a fit of anger yesterday because of the steamed bun incident? Lin Ying thought about it more and more, and it seemed very possible. After all, Fong Zhe usually cared about her a lot. Okay, I was indeed in a bad mood because I didn't get to eat the steamed buns, so I took it out on him. Lin Ying thought she had found the crux of the problem and comforted him gently. Don't be sad. It's my fault. I shouldn't have been angry with you yesterday because I didn't get to eat any steamed buns. As soon as steamed buns were mentioned, Fong Zhe couldn't hold back any longer. Don't even mention steamed buns. We won't be able to eat them anymore soon. The steamed bun stall is moving to a different location next week. What? Lin Ying raised her voice instantly and slammed the desk open with a bang. She was completely unaware of the surprised looks from her classmates. Who told you that? Did the steamed bun stall owner say it himself? What exactly happened? Lin Ying got anxious, and her voice cracked. If Fong Zhe dares to joke about the steamed buns, he'll definitely teach him a lesson. Soon, Fong Zhe confirmed the information and told Lin Ying everything. As Lin Ying listened, she felt like the sky was about to fall. I don't want to hear you say that. Nearby, her roommates were waiting for Lin Ying to return to the dormitory together. Seeing Lin Ying's distraught and almost broken expression, they assumed she had a serious argument with her boyfriend. Everyone immediately gathered around, asking what had happened. Xiaoyin, what's wrong? Did you have a fight with your boyfriend? Don't be sad. Tell us what's wrong, and we'll give you some advice. Lin Ying hung up the phone and looked at her roommates with a sorrowful expression. Something terrible has happened. It's 5 minutes to 7. Su Chun jerked the steering wheel, and the food truck drifted into the snack street. Just as I reached the street corner, my eyes were suddenly drawn to a steamed bun stall. Good grief, did you copy me? Su Chun couldn't help but take a second look. I discovered that their stall not only had steamed buns, but also fried dumplings, sausages, and a whole host of other delicious foods. The red and yellow signboard was quite eye-catching, and the variety was much more complete than what I had prepared myself. I just don't know how business is going. He frowned slightly, his gaze sweeping over the few customers around him, and he roughly made a judgment in his mind. Driving further ahead, we even saw a place selling fried rice and fried skewers. Clearly, it's likely that his business has been so booming these past few days that these people have misjudged the place. Su Chin shook his head, hoping in his heart that they could recognize reality soon and not invest too much and end up losing everything. Soon, he arrived at his familiar stall. A group of regular diners had been eagerly waiting, and as soon as they saw the food truck, they made room for him. Su Chin didn't dare to delay, so he parked the car and quickly prepared to open for business. He took out a small whiteboard, left the names meat bun and barbecued pork bun, and quickly added a line of text on it. 3 delicacy buns, 10 yuan each. Guijia is ranked first today. This guy came over at 4 o'clock so he could eat it as soon as possible, and he's been waiting until now. At that moment, his eyes lit up as he stared at the new dishes on the whiteboard. They even have 3-ingredient buns today. I'll take this one. After paying, he casually called out and moved aside to let others take their orders. Several orders were placed in a row, all for the new 3 delicacy buns that were made today. As soon as Su Chun lifted the lid, a wave of heat, carrying fresh air, shot straight to the top of his head. The steamer was packed full of plump, round buns. Your steamed buns are ready. Be careful, they're hot. Guojia and the other regular customers behind him responded and eagerly took the buns, ready to start eating. The dough was so white it shone, the pleats were pinched so finely they were like chrysanthemums, and a shrimp tip peeked out from the sealed end. The chives in the filling are the soul of this bun. The moment your teeth break through the soft dough, the pungent aroma of chives and the sweetness of shrimp explode on your tongue. The unique burst of flavor is tamed by the sesame oil, instead bringing out a wild freshness. Crushed egg, coated in meat juice, is nestled among the chives, smooth and tender like solidified cream, while the diced shrimp is bouncy and crunchy. As Guojia was eating, he suddenly froze, and his pupils contracted sharply. A deep, satisfying growl involuntarily escaped his throat. It turns out that the soup inside the bun is the real killer ingredient. As the steam rises, the chicken soup transforms into a scalding golden broth, blending with the fat of the pork, the seafood flavor of the shrimp, and the richness of the eggs, bursting into an incredibly fresh torrent between your teeth. How wonderful! Guojia swallowed the whole bun in 3 bites, even licking the oil off his fingertips. Gradually, the bang-bang of the steamer lid opening and closing, mixed with the sounds of swallowing saliva, made everyone even hungrier. Because they arrived early, they didn't have to wait long before it was Feng Zai's turn to join the group. He stood in front of the food cart, but instead of ordering immediately, he asked Su Chen directly, "Boss, I heard you change your stall location every week, is that right?" Despite already knowing the news, Feng Zai still held onto a sliver of hope. What if? Life is full of surprises, isn't it? Just like the advanced mathematics exam before, I thought I was definitely going to fail. As a result, the teacher took pity on him and gave him a sliver of a passing grade of 60. So maybe things will turn around this time when the boss sets up a stall. Chapter 295. Oh no, my words have come true. He saw someone asking him. Su Chen paused as he lifted the steamer basket, then looked up at Feng Zai. That's right, we change locations every week. He remembered this kid in front of him clearly. The first customer came on Monday when we opened, and afterwards he came every day with his army of shared bike riders to go on shopping sprees. By the way, we're closed this weekend. Su Chen shook the steam off the lid of the steamer. You guys better not come back empty-handed. The words were spoken. Feng Zai hadn't even had a chance to say anything. Upon hearing Su Chen's answer, the other students immediately let out a chorus of groans. No, please, boss. How am I supposed to live without your steamed buns? I'll go crazy if I can't get some. Boss, you can rest for a few more days, but please come back. Boss, don't go. They've been eating steamed buns for the past few days, and their palates have become quite discerning thanks to Su Chen's cooking skills. Eating the food in the cafeteria or ordering takeout just doesn't feel right. Every day, all I look forward to is being able to eat the steamed buns made by Su Chen on time every night. What if we can never eat this again? Guojia, who was standing to the side, finished eating 2-3 delicacy buns and wiped his mouth. Turning my head and seeing the almost out-of-control, lively scene in front of the food truck, I couldn't help but chuckle. As a regular customer, their greatest pleasure is watching the varied and colorful expressions on the faces of new customers who, after falling in love with the food, learn the devastating news that the owner changes locations every week. Everyone has gone through this process step by step. No one can escape it. The regular diners queuing behind Feng Zai and his group were used to it. Upon hearing that today is the last day of the week, they started to strike while the iron is hot. Boss, this is the last day. How about we remove the limit and let me buy 10 to keep in the fridge and eat slowly? Boss, is there anywhere you'd like to go next week? Tell me. Boss, can you bring back the braised pig's trotters next week? I've been dreaming about eating them. In an instant, all sorts of sounds mingled together, countless mouths spoke at the same time, and the scene was chaotic. Su Chen's head was buzzing. Every Friday is a regular event, and these diners can come up with 800 different dishes. It's really driving me crazy. With no other option, Su Chen grabbed the clips and started banging them against the metal plate. Everyone, please be quiet. Let's order first. So many people are waiting. Based on past experience, once these people have something to eat, their emotions will stabilize, and they'll be much easier to talk to later. After all, when faced with delicious food, people's attention will always be diverted. Sigh fine. Fong Zhe sighed heavily, his heart filled with helplessness. After hesitating for a moment, he decisively chose the new flavor he had never tried before. Fong Zhe clutched 2 plump and appealing 3 delicacy buns and silently retreated to the side of the road. His Adam's apple bobbed, but he couldn't bring himself to take a bite. Guojia's excitement for watching the spectacle hadn't subsided yet. She swung her arms and nudged him over, grinning as she nudged him with her elbow. Brother, take it easy. We've all been through this. Fong Zhe looked up at Guojia with envy. Brother, have you known the boss for a long time? You must have eaten his delicious food many times, right? Guojia's smile froze instantly. He had been dealt a critical blow by the young man in front of him. Although I joined the group not too late, I was always busy. Either something came up and I couldn't take time off, or by the time I finally got there, everything was sold out. If you can eat this for several days in a row this week, then you must be incredibly lucky. During their previous conversation, Guojia remembered that this kid started eating on Monday and ate for 5 days straight. How could I possibly have such luck? Thinking of this, Guojia's initial attempt to comfort people vanished instantly. What's with the comfort? The other person was way luckier than me. Just eat your steamed bun. You talk too much. Guojia left with a sour remark, turning and walking away. This completely stumped Fong Zhe. He glanced at the other person, puzzled. I don't understand what I said that I shouldn't have said. Why did this guy suddenly get angry while we were chatting? However, the aroma of the 3 delicacy bun in his hand was too tempting, so Fong Zhe didn't bother to think about it anymore and decided to eat it first. At the back of the line, Jean Lingling tiptoed forward. What happened up ahead? Did they start arguing? My best friend also craned her neck, but with so many people in front of her, she couldn't see anything. She clicked her tongue in annoyance. I don't know, why is it so noisy? I should have come earlier, this line is really long. Jean Lingling looked away, turned to her best friend, and guessed. Do you think someone might be cutting in line? I've encountered this situation before. Some people just don't know any better. Possibly. After all, steamed buns are so delicious. Who wouldn't want to eat them as soon as possible? I'll go check it out. If anyone's bothering the boss, I can't just stand by and do nothing. You line up here and wait for me to come back. When Jean Lingling recalled the help she had received, she could no longer stand firm. I said goodbye to my best friend and dashed off to the front of the line. Holy crap, you're really going? Be careful when you come back. People will think you cut in line too. But Jean Lingling had already slipped into the crowd. She returned 5 minutes later, pale and distraught. Upon seeing this, her best friend's eyes lit up, and she instantly conjured up an 800-word melodramatic story. Could it be that the steamed bun stall owner's help made Jean Lingling secretly fall in love with him? She just went over there to confess her feelings? Turns out the boss isn't single? Thinking of this, my best friend, without thinking, blurted out, Sister, 3-legged toads are hard to find, but 2-legged men are everywhere. What a load of nonsense. Upon hearing this, Jean Lingling gave her best friend a strange look. Based on their years of tacit understanding, they immediately sensed that something was wrong with the other person. What the hell are you reading this crappy novel for again? All you do is daydream all day. Jean Lingling rolled her eyes and slapped her on the back of the head. Then why do you look like a rejected simp? My best friend was bursting with curiosity and kept asking me questions. Jean Lingling's expression grew increasingly grim, and she sighed helplessly. The owner said he won't be setting up his stall here anymore after this week, and everyone is going to miss it. What? Her best friend was stunned when she heard this. Really? Why would the boss want to move? Jean Lingling looked miserable. I don't know the specific reason, but the owner changes locations every week, and this week is the last day he'll be setting up his stall. No way. I won't allow it. Where will I ever get to eat such delicious steamed buns again? The nighttime life-sustaining pill is going to be discontinued. My best friend couldn't help but let out a mournful cry. Didn't you say today was the last time you'd eat here? Jean Lingling asked. I just said it offhand. Oops, I'm such a jinx. My best friend looked annoyed and wished she could slap herself. She was just saying it casually, thinking about controlling her figure, but she never expected it to come true. Chapter 296. Wait, I'll go sound out their opinions. The two girls carried fragrant three delicacy buns, but they had no appetite as usual and were filled with melancholy. I happened to see a few guys squatting on the curb eating steamed buns. His eyes lit up. How about we ask the other regular customers? I just went to the front, and it sounded like a lot of people came specifically for this. Her best friend quickly nodded and moved closer. Excuse me, may I bother you? Jean Lingling tactfully tossed her hair and spoke somewhat shyly. We heard that the boss won't be setting up his stall here anymore after this week. You know the boss. One of the boys wearing headphones glanced at the two of them and was secretly delighted. They were two beautiful girls. Before Jean Lingling could finish speaking, he immediately offered her a perk. Hey, the boss has a fan group. Do you want to join? There's even a fan group? Jean Lingling and her best friend nodded hurriedly. Joining the group brings you closer to Baozi. Then add me first, and I'll add you to the group. The boy rubbed his hands together like a fly, trying to make his tone sound natural. But secretly he was pleased with himself. Getting the contact information of two girls at once is a huge stroke of luck. Ultimately, if it weren't for the boss's steamed buns, he wouldn't have had such good fortune with women. After a series of actions, Jean Lingling and her best friend received a group invitation. When I went inside, I was completely dumbfounded. What? What does this announcement mean? What street sweeping? What task? What's with the group fee? Cough. It's not surprising. This group is for everyone to share information about the owner's stall. Otherwise, we wouldn't know that the owner is selling steamed buns here this week. The boy patiently explained. Wait, you mean sharing information? Not a direct notification. Her best friend quickly spotted the key point. Why don't you just ask the boss? Huh. Because the boss isn't in the group chat. The boy shrugged and spread his hands, looking helpless. Oh. Jean Lingling and her best friend were stunned. So the boss has a fan group, but he himself isn't in the group? Then what's the point of this group? My best friend really didn't understand. I originally thought that joining the group would make it easy to find out the owner's stall information, but it seems that's not the case. How could it be useless? The man with glasses immediately panicked. This is called a crowdfunding treasure hunt. Everyone's searching the whole city for the boss. Of course, we might even go to other provinces. We've done that before. What? They even followed them to other provinces? So you guys are into idol worship. The more Jean Lingling and the other woman listened, the more bizarre it seemed. It was absolutely shocking. Well, it seems there's no way we can get the boss's stall information for next week now, no matter what. Meanwhile, Shin Yulan and her daughter Cici also bought steamed buns. Since the purchase restrictions were implemented these past 2 days, Cici, who was originally waiting at home for her mother to bring back a late-night snack, had no choice but to join the long queue. There's no way around it. One steamed bun per person isn't enough to fill us up. The mother and daughter were heartbroken and saddened to hear that the boss was moving next week. Xia Xiyu, who was standing next to her, was also carrying 2 steamed buns. I arrived late yesterday and missed the queue. My father was so angry that he almost smashed the Yixing teapot. After much persuasion, they managed to stop him from going to their house and disturbing them. This forced her to wait here early tonight. Principal Xia, about the steamed bun stall owner opening a stall in our cafeteria. Shin Yulan remembered that she had mentioned it to her a couple of days ago. She thought it was a pretty good idea at the time. Upon hearing this, Cici's ears immediately perked up. Goodness, if these steamed buns could be sold in the school cafeteria, wouldn't that be even more convenient for me? On weekends when I have time off, I can come to school with my mom and eat there for free, which is just too good to be true. I'll go sound them out later. Xia Xiyu glanced at the busy Su Chun and sighed softly. But don't get your hopes up too high. Since Mr. Su lives in Yuhu Jinyuan, he certainly doesn't lack this much money. Ultimately, all we can do now is give it a try. Principal Xia, we're waiting for your good news. Shin Yulan nodded. If it could really be opened in the cafeteria, the students would be ecstatic. At this time, Su Chen's business was still booming. Only 20 steamed buns left, so customers behind don't need to line up. He shouted at the top of his lungs towards the group. Wah, no. Damn it. That bastard boss made me work overtime. Now I'm going to miss out on food again. The people at the back of the line got impatient, and curses and swears rose and fell. Of course, they couldn't bear to scold Su Chun, so they could only vent their anger on their stupid boss and colleagues. As the last 2 buns were taken away, Su Chun began to pack up his stall. There were still some reluctant old customers in front of the stall, staring longingly at the empty steamer, their eyes full of disappointment. "Mr. Su, hello, may I have a chat with you?" Seeing that he had finished his work, Xia Xiu quickly rushed over. "And you are?" Su Chun was slightly taken aback. Usually, it was the familiar old customers who called him boss that called him Mr. Su. "Let me introduce myself. My surname is Xia, and I am the principal of Nanxing Art Academy. Also a homeowner in Yuhu Jinyuan." Xia Xiu smiled. The principal of Nanxing Art Academy, or a homeowner in Yuhu Jinyuan. Su Chun really didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. Upon hearing the first part of the sentence, he initially thought that the school had some kind of problem with him setting up a stall there. After all, most of the regret he had gained this week came from the girls at school. "Mr. Su, let me be frank, your steamed buns are absolutely amazing. I wonder if you would be interested in opening a stall in our school cafeteria?" Xia Xiu extended the invitation sincerely, her eyes filled with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Su Chin's lips twitched. The former director of the proctology hospital had invited me to open a food stall in the hospital cafeteria. Good grief, here comes another one. However, he hadn't even had a chance to speak. The old diners who had been listening intently to the gossip nearby immediately became anxious. "No, I disagree. Boss, you absolutely mustn't agree to that. If you dare to agree, I'll lie here at the school gate and cry every day." Several regular diners offered their advice to Su Chun while glaring angrily at Xia Xiu. This woman actually dared to try to abduct Boss Su. She is utterly wicked and unforgivable. Although the location of Mr. Su's stall is not fixed now, it is a bit difficult to find him. But if you're lucky enough to find an early starter and queue up, you'll eventually be able to get a meal. But these days, universities are very strict. If they set up stalls inside the school, these outsiders wouldn't even be able to step through the gates. How can we then appreciate the owner's cooking skills? Isn't this even more frustrating than not being able to find your boss at all? Chapter 297. It's only just begun. How come it's already over? Xia Xiu stood ramrod straight, carrying a steamed bun. Her suit skirt was dazzlingly bright in the night market. "Everyone, please stop talking. It's Su's freedom to choose where to set up his stall." She remained calm and composed. He's a vice principal after all. Their aura is naturally not to be underestimated. They can't be intimidated by a few words from regular diners. "Sorry, I'm used to being a free spirit and I don't have the idea of staying in one place for a long time." Su Chun shook his head. "Actually, the school's policy." Xia Xiu wanted to say more. Suddenly, a diner raised his voice and started shouting confidently. "Hey, who was just talking about freedom? Boss Su can set up his stall whenever he wants, and he can set it up however he wants. Please stop trying to persuade him." The regular customer grinned, beaming with pride. "All right, since that's the case, I won't say any more. If Mr. Su changes his mind in the future, he can always come to me. After all, we live in the same neighborhood, so we can discuss anything." Xia Xiu smiled slightly and tactfully picked up the steamed buns and left. Her departure immediately reignited a sense of crisis among several regular customers. As the old saying goes, those who are near the water get the moon first. This woman lives in the same neighborhood as the boss. If she keeps bringing this up in front of him every day, what if the boss finally gives in and agrees one day? "Boss, you must stay true to yourself. You absolutely cannot waver." "Exactly. It's great to set up stalls everywhere like this. Please don't let us go to the cafeteria, or we'll be in big trouble." Several regular diners took turns trying to persuade him, fearing that Su Chun might change his mind. Su Chun was left speechless, both amused and exasperated. There was nothing he could do but nod repeatedly and agree verbally. "We've managed to get through this temporarily." After a while, most of the diners had left in 2s and 3s. Su Chun was then able to escape. Back at the villa, as soon as I entered the door, I quickly told Aunt Wu, who had been busy all day, to go home and rest. She then tiptoed into the children's room. Nuonyuo was already asleep at this time. She was still holding half an Oreo cookie in her chubby little hands. With its head held high and mouth slightly open, black cookie crumbs still clung to the corners of its lips. Su Chun, whose kid is so greedy. If you accidentally roll over in your sleep, and a crumb of cookie gets stuck in your throat, you'll choke, and that would be terrible. Besides, sleeping like this all night, with cookie crumbs all over my face and pillow, I might get itchy all night, and won't be able to sleep comfortably. Su Chun simply couldn't bear to watch. I took out a tissue to wipe away the crumbs, and closed the little dumpling's mouth. Daddy. Chewing. You're back? Chewing. I'll be with you tomorrow. The babbling, childlike voice rang in Su Chun's ears, and his temples throbbed. I didn't expect that such a light touch would wake Noonyuo up. It's good that you're awake. Come on, Dad will take you to the bathroom to brush your teeth. Noonyuo, Noonyuo, Noonyuo. Goodness. The little girl turned off her phone in a second, lay down on her pillow and fell asleep, and wouldn't wake up no matter how much you called her. Oh, is it an act? There's just no way to deal with her. Meanwhile, Xia Xiyu returned home. The door had just been pushed open, and her feet hadn't even had a chance to slip into her slippers yet. Then I saw the old man jump up from the living room sofa, as if his butt was on fire. He rushed straight towards her in a great hurry. Where are my steamed buns? The old man asked anxiously. Xia Xiyu. She really didn't want to talk. After working hard all day, I couldn't even get a kind word from them. All they cared about was those few steamed buns. However, looking at the old man's impatient expression, Xia Xiyu sighed helplessly. Oh well, old man. When people get old, they're just like little kids. Why bother arguing with him? You can rest assured now that I've bought it. Xia Xiyu shook the bag in her hand helplessly. I think that in your heart, I, your own daughter, am not as important as a steamed bun. When the old man heard that the steamed buns were secured, his wrinkles deepened with a smile. But his next words made Xia Xiyu's expression change. Look at what you're saying. How can you compare to a steamed bun? No. What I mean is, what are you comparing yourself to a steamed bun for? The old man then realized he had misspoke and hurriedly corrected himself. It's all because of this steamed bun. It distracted me for a moment. Xia Xiyu glared at the old man twice, clearly annoyed. He handed the bag of steamed buns to the nanny who was waiting nearby and instructed her. Take this to the kitchen and heat it up. After that, he turned to the old man and spoke. Please eat as much as you like. You probably won't be able to eat this again. The old man's smiling face instantly darkened, and his eyes widened. What do you mean? Are you cursing me? No, what are you thinking? Xia Xiyu raised her hand and rubbed her throbbing temples. Could she have caught it? Mr. Su will not be setting up his stall at the back gate of the school next week. He'll be moving to another location. Xia Xiyu explained patiently. That's all right. If it's not on your way, just have the driver go by it. Just tell me the location. The old man waved his hand dismissively, not taking it seriously at all. The problem is that I don't know where Mr. Su sets up his stall either, Xia Xiyu said helplessly, spreading her hands. Why don't you ask? The old man's eyes widened as well. Even if I ask, I'll have to be told by them. I heard quite a lot of things while I was queuing today. This Mr. Su is quite an extraordinary person. Xia Xiyu recalled the scene of the surrounding diners discussing while she was queuing, and couldn't help but marvel. This Mr. Su changes his stall location every week and never gives advance notice. Whether you run into him or not depends entirely on luck. Girl, are you kidding me? The old man looked on incredulously. Although I had learned a little about Su Chun from the property management beforehand, and knew that the owner of this steamed bun stall liked to set up his stall freely, I didn't expect him to be this free. Even if you don't stay in one place for a fixed period, you can at least stay for a month or two before moving. Changing places every week is just too outrageous. However, the old man understood in his heart. My daughter wouldn't make up such an outrageous story out of nowhere. It's most likely true. Thinking about this, he instantly felt emo. I thought I was finally going to have some good days ahead. It's only just begun. How did it turn out to be a flop? By the way, weren't you going to ask someone to open a stall in the school cafeteria? Did you ask them? The old man suddenly remembered this, and his hope was rekindled. I asked, but the person didn't agree. Xiaxi's language is concise and to the point. She doesn't want to waste words. Then why don't you keep nagging me? It must be because your attitude isn't sincere enough and you're not trying hard enough. Upon hearing this, the old man began to argue unreasonably. Chapter 298. After all that fuss, it was all for the child. Dad, that's enough. If you keep this up, You can forget about eating these steamed buns tonight. Xia Xiu, having reached her limit, decided to unleash her trump card. There were only 2 steamed buns, which was just enough for me. No, I won't say anything more, okay? Knowing his daughter's ruthless methods, the old man immediately gave in. Just then, the nanny brought over the steamed buns. Hot, hot, hot. The steamed buns, fresh from the microwave, were being tossed and turned by the old man's fingertips. The shrimp meat is exposed in the middle of the plump white dough, and you can bite through the thin and chewy outer skin. The scalding hot broth spurted out with a plop, its freshness sending shivers down one's spine. The chopped chives have a wild, pungent flavor that's aromatic but not overpowering. Mixed with the rich, oily pork, they become increasingly addictive with each chew. The shrimp are so bouncy they seem to dance on your teeth. The fresh sweetness of the seafood blends with the aroma of Sichuan peppercorns from the minced pork, followed by crispy fried pork cracklings. The crumbs stick to your tongue, becoming more and more fragrant the more you suck them. The most amazing thing is the chicken soup that is frozen and melted, so thick it looks like it's been thickened with cornstarch, and the umami flavor is so strong it lingers in your throat. It's so hot that it makes you gasp for breath, but you just can't stop eating it. Ugh, ugh. You have to sip the broth and crush the filling before eating. Fresh, sweet, numbing, and fragrant flavors battle in your mouth, eventually being contained by the dough, leaving a lingering sweet aftertaste in your throat after swallowing. The old man slapped his thigh as he ate. These steamed buns are amazing. They're so delicious. Whether we can eat in the future is another matter. What's important is getting food into our stomachs tonight. Here, Su Chun had finished showering and was lying in bed, originally planning to wait for this week's mission rewards. As a result, while I was scrolling, my eyelids started to droop, and before I knew it, I had fallen into a deep sleep. When I woke up, it was already 7 a.m. on Saturday. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw words floating in front of him. Congratulations, host, on completing a week's worth of street vending tasks. As a reward, you will receive 20% of the shares in the Big Windmill Kindergarten Group. Su Chun rubbed his eyes carefully and immediately perked up. Holy crap, that's great. Everyone knows Big Windmill Kindergarten. They have many branches all over the country, and their brand recognition is excellent. This 20% stock award will surely make me a fortune. Brother Tong is getting more and more arrogant. He's so generous and handsome. While Su Chun was overjoyed, the system kept buzzing. It seems to be still in the process of buffering. Ding. Considering the host's childcare needs, this system has registered your daughter's school registration at Big Windmill Kindergarten, allowing her to enroll wherever you go. At the same time, the host has been equipped with an intelligent learning robot to solve the host's worries about the task of setting up a stall. Huh. Su Chun stared at the words for a moment, stunned. After all that fuss, it turns out it was all for the child. He then realized what was happening. Counting the days, it's indeed almost time for school to start. His daughter, Nuonyuo, was born after August 31st. According to regulations, she cannot enter first grade yet and can only attend a bridging class first. Going to kindergarten is perfectly reasonable. As for the intelligent learning robot, Su Chun carefully read the instruction manual. It has many modes, among which tutoring is its strength, and it can also adjust the teaching plan according to their schedule at any time. That's quite thoughtful. This time, Brother Tongzi is going to score big points. After laughing for a while, a doubt suddenly arose in Su Chun's mind. What does it mean to transfer to any class you go to? Something's not right. He's been in the city for 2 weeks straight. I hope he's not going to have to work in another city again. Or rather, he'll have to travel all over the country from now on. This is ridiculous. A bad feeling rose in Su Chun's heart. System bro, can you give me a hint? Buzz, 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 please wait patiently, host. Tongzi's answer remained concise and clear, without revealing any unnecessary information. Oh, your little mouth is still tight. Su Chun muttered something under his breath. Although I felt somewhat helpless, I had no choice but to behave myself for the time being. Let's enjoy this lovely weekend first. Su Chun first retrieved the intelligent robot from his system inventory. This robot is chubby, and its whole body is shiny black. It's really funny. A moment later, Nuonyuo pushed open the door and entered, I tilted my head cautiously, staring curiously at the machine that looked like a human and a dog at the same time. Hello, Master. I am your intelligent learning assistant. You can call me Xiaoyu. A smiley face appeared on the robot's display screen. The first words he uttered stunned Nuonyuo into standing still. Her almond-shaped eyes were wide open, and she blinked slowly, then blinked again. If you don't have anything else to do for the moment, let's start learning. The robot's soft, cute voice was full of excitement. On the LCD screen, a wide grin appeared on the face, with two rosy blushes adorning the curved eyes. Nuonyuo. No way. Whose child is studying so early in the morning? Her small face couldn't hide her shock, and she dazedly clutched at Su Chen's clothes. Wah, Daddy, I don't want to study. No, you can't. Although Su Chen doesn't belong to the type of parent who pushes their children too hard, he still doesn't want his child's studies to fall behind. Okay, I'm arranging your study tasks. Upon receiving Su Chen's instructions, the robot immediately began the lesson. Nuonyuo, who had just been hiding behind Su Chen, had unknowingly run to the living room. She clung to the sofa, peeking out with half her head, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, when I looked up, I was faced with that dark, unremarkable thing again. Wah! How come you can go down the stairs? And you run so fast? Su Chen, who arrived shortly after, couldn't help but laugh heartily at what he saw. When they turned around again, the little dumpling was already chatting familiarly with the learning robot. Maintaining a friendly social distance, she crouched 3 meters away, employing a roundabout tactic. Xiaoyu, put your studies aside for now. Please answer me. Do you have a mom and dad too? The robot replied, I am the first-generation robot created by a certain technology company. Seeing that changing the subject had worked, Nuonyuo quickly moved on to the next question. So how old are you now? Xiaoyu, I am 1 year old this year. If you include the early research and development time, I am 4 years old. Wow, she's only 4 years old. This little teacher is even younger than her. Looking at the robot that was still dutifully following her lead in learning, Nuonyuo suddenly slammed her hand on the table indignantly, realizing something. Then they're employing child labor, which is illegal. I'll sue them for you. The round eyes on Xiaoyu's screen blinked. I wasn't hired by them. You are my masters now, and Xiaoyu will always be happy to serve you. Nuonyuo, who was righteous and indignant just a second ago. Oh, so, does that mean I'm the one who broke the law? Nuonyuo couldn't understand it, and fell into an awkward silence, propping her head up. Well then, considering your young age, I'll allow you to take a break for a while. You can step back and rest now. Robot. Su Chen. Chapter 299, A Free Mission. And so, on Saturday, Nuonyuo was chased around by the robot Xiaoyu for the entire day to learn. Su Chen was playing games in bed at night. It was only 10:30 when words suddenly appeared in front of me. Hey, that's strange, it refreshed so early. He muttered something to himself before turning his attention to the system notification and reading it carefully. This week's task. On Tuesday, head to the aid station for the Chengdu Half Marathon and provide runners with local delicacies. We have registered the host for the Jinhe Museum aid station for the marathon event and obtained the relevant qualification certificates. The complete guide to Sichuan cuisine recipes has been distributed. Huh, what's going on? They got into a fight and ended up in Chengdu without even saying a word. And they even asked me to provide meals for marathon runners? That's interesting. And Tuesday? Only need to set up a stall for 1 day? This isn't a free task. This task was mostly done half-heartedly. Su Chen couldn't help but smirk as he opened his phone and searched. The half marathon started at the local stadium and had a scale of about 30,000 participants, covering a distance of 21.0975 kilometers. The Jinhe Museum, which the system assigned to me, is located in roughly the middle. The runners must have been starving by the time they reached the halfway point. This will give them a chance to replenish their energy. After studying for a while, Su Chen shrugged, put down his phone, and went to sleep to conserve his energy for tomorrow's trip. The next day, after packing their clothes and luggage, Su Chen, along with the robot Xiaoyu, and the whole family got into the RV and set off. This time, we're setting up a stall at a marathon aid station, so the food truck won't be needed. He doesn't plan to use any complicated ingredients. The RV has all the commonly used kitchen utensils. We arrived in Chengdu in half a day. Suchin only wanted to set up his stall for one day, so for convenience, he rented a farmhouse. As always, this place is very close to the stalls. While Su Chun was taking Noonyuo for a stroll, Butler Ding and two nannies have already tidied up the rooms and kitchen of the farmhouse. They knew that Su Chun liked setting up a stall, and that it was the most important thing for him in his daily life, so they naturally took it seriously. As an employee, who doesn't prioritize what their boss values? Not to mention, everyone cherishes this job very much. I genuinely consider my boss's affairs to be the most important thing. Su Chin returned to his residence and looked around the bedroom and kitchen with satisfaction. Sir, would you like some tea? It's freshly brewed. He took the tea offered by the nanny and happily sipped it leisurely. Considering that preparations for tomorrow's marathon will begin at 7 a.m. and that supplies need to be available at the aid stations in advance, Su Chun had to buy the ingredients a day in advance. Let's take a look at the recipes first. When it comes to Sichuan cuisine, there's a vast array of options. Dishes like bo bo chicken, long chow shou, wonton soup, tangyu guizi, fried dough sticks with sugar, fu chi fei pian, sliced beef and offal and chili sauce, and hot pot. Putting everything else aside, just that song about bo bo chicken. A bo bo chicken, 1 yuan a skewer of bo bo chicken. Everyone knows him, he's famous. Moreover, this thing doesn't need to be made on site. All you need to do is prepare the ingredients and then set them out. Then, it's you I've decided on. Su Chun swiped the system panel and decisively began ordering the ingredients needed to make bo bo chicken. A pot is an earthenware jar. Various skewers are soaked in the broth, which is cold, making bo bo chicken more suitable for summer. The flavor wasn't as strong as I imagined. Various kinds of skewers, both meat and vegetables, were placed inside, and I ate them little by little. This is the charm of grassroots food. Bring me a few free-range chickens. Avoid using old free-range hens that are too old. Choose free-range chickens that are about a year old. This way, the broth will be flavorful enough without being too overpowering, and the oil content will be just right. The spices used to make the broth are also quite elaborate, such as old ginger, star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves. They are all veteran spices and appear frequently. Sichuan salt, Sichuan pepper oil, various chili peppers, sesame oil, white sesame seeds, etc. are also necessary. Although the mission was simply to provide supplies to marathon runners, Su Chun was not stingy with the ingredients. After all, this marathon race reportedly has many foreign participants, so they should at least experience the amazing cuisine from China. The ingredients are plentiful, including chicken skewers, chicken gizzards, tripe, wood ear mushrooms, and lotus root slices. With so many people participating, Su Chun wasn't stingy and selected quite a few ingredients. Then I lay down on the wicker chair and started playing games while waiting for the ingredients to arrive. Fresh old hens can be stewed directly into soup. When cooking chicken, it must be placed in boiling water. As it heats up, the proteins on the surface of the chicken meat quickly coagulate, effectively locking in the flavor compounds inside the chicken meat for a richer taste. Housekeeper Ding and two maids washed all sorts of ingredients and skewered them. Various skewers are blanched in chicken broth and then soaked in prepared seasonings. The seasonings should be made into authentic Sichuan-style chili oil. All the essence is in here. Su Chin used a total of 4 kinds of dried chili peppers, each with a different purpose. One is responsible for color, one for aroma, one for spiciness, and one for overall flavor. The dried chili peppers still need to be stir-fried. With the help of the system's cooking skills, Su Chun could tell the oil temperature just by looking at it when he was stir-frying chili peppers. After stir-frying, pound the chili peppers again, and it must be pounded by hand so that the spiciness and aroma of the chili peppers will not be lost. When making chili oil, you should first add spices and then add pounded dried chilies. We guarantee that the seasonings we make will have a complex aroma, spicy and mellow, with a lingering aftertaste. Once the chili oil is ready, add sesame seeds and broth. After a lot of work, the whole house is filled with the aroma of Sichuan-style boiled chicken. The savory aroma of the old hen soup blends perfectly with the numbing spiciness of the chili oil, making it an absolutely delicious dish. Let alone humans, even the robot Xiaoyu can't handle it. It's not that it can smell anything. The main reason was that Nuonuo smelled the aroma and ran over excitedly, so the robot had no choice but to chase her all over the house. The longer the chicken is soaked in the broth, the more flavorful it becomes. It was just left out there so casually. This made Butler Ding unable to resist swallowing his saliva every time he passed by the kitchen. This job is indeed good, but it challenges his endurance every day, which is really painful. The red oil in the seasoning is shiny and glossy, and the white sesame seeds soaking in it are perfectly matched with the red. I wonder how delicious this pot-boiled chicken is. Eat, eat, eat. Everyone come and eat. It's no big deal. There are plenty of seasonings and ingredients. Just put as much as you want into the dipping sauce. Making the dipping sauce is very easy. Suchin knew perfectly well that everyone was craving it. Wrap some of the ingredients in plastic wrap and refrigerate them. Then you can start eating. Everyone gathered around the table and took whatever they wanted to eat. The skewers are served in bunches, but each skewer is only enough for one bite. This authentic Sichuan spicy flavor is really exciting for these Southerners who have never experienced Sichuan spicy food before. When you eat 1 or 2 skewers, it's fine. You only experience the fresh, fragrant, spicy, and numbing sensation. But after eating more, the after effects kick in, and it gets really spicy. At first it was fine. The fresh, fragrant, spicy, and numbing flavors danced on the tip of the tongue. But after only a few skewers, the after effects kicked in. Aunt Wu was the first to give up. Her lips were as red as if she had applied lipstick, and she kept hissing and panting. I didn't expect the chili peppers here to be so potent. Chapter 300 The Gluttonous Akita Inu. Aunt Wu took a big gulp of water, but she still wanted to eat more. Whether it was vegetarian or meat, the taste was very delicious. It's spicy, but it's also delicious. The rich, spicy flavor was so strong that after a few skewers, even the tip of my nose was covered in fine beads of sweat. The group ate in silence, and for a moment the only sounds in the living room were the sounds of chewing and the hissing of water as people drank because it was spicy. 6 o'clock in the morning. Su Chun called a delivery service to transport a large amount of prepared ingredients to their destination. He then took a taxi to the marathon site. Anyway, there are people at home to take care of Nuonuo, and there are robots to tutor her, so he is very at ease and has no worries at all. Half an hour later, Su Chun arrived between the 2 supply points, one on the left and one on the right. The supply point on the left offers fresh fruit, while the supply point on the right offers Chengdu's specialty, ice jelly. Inside the antique-style porcelain jar with red and yellow dragon patterns, bamboo skewers are densely packed. Chicken pieces, lotus root slices, and black fungus are carefully skewered on the bamboo skewers and soaked in a clear red broth, which looks quite tempting. Oh, what a coincidence. I'm providing ice jelly, and you're providing pot-boiled chicken. The organizers probably arranged for our 2 stalls to be together on purpose. The volunteer at the ice jelly supply point was a 40-year-old man. She was still holding a half-eaten bowl of ice jelly in her hand. Uncle, you're eating this so early in the morning? Suchin smiled. The middle-aged man burped, a little embarrassed. Come on, young man, here's a bowl of ice jelly for you to try. After I finish eating, can you get me a few skewers of Sichuan-style boiled chicken? He took a bowl of ice jelly from the refrigerator behind him and handed it to Su Chun. Don't worry, we won't eat much. The organizers won't have any objections. Su Chun accepted the ice jelly with a faint smile. Okay. Anyway, there's already a lot of food this time, and my supply point is located in the middle of the route, so it will take some time for the marathon runners to get there. I might as well enjoy it myself first. Brother, would you like some fruit? On the other side, a boy was in charge of the fruit supply point. He stared intently at the bo chicken, his mouth watering, and nervously handed over the pre-cut fruit platter. Okay, come on, let's get a few skewers together. Su Chun smiled as she accepted the fruit platter, then picked up a few skewers from the bright red oil jar and handed them to the boy. Brother, your bo chicken looks so tempting. I took it, but I haven't eaten it yet. The boy immediately felt the tangy and spicy aroma wafting towards him, stimulating his taste buds. He could smell both the fragrance and the spiciness. The chili oil and white sesame seeds are very noticeable on the skewers. Seeing the red oil sliding down the skewer of tripe, he nervously stuffed it into his mouth in one bite. I never expected that tripe that had been soaked for so long would taste so tough. Unexpectedly, the spicy and stimulating flavor of Sichuan peppercorns exploded in my mouth. It has a balanced flavor of numbing spiciness and savory aroma, along with the fresh fragrance of white sesame seeds. The savory flavor is truly rich. Then the texture of the tripe is the most amazing part. Surprisingly, it has a crisp and tender texture when you take a bite. My goodness, this texture is amazing. I can't even get this good when I'm eating hot pot. No matter what kind of food guys eat, like hot pot, skewers, or Sichuan-style boiled chicken, their favorite is tripe. However, the deliciousness of tripe is largely related to the maker's skill. It requires strict control over the timing and temperature. In just a few seconds, before you know it, you're old. So he had never eaten such tender tripe before. So tender that you can't bite into it in one bite, but you can easily bite into it and then chew it. The crisp, tender, and chewy texture of the tripe makes you want to immerse yourself in it. The aroma of the chili oil is very strong, but the deliciousness of the broth also makes the freshness of the tripe impossible to hide. Absolutely amazing. Wow, my God, bro, this tripe. Wow, it's so delicious. It's the same old craft, so authentic. Honestly, this guy has never eaten such authentic bo chicken before. Uncle Bingfin thought that little fruit was exaggerating a bit. After all, you're still a young person. There are so many delicious snack shops in Chengdu. You'll be amazed by them in the future. The uncle shook his head with a deep smile and slowly raised a skewer of oily, spicy, and fragrant chicken to his mouth. Wow, the bright red broth, with its moderate spiciness, combined with the irresistible aroma of sesame and Sichuan peppercorn oil, floods the tongue. The aroma of bo chicken also has a secret recipe, which is the use of Sichuan pepper oil as a seasoning. The chicken, tossed in Sichuan peppercorn oil, is followed by a refreshing coolness from the mountains and fields, along with its wonderful aroma. If you use Sichuan peppercorn oil or chili oil instead, it will not only cause internal heat, but the color, aroma, and taste will also be much worse. After taking a bite, the uncle with the iced jelly could no longer remain calm. He ate the whole skewer in one big bite. Chew, chew, chew. Young man, are you perhaps the inheritor of some time-honored brand? How come your cooking is so delicious? I consider myself a seasoned foodie in Chengdu. I love to explore different food stalls with my friends. I've been to all the famous snack shops in Chengdu, but none of them are as good as yours. But your accent doesn't sound like it at all. Su Chen smiled without saying a word. Seeing the two of them with their mouths glistening with oil, I also took a bite of the iced jelly. Time slowly passed. In the final minutes of the competition, the host introduced the leaders and some of the contestants present. At 8 a.m. sharp, the leaders fired a gun. The moment the gunshot rang out, a group of people rushed out like arrows released from a bow. Because the Chengdu International Marathon was a single-shot event, when the starting gun fired, tens of thousands of people started running together, creating quite a powerful atmosphere. A young man from Japan, whose country is known for its cherry blossoms, was running rapidly on the asphalt road, his sweat rolling down his temples. His sports vest was soaked through and clung tightly to his muscular back. Huff, huff. His breathing grew heavier and heavier. The red tents of the distant supply station twisted and distorted in the heat, looking as alluring as a mirage. Suddenly, a spicy and savory aroma wafted into my nostrils. The boy from Japan's Sakura country's Adam's apple bobbed suddenly. What is that? The aromas of chili oil, sesame seeds, and Sichuan peppercorns mingled together, domineeringly invading his senses. Smack! This guy is ruthless. He slapped himself hard across the face. A red mark immediately appeared on his cheek, and he gritted his teeth and growled, trying to use the pain to drive away the damned fragrance. But just then, a Chinese man wearing black-rimmed glasses walked past him. The man held a bamboo skewer in his right hand, the chicken pieces on the skewer coated in bright red chili oil, sesame seeds falling in a flurry with the rhythm of his running. It smells so good. The Chinese contestant took a bite of chicken, his eyes narrowing in satisfaction. This chili oil is amazing. The Japanese guy suddenly made a loud noise from his stomach, so loud that even the players next to him turned their heads. He unconsciously slowed his pace, his gaze drifting towards the supply station. Ah! He frantically scratched his head, then slammed on the brakes and turned around. Just one skewer. Just one skewer. The sneakers screeched as they sprinted across the ground, hurtling towards the alluring red tent. It looks just like an Akita dog that can only smell the aroma of meat. Chapter 301 Life is so good it makes me cry. Inside a large, antique-style jar, skewers of Sichuan-style boiled chicken are quietly soaking in bright red chili oil, garnished with Sichuan peppercorns and sesame seeds. It looks so spicy. Can you handle it? At this moment, the young man from Japan suddenly recalled his memories of the Incheon Asian Games village a few years ago. He was alone and huddled in the cramped toilet stall back then, and he still feels the lingering pain of the kimchi curry burning his stomach. Since then, when he competes, he only eats energy gels from batches directly supplied by the Hokkaido factory. But at this moment, the aroma of the Sichuan-style boiled chicken, infused with the fragrance of spices and Sichuan peppercorns, made his atoms apple bob uncontrollably. Would you like some iced jelly? Fruit platter, help yourselves. The iced jelly vendor and the fruit platter vendor, in the spirit of hospitality, casually called out a greeting. Just as Su Chan was hesitating whether to join in the shouting, the young man from the cherry blossom country took half a step forward. With lightning speed, he reached out and grabbed a string of potato chips, which was instantly shoved into his mouth. The potato slices looked perfectly intact on the skewers, and I thought they would be undercooked and have a crisp texture. Unexpectedly, it had a soft and fluffy texture and was very flavorful. The aroma and spiciness of the chili oil are not superficial, completely different from the tempura sauce used in their country's daily home cooking. The rich aroma of spices, the mellow fragrance of sesame, and the spiciness of chili blend perfectly, creating a layered flavor in every bite, leaving a lingering fragrance in your mouth. It's absolutely delicious. Potato chips can be made this delicious? The young man from Japan was eating when he was completely baffled. His eyes darted around several times before he finally couldn't hold it in any longer. He then spoke in broken Mandarin, his face filled with eagerness and curiosity, and asked Suchun, "Why do you eat so much stuffed food? You from our rural country?" Suchun smiled. "This is called bo-bo chicken. The deliciousness of Chinese cuisine stems from our long-standing food culture and the culmination of thousands of years of culinary wisdom. We Chinese have always been adept at obtaining ingredients from nature and using unique cooking techniques and seasoning methods to transform ordinary ingredients into intoxicating delicacies. Take this pot-boiled chicken, for example." Suchin launched into a long, rambling monologue. The two men, an older man with iced jelly and a young man with a fruit platter, standing on either side with their ears perked up, stared in utter disbelief. Good heavens! Bobo Chicken Bro can actually speak Japanese. Not only is her cooking delicious, but she also speaks Japanese so fluently. She's truly a hidden talent. Su Chun keenly sensed the surprised yet admiring gazes directed at him by the two men, and smiled without saying a word. After setting up a stall by playing the Swana, I haven't had a chance to use the language proficiency skill I was rewarded with. I never expected it would come in handy here today. It's at least a form of cultural export, so it's pretty good. The young man from the Sakura country fell into a brief moment of contemplation after hearing Su Chin's fluent Japanese. Then he gave a thumbs up and started chattering away. The mysterious Dragon Kingdom is amazing. I didn't expect you to speak Japanese so well. The food you make is so delicious. He decided that after this marathon, he would bring his family to China for a trip, enjoy the delicious food of China, and experience the charm of the Dragon Kingdom. The young man from the cherry blossom country ate while thinking, gasping for breath from the spiciness, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Bobo chicken is quite spicy, and it's a completely authentic Sichuan recipe. Su Chun and Butler Ding couldn't handle the spiciness of this food, as neither of them ate much of it yesterday. People who can't handle spicy food will experience real stomach discomfort from eating something this spicy all at once, and will feel unwell for quite some time. Not to mention the young man from Japan, who is from a low-income ethnic group with a relatively low tolerance for spiciness. Wow, it's so delicious. This is so agonizing. The young man from Japan was so moved by the food that tears welled up in his eyes. It was hard to tell if it was from the spiciness or from being so satisfied and touched. Holy crap, what's that smell? Damn, look at this guy. He's crying from the delicious food. Oh no, it's Bo chicken. I have to try it today. It has to be so delicious that it could make someone cry. Come on, take this one, and that one too. Not only him, but many contestants also gathered around Su Chen's stall at this moment. Glug glug. Glug glug. I wonder how many people, after smelling the aroma, simultaneously had their stomachs growling in protest. So much so that for a moment, it even drowned out everyone's conversation. Damn it. Those who know the situation know we're participating in a marathon. Those who don't might think we're just gathering to catch frogs. I'm dying of laughter. Everyone's stomachs are rumbling in such perfect unison. Did they rehearse this? Stop talking. I'm so hungry I could eat a live frog. The young man from the cherry blossom country saw so many people coming to grab food. I quickly grabbed a few skewers of Sichuan-style boiled chicken and went to the side to show them off. I also grabbed 2 bananas and a bottle of mineral water. That's how he managed to squeeze out of the crowd. 5 minutes later, the young man finished off all the Bo chicken, only then waking up from his culinary reverie. The timer showed that he had been at the aid station for 6 minutes and 47 seconds, while the silhouettes of the athletes in the distance had long since shrunk to black dots. Oh no, this is really bad. He came here with the goal of winning a top 3 finish. But now, in order to eat this pot-boiled chicken, I've unknowingly wasted a lot of time. As he watched the runners who had been left behind by him overtake him one after another, his eyes instantly turned red. He might be okay if he hadn't tried Su Chen's Bo chicken, but having tasted the potato skewers, he was already captivated by their indescribable deliciousness. Sha, the young man from the cherry blossom country hesitated for a moment. To eat or not to eat, that is the question. But his body was far more honest than his brain, and in the end he obediently lined up and grabbed a handful of pot-boiled chicken. Then, it let out a mournful cry and strode towards the next bend. The fruit vendor next door was cutting fruit, glancing at Su Chen every now and then. That's great. So many foreign athletes like to eat our dragon country's Bo chicken. The fact that his country's cuisine has been recognized makes the fruit platter vendor genuinely happy. But at the same time, he also fell into deeper thoughts. I wonder if this boiled chicken guy will come back to volunteer next time. The registration fee was only 120 yuan. If I had known there was such a delicious pot-boiled chicken supply point, I wouldn't have signed up to be a volunteer. The fruit platter vendor sighed. He really wanted to go eat some more Sichuan-style boiled chicken. However, as a volunteer, it is not convenient for me to leave the supply point without permission. Although there was no punishment for leaving, it was a manifestation of a person's sense of responsibility. The personnel at the supply depot are not there, which makes us a laughingstock for the foreign athletes. Thinking of this, the fruit platter vendor continued cutting the fruit. But just as he turned around, out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of a dog sneaking around. They were secretly stealing the pot-boiled chicken that someone else had put in a paper cup. Chapter 302. We're all family. It's not too much to eat more. Soon, one of the American representatives finished his water. Looking at the empty table beside me, a few doubts arose in my heart. Oh my God, where's the pot-boiled chicken I just put next to me? Su Chen shrugged. He glanced at the South Korean player not far away and looked helpless. Thank you for the generous gift. The American soldier understood immediately and collapsed, cursing loudly in the direction where the Korean had disappeared. Despicable thief. Shit. The cursing drew frequent glances from the crowd. Su Chen also watched the show for a few seconds. Then he bent down and took out a large pile of boji, a type of Sichuan-style boiled chicken, from a big plastic box. The ingredients skewered on bamboo sticks have already soaked up the savory broth from the first soaking. Now they are being placed into the jar one by one, ready to undergo a magnificent transformation through a second round of flavor infusion. As the skewers are dipped in the oil, fine oil droplets eagerly climb up, jumping and rolling merrily on the surface of the food. Just looking at it makes your taste buds surrender, urging you to quickly devour it. The shouting and cursing from the American side continued, harsh and unpleasant. Left with no other choice, Su Chen had to adopt a distribution model. It's because there are so many people at the stalls, and their behavior varies greatly. Don't rush, everyone. I'll send them out one by one. At the front of the line was a man who was 1.85 meters tall, with wheat-colored skin, medium-length slightly curly hair, a black headband, and a muscular build. Hello, your Sichuan-style boiled chicken smells delicious. Could I have a few skewers to try? I prefer more meat. The man flashed a very sunny smile. Sure, your Chinese is pretty good. Su Chen handed over a few meat skewers and subconsciously offered a compliment. Haha, I'm from Beijing. I studied Mandarin for 3 years before coming to China, and now I've been studying at university in China for 3 years. If my Mandarin isn't good enough, my mom will beat me up. Moreover, my mother told me when I was very young that China is a good friend of our country, Pakistan, and is also the fastest growing and most promising country. So I had already planned to study in China when I was in my first year of high school. Oh, I see. China will always welcome our Pakistani friends. Su Chen smiled and said, since they are Pakistani friends, we should treat them with the utmost hospitality. Giving them more skewers wouldn't be too much to ask, would it? Immediately afterwards, amidst the gasps of surprise from the surrounding contestants, the man, somewhat flattered, accepted the large handful of bo chicken that Su Chen handed him again. Oh, thank you. Hey, why isn't there any meat in the cassava? Why give it to him first? And so much of it. The American player next to him was completely stunned, and a bad feeling instantly arose in his heart. I had already missed my chance to get ahead in line because I was cursing at a thief, and I was pushed to the outside. Now Brother Bobo Chicken is giving out so much more. There are so many people waiting ahead of us. There definitely won't be enough meat skewers to go around. It doesn't matter if the other contestants can't get a bite, but you can't make sure I can't get a bite either. I've waited so long just to have a taste of Bobo Chicken, and I was originally in the lead. At this point, let alone winning the championship, even making it into the top 20 is a stretch. This is the pot-boiled chicken he ordered in advance, so of course we'll give it to him first. Su Chen looked at the Batanian man. Right, friend? The man quickly realized what was happening. Yes, I booked it in advance. As the rich yet mild aroma of chili oil from the pot-boiled chicken wafted into their noses, the Baton people began to eat without hesitation. The first thing we ate was the chicken wing tip skewer. With a gentle lick against the joint, the gelatinous substance slid down the throat, leaving behind bits of meat with sesame seeds stuck between the teeth. The best part is when you bite into the triangular bone at the tip of the wing. The thin, crisp bone breaks with a crack, and the fresh, spicy juice that seeps out from the bone marrow, mixed with the aroma of Sichuan peppercorns, is like detonating a miniature spicy bomb in your mouth. After finishing a chicken wing, Baton's lips were already glistening with red oil, but he couldn't stop this sinful game of dismembering. Chewing. May I take a picture? This pot-boiled chicken is the best I've ever had. It's so delicious that I want to share it with my classmates. As Su Chen distributed food to everyone, he nodded and smiled in response. Take any pictures you like and try the chicken hearts. I personally really enjoy them. Upon hearing this, Baton's younger brother bit the chicken heart with his teeth, tore it off, and began to chew. Creak. Creak. I originally thought it was just an ordinary chicken heart, but I didn't expect it to be so tender and juicy. The main reason is that after being soaked in the red oil broth, the low temperature allows the chicken heart muscle fibers to slowly relax, maintaining the unique elasticity of the organ while avoiding the mushy texture that comes with long-term stewing. When you bite into it, the outer fascia bounces back slightly, and the numbing and fragrant juice bursts out from the pores, which is quite fun. Baton exclaimed with delight. I love this. It's so delicious. The American player listened from the back of the line as the two communicated in Mandarin. He already suspected that the advance booking was a lie, and now he was even more suspicious. So he quickly took out his phone, opened a translation app, and wanted to hear what they were saying. At the same time, in the group, a Russian man was so tempted by the aroma of the Sichuan-style boiled chicken that he couldn't resist. Looking around at the other contestants who were also waiting, he gradually became worried. Follow the method of serving Bobo chicken. By the time it was his turn, all the beef, tripe, tendons, beef aorta, crispy sausage, pork belly, and luncheon meat were gone. In the midst of the tension, a sudden inspiration struck the bear man, and he came to a conclusion. The guy who sells boiled chicken must have given that kid so much because he spoke Mandarin. So when it was his turn, he bravely gave it a try. Hey, I've lived in Harbin for 6 years, so I guess I'm a Chinese citizen now. I love China, so could you give me a little more bo chicken? Upon hearing this, not only Su Chun, but all the contestants from the Dragon Kingdom fell silent. Not far away, an old man who was chatting animatedly with the ice jelly vendor looked at the bear man with suspicion. Wait, you say you're from the Dragon Kingdom, then what am I? The bear man naturally understood what the old man meant and nodded firmly. Grandpa, we're all from the Dragon Kingdom. We're one family, hee. The American official stared at his phone screen, amused by the translated sentence. He shook his head and chuckled, muttering a complaint in Eagle language. But then, the translation software automatically recognized what he said. The phone silently emitted a translated electronic voice. You're clearly a stinky bear, yet you shamelessly call yourself a dragon. Get lost, or you'll delay my bobo chicken, a type of Sichuan hot pot. The American representative quickly turned the volume down to the minimum, but it was too late. The bear man heard what was said very clearly. He immediately flew into a rage. I'm currently working as a foreign teacher in China to earn money, so I have to be careful about my image while I'm abroad, otherwise I might be deported back to China any day. But I can't tolerate your blatant discrimination against me. The two then started arguing on the spot. Chapter 303 with the chickens, but in hand, I have happiness. At Su Chin's pot-boiled chicken stall, the smell of gunpowder was even stronger than the aroma of spiciness. The bear man suddenly pulled up his ice sleeve. The tattoo of a panda eating bamboo shoots on his arm was clearly visible. He roared at the top of his lungs in Russian, his voice deafening. What does stinky bear mean? Siberian brown bears are bears, and so are giant pandas in China. We're all the same. What right do you, a Wall Street vulture, have to mock the fighting nation? A long string of trills followed one after another. Not only did the American representative get sprayed with vodka-flavored spittle, but mobile phone translators are adding fuel to the fire at an inopportune time. Russian profanity detected. %#UN at #amp has been automatically saved to your frequently used phrases handbook. Puff. The incident happened suddenly, and this translator is a bit too intelligent. They even know how to stir things up. Many of the onlookers turned away to watch the drama unfold, and a burst of laughter erupted. Let's start arguing, or even fighting. Pinch. Hit. In particular, some of the contestants from China were cheering and encouraging them from the sidelines. It would be best if all you foreign contestants stayed here and stalled for time, so our country's contestants could also get a good ranking. Hee, who doesn't have patriotism? As expected, the Russian and American representatives engaged in a heated argument, with neither side giving an inch. In the end, the translator became unnecessary, and the dialect was used for output. Standing by the stall, Su Chin's head was spinning from all the commotion, so he had no choice but to use his trump card. Hey, do you still eat bobo chicken? If you're not going to eat, you can move aside. The other contestants are waiting. Su Chun held a handful of Sichuan-style boiled chicken, with tender beef skewered on it coated with sesame seeds, which looked particularly eye-catching and trembled as they swayed. The Russian player's insults stopped abruptly. He stared at the slices of meat so close to his face, and the red oil slowly sliding down the skewer, his Adam's apple bobbing wildly. Glug. Hey, is he crazy? Why is he arguing with some foreign idiot? What's he here for? Eating bobo chicken is the real reason. The next second, the bear contestant swiftly reached out and snatched the pot-boiled chicken. Then he shook the skewers in his hand, grinned at the American player, and laughed arrogantly. Hee, you just wait here, Luther. The American representative? Shit. He clenched his fists, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. Watching the bear man chew on beef and stride away, I felt utterly devastated. Shit. If it weren't for that damn kimchi guy stealing my Sichuan-style boiled chicken, he shouldn't have been stuck here for so long without getting any food. I've already given up my chance to win the championship, so I'm just hoping to eat more. Each person received a small handful, and Su Chin's movements were quite quick in dividing the food, though this also consumed a lot of energy. When it's the turn of the American player, the jar still contained potatoes, bamboo shoots, kelp, quail eggs, and other similar items, but the chicken slices and shredded chicken were almost gone. Su Chen bent down and scooped out a large handful of chicken gizzards and chicken tails from the big plastic box. Actually, before making these cocktails, the small lumps on them had already been removed. It is clean and hygienic. Su Chen shoved all the skewers into the jar at once. The chili oil seeps into the ingredients, and after a quick dip in the broth, the aroma immediately fills the air. The contestants were like hungry wolves, their hands outstretched and their eyes fixed on the scene. The Chinese contestants who were assigned the food took it and stuffed it into their mouths without saying a word. Dude, your bo-bo chicken is so delicious. The tripe is the most classic, so tender and crispy. I think quail eggs are delicious. The egg white is bouncy, and the yolk is delicate and smooth. You can't stop eating them one after another. Bamboo shoots are also delicious. They are crisp, refreshing, and especially tender. They make a satisfying crunch when you chew them. The kelp is absolutely amazing. It's spicy and flavorful, with a smooth texture that breaks easily with one bite. As they ate, they kept praising the bo-bo chicken. They had a really great chat. Actually, by this point, we've basically tasted everything we were supposed to. But every time it enters the mouth, everyone seems to lose control and can't help but want to praise it. Over here, the American player is holding a bowl of Sichuan-style boiled chicken. After looking it over, my gaze finally settled on a string of chicken gizzards. These chicken gizzards, tightly packed together, were steadily pierced by a thin bamboo skewer, their surfaces slightly wrinkled, looking both unfamiliar and novel. He extended his index finger and pointed to the string of chicken gizzards. Speaking in broken Chinese, he asked Su Chen with a curious expression, "Excuse me, what kind of meat is this? After all, we come from different countries, with different religious beliefs, dietary habits, and so on. There are some things we need to clarify. Oh, this is a chicken gizzard, which is the chicken's stomach. It's the best part of the chicken." Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the American soldier leaned closer for a closer look, and only then did he feel relieved. Take a careful bite. The chicken gizzard is firm and chewy, thoroughly soaked in red oil, making a crunchy sound, and has a slight springy feel after biting into it. The American official was taken aback at first, then a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Huh? This stuff tastes so good. It gets better and better the more you chew it. He was amazed. His eyes darted around, and he started making plans. I was thinking that once I got back to China, I should quickly open a shop and promote these chicken gizzards. They're sure to be a hit. They say a turtle and a mung bean are a perfect match. After finishing a skewer of chicken gizzards, the American player immediately picked up a skewer of large chicken tails and started gnawing on them. Unlike the firm chicken gizzard, the fat in the chicken tail slowly bursts between your teeth, creating a rich and satisfying sensation that only a true connoisseur can understand. Not only does it perfectly capture the freshness and aroma of the sauce, but its own unique flavor is also perfectly brought out. Paired with the red oil, it is tender and smooth, without any fishy smell. The chewy texture that is rich but not greasy instantly triggers a climax of taste buds. It's absolutely delicious. Nice, very nice, Nampawan. The Eagles athletes, their mouths smeared with red oil, mumbled their comments. "Sir, what part of the chicken is this? It looks delicious. I've never eaten anything like it before. It's a chicken's butt." Before Su Chen could reply, the Chinese contestant, who had quickly finished a skewer of chicken tails, immediately shouted, What are you saying?" The American athlete was stunned. His mind went blank. The thought that this thing was a chicken's excrement made him indignant, and a nameless anger burst forth from his anus and rushed to his head. So he just ate shit. The Eagles contestant felt nauseous and promptly spat out the half-chewed chicken tail he was eating. Don't worry, chickens don't excrete waste from this piece of meat. Su Chen quickly explained. He didn't want his clean and hygienic chicken tail to suffer any injustice. This is equivalent to a chicken's rump. If you don't mind beef rump, you probably won't mind chicken tail either. Chapter 304. No, what am I here for? After hearing Su Chen's explanation, they understood the reasoning, but the sense of rejection in the hearts of the Eagle Kingdom contestants still remained. After all, he had never eaten chicken but since he was a child. Only, It really is delicious. The delicious flavor still lingers in my mouth. The Eagles contestant, unwilling to waste this delicious treat, took a deep breath. Regardless of the consequences, he simply picked up a greasy, mountain-shaped chicken, but from the skewer, and threw it into his mouth. The meat juices, coated in spicy red oil, rushed straight to his throat, while the numbing sensation of Sichuan peppercorns shot from the tip of his tongue all the way to his temples, making his back tremble with spiciness. Yet he was also supported by a rich and savory aroma. Plump and greasy, so delicious. Indeed, as long as you don't think about it that way, you won't have any disgusting reaction. The chicken but that Mr. Bo Bo chicken makes is so delicious, it's like a gift from heaven. It smells so good, phenomenon has occurred, and the Eagle Nation player has made up his mind. They turned their attention to other chicken tails. Nobody can stop him. Today he's going to lock himself up with chicken tail. He's swallowed the key. A few chicken butts were devoured in the blink of an eye. He now regrets spitting out the chicken tail he hadn't finished eating. The thought of wanting to keep eating lingered in my mind. With a sudden surge of determination, he turned around, raised his hand, and, as if possessed, ate the chicken tail he had just spat into his palm again. I quickly glanced around. Good, no one saw me. Only then was I completely relieved and began to savor the flavor of the cocktail. Close your eyes and chew 2 or 3 times, then open your mouth. Phew, the mouth of someone who has eaten chicken butts is always filled with fragrance, and their breath is as sweet as orchids. Mr. Bo Bo chicken is the authority. No matter what he brings, I'm willing to eat it. I love it all. Let's just go get some more. The moment the thought crossed the mind, the Eagle Nation player froze. He looked down at the bamboo skewer he was holding, still covered in bright red chili oil and a few stubborn sesame seeds, as if mocking his willpower. Smack! He didn't hesitate to give himself a huge beating. No, what am I here for? The Eagles player covered his flushed cheeks, sinking into deep self-doubt. What happened to the half marathon? I said I was just going to replenish my energy, but I only ate for 10 minutes and forgot I was supposed to run. At this moment, not only the Eagles, but also many Chinese people were gathered around Su Chen's supply point, eating and chatting. Anyway, we've already reached this critical juncture. These marathon runners who can't keep going should retire. It's actually quite normal. Many ordinary people and amateur participants are just here to experience it and post something on social media to show off. There's no point in running around forever. We might as well eat our way back on the registration fee at the banquet first. Burp. I can't eat anymore. I can't finish it all. If you can't eat, run around to digest it. Go to the next intersection and eat again. There's a meal every 2.5 kilometers, which is just right. No. I plan to stay here, have some spicy chicken and chili oil, a bowl of ice jelly, and some fruit. Why would I need to run away? Yes, it smells so good. In my heart, this is the ultimate treat. Brother Bo Bo chicken's skills are simply amazing. Who can argue with that? Giving up the competition to eat Bo Bo chicken is totally worth it. Everyone ate one skewer after another with great gusto, just like walking into a food street. It was an absolute treat. Some of the older women, having eaten and drunk their fill, even made way for each other and strolled around to digest their food. I plan to wait until my stomach is a little emptier before enjoying this delicious Sichuan-style boiled chicken. Is it spicy? You all seem to be enjoying it. It doesn't look spicy at all. As Su Chun skewered the food, he was very curious whether all Chengdu people could handle spicy food. It's just right. I couldn't handle any spiciness. This level of spiciness is just right, but not so spicy that it burns your mouth. You can taste the freshness and aroma. It's amazing. Actually, we eat spicy food not just for the sake of spiciness. Otherwise, we could just use some chili extract to make it spicy. It has to have flavor. Once he said that, Su Chen understood. It seems this level of spiciness isn't very spicy for locals. This gives me a general understanding of the local people's tastes. I'm glad you like it, but don't eat too much. It's bad for your stomach. After opening his mouth, Su Chen couldn't help but offer some advice. Although I know it's useless to try to persuade them. When faced with the temptation of food, even a fool would know that they wouldn't stop until they were stuffed. 3 minutes later. Huh? Boss. You tasted the flavor of the Bo Bo chicken, then looked at Su Chen's half face covered by a mask, and called out suspiciously. Upon hearing this, boss, Su Chin's hand trembled, but he quickly regained his senses. Has this been accidentally exposed again? But once it's exposed, it's exposed. He was still shocked. What a coincidence that a regular customer would come here. Seeing Su Chin's surprised expression, Yu knew it was absolutely true. Oh my god, it really is the boss. Wow, what are you doing at the Chengdu Half Marathon? You even went into a relief station. Are you deliberately trying to prevent our fellow citizens in the south from finding you? Or are you giving the people of Chengdu a treat? Yu's tone was as resentful as that of a young married woman. Despite his complaints, he was genuinely happy at the moment. Luckily, I impulsively signed up for the half marathon in another province. Otherwise, I would have missed my boss. At this moment, Su Chan watched the old diner laughing wildly, his smile remaining unchanged. Having been a street vendor for so long, he's developed a thick skin. They can handle both the enthusiasm and complaints of regular customers very well. Anyway, the ultimate weapon is to change the subject and talk about food. It really is me. We're quite destined to meet. Do you think this handful of Sichuan-style boiled chicken is enough? Considering he's a regular customer, Su Chun took several extra skewers, which was already quite generous of him. Little did anyone know, Yu's hand was already leaving afterimages. Not enough, boss. This isn't enough. Give me some more pork kidneys, and 10 more skewers each of beef slices, chicken slices, mushrooms, tripe, dried bamboo shoots, and quail eggs. Hey, bro, what's wrong with you? That's too much. Why don't you just buy it all? If everyone's like this, are we even going to eat anymore? The speaker was one of the other contestants in line. I sensed something was off about this young man earlier. He kept muttering about being a boss and deliberately not letting me find him. What was he trying to say? It was all very strange. However, they didn't care about that at all. All they wanted was to make skewers. Anyone who threatens their own interests will definitely jump out and curse. Okay, then I'll take a little less. 5 skewers of each kind will do. Yu smiled awkwardly. I easily fall into my old habit when I see the boss and snatch something from him without thinking. Things are different now. This buffet-style feast, where you only pay a registration fee and can take whatever you want, has angered the public. It might even make the news. Chapter 305 Digestive tablets are a few kilometers away. I can't eat anymore. Xiao Wang wiped the sweat from his forehead, held up the microphone, and quickly followed behind the cameraman. As a reporter for the sports channel, she has covered the local marathon for 3 consecutive years. But this year's situation is somewhat unusual. There are a lot of people at that supply station ahead. Cameraman Lao Zhang adjusted the camera on his shoulder. Should we go over and take a look? Xiao Wang nodded, and the two walked forward through the crowd. The supply stations along the way were deserted, and the volunteers stood behind the tables, looking bored. The bananas and drinks on the table were neatly arranged. Occasionally, a contestant would pass by, grab a banana at random, and rush past. Even barbecue, hot pot, fried chicken, and seafood are not very popular. But this supply station is completely different. Before you even get close, you can smell a rich fragrance wafting over. It has a unique aroma that blends chili oil, Sichuan peppercorns, and sesame seeds, and just smelling it makes your mouth water. Under the sunshade, Su Chun was extremely busy. Wearing disposable gloves, they were scooping strings of ingredients out of the bright red broth and packing them into disposable paper cups. This is Bobo chicken. Xiao Wang opened his eyes wide in surprise. She saw the contestants lining up to receive paper cups, and once they got them, they couldn't wait to peel the skewers off the bamboo sticks, dip them in chili oil, and enjoy them. Some people ate until their faces were flushed, yet they still licked their lips with lingering satisfaction. When Xiao Wang saw that there was something to dig up, he immediately flashed a professional smile at the camera. Dear viewers, I am now providing you with live coverage from the marathon course. After finishing his opening remarks, Xiao Wang selected a contestant who was sitting on the ground eating skewers. Excuse me, are you not going to continue the match? Hey, why are you running? This Sichuan-style boiled chicken smells amazing. With his mouth bulging, the runner exclaimed, I've run marathons for so many years, and this is the first time I've encountered such a delicious aid station. Look at this dried bamboo shoots, so crisp and flavorful, and these potato slices, so soft and fragrant. Xiao Wang was a little puzzled, so he turned to another contestant. What do you think of this supply depot? Absolutely amazing. The runner gave a thumbs up, saying, I was almost exhausted from running just now, but the aroma of this food immediately gave me a boost. After eating it, I feel even more energetic and like I could run again. Can we run to the antacid supply point again? The contestant choked for a moment, swallowed the food in his mouth, and then finished the sentence. Xiao Wang. This year's contestants are a bit mischievous. She was stunned and only turned to the camera a few seconds later. Ladies and gentlemen, it seems this Bo Chicken aid station has become a major highlight of this marathon. Let's interview the person in charge of this aid station. Hello, I'm Xiao Wang, a reporter from the sports channel. She handed the microphone to Su Chun. May I interview you? Baton's little brother had somehow returned. He was extremely surprised when he saw foreign diners at the Bo chicken stall enjoying chicken intestines, pig lungs, chicken gizzards, and other delicacies. My God, aren't they usually so averse to animal offal? How come they're eating it so heartily now? Baton muttered to himself. I tiptoed over to look at the large basin of pot-boiled chicken and swallowed hard. I casually mentioned to him what I had seen earlier. Mr. Bo Chicken, your cooking is so delicious. When I ran back just now, I saw a few people fighting. Su Chun looked up and was somewhat surprised to find it was Baton's underling. After he finished eating the skewers and left, he casually greeted me, vowing to win a medal for my mother. What? You've suddenly come back now. Could it be that you just wanted to tell him this? While Su Chun was filled with questions, Baton's little brother continued to recount the scene with great interest. A British man and two white men were fighting over the Bo chicken, while hurling insults at each other, and eventually the three of them started fighting. In the end, it was the patrolling police officers who saw them and arrested them all. I have to say, your Bo chicken is really irresistible. Su Chun, why make such a fuss over eating Bo chicken? Why don't these people pay attention to their image? This scene might have been captured on camera by photographers at the stadium. Sure enough, it's always the foreigners who make a fool of themselves. Su Chun didn't say much, and picked up a large handful of Bo chicken to distribute to the contestants, giving Ba Tan's little brother a few extra skewers. By the way, didn't you want to win a medal for your mother? Coming back now will cause a delay, won't it? Su Chun had already been very tactful in his words. Coming back now would not only be a delay, it would be tantamount to giving up. It's all right, Mr. Bo Chicken. I'll just buy a medal from Taba and send it to her later. Baton's younger brother held the chicken skewer to his nose, smelled it with relish, and then began to eat. Su Chun was stunned when he heard this. Wow, as expected of a young person, their awareness is really high. Iwu Small Commodities City has no medals or awards. Baton's younger brother closed his eyes, raised his eyebrows smugly, and kept putting chicken skewers into his mouth while making sounds of enjoyment. The moment the teeth made contact, the juices eagerly overflowed, splashing throughout the mouth. First comes the fiery impact of the chili oil, the burning sensation quickly spreading throughout the mouth, awakening long-dormant taste buds. Next, the numbing sensation of Sichuan peppercorns seeps in, intertwining with the spiciness, causing the tip of the tongue to tremble slightly. The deliciousness of the chicken is further highlighted by this numbing and spicy flavor, with every fiber filled with rich taste, firm yet tender. After swallowing, the spicy and savory flavor lingered in the throat, leaving a long-lasting aftertaste. Baton's younger brother ate quickly, unable to stop. Mainly, I think, Baton's younger brother chewed away, looking incredibly satisfied. I'd rather come here and eat more Sichuan-style boiled chicken than win that medal. After all, the goal is to make my mother happy. The process and form are not important. My mother can hardly tell that the medals made on Taba are fake, and I can also enjoy such delicious barbecue skewers. It's a win-win situation for both my mother and me. Upon hearing this, Su Chun's lips twitched. Suddenly I could understand. One was the joy of her son winning the award, and the other was the satisfaction of a momentary craving for food. Therefore, it cannot be said that his choice was problematic. In some respects, his thinking is quite insightful. As time went by, more and more marathon runners gathered around Su Chun's Bo chicken stall. Most of the foreign athletes initially planned to eat a couple of skewers of Sichuan-style boiled chicken to regain their energy, before continuing the race. But later on, they were all won over by Su Chin's Bo Chicken. These foreign athletes essentially turned this marathon into a self-organized marathon. They enjoyed a delicious bowl of Sichuan-style chicken and beer, and after a few drinks, they sat down on the floor and started chatting. Chapter 306 Bo Chicken scores big points. The finish line of the race. A Chinese athlete, his face flushed and veins bulging on his neck, sprinted across the red finish line in the final burst. Less than 2 seconds later, a black athlete also crossed the finish line. He rested his hands on his knees, looking at the Dragon Kingdom athlete who had won the championship with a look of resentment, and sighed regretfully. Another 10 seconds or so passed. Under Mayor Hao's watchful gaze, Secretary Wu crossed the finish line, ranking third. The organizers guided the top 3 winners to the podium. Mayor Hao delivered an official speech on stage, and then personally presented medals to the 3 winning contestants. After the process was completed, Secretary Wu, covered in sweat, grinned and walked up to Mayor Hao. Mayor Hao, I didn't let our CD municipal government down this time, did I? Very nice. Mayor Hao nodded with satisfaction and patted him on the shoulder. You've worked hard. I'm giving you a day off today so you can get some rest. Secretary Wu is a former soldier, and his physical fitness is quite good, but he has been retired from the military for 5 years. Based on the list of participants, Mayor Hao originally thought that if he could make it into the top 10, it would be a great honor for the CD municipal government. Unexpectedly, he managed to take 3rd place. What's even stranger is that many of the originally strong runners haven't even reached the finish line yet. Secretary Wu was immediately delighted. That's great. I passed by a pot-boiled chicken supply point on my way, and the aroma almost made me unable to leave. Fortunately, I was carrying Mayor Hao's expectations, and those expectations have become endless motivation, driving me forward. Since you've told me to rest today, I'll head back now to have some Sichuan-style boiled chicken. I hope I can still make it back in time. Upon hearing this, Mayor Hao suddenly had a certain guess. The fact that so many strong runners haven't reached the finish line yet indicates that there are bound to be unpredictable changes in this marathon. Could this variable be the Bobo chicken that Xiao mentioned? No, that shouldn't be possible. Those foreign athletes bought tickets and flew here specifically for this marathon, and they registered months ago and started preparing in advance. How could they possibly give up the competition just because of 1 or 2 skewers of Sichuan-style boiled chicken? That's impossible and unrealistic. All right, you did a great job today. Go check out that pot-boiled chicken supply point. Mayor Hao suddenly coughed twice and lowered his voice. I'm a little hungry too. Secretary Wu immediately saluted. Received. As instructed. Then he grinned expectantly, immediately jumped over the fence, and ran outside the track. Although the award ceremony for the top 3 winners has ended, the marathon is not over yet. There are still many runners who haven't reached the finish line yet. If I run back, it might affect the other runners. Secretary Wu glanced at the shared bike beside him, thought for a moment, and then immediately started running towards the alley. Riding a shared bike is definitely not enough time, as the location for the Bo Chicken resupply point is quite a distance away. He crossed the alley, intending to flag down a taxi to take him down the side road. But just then he saw a delivery rider putting on a helmet and getting ready to ride his bike. Dude, wait a minute. I need you to run an errand for me. Oh, sure. I was just about to take an order. What do you want me to send or buy for you? Take me there, and I'll give you 50. Secretary Wu strode directly into the car. Take the alleys and get to the vicinity of the marathon mid-course. There's a Bo chicken supply station there. We need to hurry. The sooner the better. Soon. Arrive. As soon as the delivery rider parked the vehicle, Secretary Wu jumped off at lightning speed. Thanks. Please wait a moment. I'll be right back. To save time, I paid 50 yuan in advance and even booked the delivery rider's next trip. He naturally couldn't forget Mayor Hao's instructions. After receiving the Bobo chicken, he had to send a few skewers to the leaders. Secretary Wu jogged over the fence and landed steadily on the ground amidst the gasps of those around her. Great. There's still Bo chicken. Huh? Why are there so many foreign players? Oh, I see. It wasn't until he saw the crowds at Su Chin's Bo chicken stall that he finally understood everything. Why was I able to finish third despite not having particularly good grades? Why are so many excellent marathon runners still nowhere to be seen? So it turns out they were all here eating bo chicken. Secretary Wu found it all quite amusing. I never imagined that our Chinese-style, Sichuan-style boiled chicken would pose such a great threat to these foreign competitors. He struggled to push his way into the crowd, and many foreign athletes were stunned when they saw the medal he was holding. But he only paused for a moment before continuing to savor the pot-boiled chicken in his hand. What good are medals? They're not as good as the food you eat. Hello, I haven't tried this pot-boiled chicken yet. Could you give me a few more skewers? Secretary Wu stared at the red oil skewers in the basin and swallowed hard. Squid tentacles, duck tongues, beef aorta, prawns. This looks delicious. The vegetarian options are also great, with broccoli, lettuce, bamboo shoots, dried egg, and konjac all available. What's the difference between this and eating at a buffet? Su Chen looked up, but had no recollection of the man in front of him. But my eyes were drawn to the dazzling medal he was holding. No problem. Su Chen smiled and packed the pot-boiled chicken into a paper cup for the man. By the way, which country did the first-place winner come from? Secretary Wu glanced at the foreign competitors around him and grinned at Su Chen. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to you. The first place goes to our Dragon Country contestant. Su Chen was taken aback at first, then felt gratified and a sense of national pride welled up within him. It seems that my pot-boiled chicken stall, by some twist of fate, did play a role in the outcome of this competition. In his excitement, he grabbed another large bunch of skewers of Secretary Wu's food. Many foreign players had objections to this, but Su Chen didn't care. You guys have been eating here for so long. What's wrong with me being a Chinese player first? Secretary Wu accepted the pot-boiled chicken and was immediately delighted. Thanks, bro, thanks. The vendor served about 60 skewers of bo chicken, each one quite large, enough to fill you up. However, there's no time to lose. I still need to bring some skewers to Mayor Hao. Thinking of this, Secretary Wu greeted Su Chen, took the pot-boiled chicken, asked the staff to move a fence, and jogged back to where the delivery riders parked. Wow, your pot-boiled chicken smells so good. The delivery riders were tempted just by the aroma of the spicy food. Yes, it smells so good, so good. Here, have a skewer. That should be enough for you. Secretary Wu was generous and immediately picked up a skewer of shrimp and gave it to the delivery rider. Chapter 307 The most important thing for a subordinate is to understand loss. The delivery rider thanked him repeatedly and took the string of shrimp from Secretary Wu. A glint of greed flashed in his eyes. The shrimp shells are thin and translucent, and when soaked in the secret red oil, they gleam with an enticing orange-red luster, looking incredibly delicious. With a gentle bite, the shrimp shell slips right out of the tender shrimp meat. Spitting out the shell, the bouncy shrimp meat explodes with flavor on the tongue, followed by a mouthful of sweet and savory juices, carrying the sweetness of the ocean and the richness of spices, rushing straight to the brain. Upon closer inspection, the shrimp meat is delicate in texture, with no roughness when chewed, but rather a smooth feel. The numbing spiciness of the chili oil intertwines with the sweetness of the shrimp, making it spicy but not harsh, numbing but not bitter, with a hint of sweetness in the aftertaste. Wow, this pot-boiled chicken is so delicious. The delivery rider clicked his tongue, staring at the half-eaten shrimp in his hand, and couldn't help but sigh. If I had known that the Marathon Aid Station had such delicious bo chicken, I would have signed up to participate. Arctic sweet shrimp are rare enough, but the quality of these shrimp is even more exceptional. The shrimp veins have been removed so thoroughly that they are a true blessing for foodies. That brother. The delivery rider licked his lips and tentatively began to speak. I can't get into the stadium, but could you give me a few more skewers of your Sichuan-style boiled chicken? I'll waive the 50 yuan for the ride home later. He felt too embarrassed to ask Secretary Wu for skewers directly again. The only option is to try a different approach. I hope Secretary Wu understands what I mean, or we can resolve the issue with money. Secretary Wu had just finished eating a skewer of beef tripe, and the addictive spicy flavor still lingered in his mouth. Without hesitation, he shook his head with a wry smile. I'm afraid that won't work. I still need to deliver these skewers to my boss. Please drive faster later, or he'll get impatient. To be honest, Secretary Wu was reluctant to part with these pot-boiled chicken dishes. The taste of the tripe alone exceeded his expectations, and the remaining duck tongues, baby squid, chicken wings, and other delicacies were his favorites. Just by looking at it, you know it must be incredibly delicious. This pot-boiled chicken is so rare that once you eat one skewer, it's gone. How could he bear to give it away so easily? The delivery rider felt a pang of disappointment, but since the other party was unwilling to sell, there was nothing he could do. Put yourself in their shoes. If you had such delicious, top-quality food, you probably wouldn't want to sell it either. All right, let's hurry up and go. The delivery rider sighed, restarted his electric scooter, and continued weaving through the alleyways. Beep, beep, beep. We finally drove out of the alley, and with only one intersection left to the finish line of the marathon, the red light suddenly came on. The red lights here are the most tedious. It takes about 2 minutes, but we'll be there soon. No need to rush. The delivery rider glanced at the rearview mirror and, seeing that Secretary Wu seemed a little anxious, offered words of comfort. Time passed by, second by second. It was fine while driving, but now that I'm stopped at a red light, the faint aroma of Sichuan-style boiled chicken behind me becomes clearer and clearer, wafting into the nose of the delivery rider. He swallowed hard. He couldn't eat those skewers anymore, but the aroma was like a hook, making him unbearably itchy. Now he just wants to get the other person to their destination as soon as possible so they can suffer less. You don't need to take me to the finish line. Secretary Wu suddenly spoke up, her tone somewhat awkward. Just take me to Lingxiu City. Huh? Why did you suddenly change locations? We're almost there. The delivery rider had a bad feeling. Lingxiu City was even further away, and he would have to endure the smell of Sichuan-style boiled chicken while starving. Secretary Wu looked at the bones he had spat out on the metal with a wry smile, then glanced at the last string of palm-sized treasures in his hand, and said helplessly, "Mainly, I couldn't resist. I almost finished the bo chicken. Sigh, I should have given it to the boss." Oh, I see. What a gluttonous brother. The delivery rider sensed the guilt in Secretary Wu's tone and couldn't help but smile. Dude, don't blame yourself. My friend from the south of the city told me that he was delivering pig's trotters for someone, and he ate the trotters the customer ordered, willingly paying double the price in compensation. Who can resist delicious food? This is a foodie's instinct. There's nothing shameful about it. As Secretary Wu listened, she nodded silently, and her sense of self-reproach suddenly lessened considerably. Yes, he was wrong, but he'll do it again next time. I'll call Mayor Hao later and kindly tell him that the bo chicken has been distributed and that I didn't get any. After all, Mayor Hao had just undergone surgery not long ago, so he still needs to control his diet. Yes, I was thinking of Mayor Hao, and it was definitely not because I wanted to satisfy my cravings. The most important thing for a subordinate is to understand the importance of time management. Secretary Wu suddenly understood and decisively took a bite of the last string of palm-sized treasures. In front of the supply station. Belch. I can't eat anymore. My stomach is about to explode. In the corner, a burly contestant was curled up in a bizarre posture. His sweatpants were already unzipped down to below his navel, but he still felt uncomfortable. His companion also lay on the ground, clutching his swollen belly. Help! I can't move, but I still want to eat another skewer of chicken gizzards. 5 meters away, a pretty young woman held her 8th cup of Sichuan-style boiled chicken, her sportswear stained with oil. Chew, chew, chew. These thin, translucent bean curd sheets, when soaked in broth, possess both the rich aroma of bean products and the chewy texture preserved by the cold soaking process. The thin, stringy enoki mushrooms are also delicious. After absorbing the numbing spiciness and savory aroma, the fresh and spicy juices seep out along the fibers when you chew them, creating a smooth and juicy texture that is quite nice. Just as she was savoring the moment, the phone rang. I pressed the answer button on my watch, and my friend's voice came through the receiver. Xiaoxian, where have you been? I've been waiting for an hour. The flowers I prepared for you are almost wilted from the sun. The girl's heart skipped a beat. He glanced guiltily at the pot-boiled chicken in his hand, then at the contestants around him who were slumped over. She stammered. I've arrived at the Bobo chicken place. Friend. What nonsense. Xiaoxian, The game has been going on for 3 hours, and you're still at the supply station. The other person's voice rose 8 octaves, and it exploded. This made the girl shrink back, feeling a little guilty. I'll just a little bit, she whispered, trying to explain, to replenish my energy. A little bit? I checked, and the Bobo chicken is in the middle section. You've been eating for at least an hour and a half. If you don't run now, I'm going to post the video of you singing while drunk against a lamppost on my WeChat moments. No, 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 the girl cried out in panic. I'm running. I'm running. After hanging up the phone, she looked up at the sky and sighed, then assumed a starting position. The next second, the beef ball skewers in his hand were precisely placed into his mouth. Since so much time has already been wasted, eating another billion skewers wouldn't be too much to ask, right? Chapter 308 Still eating? We're coming to collect your food. The sounds of burps and groans mingled together at the scene. The contestants were either sitting or lying down, sprawled out on the roadside, clearly exhausted. But he still ate the potted chicken, staring longingly at the pot. Logically speaking, eating skewers alone shouldn't make you this full. But this pot-boiled chicken is spicy and flavorful enough that eating it continuously can be quite stomach-burning. So you need some fruit or other snacks to balance it out. Before long, her belly got quite big. Some people, while eating, felt a little melancholy. What kind of mess is this? We came here to run a marathon, but it turns out we're here to have breakfast, lunch, and dinner. When I get back, what should I say if my family and friends ask me about it? Are you suggesting I ran a marathon, was exhausted, and even gained a few pounds? This is truly unbearable. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps approached. Make way, make way. Just now, 2 patrolling volunteers saw from afar that the supply station ahead was littered with dead players lying haphazardly. They panicked instantly. Without even having time to report, they rushed over with the stretcher. What happened? A volunteer crouched down, anxiously checking on a contestant who was groaning in pain, his face full of worry. Are you all right? Are you suffering from heat stroke? Where does it hurt? Should we call an ambulance? One of the lucky contestants who was chosen waved his hand with difficulty. No need, Don't be reckless. The volunteer's face darkened, his brows furrowed, and he spoke seriously. Look at you. You can't even stand up, and you're rolling your eyes. You must be sick. You need to get treatment. No, I really don't need it. The lucky winner was on the verge of tears, saying, I just ate too much. What is that? The volunteer was stunned when he heard this. Did you eat too much? He's lying on the ground and can't get up? He looked around and then noticed the bamboo skewers and paper cups scattered on the ground, as well as the pot of spicy chicken and chili oil that was emitting an enticing aroma. You guys, the volunteer said, both amused and exasperated, you don't all eat this, do you? Yes. The girl with the ponytail weakly raised her hand. We just ate too much. It's nothing. We'll be fine after a rest. This is a lot of information, and it's bizarre. This made another volunteer burst out laughing. We were terrified. We thought something terrible had happened, but it turns out it was just like this. Cough, cough. Don't laugh. The contestants wailed in unison. We're desperate too. This pot-boiled chicken is so delicious, I just can't stop eating it. Yeah, it's not our fault at all. The 2 volunteers looked at each other, then suppressed their laughter and prepared to carry the stretcher away. Hey, you 2, wait a minute. How about you get me some digestive tablets? Thanks. Someone chimed in. Me too, me too. The contestants on the ground lit up immediately upon hearing this. They raised their arms and shouted in unison, sounding nothing like a group of wounded. We didn't prepare any digestive pills either. The 2 volunteers stammered as they spoke. They had no choice but to call for backup. Soon, the digestive tablets arrived. Give me 2 slices. Someone struggled to sit up, stretching out their long arm. I want one too. The other contestants echoed this sentiment. The scene instantly transformed from a scene of severe injuries to a scene of frantic buying. The volunteers were taken aback by the sudden enthusiasm and hurriedly poured a bunch of digestive tablets out of the first aid kit. Don't grab it. Everyone gets some. The volunteers were trying not to laugh as they distributed the supplies. Are you here to run a marathon or to feast? Take it easy. Overeating is bad for your health. His words were earnest and reasonable, but nobody listened. The contestant took the pill and eagerly popped it into his mouth. Thank you. Thank you. Now I can have 2 more skewers. Still eating? The volunteer's eyes widened. Aren't you afraid the king of hell will come for you? It's nothing. The player waved his hand, looking calm. Anyway, with you guys here, if I get sick, will just take me straight to the hospital. By the way, I hope they won't charge me for the ambulance in this situation. The volunteers were completely speechless. Living Father, are you afraid they'll have nothing better to do? You really have no way to deal with these dads. Over here, Suchin looked at these defeated soldiers who had been crushed by the delicious food and shook his head helplessly. Fortunately, he had a clear understanding of his own skills and prepared enough bo chicken so that the contestants could still eat it now. As the marathon drew to a close, staff gradually removed the barriers along the road. Suchin looked down at the large plastic box containing the ingredients, which contained about 50 skewers. Once the remaining pot-boiled chicken is distributed, it's time for me to retire gracefully. Oh my God. This mission was really easy. The system was really going easy on us. In his excitement, Suchin's tone became light and cheerful. Come on. Come on. 1 string for you, 1 string for him. As the last skewer of Sichuan-style boiled chicken was served, Suchin wiped his hands and spoke to the contestants who were still engrossed in eating. The race is over now, and all the bo chicken has been served. Everyone, please have a good rest after you finish eating. I wish you all a happy marathon. After saying that, he packed up his stall on his own. The contestants around them, who were still looking forward to the next batch of bo chicken, were stunned, and their expressions visibly fell. Dude, no? You're kidding, right? It's over already? I haven't had enough yet. Young man, don't go. If you really can't make it, have someone send you some. You can name your price. We're willing to pay for your bo chicken. Mr. Bobo Chicken, could you please not leave? Handsome, I haven't even eaten yet, and you're already leaving? Stay here, Mr. Bobo Chicken. God will bless you for your good deed. The contestants were screaming and howling in despair. Suchin smiled. They look so alike, so incredibly alike. They're practically identical to the regular customers. Apart from the different locations and the different ethnic groups, they are all cut from the same mold. Unfortunately, this time the stall activity is over, so I can't eat it anymore. Suchin packed up his stall. After saying goodbye to the iced jelly vendor and the fruit platter vendor, he left the scene in a carefree manner. Wah, it's because of the game crashing. You rekindled my love for Bobo Chicken, and now you're just leaving like that. It's so irresponsible. Oh my God. Can anyone tell me how to find that Mr. Bobo Chicken? Friends from China, do you know the real identity of that Mr. Bobo Chicken? I want to invite him back to China to be the head chef. With his skills, he can definitely make my hotel business boom. What a pity. I gotta eat such delicious food. How am I going to live when I go back to Japan? The scene was chaotic, and many foreign athletes were in tears. Chapter 309 So kind? Are you plotting something bad? Suchin is a merchant at the marathon aid station. After the event, there was still some extra work for the organizers. For example, it is necessary to track food sales during the event, collect feedback from runners and event organizers on aid stations, and understand the preferences of the participants. In summary, it was a short meeting to provide a reference for the preparation of materials for subsequent activities. After the meeting ended and they learned that Suchin was from out of town, the enthusiastic people of Chengdu began to promote local specialties. Boss, have you tried our authentic hot pot skewers yet? You absolutely must try the hot pot, and also bang bang chicken, roasted pig brain, sweet water noodles, 3 great cannons, a type of glutinous rice cake, yerba, a type of steamed rice cake, meat-filled tofu pudding, liangao, a type of cold rice cake, roasted sweet potato noodles, hot pot noodles, and dragon claws, a type of fried chicken. Right, where are the rabbit heads? If you're going to eat the locals' traditional, old-fashioned recipe. Everyone started talking at once. Suchin's expression was truly complicated as he listened to these words. Logically speaking, it's perfectly normal to try some local specialties when you visit a place. It's something I enjoy. Just like before in Hengdian, I ate quite a lot of local specialties. But when we arrived in Chengdu, a well-known local dish, the non-spicy version is time-consuming, and the quick and easy version is spicy. Those Southerners have a light palate, so it was really hard for them to handle. As for the existence of the best proctology hospital, is it because everyone loves spicy food and therefore there is a demand? Su Chin's mind was racing with thoughts, but he still responded to everyone's words with a gentle demeanor. I answered all the questions except for where I would set up my stall in the future. Another thing is that when faced with the hot pot that everyone recommended to him, he hesitated whether to take Butler Ding and the others to try it out. The backyard of a farmhouse inn. As soon as Su Chin returned, he saw Butler Ding chasing chickens with half a leather belt in his hand, a few gray feathers still stuck to the back of his suit. "You hairy beast, how dare you tug at my crocodile belt?" Giggle giggle. He hadn't finished lecturing her. Suddenly, a hen appeared out of nowhere and fluttered onto the clothesline, delivering a precise air attack to Steward Ding. Well, it was quite sudden. Nuon Yuo stood to the side, holding a cabbage and chuckling to herself. She even called upon the robot Xiao Yu to help Butler Ding. The robot received the call and beeped twice, then ran a few steps. With half a vegetable leaf hanging from it, the robotic arm stretched out and precisely grabbed the hen by the back of its neck. "All right, we finally caught it. Good luck, let's have chicken tonight." Steward Ding was able to redeem himself and was naturally in a good mood. But unexpectedly, the next second, the robot slipped and fell into a mud puddle with a thud. The chicken ran away and splashed mud all over Butler Ding. Puffed ha! Nuon Yuo couldn't hold back anymore and laughed so hard she fell to the ground. Su Chin was also dumbfounded. So your life at home is quite colorful. The whole yard was in chaos, with chickens flying and dogs barking, and even the sparrows in the trees were laughing so hard they fell over. They worked nonstop at the marathon aid station for most of the day. To be honest, Su Chin was also a little tired. After spending some time in the courtyard and eating some lunch brought by the aunties, Su Chin slumped on the sofa, staring at the ceiling like a salted fish. Although I was exhausted, the thought of the system rewards I hadn't yet claimed gave me a reason to cheer up. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing this week's stall setting task. You are now eligible to choose one of 3 rewards. 3 options suddenly popped up in front of me. Reward 1. New mission refreshes the luck buff. Reward 2. A super bulletproof off-road vehicle. Reward 3. 1 helicopter. Holy crap. Su Chin sat up with a swift motion. Has Brother Tong changed his ways? He's actually letting me choose for myself? He stroked his chin, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the 3 options. System, what does this reward 1 mean? A lucky buff? It sounds so unreliable. Su Chin had a feeling that the system was up to something. With this skill, the host will have an 80% lower chance of encountering bizarre stall locations. The system's cold, impersonal voice rang out. Su Chin's lips twitched. So all those bizarre missions before were done on purpose? The system remained silent, refusing to speak. Fine, you're ruthless. Su Chin gritted his teeth. I choose 1. To be honest, he really wanted the latter 2 rewards this time, but he was afraid that the system would be too unfair and assign him to some remote corner again. So after hesitating for a long time, he still chose the first one. Host, are you sure you want to choose reward 1? The dog system asked the question one more time, which was unusual for it. Su Chin's heart skipped a beat. Something's not right. Why is this system being so kind today? Could it be that it set up another trap for me? But thinking of those bizarre tasks he'd previously undertaken, he gritted his teeth and said, Confirmed. No changes. Ding. Reward has been issued. Su Chin breathed a sigh of relief, finally relieved of a worry. But for some reason, he always felt a chill down his back, as if something bad was about to happen. 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Butler Ding prepared several dishes, and then brought out the cooked Bobo chicken. Bobo chicken is a less spicy version specially made to suit the tastes of southern China. A delicious dinner was enjoyed amidst laughter and cheerful conversation. Suddenly, the sound broadcast on the television caught everyone's attention. It's currently the time slot for Chengdu TV's local news broadcast. Today, the half marathon held in CD City has successfully concluded. After more than 2 hours of intense competition, Sun Ming from China won the championship with an excellent time of 1 hour 7 minutes and 32 seconds. After the host finished announcing the winners, Nuon Yuo suddenly pointed excitedly at the TV screen. It's Dad. Dad ran into the TV. The television screen then switched to a supply point at the stadium. A young and handsome man was constantly taking ingredients from below, while a large number of marathon runners stood on tiptoe around the Bo chicken supply point, looking extremely eager. According to on-site news reporters, the aid stations at this marathon were very popular with foreign runners, with the Boboji, a type of Sichuan hot pot, aid station being the most attractive to them. The video shows a crowded stall selling Sichuan-style boiled chicken. As soon as the pot-boiled chicken was brought out, the contestants couldn't wait to reach out and take it. As Su Chun continued to distribute the food, the amount of Bo chicken on the table decreased at a visible rate. At that moment, a dog stealthily approached the pot-boiled chicken stall. Taking advantage of a moment when someone is drinking water, carefully leave half a body space and hide the last few skewers of Sichuan-style boiled chicken in the paper cup behind your back. Then, with a strange smile on his face, he turned and left. Just then, the camera suddenly zoomed in, giving a close-up of the kimchi flag on his chest. The host said, "It's clear that the contestants from a certain country have an indescribable passion for Chinese Bo chicken. They're absolutely enamored with it." Faced with many contestants waiting for the Bo chicken, he demonstrated the spirit passed down in the country and obtained the Bo chicken in his own way. Chapter 3, Tin, you've played me for a fool. You have no heart. The television screen switched again. An athlete from the United States was eating a bowl of Sichuan-style boiled chicken while running, looking extremely satisfied. Suddenly, two white athletes appeared behind him, sprinting at full speed and snatching the remaining 3 skewers from his hands. The Eagles players seemed very dissatisfied with this, pointing at the two and hurling insults. The 3 then started fighting. The host then provided further explanation. It's also clear that these contestants' love for Chengdu Bo chicken is almost uncontrollable. After having barbecue, the 3 contestants gathered together and expressed their love for Chinese cuisine through joyful dancing. Everyone watching TV burst into laughter. "Great, the old Yin-Yang master has arrived." The host might say, "Just say more. We love to hear it." Nuon Yuo is still too young to understand what the adults are saying. She just focuses on eating her food with great satisfaction. After eating a few bites of the vegetables, he grabbed a skewer of Sichuan-style boiled chicken. Last night, Butler Ding helped her remove the sticks. At this moment, Nuon Yuo didn't know how to start eating. Like those characters in TV dramas who wield cool interstellar laser swords, but can't get through the door no matter how they try to move horizontally, vertically, or diagonally. Su Chin's lips twitched as he watched the little dumpling start wielding a sword for no apparent reason. Goodness, how could my little girl be so silly? It's simply unbearable to look at. Come on, eat it like this. Su Chun took the chicken skewer and held it horizontally to Nuon Yuo's mouth. "Ah, open your mouth." "Ah." The little girl obediently opened her tiger's mouth. "Close your eyes." Nuon Yuo immediately closed her eyes, like a newborn baby bird crying for food. "I'm talking about my mouth." "Eek, oh wow." Su Chun held her skull with his left hand and slowly pulled it to the side with his right. A piece of meat fell into Nuon Yuo's mouth. "Chew, chew, chew. Delicious. Yesterday's was spicy, today's is so delicious." Nuon Yuo ate happily, while Butler Ding and the 2 Annies next to her also ate their own pot-boiled chicken and sighed with delight. The contestants on TV went to great lengths, stealing, robbing, and even fighting, just to get a few skewers of Sichuan-style boiled chicken. But now I'm leisurely watching TV, eating as much as I want. Compared to this, they felt incredibly fortunate. It's true that choice is more important than effort. More than 20 minutes later, after finishing her Bo chicken, Aunt Wu, who was scrolling through short videos, suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Mr. Su, you're trending on social media?" Upon hearing this, Su Chin curiously took out his phone and opened the Douyin app. After scrolling through a few videos, I came across the news about this half marathon. Click on a trending topic, then randomly open one of the videos and start reading the comments section. Korea has really embarrassed itself this time. This marathon has garnered a lot of attention abroad, and it's a disgrace to the whole world. Don't these contestants know that this competition will be broadcast? How dare they do such a stupid thing? It's hilarious. They treat the ubiquitous Bo chicken in Chengdu like a rare treasure. This Bo chicken vendor is something else. If it were just ordinary Bo chicken, it wouldn't have driven so many contestants crazy. This Bo chicken must be incredibly delicious. Holy crap, I've taken a closer look, and it looks like an old friend. It really is true. Even though she's wearing a mask, I'm sure I won't mistake her for someone else. On the other side, upon learning that the owner was in Chengdu, the regular diners in the southern part of the city were overjoyed. Then the joy didn't last long. Many 5G surfing enthusiasts then shared videos of Su Chun setting up a stall at the Marathon aid station. In the video, Su Chun is wearing a mask and chatting with the people around him with his eyes crinkling. It's quite amazing that the boss is so handsome, someone who could easily debut based on his looks alone, but when faced with absolute culinary skills, good looks and wealth seem irrelevant. Seeing the boss listening so attentively to the contestants, one can't help but admire that even with his immense popularity, his temperament and attitude remain as gentle as ever. It's really hard not to like her. I like them, but I also feel like I'm cheating on them with someone else. Shaw, you can't call it stealing. It feels like secretly feeding new diners. At the end of the video, hearing what the boss said dampened the joy considerably. No, I've already been looking at plane tickets to Chengdu, and you're telling me the street vending is over this week? Ah, Bo chicken. That's Bo chicken. Oh my god, I really want to eat it. You marathon runners are so lucky. The restaurant owner even brought food to your door. Watching the latest video, the regular diners who were just excitedly about booking plane tickets calmed down. This week really ended before it even started. It went by so fast that no one was prepared. But savvy business owners have already spotted the opportunity. If a particular food item becomes popular online, you'll make a little money from it. For example, the recently viral Bo Ji, a type of Sichuan-style boiled chicken. Apart from some locals in Chengdu, people from other cities didn't get to try Bo chicken. So, business owners who wanted to make money started making Bo chicken overnight. We're preparing to start selling them the next day. It was evening. After a day of playing wildly, Nuonyuo fell asleep in her room, mumbling as she turned over. Su Chun stood by the bed, bent down again, and gently tucked the corner of the blanket that had been folded over. Before he could leave, his left hand was grasped by the sleepy little dumpling. Dad. Nuonyuo was still half asleep when she rubbed her hands against her fair and rosy cheeks. Su Chen's heart softened. Unable to resist, she withdrew her fingertips, pinched the edge of the big face, and gently pulled it outwards. Duang. This feels amazing. Eating too much just makes you gain weight. Su Chan reluctantly withdrew his finger just as the little girl was about to drool. Close the door. When he finished showering and lay in bed, the tasks for next week had already been updated. Ding. Next week's task: sell rice noodles at the canteen stall of the Guizhou funeral home. Time will be determined by the canteen management. 10 yuan a bowl. Quantity is uncertain. Su Chun. Holy crap. You idiot. Do you even eat fried dough? Get out here and whip the corpse. Where's the promised good luck buff from the new quest? Turns out he received an award for nothing. Su Chun jumped right out of bed. Almost subconsciously, I recalled the scene of setting up a stall at the cemetery. Unexpectedly, this time they've ended up in a ghostly place in the underworld, about to experience an absurd collision of death and food. Tongzi, you deserve to die? You've played a trick on me. You have no heart. Why don't you let me go to the Bridge of Helplessness to sell Mengpo's soup? Ding. Buzz. Please calm down, host. The new mission's good luck buff only guarantees an 80% reduction in the probability of encountering a bizarre stall location, not a 100% guarantee. Su Chun. Okay, thank you so much. You can shut up now. Ding. The rice noodles at this stall are only available for bereaved families to purchase with tickets. The workload is not heavy. Please be rational in your complaints. Rationality? I'll never listen to you. Su Chun slumped back onto the bed, staring at the ceiling with utter despair. Fine, the final interpretation is up to you anyway. I'm just unlucky this time. Su Chun sighed and resignedly closed his eyes. Chapter 3:11 Who's actually at this funeral home? The next morning, the aunties had prepared breakfast, and Su Chun sat in the dining room, helping Nuonyuo spread strawberry jam on her toast. He was yawning while wiping his face, and there were 2 big dark circles under his eyes. The little girl, like a curious child, went over and asked in her childish voice, "Dad, did you not sleep well last night? You look like a panda." Su Chun pursed his lips and forced a smile. "That's because I didn't sleep well." Upon hearing about the dreaded task of setting up a stall next week, he tossed and turned all night, his mind a jumbled mess. I also cursed the system, and then the system just crashed and wouldn't respond. Fortunately, we don't have to set up a stall today, and the next 5 days are a holiday, so we can finally breathe a sigh of relief. After finishing breakfast, Su Chun decided to go out and have some fun. When you come to Chengdu, you definitely have to visit the panda base. Then there's Dujianjian, Leshan Giant Buddha, Sangsingdui, Juzhegu, Huanglong. Since we're already here, how can we not have some fun? Yesterday, the locals introduced him to Chengdu delicacies and hot pot, and Su Chun plans to try them all. Early in the morning, the Ding family was overjoyed to hear that the boss was only setting up his stall 1 day a week. Is this going to be a downer? Definitely. I'll be the boss's best travel and dining buddy. No holiday is as appealing as a paid trip. To be honest, they've definitely figured out how to do this job. We arrived at Panda Valley. Even though she had seen them at the Nanxing Zoo before, Nuonyuo still looked at them from left to right, up to down, blinking her big eyes when she saw several round, chubby giant pandas again. I pounced over and pressed my face against the glass to watch the panda munching on bamboo. It looked so delicious. Dad, bamboo must taste delicious, right? They're eating it so happily. Nuonyuo smacked her lips. I really want to try it and see what bamboo tastes like. I never got to try it before. Seeing Nuonyuo's greedy expression, Su Chun and the others felt helpless. How about I take you to eat bamboo shoots? You know, the kind of bamboo that hasn't grown up yet. The little girl blinked her big eyes. Bamboo shoots were delicious, but she still firmly refused. No way. I want to eat bamboo, not bamboo shoots. Su Chun. This little devil is really hard to please. However, he is an experienced dad and knows how to soothe a baby. I took out my phone and searched around, and found a Thai specialty restaurant whose signature dishes were banana bamboo and Thai curry bamboo rice. The baby's bizarre request was thus brushed aside. In the afternoon, they went to a popular hot pot restaurant that everyone recommended. It was a bit hidden in a residential building, but it had a lively and unique atmosphere. Then, since there was no hot pot with 2 broths, a few of us who couldn't handle spicy food gritted our teeth and ordered a mild one, thinking it would be enough, but we still got so spicy that our hands turned red. Maybe this place doesn't even have a mild spicy option. The base is just made with beef tallow and chili. Aunt Wu and her friends eat it with a dipping sauce of minced garlic and sesame oil, and they also have to have milk with it. Nuonyuo is too young to eat spicy food, so she can only eat vegetables cooked in hot pot. It's Monday morning, 3 a.m. before I knew it. It was still dark when Su Chun led Steward Ding toward the Guizhou funeral home. The 2 aunties were timid and didn't like going near such gloomy places. In addition, they had to take Nuonyuo to the nearest Defengsh kindergarten in the morning to enroll in a new class, so they didn't come. Although Butler Ding's feet were a little unsteady, he kept quiet and didn't show it. If the boss isn't afraid, then I certainly can't back down. Upon arriving at the funeral home, the system had already completed all the onboarding procedures for Su Chun, so he could simply go to work in the cafeteria. Even though it's just a week-long job, and I'm a temporary worker, I can't be sloppy. First of all, the operating hours must strictly adhere to the cafeteria's regulations. Breakfast is served from 6 to 8 a.m., lunch at 12 p.m., and supper at 10:30 p.m. That's why they rushed over in the middle of the night. Standing at the cafeteria stall, Su Chun looked around. Besides the noodles I was responsible for, there were also stalls selling fried rice, fried dough sticks wrapped in pancakes, and so on. It was just that no one had come at this time, and it was very quiet. The manager who came to greet us didn't say a word. He simply explained the situation to Su Chun and then left. Before leaving, he made empty promises. Although you're a temporary worker, if you perform well, I can help you apply for a permanent position. Our permanent employees have very good benefits. Su Chun listened, neither nodding nor shaking his head. He gave the manager a half smile, leaving him to figure it out for himself. Butler Ding, on the other hand, leaned back tactically. I can't figure out why the boss suddenly started setting up a stall at the funeral home's canteen this week. Who's actually at this funeral home? But anyone who wants to get their boss a permanent position? Keep dreaming. Would a boss really need this kind of benefit? After the cafeteria manager left, Su Chun and Butler Ding changed into the chef's uniforms provided by the restaurant, walked inside the stall, and began to check the ingredients they would be using later. This week's task is different from previous ones. We need to use ingredients provided by the restaurant instead of ordering them through the system. Su Chun was initially worried that the restaurant might be using inferior ingredients, but after checking, he was somewhat surprised. The rice used to make the rice noodles is Guebe indica rice, and the grains gleam with a pearly white hue under the light. Large chunks of fresh pork come from the shoulder meat of the black pig from northern Guizhou, also known as plum blossom meat. There are also high-quality large pork bones, which look very substantial. At first glance, this funeral home seems quite willing to spend money. That's really kind of them. There are many common types of rice noodles, mainly round and long, with variations in thickness and dry/wet textures, as well as differences in taste. For example, the rice noodles used in Gillen rice noodles are medium thick, fresh, moist, round rice noodles with a smooth and chewy texture. The second common type is flat rice noodles, also known as sliced rice noodles in some places. They are square-shaped and somewhat resemble the knife-cut noodles of northern China. Flat rice noodles are easier to cook and soften than round rice noodles. There are also different widths. The narrow ones are only about 2 millimeters wide. The wide ones can be 3 centimeters wide, and they need to be cut into pieces with a knife after the rice noodle sheets are made. Su Chun washed the large pork bones and put them into a large pot to make soup. I casually started soaking the Guebe indica rice. While waiting, he started making the meat sauce, since that's the soul of rice noodles. A bowl of rice noodles isn't good if it doesn't taste good. It all depends on this spoonful of topping. Clang. Su Chun placed the clean black pork onto the cutting board. Under the incandescent light of the funeral home's kitchen, the pork glistened with a sheen. The fat layer was translucent and glistening, and it even felt slightly elastic to the touch. He looked down and found 2 kitchen knives. The knives were a bit dull. He swished the backs of the knives against the whetstone, creating sparks, and then twirled them between his fingertips. Wow! Butler Ding was so frightened that he backed away repeatedly. It seems the boss is in a good mood today. He doesn't usually show off his skills at home. I'll show it to my 2 old colleagues when I've learned how to do knife tricks. Chapter 312. Damn it. How could I be so lucky? Su Chun picked up his twin knives and began chopping the meat. The blade is held at a 22.5 degrees angle to the cutting board, cutting out rough-edged pieces of meat. This increases the surface area to lock in the juices, while the blade leaves a blur. Just like making dumpling filling, the minced meat shouldn't be too finely ground. It needs to have some texture to be satisfying to eat and to make the sauce more fragrant. While observing, Butler Ding was not idle. He diligently chopped ginger, smashed garlic, pounded chili peppers in a stone mortar, and even crushed some litsi kubiba, a local favorite. Gradually, the meat pieces on the cutting board grew to the size of pomegranate seeds, with alternating layers of fat and lean meat coated in oil. When the iron wok started to smoke, Su Chun scooped up a spoonful of oil and poured it over the wok with a sizzle. Keep the heat at medium and sauté minced ginger, garlic, chili peppers, and crushed litsi kubiba. After the oil has fully released its heat, add the meat pieces in 3 batches, with a half-minute interval between each addition to prevent a sudden drop in oil temperature. Then, quickly toss the meat in the pan to ensure each piece is evenly coated with oil. The aroma of charred chili peppers mingled with the spiciness of minced garlic, creating an explosion that even fogged up the chandelier. It's about time to season it. Drizzle with soy sauce to caramelize and enhance the color, then sprinkle with 5-spice powder and drizzle with rice vinegar to balance the greasiness. Before removing from the heat, drizzle with Sichuan peppercorn oil to seal in the flavors, then transfer to a large bowl and let it sit to allow the flavors to meld together again. The aroma of the minced meat was irresistible, and Butler Ding couldn't resist coming over to do a quality inspection. The meat pieces were springy and not tough, and the oily, bright red meat pieces were coated with chili seeds. The limonaldehyde aroma of litsi kubiba and the fat aroma of pork formed a 3-dimensional flavor matrix. Excellent. The quality inspection results are quite encouraging. But we still need to do another sampling inspection. It wasn't until Su Chen picked up a handful of soaked guebe rice that he spoke. Uncle Ding, it's almost time to grind it into a paste. Butler Ding then seemed to realize something was amiss. He quickly agreed and secretly filled the empty meat sauce in the bowl with a spoon. The thoroughly rinsed rice grains are plump and soft to the touch, having absorbed plenty of water while soaking in it. Butler Ding scooped the soaked rice into the food processor, weighed out the ratio of glutinous rice flour to mung bean starch as instructed by Su Chen, added tapioca starch to make it tougher, and finally added some water. With a few buzzing sounds, the white, smooth, and flowing rice milk was ready in no time. The concentration also needs to be adjusted properly, otherwise the powder won't be chewy. Butler Ding added water while stirring carefully. It's almost ready to steam. Find a flat-bottomed steaming pan, dip a brush in some oil, lightly smear the bottom of the pan, scoop up 2 spoonfuls of rice batter, and pour them into the pan. Then gently shake your wrist to evenly spread the batter across the entire bottom of the pan. As the steam rises, the aroma of rice wafts through the gaps in the pot lid. Remove the steaming tray and let it cool slightly. Then, use a spatula to scrape along the edge of the tray, and a complete rice noodle sheet will come out of the mold. The cooked rice noodle sheets are translucent like jade. They are coated with cooked vegetable oil to prevent sticking, and then the next sheet is steamed until all the rice batter is stacked into a pile of rice noodle sheets. Butler Ding wiped the sweat from his brow and, holding the kitchen knife, asked for instructions. Mr. Su, should I cut it 3 fingers wide or 2 fingers wide? Let's follow the Cantonese tradition, 1.8 centimeters. Su Chen hadn't finished speaking. With a flash of the knife, it sliced the rice noodles into strips about the width of a finger in just a few quick cuts. Butler Ding picked up a piece of paper and sighed as he held it up to the light. The light transmittance is acceptable, and the elasticity is at least 8.5. He picked up 3 more rice noodles and watched them hang in the air for 10 seconds without breaking, then nodded in satisfaction. TSK. This is what you call silver threads hanging on the wall. Those machine-made ones can only be called rice noodles. In short, it all boils down to being greedy. Su Chen didn't expose it. He smiled, ran to the pot of simmering bone broth, stirred it a couple of times, and added old ginger, Sichuan peppercorns, and dried tangerine peel to remove the fishy smell and enhance the aroma of the broth. It was 5:30. Click. As usual, Master Kong from the next stall pushed open the iron door to the back kitchen of the funeral home. Suddenly, the thermos in his hand crashed to the ground. The goji berry and red date tea flowed like a small river on the ground, but he was completely unaware. The pure aroma of rice, the savory scent of pork, and the fragrance of chili peppers and litsi kubiba were like a powerful punch, making his skull ring. Holy crap! Good heavens! Master Kong's Adam's apple bobbed wildly, and his large belly rumbled like thunder. This flavor is even more irresistible than the vermicelli stewed with the free-range mountain pigs that roam around my hometown. It smells so good. Soon, a head wearing a chef's hat peeked out from the fried rice stall and curiously sized up Su Chen. Dude, you're just here temporarily to make rice noodles? Su Chen nodded. Yes, my name is Su Chen, hello. Hee, you're too kind, buddy. Hello, my name is Kong Ro. Master Kong chuckled and introduced himself. Brother Kong, we don't usually have many customers in the morning, so how much noodles should we make? Since he was new to the job and worried about wasting food if he made too much, Su Chen consulted Master Kong, whom he had just met. See that stainless steel box on the left? 1 box is enough. Not many people order rice noodles. We often don't even sell half a box. However, the rice noodle snack you made is really delicious, much better than that guy Xiao Su's. When Xiao Su was mentioned, Master Kong's face suddenly showed a mixture of envy, jealousy, resentment, and a desire to share. Even though he could tell that Su Chen was busy with something, he wasn't interested at all. Master Kong still insisted on offering his own explanation. Let me tell you, Xiao Su was in charge of this rice noodle stall before you. That kid must have had some incredible luck. Yesterday, he bought a drink and won a free 5-day, 6-night trip to the Maldives for 1 person. He immediately took leave and went on the trip. I originally thought that in a place like a funeral home restaurant, the rice noodle stall would have to be closed for 2 days before they could find anyone. I didn't expect you to come, and you even brought a kitchen helper. Is the salary here enough for the two of you to live on? Master Kong was still rambling on and on to himself. Su Chun, who was attentive to his words, instantly caught the key information in them. Cough, cough, cough. What? 5 days and 6 nights? Did you win the lottery yesterday? Free solo trip to the Maldives? Su Chun choked on his own saliva. I did a quick calculation, and it just covered my task time for the week. Is there such a coincidence in the world? Su Chun had to admit that he suspected the system was behind this, but he had no proof. Damn it, what a jerk. He's never even been to the Maldives. System. Tell me quickly, is this related to you? Sizzle, 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 sizzle. Okay, you're playing dead again. If you don't say anything, it's assumed you did it. Dude, don't you think this guy got incredibly lucky? Unlike us, we still have to work this miserable job. Mr. Kong, who did not win the prize, looked resentful, even though he had bought the same drink yesterday. Why didn't I win? He is now desperately seeking validation from Su Chun. Yeah, that's right, we're really lucky. What could Su Chun do but nod silently? Whether it's luck or not, is that something that can be easily decided? So, was it lucky that he was selected by the system? Chapter 313 It's delicious. Holy crap. At 6 o'clock in the morning, it was already bright outside. The interior of the funeral home's canteen was still dimly lit. The rows of incandescent light bulbs were somewhat old and flickered every now and then. The stall area remained deserted. Occasionally, customers will pass by, but they will usually just glance at the sign and turn around and leave immediately. Su Chun held the soup spoon, unconcerned. Anyway, I'm only working for a week, so I'm happy to have some free time since there's no business. Pick your steamed buns and fried dough sticks here. There's mung bean porridge, refreshing and cooling. The shouts of vendors from other stalls drifted over, some sounding weak and listless. After all, it's early morning at work, and you're probably still a bit groggy. It's already pretty good that your soul is still here. Soon, family members came in one after another, carrying meal tickets from the canteen, each with red and swollen eyes and dark circles under their eyes. It looks like they're going to keep vigil all night. A middle-aged man wearing a vest with a white stripe hanging from it walked towards the steamed bun stall, yawning and looking unfocused. For vegetable buns, please. Sniff, sniff. Wait, what's that smell? Su Chun couldn't help but chuckle inwardly when he saw the uncle glancing in their direction. Can't take it anymore, huh? This minced meat sauce was made fresh and fried for an hour or so. It used 3 different kinds of chili peppers, and the litsi cubiba was freshly ground, making it incredibly fragrant. He deliberately lifted the lid off the minced meat, and the aroma of meat and caramel exploded, directly throwing an aroma nuclear bomb into the restaurant. Would you like a bowl? Freshly made pork bone broth, with freshly made minced meat sauce. When the time was right, Su Chun gave a shout. Upon hearing this, the uncle's Adam's apple bobbed, and he crumpled the meal ticket in his hand like a piece of dried salted vegetable. This. I heard that the only slightly better breakfast item in this cafeteria is the vegetable bun. But rice noodles seem pretty good too. The middle-aged man's eyes darted back and forth between the 2 stalls. In the end, she walked towards Su Chun. Upon closer inspection, more than a dozen spice jars were lined up on the cutting board. The most eye-catching thing was that big bowl of dark brown minced meat sauce, with oily meat pieces covered with chili seeds, and the red oil at the bottom reflecting people's images. Okay, then I'll have 1 bowl. Su Chun accepted the meal ticket. Grab a bamboo strainer, and the snow-white rice noodles rise and fall 3 times in the bone broth. Place a mint leaf at the bottom of the enamel bowl, and pour in the boiling hot bone broth. The moment the first spoonful of minced meat was poured over the rice noodles, the uncle's pupils dilated in shock. Dark brown meat chunks and crispy fried pork cracklings floated in the sour soup, while the drizzled Sichuan peppercorn oil rolled around the rim of the bowl, steaming hot and with an aroma that hit you right in the head. As for the garnishes such as crushed peanuts, pickled mustard greens, sesame seeds, and chopped green onions, it depends on the customer's request. This bowl of noodles is really good. Having nothing better to do, Master Kong watched the whole thing and immediately sensed the difference. The rice noodles Xiao Su made were not only bland and watery, but also a bit sticky, lacking the satisfying feeling of slurping up noodles. He had tried them once before, and they tasted like crystal mud. He ate half of them before they became watery and mushy. The taste wasn't bad, just very ordinary, the kind you could make with your hands. But the moment Su Qin's bowl of rice noodles came out of the pot, just looking at its appearance, it was already far superior. As for the taste, there's no doubt about it. Just by smelling the aroma wafting over, you know it must be delicious. It smells so good. Can you make me a bowl when there are fewer people later? Master Kong was tempted. One advantage of those who cook in the canteen is that they never lack food. Noodles, fried rice, steamed buns. You can eat them. No one will say anything. It's a tacit perk for the cooks. No problem. As Su Qin spoke, he handed the freshly made noodles with minced meat sauce to the uncle. The uncle carefully held the bowl. There was a lot of noodles and meat sauce. I had no expectations, but it was surprisingly fragrant and substantial. Let's eat a little first. The uncle picked up his chopsticks, stirred the noodles, and then put a piece of wide rice noodle into his mouth. Holy crap! The moment the rice noodles entered his mouth, the uncle felt an overwhelming urge to eat them. Is this wide rice noodle? What kind of pig feed did I eat before? The aroma of rice blended perfectly with the minced meat sauce, soothing the throat. With just a little chewing, the aroma is amplified to another level, making it simply intoxicating, and the taste is unparalleled. The uncle was completely captivated and slurped another large mouthful of wide rice noodles into his mouth. The wide rice noodles were smooth and slippery, with the rich flavor of the sour soup, and the aroma of the minced meat exploded on his tongue. He ate until sweat beaded on his forehead, but he couldn't stop eating. Whoosh whoosh. He blew and slurped, not caring that the soup splashed onto the white cloth on his chest. I must have another bowl. The uncle made his decision while chewing. Just then, a sinister voice sounded from behind. Dad, why did it take you so long to buy some steamed buns? What are you going to eat? A young man floated over like a ghost, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Ah! The man was startled and almost dropped the bowl he was holding. My God, this is a funeral home. You little brat, don't you even make a sound when you walk. If I walked with a lot of noise, I wouldn't be able to catch my big dad hiding here stealing food. The young man was annoyed. He had clearly agreed to buy a few steamed buns and then come back, but his dad had secretly been showing off his wide rice noodles here. You can eat wide rice noodles anywhere. The eulogy will be read soon in the morning hall. Relatives and friends are waiting. No, my son, you have to try these wide rice noodles. They're absolutely amazing. So delicious. The uncle handed over the remaining rice noodles, gesturing for his son to have a bite. I won't eat it. The young man rolled his eyes, feeling somewhat exhausted. Seriously, you believe me? Just try one bite. If it's not good, you can twist my head off and use it as a ball. I'm not exaggerating at all. This is the best wide rice noodles I've ever eaten in my life. The uncle was swearing and making vows. This attitude really captivated the young man. No, Dad. Are you running a fever? Are you possessed or something? Why are you using such youthful language? Try a bite. Seeing his father's firm attitude, the young man began to have some doubts. So, with some skepticism, I took the wide rice noodles and picked up a mouthful with my chopsticks. After eating it, the young man also felt a strong urge to eat it. The same profound question posed by the older man. Is this wide rice noodle? This is so delicious. With each chew, you can feel the aroma swirling in your nasal cavity and mouth. Its fresh and fragrant flavor penetrates to the bone, and its numbing sensation fills the stomach. One bite, and your mouth, nasal cavity, and esophagus all feel refreshed. The uncle chuckled at his son's expression, giving a mischievous smile. Is it delicious? I knew you couldn't handle it. Go to the door and get me a meal ticket. Your dad isn't full yet. Young man. Now I understand why I insisted on dragging him into this mess. He was just after my meal ticket. Rice noodles are soupy and watery, so they're not as convenient to eat as steamed buns or mantu. However, faced with delicious food, he, like his father, was completely captivated. They didn't even have the slightest thought of resistance. Just close your eyes, tilt your head, and let it be. Whether it's an auspicious or inauspicious time doesn't matter. At worst, we can just read Grandpa's eulogy faster later. As long as I can eat rice noodles, that's fine. Chapter 314, The Zombie Came Back to Life. In front of that small, tattered table in the corner of the funeral home's canteen, the steaming rice noodles filled the air, adding a touch of warmth and life to the otherwise chilly place. The uncle ate with heavy breathing. The young man was equally enthusiastic, his head almost buried in the bowl, sweat beading on his nose, and soup splattering all over his collar. He casually wiped his mouth with one hand, his lips glistening with oil, and mumbled something. "Dad, slow down. Don't choke. There's still a lot left." But his hands didn't slow down at all. Sudden, a middle-aged woman strode to the table, grabbed the man's ear, and lifted him up. "Old who?" The uncle was pulled so hard that the rice noodles on his chopsticks fell back into the bowl with a thud, and soup splashed all over his face. Before he could even swallow his mouthful of rice noodles, he started slurping and yelling at the top of his lungs. "What are you doing, honey? It hurts." The woman became even angrier upon hearing this and unleashed a torrent of shouts. "You're really thick-skinned. Don't you know what kind of occasion this is? The eulogy is about to be read, and you're still leisurely eating noodles here? There's a bunch of relatives and friends outside, and you, the main character, have run away. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Uncle, as long as you are alive, do your best to fulfill your filial duties, and you will have a clear conscience. Even though the person is gone, those who are left must strive to live their lives. What's wrong with me eating noodles by myself?" Despite his thoughts, the uncle merely rubbed his ears and dared not refute them. The young man standing to the side, having been raised in this way by his father since childhood, naturally understood his father's thoughts. With so many relatives around, it's understandable that Mom is a little anxious. The woman noticed her husband was silent and looked at her son who was eating noodles. Her anger immediately shifted, and she raised her hand and smacked her son on the back of the head. "Stop messing around with your dad and get out of here." The young man shrank his neck, still with half a rice noodle in his mouth, and mumbled something. "Mom, I haven't finished eating yet." "Eat, eat. All you ever think about is eating. You ruin everything because of food. Come with me." The woman rolled her eyes in anger. While cursing, he used force to pull the father and son up. The uncle was pulled haphazardly, still tightly gripping his chopsticks, with rice noodle soup spilled all over the floor. He struggled and cried out in grievance. "Honey, I was starving all night and only ate a couple of bites to tide me over. How is that considered fooling around? Ouch, be gentle. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up, or you'll mess things up and I'll teach you a lesson." The father and son were pulled along, staggering all the way, which made several staff members in the cafeteria cover their mouths and chuckle. There are all kinds of people these days. Our funeral home has been deserted for so many years, but now that we have something to watch, things are finally looking up. After leaving the cafeteria, the three of them arrived at a farewell hall on the far right. The funeral hall was decorated simply, with layers of white flowers and elegiac couplets, and wreaths lined the walls. A large portrait of the old man hangs in the center. He smiles gently in the photo, but looking at it now brings a pang of sadness to my heart. All the relatives were dressed in mourning clothes, and the women cried until their eyes were swollen. They wiped their eyes with their handkerchiefs until they were wet again and again. The crowd gathered around the body, their cries intermittent. Some, unable to contain themselves, knelt down with a thud, pounding the ground with their hands and wailing. "Wah, Grandpa, why did you leave like this?" The cries mingled with the mournful music in the funeral hall, a sound that tugged at the heartstrings. It was time to read the eulogy. The uncle walked onto the stage, cleared his throat, and began to speak. "Dear friends and family, today we bid farewell to Mr. Who with heavy hearts." The eulogy recounted the old man's life story, his hard work for his family, his warmth towards others, and the everyday little things he did. As the reading continued, the sobbing from the audience grew louder, with some people clutching their chests and tears streaming down their faces. The uncle was reading with tears in his eyes. A tantalizing fragrance wafted into the mourning hall. At first, everyone was still immersed in grief and didn't pay much attention. But the fragrance grew stronger and stronger, forcefully penetrating everyone's nasal cavity. The crowd, who had been sobbing uncontrollably, stopped crying involuntarily after being drawn in by the aroma. Several young people still had tears on their faces, but their stomachs started to cramp. The child, who was wiping away tears, widened his eyes upon smelling the aroma, and his mouth watered uncontrollably. The middle-aged man was even more unable to control himself. After all, he knew that the aroma was unique to the cafeteria's braised noodles. Damn, who's the kind person who's eating in the cafeteria instead of behaving themselves? And why are they carrying rice noodles through here? They really know how to pick their timing. The man sniffed, then suddenly choked. The 4 words, enduring hardships, on the eulogy seemed to double in my mind. It's as if I can see myself stealing a bicycle from home when I was 15 to sell as scrap metal, just to buy a bowl of rice noodles with double the meat sauce, only to have my buttocks beaten black and blue by my grandfather with a bamboo stick. Cousin, what's wrong with you? Read it already. Seeing the uncle in a daze, the man next to him anxiously kept poking his lower back. Okay. The man felt a sharp pain in his kidney, regained his senses, cleared his throat, and was about to continue. At that moment, a sudden sound rang out in the morning hall. Glug! Glug! The older sister lay on the ice coffin, wailing, her face covered in snot and tears. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound from her intestines abruptly interrupted her rhythm, making her scream even louder than a funeral wailer. Everyone's watching. The younger sister was so embarrassed that she hurriedly covered her stomach, her face burning. She didn't even notice a drop of glistening saliva falling onto the ice coffin. She cursed herself inwardly for being so weak. She was supposed to be seeing the old man off, so why was she so distracted by the aroma? Soon. It's come back to life. It's come back to life. The second sister screamed and jumped back. Pointing at the old man in the ice coffin, his face was deathly pale, and his lips trembled as he could not utter a complete sentence. The crowd erupted in chaos. What? What is that? Explain yourself. The second sister pointed a trembling finger at the old man, her voice trembling with tears. Dad's eyes are filled with tears. These words immediately caused an uproar in the morning hall. Everyone crowded closer to the ice coffin, and upon closer inspection, they saw that the old man's eyes were indeed glistening with tears. What's going on? Some people were so frightened that they took 2 steps back, their voices trembling. An older person instantly grabbed a peachwood sword from the altar, muttering incantations. Brother, rest in peace. Don't scare those children. Some people even swung the soul-summoning banners and were about to slap them onto the ice coffin while shouting, Return your soul to your soul. Return your ashes to the ashes. Do not linger in this world. The uncle was also terrified, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Wasn't the old man already dead? What's going on here? He rushed forward, pushed through the crowd, approached the ice coffin, and reached out to wipe the old man's cheek. Holy crap, what are those tears? It's air conditioner condensate. The middle-aged man wiped his hands, then suddenly felt something was off about the texture and frowned. Oh, wait. Why is it sticky and stringy? He looked down at his fingers, suddenly realized something, and turned to glare at his younger sister. Sure enough, there were still glistening strands of drool hanging from the corners of her mouth. Chapter 3:15. Do you only realize how stifled you feel when you have to kick your legs? Upon learning the truth, the uncle slapped his thigh, both amused and exasperated. Everyone be quiet. Especially you. Little sister, wipe your drool. It's just a bowl of broth made from pork bones and freshly made minced meat noodles. How did it make you so hungry? You're making it hard for Dad to rest in peace even after he passed away. Everyone. What? It's saliva? In an instant, the atmosphere in the morning hall changed from solemn to comical. The family members looked at each other, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. The old man lay there, seemingly smiling silently. Okay, the farce is over. The reading of the eulogy must continue. The middle-aged man shook his head, picked up the eulogy from the ground, dusted it off, and stood back in front of the morning hall. As the funeral music resumed, this time his voice was much louder. Father, you were always humorous and witty. Even in your final moments you wanted to surprise us. Rest assured, we will live well, strive to look forward, and heed your teachings. After the eulogy was read, it was the relatives' turn to come forward to burn incense and kowtow. The uncle held the incense stick, his hands trembling as he lit it. The flame leaped up, reflecting the glistening tears on his face. He took a deep breath, stepped forward, and steadily inserted the incense stick into the incense burner. Then, with a thud, he knelt down, his forehead hitting the prayer mat heavily, muttering something under his breath. "Dad, may you rest in peace. Our family is doing well, so please don't worry about us." The women helped each other forward, their bodies trembling from crying. As they offered incense, tears streamed down their faces and fell into the incense burner. They didn't care about their disheveled hair or red knees from kneeling. Not long after the farewell ceremony, the old man was handed over to the staff. During the waiting time, the family members sat together, their faces still wet with tears, but a strange glimmer of hope had crept into their hearts. By the way, that minced meat powder smelled pretty good earlier. The aroma of the minced meat sauce and the rich flavor of the pork bone broth are simply irresistible. A few were too shy to speak up due to the occasion and their pride. The children, on the other hand, didn't have so many concerns and immediately started yelling that they were hungry. Immediately, rumbling stomachs filled the air at the scene. The middle-aged man, as the person in charge, gritted his teeth, stood up, and wiped his face. All right, everyone go to the cafeteria and have something to eat first. You'll have the energy to see the old man off when you're full." Inside the funeral home's canteen, Suchin stood in front of the stove, slowly stirring the pork bone broth with a ladle in his hand. Inside the soup pot, the milky white broth was bubbling and boiling. The essence from the bones was becoming thicker and thicker, and the aroma was irresistible. Someone came to place an order, and Suchin smiled and extended his hand. "Hello, please show me your meal ticket." Upon hearing this, the man running in front scratched his head, looking completely bewildered. After some questioning, it became clear that the funeral package booked by the uncle's family only included free meals for 5 family members. Others had to purchase tickets to eat. Fortunately, the ticket price is only 10 yuan, which is affordable for everyone. Before long, bowls of steaming hot, minced meat noodles were served. Bright red chili oil floats on top of the golden broth, and the brown minced meat is piled high, each piece glistening with oil and bursting with savory aroma. The rice noodles are distinct strands, soaked in the broth and fully absorbing the flavor. The bright green scallions and cilantro sprinkled on top add a touch of vibrancy. Just looking at it makes your mouth water. The uncle's relatives picked up their bowls, not caring that they were hot, and slurped down a mouthful. First, the aroma of the minced meat explodes in your mouth. The meat pieces are uniform in size and stir-fried until crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. When you bite into them, the aroma of the oil and the tenderness of the meat burst forth instantly, filling your mouth with a rich, meaty fragrance. The spiciness of the chili oil follows closely behind, with a fiery and unrestrained energy that instantly disarms the taste buds. Despite being surrounded by such strong ingredients, the rice noodles didn't lose any of their charm. They had their own rice fragrance, and their texture was soft and chewy yet elastic, making them a solid addition to the bowl of noodles. After a few bites of hot noodles, tears welled up in everyone's eyes again. This time, it's hard to tell whether I was moved to tears by the delicious food or by the warm memories of family meals together in the past. If the old man were here, he would definitely like this bowl of noodles. On the other side, in an old, small office. As the last mouthful of soup was swallowed, old Wang slammed the empty bowl down on the table, feeling a wave of comfort emanating from every pore of his body. Everyone turned to look, some with their eyes practically glued to the shiny, oily bottom of the bowl, their mouths watering. "Old Wang, is this rice noodle soup good?" Old Wang ate to his heart's content, wiped his mouth with a happy smile, and asked a question. "What do you think? If it wasn't delicious, would I lick the bowl until it sparked?" Another colleague who bought minced meat powder also nodded hurriedly. Yes, the new young man in the cafeteria is really good at cooking. The soup is very flavorful, and the meat sauce is also very fragrant. After a bowl, I feel completely comfortable. I've lived for 50 years, and this is the first time I've ever felt like I'm experiencing first love while eating noodles. I strongly suggest you all try it. It's really worth it. Both of them highly recommended it, and the other former colleagues started to crave it. Okay then, I'll go buy a bowl too. Let's go together. Everyone in the room stood up abruptly. Only the gatekeeper, old Joe, huddled in a corner like an outsider, pitifully holding his thermos, using all his strength to swallow a steamed bun amidst the aroma filling the room. As an employee, you have to pay for your own meals in the cafeteria. A bowl of noodles costs 10 yuan, while 2 steamed buns only cost 1 yuan. Old Joe couldn't bear to spend that much. If he hadn't been forced by life's circumstances to earn more money, why would he have chosen to earn money from dead people, a practice considered unlucky by others? I was just thinking about it. Old Wang sauntered over and slapped old Joe's hunched back. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell, or are you worried about buying a house for your youngest son? Old Joe didn't say anything, but lowered his head and pretended to stuff a steamed bun into his mouth. We've worked at the funeral home for so many years. How can we still not let go? Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. If your child is capable, you don't need to worry about him. If your child is not capable, no matter how much you leave him, it won't be enough for him to squander. The kids are all grown up now and have to rely on their own abilities to make a living. We're all getting on in years. Are we really going to wait until the day we kick the bucket, lying in an urn staring blankly at each other, to realize how miserable our lives have been? Listen to me. Eat and drink as you please. Keep a good mood and stay healthy. That's what we should be doing at our age. After this outburst, the room became so quiet you could hear a fly farting. Old Joe fell silent. He knew that the person he slept with every day was his wife. But the person who understands him best is still old Wang. That's right, Lao Zhou. Women who marry for a house, dowry, or money aren't really interested in the relationship. Even if you marry one, you're not guaranteed happiness. Good women always put the relationship first. Exactly. Why should you always be so hard on yourself? My third brother scrimped and saved, working 3 jobs to earn money for his son, and that brat just turned around and went abroad with his girlfriend. What's the point? Come on, Brother Zhou, we're just about to buy minced meat noodles. Let's go together. We can all eat and chat together in a lively atmosphere. That's what makes life so enjoyable. Chapter 316. I'm so sad. Wah, what does it taste like? At this moment, inside the small office, there wasn't a trace of the chill of the funeral home. Instead, the room was filled with warmth. Everyone's persuasion convinced Lao Zhou to make up his mind. To hell with school district housing. I'm going to splurge today. As he was thinking, the steamed bun in old Joe's hand suddenly fell to the ground with a thud, kicking up a layer of dust. You're right. Eat and drink well so you won't regret it later. Come on, let's go buy some noodles. Haha, that's right. Old Wang put his arm around old Joe's shoulder and patted him on the shoulder. I'll get you an extra tea egg at the steamed bun stall later. It's on me. A group of grown men rushed into the cafeteria. Su Chun was so busy he barely had time to breathe. The large iron ladle tumbled in the soup pot, and the aroma seemed to have grown legs and wafted into people's noses. Holy crap! Old Joe was stunned by the long queue as soon as he entered the door. Is this a cafeteria or a Michelin-starred restaurant? This is a funeral home, for crying out loud. When it was their turn, they were called. The moment the noodles were served, old Joe's hands were trembling as he held the bowl. In a large bowl, white, smooth rice noodles are placed on top. Then a clear and flavorful pork bone broth that has been simmered for hours is poured over them, and finally topped with a rich and aromatic meat sauce. Taking a sniff, it smells so delicious. Several people wolfed down their food, their mouths greasy with oil. On the way back, I ran into 2 young men carrying a body. Hey, have you 2 tried the rice noodles made by the new chef Su in the cafeteria? Old Joe was completely smitten, recommending the minced meat rice noodles with a smug look on his face. The young people shook their heads. You guys are really missing out. Let me tell you, that taste is even more exciting than dating. The 2 young people looked at each other in bewilderment. Then, we'll go after we finish moving this one. Hurry up, old Wang couldn't help but interject. If we're any later, we won't even get any soup. The 2 men glanced at the body on the trolley and swallowed hard. Okay, we'll put it in the furnace right away. An hour later, although there are many customers who eat seizai noodles, Family members are still only a part of the customers at the funeral home between 6 o'clock and 8 o'clock in the morning. Master Kong, who works at the stall next door, is in even worse shape. He hasn't been able to cook much all morning. However, after working here for several years, Master Kong knew that the situation was completely different. Many of the people who come to Su Chin's rice noodles are repeat customers. Basically, as long as there are people eating, they will bring another group of people. This was the first time he had ever seen such a skill. With the end of the workday approaching, Master Kong usually doesn't want to stay any longer during his break from 8 to 12. Anyway, I live nearby, so I can just come half an hour early. He asked Su Chun to cook some rice noodles for him, planning to take them home to eat. Since there were still rice noodles left, Su Chun simply cooked a large bowl of them. Just as Master Kong was about to start eating after bringing the minced meat noodles home, he saw his wife come out of the master bedroom and yawn. "Honey, have you had breakfast yet? If not, I brought back a lot of rice noodles. You probably can't finish it all by yourself, so you can have some too." Master Kong greeted him. "Hey, old Kong, didn't Xiao Su, the guy in charge of rice noodles at your restaurant, take leave to go out and have fun?" The woman remembered her husband mentioning his lucky colleague, and the two of them had been envious and jealous of each other back then. "Oh, a new colleague joined today who makes rice noodles, and his skills are amazing." Master Kong immediately started talking. You wouldn't believe it, so many family members kept eating bowls of rice noodles, and the steamed bun stall barely sold any today. Is it really that exaggerated? No matter how delicious the rice noodles are, how good can someone's appetite be during a funeral? No way, I have to try it. The woman looked incredulous, but this piqued my curiosity. She set aside some of the rice noodles her husband had brought back, picked up her chopsticks, and started eating. Master Kong also enjoyed the meal. The two of them put the rice noodles into their mouths one after the other, and then simultaneously let out a muffled groan of pleasure from their throats. The bowl of minced meat noodles was so delicious that the two of them completely lost the desire to chat, and just kept putting it in their mouths. Good times are always fleeting. Soon, their bowls were empty. The rice noodles were all gone, leaving only a little soup. "Old Kong, your colleague's got some skills. This minced meat noodle soup is absolutely delicious." After pondering for a while, the woman couldn't help but say to the man, "Now I understand why those family members were so hungry for the food." Master Kong was somewhat stunned, and even completely baffled. With this level of skill, would you need to work at a funeral home? Why would you care about such a meager salary if you could just set up a stall or open a shop? At the same time, with a creak, the door to the second bedroom opened. "Dad." The daughter-in-law quickly put down her chopsticks. The old man shuffled out, his nose twitching. "It smells good." "Oh my, Dad, what brings you out here?" Master Kong quickly helped the old man up. The old man stared intently at the soup bowl on the table, his saliva almost dripping onto the floor. "Dad, this soup is too oily." Before the woman could finish speaking, the old man had already picked up the bowl and started gulping down the drink. The couple looked at each other in bewilderment. The old man usually doesn't even eat properly. What's wrong with him today? Well, after finishing his soup, the old man smacked his lips and smiled like a child. Master Kong had a sudden thought. "How about bringing an extra portion for lunch?" "Bring it. You absolutely have to bring it. Didn't you see how much Dad enjoyed it?" The man nodded, and looking at the old man's satisfied expression, he suddenly felt a pang of sadness. He hadn't been this happy in a long time since he was diagnosed with Alzheimer's. "By the way, Lao Kong," the wife suddenly lowered her voice, "what if Xiao Su doesn't come back?" Master Kong's eyes lit up. "That would be great. I wish Xiao Su could keep winning the lottery, and ideally, he could travel abroad for a month." The cafeteria manager would definitely not tolerate this kind of thing, and would surely make Xiao Su resign, so he could have some fun, thus allowing Su Chun to smoothly become a permanent employee. Then he can eat rice noodles every day. The couple exchanged a smile, both harboring the same thoughts. The old man was still smacking his lips, savoring the taste, still drinking. Okay, I must bring it for you." Watching the old man return to his house contentedly, Master Kong suddenly felt that this new master Su might be a gift from heaven sent to save their family. As the two young men who had just moved the body were frantically slurping noodles, the aroma wafted through the funeral home on the wind. He stared blankly at the family members who were sobbing uncontrollably. After the final ceremony, the body is pushed into the crematorium for incineration. The family members cried even louder. Just then, a faint, meaty aroma instantly filled the entire hall. The smell was so overpowering that it instantly filled everyone's noses, causing everyone's brain to freeze for a moment. All feelings of sadness and desolation were blocked. Wah! I don't have a grandpa anymore. I'm so sad. What does that taste like? The family members had strange expressions. Tears still clung to their cheeks, but their emotions suddenly stopped, as if someone had pressed the pause button and they could no longer cry. Chapter 317, What kind of hellish nonsense is this? The next second, the family members regained their composure. I'm so unfilial. At a time like this, all I can think about is food. Slap slap. The man slapped himself hard across the face twice. The pain reminded him of many sad things, all related to his elders. Wow, wow, wow. He covered his face and burst into tears, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Brother, don't be sad. The man's sister, seeing her brother lose control of his emotions, wiped away her tears and comforted him. To everyone's surprise, the more she tried to comfort him, the harder he cried. The entire hall echoed with the man's hoarse wailing. His cheeks were flushed red from crying, and he was almost slumped over. Having worked as a cremator for so many years, He was used to it and immediately shouted, "Please calm down and control your emotions." The next second, the man fell straight backward, startling the people behind him who screamed, "Elder brother." He's face darkened, but he was unsurprised and went over to use his ancestral technique of pinching the philtrum. The man slowly woke up and took deep breaths. He inhaled a rich, fragrant aroma, and his stomach rumbled inappropriately. Is there anything to eat?" The man's face instantly turned a deep liver color. He's really possessed. These words are his true feelings. How could he have said them out loud? "Brother, I have some chocolate." As they were talking, his sister tore open a chocolate wrapper and shoved it into his mouth. The man was taken aback by the bitter taste of the chocolate and swallowed it with a wry smile. Cough. This is worse than not eating at all. My stomach was not satisfied and kept churning, which only made me feel worse. He, who was standing nearby, quickly turned on the crematorium furnace. If this continues, the emotions of these family members will only go on indefinitely. Whoosh. The family members stared at the stove and sobbed. As the fire intensified, the agonizing smell grew even stronger. The air was so thick that everyone started looking around absent-mindedly, their eyes unfocused. Finally, the younger girl slurped her saliva and muttered softly, "What smells so good?" She stared curiously at the crematorium furnace. Why did her great-uncle's body smell like that? "Yes, I smelled it just now. It's so tempting." "The smell is getting stronger and stronger. It can't be our master, can it?" "Bullshit. What kind of hellish nonsense are you spouting? Do you think our master would taste like this?" He was also puzzled. He's burned so many people over the years. His nose is so sensitive. He can tell at a glance whether it's a corpse or not. If it really smelled that good, that would be amazing. Thinking it over, He glanced in a certain direction without making a sound. Could it be? What kind of fast food are those two young guys in the office making now? To create such a strong smell, you must have used a lot of advanced technology and cutting-edge techniques. I told them long ago to eat less of that stuff, or they won't be able to be burned properly when they die. He held his breath, forcing himself to bring his thoughts back. Continue to guide the family members to complete the remaining tasks. The urn was placed in the designated spot, and after the family members paid their respects, all the formalities were finally completed. At this moment, not only was he struggling to cope, but the family members were also crying so hard that their stomachs were growling louder than thunder. Especially that man. Several times, he couldn't help but look at him. How the hell are you hungry? The man was also in great pain at this moment. He grew up with his grandfather from a young age. When his grandfather fell seriously ill and passed away, he was so worried and anxious that he lost his appetite and lost 20 pounds in just 1 month. They've all developed tiny, bird-like stomachs from hunger. Lately, I've even been drinking less water than before. Everything tastes bland and tasteless. It felt like Grandpa's passing also took away his appetite. But just now, as the magical aroma wafted through the air, the man's appetite quietly surged forth, overwhelming him with its irresistible force and crushing his reason. Even the dulled taste buds suddenly jumped out in a grand manner. He was so hungry and wanted to eat something. The man's body began to automatically switch to navigation mode, following the source of the fragrance. When I came to my senses, I found myself standing at the door of a lounge. The two people inside are eating minced meat noodles. They slurped the noodles until their mouths were covered in red oil, their eyes closed in a frenzied ecstasy. So delicious, it's so good. I just can't stop. The man could no longer take it. He rushed over and picked up a wide rice noodle hanging from the edge of the bowl with trembling hands. He slurped it down, let out a whimper as if electrocuted, and then reached for another strand of noodles at the edge of the bowl. The two staff members finally found him. At the same time, one of them stood up, holding the meat sauce noodles in his arms, while the other picked up a stool and looked at him warily. Who the hell are you? Men don't have time to answer them. The moment the rice noodles touched his lips again, he was completely captivated by their deliciousness, chewing with a frenzied and devout gaze. The two of them took a big step back at the same time. Holy crap, something's off about this guy. That way of eating noodles is disgusting. That is. The other person shared the same sentiment. Their area is sparsely populated and security is weak. A homeless man had previously sneaked in and hid in a freezer, which terrified them. They thought he had come back to life. Who's this amazing person who's showing up this time? Brother, what are you doing here? The man's sister rushed in, frantically apologizing. I'm so sorry, my brother was too heartbroken, so. She suddenly stopped and looked at her brother with confusion. Why are you stealing other people's noodles, bro? Although this powder seems pretty good. Gurgle. The younger sister swallowed hard. Wow, so that's where that alluring smell came from. Your brother. Is there something wrong with him? The staff member pointed to his head. My sister was so embarrassed. She tugged hard at her brother's sleeve. The man savored the rice noodles in his mouth for a moment, then stared intently at the staff member in the large bowl in his hand. In a perfectly normal tone, he asked, Your minced meat powder is really delicious. Could you sell me the rest? The other party snorted angrily. Who wants to sell to you? We don't even have enough to eat ourselves. After saying that, he simply used a cleaner and lid to cover the rice noodles. The man, his mouth watering, still wouldn't give up. Then, please have mercy and let me have another bite. Just one bite. One bite is enough. He's starving. One more step and I'll die. Not only was the man's sister shocked, but the two staff members were also stunned. No way. I can't eat anymore. If you want to eat, wait for the cafeteria to open and go eat your fill. The man's sister wished she could disappear into a hole, her face flushed with embarrassment as she forcefully pulled her brother out. Brother, what's wrong with you? It's shameful to be in your 20s or 30s and still begging for food. Could it be that he's gone mad from being too heartbroken? You don't understand. You have no idea how delicious that noodle was. The moment I put it in my mouth, I was stunned. What kind of junk food have I been eating all these years? This is the only thing that has made me feel the charm of food. It's so amazing that it's like starting my life anew. Chapter 3, 18. No. Dad has disappeared. As the man was still savoring the aftertaste of the noodles, a flurry of footsteps suddenly echoed down the corridor. A whole host of aunts and uncles rushed in, surrounding the man and looking him up and down, all with question marks on their faces. What's wrong? What happened? The younger sister, of course, wouldn't miss this opportunity to tease her older brother, and immediately began to describe it vividly. What? You even tried to steal from someone else's bowl? How shameful. Everyone stared in disbelief. That's right, the younger sister added fuel to the fire. The staff even grabbed chairs to hit him. Man, what a jerk. He blushed deeply and glared at his sister. Cough, cough, I was just too hungry. I couldn't control myself for a moment. It's just a bowl of noodles. There are places selling it downstairs. Go home and eat it. The grandmother, leaning on her cane, squeezed to the front, holding her grandson's hand. Different, completely different. You'll know once the cafeteria serves the food. If it's not good, you can kill me. The man spoke with great conviction, his eyes shining with excitement. Pa, 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 don't say such disgusting things about dying. Poor Grandpa. Wah. Suddenly triggered by the keyword, Grandma couldn't help but wipe away her tears with a handkerchief. Then, leaning on his cane, he solemnly tapped the floor. Hurry up. Your grandfather is getting cold in the jar. Let's settle him down first. These words were like a wake-up call, and the man finally remembered his business. I glanced at my watch. There were still more than 3 hours until the cafeteria opened for lunch. He swallowed hard and silently counted down in his mind. All right, then let's take care of Grandpa first. No sooner had the family members left than the 2 staff members poked their heads out of the window, smacking their lips and muttering complaints. I'm speechless. How can there be such a person? I ate 2 rice noodles, and it hurt my heart to do so. Those were the parts that absorbed the essence of the meat broth. Exactly. You know, our work environment is like this. We have to guard against fire, theft, and even family members stealing our food. It's just unbelievable. The 2 were having a heated argument when Jia walked over with a scrunched-up nose and an inquisitive look on his face. What have you 2 rascals been up to? Why does it smell so bad? I didn't do anything. Just mincemeat powder, Uncle He. The tall, thin man quickly handed over the bowl as if presenting a treasure, his face beaming with smiles. After all, if someone is caught slacking off at work and eating noodles, they'll have their pay docked. It's better to strike first and curry favor with them first. Jia's eyes lit up, and he was pleasantly surprised. Wow, it looks pretty good. The young people looked at him expectantly, urging him to give it a try. Jia didn't mind at all, and picked up the big bowl and slurped a mouthful. Slurp. You 2 shouldn't stand here either. There are other people waiting in line to get into the furnace outside. As he slurped his noodles, he mumbled instructions, determined to keep both servings of his secret recipe noodles for himself. Young people. Well, you old fox. Just a taste is enough? Is what you're doing really right? 11 a.m. After strolling around the neighborhood, Su Chun and Butler Ding arrived at the canteen on time, changed their clothes, and headed straight for the rice noodle stall. Master Kong arrived earlier than usual, and his attitude towards Su Chun became even more attentive. Hey Su, I've tidied up the rice noodle stall counter as well. Call me anytime if you need anything. Master Kong knew that Su Chun was truly skilled, although he didn't understand why the other party would condescend to come to such a time. But that doesn't stop him from clinging to this powerful figure. Of course, the most important thing is to build good relationships so you can get a few more bowls of rice noodles. Thank you for your help. Just tell me if you want rice noodles. Su Chun expressed his gratitude in a very tactful manner. Maintaining good relationships with colleagues can save you a lot of trouble, so why not do it? After chatting for a bit, Su Chun and Butler Ding began grinding rice into a paste to prepare rice noodles. Master Kong's fried rice stall didn't sell many portions all morning, but he had prepared plenty of ingredients. He was playing a game out of boredom when the phone suddenly rang. As soon as the call connected, I heard my wife's wailing, her voice trembling with sobs. Old Kong, something terrible has happened. Dad's gone missing. I only went to the bathroom and forgot to lock the door, and he slipped out. Where could a senile old man like him go? It's all my fault, all my fault. Master Kong's heart skipped a beat, and his palms began to sweat. However, now is not the time to complain. The old man was already confused, and sometimes he didn't even recognize his family members. If something were to happen, the consequences would be unimaginable. Don't panic. Look around the neighborhood first. Ask the neighbors if they've seen him. I'll ask for leave and come right back. Suppressing his panic, Master Kong briefly explained the situation to the canteen manager and hurriedly headed home. Half an hour later, at the entrance of the funeral home, a group of family members were queuing to enter. Some people in the group sobbed softly, while others wiped away their tears silently. Nobody noticed. An old man wearing a gray cloth shirt and with gray hair was following behind the group, trembling. Hey, sir, are you a family member too? The staff member at the door glanced at him and casually asked a question. The old man raised his head, a hint of confusion flashing in his cloudy eyes, then nodded and said indistinctly, Yes, I've come to take a look. The staff didn't think much of it, and, adhering to the principle of the less trouble, the better, waved him in. The old man followed slowly behind the group, looking around. Although he has dementia, he is still quite agile. Once inside the funeral home, he turned left and right and somehow found his way to the vicinity of the crematorium. The old man walked closer and closer, staring blankly at the busy staff inside, muttering to himself. Where am I? Jia was busy operating the crematorium furnace when he looked up and saw the old man lurking suspiciously at the door. He paused for a moment, then quickly went over to him. Grandpa, what brings you here? You can't just come in here like that. The old man acted as if he hadn't heard. He continued to stare blankly at the crematorium furnace, muttering to himself. It's burned, it's all burned. Jia frowned, feeling a little uneasy. Perhaps they've come to bid farewell to an old friend? Just as I was figuring out how to handle it, another person was pushed in. Jia had to turn around and get busy, and the old man took the opportunity to escape and plunged into the crowd. He walked unsteadily down the corridor, his back hunched over. Suddenly, the old man's wrinkled nostrils twitched wildly twice, as if he had smelled something extraordinary. The aroma gently lingered around the tip of his nose, instantly energizing him. Sniff. The aroma grew stronger and stronger, like the salty and savory flavor of fried sauce, with the richness of minced meat, like a hook that pierced his skull and hooked his soul. This caused the old man's throat to bob, and saliva dripped down his 3 white whiskers, the glistening strands stretching long. Eat, eat, I want to eat. Chapter 319, Even the King of Hell has to be brought back to life. The old man followed the alluring aroma and made his way to the cafeteria. It was noon, and the cafeteria was packed with people. A line gradually formed in front of Su Chin's rice noodle stall. Suddenly, a figure cut in front of the line. The old man slammed his hands, which looked like withered tree bark, onto the table. The aroma of the bubbling bone broth and glistening sauce in the pot made his mouth water, creating a small puddle on the ground. Eat, I want to eat. The fat man behind him was a little annoyed. Sir, what's wrong with you? Don't cut in line. We're all waiting in line. The old man didn't turn around at all. His eyes were fixed on the large bowl of minced meat noodles, ready to reach for it. Su Chin put down the soup ladle and quickly moved the bowl of noodles away. He looked at the old man and asked, Do you have a ticket? Please give me the meal ticket first. The old man was stunned for a moment, looked at him with a wronged expression, and gave a silly smile. Yes, I have a lot. Then he pulled out a few 100 million yuan bills from Tiandi Bank that he had picked up from who knows where, and threw them on the table. Money, lots of money. Damn, he's an idiot. The middle-aged women in the line stared wide-eyed before noticing the old man in the gray cloth shirt. At first glance, he seemed normal, but upon closer inspection, his eyes were completely clouded. Oh dear, whose idiot has wandered out? Come out and take him away. Su Chin was also speechless. Just as I was about to hand the elderly woman over to the staff to help find her family, I suddenly noticed a faded sachet hanging around her neck. The number on the red thread embroidery was blackened by oil stains, but the 11 digits could still be barely discerned. The moment the call connected, a hoarse roar from Master Kong came from the other end of the line. Dad, where are you? A familiar voice came from inside. Master Kong. Master Kong? Su Chin was surprised. No wonder Master Kong had hurriedly asked for leave and left earlier. It turned out that his father had gone missing. Your father works at my stall. What? Okay, I'm coming right away. In just 5 minutes, Chef Kong rushed into the cafeteria like a whirlwind. The old man was squatting in the corner, gnawing on the sample bowl that Su Chun had given him, even chewing the plastic spoon with a crunching sound. Dad, what are you doing here? How did you find me? Master Kong rushed over and hugged the old man, his voice trembling. The old man glared at him. Who are you? I don't know you. How dare you call someone dad like that? Master Kong was both amused and exasperated. I am your son, Kong Rong. Don't you remember me? I have a photo. The old man didn't even look at it. He simply broke free from his son and pointed his greasy hand into the bowl. It smells so good. Xiuqing, smell it. You eat some too. The Xiuqing he mentioned was his wife, who had passed away 3 years ago. She was also Master Kong's mother. The crowd suddenly fell silent. The fat man who had just been complaining bobbed his Adam's apple, and the middle-aged woman wiped the corner of her eye. They all came here to bid farewell to their relatives and friends. Now, Can't we understand from the old man's frantic eating habits the most fervent thoughts of the living for the deceased? Brother Su, could you please serve the old man a bowl? With red eyes, Master Kong took out his phone to buy meal tickets, but Suchin stopped him. Meal tickets are easy to arrange. Let's give them to the old man first. The people behind him knew that the old man was not normal, but they didn't say anything. The old man snatched the large bowl of minced meat noodles as soon as it was served. The minced meat sauce was glistening with oil and smelled delicious. After a couple of gentle stirs, it adhered to every strand of rice noodle. Swoosh slurp. Soft and chewy yet firm, smooth and rich in flavor. Delicious, delicious. Seeing that things had calmed down, Suchin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Master Kong's father was safe and sound. It's really strange how this old man ended up here. As bowls of noodles were served, the entire canteen area became a scene of irresistible aroma. The families who bought the rice noodles first gathered in small groups around the table, stirring the soup and starting to eat. Those who couldn't get a seat simply squatted in the corner, picked up their bowls, and slurped them down. 12 old-fashioned ceiling fans creaked and spun overhead, but they couldn't dispel the swirling aroma of rice noodles in the air. One of the men, wearing a gold chain, was holding an urn with his left arm and dipping chopsticks into a bowl with his right. With a sizzling sound, the rice noodles, coated with sauce and finely minced meat, were pulled up. Oil droplets splashed out merrily, with a few landing squarely on his sunglasses, instantly covering them with chili oil. But nothing could stop his burning passion for food. Slurp. After taking the first slurp, the man with the gold chain froze completely. Is this rice noodles? As a food blogger, he usually loves to explore hole-in-the-wall restaurants. We planned to take a day off to quietly handle my uncle's funeral arrangements, but luck wouldn't allow it. It's rare to taste such an unprecedentedly delicious minced meat rice noodle dish. So what are we waiting for? Let's go live and start cooking. Brother Goldchain immediately took out his phone and opened the live streaming app. Family members, guess what treasure I found in the funeral home cafeteria today? This bowl of rice noodles is absolutely amazing. Upon seeing the notification that the live stream had started, many viewers immediately flooded into the chat room. Holy crap, Goldchain bro. You said you were going to stop broadcasting. What's gotten into you? Visiting a funeral home. Is the streamer possessed by a ghost? Don't talk nonsense. This is called health food. A live streaming food show at a funeral home? TSK, TSK. Only someone like Goldchain bro knows how to pull this off. The guy with the gold chain didn't have time to read the comments. His eyes were focused on the minced meat noodles, and he scooped up a spoonful of soup and held it directly in front of the camera. Did you guys see that? Based on my years of foodie experience, there must be a variety of spices at the bottom of this, and pork bone broth for extra flavor. Oh my god, it smells so good. As he was speaking, Brother Goldchain suddenly choked, his Adam's apple bobbing wildly, and he made a loud, earth-shattering gurgling sound. He bent down and took a big gulp, then gave the camera a thumbs up. It's not just that it looks good, the taste is amazing too. Just this minced meat and this wide rice noodles. It's so fragrant that even the king of hell would come back to life. Brother Goldchain was completely won over by this bowl of minced meat noodles. He simply tossed his uncle's urn onto the dining table and wiped his greasy hands on his morning clothes. Uncle, you've been staring at me for ages. Have something to eat. Come on, everyone. Let's send some rockets to cheer my uncle on his way to the underworld. As soon as he said that, the popularity of the live stream soared and the barrage of comments flew by. Ha ha ha, filial piety brings strength. Uncle, my nephew is so filial. Quickly help me up so I can try the taste. Holy crap, streamer, what you're saying is making me hungry. Quick, send me the address of the funeral home. Brother, you're awesome. The #1 food vlogger from the crematorium. Various comments appeared one after another, and the gold chain guy grinned from ear to ear. Thank you everyone for your gifts and likes. New bosses, remember to follow me in the top left corner. I'll continue my live stream of eating noodles. Awesome. It's true what they say. You may try to plant flowers, but they won't bloom. You may plant willows, but they will thrive. In just a short time, I gained 500 followers. I never get to experience this kind of success when I'm streaming normally. It must be my uncle's spirit in heaven. knowing how hard it is for me to do live streaming. That came to help me out. Chapter 320 Outside. People were crying until they were exhausted. Inside, the aroma was so enticing that people were stamping their feet in delight. Snap! The lunchbox in the intern Xiaolong's hand suddenly fell to the ground. He stood frozen at the restaurant entrance, rubbing his eyes in a daze. What happened? Why are the family members outside crying until they're exhausted, while the diners inside are stomping their feet because the food smells so good? The sounds of slurping, exclamations of praise, and the clattering of bowls and chopsticks were all mixed together, which was fine. Surprisingly, some family members even placed large bowls of rice noodles on top of the urn and enjoyed them immensely. They're all the same group of people. They were the ones who collapsed to the ground. They were the ones whose fingernails scratched blood on the floor tiles. And they were the ones who crashed their heads into the glass curtain wall of the farewell hall. But the current art style is too disjointed. To be honest, Xiaolong's first thought was that this might be his imagination. After all, as a top student in the funeral industry, I've done countless things like bathing, dressing, and make up the deceased, and I even sleep next to the morgue. What kind of bizarre things haven't I seen? I even wondered if I was experiencing some kind of ghost wall. But after taking a few steps, Xiaolong could see it more clearly. It's really not fake. It's just a bowl of minced meat noodles, but it can make bereaved families so obsessed. There must be something special about it. I have to personally queue up and see for myself. Inside the stall, Su Chun and Butler Ding were busy as bees. With a dip and lift of the bamboo strainer, the snow-white rice noodles rolled in the boiling water, shook off the water droplets, and slid into the melamine bowl. A copper ladle scoops up the milky white bone broth, and as the steam rises, the broth glistens like pearls. A spoonful of bright red minced meat sauce is poured in, the meat pieces leaping on the surface of the soup, splashing up tiny droplets of oil. Chopped green onions, cilantro, and pickled mustard greens flutter down, and finally, a ring of secret recipe chili oil is drizzled on top, releasing an explosive aroma. Okay, please enjoy. Be careful as it's hot. Su Chun warmly greeted the guests. After Mr. Kong dropped his father off at home, he was so bored that he couldn't help but come over and strike up a conversation. Brother Su, your rice noodle skills are simply outrageous. How about I invite the cafeteria manager over and let him see what it's like? Then I can just make you a full-time employee. If someone with your skills gets a job, the manager will probably have to kneel down and call you daddy. Master Kong really wanted Su Chun to stay. Where can you find a colleague with such superb cooking skills? And I can even eat here every day? Just thinking about it makes me happy. No way. I just want a short-term job. I don't want to do it long-term. Su Chun quickly refused. The benefits for full-time employees are very good, including 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, plus full attendance bonus, and a monthly salary of 5,000 yuan. Master Kong was still not giving up and continued to bewitch them. No need. I have other things to do next week. Let's talk about it later. Then, okay. In about 10 minutes, Xiaolong was standing in circles with his lunchbox in his hand. I have to admit, it smells amazing. There were no seats available, so he had to take his food elsewhere to eat. Unexpectedly, there was no place for him in the lounge either. As a mere intern, I'd better eat standing in the corridor. Then, the grief-stricken family members were all devastated and suffered a brutal blow. But Xiaolong, oblivious to his impending doom, remained standing there. The bowl of minced meat rice noodles in my hand has a rich bone broth with the aroma of minced meat, and the fragrance of scallions and cilantro adds a light and refreshing touch. Xiaolong stirred his chopsticks, slurped a mouthful, and then gulped down a mouthful of soup. Oh, awesome. The family members, who were crying uncontrollably, looked at each other, their faces still streaked with tears, but their eyes held an uncontrollable craving. You guys do your thing, I'll just eat mine, it's fine. I'll keep an eye on things for you, just in case anything goes wrong. While slurping his rice noodles, Xiaolong mumbled something indistinctly, completely unaware that he had become the target of everyone's criticism. Everyone. And you still dare to say that? Who can handle this? If anything goes wrong, it'll be your fault. It's 10:30 p.m. In the past, this location at the funeral home was rather deserted. However, tonight is different. Since the man with the gold chain heavily promoted it in his live stream, Many adventurous local netizens have been intrigued and have formed groups to come and check it out. Uncle, is anyone coming over tonight? A young man wearing a baseball cap approached the window of the guardhouse, offered Lao Zhou a cigarette, and spoke with a hint of probing. Old Zhou took the cigarette and skillfully tucked it behind his ear. Yes, you can tell by looking at me on duty here. We serve the deceased. The deceased don't know when they died, so we provide 24-hour service. Old Zhou is usually bored staying here all by himself, so it's rare for someone to come up and chat with him. He immediately starts talking. However, bodies that are usually brought in at night are cremated during the day. I see. Upon hearing this, the young man couldn't help but shrink back and glance back at his companion. To be honest, this place gives off a somewhat eerie feeling. Moreover, even as they were talking, the dead had already been brought over. It was a black minivan. Old Zhou picked up the remote control in his hand, pressed a button, and the funeral home door opened. Once inside, there will be someone to greet you, so you don't need to worry. If you're interested, you can go in and take a look, but just don't disturb the staff. The young man swallowed hard, feeling both curious and afraid. After hesitating for a moment, the group decided to go in and take a look. After all, they've come all this way for minced meat noodles, so they can't just leave empty-handed. Stepping into the funeral home, the lights inside were much brighter than at the entrance, but it still gave off a cold and impersonal feeling. The surroundings were quiet, with only the sound of their footsteps echoing. In the distance, several uniformed staff members were pushing a stretcher slowly toward a room. The stretcher was covered with a white sheet, and its outline was vaguely visible. Damn it, this place is creepy. My legs are shaking and my back is freezing. I wish I hadn't come. Seriously, is it really worth making this long trip just for a bowl of lousy noodles? Don't let that gold chain guy fool you. This place doesn't look like it has any good food at all. Stop complaining. Let's go check out the cafeteria first. The young man in the lead waved his hand and led his companions away into the distance. Actually, he was a little nervous, but since he was already here, he couldn't just give up halfway. Several people walked along the corridor. Some of the signs on the wall were faded and the words were blurred. As they rounded a corner, they suddenly saw a uniformed staff member walking by. Excuse me, could you please tell me where your cafeteria is? The young man asked directly. The cafeteria? The cafeteria manager looked up, a look of confusion on his face. These laughing and joking young people don't look like bereaved family members at all. Someone actually came in from outside looking for the cafeteria? Chapter 321. This world is too crazy. When someone asked for directions, Manager Huang of the cafeteria was a little confused. He subconsciously pointed to the end of the corridor, his tone somewhat mechanical. The cafeteria? Go inside, turn right, then turn left, and you'll see the green door. Oh, thank you. The group walked straight ahead without stopping, not even giving him a second glance. Manager Huang stood there, watching their backs as they walked away, his mind filled with doubt. Before he could figure it out, a second group of people came over. This time it was 3 young people. 2 men and 1 woman, with excited expressions on their faces, walked briskly as if they were attending a party. Is the cafeteria this way? One of the boys asked excitedly. Huh. Yes, go in, turn right, then turn left. The 3 thanked him with smiles and excitedly ran after the group of people in front of them. Hello, this is the cafeteria. The third diner also quickly slipped away. Manager Huang froze on the spot again, his lips twitching slightly. No, what's going on? So you guys are coming to the funeral home one after another just to eat? Has the world gone too crazy? Or is there something wrong with him? Manager Huang felt that his understanding was seriously flawed, and he simply couldn't comprehend these people's behavior. Until a middle-aged man in a black suit, looking somewhat tired, stopped in front of him. Hello, how do I get to the morgue? The man asked, his voice somewhat hoarse. Manager Huang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, someone normal. It seems not everyone comes here for the cafeteria. He pointed to the corridor, but before he could answer, he saw the middle-aged man being quickly pulled away by the people who caught up from behind. A sentence drifted through the air. It's okay, they've already arrived. We just got off work and are still hungry. Let's eat something good first. Manager Huang's CPU nearly burned out when he heard that. When you come to the funeral home, shouldn't you first go to the morgue to handle matters related to the deceased? His face was blank, and his mind was filled with absurdity. Driven by intense curiosity, he followed along, wanting to see what was going on. At the rice noodle stall, Su Chun turned up the heat, set out 5 large bowls, and quickly cooked the noodles, seasoned them, added soup, and served them off the hot pot like an assembly line. The line of diners stretched from the stall all the way to the corridor, and even around a corner. Manager Huang stared in disbelief at the scene before him. The CPU was now completely burned out. He worked at the funeral home for a full 10 years. The original intention of setting up this canteen was to make things convenient for the employees. Later, the funeral home's business volume increased. The bereaved families were busy all day and didn't even have time to eat a hot meal. Based on the principle of humanitarian care, the museum decided to open the canteen to the public. Even when the cafeteria was at its busiest, there had never been a situation like this. It's absolutely magical. The manager rubbed his temples, racking his brains, but still couldn't understand. Adhering to the principle of, if you can't beat them, join them, he decided to try it himself, so he silently went to the end of the line. The people in front of them were completely unaware of Manager Huang's presence, preoccupied with discussing the legendary bowl of rice noodles with their companions. I heard this bowl of noodles is so delicious it can make you forget your sadness. I can't wait. Absolutely. My friend ate here during the day and said it's the best rice noodles he's ever had, bar none. The manager listened in stunned silence, his curiosity growing even stronger. As soon as one batch of minced meat powder was ready, Su Chun started on the next batch without stopping. The first few diners, each holding their own large bowl, turned around and went to the back of the line, eating as they waited for the next round. It's mainly wide rice noodles. One bowl isn't enough, and buying 2 bowls together might cause them to clump together, so the best option is to eat them while waiting in line. Manager Huang was bewildered again. What kind of strange behavior was this? I couldn't help but turn around and kindly remind him. There are plenty of seats in the cafeteria, so you can eat first and then come back to buy more. The diner held the noodles, looking at him with a "you're so naive" expression. I had eaten noodles after handling the funeral arrangements for my relatives during the day, and I came here specifically for this purpose. And he is far from the only person like this. He knows quite a few friends, not to mention those who recommend it to each other. Later? If we're late, who knows how long we'll have to wait for the next wave of people to arrive. Huh? Someone else is coming. Manager Huang thought that was all, but judging from the tone, it seemed that there were even more customers who wanted to eat minced meat noodles. Of course. Do you think this bowl of noodles is some kind of joke? If it's not good, I'll chop up a sculpture on live stream. After the diner finished speaking, he ignored the manager. He slurped up a mouthful of wide rice noodles, revealing blissful, squinted eyes. Manager Huang, is it really necessary? However, this minced meat powder does smell really good. Hearing the chewing sounds behind me and smelling the aroma, I suddenly felt hungry too. Finally, it was his turn. While Master Kong was helping to serve condiments to the diners, he glanced up and was taken aback when he saw Manager Huang. Manager, what are you doing in line? We have a lot of customers today, so I've come to check the quality of your food. Manager Huang wiped his face and made up a random excuse. Okay, since you don't usually like spicy food, I won't add chili oil. Master Kong smiled but didn't point it out. Manager Huang took the large bowl and looked down at it. The rice noodles in the bowl are as translucent as jade ribbons. The soup is rich and thick, and the minced meat is piled up to the brim with an irresistible aroma. He couldn't help but swallow, picked up a mouthful of rice noodles with his chopsticks, blew on it, and put it in his mouth. The manager was stunned. It's hard to imagine that this is such an ordinary and common rice noodle dish. The wide rice noodles are smooth and chewy. They almost slipped right into my mouth. The noodles also have a delicious, savory flavor from the collagen inside. The minced meat sauce is what gives this bowl of rice noodles its soul. The lean meat is firm and chewy, while the slightly fatty parts melt in your mouth, releasing a rich, oily aroma, yet it doesn't feel greasy at all. One bite and the flavors unfold layer upon layer, so rich they'll leave you speechless, and they leave a lingering aftertaste. Originally, they only hired someone temporarily to make up the numbers, but who knew they would end up hiring such a powerful figure? This level of skill is simply outrageous. Manager Huang finished the bowl in no time, then licked his lips with a lingering sense of satisfaction. He had only one thought in his mind. Su Chun had to be kept here. Of course, he didn't intend to turn the funeral home into some kind of internet-famous spot or a unique feature. After all, the funeral home should focus on its main business. I just wanted to indulge my taste buds and add a little happiness to my boring work. However, this is not something he can decide. It would probably require the boss to negotiate in person, and the compensation would certainly be much more generous than that of ordinary employees. Thinking of this, Manager Huang silently took out his phone and edited a message. Chapter 322. This is a funeral home, not a food street. Several family members, dressed in mourning clothes, squeezed in from outside after completing the funeral arrangements. Wow, it really is this place. This noodle dish is indeed very fragrant. The young man eating noodles in the corridor earlier really made me drool, but I don't know how it tastes. Who cares? With so many people in line, it can't be bad, right? I've been busy since early morning, and I'm so hungry that I have low blood sugar. When an elderly family member passes away peacefully, it is considered a happy occasion. Although they are saddened, they are still able to accept it calmly. So now I'm in the mood to come and eat noodles. Seeing that the line was getting longer and longer, Su Chun glanced at the ingredients and quickly waved his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. I'm sorry, everyone. We only have about 30 bowls of minced meat noodles left today. With so many of you, it might not be enough. These people had been craving the aroma of the cafeteria food for ages, and they had endured hunger until now, only to find they couldn't get any. I'm a little unhappy. Boss, can you make a little more? We'll just pay a little more. Exactly. Are we saying that some people are eating while the rest are just watching? Su Chun shrugged and frowned. I'm so sorry. I didn't expect so many people to come tonight. I didn't prepare that many portions. The crowd was still arguing when a commotion suddenly came from the doorway. Excuse me. Please make way. Several family members dressed in mourning clothes squeezed in. The fat man leading the group had red, swollen eyes, and his eye bags were almost drooping down to his chin. I reached out to push aside the crowd blocking the food pickup area. We're holding a funeral today, and we haven't eaten yet. Could you please let us go first? Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a young diner. Dude, you're still thinking about cutting in line? We don't even have enough to eat for ourselves. The chef has limited the quantity, that's all. Upon hearing this, the fat man's forehead veins throbbed. He still smelled of hospital disinfectant. The person in front of me clearly smelled of hot pot, and his face was flushed. They don't look like the deceased's family members at all. Why are you coming to the funeral home to steal their food? But, logically, they are also consumers, and have no reason to cut in line. But should we just give up like this? The scent was faint when we smelled it outside, but now that it's practically right up against his face, the rich, meaty, powdery aroma explodes in front of him. It's incredibly tempting. How could he possibly stand it? The fat man was so hungry he couldn't stop craving it. His heart was filled with a burning desire that seemed to devour him. Fine, he'll just be shameless for once today and go all out. He dug his fingers into his hair, his shoulders shaking. Wah! Yesterday at this time, my dad, with a feeding tube in his mouth, said he wanted to come over for a bowl of hot noodles when he was discharged. Now this delicious minced meat noodle soup is right in front of me, but I can't buy it. I'm so unfilial. When the sound of sobbing began, the old woman behind the fat man also very readily pulled off the cover on the urn. Cloudy tears dripped onto the lid of the box. Old man, it's all our fault for being late. You won't be getting any food today. The old lady choked up as she spoke. People around started whispering among themselves. Did we do something a little wrong? The families who were holding a funeral didn't even have anything to eat, and we just ate it all. Yes, it does seem a little inappropriate. But there are also dissenting voices. What's wrong with eating noodles? We're consumers too, why can't we eat them? Exactly. It's not like we didn't spend any money. The scene was clearly generating a lot of buzz. A blogger who imitated the gold chain guy and visited a funeral home risked being beaten up and squeezed through with a selfie stick in order to get more views. The phone camera was practically shoved right into the fat man's face. Sir, how are you feeling right now? Are you particularly disappointed that you can't have this popular bowl of noodles? I regret your mother. When the fat man realized that appealing to emotions wasn't working, he suddenly got angry. He suddenly stood up and shoved the selfie stick away. This is a funeral home, not a food street. You actually interviewed me? Don't you have any empathy at all? A major battle is imminent. Seeing this, Manager Huang quickly stepped forward and pulled the fat man aside to mediate the situation in a quieter place. Sir, please calm down. He handed her a tissue. I understand how you feel. How about this? I'll have the kitchen prepare a few bowls separately for you and your family. Is that all right? The fat man wiped away his tears and was about to speak. Manager Huang. A staff member suddenly ran in from outside. 3 bodies were just brought to the morgue. The families are all asking why they can't even get a proper farewell meal after completing the formalities. The cafeteria is packed. You see, Manager Huang's face darkened. Yes, once or twice is fine, but if it happens every time, wouldn't we have to give each other special treatment? Moreover, everyone needs to cook their own meals, which makes canteen management very inconvenient. Everyone, I'm really sorry. Manager Huang picked up the megaphone with a solemn expression and turned to announce to everyone. Starting tomorrow, our cafeteria's minced meat noodles will only be available to bereaved families. Think about it. Everyone here is facing the greatest ordeal of their lives. Let's put ourselves in their shoes. We should consider the families of the deceased more, and please be understanding of each other. After speaking, Manager Huang bowed to the urn containing the ashes. I'm sorry for disturbing the old man's peace and quiet. The cafeteria fell silent instantly. Everyone had their own thoughts, especially for the diners who rushed over upon hearing the news. Hearing this was like being struck by lightning. What's the meaning? Is it human language to tell outsiders not to eat here? It's okay to eat one less bite. As the minced meat noodles were served, the fat man stood there, somewhat bewildered. The old lady, however, was quick-witted and nimble-fingered. He tremblingly took the large bowl, tears welling up in his cloudy eyes. Thank you, thank you. The atmosphere had been built up to this point, and many diners were quite moved. Some people went to the fried rice window and gave their spots to the bereaved families behind them. Do you still have fried rice? Yes, yes, yes. Master Kong, who was helping out, quickly responded. Want some Yangzhou fried rice? With ham and shrimp. 1 serving, please. The diner pulled out a meal ticket. Actually, a bowl of fried rice would be nice too. Someone even went to the water dispenser and poured the old lady a cup of hot water. The fat man, seeing this scene, suddenly blushed with embarrassment. Actually, it's only right for everyone not to give themselves special privileges. He wiped away his tears, remembering his father's words that there were still more good people than bad in the world. He didn't believe it then, but he does now. The old lady was also a little excited. She sat at the table, holding the bowl of noodles. Old man, try some. It's hot. She'd barely picked up a mouthful of noodles when tears started falling into the soup. You always said you wanted to eat. Now. The fat man walked over and gently put his arm around his mother's shoulder. Dad, please eat slowly. Mom, don't be too sad. Chapter 323: The extent to which there are more living people than dead people. The next day, at 3 a.m, it was still dark when Su Chun quietly pushed open the door to the next bedroom. A fluffy little head rested steadily on a small pillow, its mouth making sucking motions, as if it were having a sweet dream. Seeing Nuonyuo's peaceful sleeping face, he couldn't help but smile. Go to sleep. The little girl hasn't been to school for a long time, and suddenly going to kindergarten must be exhausting. Of course, I'm no different. I received a 5-day corporate slave experience card. Having to rush to the cafeteria so early in the morning is really exhausting. Half an hour later, Su Chun and Butler Ding arrived at the funeral home canteen on time. The delivered ingredients were neatly arranged in front of the stall. We have pork today, and it's even the neck cut, which is the part of the pig's neck. The fat and lean meat are just right, and there's not much connective tissue. It looks like good stuff. The side dishes are quite plentiful, including pork bones, chicken frames, pickled radish cubes, fried peanuts, scallions, cilantro, and so on. Based on these items, Su Chun quickly searched for the recipes provided by the system. Let's make crispy pork crackling noodles. In this place, crispy whistle is equivalent to guizhou marijuana, and locals love it. Those few pieces of pork belly happened to have smooth skin and a good balance of fat and lean meat, making them perfect for this dish. Butler Ding was busy washing meat when he heard the unfamiliar term crispy pork rind and was immediately dumbfounded. Suchin chuckled. Crispy minced meat is actually just crispy minced meat. The reason it's called crisp whistle is because there's no retroflex sound in Guiyang dialect. Sao and sak are homophones, and over time, the term crisp whistle has stuck. Suchin stood in front of the cutting board and took the pieces of meat that Butler Ding had cleaned. The knife in his hand flew up and down, and in no time, the large chunk of meat was turned into a small cube the size of a thumb. Sizzle. Heat oil in a pan, then add diced meat. This oil needs to be simmered slowly. If you rush it, it will burn. Pick up the spatula and gently stir. As the oil temperature rises, the diced meat begins to release oil, shrinks and browns slightly, and the oily lard glistens in the pan. Seeing that it was almost done, Butler Ding quickly went forward to turn off the stove and poured out the excess oil. In the blink of an eye, Suchin had also prepared the soul sauce. The richness of the sweet wine, the saltiness of the soy sauce, the tanginess of the aged vinegar, and the sweetness of the sugar danced a waltz in the bowl. With a flick of the wrist, the sauce poured into the pot, instantly creating a wave of oil. The diced meat tumbled in the sea of sauce, gradually coating itself with an amber color. After reducing the sauce, there's one last step. We need to use white wine to enhance the aroma. As he spoke, Suchin took out a bottle of strong liquor from the cabinet, and, just like a young girl applying perfume, lightly poured a few drops into the pot. It's done. At Suchin's command, Butler Ding quickly brought over a stainless steel sink. The golden, crispy shavings clattered as they fell into the trough, glistening with oil and looking incredibly tempting. Butler Ding couldn't resist. Taking advantage of Suchin turning around, he quickly grabbed a piece and threw it into his mouth. With a crack, the crispy outer shell shattered between your teeth, the fat melted on your tongue, and the lean meat fibers provided a chewy texture, filling your mouth with a rich meaty aroma. Uncle Ding, Suchin said jokingly as he wiped the cutting board without turning his head. You need to change your habit of sneaking food. When the guests come later, don't eat all the crispy pork rinds as snacks. Butler Ding blushed upon hearing this. They've been discovered again. He quickly wiped the grease from his mouth, trying to make an excuse. It smells so good. Just smelling this aroma makes me hungry. Don't rush, this is just the beginning. The crispy pork will be even crispier after it cools down a bit. Then we can serve it with rice noodles, pour on some broth, and sprinkle it with pickled radish cubes and peanuts. Before Suchin could finish speaking, Butler Ding nodded repeatedly. Eating crispy pork belly on its own does have a strong porky taste, so now I'm just waiting for the finished crispy pork belly powder. Old Zhou, the gatekeeper, had never felt time pass as slowly as it had this morning. As a veteran in the world of slacking off, he had long since mastered the art of opening and closing his eyes to the maximum level. One blink and a day has passed. Another blink and a month has gone by. Except for opening the door once during the night, he slept soundly, snoring all night long. But today his slacking off technique failed him. It was only 5 in the morning, and people were already crowding at the entrance of the funeral home. Old Zhou rubbed his sleepy eyes and counted the heads. Good heavens, there are more living people than dead people. Are you all family members of the deceased? Old Zhou yawned, got up and went to the door, knocking on the blood-red characters on the notice board. No entry for non-relatives of the deceased. This notice has the drawback of being a one-size-fits-all approach. But at least it solved the problem of distributing minced meat powder at the source. Anyway, Lao Zhou personally agrees wholeheartedly. After all, he was so angry last night that he didn't even get a bowl of noodles for a late-night snack because he arrived late. He almost died on the spot. Yes, that's us. This is a funeral home. Who would come to a funeral home for no reason? At the very front of the line was a young man with dyed yellow hair. Please let us in quickly. Old Zhou squinted. Something about this young man seemed off. He looked like someone who was just trying to freeload a meal. May I ask the deceased's name? What was their relationship to you? The blonde-haired man immediately chimed in, speaking without hesitation. My third maternal uncle's distant cousin. The old man just passed away yesterday, and I'm here to see him off on his final journey. Oh, Old Joe raised an eyebrow and flipped open the notebook with saliva. There are 5 deceased people in line for cremation today, 3 surnamed Hu and 2 surnamed Li. What is your third maternal uncle's surname and name? My surname, the blond-haired man said decisively, is Hu. Old Joe almost burst out laughing and tapped the register in his hand. Oh, I misread it. There's no one here with the surname Hu. You'd better leave quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, the blond-haired man slapped his forehead and quickly changed his mind. Oh dear, I got it wrong. It's surnamed Li. I'm sorry, there's no one with the surname Li around here. The blond-haired man was so angry that sweat beaded on his forehead. Damn, this old man looks honest and kind, but he's actually a swindler. I was so careless. He quickly took out his wallet. Sir, how about this? I'll give you some money as a tip. Please let me in. I promise. I'll just eat 1 bowl of noodles and leave. Old Joe glanced at the banknotes in his hand and shook his head. Young man, what do you take me for? This is a funeral home. If you really want to eat noodles, go to any breakfast shop in the city. It's not that he's truly so upright and incorruptible. It's mainly that this scoundrel doesn't know how to handle things and makes too much of a fuss. Sigh, it's useless. When the soft approach failed, the blond-haired man's expression immediately changed. Grandpa, why are you so rigid? It's just a bowl of noodles. Why are you making such a fuss? Old Joe wasn't angry. Young man, we're not letting you in because your acting skills need improvement. Look at the person behind you. That's the real family member. Chapter 324, What's Wrong with Telling a Little Lie? Someone can't really die, can they? The blond-haired man turned around and looked. A middle-aged woman was wiping away tears, carrying a basket full of yellow chrysanthemums. Holy crap. Seriously? Do you really have to roll it up like that just for a bowl of rice noodles? Uncle, I've come to see my uncle off on his final journey, the middle-aged woman said, her voice choked with sobs. Old Joe quickly made way. Okay, please come in. As Huang Mao watched the middle-aged woman's departing figure, he felt completely distraught. Wait, Grandpa, what's wrong with you? If you can't even see such obvious bad acting, you need to change your reading glasses. Not only the blonde-haired guy, but the crowd behind him also immediately stirred up. Holy crap, this works? I've learned something. After a few whispers, the group dispersed with a whoosh. The remaining few who were still hesitating left in a sorry state when they saw this scene. Old Joe shook his head, closed the door to the security room, and prepared to continue his open eyes closed technique. These days, people are really crazy about getting a bowl of noodles. He muttered something and closed his eyes. I just let out a soft snore. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the security room was being pounded on loudly. Old Joe sat up abruptly, almost falling off his chair. He rubbed his eyes and looked out the window. Good heavens, it's not a hearse. Another group of people has arrived. They were all carrying bouquets or wreaths, and one of the boys was even dressed in mourning clothes. Sir, we're here for a funeral. It's often said that your peers are the best teachers, and that's true everywhere. Learn it. I'll learn whatever others do. Go, go, go. Old Joe yawned, his eyes brimming with tears. So all the deceased in this wave were from large families. Quite a few relatives came to pay their respects. How filial. 10 meters away. Xiao Fan, will this work? The companion next to him lowered his voice, holding a bunch of wilted chrysanthemums in his hands, with the words, deepest condolences, crookedly written on the flower basket. If we sneak in like this, will we get kicked out? What are you afraid of? Xiao Fan pinched his thigh, trying to make himself look more grief-stricken. Look at those people up ahead. Didn't they manage to sneak in too? We need to have a strategy, understand? Just then, a woman wearing glasses stopped in front of the security booth. He cleared his throat and began reciting the eulogy with great emotion. Dear great-uncle, your passing was so sudden. Our whole family is still grieving. As she recited, she secretly glanced at old Joe at the door. Seeing that he didn't stop her, she quickly slipped inside. See, Xiao Fan nudged his companion. They've even prepared a eulogy. We should learn from them. But we don't even know the deceased's name. How are we supposed to make it up? You idiot, are you stupid? Don't worry about anything else. If he asks, just cry your eyes out, and don't say anything else. Quick, put the eye drops in right away. His companion nodded, took a deep breath, and followed Xiao Fan inside. After a series of wolf howls in the haunted house, the two managed to get away with it. As soon as they turned the corner in the corridor, Xiao Fan couldn't help but burst out laughing. See? I told you we could sneak in. His companion, however, was still a little uneasy. Aren't we being a bit unethical by doing this? What's so unethical about it? We're here for the food, not to do anything bad. Besides, look at those people up ahead. They managed to sneak in too. That's true. What's wrong with telling a little lie for the sake of eating noodles? It's not like someone will actually die. At 6 o'clock, the cafeteria officially opened for business. At the fried rice stall, Chef Kong was scrolling through his phone like a salted fish, occasionally letting out a chuckle. I also want to be a lazy bum. Su Chen expressed his envy of Master Kong's relaxed working environment. He was busy all morning, nonstop. The pork bones and chicken carcasses need to be used to make a soup base, and the rice noodles need to be steamed and cut one by one. Luckily, Butler Ding is here. If he were alone, he would be exhausted in front of the stove. Brother Su, are you busy? Is there anything I can help you with? Master Kong looked up and saw Su Chen and immediately greeted him. Sigh, when will I be able to have such superb cooking skills as him? He saw it clearly yesterday. Those diners were absolutely captivated by the noodles, and they almost got into a fight. If he could reach that level, it would probably be the pinnacle of his life. Master Kong secretly envied him. At the same time, the shouts of vendors selling steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and porridge that used to fill the entire cafeteria at this time have completely disappeared. The staff at the stall are quite self-aware. If it's just a waste of time, why bother yelling at all? It's better to save your energy and take a nap to recharge. Meanwhile, a queue had already formed at the rice noodle window. Su Chen stood behind the stove, and with a flick of his wrist, the snow-white rice noodles slid into the boiling water like little fish, turning crystal clear after a few tumbles. With another flick of the wrist, the rice noodles were scooped up, drained, and placed into a bowl that had already been lined with lard, chili oil, and garlic water. Uncle Ding, add crispy scallion. Butler Ding took the large bowl, scooped up some with a spoon, and golden, crispy diced meat, glistening with oil, poured onto the rice noodles like rain. Add a few diced pickled radishes and a handful of fried peanuts, sprinkle them on top, and then lift the lid. The broth was bubbling away, with a few slices of ginger floating on the milky white surface. All the essence of the pork bones and chicken carcasses had been extracted into the broth. The hot broth instantly brought the whole bowl of noodles to life, and the aroma was simply irresistible. Your crispy pork rice noodles are ready. Eat them while they're hot. Butler Ding put away the meal tickets and handed out the bowl. A considerable number of people gradually arrived at the cafeteria. The sounds of slurping and chewing blended together as everyone buried their heads in their food, thoroughly enjoying it. Xiao Fan and his companions found a corner to sit down. Pick up a piece with your chopsticks and put it in your mouth. The crispy aroma of the pork cracklings and the smooth texture of the rice noodles linger on your lips and teeth. Moreover, this crispy pork crackling is completely different from fried pork rinds. Oil cracklings are the residue left over from rendering lard, with a bland and dry texture. Crispy pork cracklings, on the other hand, have a perfect balance of lean and fat, and are crispy and flavorful. The difference is like night and day. Xiao Fan ate to her heart's content, unable to resist closing her eyes and surrendering to the delicious pomegranate skirt. He choked because he ate too fast, so he gulped down the soup. The broth made from pork bones and chicken frames was already delicious, but after Su Chen slightly adjusted the flavor, it became even more incredibly delicious. The way Xiao Fan was drinking the soup, sitting opposite him, was a complete waste of his goodness. Helplessly, I shook my head, picked up my own portion, and took a small sip. Wow! Comfortable from the inside out, fresh and delicious from top to bottom. After eating crispy pork rind noodles, even the Emperor is no match for me. It was worth it. That lie was really worth it. The two were enjoying their meal when they suddenly heard someone whispering nearby. Hey, I heard a few people sneaked in to eat noodles today. The staff are checking them out. Chapter 325 Filial Sons and Virtuous Grandsons. You deserve to die. The office of the security department at the funeral home. Early in the morning, old Joe couldn't sit still no matter what. It's not that my hemorrhoids are acting up. It's just that this job is so tedious. Every 5 minutes, I have to go out and question the visitors, constantly trying to identify whether they are relatives of the deceased. Damn it, why isn't my old partner here yet? Time is passing slower than a snail's pace. Old Joe, oh old Joe. The head of security suddenly burst through the door, slamming his thermos on the table, startling old Joe. Without saying a word, he pulled up the surveillance footage. In the video, many people entered the museum carrying flower baskets. Instead of tears, they were all smiling so hard their back teeth were showing. Look at this. The section chief fast-forwarded to a certain scene. This girl is holding a black takeout box. Why did you let her in? Old Joe shrank his neck. I remember the girl saying, with tears in her eyes, that it was a special urn she bought for her grandfather's ashes. And at the time, I thought it was quite beautiful. Damn, I've been scammed. And this. The section chief then pulled up another clip. This young man was dressed in mourning clothes on the surface, but as soon as he entered the door, he took off the mourning clothes and was wearing a trendy t-shirt underneath. As Lao Zhou listened, sweat began to bead on his forehead. He remembered the young man crying so hard it was heartbreaking. He almost wiped his snot all over him. Damn it, these bastards, are they trying to make a fool of me? The section chief shook his head in disappointment, then tapped on his phone screen. As a middle-aged or elderly person suffering from severe internet addiction, his usual hobby is to open Douyin, TikTok, and watch Xiao Qingcheng, a popular Chinese comedian. It was his subconscious action that made him notice the large thing. On the video, a steaming bowl of crispy rice noodles is shoved right in front of the screen. The rice noodles are snow white and translucent, and the crispy pork is reddish-brown and crunchy. The camera zooms in, and the sound of chewing explodes in your mouth, making your scalp tingle. The background is the canteen of the funeral home where they are located. The comments section was filled with everyone's unique talents. Hee, this pink sparrow food is awesome. I successfully infiltrated the area today, cosplaying as a filial son. This is a huge win. The latest guide for you guys is here. Wearing mourning clothes and carrying chrysanthemums will get you through the VIP channel. Let me recommend this place. If you walk to the left of the funeral home, there's a funeral hut where the chrysanthemums are the best deal. They're 8 yuan a bunch, or 20 yuan for 3 bunches. Don't get ripped off. Hey, no need for all that trouble. That old gatekeeper is very shrewd. He just cries a few times and then waves you in. That's how the 5 of us sneaked in. Old Joe. His reading glasses slipped down to the tip of his nose, and he completely lost his composure. Why are young people these days so? So all those bastards were lying to him. Damn it. Now you know they're crazy, right? The section chief continued earnestly. Therefore, our security department needs to strengthen management. In addition to the normal identification of family relationships, we also need to pay attention to analyzing micro-expressions to determine whether crying is genuine or feigned. Old Joe. What the hell is this? He's just an old gatekeeper who slacks off. They're not police officers. Old Joe was on the verge of tears, completely bewildered, and tried to struggle a bit. Look at my old eyes, they're getting blurry. What if I accidentally stop a real family member from going outside? The section chief wasn't about to give him a chance to back down. He shut him down with a single sentence. That's why we should actively participate in training. Look how many people have come into our cafeteria now. If the family members don't get their noodles soon, they'll complain again. Old Joe opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something. The section chief had already stood up and patted him on the shoulder. All right, Lao Zhou, go have some breakfast first. After you finish, open the materials and study hard. I have faith in you. By the way, the 100 yuan training fee will have to be deducted from your salary. Old Joe. Damn it. He was the one who got scammed, yet he's also the one whose money was deducted. He was so angry he was trembling. He slammed his hand on the table, headed straight to the cafeteria, and brought back a steaming bowl of minced meat noodles. Fine. If you're going to play like this, then I'm going to take you on today. Old Joe sat down in the security room and placed the rice noodle bowl in front of him. Roll up your sleeves, ready to finish eating, and start researching how to improve management. A wave of filial sons and grandsons arrived. The little girl sobbed. Grandpa, I've come to see my grandpa off. Just as Lao Zhou was about to ask a question, he suddenly smelled a sweet, cloying perfume scent. Let's take a closer look. Goodness, she even wore a full face of makeup. The thick black line around her eyes wasn't smudged at all. Stop making things up. If your grandpa knew you were cursing him over a bowl of noodles, he'd beat you to death. The girl blushed and turned to run away. That's all. After summarizing his experience, Lao Zhou successfully saw through this group of family members. Hee hee, I let you off the hook before, but old Zhou isn't one to just let you off the hook. The frustration in his heart dissipated considerably, and he returned to the table, picking up a mouthful of rice noodles. The rice noodles, soaked in the rich broth, slipped smoothly into my mouth. The moment my tongue touched that oily texture, a tingling sensation shot through the back of my head. The crispy pork rinds were fried until they looked like they were coated in amber sugar, crispy yet chewy, with a savory aroma infused with the subtle sweetness of wine. As expected, Lao Zhou had a great time eating. Those diners who had been exposed by him were also drooling with envy. You can eat all you want, but the smacking sound you make is so annoying it makes my teeth itch. Don't you have any sense of public morality? Don't they know there's a bunch of starving ghosts around? This old man, isn't he afraid of overeating and dying? The diners were indignant, so they simply plugged their ears and thought of a solution. The ears are plugged, but the problem is there are still 2 holes in the nose. The intense aroma, like 2 omnipresent ghosts, crept into their noses, digging and digging at their most craving spots. Oh, I'm going crazy. I've never been so envious of a job at a funeral home. Uncle. Some diners, unwilling to give up, approached old Zhou and asked him a question. Old man, do you need to hire people to keep watch at night? Or to do makeup on corpses? Or to tend the stove? Anything is fine. Yes, working at a funeral home is really suitable for young people like us. We don't have to deal with people, the supervisors aren't around often, and the customers we deal with aren't very talkative. If a customer does speak, we just have to turn the fire up a bit. This is practically my ideal job. Yeah, you can't work without going crazy. It's better to deal with dead people. I don't care if the daily wage is 2,000 or not, as long as I can eat noodles. Old Zhou glanced at the young people he had stopped outside, giving them a look as if they were idiots. You guys really think working here is that great? Every industry has its own difficulties. Working here, you see countless dead bodies, burnt to death, epileptic seizures, or highly decomposed remains. Frankly, it really tests one's psychological resilience. He paused, picked up a crispy pork rind, threw it into his mouth, and chewed it with a crunching sound. Not to mention, I even deducted 100 yuan from my training fee just now in order to see through you. Chapter 326. Once the framework was established, it was unstoppable. Upon hearing this, the diners immediately erupted in uproar. Holy crap, they even pulled this stunt to stop us? No wonder this old man changes his attitude faster than turning the pages of a book. He was all smiles just a moment ago, and in the blink of an eye, he's behaving like we're his grandsons. Damn, this funeral home is too ruthless. It's just a bowl of noodles. Is it really necessary? Everyone was chattering and making their own plans. The old man was clearly furious because his pay had been docked. If we can cheer him up, there might still be a chance. A man's eyes darted around, and he pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, grinning as he approached. Grandpa, you know your job isn't easy. Here, have a smoke to calm down. Old Zhou glanced at the pack of cigarettes, but didn't take it. But he didn't refuse, he just snorted coldly. Don't try that on me, I'm not buying it. The man wasn't annoyed and continued to smile apologetically. Sir, look at you. You're tall and strong, and you look imposing. You must have a big appetite. 1 bowl of noodles probably won't be enough for you. How about you buy a few more bowls? I'm just an honest man. Please do me a favor. I know the rules too. Tall and imposing, with a powerful and domineering presence. What kind of compliment is this? Although it was just a casual remark, Lao Zhou was still very happy. He squinted, stared at the pack of cigarettes for a few seconds, then suddenly reached out and grabbed it without making a sound, casually stuffing it into the drawer. All right, seeing how sincere you are, I'll consider it, he said slowly. But let me make this clear from the start, there's not much powder left. Upon hearing this, the man's face immediately lit up with a smile. All right, don't worry, sir. I'm a well-mannered person and I won't cause you any trouble. Seeing this, other diners also gathered around. Sir, I still have a pack of Furong Wang cigarettes here. Would you like to try some? Grandpa, I have a red envelope here. Please accept it as a token of my respect. Sir, is WeChat transfer okay? Just name the amount, and I'll transfer it right away. Old Joe was surrounded by this group of people, but he was secretly overjoyed. Damn, these bastards are pretty savvy. Just a moment ago, I was being scolded like a grandson by the section chief, but in the blink of an eye, I've become a hot commodity. In this world, power truly makes the devil turn the millstone. All right, stop pushing. What's the rush? I haven't finished my crispy rice noodles yet. Old Joe shouted something in a pretentious manner. Then he slowly picked up the bowl of noodles, slurped it up, and deliberately made a smack-smack sound. The diners all fell silent, afraid of offending the gentleman. After finishing the last bite of noodles, Old Joe had put on enough airs. He wiped his mouth before standing up. I only have 4 seats available for breakfast. If anyone tries to cheat me, don't bother coming back. It's not that Old Joe is unwilling to help others. He was mainly worried about being exposed because he made so many bowls at once. Upon hearing this, the diners nodded repeatedly, not daring to utter a single word. What can we do? If we don't do this, it will probably be even harder to get this noodle dish in the future. Then, in the cafeteria, Lao Zhou became the most conspicuous person. He ordered 4 servings of crispy pork rice noodles in one go, which really startled his colleagues. That old guy was incredibly stingy yesterday. As a result, once the situation opened up today, it became unstoppable. Old Joe, do you raise pigs? I saw you come by earlier, and now you want so many? Can you even finish them all? What do you know? I just got diabetes, so I get hungry very easily. You know that. On the other side, since yesterday, when Brother Gold Chain was live-streaming himself eating noodles, and some diners who couldn't hold back posted the news online. After gaining attention, the regular customers who had no idea where Su Chun was setting up his stall started celebrating. Among the diners, those who have both money and time have already started booking tickets. My boss has been going to the Chengdu Marathon and the Guizhou Funeral Home lately. Why is he always heading southwest? I need to buy a house in that area. It's too inconvenient to travel back and forth and stay in hotels. These words startled the group members who were chatting happily. My good mood instantly vanished. Those evil rich people, what kind of family do they come from, buying houses just like that? Why does the boss have to go work in another city? It's not bad to stay in Nanshan. So many of my boss's fans on WeChat Moments are showing off their trips to the funeral home in Guizhou to find their bosses. I'm going to fight these people. Hey, don't you guys think the boss has been acting weird this week? Funeral home, minced meat, fresh bone broth, all made fresh this. Chill, don't overthink it. The boss has his reasons for doing this. So, are you going or not? Go. We absolutely have to go. We agreed to go to the funeral home as a group. At the same time, a sudden wail erupted in the corridor of the funeral home. Wah, Mommy, I'm scared. There are ghosts here, I want to go home. The chubby boy clung tightly to the door frame, his face covered in snot and tears. Hush, ancestor. His mother quickly covered his mouth. Don't talk nonsense. Then let's hurry up and go. The chubby boy yelled at the top of his lungs. You promised to buy me KFC. You can't go back on your word this time. Almost there. When mothers are at their wits' end, fathers have no choice but to squat down and comfort their children. I'll take you to the cafeteria right now to eat something even better than fried chicken. Daddy, you lied. Last time you said the grilled sausages next to the children's hospital were delicious, but the needles were thicker than sausages. Wah. The man was momentarily speechless, feeling somewhat embarrassed. This child will remember things when he grows up, but he's not easy to fool. But things are different now. Everyone knows how much trouble has been caused outside because of this bowl of noodles. If we don't take advantage of the funeral to have a feast, it might be difficult to do so next time. After the couple took turns using a combination of coaxing and cajoling, they finally got their hands on the crispy rice noodles. Here, this is the bowl. Finish it and leave right away. The man waved the bowl of powder under the child's nose. The chubby boy glanced at it, his eyes twitching. The milky white broth was topped with glistening, crisp pork cracklings, and diced pickled radishes were embedded like jewels in the mound of noodles. It has nothing to do with the fried chicken he likes. Why, I'd rather starve to death than eat a single bite from the funeral home. Ugh. Before he could finish howling, his mother swiftly stuffed a chopstick into his mouth. The next second, a scream erupted from the funeral home. Wow, it's delicious. The chubby little boy jumped 3 feet high from the ground like a scallion. Everyone present was so surprised that they all turned their heads at once. Eat slowly. Don't choke. The woman was so frightened that she tried to pry his mouth open. Don't move. The chubby boy hugged the bowl like a protective guardian of his food. These crispy pork cracklings are even crispier than chicken nuggets. As he spoke, he took 2 large gulps of powder, completely unaware that oil splattered onto his morning clothes. The parents were stunned. My son is such a picky eater that he can count the wormholes in the vegetables. But now he's slurping noodles like a starving ghost, making a deafening noise. My son, are you alright? You're not possessed, are you? Chapter 327. You're a Tibetan Mastiff, so fiercely protective of your food. Rice noodles have become a hit. Food knows no boundaries, even in a funeral home. It's not just TikTok. Even Weibo has topics related to funeral homes. The top 3 trending topics in the city are all about me fans. That's pretty amazing. Family members, what should we do? We can't get into the funeral home. I'm waiting online, it's urgent. To be honest, I'm a sentimental person. Even if the chickens I raise die, I'll cremate them. What a coincidence. I'm also very sentimental. All of my dozen orchids have died, and I was planning to give them away. How about this? I'll take the chicken and you take the orchids, and we'll go to the funeral home so they can rest in peace. Hey, I can't stand seeing people suffer. You guys are making it so sentimental, so I'll go and give a gift. The locals go to great lengths to make a bowl of noodles. A large number of regular customers from the south of the city also tagged the official account of the funeral home online, frantically asking for rice noodles. It's rare for their funeral home to gain such widespread attention and be seen by netizens in such an unconventional way, so naturally they want to seize the opportunity to market it effectively. After all, the benefits are real and tangible. In just over a day, the cremation targets were exceeded. While the iron was hot, an emergency meeting was being held inside the venue. At the same time, after finishing his shift, security guard Lao Zhou strolled out of the funeral home carrying a bag of crispy rice noodles. Almost home. I even deliberately avoided the path leading to the card room, but as soon as I turned into the alley, I heard the clattering sound of slippers behind me. Old Zhou, wait, what's that smelling so good? I knew it was my old buddy, Old Bear, without even turning around. Old Zhou's heart tightened. Pretending not to hear, he simply quickened his pace. But his steps quickened. But the churning motion of the fleshy mass behind him grew closer and closer, and the pungent smell of sauerkraut and sweat assaulted the back of his neck. At this point, Lao Zhou panicked a little. This old rascal, he's like a leech. I can't shake him off. Old Zhou, why are you running? Can you give me some of those crispy pork noodles you're carrying? No way. Are you some kind of clingy pest? Old Zhou's right hand moved with lightning speed, snatching the rice noodles into his pocket in a flash. You're some kind of Tibetan Mastiff. You're so possessive of your food. I've followed you for miles just by the smell. Give me this powder first. Where did you buy it? I'll buy you a serving later, okay? That won't do. No means no. I don't even have enough to eat myself. Old Bear rolled his eyes. Look at how stingy you are. Is it really necessary? It's just a bowl of noodles. It's not like I'm stealing your wife. Old Zhou was not to be outdone. We're an old married couple. We get tired of being together every day, but this noodle dish is so addictive. How can it be the same? After a while, the old bear got annoyed and pounced on its prey like a hungry tiger. Give it to me. In the blink of an eye, even Old Zhou's somersault was useless. The moment the bowl lid was broken open, the aroma of chili oil mixed with crispy pork cracklings exploded out with a boom. The old bear froze on the spot, its nostrils flaring so wide they could fit peanuts. This flavor is even more tempting than Wang Po's braised pork. Just smell it, Old Zhou said, slamming the cap shut with lightning speed. We haven't settled the score for the half bottle of Urquiotti you stole from me last month. Hee, let's keep things separate. Old Xiong pulled a crumpled packet of Furong Wang cigarettes from his pocket. Can I trade this for a bowl of noodles? That's it. Old Zhou glanced at the cigarette box and gave him a sidelong look. Last time I saw you smoking a Zonghua cigarette. Old Xiong's cheeks twitched as he pulled an unopened box of hard-boiled treasures from a hidden pocket in his waistband. Damn it, you old glutton. With a pack of cigarettes in hand, old Zhou chuckled. Then he suddenly lowered his voice and said, "To tell you the truth, you've gotten a great deal. This powder is a special supply from our funeral home's canteen." What the hell? You're trying to fool me with dead meat food. Old Xiong's hand trembled, and he immediately started cursing. Bullshit. This is a heartwarming meal for the family. You want to eat it? You'd have to bring your death certificate. Get lost. Hey, don't you believe me? Just look it up online yourself. Old Zhou suddenly became serious, opened his phone, and shoved it in front of him. The next second, the old man was so shocked that his pupils dilated. What? The funeral home burned more than 20 people in one day, but burned hundreds of bowls of noodles. I'm not popular, so I haven't been able to eat here even once in the last couple of days. Do those who lack good karma want to eat here? Pretending to be a family member to sneak in and eat. They even said it was so delicious that you wouldn't even notice if someone died next to you. Old Bear was dumbfounded. I'm completely lost. At first, I just thought the powder smelled good, but now I realize that if people are willing to eat it at a funeral home, it must taste amazing. Well, Old Zhou, thank you so much. Faced with a long-lost thank you, Old Zhou waved his hand dismissively. Thank me for what? You're just being hypocritical. If you really want to thank me, give me a rook handicap when we play chess. Shaw, what's this? As long as there's food, I'd even betray you with my 2 cars. Old Xiong chuckled and hurried back into the house with the crispy rice noodles in his hand. A few minutes later, as soon as the key was inserted into the lock, Zhao Fengju opened the door a crack. You're back? I just heard you talking to Lao Zhou downstairs. Old Xiong responded, changed into slippers, and slammed the lunchbox onto the table. The oil droplets swayed in the plastic bag, and the crisp whistles made a crackling sound as they hit the sides of the box. Stop fussing around. Come on, have something good to eat. What a waste of money. How much did this cost? Zhao Fengju cursed, but her hands honestly untied the plastic bag. It's free. It's a gift from Old Zhou. Old Zhou is so generous? You're kidding me. Zhao Fengju rolled her eyes, but the next second, the aroma exploded. Her mindset changed instantly. After all, when it comes to eating, drinking, and having fun, eating is the top priority. In the face of delicious food, people's self-control often seems incredibly fragile. Oh, this powder is all cold. I'll heat it up in the microwave. Zhao Fengju carried the lunchbox and ran to the kitchen, her steps as light as a young girl's. Before long, as the temperature rose, the aroma of the crispy pork rind powder became even more enticing. It's no exaggeration to say that they can drink with gusto, even with just saliva in their mouths. Ding! The microwave oven made a crisp sound, indicating that heating was complete. Zhao Fengju brought out a steaming bowl of rice noodles. Whoosh, it's so hot. You old codger, eat it while it's hot. Old Bear shook his head. What are you saying? You want me to eat all the food by myself? Do you think I, Old Bear, am that kind of person? He emotionally held his wife's hand. Fengju, we're both getting on in years. You've been with me your whole life, and you never enjoyed life when you were young. Now I want you to enjoy life with me. Be good, listen to me. Zhao Fengju's face flushed red with embarrassment, and she weakly pounded her fists on her husband. You old rascal. A woman who can make her man act unfaithfully towards her for a lifetime is a truly charming woman. Zhao Fengju was shy, wanting to laugh, but also feeling embarrassed. Screw you. Chapter 328. The struggle for the crown prince has always been like this. Slurp. The rice noodles slid into their mouths along the chopsticks, and the scalding heat made the elderly couple exhale repeatedly. Only after the temperature in their mouths cooled down slightly did they gently bite into them. These rice noodles are smooth and slippery, soft and chewy with a slight elasticity, and have a particularly fresh and rich bone broth flavor. The moment the crisp scallion enters the mouth, Zhao Fengju's wrinkles at the corners of her eyes suddenly smoothed out, and the age spots on Lao Xiong's face also seemed to glow. This tastes like gold nuggets, not pork. The crispy outer shell encases the juicy, fragrant meat, with a hint of sweet wine permeating the savory flavor. Chewing it is like watching fireworks exploding in your mouth, so delicious it makes your scalp tingle. I only ate 2 bites. Zhao Fengju suddenly stopped eating, got up and took a bowl from the kitchen, and picked out a little bit of noodles. Then she pushed the large portion towards her man. Old man, I can't finish this. I can only eat this little bit. You can eat the rest. Old Bear frowned upon hearing this. He knew his wife's appetite. It wasn't that she couldn't finish her food, but rather that she wanted to eat more. What a wonderful woman. She's willing to give up such an exquisite delicacy that makes your soul leave your body. Marrying her was my good fortune. Slurp. The elderly couple sat quietly on either side of the dining table, taking turns eating, enjoying both the delicious food and their happiness. From the moment they got married, they never made any grand vows or promises of eternal love. All they had was a simple, ordinary life, a peaceful and stable companionship. When we were young, we rode bikes together to watch the sunset. In old age, I will hold your hand and watch the sunset together. When the weather is sunny, I pick a small flower for her to wear in her hair. When the snow falls, brush it off for him and serve him hot soup. Isn't that what life is like? Ordinary and uneventful, yet sometimes thunderous in the silence. Fengju, is it delicious? After that, I asked Lao Zhou to bring it to us every day. Okay, whatever you say. On the other side. Mom. It was nap time, and the chubby little boy sat cross-legged on the bed and suddenly started howling. I still need to go to the funeral home. The woman's brow twitched, and she grabbed a feather duster and slammed it against the corner of the table. What are you talking about? Didn't you just come back from the funeral home? I'm telling you, it's the palace of the king of hell. You can only go there if a relative has passed away. If you brat, keep talking nonsense, be careful I'll beat you up. Wah. The chubby boy hugged his pillow and huddled in the corner of the bed, snot bubbles bursting from the corners of his mouth. We have so many relatives, can't we? Before he could finish speaking, his mother finally unleashed the long-lost iron sand palm technique. The slaps danced wildly across his bottom, and the chubby boy sobbed and hiccuped. Wah, I still want to eat crispy pork rind noodles. At his age, would he give up just because he's been beaten? But this is precisely the time when we become more courageous after setbacks. More than 10 minutes later, the chubby little boy tiptoed into the nursery, took out his secret lollipop, and waved it in front of his younger brother's nose. Little brother, listen to me. I'll take you to a good place. The 2-year-old baby was drooling while sucking on his finger. Brother. Tang Tang. Yes. Tang Tang, let's go ride the car. The chubby boy grabbed his younger brother and shoved him into the stroller. She pulled up the white veil and wrapped it around her younger brother, then took out the white mourning sash she had taken from the funeral and tied it to the front of the car. Little hearse, let's go. Xiaopeng's home is quite close to the funeral home. Just walk through a small alley and then straight for about 100 or 200 meters. Before long, he arrived at the security room door, huffing and puffing. Before they could even wipe the sweat from their foreheads, a loud child's voice rang out. Grandpa security guard. I'm bringing someone here for cremation. The chubby boy stretched his neck and shouted at the old security guard. Look how fresh and juicy my brother is. Absolutely fresh. I just wonder how many bowls of noodles he can get in return. As he spoke, he happily pinched his younger brother's face into pleats. 3 bowls. No, 5 bowls of crispy pork rice noodles isn't too much to ask, is it? Upon hearing this, the old security guard came out of the security room and was so startled that he spat out his teeth 3 meters away. Good heavens! Are kids these days really this reckless? Back in the day, people of their generation would at most sneak into the graveyard and dig up some dead bones. How come it's now fashionable to directly harm one's own younger brother? Child, what? What are you doing? Nonsense. Nonsense. Where are your parents? Tell Grandpa security guard where you live, and Grandpa will take you home. The old security guard was really anxious. He grabbed the child and was about to call 110, the police emergency number. The chubby boy's fleshy arms were pulled painfully, so he simply sat down on the ground and started howling. Why, I'm not going back. I want to eat rice noodles. What's wrong with letting my brother lie on the plank in exchange for rice noodles? Grandpa can lie down, Grandma can lie down, but can't a kid lie down? The struggle for the crown prince position has always been like this. The chubby boy spoke with absolute certainty. While crying, she lifted the storage bag of the stroller, revealing an unopened bag of want little buns. Wah, please let my brother in, Grandpa security guard. I brought all the necessary funeral supplies. Good heavens. The old security guard exclaimed, those guys are awesome. Are all kids like this nowadays? Trading living people for meal tickets is one thing, but to do it in such a complicated way is quite another. His vision went black, and he nearly fell while holding onto the door frame. Little rascal, please stop fooling around. If you keep this up, even the security guard might end up lying in there. The chubby boy wouldn't listen and cried and screamed. The baby in the stroller also burst into tears, perhaps understanding the cruel and inhumane transaction. As they were arguing, a woman's death scream came from an electric scooter in the distance. Wang Xiaoping, you little beast. I'll beat you to death today. Who told you to secretly push your brother to the funeral home? Why didn't you bring your father too? The chubby boy's eyes lit up with delight. Huh? Mom, is it really okay? If we cook for an adult, will they eat more noodles? Sure my ass. The man who rushed over upon hearing the noise instantly pulled out his belt on the street. Clap, clap, clap. Sparks flew as the belt lashed against the chubby little bottom. Treason. With someone like that, how could he possibly show mercy? This child is already so rebellious. When he grows up, I'll have to yank the oxygen tank out of him. We must beat them into submission today. At the same time, faced with the out-of-control army of rice noodle enthusiasts, the funeral home issued a bombshell statement immediately after the meeting. The museum stated that, in order to thank the public for their support, it has urgently introduced a plan. We will launch an online morning event and a lottery system for ordering rice noodles at 8 p.m., with a limited supply of 50 bowls of rice noodles per day, allowing non-family members who have never tried it before to experience it for free. Of course, out-of-towners are the most vocal in their complaints, but for the sake of cultural and tourism development and harmony among cities, they have a higher chance of successfully making reservations. The news came out. Some are happy, some are sad. Huh? Only 50 bowls. Who can eat that? Besides, there are out-of-towners coming to snatch them up. Local. Damn it. I'm a stranger in my hometown. Holy crap. I was indeed adopted. That's awful. It feels terrible to be stabbed like that. Are they trying to stop us from eating rice noodles? This is unacceptable. Chapter 329, He may get dirty, but countless families will be happy. Old Joe, come out for a walk. Yes, a walk after a meal is a good idea. Then slow down. The light is not good at night. Watch your step. It was already dark by then. The street lights at the entrance of the building flickered weakly for 2 days before finally going out of service. I can't see the road very clearly. Without Lao Zhou even having to say a word, Lao Xiong thoughtfully took out a flashlight and kindly lit the way for him. Yes, thank you for your hard work, old bear. It's not hard work, it's just serving the people. Seeing Lao Xiong smiling and offering his help, Lao Zhou strode around with his hands behind his back, exuding a leader-like air. He knew that because he worked at a funeral home, most of his neighbors were reluctant to associate with him. There are only a handful of people I have a good relationship with on a regular basis. Old Bear counts as one. But when has this old guy ever been so attentive to me? Although Lao Zhou knew it was the power of the crispy pork crackling powder, he still couldn't help feeling secretly pleased. He was so moved that he almost wanted to pat Old Bear on the shoulder with his hands behind his back and say a few words of encouragement. Hey buddy, you're doing a great job. I'm rooting for you. In the residential area, a few middle-aged women who had nothing to do after eating sat together. Before my eyes, there were 2 old men. The man in front, with his hands behind his back and his belly sticking out, looked like a leader, while the man behind him, holding a flashlight, looked like Li Lianying, who was holding a lantern for Empress Dowager Cixi. Everyone's pupils dilated in shock. Hey, look, has old Zhou cast a spell on old Xiong? Sister Wang, with her permed ramen noodle hair, could barely crack a sunflower seed. Hell, what's going on? I heard that old Xiong used to say the funeral home had too much yin energy and he was avoiding it. Speaking of which, old Zhou is so old. How come he doesn't have any taboos at all? If it were me, I couldn't convince myself to work at a funeral home. Yes, I always feel awkward when I greet him. Of course, to be honest, it's nothing. It's just that I can't get over it in my mind. Before they could finish speaking, A beam of intense light was suddenly shoved into their faces. Old Xiong had a stern face, and when he opened his mouth, he spoke with righteous indignation. Sister Wang, Sister Li, I don't like what you're saying. So what if Brother Zhou works at the funeral home? Someone has to do this kind of work, right? What do you call this? This is called one person gets dirty, but thousands of families are happy. This is called self-sacrifice. I think we should not only refrain from gossiping behind his back, but also thank him properly. The two middle-aged women who were being reprimanded in public felt embarrassed. The woman surnamed Wang spoke up. Old Xiong, we didn't say anything about old Zhou. We were just talking nonsense. That's right, old Xiong, don't overthink it. Not far away. Old Zhou was trembling from trying to suppress his laughter under the shade of a tree. From a former plague god to the current old bear, engaging in a debate with a group of scholars. He suddenly felt that his identity as a funeral home security guard was shining with holy light. Oh my God, I feel so good. A few minutes later, under the moonlight, the two shadows stretched longer and longer. The one in front hummed, taking Tiger Mountain by strategy, with his hands behind his back, while the one behind continued to explore the way with a flashlight. After the two left, the middle-aged women in the fitness equipment area looked at each other in bewilderment. No. Who can tell them? Why is it that these days even a lowly employee at a funeral home can develop a network of downlines? This is not scientifically sound. Time flies. When Master Kong finished work and tiptoed to open the door, the wall clock was pointing to 11:30. Shoo, keep your voice down. He held a bag of crispy rice noodles in his left hand and put his right index finger to his lips. He gestured for his wife to be quiet as she came running at the sound, and asked, So, is the old man asleep? His wife nodded, carefully took the powder, and prepared to go to the kitchen to heat it up. As the crispy pork crackling spun in the microwave, a ding sound filled the room with an aroma that exploded like a bomb. Wow, this powder smells so good. I hope it doesn't wake up the old man. Master Kong swallowed hard with excitement. Shoo, the wife pricked up her ears and listened for a few seconds. No, the old man has been sleeping for 2 hours. Before he could finish speaking, the door to the second bedroom suddenly clicked. Holy crap. Seriously? This is exactly what I was told. Xiaoro, an aged voice rang out. Master Kong. His hand trembled, and the chopsticks slipped and fell to the ground. I haven't called my father by his name since he was diagnosed with Alzheimer's. At this moment, the old man not only spoke clearly, but he even called out his childhood nickname. Dad, you finally remember who I am? His voice was trembling. Nonsense. The old man said irritably. Do you really think your father is senile? Do you think I don't know who you are? You are Kong Rome, my son. Master Kong's nose tingled, and his eyes reddened. Yes, it's me. Great, Lao Kong. Let's tell the attending physician about the situation tomorrow. The couple danced with joy, their laughter tinged with tears. But the old man seemed to have no time to pay attention to them, and just gave the two of them a wry look. He then shifted his gaze to the dining table, a glimmer of starlight appearing in his hazy eyes, and excitedly went to greet it. Rice noodles. My rice noodles. Master Kong's hand, which was wiping away tears, froze in midair, and he realized something was wrong. The old man is now a loyal fan of rice noodles, and he makes a ruckus at home countless times a day. However, he has a sensitive stomach and might experience indigestion late at night, so it's best for him to eat less. Dad, it's so late, you shouldn't eat. Master Kong tried to stop him. The old man glared at him and immediately started playing the emotional card. What's going on? Is this how a son should act? You won't even let your father have a bowl of noodles? How can this be right? You ungrateful wretch. Do you remember that time when you were little? You had a fever in the middle of the night? It was raining, and I carried you to the clinic on my back. As Master Kong listened, his eyes welled up with tears. That happened when he was 6 years old. I never expected the old man would still remember it. But it's just this matter. Thinking about it carefully, it doesn't seem that sentimental. Dad? I seem to remember that it was because you were playing mahjong and thought I was in the way, so you bought me 3 popsicles and told me to behave myself and not to tell Mom. Then I got a fever that night. And I remember that clinic was right downstairs from where I was staying back then. The old man's cloudy eyes darted around. He pondered for a moment. and then continued speaking. Stop talking nonsense. Just tell me if I carried you or not. The old man spoke impatiently, his chopsticks already reaching for the crispy rice noodles. Master Kong tried to stop her, but his wife held him back. All right, let Dad eat it. It's rare that his condition has improved. All right then. The couple held their breath as they watched the old man greedily slurp up the rice noodles. Oil droplets splattered little by little on his yellowish vest. For a fleeting moment, Master Kong felt that his father's hunched back straightened, and his gray hair gleamed with a black sheen. Everything seems to be moving in a positive direction. Chapter 330. If you don't give me another bowl, you're not my son. Oh, another bowl, please. After finishing the crispy rice noodles and the last sip of soup, the old man smacked his lips and shoved the empty bowl away with a flourish. Dad, there's no more. You can't eat anymore. Master Kong simply couldn't bear to look. Despite his advanced age, he acted like a child. Even after burping, his fingers were still drawing circles on the rim of the bowl, just like a baby begging for milk. What? Is it really over? Dad, it's really all gone. You ate the whole bowl. Elder, my rice noodles. He suddenly sat down on the ground, raised his legs towards the sky, covered his face, and started crying. My rice noodles are gone. Wah! Master Kong, Dad. No, you only ate one bowl of crispy rice noodles. Why aren't you satisfied? He and his wife haven't even tasted a single hair yet. Wow! The old man cried his heart out. Master Kong tried to pull him up from the ground, but the old man refused, throwing a tantrum and rolling around on the ground, heartbroken. I want rice noodles. If you don't give me another bowl, you're not my son. At this point, Master Kong really didn't want to be his son. After all, what kind of good father would roll around on the floor in the middle of the night, crying and screaming, as if he wanted to die? They made a fuss for a while. The old man seemed a little tired. His cloudy eyes suddenly widened, and the veins on his neck throbbed. Who are you? What are you doing in my house? Get out of here right now. Before Master Kong could react, he was pushed and stumbled by a hand that looked like a withered tree branch. The old man's grip was ridiculously strong. He hit his lower back against the cabinet, and his keychain clattered and crashed to the floor. Huh? I'm Xiao Rong. Master Kong's heart skipped a beat, as if struck by lightning. What happened? It's one thing to cry and make a scene, but why don't you recognize people anymore? Seriously, you can't do this to him. What do you mean Rong or not? I don't know her. If you don't leave, I'm calling the police. The old man grabbed his slippers and threw them. No. The daughter-in-law reacted quickly and caught the slipper in midair. Let's go now. As she spoke, she grabbed Master Kong and rushed out the door. It's not that they're too cowardly. It's just that the old man's record of ruthlessness is well documented. It's late at night, and all the neighbors need to rest. If you really can't afford to offend them, then you might as well avoid them. At worst, they can go back inside after the old man calms down. Clang. The moment the security door closed, a large cushion slammed onto the door panel. Phew. Luckily, no one was hit. The two, still shaken, clutched their chests and caught their breath. In the dead of night, a draft whistled through the stairwell, making them feel utterly chilled. What kind of situation is this? The old man's condition is so unpredictable, sometimes good and sometimes bad. He's gone to two extremes all at once. Who knows? Oh dear, honey, I forgot my keys. How about we stay at a hotel for the night? Master Kong stared at his tightly closed door, tears welling up in his eyes. Do you think hotels are free? Oh no, my wallet and phone are all in the room. What should we do then? Fortunately, the kitchen window was unlocked and the lights were still on. Left with no other choice, Mr. Kong went to the stairwell and, trembling, climbed up using the air conditioner unit. That being said, this is one of the advantages of living in an old residential building. If you have a little skill, scaling walls and leaping across rooftops shouldn't be a big problem. The daughter-in-law is keeping watch down below. Seizing the opportunity, he suddenly lowered his voice and shouted something. Old Kong, quick, the old man is gone. In the blink of an eye, Master Kong did a somersault and rolled into the windowsill. The next second, he was face to face with his father, who was holding a water glass. There's a thief. Dad, it's me. Stop thief. Whoosh. All the lights in the building were on. For a time, the barking of dogs rose and fell, and the scene was extremely chaotic. In the end, it was Officer Zhang, the local police officer who rushed to the scene after hearing the news, who saved them from the predicament. This seasoned police officer, who had seen a lot in his life, was now trying to suppress his laughter, his face turning bright red. Uncle Kong, this is your son and daughter-in-law. What son? I don't have a son, and I certainly don't have a daughter-in-law. Master Kong, I'm tired. Wife, me too. It was past 3 in the morning, and it was still dark. Su Chun and Butler Ding sneaked into the kitchen in the dark. Today we're making Guizhou-style spicy chicken noodles. Based on the estimated number of bereaved families and the additional 50 bowls of food given away as a welfare benefit, the canteen prepared enough ingredients for about 300 bowls of breakfast. Among them, more than a dozen spices, such as glutinous rice chili, Sichuan peppercorns, ginger slices, and garlic cloves, are arranged in an array in a bamboo winnowing basket. There were more than 20 plucked and cleaned roosters standing proudly nearby, waiting to be chopped into 8 pieces. Not to mention rice noodles. The rice has been soaked overnight and is full of water. It's time to take it out. While Steward Ding was scooping rice, Su Chin picked up the cleaver, and with flashes of cold light, he dismembered the whole chicken into evenly sized pieces. Chicken bones are not wasted either. After blanching, they are put into a clay pot with pork bones and simmered over low heat to create a milky white soup base. The key to this spicy chicken noodle dish lies in the preparation of the glutinous rice chili paste. Soak dried chilies in warm water for half an hour until they have absorbed enough water, then pound them together with garlic cloves and ginger. With the sound of the wooden pestle striking, the chili peppers gradually turned into a crimson mud, and the spicy aroma made people's noses itch, yet they couldn't help but take a deep breath. Hiss! This is the flavor from the mountains and fields of Guizhou, both fierce and gentle. Once the chili peppers are mashed, it's time to heat the oil in a wok. Heat the wok until it's smoky, then pour in cooking oil. The chicken pieces sizzle and crackle as they're added to the hot oil. Butler Ding used a large strainer to stir the chicken pieces slowly and steadily until they were golden brown and crispy. Then they were ready to be taken out and drained of excess oil. In a separate pot, sauté ginger and garlic until fragrant, then add the glutinous rice chili paste and fried chicken pieces in that order. With a flick of his wrist, Su Chun scattered salt, MSG, Sichuan peppercorn powder, and black pepper powder, followed by a drizzle of cooking wine, a base of soy sauce, and a touch of sugar to temper the flavor. Finally, sprinkle some roasted sesame seeds on top, and the spicy chicken sauce is ready. It was bright red and oily, with a fragrant aroma that made Steward Ding's stomach rumble, and he sneezed 3 times in a row. Haha, it smells good, doesn't it? Su Chin looked at Butler Ding and couldn't help but laugh. Yeah, it smells pretty strong. It must taste even better. Butler Ding answered with a straightforward expression. Anyway, his boss had already discovered that he was a glutton. I might as well throw away my pride, and maybe I can eat a few more bowls. Okay, since we've made a lot today, we can eat as much as we want before we open for business. Okay, and you know what? Getting up early to work makes you hungry. The rice milk is steamed, and the steam adds a wonderful aroma that makes your stomach ache with hunger. When the lid is lifted, the rice noodles are crystal clear, and they jiggle when poked with a finger. Su Chin picked up the knife and swished it a few times. The rice noodles hung down like silver threads, and he threw them into the boiling water. They were so chewy that they could almost be used for jumping rope. All right, Uncle Ding, stop busy and come and have a bowl. Chapter 331. Judging from your tone, he's quite famous? It was 6 o'clock, and the sky was still not fully light. The regular diners from the south of the city, sporting panda eyes, appeared at the entrance of the funeral home. They looked no different from starving ghosts waiting to be reincarnated. Those who won the lottery are lucky. At least they can slurp up a mouthful of noodles. The worst off are those unlucky folks who spent a night in Guizhou but still didn't get a license plate number through the lottery. Want to buy it at a high price? No way. Because the funeral home adopted the suggestions of many enthusiastic netizens, it implemented a double security check at the entrance, requiring both ID card scanning and facial recognition. They didn't leave any loopholes for those unlucky people and scalpers to exploit. Boss. A screech pierced the cafeteria. The voice was shrill and off-key, utterly unbearable to hear. Upon hearing this, Su Chun, who was behind the stall, instinctively shuddered. Not good. This familiar formula, this heartfelt cry. Just by listening to the sound, you can tell that it must be a regular customer from the South City who has come after you. Boss, this is where we're setting up our stall this week. Wang Bin instinctively wanted to suggest setting up a stall, but then he suddenly remembered that this was a funeral home, and his expression immediately turned to concern. Have you fallen on hard times? Otherwise, why would you be hiding in a funeral home selling drugs? Apart from that, he couldn't find any other reason why Su Chun was here. Others followed suit, all aiming directly at Su Chun. Exactly. Boss, you've really gone to great lengths. Have you gone crazy? When it comes to abstract concepts, I admire the boss the most. Su Chun. Sorry, but he disagrees with that statement. He didn't choose this position himself. If he had a choice, he would definitely choose the free trip to the Maldives. No, you're overthinking it. I'm just trying it out. Su Chun couldn't explain it well, so he could only give a vague answer. At the same time, he cursed the system in his heart as a complete idiot. Of course, the system did not respond at all, remaining inactive as always. Sigh, the boss really has a lot of leisure time. The regular diners sighed with relief, finally no longer dwelling on this issue, and turned their attention to something more important, eating. Boss, give me a bowl of spicy chicken noodles, extra spicy chicken, extra spicy. Please add more rice noodles, please. Otherwise I won't be full. Without wasting any words, Su Chun quickly started cooking the rice noodles. The rice noodles need to be cooked quickly and the heat needs to be precise. A second too long, and they'll be too soft. A second too short, and they'll be too hard. He picked up a strainer and poked it into the boiling water. After 5 seconds, he flicked the strainer and scooped up the rice noodles with a splash. Then, scoop up a spoonful of boiling hot broth and pour it over. During this pouring process, the aroma seems to break through a wall, continuously wafting out. Damn it! I can't take it anymore. Before the soup bowl was even handed out, Wang Bin, who was first in line, had his eyes practically popping out of his head. The aroma was so strong it made his head spin. The younger guys behind them were even more exaggerated. Their Adam's apples bobbed up and down almost as fast as a sewing machine. Don't rush, don't rush. The final step is the spicy chicken topping. Su Chun was generous, spreading a spoonful of bright red chicken pieces across the rim of the bowl. The red oil spread across the soup like lava, instantly making the whole bowl of noodles vibrant and fragrant. Wang Bin was the first to get his hands on it. He grabbed his phone and shoved it at the bowl to take a picture. The translucent rice noodles in the lens looked incredibly fresh and delicious. I picked up a piece and stretched it out. It was incredibly springy. The spicy chicken nuggets were glistening with oil, and you could almost smell their intense aroma through the screen. Brothers, let's see if Boss Su's cooking skills have declined. Wang Bin slurped up a mouthful of noodles and started eating. The flavor is salty with a hint of umami, and umami with a fragrant aroma. Take a bite, and you can almost hear a slight squeaking sound. The overflowing juices stimulate the mouth, delivering layers of flavor to the taste buds, making one feel involuntarily happy and temporarily forgetting the troubles of life. When you mix it with chili oil, the flavor is elevated to another level. It's indescribably delicious. At that moment, Wang Bin felt all the emotions he had were stuck in his throat. I just can't find a few words that can accurately describe my feelings. Well, I'm at a loss for words. After posting the video in the diners group, Wang Bin locked his screen and began to enjoy his meal. The group chat exploded instantly. Damn you, you got. I got rock hard watching you on the subway during rush hour. Exactly. You got me hooked, and then you just pulled up your pants and ran away? What a beast. Group owner, kick him out. The regular diners queuing up nearby watched the group chat with smiles on their faces, their eyes filled with a hint of schadenfreude. Hee hee. Sorry, we finally got to eat noodles, but they're going to be so ruthless in a little while. Master Kong, who was standing nearby, witnessed the whole process and listened with great interest, arms crossed. Seeing that Su Chun was busy and not wanting to disturb him, they casually asked an old customer, Dude, judging from your tone, Brother Su seems to be quite famous? Remove the word seems like. The regular customer clicked his tongue. Let me tell you, we all came from different provinces to find the boss. Not to mention some of our brothers didn't get a spot and are crying in their hotels right now. Master Kong. Holy crap. Wow, Su Gu is so popular. No wonder Manager Huang said this morning that they couldn't keep him around. So the temple is too small and doesn't deserve it. The bereaved family members who were watching the commotion were also stunned and had their own guesses. Do you mean this rice noodle chef is still operating in other places? If that were the case, it would be perfect. After all, he wasn't exactly popular, and he probably only ate at funeral homes a few times a year. That's right. Boss Su is open every week, but the location is uncertain. He travels to several cities and doesn't always sell anything. Whether you can find him depends on luck. The regular customer explained. Oh. The bereaved family members were stunned, feeling that the old diner was lying to them, but the other party's expression was so serious. He had a sudden inspiration and said, "By the way, I just heard you guys mention some kind of foodies group. Can I join it?" "Sure. I can add you to the group, but there are requirements for joining. You not only have to pay the group fee, but you also have to take an oath." But upon hearing the following sentence, Su Chun, who was diligently preparing the rice noodles, was somewhat stunned. An oath? What oath? Hey, it was just a while ago. Everyone was chatting in the group, and they said that in order to prevent some people from monopolizing the information about your stall, they came up with an oath. The regular customers were all smiles, clearly enjoying themselves. Su Chun. That's absolutely outrageous. To be honest, he admitted that he had underestimated the old diners in the south of the city. Whether or not there was a group fee, he couldn't care less. But the fact that they came up with this bizarre idea of having to take an oath upon joining a group is truly astonishing. Several newly arrived bereaved family members huddled together, staring at the old customer's phone for a few seconds before exchanging bewildered glances. What kind of oath is this? Swear to follow to the death and never back down. How can it be so childish and ridiculous? And she had to shout it out so sweetly and clearly. Aren't you embarrassed? Come on. Let's make a group chat for all the locals. Okay, count me in. As they spoke, the entire cafeteria was filled with the sound of dripping beeps. Su Chun slammed the soup bowl down on the cutting board. Watching this chaotic scene of demons dancing wildly, I was practically sweating bullets. Goodness, these foodies are going to turn into a cult for a bite to eat. Chapter 332 Kid, what are you doing back here? Nothing happened on Thursday. Friday is the last day of the week. Just as the rice noodle stall was opening for business, a lucky young man named Su, who won a trip to the Maldives, unexpectedly found himself in the cafeteria. The cafeteria staff were somewhat surprised to see Xiao Su. Aren't you not coming back until tomorrow? Oh, something came up at home, so I came back early. Xiao Su offered an explanation, casually glancing at the cafeteria before grinning. Our cafeteria looks pretty busy today. Usually, there aren't many people at this time. Looks like I came back at just the right time. Manager Huang will definitely be happy. I'll go find Manager Huang to report back to work now. Upon hearing this, the cafeteria staff seemed hesitant to speak. Xiao Su didn't notice anything unusual about his colleague and walked smoothly toward the staff room in the cafeteria. The cafeteria staff he encountered along the way were all taken aback when they saw him. Hey, Xiao Su, you're back? Xiao Su, I thought you were quitting. Little Su. On the short walk to the staff room, Xiao Su received greetings from everyone. This suddenly warmed Xiao Su's heart. I never expected that. Despite being a low-key person, everyone would be so concerned about me after I took a few days off and came back. It seems I have a really good relationship with my colleagues. As soon as I entered the staff room, I ran into Manager Huang, who was coming out of the office next door. Upon seeing each other, Manager Huang was also taken aback and subconsciously said something. Why are you back today? I'm back early, Manager Huang. The cafeteria looks pretty busy today. I'll change my clothes and head over now. Please remember to let me report back from leave. As Xiao Su spoke, he prepared to go to the changing room. Don't rush to change your clothes. Go to the rice noodle stall first to find out what's going on, and then come back to find me. Manager Huang patted Xiao Su on the shoulder. What does that mean? Xiao Su was completely confused. The cafeteria looked quite busy, but Manager Huang told him to go to the rice noodle stall first to find out what was going on. How could he, a longtime employee who has worked at the rice noodle stall for several years, not know what was going on at the stall? I only took a few days off, not years. With no other option, Xiao Su had to leave the staff room again and head straight for the rice noodle stall. Holy crap, what's going on? A few minutes later, Xiao Su's eyes widened as he looked at the long queue at the rice noodle stall. Is this a rice noodle stall? Could it be that while I was in the Maldives, it became fashionable in China to eat rice noodles at funeral homes? Xiao Su watched helplessly as the bereaved families lined up. One by one, people were holding bowls of rice noodles, laughing and crying at the same time, as if their worldviews had collapsed. That doesn't make sense. This is unscientific. Xiao Su couldn't resist any longer and quickly walked to the rice noodle stall and then to the fried rice stall next to it. Master Kong and his partner, who were fishing on the spot, lived happily together in the funeral home canteen. The thing the two used to do most often was to compare who sold the fewest meals by the end of the day. Over here, Master Kong is helping to cut the rice noodles into strips, although he is now ostensibly a chef at a fried rice stall. But in reality, without Manager Huang even having to tell him, he would consciously put himself in the position of a handyman at the rice noodle stall. As for slacking off, that doesn't exist. Manager Huang and the boss practically come to visit every half hour. Even if you gave him 8 lives, he wouldn't dare to slack off at this time. However, if you can make your presence known to the boss, you might have a chance to get a promotion and a raise. So Master Kong is still very motivated. Brother Rongji. When Master Kong heard the shout, he looked up and saw a head peeking into the rice noodle stall next to him. What are you doing back here, kid? Master Kong's words shattered Xiao Su's heart. Brother Rong? You didn't treat me like this before. Aren't we the best partners? Xiao Su was heartbroken. I've awakened. I'm going to learn from Brother Su. You can find someone else to slack off from now on. Master Kong spoke with righteous indignation. TCH. That sounds nice. Xiao Su rolled her eyes and pointed to the rice noodle stall. What's going on, Rongji? I took a few days off, but it feels like I've been gone for 10 years. Is it now fashionable to eat rice noodles at funeral homes? That depends on who makes the rice noodles. You definitely can't do it, but Brother Su is worth it. Master Kong spoke with righteous indignation. Aren't they all rice noodles? What's the difference? Mine doesn't taste bad either. Xiao Su was unconvinced. No one had ever said that his rice noodles were bad. At most, few people ate them. Master Kong laughed when he heard this. People will indeed laugh when they are extremely speechless. He pointed to the line for rice noodles and laughed. Go queue up and try it before you talk to me. Go ahead and try it. All my relatives, including my 7 aunts, 3 uncles, and maternal uncles, say my rice noodles are delicious. Xiao Su muttered to himself, but his body betrayed him as he turned and went to join the queue. The line was quite long, and he waited for a while before finally getting to be first in line. In the large bowl, steaming rice noodles filled the air with a delightful aroma. A layer of red oil floats on the surface of the soup, and the golden spicy chicken toppings are piled up generously. Putting everything else aside, just by looking at the appearance, Xiao Su knew that this was a product he could never make. It seems the substitute chef is quite skilled. However, good taste is the most important thing. He walked to the side and began to taste it. The moment the rice noodles enter your mouth, the subtle aroma of rice and the rich fragrance of broth easily glide deep into your oral cavity. His eyes suddenly lit up. He immediately picked up another piece of spicy chicken and put it in his mouth. The crispy texture bursts in your mouth first, followed by the tender chicken flavor. The chicken retains its excellent tenderness and cleverly absorbs the spicy and fragrant taste of the chili paste. After a few bites, your taste buds are completely overwhelmed. It can be said that it has reached the pinnacle in every aspect. Xiao Su couldn't stop eating, finishing off every last bit of the rice noodles. He was so happy he was practically digging his toes into the ground, wishing he could lick the bottom of the bowl clean. After savoring the aftertaste of the rice noodles for a moment, I snapped out of my reverie and felt a sudden unease, realizing something was terribly wrong. I think I'm about to lose my job. Xiao Su was completely convinced by this bowl of spicy chicken rice noodles. It turns out that rice noodles really are different. No wonder Master Kong had that expression on his face when he heard what he said. No wonder Manager Huang told me not to rush to change my clothes, but to come and check on the situation first. Looking dejected, Xiao Su went to find Manager Huang again. Manager Huang, I understand what you mean. Compared to Su Chun, I'm really not suited to working at the rice noodle stall anymore. Wait, you mean compared to Su Chen? Manager Huang was stunned and speechless. Who told you to compete with Su Chen? I sent you there, not to compete. Don't you know your own level? Knowing that Xiao Su had misunderstood him, Manager Huang spoke directly. Su Chen won't be coming tomorrow. Do you want to continue working at the stall, or do you have other ideas? Have to. Xiao Su breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that they've left. The unemployment crisis is finally over. Is Chapter 333 trying to outlast me so someone else can take over? Ding. This week's mission reward. A customized Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Already registered and all relevant procedures completed. It's 11 p.m. Su Chan was in the bathroom with a toothbrush in his mouth when he almost sprayed a mouthful of toothpaste onto the mirror. Holy crap. Cullinan. Goodness. Isn't this what those people who love social dancing always talk about as collecting Cullinan fragments? However, this time he didn't get fragments, but the whole car. Thankfully, the system didn't suddenly decide to force me to dance that addictive social dance. Otherwise, I would have definitely experienced a socially awkward situation. Joking aside, Su Chen wiped his face, quickly picked up his phone, and searched online carefully. It was only after checking that I found out that the guide price for this Cullinan was actually as high as tens of millions. Although this isn't the first time the system has given away a car, it's far more exciting than the previous Wenjia M9. System, where's the car? Where is it now? Su Chun rubbed his hands together, eagerly asking the system a question. The car will be delivered the day after tomorrow. It won't be until the day after tomorrow. Su Chen frowned slightly. He had been looking forward to seeing the luxury car soon, but now he could only wait patiently. Since that's the case, let's take a shower and go to bed first. Early Saturday morning, Nguyen Yuo was jumping around on the bed like she was on steroids. Daddy, Daddy! The little dumpling used Su Chen's belly as a trampoline, exclaiming, I'm going to kindergarten to learn to swim this afternoon. Children have a natural affinity for playing in the water. She used to love to drag Su Chun along to splash in the puddles when it rained. But now it's not a small puddle, but a huge swimming pool where you can play to your heart's content. How could anyone not be happy? Su Chun rolled his eyes as he was stepped on, then picked up the overly excited kid. If you keep jumping around like that, believe me, I'll sign you up for an advanced math class. Unfortunately, the threat was ineffective. From brushing her teeth to eating breakfast, Nunu's mouth never stopped, chattering away about her swimming lesson. Even during their lunch break, they refused to sleep properly. They even specifically asked Butler Ding to play the swimming lesson instructional videos sent by the kindergarten. The scene brightens up to a sky blue swimming pool, cute swimming rings, and a strong male teacher wearing only a pair of swimming trunks. A muscular hunk? Butler Ding was startled and quickly pressed the pause button. Stop the video feed on the course catalog. The little dumpling had no idea why, and blinked its clear eyes to ask, Grandpa Butler, this is a video the teacher sent. Why can't we watch it? Also, what exactly is a muscular hunk? She'd never heard of it before. This, that. Butler Ding stammered and couldn't utter a sound for a long time. Just then, Su Chun passed by carrying a fruit platter, and Nguyen Yuo immediately shifted her focus and asked again. The cute little voice was drawn out because of deep doubt, swirling around on the tip of the tongue. Su Chun, after figuring out the situation, he said, don't worry about that. He's just a really good swimming teacher. Is Daddy a muscular man too? Nguyen Yuo asked innocently. Su Chun lowered his head and silently pulled his t-shirt down. Dad, well, I guess. Half an hour later, the boy was delighted to receive a dark blue swimsuit that Su Chun had bought for him at a nearby shopping mall. The top was long-sleeved, the bottom was long pants, and the hat was also in the same color family. From head to toe, it felt completely enclosed. Nguyen Yuo's little face scrunched up. Daddy, this is so ugly. I want to wear a bikini. Cough. What? Where did you hear that at such a young age? Bikini tops? I'll spank you until your little bottom is raw. Where is it ugly? This is beautiful. Trust Daddy, this swimsuit is so cool. Our baby looks good in anything. The Cullinan was delivered to my home on Sunday morning. The smooth lines, unique body shape, and iconic front grille were exactly what Su Chun had searched for online. The interior was far more luxurious than he had imagined, with a large high-definition display screen on the center console, giving it a high-tech feel. Like a loser, Su Chun started taking a lot of selfies with his phone. Speaking of which, the Cullinan was his first luxury car. Although buying such a car wouldn't be difficult for him with his current savings, he lives a simple and casual life and doesn't have much pursuit of material enjoyment. So he has never had the idea of buying a luxury car. Now that I have a car, I should take it for a spin and see how it goes. Su Chun quickly took Nuonuo out the door. After driving around, even during the most congested rush hour, most of the vehicles behind me consciously maintained a safe distance. As expected of a luxury car, it comes with a built-in avoidance buff on the road. Su Chun had just finished dinner and was sitting leisurely on the sofa. Suddenly, words appeared before my eyes. Next week's task: go to the internet cafes along Dongxi Road and sell hamburgers. Business hours, Tuesday to Saturday. Opening at 1 a.m. Requirement 1. The business can close only if 200 hamburgers are sold per day. Requirement 2. At least 100 hamburgers must be sold to customers surfing the internet in the internet cafe every day. Requirement 3. During daily business hours, you must check in at least 4 internet cafes. Currently unlocked: multi-layer beef burger. New menu items will be unlocked after closing time each day. High-tech insulated boxes have been distributed. Ingredients have been unlocked. Su Chun read through the task details word by word, and his previously relaxed expression instantly froze. A series of question marks flashed through his mind, and he felt like the sky was about to fall. What legitimate street vendor would go to an internet cafe at 1 a.m. to sell hamburgers, and sell 200 big hamburgers at once? One of these is enough to fill you up. They won't let us close down if we can't sell everything. This is absolutely outrageous. Su Chun screamed wildly in his heart. As for how many people actually eat hamburgers late at night, Su Chun didn't have much hope. He racked his brains trying to figure out how to complete the task. After much thought, I realized that my most likely option was to sell 100 hamburgers to customers in the internet cafe during the early morning hours when there were relatively more people online. Then wait until breakfast time, find a crowded place, and sell the remaining hamburgers. But when you calculate it this way, this operating period is actually the longest ever. After selling all the hamburgers, I have to hurry home to catch up on sleep, because once I wake up I'll be busy making hamburgers to prepare for the next round of sales. 2 weeks in a row with such a tight schedule, just thinking about it gives me a headache. Damn system, are you trying to outlive me to death, and then find me a new host? I've already taken on jobs at funeral homes, and now you want me to go and torment internet-addicted teenagers. Su Chun angrily condemned the system. However, the system's playing dead skill is maxed out. It remains silent no matter how much he complains. Chapter 334 TM, this is way too high profile. Su Chun looked at the mission location. The stall location remains in the city, and the house and Nuonuo's schooling do not need to be changed. However, he suddenly discovered another problem. I've been working at a marathon aid station and a funeral home canteen, but the food truck isn't here right now. Is this a prelude to having him ship the food truck over? The host has obtained the latest means of transportation and may drive there. Faced with the system's renewed notification, Su Chun was dumbfounded once again. What the hell? You want me to drive a Cullinan to sell hamburgers? That's way too extravagant. So this car was prepared for this moment? No, that's too flashy. It's not his style at all. Just thinking about it makes me feel embarrassed. System, to be honest, hamburgers taste best when they're freshly made and hot. If the bread is kept in the insulated box for too long, it gets soggy and the taste is greatly affected. So, I think it would be more reasonable to just give me a new food cart. Su Chun decided to appeal to their emotions and reason with them. Don't worry, host. The high-tech insulated box we're distributing this time will keep the hamburgers in the same texture as when they were fresh out of the fryer for a long time. What kind of high-tech is this amazing? Why don't you just fly to the sky? Su Chun was completely speechless and retorted irritably. Everything he thought of, and everything he hadn't thought of, seemed to have been planned out for him in advance by the system, leaving him no room for rebuttal. So, driving a Cullinan to buy hamburgers is a done deal. I'm tired. Let's destroy it. Suchin looked up at the sky and sighed. Complaining is one thing, but since there's no way to change the situation, all we can do is grit our teeth and accept it. He bought all the ingredients and tools needed to make hamburgers in one go. I placed the order and scheduled delivery for 8 a.m. tomorrow. Thinking about the workload tomorrow, Suchin quickly turned off the lights and went to sleep. He had a feeling that tonight would probably be the longest he would be able to sleep for the next few days. On Monday, after dropping Nuonyuo off at kindergarten, Suchun immediately went into the kitchen to prepare the ingredients for making hamburgers. With 200 hamburgers, the ingredients are naturally plentiful. We prepared a full 50 kilograms of high-gluten flour alone. You have to knead the dough and bake the bread yourself. The high-gluten flour provided by the system has a high protein content and good gluten strength. Add some yeast and a little granulated sugar to enhance the sweetness. Then pour in warm milk and stir slowly. Only when the flour gradually turned into a crumbly texture did he roll up his sleeves and start kneading the dough. The nannies weren't idle either. They conscientiously sliced the tomatoes and onions whole. Besides raw onions, delicious caramelized onions and red wine onions need to be sautéed, and butter, sauces, pineapple, guacamole, and so on also need to be prepared. This is where Butler Ding comes in to help. As the most important part of a hamburger, the beef patty cannot be taken lightly. The beef is chopped into small pieces so that it doesn't lack chewiness like minced meat, and it's chopped until it's sticky and easy to shape. Then, a lot of black pepper is added for seasoning. Stir the mixture in one direction until it becomes sticky, then shape it into a meat patty. Heat a pan, add some oil, and fry the meat patty until golden brown and cooked through. The group worked until noon. The aroma of bread filled the kitchen, and as the baking time was completed, it made a ding sound, announcing its presence. Suchin put down his work, walked over, and opened the oven. He saw round hamburger buns appearing in front of him, emitting a steaming aroma of wheat. The baked bread has a caramel-colored, smooth, and glossy surface, which tells you it's perfectly baked. Suchin pressed down with his hand, and the bread dough sank softly and then quickly rose up, showing great elasticity. After cutting it open, the bread dough was quite firm, and while it was still hot, he ate one straight away. It smells wonderfully of bread. It's really delicious. It's easy to imagine how tempting a hamburger made with this kind of bread would be. Now that all the preparations are done and the beef patties are fried, all that's left is to assemble them. The beef and cheese are layered and stacked to create a 3-layered, thick burger. After assembling 10 in a row, Suchin stopped what he was doing, turned around, and took the insulated box that the system had specially distributed this time. At first glance, this so-called high-tech insulated box doesn't look much different from an ordinary insulated box. It has a square box body. But when Suchin opened the lid, the interior was surprisingly spacious, with neatly arranged, exquisite compartments. The size of each compartment is just right to perfectly fit a hamburger. The insulated box can hold up to 40 hamburgers. Ignoring the heat, Suchin immediately transferred the assembled hamburger into the insulated box and then tightened the lid. After midnight, Suchin prepared to set off. The Cullinan's trunk is quite spacious, but it still can't fit a full 5 insulated boxes. Helpless, Suchin could only flatten the entire back seat and place the insulated box on top, filling it to the brim. If some car enthusiasts saw this, they would probably curse him to death. He drove out of the residential area and started heading towards Dongshi Road. Suchin had already checked the information and looked at the map. Dongshi Road is 6 kilometers long, and there are 7 or 8 internet cafes along the street. Some are privately owned, while others are chain stores. Come to think of it, Suchin couldn't remember the last time he went to an internet cafe. After all, smartphones are so smart now that they can basically cover most entertainment needs. Back when I was in school, I used to sneak off to the internet, rent out a night market with my close friends and classmates, and play League of Legends. Unfortunately, as people started to engage with real life, those accounts haven't been online for a long time. Back then, there weren't even food delivery apps. You either bought instant noodles at an internet cafe or ate out. Sometimes, there are also older women and men selling boxed lunches, shouting and selling food all over the internet cafe. As he was recalling, Suchin saw a brightly lit sign appear ahead. Starry Sky Esports Internet Cafe. We've arrived. There was no particular reason why Su Chun chose this internet cafe. It was just on his way. This was the first internet cafe he encountered while driving, and there happened to be a parking space downstairs, making parking very convenient. Su Chun parked the car steadily, picked up the insulated box full of hamburgers, and walked into the internet cafe with a slightly uneasy expression. It was 1 a.m. At this time of day on Tuesday, most people have to go to work the next day, so the internet cafe isn't very lively. Su Chun glanced around and saw that there were very few people using the internet in the entire internet cafe, only about a dozen or 20 in total. Most of these customers were intently staring at their computer screens, completely absorbed in their respective games. The internet cafe manager at the front desk was idly playing on his phone when he saw Su Chun push the door open and, out of professional habit, instinctively wanted to get up and greet him. However, when his gaze fell on the insulated box that Su Chun was holding, he immediately realized that this person was obviously not there to surf the internet. Chapter 335. What does it smell like? It smells so good. The network administrator, who was quite experienced, immediately asked, "What do you do?" Su Chun quickly explained, "Excuse me, I'm here to sell hamburgers. I was wondering if it's allowed here." Selling hamburgers at an internet cafe at this hour? The network administrator was taken aback by this statement, somewhat confused. After all, food delivery apps are extremely convenient. Whatever you want to eat, the food will be delivered to your door very quickly. Even if you don't want to order takeout and just want to grab a quick bite, the internet cafe's front desk offers instant noodles, hot water, and other food items like sausages. However, the network administrator nodded and said, "Okay, just don't bother other people." Their attitude was fairly easygoing. "Oh, thank you. Would you like one?" Su Chun nodded gratefully and then began to promote the product. Since asking one person is the same as asking one person, asking one more person won't cost much, and maybe we can sell one more hamburger. No, I just ate," the internet cafe manager said, pointing to the instant noodle container next to him. Su Chun looked in the direction he was pointing, and sure enough, the broth in the instant noodle cup was still steaming slightly, and the noodles had been eaten clean. He smiled and nodded, said, "Okay," and then turned and walked into the internet cafe. It seems that to successfully sell hamburgers, we have to actively promote them. He sighed inwardly, trying to overcome the slight sense of shame that rose deep within him. Taking a deep breath, Su Chun mustered his courage and called out, "Hamburger, delicious hamburger, anyone want one?" The sound wasn't too loud, but thankfully the internet cafe wasn't noisy at this time. Hearing the shouts, some people only glanced at Su Chun briefly before quickly turning their attention back to their computer screens. After all, it's quite rare to see hamburgers being sold in an internet cafe at this hour in the morning. Su Chun shouted his wares several times, but no one paid any attention to him. Su Chun couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, thinking that there was probably no hope for this internet cafe. If that doesn't work, I'll just have to try my luck at the next internet cafe. He refused to believe that with so many internet cafes on such a large street, they couldn't sell 100 hamburgers. At the entrance, the internet cafe manager glanced at Su Chun listlessly, and seeing that he had returned empty-handed, he felt somewhat expectant. But when she saw the obvious disappointment on Su Chun's face, a feeling of sympathy welled up in her. "I thought to myself, if someone's still out selling hamburgers at this hour, they must be having a tough time making a living." Thinking of this, the internet cafe manager raised his hand and waved, calling out to Su Chun, "Hey, give me a hamburger. I'm still a little hungry. What flavors do you have?" Currently, only multi-layer beef burgers are available. Seeing that business had finally come, Su Chun immediately perked up and responded enthusiastically. "All right then, one please." "How much?" The internet cafe manager frowned slightly, but still decided to buy one. Since the system didn't specify a price, Su Chun just randomly quoted a number. 15 yuan each. 15. The internet cafe manager was stunned when he heard the price, and instantly felt like he had been ripped off. The chicken burgers at the nearby Wallace's are also decent. The meat is large and fatty, and you can buy 3 for 10 yuan. Tacitine also has 2 at 12.9. You dare to sell your ordinary, unbranded hamburger for 15 yuan? Who gave this person the courage? Was it Fish Liang? Thinking about this, the internet cafe manager's expression immediately turned sour, feeling that his kindness had been wasted. However, since the words had already been spoken, even though 15 yuan wasn't a large sum of money, it felt a little embarrassing to go back on my word. Left with no other choice, he could only reluctantly take out his phone and transfer money to Su Chun. Click. However, the moment Su Chun opened the insulated box, a rich, smoky aroma, carrying a primal, wild scent, wafted out. Then, there was a refreshing aroma of fresh vegetables. The hamburgers in the insulated box were all round and plump, with golden and fluffy tops and sprinkled with sesame seeds. The 3 thick, brown patties had slightly curled edges and cheese embedded in them, making them look very appealing. It looks pretty good. The network administrator glanced at it twice. The hamburger's appearance and aroma instantly dispelled his resentment. Please take this. Su Chun took out a hamburger, carefully put it in a clean plastic bag, and handed it to the internet cafe manager. Oh, okay, I'll try it. This burger looks really good. The internet cafe manager took the hamburger, its heavy weight making his wrist feel heavy. I couldn't wait any longer and tore open the bag, opened my mouth wide, and took a big bite. The first thing that greets your teeth is the soft yet chewy bread on top, with a slightly sweet taste and wheat aroma, which sinks slightly when pressed gently. Once you break through the bread dough's defenses, you'll find a perfectly brown meat patty. The moment you bite into it, the juices burst out, and the rich, mellow meaty aroma is layered with rosemary salt and black pepper. The silky, slightly sticky cheese is perfectly infused with a savory flavor, providing a satisfying chewy texture. Holy crap, this burger is delicious. The network administrator was shocked. He had initially thought he had been ripped off, but now he felt it was incredibly good value for money. I've never had such a delicious burger before. Hey, pack me 2 more. The internet cafe manager made a decision instantly and transferred money to Su Chun again, showing no trace of his previous reluctance. Okay, Su Chun smiled and immediately took out 2 more hamburgers. Just as we finished assembling this section, a boy walked over from behind and headed straight for the shelf. Hey admin, I'd like to grab a cup of instant noodles. Holy crap, what's that smelling so good? The boy was pondering which flavor of instant noodles to choose from on the shelf that evening when he suddenly smelled a delicious aroma and immediately turned around. Hamburger. The boy's gaze followed the aroma and landed firmly on the steaming hot hamburger in the internet cafe manager's hand. The semi-melted cheese stretches into 10-centimeter-long golden strands, and the crispy meat patty bursts with juice when you bite into it. Just by looking at it, you can imagine how delicious it must taste when you take a bite. As the internet cafe manager took bites of his hamburger, the aroma in the air grew stronger. The internet cafe manager was so engrossed in eating that he devoured his first hamburger in just a few bites. Not yet satisfied, he didn't even blink before eagerly pulling out a second hamburger from the bag and continuing to devour it. The boy finally couldn't hold back any longer and strode over there. He first looked the internet cafe manager up and down, who was enjoying his meal. Then his gaze fell on the insulated box in Su Chun's hand, and a sudden realization flashed through his mind. He was playing a game with his headphones on, and the volume was a bit loud, so he didn't hear Su Chun shouting that he was selling hamburgers. Chapter 336. What's this grandson eating? Is it delicious? The boy looked at the internet cafe manager, whose mouth was greasy, and although he already knew the answer, he couldn't help but ask. If it's not good, I'll gnaw on this table right in front of you, the internet cafe manager assured him, patting his chest. The boy was a regular at this internet cafe and was quite familiar with the manager, so he answered very casually. I'll have a cup of instant noodles and a hamburger, but no sausage today. As the boy spoke, he turned to Su Chun and called out, Boss, what flavors of burgers do you have? Right now, we only have multi-layer beef burgers, 15 yuan each, Su Chun replied. Ah, then you can pack 2 for me. The boy frowned slightly, thinking to himself, this hamburger isn't cheap. But since it smells so good and looks so delicious, I'll buy 2 and try them. Without further hesitation, the boy quickly paid the internet cafe manager and Su Chun respectively. Su Chun deftly took 2 hamburgers from the insulated box, put them in a bag, and handed them to the boy. After taking the hamburger, the boy turned around and walked to the shelf, randomly picked out a cup noodle dish that he usually liked, and then went to the hot water dispenser to soak the instant noodles in hot water. Only then, carrying his instant noodles and hamburger, did he return to his seat, completely satisfied. Seeing this, Suchin was quite pleased. Thinking that other people might come by the smell of the hamburgers and ask to buy them, he didn't rush to leave and decided to wait and see in the internet cafe. However, perhaps the internet cafe's ventilation system was too effective. As time passed by, and after a full 5 minutes, no one else was attracted by the aroma of the hamburgers. Left with no other choice, Suchin picked up the insulated box, took a slow step, and went out the door, ready to try his luck at the next internet cafe. The boy originally planned to wait patiently for the instant noodles to cook before eating them with the hamburger. But the aroma emanating from the hamburger kept wafting into his nose, making him itch with desire and completely whetting his appetite. The boy couldn't resist any longer and thought, since I've already bought them, it won't hurt to eat one first. So he eagerly reached into the bag containing the hamburgers, opened it, and took out one. The hamburger was still steaming hot, and you could feel its amazing softness just by holding it in your hand. The boy stared at the hamburger in his hand for a moment, then took a big bite. The first bite is full of caramelized flavor, which shows that the beef is of very high quality. The sourness of the pickled cucumbers blends with the flavor of the sauce, and you can taste the combined flavors of ketchup, yellow mustard, and other sauces. As you chew, the vegetables interspersed between the beef patties make their appearance, allowing you to savor the flavors. From soft to caramelized, from rich to refreshing, from sweet to salty and sour, multiple senses are stimulated simultaneously. The boy's eyes lit up, and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. Beside him, Xiaohu was intently preparing for a crucial team battle. The game had been going on for more than half an hour, and both sides only had one crystal left. The outcome depended on this last crucial team fight. Seeing that the opposing top laner was charging towards them aggressively. At that moment, Xiaohu felt his adrenaline surge and prepared to make his move against the opponent. Just then, an intensely fragrant aroma, so rich it was impossible to ignore, unexpectedly entered his nostrils. Xiaohu, who had originally planned to eat something after finishing the game, suddenly felt a surge of hunger that had been suppressed for a while. What is that bastard Koizumi eating? It smells so strong. Who is he trying to kill with the aroma? Xiaohu couldn't help himself and subconsciously turned his head to glance at Xiao Quan next to him. My eyes were instantly drawn to the half-eaten hamburger in Koizumi's hand. 3 layers of cheese, 3 layers of meat patties. It looks so tempting. That's awesome. Xiaohu suddenly sighed inwardly. Then, he suddenly realized that he was about to start a team fight. Quickly turn your head away and refocus your attention on the screen. However, it was too late. The screen had turned black and gray at some point, indicating that the character he was controlling had been killed. Look at the bottom right corner of the game. Where did this idiot AD come from? In a team fight, he just stands there like a turtle, not moving an inch. I could throw some rice on my keyboard, and a chicken would play better than you. Normally, Xiaohu would have already launched a scathing rebuttal without hesitation. But this time, he knew in his heart that it was indeed his mistake. No, the culprit was clearly the hamburger. Thinking of this, Xiaohu pulled off his headphones, too lazy to watch the footage of the base exploding. It's all your fault for eating a hamburger. I lost the game. What kind of hamburger smells so good? Let me try some. Xiaohu complained, revealing his true intentions without any attempt to hide them, and reached out to grab the last hamburger that Xiao Quan had left. No hamburgers, but you can take my life. Koizumi quickly protected his hamburger, glanced at the other person's screen, and said, being bad at esports is the original sin. If you're bad, just practice more. Bullshit. Shut up and give me the hamburger. Xiaohu reached out to grab it. We've been brothers for years. Is it really necessary for you to be so stingy over a hamburger? I'm hungry. I'll eat one to tide me over, and I'll give you a sausage later. Who wants a sausage? Before Koizumi could finish speaking, he felt his hands suddenly go empty. On the other side, Afei also set his sights on the hamburger, and taking advantage of Koizumi's distraction, he reached out and grabbed it. I was just thinking that this burger smells really good. As he spoke, Afei grinned and cut the hamburger in half, handing one half to Xiaohu. Then, before Koizumi could reach back to snatch it, he shoved it into his mouth. Xiaohu was quick with his hands too. As soon as he took the hamburger, he immediately stuffed it into his mouth. The hamburger was hot, even a little scalding. My hamburger. You two animals. Seeing her hamburger being taken away without any reason, Koizumi let out a cry of despair. Holy crap, this burger is so delicious. Xiaohu took a bite of the hamburger. His eyes widened instantly, and he shouted indistinctly. Ah, yes, yes, yes. Almost at the same time, Afei also exclaimed in surprise, his mouth bulging, and nodded hurriedly in agreement. This burger is truly exceptional. The soft dough crumbles easily between your teeth with a gentle bite, followed by a burst of milky flavor with a hint of savory cheese, and then the irresistibly fragrant, charred beef. Just half a hamburger was enough to win over Xiaohu and Afei. The two licked their lips, still wanting more, their eyes fixed on Koizumi, their gazes seemingly hooked, as if they wished they could conjure up even more hamburgers from him. Any more? These burgers are so delicious. I don't believe you only bought two. Xiaohu asked eagerly. I owe you both. When Xiaoquan saw the meat juice left on Xiaohu's lips, he was immediately furious. Chapter 337. I'm about to start. Watch out for being bumped. This hamburger. Could it be from that guy who was just hawking it over there? Suddenly, Afei slapped his forehead, remembering the scene from just now. He heard someone selling hamburgers in an internet cafe and took a look out of curiosity. I was thinking to myself, it's really unusual to see someone selling hamburgers at an internet cafe so late at night. But now it seems they're really something, daring to sell hamburgers at this hour. No, there's something truly amazing here. The taste of this burger is absolutely amazing. Anyway, it's so delicious that you can't stop eating it. This half-burger completely whetted Xiaohu and Afei's appetite. Koizumi was no different. He only ate one of the two hamburgers before his two mischievous friends divided it up. Now, his stomach was not only not full, but he was even hungrier. He was so angry that he wanted to swallow his two beastly friends in front of him like hamburgers. Is that hamburger vendor still there? Let's go buy some more and have a proper meal of hamburgers. As Xiaohu spoke, he quickly stood up and began scanning the internet cafe lobby. Seeing this, Koizumi and Afei quickly stood up and helped search the surrounding area. The internet cafe is such a small place, you can see the whole thing in just a couple of glances. There was no owner selling hamburgers. The three of them exchanged a glance, understood each other perfectly, and dashed to the front desk. The internet cafe manager was lounging comfortably in his chair, his belly round and full, occasionally letting out a satisfied burp, exuding an aura of utter contentment. He devoured two large hamburgers in one go. He was so full. Before eating the hamburger, he also finished a bucket of instant noodles, adding not only sausage but also an egg. The only thing he slightly regretted was why he ate that bowl of instant noodles first. If he had known there were such delicious hamburgers, he would have skipped dinner and just focused on eating them. How satisfying that would have been. Fortunately, there's still one hamburger left, which I can save for tomorrow's breakfast. When it's time for someone to come and relieve me, I can go to the convenience store, heat it up in the microwave, buy a steaming cup of millet porridge, eat it comfortably, and then go home to sleep. Just thinking about it makes me feel wonderful. Bro, where's the hamburger vendor? Koizumi and his two companions rushed to the front desk and got straight to the point. Oh, I just went downstairs. The internet cafe manager glanced at Koizumi and immediately gave him a meaningful, enigmatic smile. He knew perfectly well that there wasn't enough food, and he regretted not buying more. Unlike me, who knew immediately that this burger was a rare delicacy after just one taste, and promptly prepared enough for tomorrow's breakfast. No way they're leaving already? Upon hearing this, Koizumi's face immediately fell. Then he saw a hamburger in the plastic bag of the internet cafe manager on the bar table. Brother, are you going to have too much to eat? Can I buy it at the original price? Koizumi stared longingly at the hamburger and tentatively asked. Go away, what are you talking about? I'm saving this for breakfast. The network administrator was taken aback at first, but then he realized what was happening and quickly picked up the hamburger, carefully stuffing it into the cabinet. What kind of people are they? They even covet the hamburger that I'm saving for breakfast. There's absolutely no room for negotiation on this. To prevent the three men from continuing to try and steal his hamburgers, the internet cafe manager quickly added. The hamburger vendor just came downstairs, no more than 2 or 3 minutes ago. Go down and look for him. He can't have gone far. Upon hearing this, the three of them immediately lit up and, without saying a word, rushed out the door. Stepping out of the internet cafe, the streets outside were quiet, with only the streetlights on. Koizumi quickly assigned tasks. Xiaohu, look to the left. Afei, look to the right. I'll look across the street. They'll probably come to sell hamburgers at night, using a tricycle, food truck, or electric scooter or something like that. As Koizumi spoke, he carefully observed the street. What if the boss comes in a van? After thinking about it, Afei felt that this possibility could not be ruled out, so he added a comment. Let's look for it first. Koizumi responded, and the three of them began to gaze intently into the distance. It was past 1 a.m., and the streets were deserted, with very few vehicles and pedestrians. You could see far into the distance. However, the three of them stared wide-eyed, looking left and right, but still couldn't find anyone who looked like they were selling hamburgers. Not to mention vehicles like food carts, tricycles, and electric vehicles. No way. How far can they run in just 2 or 3 minutes? Xiaohu was having some existential questions. He suddenly remembered that when he carried his instant noodles back to his seat, the hamburger vendor was still standing at the counter. In the short time it takes to eat a hamburger and exchange a few words, it's really not appropriate to travel too far, right? No, there really isn't. Afei sighed, filled with disappointment. He turned his head and looked around. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. Hey, holy crap, there's a Cullinan here. Afei is a car enthusiast. Although he can't afford a luxury car, that doesn't stop him from knowing all about famous cars. Cullinan, I'm still struggling financially. I told you to find someone who sells hamburgers, so can you just focus on ordering? Do you want a hamburger or not? Xiaohu made a comment. I also want to eat a hamburger, but I need to find someone first. Afei replied, then looked at Cullinan with an irresistible urge. You guys keep looking, I'll go take a picture and have a photo with this Cullinan. As he spoke, Afei trotted over to the Cullinan. Inside the car, Su-chin sat in the driver's seat, without starting the engine or turning on the lights. I was looking at my phone to see the location of the next internet cafe and to see if parking was convenient. On Dongxi Road, the nearest internet cafe is called Fenghua Internet Cafe, which is about 2 kilometers away. Su-chun memorized the location and was about to start the attack when he suddenly noticed a figure lurking nearby, doing something suspicious. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a young man circling around his Cullinan, striking various poses to take photos. Luckily, it was discovered in time. Otherwise, if we had started driving and accidentally bumped into the other vehicle, it would have been a huge problem. Su-chin secretly rejoiced, then turned on the car lights and Ming rolled down the window, kindly reminding him. Hey buddy, move aside. I'm about to start my ride. Be careful not to get bumped. Afei was also startled by the sudden sound and light. He was so engrossed in admiring the luxury car in front of him and taking as many photos as possible that he didn't even notice that there was someone sitting in the driver's seat. Of course, this is not his fault. Firstly, Su-chun did not turn on the headlights, and secondly, the car was covered with sun protection film, so it was dark inside and impossible to see what was happening inside from the outside. Chapter 338, Am I insane, or has the world gone mad? Excuse me, could I take one last picture? Afei has a great mentality. Even when the car owner noticed that he was taking pictures around the car, he didn't feel embarrassed at all. After all, it's rare to have the chance to get up close to such an expensive and luxurious car as the Cullinan on a regular basis. Now that the opportunity has finally come, they naturally don't want to miss it. Okay, go ahead and take the picture. Su-chin nodded. He wasn't a stingy person to begin with, and he felt that taking a photo wouldn't take much time, so there was no need to fuss about it. Afei immediately pressed the shutter button excitedly, and with a click, he took a photo with the front of the car, his face beaming with satisfaction. After taking the photo, he glanced at Su-chun and was surprised to find that the other person was so young. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be about the same age as me. He's definitely a rich kid, but he's a pretty easygoing one. In an instant, Afei labeled Su-chun in his mind, and a hint of envy and jealousy quietly rose in his heart. Bro, the Cullinan must be pretty expensive, right? Driven by curiosity, Afei couldn't help but ask. It was a free gift from the system, I didn't spend any money. Suchin only thought about these words silently in his heart, without saying them aloud. Moreover, the actual price of this car will definitely vary depending on various configurations and optional extras. Good. Suchin smiled and gave a simple reply. On the other side, Xiao Hu and Xiao Quan were still waiting for Fei to return. The two were discussing whether to walk a little further and expand their search area to see if they could find the hamburger vendor. When I turned my head, I saw Fei chatting enthusiastically with the car owner. The two looked helpless and quickly ran over, only to see Fei gesturing excitedly at the Cullinan. Xiao Hu said irritably, Fei, are you still not done yet? Hurry up and come find the hamburger owner with me. Fei waved his hand without turning his head and said, Hey, you guys go ahead and look for it. This is a Cullinan. You don't usually get a chance to run into one. Koizumi glanced instinctively at the driver's seat, and what he saw made his eyes widen in disbelief. No, Koizumi muttered to himself, thinking he had misread it. He quickly rubbed his eyes hard and took another careful look. Upon seeing this, I was completely stunned. Holy crap! Koizumi couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Xiao Hu, who was standing next to him, was startled by the noise and said irritably, What are you yelling about again? No, this is the owner of the hamburger shop. Koizumi pointed at Suchin with a look as if he had seen a ghost. After all, I had just seen him at the internet cafe front desk and even bought a hamburger from him, so I definitely wouldn't mistake him for someone else. Are you kidding me? Xiao Hu and Fei looked at Xiao Quan with suspicion, then turned their gaze to Suchin. In any case, they could not associate Cullinan with selling hamburgers in an internet cafe. When Suchin heard Xiao Hu shout, Find the hamburger vendor, earlier, he suddenly realized what was going on. Are you here to buy hamburgers? Suchin asked. Yes, we're here to buy hamburgers. Koizumi responded, but halfway through his sentence, he felt that what he was saying sounded particularly awkward. No way, bro, you're driving a Cullinan around selling hamburgers? Am I crazy, or is the world crazy? Xiao Hu's mind was also in complete chaos at this moment, feeling like his brain was a complete mess. Suchin didn't think too much about it. The more hamburgers he sold, the closer he was to completing his mission. So he immediately opened the trunk, then pushed open the car door and went to the back of the car. Multi-layered beef burgers, 15 yuan each. How many do you want? Suchin spoke calmly. When Koizumi bought the hamburger before, he thought the price of 15 yuan was a bit expensive, but after tasting it, he felt that the taste was indeed good and it was worth the price. But at this moment, looking at the expensive Cullinan in front of me, and then comparing it to this $15 hamburger, I inexplicably felt that the price of the hamburger seemed a bit cheap. Fei finally snapped out of his shock and asked in a slightly trembling voice. No, I want to ask, if I start selling hamburgers from a street stall now, when will I be able to afford a Cullinan? Maybe in the next life. Xiao Hu replied curtly, but at least he was still somewhat rational. After all, just a little thought reveals that trying to buy a Cullinan by selling hamburgers at a street stall is simply a pipe dream. Even if you can make $5 on a single hamburger, you'd have to sell 2 million hamburgers, which is clearly unrealistic. Everyone's gaze followed Suchin as he opened the trunk, where neatly arranged insulated boxes were seen. When Fei saw this, he couldn't help but gasp. This guy actually dared to lay the back seat flat and put the insulated box directly on the high-end leather seat. If I owned a Cullinan, I would treat it like an ancestor, meticulously cleaning and maintaining it every day, doing everything myself and not allowing the slightest carelessness. Bro, give me one. No, 2 hamburgers, please. Koizumi originally only wanted to buy another hamburger, since she still had a bucket of instant noodles left to eat. But looking at the Cullinan in front of him, he felt that buying only one was not enough, and therefore changed his mind. Xiao Hu and Fei had similar thoughts, feeling that it wouldn't be appropriate to buy too few in this situation, so they each ordered 2 hamburgers. Suchin worked very quickly and efficiently, packing the hamburgers the 3 people wanted and handing them over one by one. At this moment, Suchin silently calculated in his mind that requirement 2 for daily business operations had become 8 out of 100. Well, the internet cafe manager doesn't count, since they work at the internet cafe, not as customers who pay to use the internet. Brother, do you come here to sell hamburgers every day? Koizumi took the hamburger and asked another question. Anyway, this burger tastes really good, and I would love to eat it more often if I could. Yeah, I've been selling hamburgers at internet cafes along Dongshi Road every night lately. If not at this internet cafe, then at another one. Suchin nodded and answered patiently. That's great, bro. We'll definitely support you every day from now on. Koizumi quickly replied, his eyes sincere, indicating he had become a loyal fan of hamburgers. Bro, your burgers are so delicious. Why don't you open a shop in a fixed location? Your business would be booming if you opened a shop, and you wouldn't have to work so hard running around. Ah-Fei offered his advice with a sincere expression. This burger is so delicious. Opening a physical store like this will surely make a fortune sooner or later. After saying this, Suchin hadn't even had a chance to say his usual excuse, that setting up a stall was just a hobby. Xiaohu clicked his tongue and said with a hint of sarcasm, They drive Cullinans. Why do you need to worry about whether they make money or not? Let's buy some hamburgers and head out. The machine's still running. Let's play a little longer and then go home to sleep. Chapter 339, The Fortress Series. Suchun was spared the trouble of explaining. He smiled, turned around, and got back into the car. I had originally planned to head to the next internet cafe, but seeing the current situation, I decided not to rush off. Maybe someone will come down to buy a hamburger, so we might as well wait here for a while and see how things go. Koizumi and his two companions returned to the internet cafe with their hamburgers. When the internet cafe manager saw the three of them return, each carrying a hamburger, he immediately realized that they must have found the hamburger vendor. For some reason, seeing the hamburgers in their hands, the internet cafe manager felt a little tempted and suddenly wanted to buy another batch. After all, even though I ate instant noodles before, I still showed off 2 hamburgers in one go. Now that I think about it, the last one definitely won't be enough for tomorrow morning. Is the hamburger vendor gone? I'd like to buy another one. The network administrator hurriedly stepped forward and asked. They haven't left yet. Go look at the entrance. There's a Cullinan there. That's the owner of the hamburger shop, Koizumi said. Question mark. The network administrator had just stood up when he heard that the boss hadn't left, but when he heard the next sentence, he didn't understand what Koizumi meant. What do you mean by having a Cullinan and being a hamburger shop owner? The network administrator frowned, unable to understand the combination of words in the sentence, even though it was in Chinese. Oh, it's that Cullinan by the door, the one the hamburger vendor drives. You can just go and buy it. I've never seen anyone drive a Cullinan out selling hamburgers before. I've ridden in a Cullinan, but I've never ridden in one. People aren't as good as burgers. The three of them began to express their feelings in turn. Wait a minute. The network administrator was silent for a moment, a hint of doubt in his eyes, before slowly saying, Wait, are you talking about the Cullinan, the one whose price can buy 2 apartments in a second-tier city, and which has a Spirit of Ecstasy emblem? It's the kind of car that's really expensive. Koizumi and his 2 friends found themselves inexplicably amused by the internet cafe manager's expression. After all, when the 3 of them discovered that the hamburger vendor was driving a Cullinan, they were in a similar situation. Now it's others' turn to experience this wonderful feeling, and they feel a unique kind of pleasure. The internet cafe manager felt that the 3 people were deliberately trying to bluff him, but he couldn't find any evidence to refute them. In the end, still somewhat doubtful, I walked towards the door. As soon as I got to the door, I saw a Cullinan parked there quietly. The car body gleamed with a low-key yet luxurious sheen under the streetlights. The car lights are on right now. The internet cafe manager curiously looked out the front window and immediately recognized the person sitting in the driver's seat as the owner who had just sold hamburgers. Would you like to buy a hamburger? Suchin kept his eyes on the entrance of the internet cafe and immediately recognized the internet cafe manager. He then leaned out and greeted him warmly. Okay, give me 2 more hamburgers. The internet cafe manager walked over with a complex expression on his face. Suchin nodded, opened the trunk, got out of the car, took out a hamburger from the insulated box, and put it in a bag. Seeing the familiar insulated box, the network administrator's last remaining doubt was finally confirmed. No, is this reasonable? The network administrator looked at the car, then at the person. I felt like my entire worldview shattered in that instant. Why would someone drive a Cullinan to an internet cafe in the middle of the night and hawk hamburgers? Are all rich people this hardworking these days? The internet cafe manager thought back to how he had just felt sorry for the hamburger vendor, thinking that he must be having a hard time making a living by selling hamburgers so late at night. Now, he only wants to pity himself. He feels like he's the one who has it the hardest. Meanwhile, Koizumi and his two companions returned to their seats with their hamburgers. My instant noodles, I completely forgot about them. As soon as Koizumi sat down, he saw the instant noodles that had been soaking on the table for half a day and immediately let out a scream. This instant noodle has probably been soaking for at least 10 minutes. The noodles are already mushy and mushy. All right, 2 hamburgers aren't enough for you. Xiaohu rolled his eyes at Xiao Quan, then eagerly took a hamburger out of the bag and took a big bite. The burger tasted as delicious as ever, and that familiar texture instantly burst in my mouth. The soft dough, the rich and fragrant beef patty, the crisp pickled cucumbers with just the right amount of semi-melted cheese. Every bite made Xiaohu feel incredibly satisfied. Koizumi glanced at the unappealing bowl of instant noodles in front of her and immediately lost her appetite. She then decisively took out a hamburger from the bag and began to eat it in large bites. Fei was the same. The 3 of them sat in their seats, and the way they ate their hamburgers was exactly the same, as if they were all cut from the same mold. The enticing aroma of hamburgers slowly wafted through the air. Several people who were engrossed in playing games suddenly looked up involuntarily, sniffing the air, and began searching for the source of the enticing aroma. Wow, what's that smell? It smells amazing. Dude, where did you guys buy your burgers? They look pretty good. I want to buy some too. Someone ran over first, their eyes fixed on the hamburgers in Koizumi's and his companion's hands. Several people nearby, who were also drawn by the aroma of hamburgers, put down their headphones upon hearing this and eagerly awaited the answer. Koizumi and his 2 companions were engrossed in their meal when they heard the question. They looked up and found several people staring at them expectantly. Oh, right outside the internet cafe, there's a Cullinan. It's the one that sells hamburgers. You guys can go buy some. It had better hurry. I heard from the boss that we might go to the next internet cafe. Koizumi swallowed the hamburger in her mouth and said hurriedly, "What the heck?" The people around were immediately stunned. How did the words Cullinan and selling hamburgers come together? No way, buddy, are you kidding me? Someone drives a Cullinan and comes out to sell hamburgers. Some people were speechless, thinking that Koizumi was definitely talking nonsense. How could someone who drives a Cullinan be out selling hamburgers? It was simply absurd. Seriously, you'll see for yourselves. The owner really does drive a Cullinan to sell burgers. I'd be a dog to lie to you. Koizumi swore an oath, his face serious. The group of people looked at each other. We've all just met by chance, and no one knows each other. It's really not worth cursing yourself over something like this. Driving a Cullinan to sell hamburgers, that's definitely worth checking out. Immediately, 5 or 6 people threw down their keyboards and mice and ran towards the door. In the small parking lot in front of the internet cafe, a Cullinan was parked quietly, its headlights shining brightly, making it particularly eye-catching. A few people stood at the entrance of the internet cafe, looking at each other, none of them daring to go over first. After all, if that kid was just talking nonsense, and they rashly went over to buy hamburgers from the Cullinan owner, they might get yelled at as crazy, which would be incredibly embarrassing. Chapter 340. Who took my seat? Suchin sat in the car and saw several people standing at the entrance of the internet cafe, glancing in his direction from time to time. He immediately understood, realizing that they were probably drawn over by the hamburgers. So he rolled down the car window again and asked, "Want to buy a hamburger?" Holy crap, they really do sell hamburgers? Someone exclaimed in surprise, their tone complex. Unbelievable. Selling hamburgers in a Cullinan? What are people thinking these days? I can't take it anymore. I have to try the burgers that I had in Cullinan and see what they taste like. It must taste delicious. Just smelling that aroma made my stomach rumble. The group of people chatted amongst themselves and then dashed off toward the Cullinan. When Suchin saw them running over, he reached out and opened the trunk, then got out of the car and walked over. Upon seeing the scene inside the trunk, the group couldn't help but murmur amongst themselves again. Wow, that's really generous. This is a Cullinan, and they just put an insulated box right on the leather seats. That's right. If it were my car, I would be heartbroken for a month if there was even a dent, let alone a cooler box. Suchin pretended not to hear. What could he say? He didn't want it to be this way, but for now, he had no choice but to rely on the Cullinan for transportation. A multi-layered beef burger, 15 yuan each, Su Chen introduced to the crowd. 15 for a hamburger. That's a bit expensive, someone muttered quietly. But before he could finish speaking, as if suddenly realizing something, he couldn't help but laugh. Oh, you sell Cullinan cars? Then it's all right. Everyone laughed when they heard that. This isn't just a hamburger, it's the taste of a luxury car. Anyway, I can't afford a Cullinan, so being able to eat a burger that I once stayed in a Cullinan is something new to talk about. Boss, give me 3. I want 1. I want 2. Several people placed their orders. Su Chen was alert to everything around him, and his movements were clean and efficient. As soon as someone calls out a number, he immediately reaches into the insulated box, precisely takes out the hamburger, and quickly hands it to the customer. After ordering, the 6 people bought a total of 10 hamburgers. One of the boys wearing glasses took the hamburger, immediately held it up next to the Cullinan, took out his phone, and snapped a photo. He thought to himself with delight, and when he got back, he posted on his WeChat moments with the caption, "The taste of Cullinan, both the burger and I want to know." You'll definitely get a lot of likes. Some people don't care about all that. They're simply drawn in by the aroma of the hamburger. After watching the excitement, I picked up a hamburger and started eating with gusto. The rich and mellow meaty aroma bursts forth with an irresistible flavor the moment it enters the mouth, instantly captivating the taste buds of several people. Holy crap, this is delicious. I knew it was good just from the smell, but it was really delicious once I tasted it. The hamburgers are so delicious. No wonder the owner can drive a Cullinan. Boss, you must have learned your skills from a master chef. As the group ate their hamburgers, their mouths never stopped. They savored the delicious food while praising it, and also tried to get some information out of Su Chen to gossip about. Su Chen simply smiled and didn't say anything more. Judging from the taste of the burger, these people will most likely buy it again. Sure enough, after the 6 of them had almost finished their first hamburgers, the satisfied expressions on their faces became more and more obvious. Especially the 2 people who had only bought 1 and wanted to try it first, were still not satisfied and asked Su Chen to pack 3 more so they could take them back and enjoy them later. When the 6 people returned to the internet cafe, Su Chen carefully counted them and found that 16 hamburgers had been sold in this round. Including those that were sold previously, the total number has reached 26. This is the first internet cafe. It doesn't seem as difficult as I imagined. But then he realized that he was still more than 100 short of the total target, so he decided not to make any promises too soon. Su Chen got back into the car. This time, he was really going to head to the next internet cafe. After all, there are only so many people in the internet cafe at night. If someone really wanted a burger, they would have come along. If not, then don't count on it. Before starting the car, Su Chen picked up his phone again to carefully confirm the route to Fenghua Internet Cafe. Before long, we arrived safely near the Fenghua Internet Cafe. However, when he arrived at his destination, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. Although there was a designated parking area in front of the Internet Cafe, there were only 6 spaces, and they were completely full, with cars parked side by side without any gaps. How about we pull over temporarily on the side of the road? Su Chen sat in the driver's seat, feeling somewhat conflicted. After all, we've come all this way. It would be a bit of a shame to just turn around and go home without even going into the internet cafe. While he was still hesitating, he subconsciously glanced around a couple more times. Upon closer inspection, an unexpected discovery was made. There's a small alleyway right next to the internet cafe. Because there were no streetlights in the alley, the lighting was dim, so much so that he didn't notice it at first glance. Su Chen squinted and looked into the alley. He noticed that there were several cars parked on the left side of the alley, and there was an empty space in the middle of them. He was overjoyed and immediately drove over, parking his car steadily in the empty space. After parking the car, Su Chen opened the trunk, took out the insulated box, and walked into Fenghua Internet Cafe. The situation here is similar to that of Shinkong Internet Cafe, with a dozen or so customers scattered around the lobby surfing the internet. Su Chen walked to the front desk and asked the questions as usual. After receiving permission from the staff, he began to call out along the aisle. After his first attempt at promoting his wares at Shinkong Internet Cafe, Su Chen felt a little more at ease this time, and his confidence was much stronger, so his voice naturally became louder. A multi-layered beef burger. Anyone want one? Just as Su Chen was shouting his wares in the internet cafe, over in this alley, Zhao Tianxi drove his Volkswagen to the alley entrance, full of resentment. Having just finished a long day of overtime work, I was already exhausted, both physically and mentally, and full of resentment with nowhere to vent. At that moment, all he wanted was to park the car quickly and go home to get some rest. As usual, Zhao Tianxi was about to park his car in his usual parking space. However, when he approached the parking space, he saw that an unfamiliar car was parked there, completely occupying the spot that was originally his. Who the hell stole my parking space? Didn't they see the sign? Zhao Tianxi was instantly enraged. His pent-up frustration and exhaustion from the entire day ignited. Parking spaces in this alley have always been scarce, and they are usually reserved for residents of the buildings inside the alley. To prevent outside vehicles from occupying parking spaces at will, a conspicuous sign was specially hung at the entrance of the alley, which clearly stated, "Parking spaces here are for residents only." Chapter 341, Could she be an internet celebrity? Zhao Tianxi slammed on the brakes, stopped the car at the alley entrance, and jumped out angrily. Only then did they realize that the signboard had been kicked into a corner by some itchy-footed guy and was lying all alone on the ground. Who did this despicable thing? Zhao Tianxi's blood pressure spiked on the spot. He couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath, then bent down, straightened the sign, and put it back in its original place. Then, he quickly went to his parking space so that the other party could move the car as soon as possible. However, you won't believe it until you see it, and what you find will shock you. As he got closer, Zhao Tianxi realized that it was actually a Cullinan. Goodness, this car, parked right here, instantly transforms a lousy parking space into a high-class spot. Zhao Tianxi looked at the windshield but didn't see the phone number. However, when he touched the hood, it was still warm. It's clear the car owner had just left not long ago. It was the middle of the night, and the area was deserted. Apart from the occasional passerby, there was nowhere to go. Zhao Tianxi is very experienced in this, because people who want to use the internet often park their cars in this alley for convenience. What's wrong with a Cullinan? A Cullinan can't take someone else's parking spot. Just because you drive a luxury car doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. Zhao Tianxi muttered something under his breath, glared at Cullinan, and turned to walk angrily toward the internet cafe. Meanwhile, in the internet cafe, a guy had just finished a game. Feeling a bit hungry, I picked up my phone to order takeout. I opened the food delivery app and saw the late-night delivery fee. Goodness, it starts at 3 yuan. The older brother was a little reluctant to part with the food, so he decided to just get a cup of instant noodles from the front desk and make do with that. Just as he was about to get up, he suddenly heard Su Chen shout from the side. Selling hamburgers at an internet cafe in the middle of the night is rather amusing. The older brother wasn't particularly interested in instant noodles to begin with, but when he heard that hamburgers were for sale, he immediately perked up and waved to Su Chen. "Boss, how much are the hamburgers? What flavors do you have?" Upon seeing a customer arrive, Su Chen hurried over and opened the insulated box. "We only have multi-layer beef burgers right now, 15 each. How many would you like?" Su Chen immediately introduced. 15? The older brother frowned slightly. A bucket of instant noodles only costs 4 or 5 yuan. This burger costs so much, it seems a bit pricey. But then his gaze fell on the hamburgers in the insulated box. The tender and juicy beef patties are layered, sandwiched with crisp lettuce and rich cheese, making them incredibly tempting. The older brother couldn't help but swallow. "Give me 2 to try." "Okay." Su Chen quickly packed the hamburger and handed it to his older brother. The older brother wasn't picky and just casually took one out. He took a bite and was surprised. The thick beef was fragrant and chewy, and when he chewed it carefully, he could also taste a milky flavor. The bread itself is quite substantial, with a malty aroma and a very soft texture. "Damn, this burger is delicious. You have to try it." The older brother was clearly a generous person. He immediately took out a hamburger and shared it with his friend who had come with him. "TSK, it smells pretty good." The person next to him sniffed, smelled the aroma, and without hesitation, took it and put it in their mouth. Then his eyes widened. and he looked at the hamburger in his hand with a look of surprise. They really are delicious. I'll buy a few too. The aroma of hamburgers spread from this direction, and several people surfing the internet nearby looked over after smelling the aroma. Zhao Tianqi walked into the internet cafe, his eyes quickly scanning the lobby, trying to find the owner of the Cullinan. He saw Su Chen selling hamburgers in the aisle, but didn't pay any attention to it. However, he couldn't tell just by looking at him, so he went to the front desk. I live in the alley next door. Could you please ask someone whose car is parked in the alley and ask them to move it? Zhao Tianqi is working on the pipeline network. The network administrator looked up at Zhao Tianqi and smiled helplessly. He had encountered this many times before, because people often use the parking spaces in the alley to come and use the internet. Parking is scarce in this area, and people have had many arguments about parking. The network administrator was operating the computer while asking Zhao Tianqi questions. Brother, what kind of car is it? What's the license plate number? I need to make the announcement more accurate, otherwise it will be difficult to find the owner. Zhao Tianqi then slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten to check the license plate. However, he quickly added, I didn't see the license plate, but the car was a Cullinan, so it shouldn't be wrong. That car is so conspicuous, I recognized it at a glance. Upon hearing the words Cullinan, the network administrator was taken aback. Cullinan, the really expensive Cullinan. Right. After confirming that Zhao Tianqi was referring to that famous luxury car, the internet cafe administrator couldn't help but chuckle. Dude, I don't think he's here to use the internet. He drives a Cullinan. Surely he has a top-of-the-line computer at home. There's no need for him to come to our internet cafe so late at night. After listening to this, Zhao Tianqi thought about it carefully and felt that what the network administrator said seemed to make sense. But since I was already there, I insisted that the internet cafe manager ask, just in case the car owner really was in the internet cafe. The internet cafe manager couldn't refuse Zhao Tianqi, so he had no choice but to turn on the cafe's public address system. Anyone who frequently goes to an internet cafe knows that the loudspeakers in internet cafes are usually used to announce when a customer on a particular machine gets a pentakill or a chicken dinner, a highlight moment in the game. Cough cough. The network administrator cleared his throat and announced over the loudspeaker. Who drove this Cullinan and is blocking a private parking space in the alley? Please move it. The broadcast instantly resounded throughout the entire internet cafe, much louder than Su Chen's shouts. To ensure the car owner could hear it, the network administrator read it 3 times in a row. As a popular car, the Cullinan is quite well known and is often the subject of jokes among netizens. Upon hearing that someone had driven a Cullinan to the internet cafe, many people who were engrossed in playing games subconsciously looked up. We have to see what the rich guy who drives a Cullinan looks like. She might even be an internet celebrity. Su Chen was stunned when he heard the broadcast. The Cullinan in the alley, isn't that my own car? That parking space was a private one. I didn't see any sign indicating it was private. He glanced back at the bar and, sure enough, saw someone standing there looking annoyed. Seeing this, Su Chen knew he was in the wrong. He wasn't the kind of person who was unreasonable. After all, you've taken someone else's private parking space, and anyone would feel uncomfortable in that situation. Moreover, the other party was quite polite. They only came up to ask someone to move their car. If the other party gets angry and calls the traffic police to tow the car away, or deliberately blocks the parking space with their car, then my plan to sell hamburgers and complete my task tonight will be completely ruined. Thinking of this, Su Chen had no choice but to put aside the matter of selling hamburgers for the time being. Chapter 342, I don't believe it. Don't be ridiculous. He saw several people walking towards him, seemingly intending to buy hamburgers. Su Chen looked apologetic and scratched his head. Everyone, I'm so sorry. I need to go downstairs and move my car first. If you still want to buy hamburgers, please come downstairs to find me. Several customers looked completely bewildered, their heads filled with question marks. No. Why move the car? Why does the hamburger vendor suddenly need to move his car? The group of people couldn't bring themselves to associate the Cullinan with the hamburger vendor in front of them. After all, this art style is just too jarring. But then they saw Su Chen quickly pick up the insulated box and run hurriedly toward the front desk. Wait a minute, if I heard correctly, the broadcast just mentioned Cullinan, right? One of the customers snapped out of his daze and asked uncertainly. Yes. The people next to him echoed. Really? This hamburger vendor drives a Cullinan. I don't believe you. Don't be ridiculous. The group looked at each other, all feeling that the whole thing was a bit absurd. The first guy who bought the hamburger was still enjoying its deliciousness and was preparing to buy a few more. Upon witnessing this sudden scene, they were stunned and stood frozen in place. He paused for 2 seconds before slowly speaking. You can tell if it's real or fake just by looking at it. Anyway, I really love this burger, so I have to buy a few more. After saying that, the group rushed towards the front desk. On the other side, Zhao Tianqi was standing at the front desk, unsure whether the Cullinan owner was actually at the internet cafe. Seeing Su Chan hurrying over with the incubator, he just glanced at him casually and didn't take it seriously. Until Su Chan walked up to him. Excuse me, did I take your parking spot? I'll move it right now. Zhao Tianqi was taken aback at first, then shifted his gaze from Su Chan to the insulated box in his hand. He turned his head to look at Su Chan again, and the expression on his face gradually froze. Zhao Tianqi was speechless for a moment. Wait a minute. Seeing that Su Chan was about to step out to move the car, Zhao Tianqi subconsciously reached out and grabbed him. Is that Cullinan yours? I think so. Didn't you say it was the one parked in the alley? Su Chan hesitated for a moment. Could there be a second Cullinan in this alley? It's true that it was parked in the alley, but that's a Cullinan. Zhao Tianqi was completely dumbfounded. How could someone who sells hamburgers possibly afford a Cullinan? Of course, I didn't say it aloud. It would be too offensive. I could think that in my mind, but I absolutely couldn't say it out loud. Oh, why don't we just go and see for ourselves? Yeah. Hurry up and move the car. I'm waiting to buy a hamburger. The customers who followed behind started making a fuss. They wanted to see if it was real, but they also wanted to buy a hamburger. Su Chan was too lazy to explain, so he simply took out his car keys from his pocket. The car key is made of black piano lacquer, giving it a premium feel, and it features the classic R logo. Holy crap! Is this what a Cullinan car key looks like? I don't know. I've never driven it. Could it be a lighter? Some people speculated, half-jokingly. Several people stared at the car keys, their tone gradually becoming complicated. But at this moment, they gradually realized that this was probably true. Su Chan strode out of the internet cafe and headed straight for the alley entrance. He pressed the remote button on the car key, and the Cullinan's headlights flashed twice before turning on. This scene was clearly seen by the people following behind, which completely confirmed that the luxury car was indeed driven by the hamburger shop owner. Su Chan returned to the car, skillfully started it, and slowly drove it out of the parking space, returning the spot to Zhao Tianqi. Zhao Tianqi got into his Volkswagen with a blank expression, drove the car into the parking space, and turned off the engine. He sat in the driver's seat, his mind a complete mess. Am I going crazy from working so much overtime? Isn't this world a bit too crazy? Someone drives a Cullinan, but is selling hamburgers in an internet cafe? Imagine yourself working overtime until 1 a.m., driving a Volkswagen you bought 5 years ago, while this hamburger vendor is driving a Cullinan. Or maybe I should switch careers and sell hamburgers myself. Here, Su Chan had no choice but to temporarily pull over and stop the car. Several customers who had chased after the Cullinan from the internet cafe stood on the roadside, their eyes fixed on the Cullinan. Then they saw the Cullinan's trunk slowly open, revealing several identical insulated boxes neatly arranged inside. Wow, these are genuine leather seats. Okay, now I'm someone who's had a Cullinan-style burger too. As they were talking, they saw Su Chan get out of the car and immediately surrounded him excitedly. Dude, what were you thinking, driving a Cullinan and selling hamburgers? Is the money you make selling hamburgers all night enough to cover your car's gas costs? Are you an internet celebrity? You're driving a Cullinan and selling burgers. Are you actually filming a video? As they talked, someone peered around cautiously, trying to find the hidden camera. I'm not an internet celebrity. I just sell hamburgers. How many do you want? Su Chan was completely overwhelmed by the series of questions. He really didn't know how to answer these questions, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and steer the conversation back to hamburgers. I want 2. The burgers are really delicious. I'll have 3 more. I want 3. Everyone took turns reporting their numbers. Su Chan quickly agreed and deftly packed hamburgers for the group. Just don't ask him any more questions. The main problem is that he didn't know what to say when asked, so it's better to remain silent. Zhao Tianxi got out of the car, intending to go straight home to sleep. But I subconsciously turned my head and saw that the Cullinan was standing by the roadside, surrounded by a group of people who seemed to be selling hamburgers. How about we buy two to try? The thought flashed through Zhao Tianxi's mind. Before he could react, his feet had already involuntarily moved towards Su Chen. As Zhao Tianxi slowly approached, he overheard Su Chen's conversation with the customers and grew increasingly curious. He leaned closer, looked at the steaming hamburger in Su Chen's hand, and said, "Hey, give me two." Su Chen looked up at him, smiled and nodded, then quickly put two hamburgers in a bag and handed them over. Zhao Tianxi took the hamburger, paid for it, and eagerly took a bite. The dough is soft and fluffy with a wheat aroma. The beef patty is firm yet tender, and the cheese, with its long, stretchy strands, instantly elevates the flavor to a whole new level with its rich and creamy milky taste. One bite, and Zhao Tianxi felt his tongue was so overwhelmed by the aroma that it practically ran away from home. Even the pent-up resentment from working overtime was soothed and vanished in that instant. Chapter 343. Oh no, I've been pitted. At first, Zhao Tianxi thought that driving a Cullinan to sell hamburgers was just a way to attract attention and create a buzz. Or they're the kind of people who are single-mindedly focused on becoming internet celebrities. Using the novelty of selling hamburgers with Cullinan as a starting point, they filmed various videos to attract fans, eventually resorting to live-streaming sales to fleece their followers. But after taking a real bite of the hamburger, he realized that his previous thoughts were too one-sided. If this hamburger vendor really intends to take the influencer route and sell such delicious hamburgers, then I'd be willing to be exploited like a lamb. The taste of this burger is simply irresistible. Zhao Tianxi ate one bite after another with great relish, and the two hamburgers were gone in the blink of an eye. Still wanting more, he patted his stomach, completely won over by the hamburger. Without hesitation, he said, "Give me 3 more. I'll take them home and eat them tomorrow." Several other customers who had followed the diners out of the internet cafe also decided to buy a few more to keep for later. Just as everyone was about to leave, one of the diners suddenly seemed to remember something and asked a question. "Boss, this burger is so delicious. Where do you usually sell burgers? I'll make a special trip there to buy them from now on. I'll be selling hamburgers along the internet cafes on Dongxi Road for the next few days, after 1 a.m., Su Chen said. "Boss, you left home way too late. Could you have come earlier?" "That's right. Boss, come early. I'll bring a few more friends to support you." Everyone felt it was a bit too late, since they couldn't possibly stay up all night at the internet cafe every day. "I'm sorry. I have other things to do at other times, so I can only come at this time." Su Chen had no choice, since the business hours were already limited. "Sigh, all right then." Several diners sighed, exchanged glances, and discussed that they would definitely come back at the same time tomorrow. Seeing the customers gradually leave, Su Chen took advantage of the free time and, too lazy to calculate the current sales figures himself, silently asked the system in his mind, "How many have been sold so far?" Total amount, 102/200. Requirement 2, 90/100. Upon seeing this data, Su Chen was overjoyed. "I've only checked in at 2 internet cafes. Completing the remaining 2 is a piece of cake." However, in terms of total sales, it is still far from the target of 200. "We still need to work harder." Su Chen sighed softly, then immediately took out his phone and quickly swiped his finger across the screen to find the address of the next internet cafe. After all, parking is difficult here, and staying parked on the side of the road isn't a long-term solution, so it's better to head to the next place. After some searching, Su Chen learned that the third internet cafe was a chain called Blue Whale Internet Cafe. The navigation system indicated that the distance wasn't too far, so he started the car and drove towards his destination. There is a spacious parking lot in front of this internet cafe, making parking very convenient. The internet cafe was decorated in an extremely luxurious style, with dazzling lights on both sides of the entrance, and there were even greeters at the door. Su Chen carried the insulated box inside. Upon entering, he saw a beverage bar inside. Furthermore, the internet cafe also has a dedicated dining area with neatly arranged tables and chairs and an elegant environment. Seeing all this, Suchin suddenly felt a bad premonition. Sure enough, when he arrived at the front desk and politely explained to the receptionist his intention to sell hamburgers in the internet cafe, he found that the receptionist looked apologetic. "Excuse me, sir, due to food safety concerns, our store does not allow private individuals to sell food. Please find another place." Sorry to bother you." Suchin nodded, not insisting. Fortunately, after inquiring with the system, I learned that even if no transaction was completed here, it still counts as a successful check-in, so it wasn't a wasted trip. So he got back to his car and opened his phone again to search for the next internet cafe. After some searching, he found that the fourth internet cafe was quite far away. After driving for quite a while, we finally arrived at our destination, Dashing Internet Cafe. The dilapidated signboard came into view, with 4 large characters on the lightbox, some of which were not fully lit, and the flickering light looked rather desolate in the night. There was parking downstairs, but seeing this, Suchin suddenly didn't really want to go up. His intuition told him that this old-fashioned internet cafe probably wouldn't do much business. But since we're already here, Suchin got out of the car, carrying the insulated box, and headed towards the internet cafe. Upon entering, you'll find the reception desk, where a middle-aged man is leisurely smoking, smoke swirling around his head. The hall is not very spacious. There are roughly 30 or 40 machines. Looking around, the entire hall was deserted, with only 2 machines lit up. Upon seeing this scene, Suchin was speechless with emotion. As expected, business here was extremely poor. The middle-aged man, however, greeted Suchin warmly as soon as he entered. "Want to go online? It's 10 yuan for an overnight stay. You can stay online until noon, and they'll even give you a bottle of mineral water." Goodness, this price is incredibly cheap, like cabbage. Suchin recalled that when he was in school, an overnight stay at an internet cafe cost 10 yuan, but you could only stay up until 8 in the morning at the latest. "Excuse me, I'm not here to use the internet. I'm here to sell hamburgers." As Suchin spoke, he raised the insulated box in his hand and shook it. The man paused slightly, his expression showing surprise, then chuckled and said, "Dude, you're out selling hamburgers in the middle of the night? That's tough. There aren't many people here who stay all night, so you've definitely come to the wrong place." After he finished speaking, he paused for a moment, and then continued, "But we're all just trying to make a living, so I can't let you come all this way for nothing. Give me 2 hamburgers." It must have been quite difficult. Suchin was both amused and exasperated upon hearing the man's words. He never expected that he would be pitted. Although he does need to sell 200 hamburgers before he can go home and sleep, this is completely different from being forced to sell hamburgers out of genuine financial hardship. After all, with his own hamburger-making skills, he has no need to rely on other people's pity to boost sales. "Please don't say that. My situation is a little different. You can buy 1 to try first, and if you like it, you can buy more." Suchin added, "Right now, I only have multi-layer beef burgers, which cost 15 yuan each." Okay then, give me 1. The man initially wanted to hold on a little longer, but upon hearing that a hamburger cost 15 yuan, he immediately changed his mind. "My shop charges 10 yuan for an overnight stay, plus a bottle of mineral water. 1 hamburger costs more than the price of a single person for an overnight stay." Suchin nodded, opened the insulated box, and handed 1 over. The caramel-colored bread dough was baked until it puffed up slightly, and bright yellow cheese peeked out from the edges of the brown meat patty, interspersed with layers of emerald green lettuce leaves, which looked quite appealing. The man stared at the hamburger in front of him, his Adam's apple bobbing, and he involuntarily swallowed. Chapter 344. Fortunately, I had the foresight. The man held the hamburger, looking it over from left to right, and felt that this hamburger was not ordinary. I couldn't wait to take a bite. As your teeth sink into the fluffy, soft bread dough, the aroma of wheat dances wildly on your tongue. The beef patty is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The juices burst in your mouth, accompanied by the sweet and lingering flavors of rosemary salt and caramelized onions. Paired with the savory aroma of cheese and the tangy sourness of pickles, the texture is much richer than you might imagine. His eyes widened immediately, his face filled with surprise and delight. No wonder they dare to sell it for 15 yuan apiece. This burger is really delicious. The man mumbled something indistinctly as he devoured the hamburger in just a few bites. After finishing his meal, he smacked his lips with lingering satisfaction and gave a thumbs up in praise. Dude, this burger is really something. Give me 5 more. I'm not eating dinner today. I'm just having hamburgers. Suchin glanced at the man silently, inwardly sighing. Goodness, there are only 2 people using the computers in the internet cafe so late at night, and the revenue doesn't even cover the cost of their meals. However, since the other party wanted to buy, Suchun was naturally happy to oblige, so he quickly packed 5 hamburgers and handed them to the other party. The man smiled and took the hamburger, paying promptly. Then, he turned to look at 2 young men who were surfing the internet not far away and shouted at the top of his lungs. Xiao Luo, Xiao Deng, do you 2 want some hamburgers? These hamburgers are so delicious. Suchin looked at the man with a look of surprise and delight. He didn't expect that the man would not only buy it himself, but also take the initiative to help him promote it. What a wonderful person. The 2 people who were browsing the internet immediately looked up when they heard the shout and looked over in this direction with blank expressions. They clearly didn't notice what was happening here. Where did you get a hamburger in the middle of the night, Brother Zhou? Did your wife make you a Chinese-style hamburger? As Xiao Deng spoke, he stood up and slowly walked over. Then, Xiao Luo also stood up and followed behind. It wasn't your sister-in-law who made it. Someone came to sell hamburgers, and I thought it was delicious, so I wanted you to try it too. Zobin explained with a smile, then started joking again. If your sister-in-law had this skill, why would I open an internet cafe? I'd open a burger joint, open 10 chain stores in 3 years, and buy a Cullinan in 10 years. The man's name is Zobin, and he is the owner of this dashing internet cafe. Suchin listened to their conversation with great interest. They were obviously regulars at the internet cafe, which was why they could joke around with the owner like that. Okay, when Brother Zhou drives the Cullinan, let me go in, touch it, take a picture, and show off my big one. Xiao Deng chuckled. The 2 quickly approached. Seeing this, Suchin quickly offered a multi-layered beef burger, 15 yuan each. Wow, that's a bit expensive. Xiao Deng made no attempt to hide his thoughts and spoke his mind directly. He's the kind of person who says what he thinks and can't keep things to himself. Just eat, and don't say a word. When have I ever lied to you guys? It's really delicious. Zobin patted his chest and assured him. If you say anything bad, I'll refund your money for tonight's all-nighter, and it'll be on my behalf. Zobin immediately became a vocal advocate, actively promoting and guaranteeing Suchin's reputation. Brother Zhou, look at what you're saying. Since you've already asked, even if it's not delicious, I can still sing its praises. Xiao Deng responded casually, not realizing there was anything wrong with what he said. Suchin couldn't help but glance at Xiao Deng, really wanting to give him a copy of The Art of Speaking. How could this fragrant burger not be delicious? Xiao Luo didn't say anything, but curiously looked Suchin up and down. Boss, pack me 2. Xiao Luo spoke first. I want 2 too, Xiao Deng shouted. After they finished speaking, they each took out their phones to pay and place their orders. Suchin quickly packed the hamburgers again and handed them to the 2 of them. Try it quickly, it tastes best when it's hot. You 2 can talk to me after you finish eating. Seeing the 2 take the hamburgers, Zobin immediately urged them on impatiently. He seemed even more eager to gain their approval than Suchun, the hamburger seller. Brother Zhou, is this a relative of yours? Xiao Deng muttered to himself as he picked up a hamburger and stuffed it into his mouth. Oh my God, it's so delicious. The moment I took a bite, my eyes lit up. Almost simultaneously, Ronaldinho also expressed his admiration. So delicious. This burger is the best of the best. The aroma of wheat in the bread, the richness of the beef, the freshness of the vegetables, the richness of the cheese, and the uniqueness of the sauce all roll around on the tongue, leaving an unforgettable aftertaste. The 2 stood at the front desk, eating hamburgers with obvious enjoyment on their faces. I told you it would be delicious. Zobin looked at the 2 of them, who were completely absorbed in their moment, and a kind of maternal smile appeared on his face. If you didn't know better, you'd think this was a hamburger he made. It's really delicious. I'll buy 3 more. I want 3 more. After tasting the hamburger, Xiao Luo and Xiao Deng didn't hesitate to order more. This wave of sales brought the 2 of them to 10 more units. With that, Su Chun has finally completed the second task required for his business today. Not only that, but the task of checking in at 4 internet cafes was also successfully completed. Su Chun was happy for 2 seconds, then remembered the hamburgers left in the car. Just laugh it off. The night is still long, and the sales of Dashing Internet Cafe will probably come to an end here. Let's try our luck at another internet cafe. If I remember correctly, there are only 2 internet cafes left along Dongshi Road: Dragon Knight Internet Cafe and Chidian Internet Cafe. I recall being turned away at Blue Whale Internet Cafe before. Su Chun felt it would be better to find out about the situation before heading to the next internet cafe. If the other party clearly states that they do not welcome selling hamburgers in the store, going there yourself is a complete waste of time and energy. As the owner of Dashing Internet Cafe, Zobin must be very familiar with the situation of his competitors in the surrounding area. Thinking of this, Su Chun looked at Zobin and asked politely, "Hey Zo, do you know if Dragon Knight Internet Cafe and Chidian Internet Cafe are allowed to sell hamburgers inside?" Zobin ate 2 hamburgers in one go and let out a satisfied burp. Hearing Su Chun's question, he thought for a moment and said, "Dragon Knight Internet Cafe is closing down. They even asked me the day before yesterday if I wanted any used machines." Singularity Internet Cafe. The owner had an affair, and as a result, the mistress's partner reported him for fire safety issues, so it's currently closed for rectification. Upon hearing this news, Su Chun was stunned, a series of question marks popping into his mind. Is the internet cafe industry really this dramatic? Su Chun, who was suddenly hit with a barrage of gossip, took several seconds to come to his senses. Luckily, I was cautious and found out about the situation beforehand. After all, information on maps is often outdated and can't compare to the accuracy and timeliness of inside information from internet cafe owners. Chapter 345-34, Like Wolves and Tigers. There are only 3 internet cafes on Dongshi Road that sell hamburgers this week. Blue Whale Internet Cafe doesn't allow sales, but the system allows users to clock in. Su Chun suddenly realized. No wonder the system only requires you to check in at 4 internet cafes. So, these are the only 4 that meet the requirements along the entire Dongshi Road. He glanced at the time on his phone. It was already past 2 a.m. Should we turn back to the old internet cafe? Forget it. It's unlikely we'll see any sales again, so it's pointless. After thinking for a moment, Su Chun decided to stick to the original plan and try his luck elsewhere during the morning rush hour around 6 or 7 in the morning. According to the system's requirements for business locations, he cannot be too far from the internet cafes along Dongshi Road. With this in mind, Su Chun sought help from Zobin again. "Brother Zo, is there anywhere around here that sells breakfast? Preferably somewhere close by." "Oh, you've come to the right person." Upon hearing this, Zobin laughed. "If you go any further, there's an urban village where rent is cheap and migrant workers flock there. Every morning, there are often groups of people selling breakfast at the village entrance. If you go there, your business is guaranteed to be good." Hearing this, Su Chun was somewhat surprised. Logically speaking, if there were urban villages nearby, the foot traffic should be quite high, so Dashing Internet Cafe's business shouldn't be so bad. Su Chun couldn't help but ask, aren't there many people coming to the internet cafes in the urban villages? Other villages have internet cafes. Why would anyone come here? Zobin gave a simple explanation. There are internet cafes too. Su Chun's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly took out his phone to search for maps. Sure enough, we found an internet cafe at the very back of the urban village, but it was located near another road and not within the area of internet cafes along Dongshi Road. I thought I had discovered a hidden gem, but it seems I have to give up now. Brother Zo, you go ahead with your work, I'll go take a look. Su Chun thanked Zobin, picked up the insulated box, and turned to go downstairs. Driving towards the urban village, after driving for about 100 meters, I saw a small road on the right. Behind the path was a cluster of low-rise bungalows and multi-story buildings, with the sign at the village entrance bearing the 4 large characters, Tongha New Village. Selling hamburgers at the entrance of an urban village would definitely generate good sales. The bad news is that there seems to be nowhere to park here. Helpless, Su Chun had no choice but to drive back to the entrance of Dashing Internet Cafe. I reclined the seat, left a crack in the window, and planned to take a nap in the car before heading to the urban village to sell hamburgers around 5 or 6 p.m. Thankfully, the system provides a high-tech insulated box. If it were an ordinary insulated box, any burger would have gone cold within a few hours, and the taste would have been greatly diminished. Inside the dashing internet cafe, Zobin was unaware that Su Chun had returned. He ate another one, making a total of 3 large hamburgers, and was now completely stuffed. He looked at the remaining few hamburgers and thought that if the hot hamburgers were cooled down and then reheated, it would affect the taste a little. So I decided to give these hamburgers to my wife to try. He picked up the plastic bag and walked towards the side door next to the front desk. Pushing open the door, you'll find a simply furnished bedroom where your wife is fast asleep in bed. Dashing Internet Cafe is a husband and wife business. His wife works at the store during the day, while Zobin is responsible for guarding the store at night. Wake up, don't sleep yet. Eat a couple of bites of a hamburger before you go to sleep. His wife was suddenly woken up. She opened her eyes groggily and stared at Zobin with a bewildered look. It took her a while to realize what Zobin had said. She glanced at the time on her phone and realized it was only a little past 2 a.m., and a wave of morning grumpiness washed over her. What's wrong with you in the middle of the night? Waking me up to eat a hamburger. Are you asking for a slap? Zobin didn't care about this and just chuckled. As an old married couple, he understands his wife's temperament very well and knows that she loves to eat. If she finds out tomorrow that there's a delicious hamburger and she wasn't called, that would be far worse than being grumpy in the morning. Zobin took a hamburger directly from the bag and casually stuffed it into her mouth. Ugh, ugh. Zobin's wife subconsciously took a bite, just about to swear. The words were already in his throat, but the aroma of caramelized beef that suddenly filled his mouth suppressed them again. A hot burger is the perfect match for a sleepy state. Zobin watched as the anger on his wife's face quickly dissipated, then turned peaceful, and finally revealed a satisfied expression. He was quite pleased with himself. Old Zo, this burger is awesome. Where did you get a hot burger in the middle of the night? It's so delicious. Give me another one. Zobin's wife asked excitedly, her drowsiness instantly vanishing. Here, you can eat it all. Every time I eat something delicious, I think of you. 34 or 35, like wolves and tigers, the old saying is indeed true. Middle-aged women are too dangerous. Zobin trembled as he handed all the hamburgers to his wife, but he couldn't help but start thinking about it. I wonder if that hamburger vendor will go to the entrance of the urban village to sell hamburgers tomorrow. If I go, I'll buy some more tomorrow. It's 5:30 in the morning. Xiao Deng, who went to Dashing Internet Cafe to surf the internet at 9 o'clock last night, is now very sleepy. He forced himself to start a game, but his eyelids felt like they were filled with lead, constantly drooping. While finishing off minions, Xiao Deng's consciousness gradually blurred, and he almost fell asleep. Without thinking, he mistook the enemy assassin for his own teammate and charged straight at the enemy's head without hesitation. The support player tried everything, from using skills to control the enemy to sending signals to warn them, but still couldn't save them. So he started typing and ranting, writing 250 pages of insults about Xiao Deng's family tree, and was happily banned from speaking. Xiao Deng was not about to swallow this insult, so he quickly typed to retaliate, but after typing a few words, he realized that his ban from the previous 2 days was still in effect. Left with no other option, he could only give up in frustration, mute the entire team, and pretend nothing had happened. And just like that, the game ended, and unsurprisingly, our crystal exploded. Xiao Deng yawned widely, and tears welled up in his eyes. I can't take it anymore. I'm going home to sleep. After saying that, he decisively got off the plane. When Xiao Luo saw that Xiao Deng had stopped playing, the entire internet cafe was empty, and he was the only one left. Suddenly feeling bored, I simply paid the bill and got off the plane. The two stood up, stretched simultaneously to loosen their stiff bodies from sitting for so long, and then walked towards the door. Oh, getting off the plane so early today? At the front desk, Zobin yawned and asked with a smile. I'm sleepy. I'll have some breakfast, go home, and take a nap before I come back to play. Sigh, I want to eat a hamburger. It's not that I'm hungry, I'm just bored. Little Deng smacked his lips, and when breakfast was mentioned, he remembered the multi-layered beef burger he had eaten in the early hours of the morning. Yes, it smells amazing. Xiao Luo stood to the side, a longing expression on his face. Chapter 346 Me? What level am I? Upon hearing this, Zobin immediately made a suggestion. If you're not in a hurry to go home and sleep, wait until 6 o'clock for my wife to switch shifts with me, and we'll go take a look at the area near the entrance of the urban village. The guy who sold burgers asked me where I could buy breakfast nearby, and I told him the place. Maybe he'll sell burgers there. Sure. If we can buy it, great. If not, we'll just grab whatever we can find. Zobin's words made Xiao Deng and Xiao Luo's eyes light up, and they thought it was a good idea. It's already 5:30, so it's only another half hour. It won't make a difference. Hey Zo, want to grab a cigarette at the entrance to perk yourself up? As he spoke, Xiao Deng took out a cigarette from his pocket and casually extended an invitation to Zobin. Okay, let's go outside and get some fresh air. Zobin gladly stood up and accepted the invitation. Anyway, there are no other customers in the internet cafe right now, so there's no need to keep an eye on it. The three of them walked out of the gate together. The morning breeze, carrying a slight chill, instantly dispelled some of their drowsiness. Before they could even speak, they spotted a Cullinan parked in the open space next to the gate. This luxury car looked out of place in front of the somewhat dilapidated internet cafe. Holy crap, Cullinan. Is this Cullinan for real? Xiao Deng's eyes widened instantly, and his mouth gaped open. In a daze, he thought he had seen wrong, and kept asking Zobin and Xiao Luo for confirmation. It really is a Cullinan. Wow. Zobin couldn't help but take a second look. He had even mentioned the Cullinan when he was joking around in the early hours of the morning. Unexpectedly, just a few hours later, I saw a car parked in front of my own internet cafe. Whose car is this, Brother Zo? It's parked in front of your shop. Do you recognize it? Xiao Luo couldn't help but ask curiously, his eyes fixed on the car, filled with envy. Me? What level am I at? Do I know anyone who drives a Cullinan? I know Cullinan, but Cullinan doesn't know me. Zobin rolled his eyes and said irritably. After all, such luxury cars are far too far out of reach for ordinary people like them, and this area isn't exactly a wealthy neighborhood, so they rarely see them. The three men said they were going to smoke, but their attention was completely drawn to the Cullinan. They found themselves drawn to the Cullinan, wanting to get a closer look. Wow, look at this car body, look at this paint. If I could drive a Cullinan in my lifetime, I would die happy. Xiao Deng walked around the car, touching the body of the vehicle as he remarked. What do you mean by death? Why would a young man say something like that? Zobin chuckled and scolded Xiao Deng, then slowly strolled around the Cullinan and walked to the driver's seat. Unable to contain his curiosity, he pressed his face close to the car window, wanting to see if he could get a clear look at the interior, dashboard, and other details. Unfortunately, the car windows were covered with sun protection film, so I could only see a blurry shadow and couldn't make out anything clearly. Zobin was feeling a little regretful when, a second later, he saw the car window slowly roll down. Holy crap! Is someone in the car? Zobin screamed in fright, jumped up in surprise, and was instantly embarrassed and at a loss for what to do. After all, his behavior of pressing so close to the car window just now looked like he was about to steal something. Zobin hurriedly racked his brains, trying to figure out how to explain his strange behavior. However, when the car window was rolled down, a familiar face was revealed. The explanation Zobin had prepared in his mind vanished instantly upon seeing the face inside. He was completely stunned and blurted it out instinctively. You're the one who sells hamburgers? Su Chen's face still showed a hint of sleepiness, and his hair was a little messy. He had just woken up and set his alarm for 5:30 a.m., preparing to get ready to sell hamburgers at the entrance of the urban village. He noticed someone outside the car looking into it, and thought his car was in someone's way, so he rolled down the window to ask what was going on. Unexpectedly, when I opened the car window, it was the owner of Dashing Internet Cafe. Brother Zo, what are you doing so early in the morning? Su Chen looked at Zobin with a puzzled expression, not understanding why they were surrounding his car. No, what is this? Zobin was somewhat incoherent, feeling as if he had been subjected to a violent shock, his mind a complete mess, unable to form a single coherent sentence. No, why would someone who sells hamburgers in the middle of the night be sleeping inside the Cullinan? What exactly is going on? Is this reasonable? Hearing Zobin yelling and screaming, Xiao Deng and Xiao Luo thought something terrible had happened and rushed over. However, when they saw Su Chen's face, the two of them were instantly stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. "No, bro, this is your car." Xiao Deng pointed to the Cullinan, and even seeing Su Chen sitting in the driver's seat felt unreal. "Could it be that I fell asleep while playing the game and am actually dreaming right now?" "Yes, this is my car." Su Chen nodded. There was no point in denying it. After all, the facts were right in front of him, and there was no need to hide them. Xiao Deng's eyes widened, and he secretly pinched his thigh hard. Hiss! The pain was so intense, he almost cursed. Only then did I finally realize that I wasn't dreaming, and that everything before my eyes was real. He looked at Su Chen incredulously and asked, "Bro, other people drive Cullinans to pick up girls, and you drive a Cullinan to sell hamburgers?" "Yeah, this car has a big trunk. If you fold down the back seats, you can fit a lot of hamburgers in it," Su Chen said with a serious expression. Xiao Deng was instantly dumbfounded, a series of question marks popping into his mind. Is this the key point? The Cullinan is a super luxury car. It can hold a lot of hamburgers. Wrong. Isn't the point that you're driving a Cullinan around selling hamburgers? But thinking about it carefully, it doesn't seem right. How can someone who sells hamburgers afford a Cullinan? For a moment, Xiao Deng felt like his mind was a complete mess. He had a lot of things to say, but he didn't know which one to say first. Ronaldinho, on the other hand, seemed a bit calmer. After the initial surprise, he suddenly realized that he didn't need to go to the urban village to buy hamburgers anymore. Thinking of this, he quickly said to Su Chen, "Brother, do you still have any hamburgers? I'd like to buy a few more." Yes, how many do you want?" Su Chen was instantly wide awake. Wow, he hadn't even gone out to sell breakfast yet, and he already had customers. What a good omen. Upon hearing that Xiao Luo wanted to buy hamburgers, Zhou Bin and Xiao Deng also snapped out of their daze and started asking to buy hamburgers as well. No matter how amazed or shocked you are by the idea of selling hamburgers in a Cullinan, eating hamburgers is the most important thing. Su Chen responded and got out of the car to get a hamburger from the trunk. Chapter 347: Enduring Hardship Without Complaint. Su Chen opened the insulated box with a click. The hamburger was still hot and hadn't absorbed any moisture to become soggy. It remained fluffy and crispy. It truly lives up to its reputation as a high-tech insulated box. I have absolutely no idea how this thing does it. The heat retention is simply beyond my imagination. Without thinking, Su Chen quickly packed hamburgers for the three of them. Zhou Bin ordered 5, and Xiao Luo and Xiao Deng each ordered 5 as well. 15 more hamburgers were sold in one go. Su Chen was still thinking about selling hamburgers at the entrance of the urban village, so he started unloading insulated boxes from the car. The Cullinan was too conspicuous, and parking wasn't convenient there, so after thinking it over, I had no choice but to carry the insulated box over there. Zhou Bin was about to go inside when he turned around and saw Su Chen's posture and immediately understood his plan. He asked the question, "Are you going to sell hamburgers in the urban village?" "Right." Su Chen nodded, his hands continuing their work. "What are you after?" Zhou Bin really couldn't understand why someone who drives a luxury car like the Cullinan would have to suffer like this. In trendy online parlance, isn't this just enduring hardship when there's no pain? However, being older, Zhou Bin didn't pry too much into other people's privacy. He thought for a moment, then suddenly clapped his hands. "By the way, I have a flatbed cart in my room. It's not very convenient for you to carry things like this. You can take it and use it for now." "Ah, thank you." Upon hearing this, Su Chen was immediately delighted. Having a flatbed cart would make things much more convenient, as he wouldn't have to carry the incubator around so much anymore. Zhou Bin hurriedly entered the internet cafe, and soon came out pushing a slightly worn-out flatbed cart. The car was a bit old, but it looked quite sturdy. "Brother Zhou, let me pay your deposit." Su Chen felt it wasn't right to borrow someone else's things without a reason, so he offered to pay a deposit. "Take it and use it for now. This thing has been gathering dust here for ages." "Forget about the deposit. You drive a Cullinan. Why would you try to take advantage of my beat-up cart?" Zhou Bin smiled, waved his hand, and turned to walk back to the internet cafe. Seeing this, Su Chen stopped being coy and polite. I put the insulated box on the car and pushed it towards the urban village. As soon as Zhou Bin entered the internet cafe, He saw his wife yawning and sleepily walking out of the bedroom. "Where did you go?" "Hey, hamburger." "Old Zoe, is it the same hamburger you gave me last night?" The wife was yawning when her eyes suddenly fixed on the hamburger in Zoe Bin's hand, and she instantly perked up. He forced back the rest of his yawn and rushed over in 2 strides. The burger last night was so delicious that she even dreamed about it. Zoe Bin handed the hamburger to his wife, a thoughtful look on his face. After a while, he suddenly spoke. "What do you think about us closing down the internet cafe and switching to selling hamburgers?" His wife looked at him strangely, as if he were an idiot. "Where did you get the idea to switch careers and sell hamburgers? Do you even know how to make hamburgers? You don't actually think your burgers will taste as good as this, do you?" 2. Zoe Bin sighed helplessly, having to admit that his wife was right. "No, why are you suddenly thinking like that? What triggered you?" The wife looked puzzled, completely baffled as to why her husband would suddenly come up with such a thought. "It's nothing." Zoe Bin suddenly smiled as he recalled the scene from earlier. "You probably won't believe it, but this burger vendor actually drove a Cullen ad." "What do you mean Curry male or female? Isn't Curry a basketball player?" The wife clearly didn't know much about cars and asked with a blank look. Zoe Bin: "The Cullen ad is a car. A luxury car. It costs almost 10 million. What?" Over here, Su Chen pushed the flatbed cart toward Tonghe New Village. When we arrived, wow, there were so many people selling breakfast. The streets were lined with all sorts of stalls, mostly small tricycles. It was almost 6 o'clock. He was considered quite late. The best spots near the entrance were already completely taken. Su Chen pushed his cart around and found an empty spot next to a stall selling freshly fried dough sticks. Although the location wasn't ideal, he had no other choice, so he pushed his cart and squeezed in. The fried dough stick vendor glanced at it casually, not paying any attention. As long as they're not in the same industry, it's fine. Then he noticed the insulated box on Su Chen's flatbed cart, and a smug smile appeared on his lips. These are freshly fried dough sticks, piping hot, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with an excellent texture. Pre-made breakfasts are everywhere in the market now. It's impossible to avoid them. Who wouldn't want a hot, freshly made breakfast? Su Chen had no idea about the rich inner monologue of the fried dough stick stall owner next to him. After parking the cart, he craned his neck and glanced at the entrance of Tonghe New Village. They simply opened one of the insulated boxes, revealing the neatly arranged hamburgers inside. Just then, 2 young men yawned and strolled over. They walked straight to the stall selling fried dough sticks. "Boss, 2 fried dough sticks, please," one of the young men said. 3 fried dough sticks for 5 yuan. Do you want to buy one more? It's a great deal." "No, I can't finish 3, the young man said decisively. Seeing that his attempt to sell the fried dough sticks had failed, the stall owner muttered something under his breath and began to stir the dough sticks in the pan. The 2 young people had nothing better to do, so they started looking around to find something else to eat with them. As soon as I turned my head, I was greeted by a strong fragrance that wafted in from the side. Amidst the pervasive smell of fried dough sticks, this fragrance managed to carve out a path to stand out. The 2 were instantly captivated, immediately pinpointing the source of the aroma, the hamburgers in the insulated box. The hamburgers were round and plump, with golden and soft buns, vibrant green lettuce, and the aroma of charred beef patties mixed with the richness of cheese, a double assault on the senses of sight and smell. The 2 young men were faster on their feet than on their brains. Before they could even react, they were already standing in front of Su Chen. "How much is this hamburger? What flavors are available?" When a customer came in, Su Chen immediately perked up. "Multi-layered beef burger, 15 yuan each." Upon hearing the price, the 2 hesitated for a moment. This price is indeed considered luxury for a breakfast stall. But just then, another aroma wafted over, the caramelized smell of beef, the milky aroma of cheese, and the weedy aroma of bread. This triple attack directly shattered their mental defenses. "Give me one," one of the young men said, giving in first. "I want one too." The 2 surrendered, trying to console themselves. "Eating something high in calories in the morning will give me the energy to work like a beast of burden at the company." "Okay." Su Chen smiled and quickly packed a hamburger for each of them. Chapter 348, What Did I Do to Deserve This? The fried dough sticks over there are ready too. Two young men, each carrying a hamburger in one hand and a fried dough stick in the other, squeezed into the crowded tofu pudding stall across the street. After finally squeezing into a corner, the two first took a sip of tofu pudding to moisten their throats, and then couldn't wait to tear open the hamburger packaging. This burger looks delicious. It's obviously not prefabricated. As they spoke, the two of them simultaneously took a bite of their hamburgers. The next second, their bodies straightened instantly, and their eyes, which had been half open and sleepy, suddenly widened, filled with undisguised surprise. Wow, this burger is delicious. A young man couldn't help but swear. It's really delicious. This little flavor is so satisfying. The two young men were very excited. They never expected that the burger, which looked good, would taste so delicious, far exceeding their expectations. The dough is soft and has a rich wheat aroma. It is very fluffy when you bite into it, and it has a slight bounce with just the right amount of chewiness. The beef patty sandwiched inside is absolutely amazing. The beef is plump and chewy, tender and juicy, and the melted cheese adds a rich and fragrant flavor. The tofu pudding stall was not big to begin with, and it was during the breakfast rush, so it was packed with people, and the diners were sitting very close to each other. As the two chewed heartily, the aroma instantly spread throughout the small space. Nearby, an elderly man with gray hair suddenly caught a whiff of this enticing aroma. He subconsciously stopped what he was doing, looked around, and saw two young people enjoying their hamburgers. The old man glanced at the half-eaten steamed bun in his hand and instantly lost interest. What is this stuff I'm eating? It doesn't taste good at all. He was naturally outgoing, and after putting the steamed buns on the table, he turned around and started yelling at the two young men. Hey, you two. The two were enjoying the delicious hamburgers immensely when they were suddenly startled by the shout. They looked up and saw an old man with gray hair staring at them, his expression clearly displeased, as if they had done something wrong. Holy crap, this is someone we can't mess with. The two young people's hearts skipped a beat, and they immediately became nervous. They felt uneasy, and their hearts were pounding. If the old man lies down on the ground, that would be a huge problem. Even if he lost his underwear, it wouldn't be enough. Your burgers smell amazing. The old man smacked his lips, his eyes fixed on the hamburgers in the two men's hands. Huh? They've got their eye on the hamburgers we're holding. The two young men were taken aback. One of them was still a bit confused. After all, it was the first time he had encountered such a situation, and he was panicking, afraid that he might accidentally cause some trouble. After hesitating for a moment, he said cautiously, You want a hamburger? I'll save this one for you. Upon hearing this, the old man nearly threw the steamed buns on the table at him. Why would I eat your leftovers? I wanted to ask where you bought them so I could buy some and try them too. They smell so good. Oh, it's that guy over there pushing the flatbed cart. The two breathed a sigh of relief and quickly pointed. The distance wasn't far to begin with, and the old man spotted Su Chun at a glance, following the direction he was looking. There was a young man pushing a flatbed cart with a few insulated boxes simply piled on it. There were no fancy decorations, and it looked quite plain. Tisk, it doesn't look very good. The old man couldn't help but mutter something under his breath. They don't even have a tricycle. They just pull out a flatbed cart to sell hamburgers. It looks rather shabby. But judging from the way the two young men looked, they didn't seem to be lying to him. Fine, I'll buy one and try it out, just to see what new things are like. Thinking of this, the old man stood up, glanced at the tofu pudding he had just eaten 2 bites of, and called out to the owner. Old Lou, I'm going to buy a hamburger. Don't take my tofu pudding with you. The old man is a local from the village, and most of the breakfast vendors who set up stalls at the entrance know him. All right, you can go ahead. Old Lou responded and busied himself packing for other customers, not giving it much thought. The two young people finished their hamburgers, but still wanted more. I originally just planned to grab hamburgers to make up the numbers, since I also bought some large fried dough sticks. But now that I've tasted this delicious burger, the fried dough sticks suddenly don't seem so appealing anymore, and I just can't muster the interest to eat them again. They exchanged a glance and decided to buy another one. Boss, don't take away the tofu pudding. I'm going to buy a hamburger, and I'll be right back. Okay, hurry back and be back soon. There are a lot of people eating breakfast in the morning. Old Lou responded again. However, It wasn't just the old man who was attracted by the aroma of the burger. Many diners, seeing that the old man had taken the initiative to ask, happily waited for the ready-made answer. "Boss, I'd like to buy a hamburger too. Please don't take it away from me." "Boss." In an instant, nearly 10 people stood up and called out to Lao Lu. The scene, at first glance, resembled students answering questions in a classroom, all neat and orderly. Old Lu was stunned. He subconsciously looked over and saw that the table and chairs were now mostly empty. A large group of people headed towards the direction where Su Chun was selling hamburgers. Just as the group left, a customer came in wanting to buy tofu pudding. As soon as the guests entered, they took a closer look and saw that the table was full of bowls of unfinished tofu pudding, still steaming hot. "Damn, it's all leftovers. It must not taste good." The customer didn't even hesitate before walking away. Old Lu didn't even realize what was happening until he saw the man walk into another wonton stall. Only then did he come to his senses and look speechless. "No way? What's going on? What's all this fuss about? What did my tofu pudding do to deserve this? So frustrating. It's all because of hamburgers." Over here, Su Chun looked at the people coming and going, preparing to shout a few words. After all, no matter how advanced the insulated box is, its insulation effect is greatly reduced when the lid is opened. If we don't sell them quickly, it will definitely affect the taste. However, before he could even speak, a group of people instantly surrounded him. Su Chun was stunned, caught off guard. He wasn't exactly panicked, as this feeling wasn't unfamiliar to him. He even had a momentary illusion that he had been discovered by the regular diners. Coming to his senses, he looked around at the faces of the people around him. Not a single face was familiar. So what exactly happened? Fortunately, there were some quick-wit people in the crowd. "Boss, your burgers smell amazing. We were eating tofu pudding over there, and seeing others eat it made our mouths water." Chapter 349. What a fine example of inflicting 1,000 wounds on the enemy while losing 800 of your own. Su Chun glanced at the scene and immediately understood. Isn't this the fortress-to-fortress phenomenon that those two young men just started? He raised his voice and called out on his own initiative. "Multi-layered beef burgers, 15 yuan each, fair and square." With so many people crowding around asking about the price, answering each one individually would take too much time. It's better to just explain it clearly and loudly to avoid the hassle. "Wow, this burger isn't cheap. Boss, how about 2 for 25? Give me one. I'm so hungry for one." "Boss, how do you make these hamburgers? Can you teach me?" After the prices were announced, the diners chatted away, one after another. It's no wonder it's a breakfast place. It's so lively. Fortunately, after some shouting, everyone lined up in an orderly fashion. The line stretched out from in front of Su Chun's cart. Passers-by were immediately drawn to the sight and turned to look. Some of the more curious people came over and asked a few questions of the people in line, then decisively joined the queue. The line was getting longer and longer. The owner of the fried dough stick stall witnessed this scene and was so shocked that his eyes widened and his jaw almost dropped. "Wait, what's going on here? Just a moment ago, this kid's business was quiet and no one was coming. How did it suddenly become so popular? Could they have hired someone to do this?" The fried dough stick stall owner couldn't help but become suspicious. But upon closer inspection, several people in the line were his regular customers, so they were definitely not shills. "But why should I?" The fried dough stick stall owner was filled with resentment. Homemade fried dough sticks, piping hot straight from the fryer, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. How can it not compare to the hamburgers from that shabby little cart? Over here, several people who had bought hamburgers couldn't contain their eagerness and started taking bites as soon as they got their hamburgers. The aroma wafted over, and the fried dough stick vendor's stomach rumbled loudly. He swallowed hard, his mind in turmoil. "It smells so good. Should I buy one and try it myself?" The moment the thought crossed his mind, he hesitated. After all, he had just been looking down on the guy who came over selling hamburgers from a broken flatbed cart. If I were to go and buy it now, I'd really lose face. No, I have to hold back. He glanced resentfully at the long queue next to him, his eyes filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Unable to contain his anger, he grabbed a freshly fried dough stick and took a big bite. "What should I eat for breakfast?" Yuzha muttered to himself as he walked toward the breakfast stall. It must be said that the breakfast options at the entrance of Tonghe New Village are very diverse, covering almost every type of breakfast. Corn, that's too bland. Egg pancakes, too oily. Steamed buns, I just had those yesterday. Sometimes, having too many choices isn't a good thing, especially for people like Yuzha who suffer from severe decision-making difficulties. He looked around, weighing and comparing options in his mind, but ultimately still couldn't decide what to eat. Just then, the aroma of fried dough sticks wafted over, accompanied by the owner's loud and energetic shouts. Fried dough sticks, freshly made fried dough sticks. All right, then we'll have fried dough sticks and soy milk. Yuzha finally made a decision. Following the smell, he quickly found the fried dough stick stall. The large, golden yellow fried dough sticks are neatly arranged on the oil filter screen, their color incredibly appealing. He was just about to ask for 2 fried dough sticks when he glanced to his left and saw a long queue next to him. What are they selling? Yuzha immediately became curious. As a longtime resident of Tonghe New Village, he had eaten breakfast at almost every household near the gate. I don't recall any other company becoming this popular before. Is he new here? Want to buy some fried dough sticks? 2 yuan each, 3 for 5 yuan. Seeing his hesitation, the fried dough stick stall owner quickly and warmly greeted him. No need for now. Let me take another look. Yuzha waved his hand. Driven by curiosity, he took 2 steps forward, wanting to see what exactly was being sold in the queue. Then I saw a young man pushing a flatbed cart, constantly taking hamburgers from the insulated box and handing them to customers. Because the young man was turned to the side, Yuzha didn't recognize him at first glance. I just felt a strange sense of familiarity with this figure, as if I had seen it somewhere before. Just as he was wondering, the young man selling hamburgers turned his body slightly, revealing his familiar face without reservation. Yuzha? Upon seeing Su Chen for the first time, Yuzha's eyes widened 15 times within 0.1 seconds. He could hardly believe his eyes, and instinctively rubbed them hard before looking again. Holy crap! Yuzha couldn't help but gasp softly. Last week, while eating rice noodles at the funeral home canteen, I heard from a regular customer that the rice noodle chef changes locations every week. Could it be that I've really run into trouble this time? Thinking about it, Yuzha could no longer contain his excitement and rushed excitedly towards Su Chen at the front of the group. However, before he could even speak, several elderly people in the queue had already noticed the young man with an unusual expression. The guy who just stood next to me had an expression on his face like he was acting in a TV drama, changing 8 expressions in a second, raising his eyebrows and glaring, looking like he had a serious mental illness. Seeing Yuzha rushing towards the front of the group without saying a word, several elderly men and women, as if they had been expecting this, immediately started criticizing him. Hey, what are you doing? Want a burger? Get in line. Exactly. I'm old and I lack manners, and you young men are learning bad habits from us, cutting in line. Wait, Sister Zheng, why are you even insulting yourself? Ugh, this kid really annoyed me. Sister Zheng shook her head and replied irritably. Several elderly men and women glared angrily at Yuzha, their imposing manner suggesting they were ready to attack him at any moment. Oh no. What a fine example of inflicting 1,000 wounds on the enemy while losing 800 of your own. Yuzha was completely taken aback by the sudden onslaught from the elderly couple. He opened his mouth, wanting to explain that he hadn't cut in line to buy the hamburger. But then I thought, I definitely have to buy a hamburger. It would be such a shame to miss out. No, it's not that it's not. Go to the back of the line. That's right. Hurry up and get in line. Don't keep the boss from selling burgers. The elderly people didn't care what he thought and continued to argue relentlessly. Okay, I'll go right now. Yuzha was speechless and could only slink to the end of the line, feeling like he had been wronged to death. He was just too excited when he saw the rice noodle chef. He didn't actually want to cut in line. But I feel like these elderly folks definitely won't listen to me if I say this now. Forget it. I can't afford to offend them. As long as I can run into someone, everything else is a minor issue. Chapter 350 Stealing. Stealing the Young Master. At the end of the line, as soon as Yuzha got to his feet, he immediately took out his phone. The camera focused on Su Chen, and with a click, it precisely captured the killer profile of this escaped culinary god. Then I clicked the send button and sent the photo to a local rice noodle enthusiast group. Fellow mourners, a major discovery. I spotted the rice noodle chef. He went to sell hamburgers this week. I don't know exactly what kind of hamburgers he sells, but I'm in line right now. At this time, it was a little past 6 o'clock, and most members of the rice noodle diners group were still fast asleep, with only a very few awake. Even though there weren't many people online in the group, people still replied quickly as soon as the message was sent. Wow, you're really lucky. Send me your location right now. The early bird catches the worm, and I, the early bird, get a hamburger. Damn, the rice noodle chef just said he's quitting. Well, that's good. I'm lucky that I only go to the funeral home once every few years. Holy crap, there are so many people in the queue in the photo. What if they're all gone by the time we get there? Upon seeing this reply, Yuzha quickly looked up and observed it carefully for a moment. Hard to say. I saw someone grab 5 hamburgers in one go. Yuzha replied quickly. Okay then, I'll add you as a friend. You buy it for me first, and I'll come pick it up from you later. As soon as the message appeared, Yuzha saw several friend requests immediately appear on his phone screen. Yuzha swiped his fingers frantically across the phone screen, quickly accepting all the friend requests. Immediately afterwards, a flood of transfer messages and comments came in. Brother, I'll transfer you 100 first. Buy as much as you can. Dude, I'll transfer you 150 first, and I'll add more if it's not enough, so don't hold back. Brother. The messages came one after another, and Yuzha looked at the 10 transfers that popped up on his phone screen within a minute. Upon careful calculation, it turned out to be 1,500 yuan. I didn't have time to think much when I received the money. However, after receiving the money, Yuzha suddenly came to his senses. He slapped his forehead, realizing he was in trouble. Wait a minute, this is for buying hamburgers. How expensive can hamburgers be? Even if the boss had that many hamburgers in stock, how could one person carry them all? I have to go to work later. I can't exactly bring a bunch of hamburgers to the office. But having already received the money, Yuzha was now in a difficult position and had no other choice but to bite the bullet and buy it anyway. Fortunately, no one added him as a friend and asked him to buy things for them anymore, which made Yuzha breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, the team is moving forward in an orderly manner. The hamburgers are all prepared in advance and only need to be bagged before being handed to customers, so the pace of progress is quite fast. Within minutes, it was Yuzha's turn. Boss. Looking at Su Chun so close to him, he couldn't help but shout excitedly. Su Chun was taken aback when he heard the shout. Although he didn't recognize Yuzha, the familiar address and the other person's familiar excitement made him instantly understand. All right, he must be a regular customer. Hello. Su Chun smiled. Multi-layer beef burgers, 15 yuan each. How many do you want? Yuzha was excited, as he had a lot to ask about the specifics of this stall event. However, Su Chen's words instantly brought his thoughts back to reality. Thinking about the heavy 1,500 yuan in my phone, I felt that the most urgent thing was to buy the hamburger first. After all, the boss is here and can't run away anytime soon, so there's plenty of time to talk. These hamburgers are clearly priced at 15 yuan each, and you can buy 100 for 1,500 yuan. However, I also have to count myself. Yuzha thought to himself, I'll buy 10. With this addition, the total becomes 110. After finishing his mental calculations, Yuzha took a deep breath. Boss, could you please pack me 110 hamburgers? Steal the young master. Upon hearing Yuzha's words, Su Chen abruptly stopped what he was doing, raised his voice, and wore a look of bewilderment. Goodness, no wonder he's a seasoned customer. His purchasing power is ridiculously strong. It's off the charts. He asked for 110 hamburgers right off the bat, and if he asked for more, he would have taken up his entire day's worth of hamburgers. You're asking for too much. There's not that much. Su Chen shook his head helplessly and glanced at his remaining hamburgers. I arrived here early this morning to set up my stall, and have been busy selling for quite a while now. Su Chen roughly estimated that there were only about 50 hamburgers left in the insulated box, far from enough to meet Yuzha's needs. However, before Su Chen could say anything, the people in line behind him were already unhappy. Several people were buying hamburgers for the first time. They just wanted to try it out, so they bought one. But to my surprise, The burger tasted absolutely amazing after just one bite. After finishing their meal, they couldn't wait to queue up again, intending to buy more. Upon hearing Yuja ask for 110 hamburgers, he immediately panicked. No way, dude. Are you buying all this to open a shop? Young man, are you buying goods here? Have you considered the people behind you? You need to pre-order from the shop owner if you're buying so much. Shall you? You little rascal, that's a bit unfair of you. Yuja's face turned bright red. When I arrived, I was scolded by the elderly folks. I didn't expect that even though I waited in line obediently, I would still be scolded. Moreover, the last person to speak sounded familiar, and even called out my surname. He instinctively turned his head to look. Holy crap, it's the landlord. The landlord stared at Yuja with a look that said, "Do you believe I'll raise your rent?" Suchin was also a little confused. Why did you buy so many hamburgers? Even if you eat them slowly later, you don't need so many. Left with no other option, Yuja had to explain to Suchin. It wasn't for my own consumption. It was people in the bereaved families group who asked me to buy it for them. How can I eat this much by myself? I could eat like this for a month straight. Suchin then suddenly realized what was going on. He was quite surprised to find that the bereaved families group, which had grown up later, had also developed a purchasing agent service. However, the current situation is indeed a bit tricky, as the number of hamburgers is really limited. Suchin thought for a moment and looked at Yuja. How many people do you want to buy for? There are 11 people in total, including me. After hearing this, Suchin glanced at the long queue behind him and silently did some mental calculations. How about this? There are 11 people. I'll pack 2 hamburgers for each of you, so it'll be easier for you to explain. Okay, boss, you're in charge. Yuja nodded hurriedly. I almost thought I wouldn't be able to complete the task assigned by my group members. I never expected my boss to be so understanding, actually taking my side of the story and proposing such a compromise. 2 it is fine. Although it's far from the number the group members expected, it's better than not being able to eat any at all. Chapter 351, The Broken Windows Theory. Suchin turned around and explained the situation to the people in line behind him. No one is unreasonable. Yuja originally wanted 110 hamburgers, but they compromised and reduced it to 22. In this way, each person in the queue can get 2 or 3 slots. Under the broken window effect, everyone felt that things were still passable. Suchin quickly packed the hamburger and handed it to Yuja. Yuja took the hamburger, still preoccupied with some things. He wanted to ask Suchin a few more questions, such as what the business hours were this week. However, just as he got his hamburger, the old man in line behind him couldn't wait to squeeze in. He kept saying, "Oh, it's finally my turn. Give me 2 more hamburgers. These hamburgers are so delicious." The scene suddenly became lively again, and Yuja didn't even have a chance to interject. However, Yuja pondered that, based on the street vendors' rules as described by the old diners in Nanching, he could guess the general pattern even without asking. It was just past 6 o'clock. The owner had already set up his stall for a while when he arrived. If you go back half an hour, they would definitely have set up their stall by 5:30. It's definitely this time, and the location goes without saying. The owner is selling hamburgers right at the entrance of Tonghanu Village. Moreover, it's only Tuesday today, and according to past habits, they will most likely be in this area all week. But it's ridiculous. The hamburger delivery fee was 1,500 yuan, but in the end I only spent 330 yuan. It has to be the escaped master chef. Money really doesn't work with him. Yuja was carrying 11 hamburgers and was a little hungry when he spotted a plastic tent selling soy milk, 8 treasure porridge, and other similar items not far away. He walked straight over, crouched down and squeezed inside, found an empty seat and plopped down, then called out to the owner, "A bowl of soy milk, please." As for the soy milk and fried dough stick combination I had in mind, well, compared to a hamburger, fried dough sticks hold absolutely no appeal. At this moment, the boss's hamburger is the absolute star. As soon as he sat down, Yuja couldn't wait to take out his phone. In just a short while, he noticed that he had received more than a dozen friend requests. Without a doubt, it's those who saw the message in the group and wanted him to help them buy hamburgers. "Everyone, don't rush over here. The boss's burgers are sold out. Don't add me as a friend for now. I really can't buy it anymore." As soon as the message was sent, many replies immediately appeared in the group. Ugh, how awful. Why didn't I set my alarm half an hour earlier? On such a beautiful morning, you're telling me the boss is sold out of hamburgers today? Bro, you bought a few, can I have one? Damn it. I've made up my mind. I'm not sleeping tonight. I'm going to wait for the boss there at 3 a.m. Putting everything else aside, the boss's business hours have been pretty good this week. No one has died, and it hasn't interfered with work. You can feel the resentment of those in the group who get up early but can't get a burger even through the screen. But there's no way around it. Someone will always be left out. Yuja started replying to the group members who had initially asked him to buy the hamburgers, urging them to come and pick them up quickly so as not to delay his work. Then they returned the extra money one by one. On the other side, Su-chun sold the last hamburger and looked at the empty insulated box, feeling quite pleased. The 200 hamburgers we prepared today were sold out in 2 separate periods, one in the early morning and one in the late afternoon. However, now that it has been discovered by local regulars, business will definitely be much easier from now on. Thinking of this, Su-chun suddenly paused, realizing a problem. The regular customer who just spotted him didn't seem to have asked about his business hours or stall location this week. The reason I set up a hamburger stall here is simply because I didn't sell out of hamburgers at the internet cafe along the street in the early morning, so I chose the entrance of Tongha New Village for convenience. If people misunderstand and think that I'm selling breakfast here all week, that would be a huge mistake. Realizing the problem, Su-chun immediately looked up, trying to find Yuja, who had just bought a hamburger. After all, the other person was carrying so many hamburgers, so they should have been quite conspicuous. But after looking around, I couldn't see a single thing. Never mind, I'll explain when I see them tomorrow. Su-chun thought about it and realized that the internet cafe's customer traffic was limited at night, so the hamburgers would definitely not sell out. He would probably have to sell them there again tomorrow. After all, it's only been one night, so it shouldn't have developed into anything significant. On the other hand, now that I've completed my first day of business, shouldn't I try out some new burger flavors? The thought had just arisen. Su-chun then saw the words appear before his eyes. Congratulations, host, on completing today's business mission. New recipe unlocked. Childhood nostalgia killer. Finger-licking spicy strip burger. Spicy strip burger? That sounds intriguing. Unable to find Yuja, Su-chun shook his head helplessly and had no choice but to push the flatbed cart back to Dashing Internet Cafe to return it. Stepping into the Internet Cafe, you're greeted by a faint smell of smoke mixed with the odor of computer exhaust. Zobin had already gone back to his bedroom to sleep, while his wife was busy cleaning the shop. Seeing Su-chun push the flatbed cart in, she stopped what she was doing and quickly looked him over. A smile appeared on his face. You must be the hamburger shop owner that Lao Zo was talking about. Su-chun nodded. It's me. Zobin's wife waved her hand and said, if you need to use the car, you can take it first. There's no rush to return it. Anyway, it's just taking up space here. As long as it's convenient for you to use, that's fine. Let's leave it here for now. I'll come back for it when I need it. In fact, Su-chun didn't want to go through all that trouble. However, the Cullinan's trunk and even the back seats were already packed full of insulated boxes of various sizes, leaving no room for such a flatbed cart. Zobin's wife seemed to suddenly remember something and asked curiously, are you still coming here to sell hamburgers tonight? If the boss comes again tonight, I'll skip dinner and save my stomach for the burger. Yeah, they'll be back tonight, probably around 1 a.m. After saying that, Su-chun added, we'll be adding a spicy snack burger. A spicy snack burger? No problem. Zobin's wife's eyes lit up, and she nodded repeatedly. She loves spicy strips too, so the combination would be absolutely delicious. Su-chun left the Dashing Internet Cafe, got into his Cullinan, started the car, and drove home, intending to catch up on some sleep. No sooner had he left than an older woman peeked into Dashing Internet Cafe. This middle-aged woman is Aunt Lee, a resident of the neighborhood. She is a notorious gossip and the initiator of rumors. Zobin's wife still remembered that last time she had a few words with old Zo, which was overheard by Aunt Lee. As a result, rumors spread that the two were getting a divorce and were not going to run the internet cafe anymore. Later, some people even came to ask if they were going to sell off their used machines. The rumors have spread like wildfire. Chapter 352 Daddy Loves You. When Zobin's wife saw Aunt Lee come in, She started waving the broom around incessantly. She greeted him in a lukewarm tone. "Oh, Aunt Lee, you're up for a morning walk again?" Aunt Lee answered as she walked in. Yes, yes, it's good for your health to exercise." As she spoke, her eyes darted around the internet cafe, and then she changed the subject. "I just saw a young man leave your store and drive away in a car. That car is amazing. I saw it on my phone before. It's called something like Kukko." Aunt Lee tried hard to recall, but couldn't come up with a complete name after a long time. Zobin's wife couldn't stand it anymore. It sounded like a tractor come to life. Helplessly, she corrected him, "Cullinan." "Oh yeah, that's the name. I saw online that this car is really, really expensive." Aunt Lee clapped her hands, her eyes shining. "That young man doesn't seem like the type to come to your internet cafe. Is he a relative of yours? What's his name? What does he do? Does he have a boyfriend?" A barrage of questions came out of her mouth like a machine gun. Zobin's wife glanced at Aunt Lee, feeling somewhat speechless. "What do you mean by saying people don't look like they'd come to your internet cafe? Isn't that just a roundabout way of saying your internet cafe is low class and people don't care about it?" Aunt Lee is always asking about these kinds of things. She's so annoying. "I don't know him. He's just a hamburger vendor." "Aunt Lee, please don't ask him anymore," Zobin's wife replied casually. "Selling hamburgers? Selling hamburgers can afford to drive a Kukko car." Aunt Lee started casting spells again. "Cullinan," Zobin's wife emphasized again. "Yes, Cunanan." Aunt Lee tried to imitate her, but still got it wrong. "Lee," Zobin's wife couldn't help but correct him again. Aunt Lee stared wide-eyed, muttering to herself, "What a terrible name. It's so hard to pronounce." After all that fuss, even my original emotions were no longer coherent. Seeing that Zobin's wife's impatience was becoming more and more obvious, Aunt Lee snorted coldly, turned around, and left angrily. "They sell hamburgers? Who would believe that if I told them? If you don't want to talk about it, fine. If I run into them again, I'll ask around myself. Someone who can drive such a nice car must be rich. When I introduce her to the younger generation in the family, I wonder if my second brother's daughter is still single. When you introduce them, say that they drive a nice car." But as she walked, she encountered another problem. "By the way, what was that car called again?" "Cuckoo. This way." Master Kong's wife is really having a major headache lately. "I feel like I'm not taking care of an elderly person, but rather comforting a 700 or 800-month-old baby. Ever since Su Chun resigned, the old man has started a hunger strike in protest. People with Alzheimer's disease are difficult to care for in a way. Yesterday, the old man secretly went to the funeral home canteen, but when he didn't get the rice noodles he remembered, he sat on the ground and made a huge scene, throwing a tantrum. There was nothing that could be done. Su Chun had already left. Even if she wanted to please the old man, she couldn't just conjure up a bowl of rice noodles out of thin air. Thinking of this, the woman sighed helplessly. "Noon. Dad, please have a bite. I specially stewed this braised pork. It's tender and flavorful. Would you like to try it?" Master Kong's wife held the bowl, her face full of helplessness. No, I want rice noodles." The old man shook his head violently, lying on the ground with tears and snot streaming down his face. "You're all bad people. You won't let me eat rice noodles." Wah. Just then, Master Kong returned from get-off work. Upon entering and seeing this scene, he immediately pulled out his phone and said excitedly, "Dad, don't cry. There's good news. The customers group has announced that Boss Su was selling hamburgers at the entrance of Tongha New Village this morning." Upon hearing this, the old man stopped crying abruptly, tears still clinging to his face, but his eyes shone like searchlights. Really? The boss is back. I want to eat. Buy me a hamburger. You're like my own son." The old man did a somersault and burst into laughter through his tears. "Of course it's true. But Dad, you have to listen to your own son. Eat this meal first." Taking advantage of the momentum, Master Kong quickly helped his father to sit down on a stool. Smack, smack. The next second, the old man wolfed down his rice. "You remember to buy it early." Master Kong nodded emphatically. "Okay, I'll take the day off tomorrow. I'll buy you 5. The old man. Okay, good. My good son, Daddy loves you." Su Chun woke up feeling refreshed after catching up on his sleep. Once all the ingredients provided by the system arrived, he officially began making the hamburgers for the day. The KPI remains at 200 hamburgers, with 2 flavors in total, so naturally, there are 100 of each flavor. As usual, we'll start with the sole bread dough. First, prepare the necessary high-gluten flour, ice water, eggs, sugar, yeast, salt, and milk powder. Add butter halfway through kneading the dough until smooth and delicate. Cover with plastic wrap and let it rest for half an hour. Brush with egg wash, sprinkle with sesame seeds, and put it in the oven. Perfect. There's no need to elaborate on the beef patties. I know the process by heart. Just follow the usual steps. The highlight is the newly unlocked finger-licking good spicy strip burger, which requires chicken breast and traditional Way's spicy strips. Suchin cut the chicken breast into small pieces and threw them into the meat grinder. After mincing the meat into a fine paste, put it in a bowl, add chopped green onions and ginger, light soy sauce, cooking wine, oyster sauce, salt, pepper, and cornstarch, and stir vigorously in one direction. The process isn't finished until the minced meat becomes sticky and gooey. It's time to bring out Way's big gluten noodles. As soon as Suchin opened the packaging, he pulled out an orange-yellow spicy strip with red chili flakes stuck to it and put it in his mouth. It's sweet, fragrant, and spicy. No wonder it was a legendary childhood treat. It's really addictive. Back in junior high, I said I'd give up spicy snacks in high school. In high school, I said I'd give them up in college. In college, I said I'd give them up after graduation. Now my kid's all grown up, and I still haven't given up spicy snacks. Suchin only stopped after showing off 2 large bags in one go. Start by using scissors to snip, chop some large gluten pieces into pieces, then cut them into spicy strips, and heat oil in a wok. This step is entirely to allow the spicy strips to complete their ultimate evolution from soft and delicate to tough and masculine. It doesn't need to be fried for too long. Fry it for 10 seconds, then quickly take it out and sprinkle it into the minced meat and mix it well to enrich the flavor of the meat patty. Next up is Butler Ding's turn. He had to knead the minced meat into a small ball by hand, repeatedly slap it in his palm, coat it with breadcrumbs, and then throw it into the pot to fry. While the chicken breast patties were all fried until golden brown and crispy, the aroma of wheat wafted from the hamburger buns in the oven. Without delay, everyone quickly assembled the equipment. A fluffy bread base is used as a base, topped with lettuce, a chicken breast patty, and a few long spicy strips. Cheese slices, lettuce, and pineapple are then added, and finally another bread base is placed on top before transferring the burger to an insulated box. This spicy snack and burger combo is absolutely amazing. It evokes memories of so many people's lost youth. Chapter 353 Grandpa, Don't Say Anything. Starry Sky Internet Cafe. The Koizumi trio expanded with the addition of 2 friends, Kai and Kaze. The 5 of them are true childhood friends, having grown up together and all live nearby. During the day today, Koizumi vividly described what happened in the early hours of the morning in a small group chat of 5 people. There were all sorts of comments, such as driving a Cullinan to sell hamburgers, the hamburger tastes the best in the world, and even exaggerated claims like, if you don't eat this hamburger, you've wasted your life. With Fei and Xiao who constantly corroborating their claims, they praised the hamburger to the skies. This description successfully piqued the strong curiosity of others. So, the group hit it off immediately and decided to come to this internet cafe for the night, and also to see the delicious Cullinan they were talking about. No, I mean the delicious burger. Several people arrived at the internet cafe well before 11 o'clock. As soon as Fei finished the game, he habitually looked up and gazed towards the door, trying to spot the hamburger vendor as soon as possible so he could quickly buy a hamburger. However, instead of seeing the hamburger owner, they spotted an elderly man with gray hair standing at the counter. Wow, that old man doesn't look young at all. They came to an internet cafe to use the internet? Awesome. How addicted must one be to go to an internet cafe in the middle of the night at this age? Fei couldn't help but take a few more glances, and then suddenly began to ponder. Will I be like this when I get old? Perhaps in a few decades, when society has developed in a completely different way, there will be internet cafes specifically designed for the elderly, catering to their generation. Fei thought about all sorts of random things for a while, but then he saw the old man walk straight toward him. Holy crap, Koizumi. Afei poked his best friend Xiaoquan in the ribs. Grandpa's here. Is your family's internet addiction hereditary? Koizumi was shocked. He turned his head stiffly, only to meet the old man's hawk-like gaze. The air froze instantly. Grandpa, why? Why aren't you sleeping and you've come here? That's really outrageous. What's the old man doing at the internet cafe in the middle of the night? If my parents find out about this, I'll probably get a severe scolding when I get home. The old man smiled. He slowly pulled out a thermos with a patina and began to speak. Your grandma said you stayed up all night practicing esports, so she asked me to bring you some goji berry tea. Koizumi. No, Grandpa, please tell the truth. Koizumi knew his grandparents' ways well. I got beaten a lot for secretly playing video games when I was a kid, so why would someone be so kind to me now, even bringing me tea? Nobody believes that. After some questioning, the old man calmly took a sip of tea. What? Can't I have a hamburger? Koizumi instantly understood what had happened during the day and couldn't help but complain. Grandpa, why did you eavesdrop on my conversation and even chase after me all the way here? Going out so late at night must be exhausting. Hey, hamburgers are meant to be eaten hot, of course. The one you brought home this morning was cold, so it didn't taste as good. Koizumi. Good heavens. No wonder the hamburger on the coffee table was missing. It turns out this old thief stole it. Watching the grandfather and grandson bicker, the childhood friends couldn't help but chuckle. At the same time, I couldn't help but marvel at how diverse the age range of the hamburger vendor's customers was. Look how you've managed to bewitch the old man. He's so persistent, he's willing to wait until the early hours of the morning to buy a hamburger. Despite their best efforts to persuade him, the old man refused to go back and, having exhausted all other options, gave up. The old man couldn't stay still, so he sat in the empty seat next to him and looked around curiously. Soon, his gaze fell on Afei's computer screen. After staring at it for a while, he couldn't help but speak. Fei, is your computer screen broken? Why does it keep turning gray? Afei was feeling frustrated. He had been ganked 4 times in a row by the jungler in the game, and each time he was powerless to resist and died on the spot. Upon hearing the old man next to him suddenly utter such a sentence, Afei almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Holy crap, the old man is incredibly aggressive. What do you mean the screen is broken? Afei turned his head with a look of grief and indignation and explained to him. Don't talk nonsense. This is the character I use in the game. I died by accident, which is why the screen looks like this. How could you be so careless? The old man asked again. Question mark. Afei was taken aback by the question and didn't know how to answer it for a moment. After holding it in for a long time, he forced himself to save face. It's not my fault. That jungler was too cunning. He played dirty tricks on me, using vision to gank me. He was obviously here to smut. The old man couldn't understand the technical terms used in the game. He only heard the words, fish frying, and his expression immediately became serious. Fried fish. Fried fish is not right. Afei thought the old man understood him and that he had found common ground, so he nodded repeatedly and agreed. Yes, I also think that frying fish is extremely immoral. Fei, why don't you call the police? The old man kindly suggested to Fei. Afei was completely dumbfounded. At this moment, he truly understood what it meant to be completely irrelevant. This conversation sounds like they're seriously ill. Ha 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 ha. Koizumi, who witnessed the entire conversation, burst into laughter and almost fainted. Grandpa, please don't say anything. Who do you think you are? When your grandpa was playing Spider Solitaire, you guys weren't even tadpoles yet. After the old man finished speaking, knowing that he couldn't fit into the world of young people, he raised his hand to check the time, feeling a little bored. The clock hand has already pointed to 1 o'clock. Where's the hamburger vendor? The old man couldn't help but mutter to himself, his eyes glancing towards the entrance of the internet cafe every now and then. Just then, the internet cafe door was slowly pushed open, and Suchin walked in carrying an insulated box. Son, someone's here. Is it him? The old man's eyes lit up instantly. He looked like a child. However, someone was faster than the old man. The internet cafe manager at the front desk kept an eye on the door. Suchin had barely stepped into the internet cafe when his foot hadn't even fully caught up. The network administrator quickly got up and shouted into the lobby. The hamburgers are here. As early as 8 or 9 p.m., several customers who came to the night market specifically told the internet cafe manager to call out when the hamburger vendor arrived. This shout was like a rallying cry. In an instant, more than a dozen people in the internet cafe lobby stood up all at once. It was so neat and orderly that it was astonishing. Chapter 354. Was this really necessary? Su-Chun had just stepped into the internet cafe when he was startled by the sudden shout from the internet cafe manager. Before he could react, looking up, he saw a group of people rushing towards him like hungry wolves pouncing on their prey. So enthusiastic. Su-Chun was stunned for a moment, feeling that he had underestimated these customers' love for hamburgers and their purchasing power. Is it still the multi-layered beef burger today? After shouting that, the internet cafe manager couldn't wait to ask the question, full of anticipation. They also have chicken breast spicy strip burgers, the same price, 15 each. Su-Chun said, I'll have 3 beef burgers and 1 spicy snack burger, please. That'll be 60 yuan in total. As soon as the network administrator finished speaking, he quickly took out his phone to pay. He ordered a lot of beef burgers because he had already tried them and knew how delicious they were, so he bought more without hesitation. He hadn't tried the spicy snack burger yet, so he didn't know how it tasted. Besides, one was beef and the other was chicken, and if they were both 15 yuan, it was a bit pricey. So he plans to buy one to try first, and if it tastes good, he can order more later. Over here, a group of people who were surfing the internet in the internet cafe quickly gathered around. These people were basically customers who had bought beef burgers yesterday and couldn't forget them. Hearing Su-Chun mention that they would be having spicy snack burgers today, they immediately became interested. Boss, 3 beef burgers and 3 spicy snack burgers. 3 beef burgers and 2 spicy snack burgers. Everyone started ordering, chattering excitedly, creating a lively and enthusiastic atmosphere. Such a lively and bustling scene naturally attracted other people in the internet cafe who were unaware of what was going on. They all cast curious glances at them, and several others came over to see what was going on. Upon hearing that they were selling hamburgers, the people immediately showed expressions of surprise. Someone couldn't help but mutter to themselves, "It's just selling hamburgers. Why make such a big fuss? This is like a supermarket selling discounted eggs." But despite his musings, he couldn't help but feel curious. This burger must be incredibly delicious to be so popular that people are crowding around it to buy it. No, I have to buy 2 to try. Su-Chun was about to reach for the hamburger when he glanced at the crowd surrounding him, quickly calculated in his mind, and made a decisive decision. I don't have enough in my insulated box, so please come with me to get more. After all, a cooler can only hold 40 hamburgers, but judging from the way this group is acting, their purchasing power is far more than 40. Running back and forth to get hamburgers would be both time-consuming and troublesome, so Su-Chun simply decided to take people to his parking spot to sell them. Upon seeing this, the network administrator immediately panicked. "Boss, I can't leave, but don't forget to bring me my burger later." He watched helplessly as a group of people walked happily toward the gate, feeling incredibly frustrated and miserable. Damn it. I was thinking that with this great spot near the entrance, I could be the first to buy a burger and get a bite. Well, that's bad. I guess I'll have to wait until the very last one to get it. However, the little bit of resentment in the network administrator's heart quickly dissipated without a trace. Because less than 2 minutes later, he saw Su-Chun return, steadily carrying a bag of hamburgers, walk straight to the front desk, and put the hamburgers on the table. The internet cafe manager opened the bag and found the 4 hamburgers he had ordered inside. Wow, this boss is so nice. He even remembered that I was the first person to place an order. The internet cafe manager was overjoyed, and his liking for Su-Chun increased even more. At the same time, Xiao Kai and Xiao Feng were also stunned by what they saw. Xiao Kai looked like he was questioning his life, and after a long while, he managed to squeeze out a sentence. "Holy crap, are you serious? This boss really drives a Cullinan to sell burgers. Why would I lie to you? Didn't I already tell you?" Koizumi crossed his arms, looking on with an expression of utter disbelief. "I've completely forgotten how I felt when I first saw this scene early yesterday morning. No, why is that? Holy crap, what kind of rich kid behavior is this? I feel so bad for the car seat." Just as his childhood friends were expressing their incomprehension at what they were seeing, Su-Chun rushed back. Without saying a word, he began to carefully pack the hamburgers according to each person's request. Xiao Kai and Xiao Feng each ordered one of each flavor. Upon seeing this, Koizumi immediately came over. 2 are definitely not enough. Trust me, buy more. Once you've tasted this burger, you'll know how amazing it is. I guarantee you'll want more after you eat it. We've already had dinner, so we just wanted to try something new. Eating too much late at night can cause indigestion. Xiao Kai patted his stomach, indicating that he really couldn't eat much more. Koizumi immediately adopted a pitying gaze, as if looking at her own past self. Next, it was the old man's turn. The old man's gaze naturally fell on the incubator. Inside the insulated box, the fluffy, puffed-up black sesame burger buns gleamed with an enticing color. The beef patty in the burger was thick, with a rich, caramelized aroma, and the brown texture seemed to be oozing juice. The chicken and spicy strip burger presents a different picture. The chicken cutlet is wrapped in a crispy shell, with scarlet spicy strips, golden pineapple slices, and fresh green lettuce piled together, which is quite visually striking. 10 for each of us. Oh, and give us 1 for each of us to eat first, the old man said decisively. The hamburger my grandson gave me yesterday morning wasn't enough, so I went out of my way to buy more. With plenty of hamburgers available now, Suchin naturally had no reason to limit the quantity. Upon hearing the old man's request, he immediately and quickly began packing the hamburgers. The old man finally got the hamburger he had been longing for, his mouth watering uncontrollably between his dentures. The deliciousness of the multi-layered beef burger is undeniable, and its wonderful taste is still deeply imprinted in his mind. For him, the spicy snack burger was a completely new flavor that he needed to personally test. However, judging from its appearance alone, it certainly won't taste bad. Take a small, gentle bite. The rich wheat aroma of the bread dough takes the lead, followed by the addictive sweet and spicy flavor of Wei's spicy strips and the rich, oily aroma of fried chicken breast. This taste, Old Lee's dentures trembled. The chicken breast is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and it's even wrapped with bits of spicy strips. Every bite is tender, juicy, and has a unique, chewy texture. That's really cool. Just when the old man thought the feast for the senses was about to end, the sweet and sour pineapple and refreshing lettuce suddenly burst out of his mouth, like a clear stream diluting the rich salt and spiciness, instantly making the taste more complex. Sweet, sour, salty, and spicy flavors blend perfectly here, complementing each other. Delicious, delicious, delicious. Chapter 355. This is elder abuse. Grandpa Koizumi is quite old, and he has always maintained a healthy diet. Yesterday's double beef burger opened up a whole new world for him, and today's spicy snack burger has directly pierced his soul. Now he realizes just how delicious the so-called unhealthy food that others talk about really is. No wonder so many young people like to eat it. He was even starting to regret it. If he had known the young people were eating so well, he would have gone to enjoy it sooner. Why did he have to wait until now? I missed it. I've missed it all these past few years. That's such a pity. Xiao Kai and Xiao Feng originally planned to take the burgers back to the internet cafe and enjoy them slowly, but they saw that everyone around them was eating burgers with gusto and had no restraint whatsoever. Inspired by this atmosphere, they simply started eating right there. After taking one bite, their expressions froze instantly, their faces filled with disbelief. Holy crap, what's wrong with this burger? The taste is beyond my expectations. What does it mean to have a lingering fragrance on your lips and teeth? What does lingering fragrance mean? This is the perfect example. Seeing this, Koizumi swaggered over. So what do you think? Was Dad's recommendation reliable? Get lost. You've never done anything worthwhile in your life, except for this hamburger, which is the only decent thing you've ever done. As soon as Xiao Kai opened his mouth, he started to insult Xiao Quan without any restraint. Can't you talk properly? I should have kept quiet. Koizumi retorted irritably. You talk as if you can keep it to yourself. Xiao Kai chuckled twice, and then he dashed off to Suchun. Boss, I'll have 2 more of each of these burgers. Actually, he wanted to ask for more, since the burger tasted really good. Unfortunately, we had already eaten dinner, and quite a lot of it. After eating such a hamburger, my stomach will definitely burst later, and I really don't have the energy. He thought to himself that if he bought 2 of each now, he could eat them when he woke up during the day. If it's not enough, I can always come back to buy more tomorrow morning. Xiao Feng had a similar idea. He listened to Xiao Kai's words from the side, nodded in deep agreement, and echoed his sentiments. Boss, I'm the same as him. The sounds of chewing filled the air, and the old man was also completely absorbed in his meal. Koizumi was munching on a hamburger when she turned her head and saw her grandfather about to put the beef burger into his mouth. His brow furrowed instantly. Goodness, the old man is already quite old, and eating too much at night will definitely upset his stomach. So, she immediately reached out and firmly grabbed her grandfather's hand. Grandpa, let's save it for tomorrow. Eating too much will make you feel unwell. The old man dismissed his grandson's advice. This is nothing. He's got a huge appetite right now. How can we not let him eat? I'll have one more, just the last one. No. Hey, Grandpa, how can you be so insensible? I'm practically turning in my grave. Can't I even have a decent hamburger? This is elder abuse. The old man's words drew the attention of those around him. Although the people around them watched the grandfather and grandson's antics with smiles on their faces, they were at least reasonable. One of the men kindly advised, Sir, eat less. You bought so much, take your time eating it when you get home, there's no rush. Seeing this, Ah Fei felt that the tables had turned and it was time for him to mess with the old man. So he curled his lips into a wicked smile and started shouting. That's right, you're getting old, and eating too much will cause indigestion. As he spoke, Ah Fei took a big bite of his hamburger, deliberately making a smacking sound with his lips, looking like he wanted to punch someone. The old man realized that no one was supporting him and reluctantly put away his hamburger. He glanced at Ah Fei and whispered, Little pig, grunt. Although the sound was soft, Ah Fei still heard it. I almost spat out the hamburger in my mouth for a moment. Damn, that old rascal is as playful as ever. Who are you calling a little pig? Who are you talking about? Let's go, little pig. Let's go back to the internet cafe. The childhood friends next to him winked at Ah Fei, their faces full of teasing expressions. There is no doubt that this nickname will stay with him for many years to come. After the young people went into the internet cafe, the old man prepared to leave. After all, he didn't really come here just to surf the internet. He bought a hamburger, tried it, and naturally wanted to go back and rest as soon as possible. The crowd gradually dispersed, and the area in front of the internet cafe returned to quiet. Taking advantage of this break, Su Chun checked his hamburger sales figures. This investigation truly surprised him. Total amount, 92/200. Requirement 2, 68/100. Goodness, this is a world of difference compared to the sales figures for the same period yesterday. In this one internet cafe alone, almost half of the total sales came from sales. This is far beyond my expectations. Su Chun silently calculated in his mind. There were still 3 internet cafes he hadn't visited yet. Wait a minute. It suddenly dawned on him that Blue Whale Internet Cafe wasn't allowed to be sold, so there were only 2 internet cafes left. Is it really possible to sell out all the burgers at the internet cafe tonight? Su Chun secretly made a guess, but he was a little unsure. After all, the old man was very generous at the internet cafe earlier, buying 20 of them in one go. Most other people bought 5 or 6, with the most being 10. Never mind, let's go first. Not every internet cafe can afford to have the purchasing power of an old man. Su Chun thought for a moment, then started the car and drove towards Fenghua Internet Cafe. At the same time, at the entrance of Fenghua Internet Cafe, Zhao Tianqi stretched and couldn't help but yawn. He could have rested early today since the company didn't schedule him to work overtime, but he still chose to stay up late. As for the reason, it's obviously to wait to buy a hamburger. This burger is so good, I could eat it all day and never get tired of it. Besides him, 3 other colleagues were also very interested by the smell and insisted on making plans to buy hamburgers together that evening. There are 4 people in total. Oh no, to be precise, it's 5 people. Just before leaving Get Off Work, the department head specifically asked Zhao Tianqi to buy some food for him, saying he would eat it at the company the next day. By the way, when is that hamburger vendor coming? The chubby colleague rubbed his eyes, looked at Zhao Tianqi who was yawning incessantly, and couldn't help but yawn himself. Yawning has a magical power, it's incredibly contagious. Sure enough, The other two colleagues also opened their mouths, and for a moment, yawns filled the entrance of the internet cafe. It should be soon. Zhao Tianqi checked the time. It was already 1:20. He returned around the same time yesterday and found his usual parking spot occupied. Then I went to an internet cafe to find the Cullinan owner. As Zhao Tianqi thought about it, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Then, he started to calculate how many hamburgers he should buy later. If you buy 6, it will be enough for 2 meals. Why don't we just buy 15? After all, staying up all night waiting for burgers isn't a long-term solution. We have to go to work the next day, so we need to stock up. Thinking about the task assigned by his department head, he started to ponder it again. 10 over there should be enough, so that makes 25 in total. Okay, that's settled. Chapter 356. That's the taste. A bright car headlight illuminated the road. Then a familiar Cullinan slowly turned in and drove straight toward an empty parking space in front of the internet cafe. My colleague, the fat guy, glanced at it casually and was immediately drawn to it. Holy crap. Look, it's a Cullinan. I've only ever seen it online before. This is the first time I've ever seen it in real life. He shouted, pointing at the slowly approaching luxury car, his face full of excitement. Wow, this looks really good. You don't realize it when you see it in videos online, but seeing it in person, you can definitely tell it's a luxury car. The aura it exudes is just different. You're not here to use the internet, are you? Someone who drives a Cullinan would come to an internet cafe. Several people were talking with surprise, quite astonished that such a luxury car had appeared at the entrance of the internet cafe. Just then, they suddenly noticed that Zhao Tianqi's reaction was a bit strange. The main problem is that the facial expression is too bland and natural. Moreover, he showed no intention of participating in their heated discussion and simply stood quietly to the side. Even more surprisingly, Zhao Tianqi casually uttered a sentence. What's so surprising about that? It's just a Cullinan. Upon hearing this, the three colleagues were stunned and speechless for a moment. They couldn't help but start making sarcastic remarks. No way. How many coins do you have in your pocket? You're so arrogant. TSK, you should clean your beat-up Volkswagen first. The dust on the roof is so thick you could draw on it. Zhao Tianqi chuckled. He did it on purpose. Because he didn't tell his colleagues that the hamburger shop owner drove a Cullinan. The main point is that since I've experienced this myself, I definitely want to see how other people react to make it more interesting. Can't I be the only one who's shocked? Let's go, the hamburger vendor is here. After Zhao Tianqi finished speaking, he took the lead and walked towards Cullinan. Upon hearing this, the three colleagues looked puzzled, turning their heads around to try and find someone selling hamburgers, or one of those common hamburger food trucks. But the streets were quiet and empty. Turning his head again, he saw that Zhao Tianqi had already walked up to the Cullinan. What does this mean? I didn't see any hamburgers for sale. No, what's he doing in Cullinan? Does he know someone there? I didn't know that. I didn't realize this guy had such a wide network of connections. The three people looked puzzled and followed. Even with Zhao Tianqi standing next to the Cullinan, the three colleagues still couldn't connect the Cullinan with selling hamburgers. They simply assumed Zhao Tianqi knew the owner of the Cullinan. They never even considered the possibility of him selling hamburgers. Just as they were wondering what was going on, the car door opened and Su Chun got out. As soon as Zhao Tianqi saw Su Chun get out of the car, he quickly walked forward and said in a warm tone, "Boss, you finally arrived." Su Chun smiled and responded, then turned around and opened the trunk of the Cullinan, revealing neatly arranged insulated boxes inside. My colleague, the fat guy, let out a scream. Holy crap! Are they really going to drive a Cullinan and sell hamburgers? The other two colleagues, though not as distraught as he was, were also visibly shocked. Zhao Tianqi felt relieved at that moment. Hey, this is the taste. Su Chun was used to such reactions and simply began to introduce himself. There are 2 flavors, a multi-layer beef burger and a chicken breast spicy strip burger, both priced at 15 yuan each. You still have spicy snack burgers today? Zhao Tianqi was overjoyed and quickly made a decision, placing an order immediately. I want 10 beef burgers and 5 spicy snack burgers. Also, please pack 10 beef burgers separately. He can freely try new flavors when he's eating it himself, but it's better to be more conservative with the department head, since the taste of the beef burger has already been proven and is reliable. Su Chun paused, glancing at Zhao Tianqi instinctively. Wow, He ordered 25 hamburgers right off the bat. He's definitely a big customer. Surely I won't sell out all the hamburgers at Fenghua Internet Cafe? When his colleague, Fatty, heard that Zhao Tianqi had asked for so much, he was completely stunned. Buying so many hamburgers at once, are you treating everyone? Thinking of this, he suddenly felt a little embarrassed and quickly waved his hand. Oh, Brother Qi, you've gone to so much trouble. I can't accept this. Zhao Tianqi was also confused and explained. What do you mean I bought this for you? This is all for myself. Oh, right, some of it is for the boss. Upon hearing this, the fat man thought, well, all my efforts have been wasted. After several people placed their orders, Su Chen quickly took the hamburgers they ordered from the insulated box, packed them up, and handed them over to them. Zhao Tianqi's hands were covered with hamburger bags of all sizes. As far as the eye could see, all he could see were golden hamburgers. My colleague glanced at it and couldn't help but laugh, teasing me. You look more like a hamburger vendor than the owner right now. Zhao Tianqi rolled his eyes in annoyance. But to be fair, his hands were bulging with goods, and looking at the Cullinan next to him, it would be strange if he didn't look like a hamburger vendor. After entertaining the four people, Su Chen turned and walked towards Fenghua Internet Cafe. This time he was smarter, so he specially brought 2 incubators inside. The 2 insulated boxes stacked together were quite large. When held in his arms, they almost completely blocked his view. The network administrator at the front desk had just yawned and was in a daze, his thoughts wandering off somewhere. In a moment of utter boredom, he casually turned his head and suddenly saw 2 boxes swaying and floating over. Wow, this insulated box has become sentient. It can even walk on its own now. Upon closer inspection, Su Chen's figure could be seen emerging from behind the insulated box. The network administrator suddenly realized what was going on and immediately remembered it, so he quickly greeted him. Oh, it's the owner who sells Cullinan. Oops, I misspoke. It's the owner who sells hamburgers in Cullinan. Immediately afterwards, the network administrator quickly added to the solution. Oh, and boss, bring me 3 hamburgers later too. Yesterday, several people from the store went out to see what was going on, and even bought hamburgers to eat in the internet cafe. The aroma of the hamburger filled the entire internet cafe, making his mouth water. However, he couldn't get there immediately. By the time he wanted to eat, Su Chen had already driven away. So no matter what, he couldn't afford to miss it today. Let me get them for you first. Beef burger or spicy snack burger, which one do you want? Su Chen gently placed the 2 insulated boxes on the ground and then placed them on the pipeline. 1 beef burger and 2 spicy snack burgers. Without hesitation, the network administrator quickly took out his phone to scan the code. While Su Chen was looking down and filling the insulated box with hamburgers, they took advantage of the moment. The network administrator suddenly said, Boss, you don't need to go in and shout to each person individually. I'll use the loudspeaker to make a call for you. Is this appropriate? Su Chen was taken aback, not expecting the other party to be so enthusiastic. There's nothing wrong with it. 7 or 8 people who came to the internet cafe tonight told me in advance to keep an eye on you and let me know when you arrive. Chapter 357 TCH. Does it have to be so vain? The network administrator shrugged indifferently as he spoke to Su Chen. Serving customers is about being the best. We have to meet their needs, right? Actually, he mainly felt that notifying each person individually was too troublesome, so he preferred to announce it over the loudspeaker, which saved time and effort. As he spoke, he reached out and turned on the broadcast equipment, getting straight to the point. Those who want to buy hamburgers can come to the front desk. The multi-layer beef hamburger and the chicken breast spicy strip hamburger are both 15 yuan each. He called it twice. Several people immediately stood up in the hall. A guy was playing a game when he heard the announcement and immediately shouted into his headphones. Wait a minute, don't start the group buy yet. I'm going to buy a hamburger first. After saying that, he yanked off his headphones and rushed toward the front desk. The scene before me is almost a replica of the Starry Sky Internet Cafe. A large group of people surged over. Oh, boss, you've finally arrived. Boss, are you driving a Cullinan again today? The crowd was chattering and making a ruckus, like a bustling market, and the front desk instantly became incredibly noisy. Among this group, there were naturally some who had been specially dragged over by their friends to watch the excitement. just like Xiao Kai and Xiao Feng at the Starry Sky Internet Cafe before. Does this boss really drive a Cullinan to sell hamburgers? Where's the car? I can't see it. Isn't that obvious? It's definitely parked outside. Do you think I'd put it in an internet cafe for you? Upon hearing this, the network administrator standing nearby smiled slightly and slowly spoke. If they're going to fix the door, we can open it in. Su Chan was both amused and exasperated. What is all this nonsense? He shook his head helplessly, trying to steer the conversation back on track, and only managed to utter 2 words. I want to buy a hamburger. However, before he could finish speaking, the bespectacled guy grabbed his arm. Boss, let's go buy a burger next to your Cullinan. I want to take a picture. Exactly. I forgot to take a picture yesterday. When I told people that I ate a burger sold by the owner of the Cullinan, no one believed me at all. Immediately, someone nearby echoed his sentiment. Are you here to buy hamburgers, or to watch the Cullinan? One of the players, who was still waiting to go back and join a raid, was getting a little anxious. The bespectacled guy waved his hand. That's different. The Cullinan is an added bonus to the burger. If I don't take a picture, who will know that the burger I'm eating came from a Cullinan? Shaw. Vanity. The older brother curled his lip, looking disapproving. The bespectacled young man, however, remained unconcerned and continued to argue vehemently. I can't afford a Cullinan, but what's wrong with eating a burger delivered by a Cullinan and taking a picture as a souvenir? It's a special experience, after all. Upon hearing this, several people around nodded slightly, their faces showing thoughtful expressions. Yes, that makes sense. In the future, when we go out and chat with people, we'll have photos as evidence. Yes, let's go buy it next to the Cullinan. Everyone responded enthusiastically, reaching a consensus. Su Chun. What happened? He even brought 2 insulated boxes over, thinking it would make it easier for customers to buy food without having to go outside. Instead, this group of people asked to go to the car to buy hamburgers. Damn, after all this trouble, it turns out I've wasted my time. However, since this was a reasonable request from the diners, he naturally wouldn't refuse. It's just taking pictures, so let's take them. It won't damage the paint. Su Chin nodded in agreement. Then he looked at his older brother and said, Let me get you a hamburger first. To everyone's surprise, when the older brother heard this, he first scratched his head, then looked away with a slightly guilty expression. Forget it then. It makes me seem like I'm special. I'll just buy it outside. At that moment, someone nearby couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. Weren't you in a hurry to join a raid? The older brother put on a nonchalant expression and said casually, It's okay. I'm Yasuo, my score is 1/11/2. I'm feeding like crazy. With my skill level, it doesn't matter whether I'm there or not in a team fight. In fact, my teammates might win even better without me. This completely confused everyone. For a moment, I didn't know whether to criticize my brother's dismal record or praise his rare self-awareness. So, Su Chun had barely stepped into the internet cafe when he had to carry the insulated box back the way he came and arrived at the Cullinan parked outside. The scene was extremely lively. People buying hamburgers and then taking pictures after buying them. The first person to come out and buy a hamburger was overjoyed. He couldn't wait to take a spicy snack hamburger out of the bag and take a big bite. They kept exclaiming, Holy crap, this is delicious. After buying his hamburger, the older brother looked around. Seeing that no one was paying attention, he secretly took out his phone and took a picture of the hamburger and Cullinan. He originally planned to bring the hamburger back to the internet cafe so he could eat it while playing games. When I looked up, I saw a lot of people around me eating hamburgers, and they were all enjoying them immensely. Golden and crispy chicken breast peeks out from the edge of the burger, and the spicy strips have an enticing reddish sheen on their surface. It's really tempting. The eldest brother couldn't resist starting to eat too. With one bite, the bread dough is fluffy and soft. The chicken breast has a crispy outer shell and a tender inside. The spicy strips are sweet and spicy and appetizing, and the other side dishes are also perfectly matched. He too couldn't help but exclaim, Holy shit. And so, the older brother ate 2 hamburgers in one go until he felt a little full. Then he suddenly slapped his forehead, remembering that his game wasn't over yet. He didn't even bother to wipe his mouth before rushing to the internet cafe. However, when he returned to his seat, he saw a AFK penalty message pop up on the screen, and upon looking at the interface, he realized he had already lost the game. The older brother stared at the screen, stunned for a few seconds, then sighed helplessly and muttered to himself, "Sigh, just as I thought, we can't win without me." After saying that, he simply stopped paying attention to the game and comfortably focused on eating the rest of the hamburger. Outside the internet cafe, the customers of Fenghua Internet Cafe gradually dispersed. After finishing his work, Su-chan was about to check his sales figures for tonight when he realized that it might not be necessary to go through all that trouble. Right now, all that's left in the car are 2 insulated boxes and some hamburgers, 2 multi-layer beef burgers, and 8 spicy snack burgers. Su-chan silently did the math in his head. Goodness, he actually managed to sell 190 hamburgers at these 2 internet cafes tonight. This was far beyond his expectations. We'll definitely be able to sell the remaining 10 hamburgers at Dashing Internet Cafe later, since Brother Zhou bought so many by himself yesterday. In other words, given the current situation, there's no need to consider selling breakfast at the entrance of Tongha New Village in the morning anymore. Chapter 358. Oh dear, so clueless. Su-chan was still pondering this in his mind. After visiting Dashing Internet Cafe, today's business is considered successfully completed, and I can go home. Oh no, it seems I can't go home. He suddenly realized a bad problem. If I don't go to Tongha New Village, people come all the way here early in the morning just to buy a hamburger, only to find it empty-handed. They'll probably feel resentful. But if I go there and there are no hamburgers for sale, those regular customers will probably grab me and not let me leave, right? The problem is, if the hamburger is unavailable, it's unavailable. You can't blame him for that, can you? Who could have predicted that the burgers would sell so well in the early hours of tonight, far exceeding his expectations? And that regular customer yesterday morning was really something. Why didn't he ask a few more questions after buying the burger? Su-chan felt a little numb. I couldn't think of a good solution for the time being, so I decided to finish the rest of today's tasks first. At the entrance of Blue Whale Internet Cafe, Su-chan didn't even plan to go to the parking lot at the entrance this time. I parked the car directly on the side of the road and quickly completed the check-in process. He knew it in his heart anyway. This internet cafe made it clear that they didn't allow me to sell hamburgers, so there was no need for me to go in and make a fool of myself by being turned away. After clocking in, he started the car without hesitation, stepped on the gas, and sped off towards Dashing Internet Cafe. Su-chan had just left. Shortly after, Feng Yuxiang, the owner of Blue Whale Internet Cafe, arrived at the store. "Hello, boss." The receptionist, with her sharp eyes, saw the boss walk in and greeted him cheerfully. Feng Yuxiang nodded slightly, said nothing more, and walked straight to the front desk. He looked at the backend data of the Internet Cafe system and couldn't help but sigh. These days, the Internet Cafe industry is getting harder and harder to run. On weekends, the customer traffic is barely acceptable, but on weekdays, the store is deserted and business is so bad that it's worrying. Thinking of this, Feng Yuxiang took out his phone and opened a short video platform. He typed local internet cafes into the search bar. A couple of days ago, he found a small marketing account in the same city and asked them to help promote his internet cafe. Although the other party's fees were not high, the promotional effect was barely noticeable. He clicked on the video promoting his own internet cafe. The video shows a cute girl standing in the center of the Blue Whale Internet Cafe lobby, energetically introducing the store's machine configurations, promotional activities, and other information. The girl has a sweet voice and a bright smile. But even so, this video only has a dozen or so comments and less than 100 likes. The 2-minute video finished playing quickly, and then the platform automatically played the next video. Feng Yuxiang originally intended to just swipe across the screen. My attention was drawn to the bottom left corner of the video, where an address named Fenghua Internet Cafe was clearly located, and it had been posted just 10 minutes earlier. This internet cafe's name looks familiar. After a moment's thought, Feng Yuxiang remembered. This Fenghua Internet Cafe is also located along Dongxi Road, not too far from my own Blue Whale Internet Cafe. But then he noticed that the video had a whopping 68 comments and over 200 likes. Only 10 minutes have passed. Feng Yuxiang immediately felt resentful. Did this internet cafe also buy advertising? Why are their videos so good? Feng Yuxiang, who hadn't paid much attention to the video content before, immediately became extremely focused. Looking closely at the video, the title boldly proclaimed, "Have you ever seen Cullinan selling hamburgers?" The video feed switches to a young man standing next to a brand new, gleaming Cullinan. The young man opened the trunk of the Cullinan and took out a cooler, which was filled to the brim with golden and tempting hamburgers. At this moment, the narration begins. "I never knew someone was selling burgers in a Cullinan. And let me tell you, those burgers are absolutely delicious." As the camera panned, Feng Yuxiang saw a group of people gathered around a Cullinan, vying to buy hamburgers. In one corner of the screen, the sign for Fenghua Internet Cafe was clearly visible. Selling hamburgers from a Cullinan? Looking at this strange scene, Feng Yuxiang felt it was extremely incongruous no matter how he looked at it. It's probably just another marketing tactic devised by the merchants. He was about to open his mouth to complain when he heard the receptionist next to him suddenly exclaim in surprise, "Hey, this person seems to have been in our store yesterday." Feng Yuxiang was taken aback when he heard what the receptionist said and hurriedly asked her for more details. "Are you sure it's this person?" The receptionist looked at the man in the video again carefully, then nodded firmly in a very confident tone. "It's this person." As she spoke, a hint of surprise unconsciously crept into her eyes. "I originally thought he was just an ordinary small vendor, but I never expected that he would be driving a Cullinan. Upon closer inspection, this person actually seems to be quite handsome. So what did you say?" Without giving it much thought, Feng Yuxiang immediately asked another question. "Let him go. Doesn't our store have rules?" The receptionist told the truth. She was simply following the store's rules and didn't think there was anything wrong with what she was doing. "Hey, you have no sense of propriety. You should have kept this person here." Feng Yuxiang sighed. Upon hearing this, the receptionist glanced at Feng Yuxiang silently, without saying a word. "I'm just an employee, and there's nothing wrong with me following the store's rules." Feng Yuxiang knew that what he said was somewhat of an hindsight comment, but at this moment he was filled with envy for the popularity of Fenghua Internet Cafe's videos. He opened the comments section. In just a few short sentences, the number of comments had increased to nearly 100. Feng Yuxiang's eyes swept over the comments one by one. "Selling hamburgers in a Cullinan? Are you desperate for fame? It must taste terrible. People these days will do anything for traffic. It must be a rented car." The initial comments were mostly critical and sarcastic about the video content itself. "I think this is definitely another carefully planned, scripted publicity stunt to grab attention and generate traffic." But not long after, the tone of the comments began to shift. "Wow, you're so fast. I was going to post that too. This burger is amazing. I declare the spicy strip burger to be #1 in the world. The beef burger is the best in the world. Hey, isn't this hamburger vendor at Starry Sky Internet Cafe? How did he end up at Beacon Fire? I don't know if it's a publicity stunt or not, but the burger is really delicious. Guys, this burger is absolutely amazing. If you don't like it, I'll give you my head." One by one, customers who had purchased the food began to appear in the comments section, coming forward to vouch for its taste. Not only that, many people also posted photos of themselves holding hamburgers and posing with the Cullinan. Chapter 359, Can you do me a favor? Most of the people who buy hamburgers are there for an all-nighter. They watch videos during breaks in the game and come out to testify in person. This immediately piqued the curiosity of anyone who clicked on the video later. Are hamburgers really that delicious? I really want to try them. Where exactly is it located? Hey, I'm so close to Fenghua Internet Cafe. Is the hamburger vendor still there? I have to try what a Cullinan-style burger is like. Feng Yuxiang stared intently at his phone screen, watching the number of comments and likes soar. It was like swallowing 8 lemons raw. The sourness made his face contort in pain. Damn it, why wasn't I in the store yesterday? If he had been in the store yesterday, he might have posted this video himself. After a while, Feng Yuxiang suddenly had a thought pop into his head. Will this person come to my internet cafe tonight? He quickly looked through the comments again and found that both Shinkong Internet Cafe and Fenghua Internet Cafe were mentioned, both of which are located along Dongxi Road. Based on the route, my own store should be next. The more Feng Yuxiang thought about it, the more sense it made. They were all getting restless. If the hamburger owner comes again, we must do everything we can to keep him here. This is a massive influx of traffic. We must capitalize on it. Feng Yuxiang moved a stool and sat down by the door, gazing longingly towards the intersection. Su Chun drove smoothly all the way to the entrance of Dashing Internet Cafe. He parked his car, then carried the insulated box into the Internet Cafe. At the Internet Cafe's front desk, Zhou Bin was idly scrolling through his phone, occasionally letting out a silly grin. The lobby was deserted, with only Xiao Deng and Xiao Luo surfing the Internet. Just then, a slight noise came from the doorway. Zhou Bin keenly sensed that someone had come in and reflexively put down his phone. Want some internet? 10 yuan for the whole night, plus. Before he could finish speaking, he saw that the person who entered was Su Chun, and his words were immediately cut off. Hey, you finally arrived. I was thinking if you hadn't come tonight, my wife would probably have eaten me like a hamburger. As Zhou Bin spoke, he excitedly stood up. He first shouted loudly at Xiao Deng and Xiao Luo, who were surfing the internet. Then, he quickly pushed open the side door and shouted inside. Honey, the hamburger is here. Get up quickly. Eat it before you go back to sleep. Their level of enthusiasm is even greater than that of Su Chun, the hamburger seller himself. Xiao Luo and Xiao Deng had been eagerly anticipating Su Chun's arrival to sell hamburgers. Upon hearing Zhou Bin's call, without saying a word, he immediately pulled off his headphones and quickly ran over from his seat. At the same time, a series of hurried footsteps came from the side door. Zhou Bin's wife, wearing a white nightgown, with her hair disheveled and looking sleepy, rushed out in a flurry. Where's the hamburger? Zhou Bin could hardly bear to look at his wife like this, and said speechlessly, You should at least tie your hair up. People who don't know better would think you just crawled out of the TV. Hey, stop talking nonsense. Eat your hamburger first. Zhou Bin's wife waved her hand dismissively, saying that appearances were nothing compared to eating a hamburger. She'd been craving hamburgers for ages. Beef burgers are so delicious, but she wondered what spicy strip burgers would taste like. She'd been thinking about them all day. Xiao Luo and Xiao Deng also looked eager on the side. For people, 8 eyes, all focused on the insulated box in Su Chun's hand. Such an intense gaze made Su Chun feel a little guilty. He said with a slight apology, Well, business is pretty good today. We've sold a lot of hamburgers. As he spoke, he opened the insulated box, revealing the few remaining hamburgers inside. 1, 2, 3, 4. Zhou Bin's wife kept her eyes glued to the insulated box, quickly counting the number of hamburgers as she spoke. After she finished counting, her eyes widened instantly, and a mournful cry escaped from her hair. How come there are only 10? That's not enough to eat. 10 hamburgers for 4 people. They can't even divide them equally. Everyone stared longingly at the few hamburgers in the insulated box, and the atmosphere became slightly awkward. But that's the reality. There are only so many hamburgers available, and Su Chun isn't a magician, so there's no way he could conjure up another batch out of thin air. Zhou Bin felt a pang of sadness. After all, he had been looking forward to this hamburger all day. But he quickly came to terms with it. After all, it's only natural that such a delicious burger would be popular. Once you've tried it, who wouldn't want to buy more? After thinking for a moment, Zhou Bin made the suggestion. How about this, Luo and Deng? You two take 3, and my wife and I will keep 4, okay? Okay, we'll do it your way, brother Zhou. Xiao Luo and Xiao Deng exchanged a glance and nodded. Although 3 hamburgers were indeed a bit few for them, there was nothing they could do about it. I could only console myself by thinking that I should eat less tonight, otherwise I wouldn't be able to enjoy myself during the day. Seeing that they had already made their own arrangements, Su Chun started packing hamburgers for them. At this moment, Zhou Bin's wife looked at the 4 hamburgers in her hand, her face full of frustration. She and her husband could easily finish these hamburgers, and there was no way they could save them for the next meal, which made her feel a little regretful. Seeing his wife's aggrieved look, Zhou Bin couldn't help but smile. Honey, you can eat all of this hamburger. Oh, old Zhou, you're so good to me. Upon hearing this, Zhou Bin's wife was immediately moved. Although my husband, Lao Zhou, is a bit overweight, his hair is thinning, he's not exactly handsome, and he snores loudly when he sleeps, his feelings for me are genuine. No matter what good things I encounter, I always think of myself first. Oh dear, we've been married for so long, why bring this up? A man should, of course, treat his wife well. Old Zhou felt a little embarrassed by his wife's straightforward praise. Xiao Luo and Xiao Deng, who were standing nearby, were caught off guard and forced to witness a display of affection. They grinned, then ran back to their computers, each playing games and eating hamburgers. After his wife happily carried the hamburger into the bedroom, Zobin glanced at the empty insulated box, as if he suddenly remembered something, and looked at Su Chen to ask, "You sold out of all your burgers today? Are you going to Tonghe New Village again tomorrow morning?" Mentioning this matter immediately gave Su Chen a headache. It would be too much to refuse and make our regular customers make a wasted trip. But if I go, I don't have any hamburgers left to sell. I can't go empty-handed. I guess I'll still have to go, but I won't be able to sell anything. Brother Zhou, can you do me a favor? Chapter 360. Okay, let's do it this way. As Su Chen was speaking, he suddenly had an idea. It seems I got a little stuck on one point and couldn't quite grasp it. Actually, if you think about it carefully, things aren't that complicated. Why not just find someone to notify the regular customers instead? What's up? Zobin was stunned when he heard Su Chen's words. I never expected that this matter would get involved with me. In an instant, various guesses flashed through his mind. Could it be that he wants to borrow money? It shouldn't be that bad. Would someone who drives a Cullinan really borrow money from a small internet cafe owner? The income he makes from selling hamburgers in just one night is more than I earn in a whole day. Could you go and notify them for me sometime between 5:30 and 6 o'clock? Seeing Zhou Bin's puzzled look, Su Chen briefly explained the reason. His main request was for Zhou Bin to help inform his regular customers about his future business location and hours. Once we can notify one regular customer, the word spreads in the group, and things become much easier afterward. We don't have to wait around. Of course, since he and Zhou Bin were not related, he couldn't let Zhou Bin help him for nothing. So he continued, Brother Zhou, why don't we just set up the business at your house and give priority to customers who want to use the internet? We'll be open from 1 a.m. Su Chen decided to come to Dashing Internet Cafe tomorrow. With these regular customers around, the burgers would probably sell out immediately. Then, I stopped by 3 other internet cafes on the way, checked in at one of them, and went straight home to sleep. Yes, the plan works. Zhou Bin was initially confused, but as Su Chen explained, he gradually understood the reason. The way they looked at Su Chen was as if he were a god. I've never seen a street vendor so popular with diners. No problem. I'll just have my wife get up early to take over the shift. It won't take much trouble. As for prioritizing internet users, that's unnecessary. Zhou Bin readily agreed. This is indeed not a difficult task. Tonghe New Village is right next to the internet cafe. It only takes a few minutes to walk there. It's just a small favor. On the contrary, he felt a little embarrassed about Su Chen's condition of giving priority to internet users. Who would make such a request when buying a hamburger? Do you think customers would agree to that? It's okay, Brother Zhou, just tell them what I said. Upon hearing Zhou Bin's words, Su Chen quickly gave him instructions. We can't afford to do anything reckless about this. If customers don't go online and just come to buy hamburgers, even if you can sell all your hamburgers, you can't expect to meet requirement 2. As for making more hamburgers, there's not much need for it, nor is it very realistic. Besides, even if it were made, there simply wouldn't be enough space in the car to fit that many. Okay, I understand. Zhou Bin agreed again. Although he still didn't quite understand why Su Chen insisted on such conditions, he didn't say anything more since Su Chen was so insistent. After all, this is a great thing for his internet cafe. Having resolved the issues raised by the regular customers, Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Today I finally don't have to make do sleeping in Cullinan anymore. I can go home and catch up on some comfortable sleep. After chatting casually with Zhou Bin for a few more minutes, Su Chen picked up the insulated box and turned back to his car. The moment I opened the car door, a line of text suddenly appeared before my eyes. Congratulations, host, on completing today's business task. New recipe unlocked, black truffle foie gras burger. Su Chen was slightly taken aback. Black truffle? Foie gras? Just hearing about the ingredients sounds luxurious. Now these goods are actually appearing on my small mobile stall? I don't know if the system is giving him some imported goods or Yunnan truffles. Regardless, the unique aroma of black truffles and the smooth, creamy texture of foie gras, paired with a high-quality beef patty, make for an absolutely unbeatable taste experience. As the knowledge flooded his mind, Su-chan became very interested in the new flavors he had just unlocked. But I'll wait until I'm fully awake before going home. The car slowly started and disappeared into the night. 4:50 a.m. In the room, Yuja was mercilessly awakened from his dream by the shrill ring of his cell phone alarm. He struggled to open his eyelids a crack. The night outside the window had not completely faded, and it was still dim. Why did I set my alarm for 4 o'clock? Yuja was still sleepy, his mind completely blank. My only strong thought was to sleep a little longer. I just closed my eyes again, and 3 seconds later, Yuja suddenly opened his eyes and hurriedly turned his head to look at the time displayed on his phone. Oh, thank goodness, it's 4:50. I almost opened and closed my eyes, and it was already dawn. He fully woke up and remembered that he was going to buy the boss's hamburger today. Although I estimated that the owner wouldn't set up his stall until around 5:30, I couldn't resist the urge of those guys in the group to work so hard. Some people even said they set off at 4 o'clock to get here. If you go even a little later, you might end up empty-handed, unable to buy anything at all. Besides, who wouldn't want to buy the hamburger and eat it as soon as possible? After buying the hamburger, I might be able to take a nap. Thinking of this, Yuja jumped out of bed with a jolt and went straight to the bathroom to wash up. While brushing his teeth, he freed one hand to pick up his phone and opened a group chat. Really, the group chat is buzzing with activity today, with messages constantly flowing in. Scrolling up through the chat history, the earliest message was actually dated back to 4 a.m. Guys, I'm up, one shot, and I'm done. I've never gotten up this early even in my senior year of high school, but now I'm giving it my all for my boss. Then you can't do that. I got up at 4:30 in my senior year of high school and was in the classroom for morning reading by 5 o'clock. This province, known for its intense college entrance exam competition, is terrifying. I didn't sleep at all. If I had, I definitely wouldn't be able to get up. Let's go? We've already called a car. Yuja looked at the chat history in the group and couldn't help but shake his head. Luckily, I live nearby, so I don't have to get up at 4 o'clock. This is what they mean by being in a good position and getting the moon first. Yuja felt a surge of satisfaction and rinsed his mouth. Then, humming a cheerful tune, she changed her clothes and headed straight for the entrance of Tongha New Village. Inside dashing internet cafe, Zobin sat at the front desk and yawned. He glanced at the time. It was exactly 5 o'clock. Although Su-chan told him to go between 5:30 and 6 o'clock, Zobin felt that it was better to do it sooner rather than later. After all, there were hardly any people left in the store at this point. Xiao Deng and Xiao Luo couldn't stay awake any longer around 4 a.m. and went back to sleep. Zobin stood up, stretched, loosened his stiff body, and then slowly walked into the bedroom. He walked to the bedside and gently nudged his wife, who was still fast asleep. Honey, wake up. You need to do a good job cleaning this morning. Clean up all the areas that need cleaning carefully. There will definitely be a lot of people tonight. Chapter 361. Fine, don't eat it. Judging from the boss's tone, quite a few people are coming tonight. You keep working on it, and we'll clean up together when I get back. As he spoke, Zobin began changing his clothes, preparing to go out. No sooner had Su-chan left than Zobin spoke with his wife, and she was already aware of the situation. Uh-huh. The daughter-in-law mumbled a response and sat up. I'll contact them later and get the signboard at our entrance fixed too. As she spoke, she suddenly thought for a moment and asked, Hey, Laozo, if there are a lot of people buying hamburgers tonight, will we not be able to get any? Look ahead. Think big. When the time comes, we'll definitely prioritize the boss's customers. We'll be getting such a huge advantage. Although Zobin had stayed up all night, his mind was still very clear. That's right, business is the priority. The wife nodded. Although she felt a little regretful, she thought old Zo was right. At the entrance of Tongha New Village, most of the breakfast stalls have already been set up, and the aroma of various foods fills the air. The owner of the fried dough stick stall put the oil pot on the stove and started heating it. A lump of oily white dough was placed on the cutting board. We've arrived. This should be the place, right? A commotion arose in the distance, and 8 or 9 people walked toward them, laughing and joking. Didn't Xiaoyu post photos yesterday? This should be the place. There's a fried dough stick stall right next to it. Has Xiaoyu arrived yet? Ask in the group to confirm. Damn it. I didn't eat anything last night, and I'm starving now. Then why don't you buy a fried dough stick and have some first? It's best to eat until you're full. You old rascal, you're really wicked. The owner of the fried dough stick stall heard the noise and looked up. I was immediately pleasantly surprised. Is everyone here so early today? So he immediately turned the gas valve to max to make the oil pan heat up faster. Fried dough sticks. Freshly fried big fried dough sticks. The owner of the fried dough stick stall was shouting at the top of his lungs, as if he wanted to set up a giant megaphone. His chubby face was squeezed into 3 layers of wrinkles by his smile. He didn't expect everyone to buy his fried dough sticks. At least 5 or 6 people would come, right? Hot, fragrant, and crispy fried dough sticks are so delicious. However, he called out several times, but the group acted as if they hadn't heard him and continued chatting amongst themselves, completely ignoring the enthusiastic shouts. The vendor's voice grew softer and softer until he finally shut up. He glanced resentfully at the group, feeling like a devoted but unresponsive admirer. If you don't want to eat, then don't. The owner of the fried dough stick stall inexplicably developed a sense of arrogance. Then, he turned his head angrily and reached out to turn down the heat of the stove. After all, it's not mealtime yet, and keeping the stove on all the time costs money, so every little bit saved counts. To his surprise, just as he turned down the firepower, he caught a glimpse of 2 people from the group chatting next to him walking towards him. Huh. The wrinkles on the fried dough stick stall owner's face, which had already smoothed out, quickly reappeared in 3 layers. He greeted them enthusiastically. Want some fried dough sticks? 2 yuan each, 3 for 5 yuan. Freshly fried, guaranteed to be fragrant and crispy. Oh, sorry, boss. I came over to ask if there was a hamburger vendor next to you yesterday. One of the older diners said politely. As he spoke, he took out his phone, swiped his finger across the screen a few times, pulled up a photo, and handed it to the fried dough stick stall owner. This is what this person looks like. The fried dough stick stall owner was slightly taken aback and subconsciously looked at his phone screen. The person in the photo is none other than the young man who was selling hamburgers from a rickety little cart next to his stall yesterday morning. That young man's business was better than I ever imagined. They didn't set up their stall until almost 6 o'clock, but by 6:30 they had sold out of hamburgers and packed up to leave. He thought the young man would go back and get another batch of hamburgers to sell, but he waited until he had closed up shop and the young man never showed up again. Yes, it's this person. As the fried dough stick stall owner spoke, he pondered to himself, seemingly understanding the intentions of these people. Judging by this, could it be that all these people are waiting specifically to buy hamburgers? Yesterday he witnessed it firsthand. Every single person who bought a hamburger praised how delicious it was. Upon hearing the vendor's affirmative reply, the customers who had inquired visibly became delighted. Another elderly diner next to him curled his lip in disapproval. What's there to ask? Didn't everyone in the group chat take pictures yesterday? No, I'm the kind of person who tends to trust the information I get from asking questions. After whispering a few words to each other, the 2 turned and walked away without hesitation, never showing any intention of buying fried dough sticks. Scumbag. As the 2 figures walked away, the smile on the owner's face quickly vanished, replaced by a look of melancholy. He had no choice but to turn the heat down again. Too lazy to walk, Zobin hopped on his electric scooter and headed straight for the entrance of Tonghanu village. He remembered Su Chen telling him that the hamburger stall was next to a fried dough stick stand yesterday. Zobin kept muttering, fried dough stick stall, fried dough sticks. He was initially worried that he wouldn't be able to find the place, or that he might go to the wrong place, which would delay his business. As soon as you turn into the street at the entrance of Tonghanu village, you can see a group of people gathered in the distance. Right next to the crowd was a fried dough stick stall. It must be this group, right? Zobin pondered to himself. He had a premonition that this group of people were probably the regular diners Su Chun had mentioned. He rode his electric scooter straight up to them and stopped with a creak. The regular diners were chatting enthusiastically and didn't notice Zobin's arrival at all, assuming he was just another member of the group. Zobin parked the car and looked at the group of people in front of him. He asked with slight hesitation, "Excuse me, is anyone here looking for the boss?" An old customer heard this and laughed heartily. "Are you new to the group? You've got the wrong question, bro. You should be asking who here isn't waiting for the boss." Upon hearing this, the people around burst into laughter. Zobin was slightly taken aback. He subconsciously swallowed and glanced at the group of nearly 20 people in front of him. He realized he had underestimated Su Chen's appeal. They arrived half an hour early. If we really come at 5:30 as Su Chen said, who knows how many people will gather here? Thinking about this, a thought suddenly flashed through Zhou Bin's mind. What if these people knew the hamburgers were sold out and they had gone to the wrong place? What would happen then? Holy crap, am I going to get beaten up? Zhou Bin was a little flustered. Chapter 362. I'm sorry, I lied to you. Zhou Bin took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Then he addressed the group of regular diners in front of him. Everyone, Mr. Su asked me to pass on a message. Today's burgers are sold out. So don't wait here. If you still want to eat hamburgers, go to Dashing Internet Cafe at 1 a.m. to buy them. The boss specifically instructed that customers who are using the internet at the Internet Cafe should be given priority. Oh right, Dashing Internet Cafe is right next door. Turn left after you exit this road. It's about 150 meters away. It's on the street, so it's easy to find. Zhou Bin relayed everything Su Chen had told him in one breath. The regular diners, who had been chatting, suddenly fell silent after Zhou Bin uttered a single word, and all stared at him in disbelief. Then, a chorus of astonished gasps erupted. Oh, not a buddy. Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to say such things? Can you please stop telling ghost stories so early in the morning? I won't listen. I won't listen. You're just spouting nonsense. I don't believe it. For a moment, the regular diners stared at Zhou Bin with varying expressions. Some were angry, some were suspicious, and some were incredulous. Zhou Bin was so frightened by the scene that he immediately shrank back, feeling as if he were in the eye of a storm. If he had a shell on his back, he could have crawled inside and escaped the gaze of these people. The resentment of this group is almost tangible. No wonder the boss didn't want to come himself. Zhou Bin now truly understands how difficult this matter is. Even so, he gritted his teeth and tried his best to calm himself down. That's how it is. The boss was worried that you'd made a wasted trip today, so he specifically asked me to come and tell you all. Do you have another group? Please tell the others not to come here anymore. Zhou Bin added. After he finished speaking, another round of wailing and howling erupted from the crowd. The people behind don't need to come over. You've made a wasted trip, haven't you? This guy doesn't seem to be joking. He even knows the owner's last name and the customer group. This is too much. My hamburger. Complaints were constant. Yuzha was stunned when he heard what Zhou Bin said. His eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. Is there a mistake? I actually got the boss's business location and hours completely wrong. What exactly is going on? Is this reasonable? How could I be so unlucky? But then, Yuzha suddenly realized an even more serious problem. I'm about to become the target of everyone's criticism. After all, it was he who shared the so-called message in the group, misleading everyone. Sure enough, the next second, several regular diners immediately turned their attention to the matter. What did you ask the boss yesterday? Didn't you say with absolute certainty that we open here at 5:30? Exactly. You said it so confidently in the group, like it was the truth. Didn't you ask the boss a couple more questions? This information is so important. In a daze, Yuzha felt weak, pitiful, and helpless. If you make a mistake, you should admit it. If you're going to be punished, you should stand up straight. Yuzha did not try to argue. He wanted to ask, but the old man behind him pushed him aside. The main reason was that I made an assumption, thinking that once the owner appeared in this place, he would set up his stall here for the next few days. I'm so sorry. It was my fault. I lied about the military situation. Fortunately, not everyone thought Yuzha was wrong. To be fair, if Xiaoyu hadn't discovered the boss, we probably wouldn't know anything about it now. Yeah, it's 1 a.m, and they're still selling hamburgers in an internet cafe. Who would have thought? It's as absurd as the previous case of selling noodles at a funeral home. Although the intelligence was wrong this time, at least now we can confirm the boss's real business hours and location. That's right, he didn't do it on purpose. Let's balance his good deeds and bad deeds, and not get too emotional. Let's notify the other members in the group first, and tell them not to come over. Several customers who asked Yuzha to buy hamburgers for them yesterday spoke up in support of Yuzha. Several of the regular diners who had just been quite agitated found this to be true. Although the result was not entirely satisfactory, Yuja's contribution should not be overlooked. Seeing that everyone's emotions were gradually calming down, Zobin thought it was time to slip away, but he was grabbed again. One of the regular customers finally noticed that there was another condition in Zobin's previous notification. He asked with a puzzled look, "Brother, what does the boss mean by giving priority to customers who want internet access?" Previously, everyone was so focused on the news that the boss doesn't set up his stall in the morning that they didn't pay much attention to the other things Zobin said. Now we finally discovered this blind spot. It means, literally, the boss said to prioritize selling hamburgers to people who are online. After being pulled back, Zobin started to feel nervous again. Because, in his opinion, these conditions were a bit outrageous. Buying a hamburger comes with this condition? I've never seen such a strange rule anywhere I go. Even if the burgers made by the boss are delicious, they will probably still attract a lot of complaints and criticisms. Well, if someone actually criticizes the boss because of this condition, I might as well try to persuade the boss again to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. Zobin was lost in thought. But then they saw the diner who had asked the question suddenly show an uncontrollable look of joy on his face. Joy. Zobin almost thought he was seeing things. Is this person laughing out of anger? As it turned out, he had underestimated Su Chen's influence. The regular customer rubbed his hands together contentedly and said, "If I book the machine for the whole day, is that the same as reserving a spot in advance?" Zobin was taken aback. Is there another way to interpret this sentence? As soon as the old diner spoke, the other old diners all showed expressions of sudden realization. Damn, you're so smart. Your brain works faster than a fan. Yeah, if I rented a machine and kept it running until 1 or 2 in the morning, I could definitely get a burger from the boss. Holy crap, what are we waiting for? Staying up all night online is much easier than going to the funeral home. Let's just go now. It'll be worth the wasted trip this morning. Wow, you guys are so rich. You're willing to rent out a whole day's worth of equipment just to eat a hamburger? Oh, it depends on your financial situation. We're not forcing it. If you want to eat it, you have to find a way. If you don't want to spend more money, come and queue up later. I don't want to wait too long anyway. It's already Wednesday, and I don't know how many more days I can eat here. Does anyone know how many computers this dashing internet cafe has? As one of the regular customers spoke, he quickly took out his phone, intending to search online to see if he could find any relevant information. Chapter 363. That's all, as long as everyone's happy. Zobin stood to one side. Seeing this, he quickly waved his hand. No need to check anymore. Dashing Internet Cafe has a total of 40 computers. Wow, you know so much, buddy. How do you know so much? Have you ever been to this internet cafe? A regular customer asked curiously. A hint of embarrassment appeared on Zobin's face, and he said in a low voice, Actually, I'm the owner of Dashing Internet Cafe. Upon hearing this, the regular diners were once again taken aback. No, is Boss Su your relative? Did you save Boss Su's life? Tell me honestly, what exactly is your relationship with Boss Su? Is your brother married yet? My cousin is quite eligible. If things go well, all you have to do is reveal the boss's whereabouts every week. The regular diners all turned their attention to Zobin, scrutinizing him from head to toe. I feel that this seemingly ordinary man is actually quite extraordinary. The boss actually helped the other party's internet cafe get business. Zobin felt extremely uncomfortable being stared at by everyone, and his expression was a mix of laughter and tears. In all his years, this was the first time he had ever realized how sought after he was. You're really overthinking it. There's really no special relationship between me and the boss. We've only met twice. Zobin waved his hand hastily and added, If I had to say something related, I borrowed a flatbed cart from the boss when he set up his stall before. That's really all. When the regular customers saw Zobin's appearance, although they felt he didn't seem to be lying, they were still a little skeptical. Damn, just borrowing a cart is enough to make Boss Su go to such lengths? If that's the case, I'd be happy to crawl on my stomach and be the boss's cart. Ugh, that's disgusting. That's really a bit perverted. Amidst laughter, this strange group began their journey towards the internet cafe. Everyone followed behind Zobin, eager to get to Dashing Internet Cafe as soon as possible, turn on their computers and reserve seats so they could get the first-hand resources to buy Su Chen's burgers. Zobin walked at the front, but his feelings were extremely complicated. There's an indescribable sense of incongruity and absurdity about this whole thing. But everyone else looked excited. Oh well, as long as everyone's happy. I'm just a small internet cafe owner. I'm lucky if I get any business. I can't possibly care about all these other things. Not far away, the breakfast vendors watched this scene unfold, feeling utterly disappointed. After all, there are about 20 people here. If they all spend money here, it can contribute a lot of revenue. But who would have thought that after this group of people arrived, they neither bought breakfast nor left, but just stood there chatting noisily. They startle and jump around all the time, like it's a big gathering of fellow patients. After all that trouble, not a single person bought anything from them. Watching the group leave with Zobin, the stall owners could only shake their heads and sigh helplessly. Only the owner of the fried dough stick stall, whose stall was nearby, overheard most of the story, albeit intermittently. At this moment, he could no longer feel any bitterness in his heart. They were both setting up stalls on the street, shouting their wares at the top of their lungs, but no one paid any attention. On the other hand, the guy selling hamburgers didn't even come in person. He just sent someone over to notify them. The group of people were laughing as if they had won the lottery. Comparing yourself to others will only make you miserable. There's nowhere to reason with them, so they might as well switch careers and sell hamburgers themselves. This is Dashing Internet Cafe. Zobin's wife carried a bag of trash to the entrance of the internet cafe and casually threw it into the trash can by the door. She clapped her hands, and as soon as she turned around, she saw her husband pushing a small electric scooter, followed by a large group of people chatting and laughing. The woman looked puzzled. Wasn't she supposed to go to the entrance of Tongha New Village to inform Boss Su about the business information? Why does this look like they're about to become sworn brothers with this group of people? Soon, a group of people arrived at the entrance of Dashing Internet Cafe. Zobin kicked the stand off the electric scooter, parked it, and then hurriedly walked towards the store. Old Zo, what's going on? The daughter-in-law hurriedly went to greet her. Oh dear, I'll explain later. Come in and help me turn on the machine. As Zobin spoke, he continued walking straight into the store without stopping. Turn on the machine? Turn on what machine? Are all these people here to surf the internet? Zobin's wife was completely baffled and in a state of extreme confusion. Before she could even think about it, Zobin grabbed her arm and dragged her to the front desk. The regular diners quickly surrounded the front desk, chattering and shouting amongst themselves. Open the door for me first. I want to be Mr. Su's first customer. Why should I? I want to be the first one. Holy crap. I suddenly realized I didn't bring my ID card. What am I going to do? Then go home and get it. Don't listen to him. You can open an electronic ID card too. A group of people were making a lot of noise. Zobin's wife stood to one side of the front desk, and the farcical scene before her made her feel like she was dreaming. When my own internet cafe first opened, it didn't seem to be this lively. She blinked hard, pinched her arm hard, and hissed in pain. Thank goodness it wasn't a dream. Otherwise, all that cleaning would have been for nothing. Zobin appeared remarkably calm at this moment. After the ordeal along the way, he was mentally prepared for the actions of these diners. They wouldn't be too surprised if they did something. It was exactly 5:30. Mr. Su sets up his stall at 1 a.m. To be on the safe side, the machine should be kept running until at least 1:30 a.m., which would add up to 20 hours. Thinking of this, someone asked, Boss, how much does it cost to charter a plane for 20 hours? Dashing Internet Cafe is a small internet cafe, and its prices are not expensive. The common promotional package is 10 yuan for 3 hours, while night market hours are charged separately. However, today's situation is special, and Zobin is a man of conscience. After a moment's thought, he addressed everyone. Okay, from now until 1:30 a.m., I won't calculate it too precisely. I'll just charge you 50 yuan. All told, it costs about 2.5 yuan per hour, which is quite a reasonable price. Upon hearing this, the diners felt it was a good deal and smiled with satisfaction. This price is indeed not expensive. Some larger internet cafes charge 18 yuan per hour. Even with a membership and member pricing, it still costs 12 yuan per hour, which is outrageously expensive. In comparison, this fee is incredibly cheap. Although Dashing Internet Cafe is small, its computer configuration is quite good. I can stay here and surf the internet after get off work. Besides, everyone here today is from our group, so we might even be able to find a few people to team up with for some games. It's worth it. Chapter 364. This appeal is terrifying. By 6 p.m., all 40 computers at Dashing Internet Cafe had been snapped up by regular customers. Those who arrived late naturally sighed and complained. There were also 7 or 8 regular customers who had taken the day off work and decided to stay and surf the internet, waiting until midnight. Seeing that there were no machines available, Zhou Bin and his wife quickly checked the cash register system to see the day's turnover. A number is prominently displayed, 2,000. Holy crap! Holy crap! The two of them gasped. I never dreamed that my little internet cafe could have such a high daily turnover. Old Zhou, am I dreaming? Is this really something our internet cafe can achieve? Zhou Bin's wife was extremely excited, glancing at it once and then again. I wish I could screenshot this number and print it out to hang on the wall later. Honey, I'd like to eat something nice for lunch today. Zhou Bin deliberately changed the subject to calm himself down. Eat up, eat big. I'll go buy 2 big pork knuckles later. We'll each have 1 and gnaw on them. If that's not enough, I'll buy a roast chicken too. Zhou Bin's wife nodded repeatedly. Boss Su's influence is terrifying. From now on, let's stop worshipping the god of wealth in the shop and start worshipping Boss Su instead. Before we knew it, it was almost noon. Zhou Bin went to the back to catch up on his sleep, leaving his wife alone at the front desk to look after the business. Inside the internet cafe, 6 or 7 people were staring at computer screens. Needless to say, these people were all regulars from the group. They were having a blast playing together. It felt like it had been ages since they'd had this kind of atmosphere. Just then, the glass door was pushed open with a bang. A blonde-haired man with a cigarette dangling from his mouth strolled in. He swaggered to the front desk, flicked his cigarette ash, and said, "Start a machine, 3 people." As he spoke, he casually placed his ID card on the counter. Zhou Bin's wife immediately showed a hint of apology on her face. "I'm sorry, there are no seats available now." Upon hearing this, Huang Mao was taken aback at first, and his eyes instantly turned to confusion. He subconsciously turned his head to glance at the somewhat deserted hall. These machines are all empty, so how come there are no seats available? Is the proprietress kidding me? The blonde-haired man turned his head and said speechlessly, "Boss lady, stop joking. Your joke isn't funny at all. There really are no seats left. Why would I joke with you?" Zhou Bin's wife looked completely sincere, her expression so earnest it couldn't be more genuine. In conclusion, it didn't seem like acting. Seeing this, Huang Mao felt even stranger and couldn't help but turn his head to take a closer look. I finally noticed that all the computers, even though they looked like no one was using them, had their screens lit up. What does this mean? Am I blind and can't see people anymore? Or is it that I shouldn't be seeing these people online? Thinking of this, a layer of cold sweat broke out on Huang Mao's forehead, and a strange sense of unease welled up in his heart. A regular customer happened to come to the counter to buy water. As he approached, he overheard their conversation and couldn't help but chuckle. "The proprietress isn't kidding you. It's really full. There really aren't any empty seats. I'm telling you." The regular customer was about to explain things to Huang Mao in detail. After all, although these camera positions may appear to be empty, they have actually been booked in advance. However, before he could finish speaking, suddenly, Huang Mao felt an inexplicable, chilling aura creep over him without warning, even in the middle of the day. The chill started from the top of his head, ran down his spine to his feet, and made him shiver involuntarily. "Oh my God, I'm not going online anymore." The blonde-haired man was so frightened that he dropped his cigarette. He turned around and ran frantically towards the door, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Zhou Bin's wife and the regular customer looked at each other in bewilderment. "No, what's wrong with this guy? If he's not going to go, he's not going. Why is he shouting so loudly, like he's seen something dirty?" The regular customer looked completely bewildered as he took out his phone to pay for the drink he had just selected. Just then, a gust of cold wind suddenly rushed down from above, making the old diner involuntarily shrink his neck. He subconsciously looked up and saw, oh, the air conditioner vent. In the afternoon, at the kindergarten gate, a magnificent luxury car appeared and instantly became the focus of attention. "Look, that car. Isn't that the Cullinan? Wow, which parent is so extravagant? A flurry of discussion suddenly arose, attracting the attention of even more children and parents. Dad. As soon as Nuonuo came out, she immediately saw Su Chun standing at the front. After saying goodbye to the teacher and then to the other children, the little dumpling. The little figure immediately rushed into her father's arms. Then, under the watchful eyes of those around them, Su Chun gave his precious little one a big kiss on the cheek. Come on, Dad invented a new flavor of burger today. It's sure to be delicious. They were talking. The two got into the car amidst envious glances from the crowd. The car hadn't gone far when Nuonuo spotted a stall from afar. Dad, look to the right. Following the directions, Su Chun saw a pink-striped mobile stall about 10 meters away, with a rabbit-shaped cotton candy stuck in front of it, looking adorable. Daddy, it's a bunny cotton candy. The little girl's eyes were practically sparkling. It'll be time for dinner when we get home. If I eat now and it takes up space in my tummy, Daddy will take away half of my hamburger. Sob, it's so hard to choose. She's still a child. She can't have it all. Nuonuo frowned, her intestines twitching and making a few gurgling sounds. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck her. Dad, you really want to eat this, right? I've seen you staring at it for ages. Su Chun. Before anyone could answer, Nuonuo had already answered her own question. Okay, stop the car, I'll buy it for you right away. Su Chun nodded helplessly and silently took the blame. The car stopped, and the little dumpling, who had just landed, ran towards the stall. Standing in front of the stall, she waved her little hand and said with great pride, Dad, you can pick whatever you want. I'll buy it for you. As she spoke, she patted her wallet with her chubby little paws. Nuonuo has money. The wallet's opening loosened slightly, and it obediently spit out a meager 10-yuan note. Let's go with this one, Su Chun said, pointing to the rabbit sign. The little dumpling stared at it, its eyes practically shining. The shop owner responded enthusiastically and immediately picked up a skewer and started spinning it. A wisp of fluffy white silk was blown out from the round nozzle, spinning rapidly around the stick, wrapping it layer by layer until it became a sphere. Nuonuo tiptoed and watched as the thin stick turned into a chubby stick in the blink of an eye. Why does sugar turn into threads when sprinkled on top? The thoughtful child is thinking earnestly. Chapter 365. You're making fun of me, kid? How are marshmallows made? Could there be a giant spider down there that loves sugar just like her, and the owner is feeding it sugar from up there, causing it to spin silk? Nuonuo thought about it and nodded in complete agreement. That makes perfect sense. Sugar can make even the devil work. If her dad feeds her candy, she's happy even if he keeps pinching her cheeks. Here you go, little one. The shopkeeper bent down, held the bottom of the stick, and handed the marshmallow to Nuonuo. The marshmallow has a round, white head and light pink, fluffy ears. It's as soft and fluffy as a cloud. Once she came to her senses, Nuonuo looked at the delicious food so close to her and swallowed weakly. But the little girl resisted the temptation, waved her hand, and said seriously, No, it's not for me. It's for my dad. Nuonuo treated her father to this. She can just watch her dad eat, slurp. Oh. The shop owner was taken aback when he realized that a child had brought an adult to buy cotton candy. He gave a slightly embarrassed laugh and handed the candy to Su Chun. His simple eyes held a hint of incomprehension. Su Chun. He decided to remain silent. I silently scanned the code to pay, then took the little girl and headed back. The next second, with a nimble little paw, it deftly tore off a rabbit ear and presented it to Su Chun's mouth. Ah, Daddy, eat. Su Chun saw that Nuonuo's bright eyes were practically burning a hole in the cotton candy, but she still didn't take a bite. He could only frown. Oh dear, this is too sweet. Dad can't eat it here. You can have it. Well, all right then. Dad, I'll have to help you this time. Wasting things isn't good for a child. Back home, Nuonuo collapsed onto the sofa, pressed the remote control, and immediately the sound of cartoons came from the TV. Su Chun went straight to the kitchen. In the kitchen, the bread dough was baked, and the foie gras was soaked in pure milk and red wine. Housekeeper Ding and the aunties were sitting around several plates of washed black truffles, looking quite troubled. This stuff is precious. I heard it's a rare and high-quality black truffle imported from France by air. If I mess it up, it'll be a disaster. I'll do it. Today we'll make 100 of these and 100 of the beef burgers. You guys go and assemble the beef burgers. After giving his instructions, Su-chun washed his hands and walked to the cutting board. Cut the black truffle open with a knife, and the complex aroma of earth, humus, nuts, spices, and musk slowly spreads out, growing stronger and stronger. Butler Ding froze for a moment, and as he turned around, his nose unconsciously moved forward. Huh, it doesn't smell too bad. It actually smells quite nice. Haha, that's how truffles are. You get addicted to their smell once you start smelling them. Su-chun smiled. Truffles reign supreme among fungi, largely due to their unique aroma. Some people find black truffles smelly when they first encounter them. But if you stay a little longer, you'll find that the smell isn't foul, but rather a fragrance that you haven't had time to get used to. Su-chun's hands didn't stop moving. Chop all the truffles into small pieces, put the scraps into a grinder, add a little olive oil, and grind into a thick truffle sauce. On the other side, the butter in the frying pan had melted and was sizzling. Pour in the crushed truffles, drizzle with port wine, and simmer over low heat. The aroma of wine mixed with the wild scent of truffles filled the kitchen. Before taking it off the heat, a pinch of freshly ground black pepper was sprinkled on top, and the sauce was considered a success. Su-chun changed to another pan, heated it until it was slightly smoking, slid the foie gras slices in, and seared one side for 20 seconds, then flipped it over and seared it for another 10 seconds. The heat must be controlled well. It is best to fry until the surface is golden and crispy, while the inside is still semi-melted. Finally, assemble the hamburger. Place lettuce on the bread dough, add a slice of caramelized steak, a slice of cheese, and 2 perfectly seared pieces of foie gras. Spread a thick layer of black truffle sauce on top, and then seal the bread. The aroma is so rich and wonderful, it's simply perfect. The front desk of Starry Sky Esports Internet Cafe. Tonight, the Internet Cafe owner, unusually, had a few drinks and brought 2 friends to his shop to relax and surf the internet. After entering the Internet Cafe, the owner first casually glanced around the lobby. He then slowly walked to the front desk. He looked at the backend data of the Internet Cafe system. Wow, business has been pretty good these past few days with all the overnight bookings. More than half of the machines are already running. Internet cafes are usually quiet on weekdays, so it's rare to see business like this. The Internet Cafe owner was a little happy. After all, for anyone in business, having a steady stream of customers is always a good thing. He then carefully compared the sales figures for yesterday and today and found that they had increased significantly compared to the same period last week. On weekdays, the owner usually spends some time at the Internet Cafe during the day and then basically leaves the Internet Cafe to the Internet Cafe manager at night. The Internet Cafe manager explained, "You don't know? A lot of people come to use the Internet, but actually they're just here to buy hamburgers." Buy a hamburger? What do you mean? The boss was taken aback, somewhat confused. Just these past 2 days, every day around 1 a.m., a guy driving a Cullinan comes by selling hamburgers. Wait a minute. The owner interrupted the Internet Cafe employee, his expression strange, and asked, "You mean a Cullinan? Which Cullinan? Is it that Cullinan that's all the rage online, the luxury car? You're making fun of me now, aren't you? I'm just drunk, not drunk to the point of being stupid." The Internet Cafe owner looked incredulous. Really? Look at this. The network administrator took out his phone and showed a short video. The boss took the phone and looked closely. The video was posted in the early hours of the morning, and the location showed that it was near Fenghua Internet Cafe. He watched the video from beginning to end, looking utterly bewildered. No, what do you think this guy is after? Don't worry about what people are after, but those burgers are really delicious. I've bought them several times myself. They're absolutely amazing. Plus, they give priority to internet users, so a lot of people come for all-night sessions so they can play games and buy burgers at the same time. The owner of Shinkong Internet Cafe watched the video again, shook his head, and still couldn't understand it. But then I thought, this person can bring business to my internet cafe. Isn't that just like giving away money? Unfortunately, why is the video tagged with Fenghua Internet Cafe? If they located it in their own store, the internet cafe might be packed tonight. The more he thought about it, the more regretful he felt, and he pondered for a moment. His eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands, saying, "That's perfect. I'm not leaving today either. I'll just wait here for that person to come. When he arrives, I'll take a video too." This is like traffic falling from the sky. The internet cafe employee shook his head as he looked at the owner, who was grinning foolishly. Whether the store is doing well or not, he doesn't get a commission. All he cares about is whether he can get a hamburger. Being able to eat such a delicious burger while working the night shift is like a gift from heaven. Now he likes working the night shift, and no one can change his mind. He has to work the night shift. Chapter 366 Life is truly unpredictable. Fenghua Internet Cafe is also packed with customers, with almost all the computer seats occupied. The internet cafe owner was originally lying at home. Upon learning of the situation at the internet cafe, fearing that the staff on night duty might be overwhelmed, I rushed over to the internet cafe. Even so, people would occasionally walk in, holding their phones, pointing at the videos on the screen and asking questions. Will that guy who drives the Cullinan and sells hamburgers come tonight? The internet cafe owner was filled with unease. How could he know if that gentleman would come tonight? But doing business requires flexibility. You can't let any potential customer slip away. Whenever someone asks, he answers without hesitation. I will come. I definitely will. He had his own agenda. Let's keep them here first. Even if they don't come in the end, we'll still have made money off their internet access. He secretly made up his mind that if he could run into that hamburger tycoon who drives a Cullinan tonight, he would beg and plead to get a phone call from him. This way, we can know in advance when the expert will arrive and prepare accordingly. This immense wealth would unexpectedly fall into my lap one day without warning. Thinking of this, the owner of Fenghua Internet Cafe also started chuckling to himself. It's as if they can already see the bright future of their own internet cafe. Dashing Internet Cafe. The room was brightly lit and bustling with activity. Inside the store, the sounds of keyboards clicking and conversations mingled together. Business is booming. It's almost unbelievable. The Internet Cafe has a total of 40 machines, all of which are currently occupied by gamers. Not only that, but there was also a group of people who hadn't managed to get a good spot and were standing behind them watching longingly. Damn it. Why don't you and Sean just kill them? Press E to view the piece's attributes. No. Bro, how come this monster has so much health? I've been watching you fight it for 2 hours. Mind your own business. Hey, why isn't the boss here yet? I'm about to chew up the computer. Are you going to play or not? If not, let me play for a while. The regular customers who missed out on getting a machine couldn't contain their excitement. In the internet cafe, he darted around like a weasel in a melon patch, occasionally pointing fingers at the people playing games. If someone makes a ridiculous mistake in a game, they'll inevitably be met with ridicule. Zobin busily weaved through the crowd, constantly serving drinks to customers who were using the internet. If the mouse or keyboard on any machine malfunctions, he has to rush over immediately and replace it quickly. The couple were busy but happy and didn't feel tired at all. Good heavens, to have this kind of business on a weekday is truly a stroke of incredible luck. At the entrance of Dashing Internet Cafe, Xiao Deng and Xiao Luo stood side by side, both with melancholy written on their faces. Life is truly unpredictable. They are loyal regulars at Dashing Internet Cafe. Whenever they want to go online, there are always spare machines available. They had only taken a nap during the day, and when they arrived at Dashing Internet Cafe around 8 p.m., they were dumbfounded. The store was packed with people. Every seat was taken. They even wondered if they had gone to the wrong internet cafe. It was only after asking Zobin that I found out what had happened. Everyone in this internet cafe is waiting to buy hamburgers at midnight. If it's just for internet access, you can always go to a different internet cafe. It's not a big deal. But the key point is, they also want to eat hamburgers. Ever since I ate the boss's burger, I've realized that all-nighters and burgers are a perfect match. Without either, the night just doesn't feel soulful. Besides Xiao Luo and Xiao Deng, there were about 20 other people gathered at the entrance of the internet cafe, chatting and talking. After all, not everyone is used to the noisy environment of internet cafes, so they prefer to wait outside. Is the boss coming soon? Xiao Luo checked the time. It was almost 1 o'clock. Brother Zhou said it was 1 o'clock in the morning. Xiao Deng nodded firmly, his eyes fixed on the road in front of the internet cafe. After waiting a while longer, a familiar Cullinan drove up in the distance. The boss is here. Xiao Luo instantly became excited, subconsciously taking 2 quick steps forward, his lips unconsciously curving upwards. But then they realized something was wrong. Cullinan wasn't heading into the internet cafe. Xiao Deng glanced at the empty space in front of the internet cafe and then belatedly realized what the problem was. The entrance to Dashing Internet Cafe was packed with regular customers who drove there, leaving only a narrow path barely wide enough for people to pass through. Xiao Deng doesn't own a car and doesn't drive, so he doesn't usually pay much attention to parking spaces. But at this moment, seeing the Cullinan parked on the side of the road, unable to drive into the internet cafe, he suddenly panicked. If the owner moves to a different location to sell hamburgers because there's no parking, then I won't be able to get one. Thinking of this, Xiao Deng's eyes quickly swept over the old diners chatting not far away. Without thinking twice, I hurried over there to ask them for help. Hey guys, did anyone drive here? Could you make room for the boss? He can't get in. Xiao Deng shouted at the top of his lungs. The regular diners who were chatting idly at the entrance, upon hearing the words, "The boss is here," all excitedly craned their necks and looked around. The boss is here? Where is he? Where is he? Holy crap, is it finally here? I've been waiting forever. However, they did not see any familiar figures or the iconic food trucks. Look over there, that's the Cullinan. Xiao Deng couldn't help but glance at the many regular diners with a puzzled look. These people talk about the boss so knowledgeably. How come they don't even know that the boss drives a Cullinan to sell hamburgers? A series of huge question marks seemed to appear above everyone's heads at the same time. Is the boss opening a Cullinan to sell burgers this week? Has the Cullinan's food truck arrived yet? You're driving a Cullinan now? Why were you working at a funeral home last week? Following the direction Xiao Deng pointed, everyone turned their attention to the Cullinan parked by the roadside. Sitting in the driver's seat of the Cullinan, Su Chun was filled with helplessness, his face showing utter speechlessness. Despite all my careful planning, I never thought to ask Brother Zhou to reserve a parking space for me in advance at the entrance of Dashing Internet Cafe. Parking temporarily on the side of the road is simply not an option. After all, today's customers are all regulars, so there must be quite a few of them. Based on past experience, the process of selling hamburgers definitely won't be over in just 10 or 20 minutes. Occupying the roadside lane for an extended period of time will inevitably cause unnecessary trouble. Just as Su Chun was scratching his head, he heard a series of knocking sounds outside the car window. He turned his head, pressed the button, and the car window slowly rolled down. He looked at the person in front of him with a puzzled expression. He looked somewhat familiar. A regular customer? As Su Chun was pondering, the person opposite him looked him up and down, with a rather interesting expression on their face. Holy crap, boss, it really is you. Your idea of selling hamburgers while driving a Cullinan is quite unique. Chapter 367 Don't Push, the boss isn't going anywhere. Not long after, the diner drove out. As soon as they drove away from the parking space, they flashed their headlights twice at Su Chun to signal him. Su Chun then turned the steering wheel and drove the car into the empty parking space. Park the car and open the door. All eyes turned to him, their expressions filled with eager anticipation. Wait a moment, wait a moment. Seeing everyone gathering around, Su Chun quickly raised his hand and made a pause gesture. Please be patient, everyone. Priority will be given to diners who are using the internet. You should know that, right? The diners present were well aware of this rule, but they still couldn't resist going up to Su Chun and trying to get closer to him. What if the boss is in a good mood today and makes an exception? For Su Chun, there was no possibility of anything going wrong. He could only try to take care of as many customers as possible while completing his assigned tasks. Take today, for example. Due to the large number of people and the limited number of hamburgers, it is inevitable that purchase limits will be implemented. Otherwise, some of these regular customers might end up buying up all the burgers, leaving nothing for the others. At the same time, instead of approaching Su Chun, someone ran into the internet cafe to notify the others. The boss is here. After he finished speaking, everyone stood up. It was almost time, and everyone was waiting. Upon hearing this, the gamers stopped playing, and the pontificators stopped offering their opinions. The badger in the melon patch started walking towards the door. Hey, don't push, don't push. The boss isn't going anywhere. Who the hell stepped on my shoe and knocked it off? Who touched my hook? A group of people rushed out without stopping, looking at it as if they were fleeing a disaster. At the entrance of the internet cafe, Su Chun had just opened the trunk of his Cullinan and was about to carry the insulated box full of hamburgers into the cafe. Hearing the commotion behind him, he turned around and saw a huge crowd swarming towards him. All right, looks like we don't need to bother going into the internet cafe. We can just sell it right here at the entrance. Boss, I've missed you so much. You're like phone gong. Boss, look at me, look at me. Boss, this car is really nice. Give it to me. And 100 more hamburgers, please. Zobin left his wife at the front desk to look after the internet cafe, and then grabbed a small notebook and rushed out. After much effort, he finally managed to squeeze his way to Su Chun. These are the names I registered this morning in the order they were logged in. Since the policy is to prioritize customers who want internet access, it is fair and reasonable to queue them up according to the order in which they turn on their computers. Moreover, this matter was already explained to everyone when the machine was turned on in the morning, so naturally no one had any objections to this arrangement. Zobin stood next to Su Chun with his notebook in hand, cleared his throat, and prepared to call out names in order. Boss, what kind of burgers do you have today? Are there any purchase limits? An elderly customer quickly asked a question. This is the question that everyone present is most concerned about. Today we have multi-tiered beef burgers and black truffle foie gras burgers. The beef burger is 15 yuan each, and the black truffle foie gras burger is 50 yuan each. Limited quantity, 100 of each flavor. Su Chun said. The black truffle foie gras burger is a bit pricey. The main reason is that the materials used are of high quality, which makes the cost quite high. The rule limits each person to 2 burgers, which ensures that most people can try 2 different flavors of burgers. 2 isn't enough. Boss, sell me a few more. Exactly. How about a limit of 5 per person? However, no sooner had these 2 finished speaking than the people behind them became unhappy. Boss, 2 purchases are allowed, but please don't do anything reckless. If you only allow 5 people per purchase, how are the others supposed to eat? There are already 40 people just taking up space. Hey, stop arguing and hurry up and buy it. I'm starving. Su Chun turned to look at Zobin, signaling that he could start saying the names. Zobin understood immediately and flipped open the small notebook in his hand. Yuzha, arrive. Yuzha let out a loud howl. With a grin, he squeezed out of the crowd and stood in front of Su Chun. Oh, it's you. Su Chun recognized Yuzha immediately upon seeing him. This guy bought a hamburger and then disappeared in a flash without even saying goodbye. This meant he had to specifically ask Zobin to notify other regular customers. Yuzha was taken aback when he heard Su Chun's words. He never expected that his boss would remember him, someone so insignificant. Just as she was feeling touched, she heard Su Chun continue. If you have the chance to run into me next time, you'd better ask me first. I might be too busy to talk to you in person. Yuzha stopped laughing. Good news, the boss remembered it. The bad news is that the boss will only remember the negative impression. Of course, Su Chun was just giving a reminder. He didn't mean anything else. What flavors do you want? 1 of each, please. Yuzha answered without hesitation. I've had the beef burger before, but it was so delicious, I'll definitely come back again. He had only heard of black truffle foie gras burgers before, and his impression was that they were high-end ingredients, very expensive, and only available in high-end restaurants. He'd never eaten it before, so naturally he had to try it. Su Chun quickly packed the hamburger and handed it to Yuzha. Zobin then began calling out the name of the next person. Yuzha, having received his hamburger, happily walked to a spot where it wouldn't get in the way. The chubby hamburgers exude different aromas, making your mouth water. Which one should we eat first? Yuzha was caught in a happy dilemma. Hey bro, if you're not going to eat it, let me have it first. I'll pay you back as soon as I'm done buying it. A few diners slightly behind in the queue looked at Yuzha's conflicted expression with envy. What's there to be picky about? How could a burger made by the boss not be delicious? Instead of hesitating, let them have a taste first. That won't do. This is the first fortress I'm visiting today. It's not the same thing. Yuzha pursed his lips, stopped worrying about it, casually grabbed one, and took a big bite. The wide-open mouth made my cheeks ache a little. Wow. The taste of black truffle must be something I've never experienced before. It smells like gas, but tastes incredibly delicious, with a refreshing, earthy aroma reminiscent of rain-soaked soil. However, the strong flavor of black truffles did not mask the rich, oily aroma of foie gras. The moment the rich foie gras melts on your tongue, it's like sucking on a warm mousse, so smooth it can slide right down your throat. The beef patties were also incredibly fragrant and crispy, with plenty of meat, and they were very chewy and satisfying. The bread is also very present, with a wheat aroma and a soft texture, perfectly complementing the deliciousness of the ingredients. The lettuce inside has a slightly crisp and sweet flavor, making it indescribably delicious. Chapter 368 What a Kind Person. You are such a kind person. The black truffle foie gras burger was absolutely delicious. Yuja wolfed down the hamburger, noticing a bit of precious black truffle sauce still on his fingers. He glanced around furtively and found that no one was paying attention to him. He quietly stuck out his tongue and licked his finger. The food the boss makes is delicious. Time passed second by second. Regular customers called their friends, and new customers came attracted by the aroma, and the place was packed with people. These are the last two. Take them. Su-chan was so busy that he barely had time to breathe, and he was handing the last two hamburgers to a customer who looked relieved. Although he was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but sigh when he saw the hamburgers sell out so quickly. Goodness, 200 hamburgers. They sold out immediately at Dashing Internet Cafe. And judging by this, there's not enough for everyone. These diners have an absolutely incredible appetite. Su-chan decided to sell hamburgers at Dashing Internet Cafe for the next 2 days. Making hamburgers is tiring enough. Don't add extra running around and working hours for yourself. Just as Su-chan finished speaking, several diners let out a series of groans. Oh, they're all sold out. No, I want a hamburger. How come they're all gone so quickly? Boss, I strongly suggest you limit purchases to 1 per person tomorrow. Otherwise, I won't be able to buy any. The regular customers who couldn't get hamburgers started to complain to Su-chan, half jokingly and half seriously. Amidst this scene of utter desolation, Master Kong, dragging his father along, stumbled and squeezed his way in. The old man had a vacant stare and drool at the corner of his mouth. As soon as he smelled the aroma of hamburgers in the air, he mumbled incoherently, "It smells good, I want to eat it." Upon hearing that the hamburgers were sold out, Master Kong was stunned, and his voice trembled. "Brother Su, is there really none left?" His eyes were glued to Su-chan, trying to find a clue on the other's face that said, "Actually, I still have some left over." Unfortunately, Su-chan simply turned his face away and fell silent. After all, they were former colleagues who had spent a week together, and they had become old acquaintances during the few days they worked at the funeral home. I wonder if the old man will throw a tantrum if he doesn't get to eat a hamburger? In short, he was at his wit's end. Seeing this, several regular diners nearby sighed and chimed in with their own sarcastic remarks. "Dude, let's go. Stop looking. The insulated boxes are all empty. There really aren't any left." "Yes, you're too late. Boss Su has already sold out for today." "That's it. I'm not going to get any sleep tonight." Master Kong scratched his head in despair. Suddenly he rushed towards the crowd, clasped his hands together, and bowed repeatedly. "Brothers and sisters, I'm in dire need of help. Can anyone spare me a hamburger? My dad didn't get one yesterday, and if I go home empty-handed again today, he'll nag me all night. Is there anyone kind enough? Please." A commotion broke out in the crowd. Some people subconsciously touched the hamburger in their arms, while others quietly turned their faces away. Apart from Xiao Luo and Xiao Deng, none of us got to eat yesterday. We finally made it over in the middle of the night, so who would be willing to give it up now? The air froze for a few seconds, and no one uttered a sound. Helpless, Master Kong could only turn and glance at his own father. The old man is tilting his head to the side right now. I don't know if he received the signal, but the next second he started crying loudly. I have 1 beef burger left. You can use it to appease the old man." Some diners were moved by the scene and felt a pang of guilt. Master Kong came to life the moment he heard that. I almost knelt down before him, then rushed over, pulled out my phone, and scanned the money. "What a kind person. You're such a good person. Here's your money." As he spoke, he transferred 100 yuan. Oops, I gave you too much. Absolutely. Absolutely. Master Kong's eyes were red. You have no idea. Yesterday the old man searched the kitchen, insisting that I had hidden a hamburger and wouldn't give it to him, and he almost tore the house down. This hamburger came at the perfect time. 100 is hardly too much. The old man next to him finally realized what was happening. He took 2 unsteady steps, his eyes fixed on the hamburger, and reached out to grab it. Give it to me. Mine. Master Kong quickly stopped him. Dad, don't rush. Don't rush. Be careful not to remove it. The old man glared and roared with great force. You brat. How dare you steal your dad's hamburger? With that, he raised his hand and elbowed Master Kong in the stomach. Ouch! Master Kong clutched his stomach, both angry and amused. Everyone says you're senile, but when it comes to grabbing food, you're more lucid than anyone else. The old man hummed smugly, mumbling as he ate his hamburger. You're the silly one. Being able to eat is a blessing. Your dad can still eat, which means I'm not silly. Come early tomorrow, I want to eat 5. As he spoke, the old man threw another punch. Ha 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 ha. The onlookers burst into laughter, though some were just making a fuss. Brothers, I have an 80-year-old mother at home who can't take care of herself. She coughed up blood in the middle of the night last night and kept saying she wanted to eat a bite of Mr. Su's burger. Can any of you be kind enough to spare one for me? I'll pay double the price. Boos immediately erupted from the crowd. Go to hell. Your acting is terrible. The old man next to him, still munching on his hamburger, pointed his greasy finger at the diner and mumbled something. Liar, beat him up. Master Kong was startled and quickly grabbed his father. Dad, don't be impulsive. Come on, we've got the hamburger. Let's go home. He dragged his father out, utterly dejected, and before leaving, he turned back and shouted at Su Chun. Brother Su, are you still selling hamburgers at Dashing Internet Cafe tomorrow? Yes, 1 a.m. The usual rule is to give priority to Internet Cafe customers. After saying that, Su Chun began packing his things, preparing to leave. Some regular customers had originally wanted to ask if the hamburgers would still be sold at this location tomorrow, but since Chef Kong had asked the question in advance, they were happy to just copy the answer. At the same time, Zobin looked at the empty incubator and couldn't help but sigh. People should know how to be content with what they have, and that they have already earned extra income. I can no longer queue up with Boss Su's customers to grab burgers. That's what they say, but the smell of hamburgers is so tempting it's almost unbearable. The old saying is indeed true. You can't have your cake and eat it too. As Zobin was feeling regretful, he suddenly sensed something was off about the atmosphere around him. He subconsciously looked up and saw a group of regular diners surrounding him. Boss, turn it on. Oh. Zobin was stunned for a moment, and at first he didn't realize what was going on. But soon, he suddenly realized. So this group of people actually planned to start reserving their spots right from this point. That's way too early. The burgers we sold out just recently. Why are you in such a hurry? Zobin almost fainted. Regular diners don't care about all that. Securing the machine first means securing a spot, and with a spot, you're guaranteed to buy the boss's burger. If it doesn't take up the machine, then it all depends on luck. Sure enough, some people didn't get to buy hamburgers today because they couldn't get a seat. Chapter 369. Since we're already here, let's at least take a look.